Chapter 1. The Abused Teenager. In a residential building in Tianhai City during the evening, piercing screams echoed throughout the stairwell. Lin Mo, your parents are trash, and you're even worse, utter garbage. How long has it been, and you still can't even cultivate a single subordinate? After all, he's just a half-breed, a useless thing. Immediately afterward, another soft, effeminate male voice chimed in. Mom, don't blame cousin. Even though he's universally recognized as the school's biggest loser, it's not worth getting angry over him. The roaring continued. And this little bastard pisses me off just looking at him. Why didn't he die with his parents? Hee. Cousin Lin Mo, I've got good news for you. I just tamed a second-tier elf. If you hand over your Lord Core to me, I'm sure to score high in the college entrance exam. This useless trash has no need for a Lord Core anyway. Tomorrow morning, you'd better hand it over to Xiao Jian without a fuss, got it? Lin Mo woke up to find himself lying on a cold floor. His frail body was clad in a tattered shirt, his face burning with pain. Orphaned since childhood, he had been adopted by his uncle's family. His uncle treated him well, raising him as his own son all along. Until a few months ago when his uncle passed away, his aunt revealed her true nature and was determined to drive him out of the house. Before kicking him out, she even wanted to take the original body's Lord Core for her precious son to use. After merging with the memories, Lin Mo finally confirmed that he had transmigrated. He had crossed into a world where everyone could become a lord. However, the original owner of this body had a tragic background, suffering greatly after losing both parents. Moreover, he awakened to inherit a worthless territory, becoming the school's universally acknowledged loser. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Such a miserable fate was indeed excruciating for a young man with an immature mind. Lin Mo got up from the ground and returned to his cramped room, which was barely better than a doghouse. In this world, every person who reaches the age of 18 is granted a territory in the Voidlands. Develop your domain by utilizing its resources, subdue and nurture followers, and thus gain the power to conquer myriad realms. When Lin Mo projected his consciousness into his territory, the sight before him instantly rendered him speechless. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, the earth tinged a purplish black, utterly decayed. The entire world was lifeless and devoid of vitality. With land like this, forget about nurturing followers, even growing crops would be impossible. Lin Mo had no choice but to open the Lord's interface to continue his inspection. Lin Mo. First tier Lord. Territory area, 10 square kilometers. Subordinates, none. Buildings, none. Polluted land. This is a hopeless land where any attempt at salvation is futile. Transmigrators welcome package unclaimed. The first few messages were fairly standard and didn't stir any emotional reaction in Lin Mo. It was only when he saw the last one that Lin Mo's eyes lit up. I knew it. Since I'm already here, they wouldn't just give me a dead end. Lin Mo licked his lips excitedly. Claim the Transmigration Starter Pack. The moment his words fell, before Lin Mo, a massive golden pillar of light erupted from the ground, soaring straight into the heavens. Then, a crisp sound rang in his ears. Ding! Obtained basic structure. Refugee Camp 1. Obtained SSS grade skill. Sacrifice. Acquired Divine Spark. God of Plague. Lin Mo's eyes widened, his mouth gaping large enough to fit an entire ostrich egg. A 3S skill, plus a Divine Spark sounds incredibly powerful. Lin Mo hurriedly checked the related descriptions. SSS grade sacrifice. Offer the sacrifice to the void deities, and you shall receive unimaginable rewards. Plague God's Divine Spark. Infect everything you see, turning all realms into your most loyal servants. Upon death, infected beings will automatically transform into your followers. Is this the Ice Sky version of Resident Evil? Lin Mo read the description of the Plague God, his entire body surging with excitement. Infected creatures that die are directly converted into his own minions. Doesn't that mean he doesn't need to subjugate minions, but can instead turn living beings into his own minions by releasing plagues? The more infections spread, the more minions he gets, ultimately achieving infinite troop spawning. It's just like Resident Evil. The SSS grade sacrificial skill is also an incredibly overpowered existence. It would be a waste to discard too many low-level infected creatures. Sacrificing them all in one go not only clears inventory but also grants random treasures. What an absolute delight. Through recalling his predecessor's memories, Lin Mo found no information related to divine sparks. A simple deduction suggests that divine sparks likely belong to the category of legendary items only accessible at the Great Lord level. The thought of Lin Jianming coming to seize his Lord Core tomorrow morning. Lin Mo felt a sense of crisis. I must enhance my strength as much as possible before tomorrow morning. With this in mind, Lin Mo placed the only building on his territory. Ding! Refugee camp successfully placed, currently producing 5 refugee population day. Warning! Refugee camp has been contaminated. 5 refugees have died. Lin Mo's mouth twitched violently twice. The start was indeed less than ideal, but fortunately, Lin Mo still had his cheat ability. Plague God, activate. A faint green mist enveloped the refugee camp. The next second, the dead refugees opened their eyes in unison. Zombie refugees. Infected ordinary humans, their nails and teeth covered with pathogens, possessing extremely high contagiousness. At this moment, Lin Mo finally had his first batch of loyal subordinates. Although these minions were in complete disarray and lacked any semblance of dignity. But Lin Mo didn't care. He immediately opened a portal and sent his minions to the Beginner's Continent. The so-called Beginner's Continent was actually a vast landmass within the Void Realm. The land was boundless, teeming with low-level monsters and recruitable races. Moreover, the laws of this continent stipulate that lords above the 3rd tier are not permitted to enter. Hence, it is referred to as the Novice Continent. After entering the Novice Continent, Lin Mo controlled the zombie refugees to explore the surrounding areas. Before long, they encountered a goblin squad. The little green-skinned monsters brandished their massive clubs, reducing the zombie refugees to pulped flesh in mere moments. The zombie refugees were pathetically weak, but fortunately, they fulfilled their purpose before being completely wiped out. 2 of the goblins now bore fresh claw marks on their arms. Such minor injuries meant nothing to the goblins. After a brief moment of aimless wandering, they returned to their lair. Time flows many times faster on the Novice Continent compared to Blue Star. Time accelerated until nightfall arrived. In the goblin nest, hundreds of goblins were huddled together in deep sleep. Suddenly, 2 goblins opened their eyes, their ash-gray pupils devoid of any vitality. Their faces were twisted in hideous expressions, their bloody maws gaping wide clearly. They had turned into zombies. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately lunged at their nearby companions. Their razor-sharp teeth tore through the goblins' throats in an instant. The frenzied biting continued 4 or 5 times before it finally roused the other goblins. But by then, the spread of the zombie virus was already unstoppable. The goblins with torn throats suddenly opened their grayish-white eyes. Without hesitation, they pounced on the nearby goblins. Soon, wails filled the entire goblin lair as the number of living goblins rapidly dwindled. In contrast, the infected goblins grew more and more numerous. Half an hour later, the entire nest returned to silence. Not a single living creature remained in the lair. Zombie Goblin Tier 1, Quantity 64. Infected ordinary goblins, their sharp claws filled with deadly pathogens. Zombie Goblin Warrior Tier 2, Quantity 5. Infected goblin warriors, their lack of pain sensation grants them enhanced combat prowess. Chapter 2. The Otherworldly Biohazard. Is this the power of the Plague God? In just 1 real-world hour, I've acquired an entire army of zombie goblins. And the cost of obtaining this force? Merely 5 zombie refugees. Awesome! Goblin warriors are 2nd-tier troops, significantly more powerful than ordinary goblins. So Lin Mo directly teleported them back to his territory for storage. The remaining zombie goblins continued to explore the forest. Soon, a 2nd goblin nest was discovered. This nest housed only about 50 goblins. The zombie goblins swarmed in and quickly converted them all. By now, Lin Mo's zombie goblin army had surpassed 100 in number. The territory reclaimed 3 zombie goblin warriors once more. The zombie goblins infiltrated the nest, launching a surprise attack on the ordinary goblins in their sleep. The infection spread wildly. 1 infected 2, 2 infected 3. The slain goblins rose again from the ground, becoming bloodthirsty zombies. Soon, the number of zombie goblins increased rapidly, eventually reaching 300. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had also sent back 50 zombie goblin warriors to his territory. 50 2nd-tier goblin warriors would be considered quite formidable even among the top students at school. Moreover, they all possessed the zombie attribute, making their combat strength significantly higher than that of ordinary 2nd-tier units. After several rounds of battles, Lin Mo's territory strength underwent a qualitative leap, and most of the 300 ordinary zombie goblins had become severely damaged from prolonged combat. Some of the zombie goblins were even missing limbs, reduced to crawling on the ground. Lin Mo had no intention of bringing these weakened soldiers back to his territory. He directly gathered all the zombie goblins together. The SSS grade sacrifice skill begins immediately. Sacrifice skill description: offer tributes to the void evil god, and you will receive unexpected benefits. Note: the higher the value and quantity of the tributes, the greater the benefits obtained. White flames begin to rise beneath the feet of the 300 zombie goblins. The white flames silently consumed them entirely. The moment the ritual concluded, a notification chime sounded in Lin Mo's ears. Sacrifice successful. Obtained B-grade Lord skill, Bloodthirsty Delight. A skill has been acquired. Lin Mo was delighted and immediately checked his newly acquired skill. Bloodthirsty Delight, a buff-type Lord skill, can send affiliated troops into a bloodthirsty state, significantly increasing their attack power and movement speed. Note: this skill consumes the life force of affiliated troops. Use with caution. My troops are all zombies. What life force do they even have? Lin Mo casually summoned a zombie goblin warrior.
Uset bloodlust on it.
A faint glow appeared on the skin of the zombie goblin warrior. Immediately, the previously dull zombie goblin began baring its teeth and became extremely agitated. After several rounds of experiments, Lin Mo confirmed that this skill not only increased the zombie goblin warrior's attack power and movement speed, and it doesn't even consume so-called life force. In their frenzied state, the zombie goblin warrior's attack power is already close to that of third-tier troops. Add to that their plague infection attribute. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage even when fighting third-tier troops. Awesome! To prepare for tomorrow's big battle, Lin Mo commanded the zombie goblin warriors to burrow underground and hide. Returning to reality, he checked his watch. There were still 2 or 3 hours until dawn. Feeling mentally exhausted, Lin Mo wrapped himself in the blanket and drifted off to sleep. But he hadn't been asleep for long when a violent banging on the door woke Lin Mo up. "You little, did you die in there? Open the damn door. Hand over the territory core now, or get the hell out of this house immediately." Lin Mo opened his eyes and calmly pushed the door open. The ant, with a shrewish expression on her face, instinctively reached out to twist Lin Mo's ear as soon as he opened the door. But Lin Mo swatted her hand away with a slap. "You little bastard. How dare you dodge?" The ant instantly flew into a rage and was about to start cursing when Lin Jian's voice interrupted. "Mom, has cousin gotten up yet? I need to go back to school this afternoon." From the original host's memories, Lin Mo learned. This cousin of his was particularly good at putting on an act. Especially at school, he appeared to have a good relationship with the original host on the surface, but behind his back, he never missed a chance to badmouth him. There were even a few times when Lin Mo was bullied and humiliated, and this cousin of his was watching from not far away. He wore a thoroughly gloating expression. This mother and son pair both rotten to the core. Lin Mo's gaze gradually turned icy as he strode straight into the living room. "Sign this voluntary territory dual contract, then hurry up and let Xiao Jian take your lord's core." His aunt tossed a document at Lin Mo. "A useless waste like you has only this much value left," Lin Jian said in a coquettish tone beside him. "Don't worry, cousin. Once I get your lord's core, I'll definitely achieve good results in this year's college entrance exam. You'll have your share of the credit too. Every lord possesses one and only one territory core. If the core is destroyed or plundered, they will completely lose their status as a lord. It's equivalent to losing all one's martial arts and becoming a cripple." Looking at his cousin Lin Jian's harmless, smiling face, Lin Mo snorted coldly and swiftly signed his name on the dual contract with a swish, swish, swish. The moment the contract was signed, it dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished before everyone's eyes. Immediately afterward, golden light began to swirl around Lin Mo and Lin Jian. Their consciousnesses were automatically transported into the void. Lin Mo opened his eyes to find himself hovering above his own territory. The territory's core floated at the very center of the land, while at its edge, a wormhole-like portal had appeared. Soon, movement could be detected from within the portal. A troop of 50 elven archers emerged from it. The 3 leading elven archers were exceptionally robust, unmistakably the elite archers of the second-tier elven race. Immediately after, Lin Jian's arrogant laughter echoed from the void. "Haha, my dear cousin. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. Finally, I can ravage your territory. With his aunt absent, Lin Jian's true nature was fully revealed. He arrogantly taunted. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world, Lin Mo retorted. You little sissy, daring to scheme against your grandpa? Tired of living, aren't you? As a transmigrator, Lin Mo wasn't about to indulge his nasty cousin's behavior. I hate being called a sissy the most. Ah! Lin Jian screamed in rage, then shouted, Elves, charge! Destroy Lin Mo's territory completely. 50 elven archers rushed toward Lin Mo's Lord Core. An elite archer charging at the forefront suddenly felt a green-skinned arm emerge from the soil beneath their feet. The arm seized the elite archer's calf with unerring precision and tore off a large chunk of flesh in the next instant. Before the elven archer could react, the next moment, dozens of undead goblin warriors burst from the ground, slashing wildly at the surrounding elven archers. In less than a few seconds, dozens of elven archers were cut down. Fall back, everyone. Reorganize the battle formation, Lin Jian frantically commanded. Perhaps realizing that Lin Mo was not an easy opponent, Lin Jian gritted his teeth and summoned more troops from his territory once again. 50 peasants wielding hoes rushed out from the portal. Then Lin Jian's shrill voice rang out. Damn you, Lin Mo! You forced me to play my trump card. Activate C-rank Lord Skill Battle Summons. Chapter 3. Beating the Vicious Cousin. The farmers, who had been holding hoes moments before, were swiftly transformed into militiamen clad in simple armor under a golden glow. The 20 surviving elven archers also retreated behind the ranks of the militiamen. Elven archers, focus fire on those damned goblins. I refuse to believe these foolish goblins can break through the militia's defense line. On the other side, Lin Mo watched as Lin Jian finished reorganizing the troops, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Just when I was worried about lacking long-range units, you deliver them right to my doorstep. Truly, what a good cousin you are. The next second, the elven archers slain by the zombie goblin warriors rose once more from the ground. Elven Toxic Archer level 20. A zombie archer whose arrows are soaked in poisonous blood, capable of infecting distant enemies with venomous projectiles. Lin Jian's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His entire body felt as if plunged into an ice cellar, scalp instantly crawling with numbness. To his horror, he witnessed the dead elven archer rising from the ground once more. Not only were they resurrected, but they also became Lin Mo's troops. Lin Jian gritted his teeth and immediately ordered the elven archers to counterattack. After a sparse volley of arrows fell into Lin Mo's camp, only a handful of undead archers were killed. Immediately after, Lin Mo also commanded the elven poison archer to fire arrows. The arrows plunged into the militia ranks, instantly causing heavy casualties. 8 militiamen were killed on the spot, while even more were wounded by the arrows. Those slain militiamen actually rose again from the ground. It immediately bared its fangs and lunged at the nearby militia. The militia formation instantly fell into chaos. Lin Jian panicked, his pupils dilating violently. This can't be. It's impossible. Lin Jian roared incessantly like a madman. Lin Mo, how on earth did you do this? Why are your followers so bizarre? What exactly have you done to your territory? No matter how desperately Lin Jian screamed, Lin Mo completely ignored him. To uproot the weeds, you must pull out the roots. Let's destroy your territory first. Lin Jian chickened out and called all his followers to retreat to his territory. This retreat only made the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. The militiamen who couldn't retreat in time were instantly slaughtered by the zombie goblin warriors. By the time Lin Jian pulled his troops back to his territory, only 15 elven archers remained. The militia suffered even more devastating casualties. At this moment, Lin Jian's heart was bleeding with pain. All the minions I painstakingly nurtured have been wiped out. It took him a long time to recruit these minions. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. What should I do? If this continues, I won't even be able to take the exam. Enough, Lin Mo, Lin Jian said, suppressing his resentment. I underestimated you before. I admit you're strong. I'll tell my mom to let you keep living in this house. I'll still treat you as my cousin, all right? Now stop it. Lin Jian pleaded for mercy, but his tone remained haughty. A proud pleader subconsciously, Lin Jian still looked down on Lin Mo. In Lin Jian's mind, Lin Mo was nothing more than a dog. It's just that today the dog suddenly went mad and started biting people, so he had to symbolically appease it. But a dog is still a dog, and Lin Jian looked down on Lin Mo from the bottom of his heart. Lin Mo sneered, fully aware that Lin Jian still despised him deep down. He couldn't help but recall the original owner's past memories. After my uncle passed away, my aunt took control. At first, my aunt was relatively restrained, only using words and not actions, but Lin Jian kept egging her on, saying nothing but bad things. This eventually led my aunt to start physically abusing the previous host. There was even one time when Lin Jian deliberately cut his own wrist and then blamed it on Lin Mo. They even threw a dead cat into Lin Mo's room and threatened him to take care of their pet. Recalling the past experiences of his former self, he remembered how his former self had been bullied by his malicious cousin and hid in a closet, silently crying. Beaten black and blue by his cruel aunt, he could only shiver under a thin blanket. Lin Mo's heart was left with nothing but coldness. He wanted his cousin to understand that the Lin Mo before him was no rabid dog, but a wolf, one that would tear open his chest without hesitation. Lin Mo snorted coldly and immediately projected his consciousness into Lin Jian's territory. Nearly 30 zombie militiamen surged out from the portal. Close behind were the zombie goblin warriors and poison archers. Seeing this scene, Lin Jian's face instantly turned pale. He let out a nearly hysterical scream. "You idiot Lin Mo! What the hell are you doing? Daring to invade my territory, you want to die." Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to waste words on him and directly activated his B-grade Lord skill Blood Revelry. Instantly, a layer of dark crimson bloodlight enveloped Lin Mo's zombie troops. Immediately after, these zombies surged toward Lin Jian's Lord Core like frenzied madmen. The sheer horror of the scene scared the piss out of Lin Jian. He quickly gathered all his followers near the Lord's Core. A perimeter wall and several arrow towers had been constructed here. Looking at the wooden walls and arrow towers he had spent a considerable amount of lumber to build, Lin Jian felt slightly more confident. If you're really that tough, Lin Mo, then try breaking through my walls. Let's see if your troops outnumber my wall's resilience. Under the enhancement of bloodthirsty delight, the militia zombies and goblin zombie warriors surged toward the walls in a frenzy. Meanwhile, within the barricades, the bitten soldiers' pupils rapidly turned ash gray. Soon after, the first militia zombie appeared inside the walls, followed by a second, a third. More and more militiamen were infected and turned into zombies. The plague is rapidly spreading throughout the territory. Chapter 4. The Desecrated Graveyard. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's zombie forces also reached the foot of the wall. Under the enhancement of bloody delight, the wooden wall was swiftly hacked open with a massive breach. Once the zombie troops entered, the entire camp completely lost its ability to resist. Soon, Lin Mo found Lin Jian's Lord Core. "Stop. No more fighting. I surrender. Cousin Lin Mo, I surrender. Please don't attack the Lord Core. I'm willing to serve you like a slave. I'll agree to anything." Lin Jian was completely panicked, his voice tinged with fear. "Please don't destroy my Lord Core. Without it I'll be a useless person. My whole life will be ruined." When you were scheming against my Lord Core, did you ever consider my life?" Lin Mo sneered and immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Hundreds of zombies launched their assault on the Lord's Core, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. "Lin Mo, you bastard. You're insane. Completely insane." At this moment, Lin Jian trembled uncontrollably, consumed by bitter regret. Why target Lin Mo? With the quality of the subordinates he had nurtured, getting into university would have been no problem at all. But now, it's all over. Amid Lin Jian's series of hysterical wails, a loud boom was heard. Lin Jian's Lord Core shattered into pieces. Then, a golden, glittering speck of light flew out from the remnants of the crystal. Lin Mo waved his hand through the air and effortlessly caught the speck of light in his grasp. This speck of light contained the full power of a first-level lord and a portion of his stored possessions. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened it. Obtained Void Essence Level 1. Resources acquired: Stone 1000, Wood 800, Iron or 300, Gold 100. Blueprints obtained: Wooden Wall Blueprint, Wooden Watchtower Blueprint, Poultry Farm Blueprint. Additional C-grade Lord skill acquired: Call to Arms. In addition, this battle also left his territory with 100 zombie villagers and 40 elven poison archers. What luck he actually managed to loot Lin Jian's Lord skill. Don't underestimate it. Just because it's a C-grade skill, it could fetch a decent price at the exchange. Lin Mo placed the Void Origin into his Lord Core. The Lord's level has successfully risen to level 2, and the territory area has expanded from the original 10 square kilometers to 20 square kilometers. Additionally, 2 territory buildings have been unlocked. Opening the status bar. Lin Mo, second tier lord. Territory area, 20 square kilometers. Subordinates, Zombie Goblin Warriors 49, Elite Poison Archers 3, Elf Poison Archers 40, Zombie Villagers 87. Buildable structures: new graveyard, heroic spirit summoning altar. Polluted land. This is a land devoid of hope, where most attempts at salvation are in vain. Lord skill, Blood Revelry B. Note: sacrificial skills do not fall under the Lord panel's scope. This panel finally looks somewhat decent. Lin Mo exhaled a long breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated, as the agreed-upon battle time stipulated in the contract came to an end. Lin Mo automatically exited the void territory and returned to reality. The moment he returned, he saw Lin Jian sobbing like a child in his mother's arms. Lin Mo, you're so cruel. Why did you have to destroy my Xiao Jian's territory? Don't you know he's a cripple now? Auntie's face twisted with fury, looking as if she wanted to tear Lin Mo apart limb by limb. The sharp stream of curses showed no sign of stopping. Lin Jian glared at him with resentment. The next second, he charged at him recklessly. Lin Mo didn't indulge him and directly kicked Lin Jian in the abdomen. Lin Jian's face instantly turned purple, and he curled up on the ground in pain. In my memory, my aunt had subjected me to plenty of domestic violence. Recalling the scenes of his past self being beaten black and blue, Lin Mo viciously kicked Lin Jian a couple more times. The aunt was terrified, her face deathly pale. But she didn't dare provoke the current Lin Mo. She could only hold her precious son with a pained expression. Lin Mo cast a cold glance at the mother and son before striding back to his bedroom. He gathered his identification documents, exam materials, and the money he had secretly earned from part-time jobs over the years. With his backpack on, Lin Mo left this cold place without looking back. From this moment on, Lin Mo will never set foot here again. This mother and son will have nothing to do with him anymore. Leaving the residential building, Lin Mo felt refreshed and light as if a weight had been lifted. He noticed that many neighbors were watching him from their windows with strange looks in their eyes. Lin Mo paid no heed to this and strode briskly toward the direction of the Lord Exchange. The Lord Exchange was a place in Tianhai City where lords traded and sold items. Tomorrow would be the National Grand Examination, one of the most critical turning points in an ordinary student's life. Now, Lin Mo is just a poor boy with no money or influence. To defy fate in this world where lords reign supreme, he must seize this opportunity of the national examination. Only by getting into a good university can he rely on its resources to grow stronger step by step. Lin Mo is a young man filled with a fighting spirit. Since he has been transmigrated into this world of lords, he cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Now, he must seize every moment to improve himself as much as possible. Time is running out for him. Arriving at the exchange, Lin Mo placed the materials looted from his cousin on the trading counter. 100 gold and 300 iron ore were sold for a total of 30,000 blue star coins. Various miscellaneous building blueprints were sold for 5,000 blue star coins in total. The C-grade Lord Skill Battle Summons is currently the most sought-after item. It was instantly listed and caught the attention of several lords, but the prices they offered were very low. The current deal is definitely not cost-effective. Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry either. Until the price reached his psychological expectation, he refused all transactions outright. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Mo's consciousness once again entered the Lord's space. He organized and grouped his existing subordinates, making some slight adjustments. He then proceeded to place the 2 newly acquired buildings around the Lord's core. Ding! Consumed stone 500, wood 500, built a graveyard. Ding! Consumed stone 300, wood 300, built a heroic spirit summoning altar. Just as Lin Mo was about to check the building descriptions, the system notification sound rang out again. Ding! Due to land pollution, the building's properties have changed. Building description: desecrated graveyard. Corpses placed in this graveyard cannot be resurrected by holy class units, but the death energy contained within will better repair corpse damage. Desecrated heroic spirit summoning altar. The vast majority of heroic spirits consider this altar too defiled and will not respond to its call. Upon reading the description of the new building, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Graveyards are not particularly rare structures. In fact, every lord would expend some resources to construct a graveyard. The primary function of these graveyards is to house the remains of more valuable elite or heroic subordinates who have fallen in battle. They remain there until the resurrection conditions are met, at which point resurrection skills can be used to bring them back to life. However, Lin Mo's territory's graveyard operates differently. Reciting the description of the defiled graveyard once more in his mind, Lin Mo buried an elite poison archer with a severed right hand in the graveyard. Chapter 5. New skill, Flesh Explosion. A few minutes in the real world, 3 hours had already passed in the territory world. By the time the elite poison archer crawled out of the graveyard again, his right arm had completely healed. This is no damn graveyard, it's practically a fountain of resurrection. Lin Mo instantly grew excited. Although his zombie army was formidable, their inability to self-repair was a major weakness. Now, with the existence of the defiled graveyard, his forces could recover their injuries within its grounds. After ordering all second-tier troops to retreat into the graveyard for recuperation, Lin Mo turned his attention to studying the second new structure, the desecrated altar of heroic spirit summoning. In the world of lords, heroic spirits are entities akin to heroes. Beyond possessing formidable individual abilities, they can also command troops and provide buff enhancements, among other functions. According to the building's description, because this summoning altar has been desecrated, most heroic spirits are unwilling to answer its call. Doesn't that mean it would be very difficult for me to obtain heroic spirit units in the early stages? With mixed emotions, Lin Mo still opened the altar. The next second, Lin Mo's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, and even his breathing became slightly erratic. Right in the center of the heroic spirit summoning platform, a purple phantom appeared. The distinctive pointed ears of an elf, yet with dark gray skin. A figure of extreme sensuality, with a pair of voluptuous curves at the chest. Dark Ranger Sylvanus Epic. Background. Originally a general of the High Elves, later corrupted and fallen to darkness, becoming a lone wanderer who roams between the realms of life and death, craving battle. Level. 1 can gain experience through combat to level up. Skills. Wind-piercing arrow, arrow rain, silence spell. Heroic auras. Power strike aura, archer's talent. Note. Under the shroud of the plague god, heroic spirits have also gained the ability to infect all things. Dark Ranger Xiao Hei, epic quality. Lin Mo was stunned. His altar was supposed to be contaminated by the territory. So why did an epic tier heroic spirit appear on his first summoning attempt? Heroic spirits are categorized into 5 tiers: common, rare, elite, epic, and legendary. During the novice period, even summoning a rare tier heroic spirit would be considered an incredible stroke of luck. Summon an elite heroic spirit, and you can easily get into any top-tier university in Dragon Country. And now, Lin Mo's altar actually contains an epic-level heroic spirit. Could it be that after the altar was desecrated, it drove away most ordinary heroic spirits, leaving only dark-aligned spirits willing to come to my territory? And such spirits are usually inherently powerful. At that moment, a very polite voice brought him back to reality. Hello, young man. My child is taking the college entrance exam tomorrow. How much are you selling this battle summon for? Returning to reality, Lin Mo saw a bespectacled father sitting across the trading table. Lin Mo replied courteously, "Hello, uncle. The current price is 200,000 blue star coins, or an equivalent exchange of items of the same tier." The uncle before him looked like an honest man, hesitating briefly before asking, "I only brought 150,000 blue star coins. Do you need the skill?" The bespectacled uncle then showed Lin Mo a crystal containing a Lord's skill. D-grade Lord skill Flesh Detonation. Detonate a subordinate's body, dealing area damage equal to the subordinate's full power strike. The moment Lin Mo saw the skill, he was momentarily stunned. Then, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Flesh Explosion. To think it was actually Flesh Explosion. Strictly speaking, this skill wasn't a powerful Lord ability. After all, the cost of detonation is the complete annihilation of one's own followers. But for Lin Mo, this skill is practically divine. His territory still has hundreds of zombie militiamen with no idea how to dispose of them. Using them for self-destruction would not only inflict massive casualties on enemies but also cause widespread infection. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo gave the elder a firm answer. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Mo immediately crushed the skill crystal. By now, he had already mastered two powerful skills: blood delight and flesh detonation. Lin Mo even controlled a zombie militiaman to test them out briefly. The explosive force was equivalent to that of a grenade, and at the moment of detonation, the skeletal fragments of the zombie militia scattered across a 5-meter radius. With this significant boost in strength, Lin Mo was brimming with confidence. He then proceeded to spend the remaining nearly 200,000 blue star coins on materials needed for the territory. 3 more graveyards were constructed, and a blueprint for a stone city wall was purchased, immediately encircling the camp's perimeter with a 3-meter-high wall. 6 ballistae were purchased in one go and installed at various positions along the city walls. Looking at the now well-established territory, Lin Mo felt much more at ease. Beep, beep. The knockoff phone suddenly rang at this moment. Lin Mo opened his phone. All 17th grade college entrance exam candidates are requested to return to school before 2 p.m. for the final preparatory work before the exam. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and he immediately headed toward the school. Tianhai High School, the best high school in Tianhai City. The gathering place for all the top students in Tianhai City. At this moment, explosive news is spreading across the campus. Have you heard? Lin Jian dropped out of school. Rumor has it he started a lord's duel with Lin Mo and had his lord core shattered. What? Isn't Lin Mo just a useless loser? How could this happen? Who knows? When Lin's mom was handling his withdrawal procedures, she was crying while telling the grade director exactly that. Inside classroom 2 of grade 12, a few students huddled together were also discussing the matter. One of the pointy-faced, skinny guys said with disdain, "Lin Jian, that damn sissy, is truly useless, can't even take down Lin Mo. He's always bragging to us about how powerful his followers are." Opposite the skinny guy, a calm-faced student leaned back in his chair. Lin Jian was always trash to begin with, so it's no surprise Lin Mo defeated him. The skinny guy immediately put on a fawning expression. Hehe. Brother Tian is absolutely right. Compared to you, even Lin Jian is just a piece of scrap metal. Our brother Tian is a super genius destined for Qinglan Academy. Zhang Tian promptly assumed a haughty demeanor. Yesterday I just recruited 3 third-tier mountain giants, so this time my goal is to get into the 4 Saints Academy. His voice was loud, with an obvious tone of showing off. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students couldn't help but show expressions of envy. For ordinary students, recruiting a group of first-tier troops was already a very difficult task. Third-tier troops were something they didn't even dare to dream of. Amid the discussion, Lin Mo's figure appeared at the classroom door. "Oh, isn't this the loser Lin Mo? You're so tough. Huh? Got your cousin expelled?" Chapter 6. The dominant Lin Mo. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the classroom, a shrill, mocking voice reached his ears. He slightly furrowed his brows and looked in the direction of the voice. A few male students had gathered together, eyeing him with rather contemptuous looks. The sharp-faced, skinny guy was called Manhwa, a notorious lackey from Class 2, Grade 3. The one standing opposite him was Zhang Tian, the leader of their little gang, who usually took the lead in bullying Lin Mo. At the first sight of these individuals, Lin Mo's predecessor's memories quickly flooded into his mind, forcing him to kneel in front of other classmates, cornering him in the restroom to be beaten and kicked. Even the money he earned from odd jobs had to be handed over to them. The past memories are still vivid. What a bunch of scum. Lin Mo's eyes turned somewhat cold as he silently returned to his seat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher arrived in the classroom. They methodically explained the procedures and precautions for the next day's exam. By the time the explanation was finished, an hour had already passed. The next period of time was left for free discussion among the students after the homeroom teacher departed. "Hey, loser Lin Mo, why don't you show us your vassals?" Manhwa said with a presumptuously familiar tone as he wrapped his arm around Lin Mo's neck from behind. With just a slight squeeze, a suffocating sensation surged from Lin Mo's neck. This was a common bullying tactic used by troublemaking students. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as he delivered a sharp elbow strike to Manhwa's abdomen. Manhwa grunted in pain and quickly released his grip on Lin Mo's arm, then said angrily, "You dare fight back? Kid, did you think defeating Lin Jian gave you the right to challenge us?" "Lin Jian is nothing," Lin Mo sneered. "And what are you supposed to be?" "You." The monkey-faced boy was furious, his face alternating between black and white with rage, especially since many students were now looking in their direction, making him feel even more humiliated. So he turned his head and shouted at Zhang Tian, Brother Tian, this punk won't listen to discipline. Seems like he's itching for a beating. How about we teach him a lesson? Zhang Tian crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority. Manhwa, we're lords now. Do we really need to dirty our hands dealing with trash like this? Manhwa's eyes lit up. After becoming lords, if disputes arose between them, they could initiate a territorial duel. If the conflict escalated further, they could even sign a battle contract. Of course, once the contract was signed, both parties would be permitted to destroy each other's lord cores and plunder resources, a fight to the death. At this moment, Manhwa found himself in an awkward position and could only glare coldly at Lin Mo. You worthless trash, dare to challenge me? Don't think my pack of savage hounds won't tear your territory to shreds. Lin Mo curled his lips into a smirk. Frenzied hounds? Fitting for the notorious lackey of Tianhai, even your minions match your style. Lin Mo's words successfully stoked Manhwa's fury. His eyes bulged as he roared. Damn you, Lin Mo! You must have a death wish. Dare to duel me? If not, get on your knees and call me grandpa right now. Make me happy, and maybe I won't bother with you. In Manhwa's impression, Lin Mo had always been a timid and submissive figure, so he was certain Lin Mo wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. But the next second, Lin Mo's calm voice rang out. Sure, let's have a fight then. Do we need to sign a duel contract? Looking at Lin Mo's calm expression, Manhwa inexplicably felt a bit uneasy inside. However, the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back now. The surrounding students couldn't help but egg him on, saying, Manhwa, didn't you always brag about your hound army being invincible? Now's the time to show it off. Beat the crap out of that Lin Mo and vent some anger for Lin Jian. Lin Mo is just a useless lord. Why are you afraid of him? Many of those who joined in the jeering were the same ones who had bullied Lin Mo before. Lin Mo's heart was as calm as still water, his expression serene. Just as Manhwa hesitated, Zhang Tian sneered and said, Monkey, don't be afraid. If you lose, I'll take care of him for you. It's been days since I taught this useless piece of scrap a lesson. Seems he's forgotten his own name. Since Zhang Tiandu had already said so, Manhwa gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Since you're asking for death, then come at me. The Lord's duel begins. The classroom is equipped with light screens for observing duels. After the two entered their respective territories, all the students looked up to watch. Since Manhwa is the invader, the audience's perspective currently focuses on him. Inside Manhwa's territory, a staggering 300 frenzied hounds swiftly gathered. The savage hounds are similar to wolfhounds, ranking among the weaker Tier 1 units. Generally speaking, they are suitable for mass cultivation to overwhelm enemies through sheer numbers. Seeing so many savage hounds on Manhwa's territory, the students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Don't let Manhwa's usual carefree attitude fool you. He's clearly put serious effort into developing his followers. With 300 frenzied hounds, getting into a decent academy should be a sure thing. Frenzied hounds are highly mobile. I wonder if Lin Mo can handle them. Listening to the discussions around him, Manhwa couldn't help but feel smug. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, Army of frenzied hounds, charge into Lin Mo's territory and tear everything apart. 300 hounds poured out in full force, swiftly flooding into Lin Mo's territory. The perspective of Lord Battles resembles the top-down view of players in real-time strategy games. Unexplored areas are all shrouded in the fog of war. Watching the hound army charge forward without encountering any attacks, Manhwa couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. Fool Lin Mo, why aren't you resisting? Are you scared by my hound army? In reality, it wasn't just Manhwa who thought this way. Even the observing students felt Lin Mo's territory was too weak. Every lord's territory has limited space. Whether for constructing buildings or developing livestock, sufficient area is required. Moving forward without encountering any obstacles meant the lord's territory had pitifully few buildings. Just as the monkey was secretly gloating, thinking this round was in the bag. The next second, a 2-meter-long arrow shot out from the fog of war. The arrow was astonishingly powerful, piercing through 4 hounds before losing momentum. Is that a ballista? A sharp-eyed student instantly recognized the origin of the arrow. A single ballista costs 10,000 blue star coins. Where would Lin Mo get the money to buy one? Before anyone could react, several more arrows shot out from the mist. In just this short time, over a dozen of Manhwa's hound army had already been taken down. Damn it, all of you. Charge into the enemy camp. Manhwa grew impatient and urged his hounds to pick up the pace. However, As the fog of war gradually dissipated, a 3-meter-high pristine white city wall appeared in the scene. In addition to the mounted ballistae, the city wall was also lined with dozens of elven archers. In an instant, arrows rained down like a torrent, instantly killing over a dozen hounds. Linemo, how the hell do you even have a city wall? Chapter 7: The Power of an Epic Hero. Monkey's face was filled with disbelief. Given the attack power of the frenzied hounds, forget about stone walls, they could barely damage wooden ones. Without large siege equipment, breaching the city walls would be extremely difficult. It's a complete freebie. In just a few seconds of stunned hesitation, the cascading arrows had already killed nearly 50 frenzied hounds. These arrows were no ordinary ones, either their penetration power and accuracy far surpassed that of typical archers. Linemo glanced at the dark ranger hidden in the rear, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. As an epic-level heroic spirit, the Dark Ranger Sylvanas possesses incredibly powerful aura skills. Stronghold Aura increases the range and arrow penetration of archer units. Marksman's Talent enhances the accuracy of archers. With these two auras active, the combat power of first-tier elven poison archers is nearly on par with second-tier units. What are you standing there for? Retreat now. Do you want to be wiped out by the archers? Zhang Tian's voice snapped Ma Ho out of his daze. Sweating profusely, Ma Ho frantically issued the retreat order. However, Lin Mo's combat strength was far from limited to just archers and city walls. But the next second, beneath the area where the frenzied hounds were located, hundreds of zombie militiamen emerged from the ground. Their bodies were broken and tattered, with many missing arms entirely, appearing utterly devoid of combat strength. Upon seeing the enemy appear, the frenzied hounds immediately bared their fangs and pounced. It was often several hounds tearing at a single zombie militiaman. Though the towering city walls were insurmountable for them, dealing with these trash militia was still quite simple. Yet the next second, Lin Mo activated his D-rank Lord skill, Flesh Detonation. The zombie militiamen who had been mauled by the hounds suddenly had their bellies swell up violently, followed immediately by a series of fierce explosions. Each explosion packed the destructive power equivalent to a fragmentation grenade. The bone fragments were propelled outward by the shockwave, causing widespread devastation. The collective explosion of nearly 100 zombie militiamen was terrifying in its destructive power. Within seconds, the frenzied hounds suffered heavy casualties. Of the 300 frenzied hounds, fewer than 50 survived this round of explosions. And every single one was affected, sustaining wounds that visibly festered at an alarming rate. Of the 300 frenzied hounds, less than a quarter remained. At this moment, Mahu's face was deathly pale, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The classroom was plunged into dead silence. The students who witnessed this battle were utterly shocked. Wasn't Lin Mo known as the school's biggest loser? How did he suddenly become so strong? Where did his city walls and archers come from? And how could his subordinate troops hide underground? Did Lin Mo just blow up his own subordinates? What a ruthless guy. No one had expected that in this battle Mahu would lose to Lin Mo so easily. Even those frenzied hounds that survived the explosion seemed to have been poisoned, collapsing lifeless on the ground before they could escape Lin Mo's territory. Thus, all 300 of Mahu's frenzied hounds perished without exception on Lin Mo's land. The battle ended, and Mahu, as if drained of his very soul, slumped to the ground in defeat. He seemed utterly dazed, his eyes vacant and lifeless. It's over, completely over. Tomorrow's college entrance exam is doomed. Why the hell did I have to provoke Lin Mo? I could have just gotten through tomorrow's exam and gone to university. Now everything's ruined, yet no one pitied the monkey lying on the ground. More people were puzzled by how Lin Mo had become so strong. Had his previous weakness been an act? Or had he encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Considering these possibilities, those who had once bullied Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. There was a hint of wariness in the looks directed at Lin Mo now. Heh, Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless toward yourself. Zhang Tian stepped forward with an arrogant expression. You'd rather self-destruct your own followers just to take out Monkey's troops. You don't have many soldiers left in your territory now, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the class immediately snapped back to attention. That's right, although that series of explosions just now was terrifyingly powerful, they were all bought with the lives of his followers. With explosions on such a large scale, Lin Mo's territory must have very few followers left. Haha, I get it now. Lin Mo is just putting on a brave face. His territory probably only has a few elven archers remaining at most. Zhang Tian curled his lips into a faint smile, then immediately pulled out a parchment scroll from his pocket. Lin Mo, do you dare to challenge me to a contract battle? The winner takes the spoils from the loser. The moment these words were spoken, the classroom fell into dead silence, only to erupt in gasps and exclamations moments later. Zhang Tian, are you insane? The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Do you really need to fight to the death right now? What if you end up like Monkey Ma and lose all your followers? You'd be ruined. Zhang Tian is trying to obtain Lin Mo's Lord Core to advance to a second-tier lord. The monkey lying on the ground finally regained his senses. With a venomous expression, he glared at Lin Mo and said, Brother Tian, help me kill this bastard. Since he won't let me live in peace, don't let him off either. Zhang Tian had naturally considered the risks of signing the dual contract. But compared to the gains from winning, this little risk is almost negligible. Moreover, the third-tier troops I possess happen to be siege units, making it effortless to deal with Lin Mo's city walls. With this in mind, Zhang Tian provocatively glared at Lin Mo. Whoever backs out is a coward. Trash Lin Mo. Do you dare accept this challenge or not? Accept or not? Of course I accept. At this moment, Lin Mo was dividing part of his consciousness within the territory. The corpses of hounds left by the monkey in his domain all suddenly opened their eyes. Then they climbed up from the ground. A full 300 zombie hounds, the territory's combat power, had just taken another massive leap forward. Seeing Zhang Tian so eager to deliver supplies to him, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. He immediately scribbled his signature on the contract. The next second, the contract agreement floated into the air, transforming into specks of starlight before vanishing before everyone's eyes. At that moment, across the entire school's major chat groups and confession walls, news about the contract duel between Lin Mo from Class 2, Grade 12 and Zhang Tian spread like wildfire. Many students and teachers opened the live battle viewing system to watch the match. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a mature woman in a purple dress pursed her red lips slightly. Lu Hui, the youngest and first female principal in Tianhai High School's history, at just 35 years old, she was already a powerful 8th-tier Grand Lord. She unconsciously furrowed her brows. How could a student sign a dual contract? Why didn't the grade director stop it? In the school, to prevent students from engaging in contract duels due to momentary impulses, the school has an alarm system in place. Logically, when Zhang Tian presented the contract agreement, the grade-level director should have noticed immediately and stepped in to stop it. The principal's secretary had a complicated expression. Of the two students involved in the duel, one is Director Zheng's nephew, Zhang Tian, while the other is an ordinary student named Lin Mo, someone with no background and very average talent. The reason no one intervened might be related to the identities of these two students. Hearing this, Lu Hui's frown deepened. Chapter 8. Frenzied Infection. The moment the contract took effect, Lin Mo and Zhang Tian were simultaneously pulled into their respective territories. Immediately afterward, a massive portal connected the two domains. Perhaps overly confident in his assured victory over Lin Mo, Zhang Tian chose to take the initiative and attack. 100 Orcish axemen wielding iron battle axes were the first to set foot on Lin Mo's territory. They were followed by 52nd-tier Orcish archers and 3 mountainous stone golems. The teachers and students watching the battle simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Those are actually 3rd-tier mountain golems. Zhang Tian even managed to recruit mountain golems. That's absolutely brutal. The orc archers are 2nd-tier ranged units, absolutely formidable. With axemen, archers, and 3 3rd-tier mountain giants, Lin Mo is definitely going to lose this time. In the principal's office, Zhang Dong, the head of the senior year department, leisurely sipped his tea while keeping an eye on the battle screen. That's my good nephew for you. Didn't let your uncle down. Once I devour Lin Mo's Lord Core, getting into the Four Saints Academy will be practically guaranteed. In classroom 2 of grade 12, Zhang Tian listened to the constant gasps of astonishment around him. His face couldn't suppress an expression of wild joy. Unable to resist, he mocked Lin Mo. Worthless Lin Mo, I advise you to surrender now. Kneel immediately and call me Grandpa. Maybe then I'll consider letting you off. Seeing Lin Mo ignore him, Zhang Tian snorted coldly and immediately issued the attack order. Soon, the troops arrived and halted at the spot where the frenzied hounds had been ambushed. The ground was littered with craters left by explosions. But, Dozens of orc slaves were seen positioning wagons loaded with massive boulders in front of the mountain giants. The three mountain giants continuously grabbed the boulders and hurled them toward Lin Mo's camp. Boom! 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 The massive boulders struck the city walls with dull, thunderous impacts. One particularly large boulder even smashed a defensive ballista to pieces. 3 poison archers were pulverized into bloody pulp by the falling debris. Witnessing this scene, the entire school couldn't help but gasp in shock. The mountain giant's long-range destructive capability is simply heaven-defying. Just by standing still and relentlessly hurling boulders, it's enough to wreak massive havoc on the territory. It seems Lin Mo's chances of survival are slim this time. Soon, Lin Mo's troops appeared on the battlefield. It was a full 300 frenzied hounds, their sudden appearance immediately drawing gasps from the crowd, especially Mahu, who literally jumped up from the ground. What's going on? These are my Hound Legion. How is Lin Mo controlling my Hound Legion? Some students in the class with sharp eyes immediately pointed out the issue. Wait, look, these frenzied hounds are covered in wounds. They don't seem alive. Could they be corpses reanimated by necromancy? Does Lin Mo's territory have a high-level necromancer? Impossible. Only lords of tier 3 or higher can recruit necromancers. And these hounds don't even have soul fires burning in their eye sockets. While the crowd was wildly speculating, the zombie hounds had already begun closing in on Zhang Tian's team. Zhang Tian snorted coldly and immediately commanded the orc archers and mountain giants to launch their attack. A rain of countless arrows descended, instantly wiping out large swathes of the zombie hounds. The mountain giants continuously hurled massive boulders, each throw capable of smashing 7 or 8 zombie hounds to pieces. In the end, only a dozen or so of the 300 zombie hounds managed to break through into Zhang Tian's elite archer ranks before detonating themselves. The explosions were feeble, merely wounding a dozen or so orc archers with minor injuries. Ha! You dare attack my army with such cannon fodder? Zhang Tian sneered contemptuously. Sacrificing your own minions for suicide attacks is the height of stupidity. You fool, Lin Mo, you. Zhang Tian hadn't even finished speaking when a dark silhouette on the city wall drew its bowstring taut. A spiral of air currents formed around the arrow, wind-piercing arrow. In the next instant, the arrow shot forth with a sound that split the air. Its speed was so great that the naked eye could only catch the faintest afterimage in its wake. There was a soft thud, as the arrow accurately embedded itself into the eye socket of a mountain giant. The mountain giant immediately let out a muffled roar. Lin Mo has a heroic spirit. The teachers and students watching the battle all turned their gazes toward Lin Mo's city wall. On the city wall, a grayish-white elven hero was seen drawing a bow and preparing to shoot an arrow. Her voluptuous and alluring figure exuded a dark, mysterious aura. Beneath the cloak, her delicate face was covered with an icy frost that warned strangers to keep their distance. What kind of heroic spirit is she? Has anyone seen her before? It's not recorded in the textbooks. Could this be an undiscovered heroic spirit? A single arrow severely wounded a third-tier mountain giant. No ordinary heroic spirit could achieve such firepower. It must be at least rare grade. The entire school erupted as teachers and students alike stared in shock, buzzing with frenzied discussions. Lin Mo's classmates, in particular, wore expressions of utter disbelief. That spineless pushover who used to endure Zhang Tian's casual humiliation and insults, how did he suddenly become so strong? To be able to summon a heroic spirit even before the college entrance exams, his future is limitless. Many students who had bullied Lin Mo felt their hearts leap into their throats, silently praying that Zhang Tian would definitely take him down. If he were to rise up and seek revenge, that would be disastrous. At this moment, inside the principal's office, Lu Hui observed Lin Mo's heroic spirit, a flicker of barely concealed excitement flashing through her beautiful eyes. As an 8th-tier Grand Lord, her experience far surpassed that of these high school students. With just one glance, she could tell that the bow-wielding heroic spirit was neither a rare nor an elite one, but a genuine epic-level heroic spirit. Lord ranks range from level 1 to 9, divided into tiers every 3 levels. The first 3 levels are novice lords, the middle 3 are lords, and level 7 to 9 are high lords. Every 3 levels allows for the summoning of an additional heroic spirit into the territory. What does an epic-level heroic spirit signify? Even the super geniuses of the Imperial Dragon Academy are as rare as phoenix feathers if they can obtain an epic-level heroic spirit before advancing to Lord status. Yet Lin Mo started the game with an epic heroic spirit right from the beginning. How could this not excite Lu Hui? During the territorial battle, Zhang Tian was shocked to discover that Lin Mo's territory actually possessed a high-quality heroic spirit. His eyes burned with envy. He immediately ordered the remaining 2 mountain giants to launch an attack on the Dark Ranger. Massive rocks came flying toward the Dark Ranger, yet her cold gaze showed no trace of panic. Instead, she dodged the boulders with extraordinary agility. Soon, the cooldown for the wind-piercing arrow ended. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Ranger once again drew her bow, pulling the string to its full draw. Wind-piercing arrow. Thud. The arrow remained impeccably accurate, instantly embedding itself in the hill giant's eye socket. The second hill giant collapsed to its knees, losing all ability to fight back. 2 of the 3 mountain giants fell in an instant. Such is the might of an epic-tier heroic spirit. Zhang Tian's heart bled with anguish. His gaze toward Lin Mo grew increasingly venomous. Yet, just as he was about to mobilize his forces to deliver the final blow to Lin Mo, it was Lin Mo's nonchalant voice that rang out, "It's over." Chapter 9. Oppression from the Dean. Over? What's over? Zhang Tian was utterly confused, completely unaware of what Lin Mo meant by "it's over." However, in the next second, a scene that made Zhang Tian's pupils dilate in shock unfolded. The 2 mountain giants, who had been half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up. As they rose, their entire bodies visibly secreted a layer of dark green mucus. Poison-infused stone giant. A rock giant whose attacks come with a poison attribute splash effect, possessing extreme infectivity. After glancing at the poison giant's description, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. The next second, he issued an attack command to the poison giant. The 2 poison giants suddenly raised their hands and smashed them down fiercely onto the orc axe wielders below. With 2 deafening booms, 10 axe wielders were instantly killed. The ordeal wasn't over yet. The poison-soaked rubble, propelled by tremendous force, shot out like bullets. They ricocheted violently in all directions. A nearby axeman was struck directly in the chest by the debris and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Tian's mountain giant was now attacking Zhang Tian's own troops. The scene before them not only terrified Zhang Tian, it also deeply shocked the teachers and students who were watching the battle. Many students stood with their mouths agape, completely petrified. What on earth is going on here? How did Zhang Tian's mountain giant become Lin Mo's subordinate? The most terrifying part is that after becoming Lin Mo's subordinate, the stone giant's attack power seems to have grown even stronger. The last remaining mountain giant attempted to attack the poison giant. Yet the moment it raised its arm, a whistling arrow pierced straight into its eye socket. On the distant city walls, the Dark Ranger lowered her bow, her icy pupils radiating contempt for life. The third poison-infused stone golem slowly rose from the ground. The battle situation instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The axemen slain by the poison golems began climbing back to their feet. His face was filled with a ravenous craving for raw flesh and blood. Under Lin Mo's deliberate control, the zombie axemen charged toward the team of second-tier archers. Meanwhile, the toxic giant continued its frenzied slaughter of the first-tier axemen on the spot. With the terrifying destructive power of the toxic giant, Zhang Tian's forces completely collapsed. In the grade director's office, Director Zhang watched the brutal battle unfold, his grip faltering as the teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. With a grim expression, he pulled up Lin Mo's records. This doesn't make sense. Lin Mo is indeed a poor-performing student with no background or strength. How could he possess such bizarre subordinates? The ability to directly convert enemy forces into your own troops is even more overpowered than an undead-type lord. Director Zhang's expression darkened instantly as he stood up from his workstation and headed straight for Class 2-3. At the same time, Lu Hui in the principal's office also rose to her feet and said to the secretary beside her, "Come with me to Class 2-3. I want to meet student Lin Mo in person." The scene shifts back to the Lord's battle. The spread of the plague was so rapid that, by the time Zhang Tian came to his senses, all of his followers had already been transformed into zombies. Watching the army he had painstakingly built now serving under Lin Mo, Zhang Tian's face twisted in extreme fury, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, Lin Mo was in an exceptionally good mood at this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. But now was not yet the time for the final harvest. Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he immediately sent out the goblin warriors and elven poison archers within the city walls. The 2 teams gather and converge into a more powerful zombie force. All familiars on command, Launch a general attack on the enemy territory. The moment the words fell, Zhang Tian's face suddenly changed drastically. Compared to Lin Mo's deadly territory, Zhang Tian's territory was much more vibrant. As far as the eye could see, large forests and grasslands and even mining caves. Zhang Tian similarly pulled up the walls on his territory. There were at least twice as many defending crossbows on the walls than Rimmer, but it was all a minor issue. Only the zombie swordsman automatically walked up to the poison giant. The poison giant grabbed the zombie knife and axe man and threw it in the direction of the city wall. The defending crossbow shot arrows that penetrated the zombie knife and axe man but could not kill him. One of the zombie knife and axe handlers smashes into a private house, followed by a bloody blast. Screams came from inside the private house, and in the next second, several zombies surged out, biting people on sight. More zombie cutlasses were thrown over the walls. When they hit the militia guarding the city, they will either be smashed to death and turn into zombies, or they will be blown up and seriously injured and turn into zombies after a while. The plague spread rapidly through Zhang Tian's camp. The bloodthirsty zombies have crazily infected the civilians in the city, forming small waves of corpses everywhere. Lin Mo saw that the infection was almost over, and directly opened the Lord's skill, Blood Delight. The zombie villagers suddenly looked like they had gone mad, and the rate of infection increased steeply. Zhang Tian's large force had already been defeated by Lin Mo, and there were no troops to stop the spread of the infection. Zhang Tian's face turned pale as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Damn it, Rimmer. You won all right? Get your damn dependents out of my territory. I promise I won't mess with you again." Lin Mo sneered. "You used to bully me so well and forced me to kneel in front of the whole class. Do you think I'll spare you now?" Although it was Lin Mo's predecessor that Zhang Tian had bullied, Lin Mo felt obligated to take out this bad anger for his predecessor. He then looked at Zhang Tian with a sneer on his face. "I have good news for you. My dependents have discovered the location of the Lord's core. Didn't you clamor to break my Lord's core? And now I intend to do the same." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhang Tian's face changed drastically. "Lin Mo, brother Lin Mo, don't. It's my fault. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Don't ever break my Lord's core. I'll become useless. Hee hee. Guys like you who only bully the weak are better off becoming trash." Lin Mo sneered and immediately gave the order to attack the Lord's core. Zhang Tian, like Lin Jian, is a perpetrator of college bullying. For such scum, Lin Mo would never show mercy. Lin Mo revealed his cold side, which made many students fearful. "Lin Mo, you stop it." A cold, stern voice rang out from outside the classroom. However, he saw Zhang Dong, the head of the grade department, pointing at Lin Mo's nose and scolding him. "Lin Mo, you maliciously attacked another student's Lord's core. It's of a bad nature. We don't need students like you in Tianhai High School. From now on, you're fired. You don't have to take the entrance exam tomorrow either." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding students immediately revealed a look of horror. They didn't expect that the head of the grade department would directly want to expel Lin Mo as soon as he appeared. While it was true that having a contractual sparring match was against school regulations, it was clearly Zhang Tian who had proposed this sparring match. At this time, Zhang Tian had already revealed a smug look. That expression seemed to be saying, "If you have the guts, destroy my core, and when the time comes, I'll directly expel you, so that you won't even be able to go to college." Chapter 10: Flesh and Blood Cloning Machine. Facing the level director's intimidation, Lin Mo coldly grunted and directly executed Flesh and Blood Blast. The zombies that were frantically attacking the Lord's core had their stomachs bulge and instantly exploded. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Tian's Lord core shattered with a loud bang. Lin Mo really destroyed the core of Zhang Tian's territory. Zhang Tian's face was bloodless and he collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, occasionally twitching twice. "You seek death." Zhang Dong came to Lin Mo in a murderous rage, his eyes filled with violent anger. His own nephew had a chance to get into the Four Sacred Academy, but now he was actually wasted. A great future was lost, and he, as the eldest uncle, had a heart that was dripping with blood. However, just as Zhang Dong was preparing to force an invasion war, an icy voice rang out from the door. "Director Zhang, you're so official." Immediately after, Lu Hui, the principal of Tianhai Middle School, walked in with a cold gaze. Eyes like steel knives shot towards Zhang Dong, and the aura of an 8th-level Great Lord instantly erupted. Zhang Dong trembled and immediately lowered his head. "Principal Lu." Listen to my explanation. Lu Hui, however, interrupted in disgust. Harboring your nephew to devour other students' Lord Cores. You don't need to work as this director. Roll up and leave immediately. When these words came out, Zhang Dong's face instantly changed drastically. He had just said he was going to expel Lin Mo on one foot, and then he was directly expelled by the principal on the next. The smack in the face came so fast it was like a tornado. And Zhang Tian and his little gang do the expulsion as well. Lu Hui's next sentence made the bullies fall into an ice cave. The bullies were genuinely scared and instantly wailed in disregard. If something like this hadn't happened today, I wouldn't have realized that so many dregs would have appeared under Director Zheng's tutelage. Lu Hui was truly angry, leaving no mercy at all. The conflict between Lin Mo and Zhang Tian ended with the principal intervening and expelling Zhang Dong, Zhang Tian, and the others. After this battle, Lin Mo was also completely famous in Tianhai Middle School. Those students who had previously looked down on him were now looking at Lin Mo again with awe in their eyes. There was even no lack of flatterers who took the initiative to come and get close to Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored all of these people. He was called to the office by the principal. Inside the office, Lu Hui first rose in style and bowed and apologized to Lin Mo. Said it was a problem with her governance which allowed Limmer to be bullied in school. In order to make up for Lin Mo's loss in spirit, Lu Hui replenished Lin Mo a material gift package out of her own pocket. 5,000 each of stone and wood, and 1,000 finished iron ingots. The market value of these materials was around 70,000 to 80,000 Blue Star dollars. Sort of a kinda reasonable compensation for Lin Mo. Immediately afterward, Lu Hui opened the door to the main purpose of having him come over. Mr. Lin Mo, have you thought about which college you want to go to? This question really stumped Rimmer. From the time he crossed over to now, he hadn't pulled himself together enough to think about his high school volunteering. So uncertainly, he said, for Saints Academy? Who knows? Lu Hui's thin lips pursed slightly and shook her head. The Four Sacred Academy can only rank in the top 60 amongst the major colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. And your strength doesn't stop there. Seeing the principal's serious tone, Lin Mo immediately asked, Principal, do you have any recommendations? I suggest you shock the Imperial Dragon Academy. Imperial Dragon Academy? That #1 university in the Dragon Kingdom that's been called a concentration camp for monsters? Seeing that Lin Mo was in deep thought, Lu Hui immediately explained, your potential is not weaker than those geniuses. I have confidence in you. Coming out of the principal's office, Lin Mo's mind was all about applying for the Imperial Dragon Academy. Although it was difficult to get into the Imperial Dragon Academy, the future was bright as long as you got in. In a world where lords are honored, you have to be a powerful lord to get by. After some serious contemplation, Lin Mo made up his mind to enroll in the Imperial Dragon Academy. Thinking like this, Lin Mo took out the light points he had gotten from Zhang Tian's core. The slightest movement of his mind struck it, and a large bag of supplies was presented before Lin Mo's eyes. Acquisition of Void Origin Level 1. Acquired resources: stone 5,000, timber 5,000, iron or 3,000, gold 500. Additional B-level Lord skill: Whisper of the Sleepwalker. Extra item obtained: Scroll of the Coordinates of the Voidlands. Huh? That kid Zhang Tian has a B-rank skill, how come I don't see him using it? With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Mo opened the skill introduction. B-level Lord skill Lobbyist's Whisper. You will have an easier time persuading wild units to become your dependents after releasing the skill. Lin Mo understood, so this Lobbyist's Whisper was an auxiliary skill. No wonder Zhang Tian was able to recruit third-order mountain giants and a whole bunch of orc-strong archers. It turned out to be because this skill existed. First-level lords have and can only have one lord skill, and can learn one more skill per level. Of course, lords can also use forgetting potions to forget their current skills and replace them with more powerful ones. However, although Whisper of the Sleeper is good, it is very weak to Lin Mo. His dependents were all transformed through infection. There was no such thing as taming. The trading market is now closed, so when the high school is over, the trading market will change to the resources you need. With this in mind, Lin Mo focused his eyes on the second extra item. It was a scroll that recorded the coordinates of the Voidlands. Voidlands Coordinates Scroll Miniature. A miniature island floating in the Voidlands on which you can see some stone giants and orc soldiers. Zhang Tian's soldiers originally came from here. Lin Mo licked his lips. After tonight, I'm going to make all the creatures on this island my dependents. Casually absorbing Zhang Tian's void origin, Lin Mo opened his Lord panel. Rimmer. Second Order Lords progress 25%. Territory area 25 square kilometers 5 kilometers added by absorbing Zhang Tian's void origin. Dependence. Zombie Goblin Warriors 43, Elf Poison Archers 16, Elite Poison Archers 43, including second-level elves and second-level orcs, Poison Impregnated Stone Giants 3, Zombies 67 including militia and villagers. Existing buildings. Stone walls 67% durability, defiled graveyard 4, defiled altar. Contaminated land. It's a land without much hope and hard to save. Overlord skills. Blood Delight B, Flesh and Blood Blast C. Spirit. Sylvanas the Dark Ranger LV3. Note: SSS ranked Sacrifice and Pestilence God are not part of the Lord's skills and are not recorded on the panel. Looking at his somewhat cluttered panel, Lin Mo waved his hand and instantly launched the sacrifice, only to see that all zombies below the second rank were wrapped in white flames and turned into flying ash. The dependence panel is suddenly a lot neater. Phew, comfortable. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together with a look of anticipation. Let's see what good things this sacrifice has given. Ding, obtaining the flesh and blood cloning machine drawing. Chapter 11. The absolutely beautiful blind girl. Flesh and blood cloning machine. Consume the flesh and blood of soldiers of the same rank to clone a unit of the same rank that already exists in the territory. Example: putting a second-order zombie kobold warrior into the machine can clone a melee or long-range unit of the same rank, and the host can also incorporate certain characteristics into it, and if the incorporation is successful, the clone will carry the characteristics. This machine is heaven-defying. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. I can totally design the miscellaneous soldiers to be used as the soldiers I need. But the biggest use of a flesh and blood clone machine is to convert combat-ready high-ranking soldiers. Low-level cannon fodder armies don't have conversion value, and sacrifice draws are still the best option if there are too many of them. Building a flesh and blood cloner consumes 400 finished iron ingots as well as 5,000 units each of stone and wood. With Lin Mo's current resources, he could barely build 2 flesh and blood clones. After the cloning machine was built, Lin Mo threw the zombie goblin warrior as well as the orc strong archer into the furnace to transform them respectively. The converted troop types became second-order zombie fighters and second-order zombie archers. Few thoroughly comfortable. Lin Mo exited the territory beautifully, then looked for a restaurant to eat at. Because he had completely broken with his host family, at night temporarily Lin Mo decided to find a hotel near the school to stay. Handsome man live in the store, there are beautiful women. The roadside. A few dressed in flamboyant old aunts frequently threw winks. Lin Mo's old face blushed and subconsciously accelerated his steps. He was a good student, how could he have fallen into this? However, after turning around, all the small inns around seemed to be of this kind, more or less colored. Lin Mo doesn't want to live in a hotel. He has limited funds to go to college later. Traveling expenses, living expenses, tuition, there's a lot of money to spend. This is the stage where you save what you can. Just as Rimmer was standing on the side of the road in a daze, a sedan pulled up in front of him and the window fell down, revealing a rather intellectual and delicate face. Student Lin Mo, why aren't you going home this late? Lu Hui asked with some doubt. Lin Mo scratched his head and briefly told him about himself. The death of both parents, a vicious aunt and a schoolyard bully. Lin Mo's life has caused Lu Hui to feel a strong sense of compassion and guilt. Let's do this, Lin Mo student. Tonight you come and stay at my house, Lu Hui said. Prepare for the college entrance exams in peace and quiet, and wait for other things to be said after the entrance exams are over. Huh? That's not good, is it? Lin Mo was a little embarrassed. What's wrong with that? It's only for one night. Lu Hui personally opened the car door for Lin Mo. You're the only student from Tianhai Middle School who has a chance to get into God's Capital Dragon Academy. In public and in private. I have to take care of you. Rimmer was asked to get into the car before he realized that there was a girl sitting on the end of the back seat. It's an unusually stunning-looking girl. Delicate features, white skin. Even the school flower of Tianhai Middle School would instantly pale in front of her. It was just a shame that the girl's pupils were a sickly grayish white. The whole person also looked sickly because of these empty pupils. There's a compassionate, morbid beauty to it. Rimmer's heart tightened. This was a blind girl. She's my niece? Lu Hui smiled. Like you? She's also a student at Tianhai Middle School. But I'm not usually in school because of my health. Rimmer realized as an afterthought. Is she a lord too? Lu Hui smiled and nodded her head. Of course, don't underestimate Oaoaa. She is a genius who has the same chance as you to get into God's Julong Academy, though the lords do not use the naked eye to see when they enter the territory. But it was the first time that the blind Lord Lin Mo had seen it. Auntie, when do we get home? I'm hungry. The girl's voice was soft and sweet. Hearing it in Lin Mo's ears, there was a feeling that his ears were going to get pregnant. Couldn't help but look at the girl twice more. Lu Hui lives in a single-family house with her niece. After the casual dinner, Lin Mo stayed in the room arranged by Lu Hui to prepare for the college entrance exam tomorrow. At this time located in a small pink room on the second floor. Lu Oao sat cross-legged, a faint golden halo emanating from her body. Apparently, at this point she was still running her territory. Anyway, just rest early today, Lu Hui said with some heartache. With your ability, it's not hard to enter the Imperial Dragon Academy. Auntie, do you think my eyes will have a chance to recover if I get into God's Julong Academy? Lu Hui nodded. The Dragon Academy is as strong as a cloud. The only way to recover is to enter there. But my territory belongs to the auxiliary resource type of territory. Lu Oai reveals a touch of worry. Its own combat power isn't high, I'm worried. Lu Hui softly consoled. Don't worry. Owned when the time comes. I'll find the right people to protect you. On the other hand, Lin Mo, who had returned to his room, made a few adjustments and began his last preparation before the college entrance exam. Inside the territory, 43 Second Order zombie fighters and 43 Second Order zombie shooters were ready to go. The 3 poison giants recovering from their injuries also stood at the very back of the group. In the next second, a golden portal appeared in the open space in front of them. Unlike the novice continent, this time the portal led to a small floating island. It was the coordinate scroll that had exploded from Zhang Tian's hand. The moment he entered the floating island, Lin Mo was stunned by the sight before him. Only at the foot of the mountain, hordes of orc soldiers were roaming around. There were teams of orc strong archers and teams of orc swordsmen. There were several orc units in this part of the foothills alone. And further away in the jungle, Lin Mo vaguely saw several tall figures made of rocks. That's a mountain giant. Lin Mo told the zombie warriors and archers to stay where they were, then controlled the 3 poison giants to approach towards a unit of first-rank swordsmen. When they saw the poison giants appear, they swung their axes and charged. However, in the next second, the poison giant raised his venom-soaked arm and slammed it towards the ground. In a matter of moments, it smashed a few sword and axemen into pieces of flesh, and the splash damage directly hit a dozen or so sword and axemen hard. In just under 3 minutes, this unit of sword and axemen was strangled by the poison giants. The cutthroats that didn't turn to mincemeat rose from the ground and became zombies. The attack on the orc swordsmen continued after a few rounds of kills. The First Order zombies transformed by the knife and axe handlers soon accumulated to 500. As far as the eye could see, there was a great deal of crowing. A wave of otherworldly corpses has formed. Next, Lin Mo controlled the tide of corpses to frantically carry out blood blasting on the island. Large swathes of orc troops on the island were quickly infected and converted into Rimmer's dependents. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. The first thing Lin Mo did when he opened his eyes was to enter the territory to check on its development. With the blood cloner running at full power, the size of the zombie army in Lin Mo's territory was already quite impressive. And the most noticeable were the 23rd rank rock giants standing quietly on the outskirts of the territory. Next, the high school exams begin. Chapter 12. Exam begins. Evil God polluted land. Early in the morning, the breeze was warm. The streets and alleys are covered with red slogans saying, "Go for the college entrance exam." The Dragon Kingdom's annual college entrance examination is of universal concern and unprecedented in its pomp and circumstance. Lin Mo walked into the exam room after submitting his exam materials. The students around them were more or less revealing nervousness at the moment. On the contrary, Lin Mo was clear and calm in his demeanor. He followed the procedure and entered the examination room, then quietly waited for the test to begin. Next, whether to turn into a dragon or a worm. Right here and now. Candidates, please enter the room in an orderly manner according to your test number. Please be quiet during this process. A huge golden curtain of light enveloped the entire playground. The students opened their eyes again and found themselves in the middle of their respective territories. An incomparably majestic voice rang out from above. This exam is divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, and the use of all props and troop types not produced by one's territory is strictly prohibited during the exam. Once found, it will be treated as cheating and disqualified from the exam. So next, let the exam begin. A huge 5-minute countdown appears over the territory, and the end of the countdown will usher in the first wave of foreign invasion. Lin Mo likewise saw the countdown and immediately commanded 202nd Order zombie archers to prepare for battle on the city wall. In addition to the archers on the walls, there are zombie fighters below the walls ready to support, located in the Invigilation Hall of the UAS headquarters. Hundreds of Lord Invigilators were monitoring the examination in real time. The test screen of every candidate in every division is displayed on their monitors. This student is a bit interesting. His territory has been heavily polluted and he's still able to cultivate dependence. A 6th-ranked Lord Invigilator Tsged. His gaze focused on what was clearly Lin Mo's territory. His voice drew the attention of the others. Contaminated territory? I've heard that it's land contaminated by the blood of an evil god that has a 1 in a million chance of being assigned to a novice lord. This student is also counting on 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Let's hope he can survive the first wave of offense, at least until he passes. Ugh. I think it's a bit up in the air. The Invigilators shook their heads and sighed when they saw that Lin Mo was polluted territory. In all the years, there has never been a student who could go to college with territorial pollution. Such a territory wouldn't even give birth to the most basic dependence, and there was absolutely no possibility of any development. As the countdown cleared, the first wave of monsters flooded into the students' territory. It was a group of humanoid monsters with blonde Lion King hairstyles and masks on their faces. The moment the monster appeared, it instantly triggered gasps from the high school students. This is the Mound Demon Monster? No way. The first wave of monsters sends the Mound Demon Monster on. I don't know this question. It's too hard. The high school students let out a succession of wails. The Mound Devil Monster is not a low strength within the first order troop types. Can be the first to be sent out on the field. Can only show that this year's college entrance examination of this examination paper is very difficult. Inside Lin Mo's territory, Lin Mo looked at the surging mound of demonic monsters with a serious face and immediately ordered the order to attack. Only the 200 zombie archers on the city wall shot arrows in unison. The dense rain of arrows instantly enveloped the mound of demonic monsters, decimating a large portion of them in a matter of seconds. So brittle. Lin Mo revealed a puzzled look. He didn't expect a wave of arrows to take out so many Mound Demon monsters. So much so that after the second wave of arrows were fired, there weren't many living Mound Demon monsters on the scene. Could it be that this year's exam questions came out simple? Lin Mo attributed his phenomenon of killing the Mound demonic monster in seconds to the simplicity of the exam questions. But if this thought was known to the other candidates, they would probably have to break their defenses on the spot. Because most of the other candidates were anxiously directing the battle at the moment. The first exam uses a demonic creature like the Mound Demon Monster. I don't know if I can live with that. Inside the Invigilation Hall of the Tianhai examination area, an Invigilation teacher quickly noticed Lin Mo through the monster death data. What kind of soldier is this student using? A second-ranked soldier with an attack range and arrow strength that's almost at the 3rd rank level. And the accuracy is scary. The Invigilator immediately called the leader of their group. The leader of the group, surnamed Chun, unconsciously frowned after seeing the replayed footage of Lin Mo killing the Mound Demon Monster. A contaminated land can still produce such powerful dependence? This has never been encountered before. And these archers are strange, kind of like a fusion product of elves and orcs, but I'm not sure what exactly. You haven't even met the team leader? What was the situation with the student named Lin Mo? The Invigilator in charge of monitoring Lin Mo once again let out a gasp of surprise. Come over here you guys and see how the dead Mound Demon Monster is standing up again. As soon as these words came out, several Invigilators, including team leader Chun, immediately came in front of the monitor. A shot mound of demonic monsters on the land in the picture was incredibly bizarrely rising from the ground. Standing as quietly as a puppet, the scene was a little creepy to watch. Group leader Chen frowned and immediately spoke out, "Xiao Lu, pull up this candidate's sparring log." At the order of the team leader, Xiao Lu immediately pulled out a panel. The panel clearly recorded that 30 seconds ago, Lin Mo's number of dependents was 520. However, after 30 seconds, the number of dependents unexpectedly skyrocketed to 736. All these resurrected Mound demons and monsters transformed into the student's dependents, directly transforming the enemy into one's dependents. What kind of territorial trait is this? The transformation efficiency is much higher than that of the undead lineage lords. If we let him continue to transform like this, wouldn't it be the equivalent of an infinite burst of soldiers? The discussion grew more and more heated, even alarming the other invigilation teams. Many teachers cast curious glances. However, he saw a middle-aged man with a serious face walking quickly. What's going on over here? Why the loud noise? Team leader Lu let out a bitter smile and immediately told Lin Mo's situation. The middle-aged man's name was Wei Dongqiang, and he was both the chief examiner of the Heavenly Sea examination area and likewise an 8th Order Great Lord. After listening to team leader Lu's account, Wei Dongqiang also frowned slightly. Team leader Lu said with a tangled face, "This student's territory is characterized by war for war, and the more he fights, the more troops he has. I'm worried that it'll be hard to test his true level if he keeps fighting like this." Wei Dongqiang didn't hesitate to say, "Converting the enemy's troops for his own use. This is this candidate's territorial specialty. There's no need to change the content of the assessment. It's all up to him as to how far he can go." The group of invigilators nodded. Soon, the first round of exams ended. The examiner announces the results of the examination. In the entire Tianhai examination area, the first wave of foreign invasion alone eliminated 60% of the candidates. Most of the territories of the remaining 40% of the candidates were also in a state of disarray, with not a few suffering serious losses of troops. Located in the observation area of the head of each campus at this time, the principals of the major middle schools in the Tenkai examination district are in heated discussion. Chapter 13. Examination questions that go beyond the syllabus. Isn't this year's examination too superb, brushing down so many candidates in the first round? Alas, it's our schools that's miserable, with a 20% pass rate. Could it have been affected by that matter of the extraterrestrial evil god to suddenly raise the difficulty? It must have had an impact. But those dog bastards almost hit our hometown. Alas, I'm afraid this year's college entrance exam will be the most difficult in years. Principal Lu Hui looked at the constantly refreshing panel of candidates in front of her with a frown on her face. Tinhai Secondary School also did not do well this year, with a pass rate of only 57% in the first round. And most of the student territories had lost so much battle power that it was hard to survive the second round. It wasn't until information about Lin Mo's territory appeared on the rotating screen that her frown relaxed a bit. Lin Mo's troop strength was still sufficient, and his territory's defense was complete, so it looked like it shouldn't be a problem to carry the second round of attack. After a short break, the beep for the second round of exams sounded. Inside the territory of high school seniors at major high schools, along with the constant spread of the portal's halo, hundreds of little green monsters landed in the territory. It was a group of first-order kobolds with wooden sticks in their hands. Huh? Goblins? Upon seeing the identity of the intruder, many students stared with wide eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. It's not that kobolds are bad. On the contrary, kobolds are the weakest monsters. The second round of assessment was surprisingly a goblin. Isn't this a proper giveaway? Many students are instantly confident. Haha, little goblins. I, the Minotaur warrior, can trample several of them with 1 foot. These little monsters probably can't even break my wooden fence. The second wave is stable. It's probably because the teacher of the questions knew that the first one was too hard, so he lowered the difficulty of the second one. The students were excited and pumped their fists with confidence. On the contrary, Lin Mo was frowning at the moment. Since the National College Entrance Examination is used to screen talents, how can there be such an anomaly as the first test being difficult and the second test being easy? The only possibility was that this group of kobolds was not simple. Almost at the same time that Lin Mo's thoughts rose. In the next second, the portal unexpectedly rippled again. Immediately afterward, 100 red-skinned kobolds holding staffs appeared in the middle of the field of vision. Goblin Minor Mage First Level. Can cast simple small fireballs. The moment the Goblin Little Mage appeared, the pupils of most of the candidates instantly tightened. The whole body couldn't help but tremble a little. Although the Goblin Small Mage was a low-ranked soldier, the power of the rain of fireballs formed by 100 of them gathered together was terrifying, especially since most of the students' buildings and fences are made of wood. For them, the rain of fireballs was nothing short of extinction. That's not giving away points, it's killing me. Without waiting for the students to get back to their senses, the little kobold mage began to unleash small, improvised fireballs towards their campsite. All at once, flames burned through the major territories. Candidates had their hands full, controlling soldiers to put out fires while at the same time organizing their teams to fight the charging kobolds. The scene can be quite chaotic. At this moment, Lin Mo's camp was similarly covered in small fireballs. Most of his buildings were made of stone or metal, though, and there wasn't much in the way of flammable materials. Facing the little goblin mages, Lin Mo was not polite. Directly awakened the 5 sleeping poison giants in the graveyard. They were seen casually grabbing the mound of demonic monsters on the ground and taking the form of humanoid stone throwers. Then it was like throwing a rugby ball to throw the mound of demonic monsters. The poison giant's throwing skill is similarly buffed by the Dark Ranger's buffs as a long-range attack. And far and accurate. 5 meatballs landed in a cluster of kobold mini-mages and exploded in a series of explosions. This round of attacks then blew up 7 or 8 goblin minor mages. Immediately afterward, the dead little mages reared up from the ground and turned into zombies to bite towards the other mage units. The zombie crisis erupted in a matter of moments, with 1 converting 2 and 2 converting 4. It was like a cancer that soon infected all the kobolds. In this round of examinations, Lin Mo once again won easily. Isn't this winning a bit too easy? Lin Mo scratched his head and looked at the sky to see that the exam time was still almost half an hour away. The other candidates were busy destroying the kobolds. Only Lin Mo had been idle and had begun to regulate his territory. This round of combat converted a total of 98 goblin minor mages and over 200 goblins. Assign the goblin minor mage to the walls. The remaining 200 or so goblins were too weak, so Lin Mo directly waved his hand and chose to sacrifice all of them. Under a burst of white flame burning, the kobold cannon fodder all turned into powder. Sacrifice completed. Get architectural graveyard 2. This time, the sacrifice directly gave Lin Mo 2 graveyards, and to him 2 graveyards were equivalent to 2 springs of life. Nice bonus. Placing the graveyard in place at this point, Lin Mo already had 6 graveyards. Soldier recovery is greatly enhanced. Unconsciously, the second examination drew to a close. After an incredibly tough battle, students from all regions finally got to the end of the test. Some students even went so far as to sit on their asses on the floor because of the sudden relaxation of their highly strung nerves. Too damn hard this exam. The kobolds almost touched my lord's core. Luckily, it held up in the end. I can't. This is my limit. The soldiers are all shot up. The voices of the candidates from the major examination centers rang out. Dozens of students simply gave up taking the third exam. At the end of the second session of the morning session, there were only less than 100 candidates left in the Tianhai examination area to continue the examination. Most of the students were either forced to quit by the Fighting Light families, or they felt they couldn't beat them anymore and gave up voluntarily. Inside the invigilation hall of the Tianhai examination area, Wei Changdong looked at the constantly extinguishing lights on the monitoring panel, with each light going out representing the exit of a candidate. A total of 80,000 candidates took the college entrance exam this year on the Tianhai side. The exams had gone on until now, and there were only less than 3,000 people left who remained. It's the time to sift through the elite that comes next. By the way, is that candidate named Lin Mo still around? Wei Changdong asked towards Team Leader Lu. Team Leader Lu nodded. Yes. And he also transformed the Goblin Mage into his dependents. Now he doesn't just have a shooter unit, he even has a mage. Team Leader Lu's voice caused the other examiners to look slightly sideways. No need to recruit, directly able to convert the enemy's troops into their own. This was the first time they had seen such a lord. Wei Xiangdong revealed a flash of anticipation. I wonder what kind of surprising performance this little guy will have behind him. Next, announce the score rankings to the outside world, Wei Xiangdong said with a wave of his hand. The group of reporters outside the examination center have probably long been anxious as ants on a hot pan. Soon, the results of the top 100 high school students appeared on the big screen outside the test center. Chapter 14. Ranking in the National Rankings. First place, Lin Mo, with a score of 530 points, a territory population of 810, and a national ranking of 13th. Second place, Ning Chendong, with a score of 369, a territory population of 210, and a national ranking of 798. Third place, License, with a score of 351, a territorial population of 198, and a national ranking of 7936. Fourth place, Qizhong, with a score of 341, a woodland population of 180, and a national ranking of 11,431. When the rankings were released, they immediately sparked a buzz. Who is Lin Mo? National 13 is also too strong. This is not a proper provincial and district scholar. His future is unlimited. I've heard that the Dragon Kingdom gives generous rewards to the top 10 ranked candidates in the country, and I don't know if that's true. Outside the exam room, parents, teachers, and even some passers-by were all talking. Tianhai examination area in the country can only be considered a medium examination area over the years, not to mention the national first prize, even if the provincial first prize are not a few. Now that a dark horse like Lin Mo suddenly appeared, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Principal's observation room. Lu Hui clenched her fists in excitement. A slight blush rose in her sensual cheeks. Although his own niece had scored well in the special exams, it was because of the nature of her special territory, and will not be publicized on the high school exams. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was a genius who had actually stood out from the tens of thousands of candidates. If you really do make it to the top 10 in the country, you'll have quite a face on your own. Principal Lu, Lin Mo is from your school. Isn't he? Nice little guy. The principals of the other school districts cast envious glances. Very strong student. Expected to get into a major national university if he plays consistently in the back. Alas, our school has no one in the national rankings, so I'm afraid we're going to lose face this time. Principals in the school districts were murmuring, their faces filled with complexity. It was at this moment that a discordant voice rang out. It's not as if there weren't students with high initial scores and crotch pulling behind them among the candidates in previous years. Don't get too happy too soon. Principal Lu, be careful of being overtaken by my students later. The one who spoke was Su Bo, the principal of Tianhai No. 2 Middle School, who didn't deal well with each other because of the annual enrollment issue. The student Su Bo was talking about was Ning Chendong, the second-place winner in the Tianhai examination area, who was a resounding genius in their second middle school. Ning Chendong is from a large family origin itself. Resources are good. Coupled with good talent, Su Bo is very optimistic about him. Although the current score is only in second place, but the later test, as long as it can be stabilized, it is not impossible to overtake. In response to Su Bo's statement, Lu Hui pursed her lips and did not refute it. Whether it is a mule or a horse will be known naturally later. Under the watchful eyes of a group of principals, the last test of the morning session began. At this moment, it was located within Ning Chendong's territory. 102nd rank musketeers were standing on the city wall preparing for battle. These musketeers were powerful soldiers that he had taken great pains to recruit. The long range and high power of the shot makes it ideal for defensive battles. Furthermore, he has a common spirit that increases the attack power for all musketeers, the dwarf gun captain. The two complement each other in a very impressive battle. Ning Chendong was confident about the third exam. Soon, ripples spread out within the portal, and in the next second, legions of magical creatures poured into the territory. When Ning Chendong saw the demonic creature's appearance clearly, the originally calm face was instantly replaced by shock. Cold sweat brush came out. Subconsciously make a sound. At the same time, the candidates in the other examination areas similarly let out various exclamations of surprise. The third wave of demons is also the classic goblin. But unlike the little greenskins from before, all the kobolds out this time were tall kobold warriors. Not only that, but there were also 6 fuel throwers placed behind the goblin warriors. Further back from the stone thrower stood a giant 3-meter-tall kobold holding a wolfsbane. Goblin hero, a third-order spirit, a commanding spirit with a not-so-low intellect that can unleash war cries to boost the combat power of all goblins. Third-order infernal spirits. My soldiers are only all second rank. How can I fight this? It's impossible to fight. It's impossible to fight. This is no longer a monster wave. It's a regular army. It's the fuel throwers that are the biggest threat. And if you want to destroy them, you'll have to come out of the city to meet them. Candidates erupted into all sorts of screams. The third exam was unsurprisingly superb again, but in any case, the exams went on as normal. Lin Mo's territory. When he saw that the enemy had 6 stone throwers, he didn't hesitate to awaken all 20 poison giants. Fuel rock throwers are a proper siege weapon, and will cause huge losses if they are not destroyed as soon as possible. So Lin Mo didn't save, and directly let the second-order zombie warrior act as a thrower for the poison giant. 20 poison giants hurled their zombie warriors at the same time, and at the same time, 6 fuel cannonballs fell into the camp. Lin Mo's camp immediately burst into flames, and a few zombie archers were even directly blown into a mess of broken flesh because they couldn't dodge in time. This was the first time that Lin Mo's camp had suffered casualties. so it could be imagined that the difficulty of this test was much greater than before. But although Lin Mo's camp was in disrepair, on the contrary, the Goblin Legion side was even more dead and wounded. Of the 20 zombie warriors that were thrown over, 10 of them hit the stone thrower. Immediately afterward, blood and flesh blasted. The skill, flesh and blood blast, the stronger the soldier, the more powerful the explosion. 22nd order zombie warriors, each one blowing itself up with a power close to a cluster grenade. After 20 consecutive explosions, the 6 stone throwers were blown into a field of parts, and took out a dozen or so kobold warriors in the process. The kobold warrior that was taken out immediately transformed into a zombie and charged towards the other kobolds beside him. However, the kobold hero quickly reacted. Immediately, he commanded the remaining kobolds to strangle the walkers around him. Even those kobolds who were seriously injured and not yet dead were directly clubbed to death by other kobolds. 202nd order goblin warriors, just less than 30 were lost. Amidst the hissing of the heroic kobolds, the remaining kobold warriors approached towards Lin Mo's territory. Lin Mo, on the other hand, the corner of his mouth curled up into a bad smile. They definitely wouldn't think of the hundreds of human minds that had been planted in their path of necessity. At this time, located in the invigilation hall, Wei Changdong watched the 3,000 points of light on the screen go out 2,000 in a split second. An involuntary slight frown creased his brow. Even the invigilator on the side couldn't help but voice out, "The difficulty of this year's college entrance exam is also too great. These students don't even have much real-world experience, and they're going to be fighting an intelligent enemy." In previous years, at this time of year, there were 4,000 or 5,000 candidates left, but now there aren't even 1,000. I think it's not bad to be more difficult. It's the difficult questions that make the dark horses. Wei Changdong didn't answer, but instead turned his head once again to look at team leader Lu. "Teacher Lu, that student who was able to transform his enemies into his dependents, what's the situation?" Chapter 15. Suspected of cheating. The moment these words came out, a group of invigilators all turned their heads to look over, only to see team leader Lu pull up Lin Mo's battle log and look at it briefly before reporting back. 10 minutes ago, Lin Mo's number of dependents instantly plummeted from the original 810 to 690, and it looks like he's also caught in a bitter battle. The moment the words fell, the crowd of invigilators immediately revealed a look of realization. I knew this student wouldn't go as well as before. After all of them are second-order monsters, and there's even a third-order goblin hero. The population was instantly reduced by more than 100 people, and it is 80% likely that some important building was bombed by the fuel rock throwers. The invigilators shook their heads. This year's college entrance exam was indeed a bit too difficult. Wei Changdong didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he personally came to team leader Lu's side. "Teacher Lu, can you pull up Lin Mo's battle footage?" Because each invigilator has to monitor hundreds of students at the same time, they usually only look at the candidates' battle logs. The scores are then automatically scored by the system. Now that Wei Changdong wanted to see it, team leader Lu immediately pulled up Lin Mo's battle footage. At this moment, located in Lin Mo's territory, it was a mess, with broken arms and corpses everywhere, and dense earth pits could be seen everywhere on the ground. A few of the corpses were the bodies of kobold warriors that had been hacked to pieces. The first impression of the scene in front of me was indeed that the battle was quite grueling. Lin Mo's soldiers looked like they had died quite a lot. On the contrary, the Goblin Legion still had more than 100 left, and at this moment, they were already at the city's doorstep. These kobolds had more or less wounds hanging from their bodies, which didn't look serious and didn't affect their ability to attack the camp. And at the very back of the group of kobolds, the kobold hero chewed on the corpse of a kobold while directing the kobold warriors to attack the walls. A crack appeared on the city wall that was visible to the naked eye and rapidly widened. Both the goblin warriors and the goblin heroes showed a frantic and smug look at the imminent capture of this camp. Strange, I remember didn't student Lin Mo have a group of second-rank archers? And he also transformed quite a few goblin minor mages. Why can't we see them on the city walls? Wei Changdong frowned with a puzzled expression. The fight in front of him was more like Lin Mo was intentionally letting water out of the water than actually being unable to fight. Could it be that the fuel rock throwers have depleted his troops? Team leader Lu guessed. Wei Changdong shook his head. No matter how powerful the stone throwers are, it's impossible to wipe out all of his troops. And if you look at the wreckage in the distance, the fuel pitcher was destroyed long ago. This student appears to be plotting something. Even Wei Changdong, who had been invigilating the exams for many years, couldn't guess what exactly Lin Mo was going to do at this moment. Seeing that the cracks in the walls were getting bigger and bigger, soon the group of goblin warriors would destroy the walls and enter the interior of the camp. Lin Mo's enigmatic maneuver also attracted the attention of the other invigilators. Many people gathered in front of team leader Lu's monitor, with various speculations. Hee, have you guys noticed that the frequency of the zombie goblins' attacks seems to be decreasing? An invigilator in the crowd suddenly voiced out, a word to the wise. The crowd took a closer look, and sure enough, the group of goblin warriors seemed to be affected by something, and their breath became more and more shriveled. But obviously they weren't hurt much, so why are they getting weaker? Wei Changdong seemed to have discovered something and immediately spoke out. Teacher Lu, zoom in and focus on a goblin. At Wei Changdong's request, the picture gradually enlarges. When the crowd got a good look at the appearance of one of the goblin warriors, they all revealed unbelievable expressions. Only the pupils of this kobold had changed to a grayish-white color. The wound at the neck was even festering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kobold? It seems to be infected with some kind of virus? Could it be that Rimmer is relying on this virus to transform his dependents? Yet it was as if responding to the doubts of the invigilators. Those goblin warriors who were still struggling to knock on the walls were getting slower and slower and slower. Eventually it was surprisingly as if they had been put under a fixation spell and stopped tapping at the same time. Immediately afterward, a creepy scene occurs. More than 100 second-order goblin warriors slowly dropped their palms, then turned to face the goblin warriors. No life could be seen in the grayish-white pupils, completely a dead body that could move. The goblin heroes who were still laughing with glee also realized that something was wrong. It roared twice towards the kobold warrior, resulting in no response at all. Terrified and angry, he raised his wolfsbane in an attempt to intimidate his group of men. However, in the next second, these goblin warriors with whitish pupils revealed hideous expressions. Bravely, he charged towards the goblin hero. Nearly 100 zombie goblin warriors charged towards the goblin heroes at the same time. At this moment, the goblin hero also revealed a panicked expression. And just then, the second-order zombie shooter that had disappeared from the city walls for a long time also reappeared on the city walls. 200 archers led by the Dark Ranger drew their bows and shot arrows at the same time, firing wildly at the goblin heroes. Hundreds of arrows instantly shot the goblin hero into a hornet's nest. As it fell to the ground, the zombie kobold warrior pounced on it, devouring the flesh and blood frantically. With a mournful wail, the goblin hero was completely killed. At this time, the hall of invigilators had already fallen into a deathly silence. All the teachers looked at what was happening on the surveillance screen with stunned faces. Over 100 kobold warriors were infected by the unknown virus and did not hesitate to launch an attack on their leader. The kobold hero, on the other hand, was first ambushed by the archers, and then bitten alive by his own men immediately afterward. Such a death is a head-turner. But what was even more breathtaking was that the goblin hero, who had been bitten and crippled, soon rose from the ground as well. Grayish-white pupils, lifeless. Lee Ma-san's fighting style is a bit like spreading a plague. There's no need to kill the enemy. As long as you infect them, the transformation will be completed. The number of his dependents has risen back up to 800. The ones he lost just now should just be cannon fodder. Consumed over 100 first-order cannon fodder in exchange for 100 second-order soldiers and a third-order spirit. The more you fight, the stronger you get. The invigilators, without exception, all let out gasps of amazement. It was only at this moment that they truly realized how heaven-defying Lin Mo, the Lord, really was. Ms. Lu, look after this place for me. I have to go out for a while. Wei Changdong hurriedly left the field, and immediately afterward, he connected to the communicator in the viewing room of the principal of the Tianhai examination area. At that moment, a heated argument was erupting located in the principal's viewing area. I'm 100% certain that Lin Mo's classmates definitely cheated. Why did his soldiers refill after instantly depleting 100? It's obvious that he recruited mercenaries to participate in the battle. This is an absolute violation of practice in high school. Chapter 16, the first student to come out of the exam room. Su Bo, the principal of the second middle school, angrily rebuked with a look of contempt. For students who cheat, they must be disqualified from the college entrance exam. Punish them severely. It wasn't just the principal of the second middle school. The faces of the principals of other schools were also covered in skepticism at the moment. After all, Lin Mo's battle data was indeed very strange. How could there be a sudden consumption of over 100 dependents followed by a sudden increase of over 100 dependents? This was clearly not in line with common sense. Lu Hui had a frosty face and an icy voice. Do you think that such an obvious data abnormality would not be detected on the supervisor's side? Since there hasn't been any news announced, then I believe my students are innocent. Principal Lu, you are harboring cheating. Harboring your students. Su Bo had a disappointed look on his face. You're still the principal of Tian High Middle School, showing favoritism and cheating as a teacher. Lu Hui was obviously infuriated, her chest heaving violently. And just then, a light curtain appeared in front of the crowd. However, it was a middle-aged man with a country face that appeared right in the center of the light screen. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Wei Changdong, the main examiner of the Tianhai examination area, was also the big shot sent to the Tianhai examination area by the Imperial Dragon Academy. However, he saw Wei Changdong scanning the crowd and instantly asked, "Who is the teacher in charge of student Lin Mo?" At these words, Su Bo instantly revealed a gloating expression. The matter was obvious. Wei Changdong personally came to find Lin Mo's teacher in charge. It must have something to do with him cheating. A student from the hallowed Tian High Middle School had actually cheated, and this would definitely bring Tian High Middle School into disrepute when it was spread out. Thinking of this, the corner of Su Bo's mouth quirked with an expression of watching the show. However, it was Lu Hui who came forward with a calm face. "Supervisor Wei, I'm the principal of Tian High Middle School. Lu Hui, Lin Mo is from our school." Wei Changdong nodded slightly. "Congratulations, Principal Lu. Your student is very outstanding." When these words came out, Su Bo, who was disguised as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, instantly froze in place. The other principals' mouths were even wider open, practically able to stuff an ostrich egg in. Not here to criticize cheating. Instead, they came to congratulate. If it was just an average outstanding student, it definitely wouldn't be enough for a bigwig like Wei Changdong to personally come down to congratulate him. Could it be that this Lin Mo was in the super excellent category? Thinking about this, the group of principals who had just suspected Lin Mo of cheating only felt worse than eating a fly at the moment. However, he saw Wei Changdong continue. "Principal Lu, can I borrow a step to speak?" In a private communication room, Wei Changdong once again contacted Lu Hui and asked her about Lin Mo. Upon learning that Lin Mo was an orphan, and had even been called a waste at one point, Wei Changdong fell silent. It seems that student Lin Mo has recently obtained some sort of miraculous encounter, which has enabled him to rise rapidly. To be able to persevere through hardship and suffering, this child's heart is very good. Lu Hui didn't expect Wei Changdong to give Lin Mo such a high evaluation and was very happy. She was aware of Wei Changdong's identity and was able to have him give a high evaluation. It was definitely good news for Lin Mo. On the other hand, within Lin Mo's territory, Lin Mo had a slightly boring gap after transforming all the goblins. The third exam lasted for 2 hours in Blue Star, and only 40 minutes had passed now. Even if it was 1 hour from the start of the exam as stipulated by the early handing in of papers, that was still 20 minutes away. Since he already had nothing to do, Lin Mo simply began to tidy up his territory. The 103 Second Order Goblin Warriors that he had just transformed were rebuilt and cloned to create unified combat strength Second Order Zombie Warriors. So at this point, Lin Mo's territory had more than 400 Second Order melee units. There were 300 Second Order archers and 100 goblin small mages. Looking at the territory that was even stronger than before the exam, Lin Mo felt a huge sense of accomplishment in his heart. However, as the cloning machine continued to run, Lin Mo also discovered an interesting thing. The soldiers cloned through the flesh and blood cloning machine were only soldiers of the same rank. But it seemed that some sort of optimization had been carried out. The combat power of a second-rank zombie warrior was clearly stronger than that of a second-rank goblin warrior. This optimization was especially evident in the cloned archers. Lin Mo had previously rebuilt the second-order elven archers and second-order orc strongbowmen. The cloned second-order goblin archers had both the dexterity of the elves and the arm strength of the orcs. It was equivalent to blending the strengths of the two races together. Did that mean that as long as Lin Mo kept fusing all types of same-order soldiers with each other, the stronger the strength of the same-order soldiers produced would be, eventually creating the most perfect soldier type of the same rank? Lin Mo, who thought of this, was slightly agitated. His eyes suddenly landed on a small first-rank goblin mage that was fuming. With a thought, he threw this little mage into the flesh and blood cloning machine. Along with the machine's operation, the little mage was crushed into minced meat. The First Order soldiers that the flesh and blood cloning machine had recorded so far were First Order goblins, First Order elven archers, First Order orc swords and axes, and First Order goblin small mages. Lin Mo directly brainlessly fused them. Soon, a strange-looking First Order soldier was cloned out. It was covered in green skin, short in stature, with pointed ears but a mouth full of fangs. The most conspicuous thing was its back, bulging with a huge lump of flesh, with liquid flowing inside vaguely visible. Self-exploding goblin First Order. Weak with zero defense, slow-moving, but can cause great damage to buildings when it explodes. Surprisingly, a new soldier type had been fused. Lin Mo immediately tested this self-exploding goblin. Experimenting down revealed that this self-exploding goblin had average damage to soldiers, but the high explosive fuel in its body could cause effective damage to buildings. The flaw was the short legs and slow movement speed. In most cases, it was estimated that the buildings would be taken out before they could reach the place. But this wasn't a problem for Lin Mo because he still had the human thrower dipping poison stone giant present. Have the self-exploding goblins work with the poison giant to remotely bombard the enemy buildings. Considering the limited usefulness of the goblin minor mages, Lin Mo simply put all the small mages into the cloning machine and transformed them into self-exploding goblins. In order to ensure the safety of the goblins, Lin Mo also ordered the zombie warriors to bury them into the ground. When it was time to use them, they would be dug up from the ground again. After doing this, Lin Mo looked at the time of the exam and it was just after an hour. Without hesitation, he directly turned in his papers early and exited the Overlord space. When Lin Mo's vision returned to reality, he found that most of the students were still wrapped in a golden halo all over their bodies. Many of them were sweating profusely on their foreheads and had grimaces on their faces. And there were also some who had dispersed their golden light and were eliminated, sitting on chairs and fuming. It had been a consistent tradition for high school candidates to stay up until the last moment of the exam, and it was a bit humiliating to leave the exam room now. The third exam was not easy for ordinary candidates. Most students were still struggling. Lin Mo raised his hand to signal, and after the invigilator nodded his head in acquiescence, he walked out of the exam room alone. Outside the exam room, it was silent. The candidates were either writing hard or staring blankly at the same spot. Lin Mo was the only one who walked around the campus as leisurely and calmly as if he were taking a walk. Not far from the examination room outside the gate. Crowded, filled with people, there are students have parents and teachers. There are also holding microphones and cameras of the city's journalists. When they saw Lin Mo appear in the field of vision, all their eyes instantly focused on him. Quickly look. The first candidate has come out. Chapter 17. I think this year's exam questions are simple. The moment he stepped out of the gate of the examination area, Lin Mo was surrounded by reporters from all walks of life. At the same time, many of the students' parents looked over. How come it's only been an hour since a student came out? It's not like the dependents are giving it all away. Coming out of the exam room at this hour, the results must not be great. Basically, I'm not going to be able to go to a major university. The parents looked at Lin Mo with scrutinizing faces and murmured. However, he saw Lin Mo calmly and unusually, without any emotional fluctuations, continuing to walk towards the outside of the school. And just then, a young female reporter came to Lin Mo. Hello, this student. I'm River from the city's TV station. What do you think of the difficulty of this exam? If it was an average candidate, 80% of them would be too nervous to speak in the face of a TV interview. But Rimmer was a calm batch. He thought about the process of destroying the monster without much power just now, and said with a serious face, the exam questions are relatively simple and the difficulty is relatively average. The parents in the audience immediately exploded at this statement. The exam is easy? This year's college entrance exam is known to be hellishly difficult. It seems the little comrade enjoys talking big. No. Who are you to say the exam is easy when you're a student who's only lasted less than an hour? Controversial voices continued to be heard, and many parents looked at Lin Mo with intense scrutiny in their eyes. All of them think the questions on the entrance exam are hard. But you think it's easy? You're the maverick? You can't be some kind of super schooler. Reporter River also had a bit of a headache and could only ask, so can you reveal the details of the exam? Which part did you find the most difficult? Lin Mo continued matter-of-factly. I can't say the most difficult, but the relatively challenging one is the third wave of the attack. The monsters are 202nd Order Goblin Warriors, 6 Fuel Throwers, and a 3rd Order Goblin Hero. hearing Lin Mo's words about his battle prowess. The sound of pouring cool air resounded in unison from the scene. Even the beautiful reporter, Meow Meow, her mouth turned into an O shape, 200 second-order soldiers, plus siegecraft and third-order engines. This is hellishly difficult for students who have just become lords. This year's entrance exams are indeed sick. But why did the student describe such a difficult exam question as relatively challenging? River was baffled, listening to this candidate's tone, as if these invading monsters didn't bother him, but clearly he only lasted an hour before quitting the exam room. Although her heart was in a million pieces, River still revealed an encouraging smile and said, "Don't be discouraged, classmate. It's already excellent to be able to persist until now. With your current grades, you still have a good chance of going to a good university in the province." Rimmer nodded thoughtfully. "Thanks, I'll keep trying." River smiled sweetly and subconsciously asked, "By the way, this student, what's your name?" "My name is Lin Mo. The forest where all birds are found." The silence. River froze. That was a bit of an odd self-introduction. But it was the others who suddenly began to talk vehemently about it. "Huh? I think I've heard that name somewhere. Lin Mo? Is Lin Mo? Lin Mo, who is number 1 on the high school scoreboard." A candidate's parent pointed at the electronic monitor high above and shouted, "Is this guy that Lin Mo who ranked first in the Tianhai examination area? My goodness, it's really him. Lin Mo, the top scholar of the quasi-provincial college entrance exam. It's actually him. No wonder they say the test is easy." There were instant gasps of surprise. The display at this point. First place, Lin Mo, with a score of 530, a territory population of 810, and a national ranking of 13th. Second place, Ning Chendong, with a score of 369, a territory population of 210, and a national ranking of 798. Third place, License, with a score of 351, a territorial population of 198, and a national ranking of 7936. Here's the previous data, and then the next second the screen jumps a bit. Lin Mo's score directly skyrocketed from the original 530 to 716, with a territorial population of 830, while on the column of national ranking it became 2 horizontal bars. The third exam isn't all over yet, and the new national rankings haven't been updated yet. But even so, seeing Lin Mo's high score of up to 716, it still made the parents in the audience jerk back a big breath of air. You have to know that the full score of the college entrance exam is only 750, and this student called Lin Mo hasn't even taken the afternoon exam yet, and his score has already reached a horrible 716 points, just 34 points shy of a perfect score. This meant that even if Lin Mo did not take the exam in the afternoon session, he could just get into any prestigious university across the country. The attitude of the people on the scene towards Lin Mo underwent a huge 780-degree shift. The gaze that looked at him was no longer filled with contempt and scrutiny, but instead a look of respect. This is a score that a human can take. Demonic, too demonic. Parents of the students were casting envious glances. How nice it would be to have a child of your own. The breezy candidate in front of him was actually Lin Mo, who was at the top of the rankings. He's likely to be this year's provincial high school senior. No, the national high school senior. Meow Meow was a bit excited and became cautious in her speech. "This Lin Mo student, may I ask what your next plans are?" Rimmer patted his stomach. "Hungry. Go eat something and then wait for the afternoon session to start. Worthy of being a scholar's seedling. The thinking is just clear. Why hasn't that little bastard in my house come out yet? The other high school seniors have turned in their papers early. Young man has a date yet. My second grandpa's family third aunt cousin's daughter is the school flower. Convenient if you leave a contact." The compliments were endless, and Lin Mo had a smile on his face, always with a clouded expression. Passing through the crowd, Lin Mo walked alone towards the distance. Not too far down the road, a familiar sedan pulled up beside him. The car window fell down, and it was the principal, Lu Hui. "Come on, Rimmer. Take you to dinner." Lin Mo scratched his head. "That's not too good, principal. I'll just find a place to eat by myself." Lu Hui rolled her eyes. "How can you eat casually? What if you get an upset stomach?" Under Lu Hui's strong invitation, Lin Mo got into the car. But what he didn't expect was that the principal's niece, Lu Oai, was also sitting quietly in the trunk at the moment. Now that it was daytime, Lin Mo subconsciously shot a glance at Lu Oao, and the sense of amazement was even stronger than last night. Lu Oinf has long silver-white hair, and her delicate body is like an immaculate elf. Her eyes were covered by a strip of gray cloth, but it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Like Lin Daiyu's general soft temperament, it is easy to stir up people's protective desire. Oit's a resource-assisted lord and doesn't participate in the high school rankings. Oh, said Lu Hui as she steered the wheel. Lin Mo, I have something to tell you later during dinner. It's about the afternoon field exam. Ha! Lin Mo was dumbfounded. Soon, the three sat down in a booth at a fast food restaurant. The meal arrived. Lu Hui looked extremely serious. The afternoon field is extremely difficult. Never take it lightly, no. Chapter 18, The Miserable Final Test. Looking at the serious-faced Lu Hui, Lin Mo really nodded. Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best. The afternoon field exam starts at 2. I've arranged a hotel for you. After dinner you go and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time. Under Lu Hui's arrangement, the two of them went to rest after eating. The time came to 1:50 p.m. Candidates for the afternoon session were already very sparse, with only 7 remaining. Most students chose to abstain because their dependents were depleted. With the invigilator announcing the start of the exam, the consciousness of all entered the void once again, in the form of points of light. At this time, located in the void, there were thousands of points of light neatly arranged in a square matrix. These points of light come from all over the country, each one a genius from each region. The afternoon session is a national exam where all candidates are put together on the same stage. A serious voice rang out in the void. The afternoon session of the 26th Gaoshue begins officially. The location of this examination, the Great Wall of Extinction. When the words desperate wall came into the candidate's ears, like thunder, it caused a gasp of surprise. Even Lin Mo couldn't help but skim his lips. The Great Wall of Extinction is a giant wall built by humans in the land of the void. For hundreds of years, it had been used as one of the most important lines of defense against the extraterrestrial evil gods. Setting up the assessment in this location. Is it possible to want them, the novice lords, to fight against the horrible minions of the evil god? The next second, the candidate's suspicions were confirmed. Only a solemn voice rang out in the void. All candidates will descend to the outer reaches of the Great Wall of Extinction as dependent incarnations. By exploring the unknown territory and killing the minions of the evil god to obtain examination points, the overall grade of the college entrance examination will be assessed by the level of points. For this examination, all candidates will first need to establish a 10-person advance party and generate a portal to teleport their territorial dependents after confirming that the location is suitable. Please note that you only have one chance to open the portal for this test. Any attempt to attack another high school student will be ruled a violation and disqualified from the exam. At the same time as the examiner's voice fell, several options appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. Incarnation Choice 1. Second Order Zombie Warrior. Incarnation Option 2. A variant of the Dark Ranger. Incarnation Option 3. Plague Lord. Plague Lord? Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. The god of plagues' godhood not only grants the territory infectious properties, but also changes his lordly nature. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose Plague Lord, with a halo of light enveloping his consciousness. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, has appeared at the foot of the Great Wall of Despair. And beside him, there were dozens of other descending candidates, some transformed into dwarf kings carrying sledgehammers, others into elven princesses with pointy ears. Rimmer even saw a hellish demon with tattered bat wings. As for himself, he was completely indistinguishable from his real self, except for his pupils and hair turning silver white. Looking behind him at the huge great wall that towered so high you couldn't see the top of it, and then at the dark, twisted jungle in front of him with its dark clouds, Lin Mo knew that the exam had begun. He immediately selected 9 dependents as members of the advance party. The 9 familiars are the epic spirit Dark Ranger, the corporealized Goblin Hero, and 7 Second Order Zombie Archers. Goblin Heroes have lost the title of Imperium after being necromorphized. But even so, it still possesses a strong combat power. Damn it! Why are my dependents killing each other? Right at this moment, a cry of alarm rang out in the distance. Lin Mo looked up, only to see that it was a team of human mages in the midst of chaos. Some of the mages tore into the others like crazy. The candidates who were disguised as archmages in the group had completely lost their positions at this moment. Stupid. This is a land polluted by evil gods. Don't you have a purification spell? Someone reminded. The Archmage came back to his senses and rushed to cast the spell. However, it was too late. Only to see the mages on the ground convulsing frantically, their chests bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, several monsters with sharp tentacles burrowed out from within them, killing frantically at the surrounding magicians. Candidate John Lee lost all his dependents, eliminated. On the other bearing, a squad of dwarves in golden armor was similarly attacked. Attacking them was a group of half-human, half-spider-sowing creatures. They were seen spewing out corrosive venom, which spewed onto the dwarven armor undergoing violent corrosion. Candidate Jiang Chungbin, killed by a monster, eliminated. Candidate Sun Hanyu, killed by a monster, eliminated. In just this moment of effort, 7 or 8 teams of candidates had already been eliminated. With such a high elimination rate, even Lin Mo couldn't help but be nervous. It was at this moment that a squad of ghouls numbering around 50 surged in the direction of Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze stared, and he immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle. Only the Dark Ranger drew the bowstring full, spiraling streams of air coalescing around the arrow. The next second, the wind-breaking arrow. The arrows instantly penetrated the bodies of several ghouls. At the same time, the other zombie archers also drew their bows and shot arrows, continuously shooting the incoming enemies. The zombie goblin hero hissed and stepped in front of a group of long-range units. It only saw that it kept waving its wolf-tooth stick, smashing all the ghouls that were coming in one by one. However, these ghouls were not only agile, but their bone claws were extremely sharp. It soon crawled all over the kobold hero's body, with sharp bone claws tearing through chunks of flesh with each attack. There were even ghouls that crossed over to the goblin heroes and attacked towards Lin Mo's long-range units. The combined abilities of these monsters in front of them were at least at the peak level of the second rank, making them quite tricky to deal with. However, Lin Mo was not without a way to deal with it. In the next second, he unleashed his only skill after transforming into a plague lord, Tetanus Grip. Only those ghouls that were killed or injured by the arrows saw the plague in their bodies instantly erupt. It spreads throughout their body at a very fast speed. The dead ghouls rose from the ground once again and transformed into zombies. Those ghouls that rushed towards Lin Mo ran and their pupils turned white. Then opened his bloody mouth to pounce on the other ghouls beside him. The ghouls that were still charging forward were instantly in disarray. Tetanus Grip lasts for 10 seconds, and within those 10 seconds, any ghouls whose skin was scratched by the zombies quickly turned into zombies and became Rimmer's dependents. The situation was instantly reversed, and the ghoul forces were quickly transformed into nothing. On Lin Mo's side, apart from the goblin hero's superficial wounds, there was no more consumption, and there were 30 more zombie ghouls. Looking at the ghouls that rose up from the ground one by one, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. With these basic classes, the basic prototype of the zombie army is in place. At this time, inside the National Superintendent's Examination Hall located in the Imperial Capital, the presidents and school heads of the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom have gathered here. Chapter 19 The Corpse Tide is ahead, and Mang is finished. Among this group of bigwigs, there was no lack of existences that could make the Lord's world tremble dramatically when they stomped their feet. Every one of them was a top powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom. The cruelty of this year's college entrance exam is different from previous years. Less than 10 minutes have already eliminated 50 students. The students are no longer afraid to explore deeper and are starting strongholds directly behind the wall. The world outside the Jedi Wall is indeed a bit harsh for these little ones. Humph. Cruelty is the only way to sharpen the heart. The forefathers have sacrificed several generations of people by opening up borders and expanding lands in the land of extraterritorial emptiness, throwing their heads and spilling their blood. I think young people nowadays need to be exposed to the cruelty of the world more often, or else they'll only be flowers in a greenhouse. It's not as if all the students are choosing to defend in place. You guys, look at this little guy. He's actually started exploring deeper already. A white-haired figure appeared on the light screen in front of the big man. On his perimeter, arching around him, were various miscellaneous armies. It was Rimmer and his legion of zombies. Compare this to the other candidate's steady, start-in-place approach to combat. Rimmer was undoubtedly much more spirited, moving directly in the direction away from the Great Wall of Despair with his dependents. This little guy is a bit interesting. He can actually transform his enemies into his favorites? Surprisingly, I even recruited an epic infernal spirit. Good luck too. This little guy is quite good. He dares to fight. I admire him. Dare to fight doesn't necessarily mean courageous. Let's see how far he gets back there. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't realize that he was the only one within the group of candidates who dared to go deeper into the jungle. Nor did he realize that he was being mobbed at the moment by the people in charge of the presidents of the top universities. Rimmer led his legion of zombies deeper and deeper into the twisted jungle. A circular flat area the size of a soccer field was soon discovered. 200 two-headed demons were gathering in the center of the flat earth. The two-headed demon was 2 meters tall and covered in black horns. It was a second-order demonic creature with high magic resistance. These two-headed demons were assembled here, obviously preparing to launch an attack on the high school candidates' camp. However, just as they were assembling, Lin Mo's group came face to face. Seeing this scene, many principals revealed expressions of hatred. It's really being said that this candidate does lack in the strategy department. He only has 40 dependents. How dare he fight 200 two-headed demons? The two-headed demons themselves have amazing defense. The arrows of a second-ranked soldier may not even be able to penetrate their defense. This candidate is a bit too greedy. I'm afraid I'm going to be destroyed in this wave. There was a sigh of relief from the university presidents. The battle between the two teams begins. As expected, the arrows of the second-rank zombie archers were not able to break through the two-headed demon's defense. Being unable to break through the defenses also meant being unable to infect the group of enemies. However, Lin Mo was prepared for this situation. One team of ghouls go. In the next second, the 10 ghouls that had taken the lead charged towards the two-headed demon. Their charge was not haphazard, however, but always in a line, like a white line, rapidly closing the distance. What is he doing? The principals were a bit confused by Lin Mo's maneuver. Soon, the ghouls collided with the two-headed demon. However, the number of ghouls was too small, and after only blocking for less than a second, they were knocked to the ground by the two-headed demon and suffered from crazy trampling. But Lin Mo didn't panic. Flesh and blood blast. In the next second, the trampled ghouls exploded violently. The ribs shot out in all directions like bullets, scratching many two-headed demons. However, that didn't stop the two-headed demon from charging. Team 2 ghouls go. As it was, a second team of ghouls crashed into the two-headed demon's formation, and in the next second, the explosion spread out again. However, the two-headed demons had amazing defenses, and the series of explosions didn't kill them at most. They could only cut shallow wounds in their bodies. The two-headed demon was less than 50 meters away from Lin Mo. Team 3 ghouls go. The third team of ghouls crashed hard into the ranks of the two-headed demons, followed by a self-explosion. Regrettably, however, 3 rounds of explosions just seemed to drop like a stone. No substantial kills were inflicted on the group of two-headed demons. Even the ground could only see the remains of the ghouls blowing themselves up, and none of the two-headed demons were missing. Alas, sadly, this student stops here. Thought he could work miracles, too young after all. If I could be a little more steady and develop more, I might have a chance. The people in charge of the presidents of the universities shook their heads with a look of disappointment in their eyes. In the current situation, Lin Mo no longer had any possibility of turning over. Even if his infection trait was counterintuitive, it was definitely too late. Rimmer didn't realize that he had been labeled a failure in the eyes of the big boys. The plan has finally come to its final stage. Facing the two-headed demon rushing towards him, Lin Mo was not afraid. Instead, he licked his lips and revealed a look of exuberance. Whether or not their own zombie army takes off depends on this wave. Lin Mo raised his right hand at the charging two-headed demon. A miserable green glow quickly coalesced in his palm. In the next second, grip of tetanus. Lin Mo violently crushed the light in his hand, and a miserable green halo violently spread out in all directions. The moment the light enveloped the two-headed demon, the plague within the magical object spread rapidly throughout the body as if it had gone mad. Those two-headed demons that were running ran and ran, their faces becoming hideous and bloodthirsty at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shoulders tilted, body twisted. Even the pupils turned grayish-white. 200 magical creatures, nearly half of them were transformed into zombies. Bloodthirsty joy. Lin Mo released the skill again. The transformed zombie demons were covered in blood red. Attack power and movement speed are greatly enhanced. They didn't hesitate to pounce on the two-headed demons around them, especially those that were about to rush into Rimmer's face. It was even focused on by the zombie demons and was directly dragged away and split into pieces. 202-headed demons, at this moment, were thoroughly mixed up in the battle. Blood and flesh flew and hissing sounds were heard. This went on for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, there were no more living two-headed demons at the scene. All of them were transformed into Lin Mo's dependents, a whole 146 necrotic two-headed demons. At this moment, located in the Imperial Capital Superintendent's Examination Hall, there was a silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Dozens of university presidents were staring at the screen with dead eyes, their faces filled with shocked looks. Especially those principals who were certain that Lin Mo would fail were staring wide-eyed, their eyes practically falling to the ground. After the Great War, not only did Lin Mo's number of dependents not cut down, but it jumped by nearly 150. Chapter 20 Attack, Evil God Outpost. Look away, Angie, look away. This child is bullish, too bullish. This heart is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Bold enough and very thoughtful talent. Rare talent. He already has all the qualities to become a top lord. The accolades are endless. At this moment, the presidents of these top universities completely recognized Lin Mo's strength. It was really because Lin Mo's performance was too eye-catching, causing a strong love of talent to rise in the hearts of these principals. On the contrary, the other candidates were much dimmer compared to Lin Mo's record. Most students chose to shoot their strongholds in place, relying on their dependents in their territories to struggle against the demons under the Great Wall of Despair. In just this moment's effort, dozens more students were systematically eliminated as their strongholds were rotten by the demons. Throughout this session, though, there are a few candidates whose strength is also very strong in existence. However, the battle power of their dependents were all on a downward trend as waves of demons attacked. Lin Mo was the only one who got stronger and stronger the more he fought. Now it was even directly transforming more than 102-headed demons, and his battle power soared. With such a comparison, Lin Mo naturally became the most noticeable star of this national examination. Those geniuses from the various districts that had been eliminated were also watching Lin Mo's battle at the moment. The discussion spread between them. What kind of demon is this? Before even opening the portal, the dependents Angie have over 140? It's on, isn't it? I don't even have as many soldiers from my territory as he has in his advance party. This is still not shooting the stronghold. If this shoots the stronghold is not directly invincible? The candidates who prided themselves on being geniuses only felt like they had been hit by 10,000 tons of heavy blows inside at this moment. This candidate called Lin Mo made them feel complete frustration. The examination about Lin Mo continued. Lin Mo continued to explore deeper with the 145 two-headed demons. Soon, more demons came towards him. There are not only ghouls but also demons such as the spider banshee, the scavenging giant crocodile, and so on. Because of their proximity to the Great Wall of Extinction, all of these demons were second-order creatures. In the face of so many soldiers, Lin Mo is also not polite. Come as many as possible to kill as many as possible. Wound for wound, even life for life. Soon, the number of Lin Mo's troops surged to 300. Demons of all types filled his ranks, and without exception all of them were second-order soldiers. Looking at the fact that there were enough 7 or 8 second-order magical creatures to become part of his zombie army, Lin Mo was secretly pleased. It would be nice to be able to throw these different kinds of demons into a flesh and blood cloning machine and mix all of their strengths together. There's no telling how counterintuitive new troop types could be created. As he was thinking, a serious voice suddenly came from the sky. Candidate Lin Mo, congratulations on being the candidate who has persevered to the end of this examination. The rest of the candidates other than you have been eliminated or have abandoned the competition. The sudden sound confused Rimmer. Subconsciously, he said, "Huh? What the hell? That's it. I haven't even started to power through and the test is over?" At this time, the eliminated students were all watching Lin Mo's battle. After hearing Lin Mo's words, he instantly had the urge to find a block of tofu and hit himself. This kid talks, it's infuriating. They had to pull out all the stops and fight all their dependents to last that long. And now this kid is saying he hasn't even started yet? The most infuriating point is that the kid didn't even shoot from a stronghold and really didn't fire. People are more angry than people. Lin Mo's words similarly silenced the examiner for a long while. Inside the Imperial Capital Superintendent's Examination Hall, the invigilator paused his communication and gazed at the group of university presidents. The principals look at me and I look at you. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. And just then, A calm voice rang out from behind the crowd. I see that this little guy is a bit unfulfilled. In that case, let him continue exploring forward. The crowd subconsciously turned back, and a look of respect instantly appeared on their faces. Even the examiner bowed slightly in respect. The visitor was an imposing old man with a powerful stride and a murderous air between his brows. This person was clearly Chu Kangtian, the principal of the Dragon Country's highest academic institution, the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. He is also the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Great Wall of Extinction. A high-powered big shot in the Dragon Kingdom's military. There's an outpost not far from this little guy. Let's see if he can take this one out, Chu Kangtian said with his hands behind his back, his tone full of undeniable doubt. The group of principals looked at each other in disbelief. An outpost for the minions of evil, that's no joke. Even a 5th-ranked lord would have to be very careful when trying to uproot an outpost, not to mention that Lin Mo was only a 2nd-ranked novice lord. However, no one dared to disobey Chu Kangtian's words. Lin Mo student, congratulations on being the candidate who persevered to the end. Now you have 2 choices. The first is to leave the Great Wall of Extinction to complete the exam. The second is that there exists an outpost of the evil god's minions to the northeast of you. If you can pull it out, you can be awarded with the Great Wall of Extinction's guardian army. These words immediately triggered a heated debate among the candidates watching the battle. Whoa, the rewards of the desperate Great Wall Guard? It must be very generous. Bountiful or not, you have to have the life to take it. An outpost of the evil god's minions, even a 5th-order lord wouldn't dare to mess with it easily. It's me, I'm definitely ending the race. I'm in 1st place anyway. Inside the superintendent's examination hall, the presidents of the universities were discussing in whispers. I don't know if this student chose to continue the challenge or just quit the exam. It was reasonable to say that since we had already gotten 1st place, there was actually little point in continuing the challenge. And in case of a rollover, it's more than worth it. Just then, Lin Mo's flat voice rang out. Teacher, I choose to continue deeper. I'm interested in the rewards of the Great Wall Guard. Once these words came out, both the candidates watching the battle and the presidents of the universities were instantly plunged into deathly silence. This kid's head, it's not the usual iron. Chu Kangtian, who was standing quietly, appeared to slightly stretch his serious face. This son is greedy, but greed is not a bad thing. Greed is also, in a sense, the driving force behind becoming strong. This little guy is quite good. Chu Kangtian faintly commented a mouthful and turned to leave. The infiltration of evil god's power throughout the colonies had burnt him out, and he still had to deal with them. The eyes returned to Rimmer. After picking up the plucking outpost quest, the supervisor was kind enough to provide a topographical map of the evil god's minions, or evil claws for short, outpost. Rimmer rushed over with his dependents. And take a picture of your stronghold on the high ground not far from the outpost. The stronghold is confirmed and the portal opens. The troops of dependents in the territory came out in great numbers. The most remarkable thing was the 23rd Order Poison Giants. Chapter 21, Evil God Lord Morix. The candidates watching the battle were talking. No wonder they dared to fight the outpost, so there are so many 3rd-rank Poison Giants. It's useless. It's not like you guys don't know how strong the Evil Claw outpost is. Just Poison Giants are useless. The main reason is that Lin Mo's classmates' troop numbers are too low, and their grades are still low, making it difficult to attack them. The outpost in front of him was wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of a huge stone city wall. Vaguely visible were the guards standing on the walls as well as the various barracks buildings within. The principals of the major academies couldn't help but shake their heads. The disparity in strength is too great. These city wall forests alone are not a good solution. Every outpost has a minimum strength of 3rd rank, and there are even lords sitting among them. It's simply too difficult to fight down. This little guy's head is too ironclad. He didn't consider the gap between the enemy and us at all. Quickly look. The battle has begun. Along with the shouts, the crowd's eyes focused on the light screen. Only 20 Poison Giants were seen standing side by side at the very front of the stronghold. Behind them, hundreds of strange soldiers with bloated bodies and huge blisters bulging behind them slowly walked out. Come on. Try the power of this latest online siege weapon. Lin Mo waved his hand, only to see the Poison Giants grab the self-exploding goblins. Making the motion of an athlete throwing a lead balloon, he threw the self-exploding goblin. Accompanied by a burst of dense explosions, the self-exploding goblins detonated one after another in the outpost. Although it couldn't cause much damage to the soldiers, it blew up quite a few buildings. Even one side of the city wall was blown down. In the next second, a roar rang out from within the outpost. Who are you people? Daring to invade Morix's territory? Seek death. Immediately afterward, 30 large creatures with chain scythes tied to their hands and feet rushed out from within the outpost. Abominable butchers, third-order melee troop type. This was the second type of third-order soldier Lin Mo had encountered after the mountain giants. Lin Mo's gaze flinched, and he immediately commanded the poison giant to prepare to meet the battle. At the same time, the zombie archers behind the poison giant fired wildly. The Dark Ranger attempted to kill the butcher in seconds with its windbreaker arrows. However, the third-order darkness soldiers were much stronger in both defense and resistance. It wasn't easy to infect and transform them. In the blink of an eye, the abominable butcher collided with the poison giant, only to see the abominable butcher frantically flinging the rusty iron hooks embedded in its skin. At the same time, the poison giant also raised its hands. The arms covered in green venom continuously smashed against the abominable butcher's body. Compared to the zombie archers, the poison giant's infectious ability was undoubtedly much stronger. One could only see the pupils of those abominable butchers who had been smashed to the bone turn grayish-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lin Mo raised his hand and unleashed Grip of the Wound-Breaking Wind, and 33rd rank abominations were rapidly transformed. They became Lin Mo's dependents. At this moment, Lin Mo's number of poison giants had plummeted to 12, and at the same time he had acquired 18 more zombie abominations. The number of third-order soldiers grew to 30, and his strength increased instead of decreasing. As expected, fighting against a high-ranked lord had absolute benefits for Lin Mo, just as Lin Mo was preparing for the next battle. However, in the next second, a mass of black clouds suddenly coalesced from above the stronghold, and blood-red raindrops poured down from the air. This raindrops unexpectedly contained strong corrosiveness. When it fell on the stone turned into a puddle of black water as far as the eye could see. Falling on the zombie group, the zombie's head continuously issued ear-piercing corrosive sounds of zzz. If it was not for the refuge of the god of pestilence's godhead, these zombies would have been instantly corrupted. I'm afraid that these zombies would be instantly corroded off their heads. However, despite this, the rainwater containing the power of corrosion would also corrode all of Lin Mo's dependents in a short while. This is the A-class Lord Skill Corrosive Acid Rain. The teachers and students watching the battle let out cries of alarm. It's over, with this acid rain, Lin Mo's stronghold is going to be gone. I told you he couldn't beat it, he had to show off. Alas, so many third-order soldiers. It's a pity. There were sounds of regret. Under the shroud of the A-class Lord Skill Corrosive Acid Rain, Lin Mo's stronghold was bound to be lost. In such a situation, no one would think that Lin Mo would be able to create a miracle. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was also quite heavy. He had underestimated the power of the High Lords, and just one skill had caused him to lose his stronghold. However, Lin Mo didn't think that he was bound to lose this battle, because his Lord trait meant that even if he only had one soldier left, he could still win through infection. The narrow road was won by the brave. Bloodthirsty joy. All familiars listened to the order. Charge the enemy fortress at all costs. As Lin Mo gave the order, he jumped onto the shoulder of one of the poison giants. Under the enchantment of Blood Delight, an army of a full 1,000 zombies in various forms rushed towards the direction of the outpost. He had actually directly abandoned his stronghold and used his entire force on offense. It's a home exchange tactic. Lin Mo is bullish. The candidates instantly became excited. This is going for broke. Don't even want the strongholds. There's only this wave of offense. If we win and take off, if we lose, the whole army will be destroyed. This Lin Mo guy is really a madman. Lin Mo had never been a person who was willing to give in. Even if the chance of victory was slim, he would try his best. At this moment, in the direction of the sentry station, hundreds of black arrows shot towards him, and 100 third-rank dark elves were drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The powerful penetration instantly killed hundreds of Lin Mo's dependents, and even shot 2 abominable butchers. 2-headed demons on top of the front row. Resist the arrow attacks. All archers abandon counterattacks and charge the outpost with all their might. Poison giant throwing secondary soldiers. Throw them hard at the city walls for me. Under Lin Mo's command, the zombie army surged towards the direction of the outpost like mad. What immediately followed was the appearance of huge casualties. The number of Lin Mo's dependents was madly cut from the original 1,000 to 800, 700, 600. If it wasn't for the fact that all of his dependents were zombies. If it wasn't for the fact that all of his dependents were zombies, the deaths and injuries would have been even more disastrous in such a charge. In the face of the enemy's moth-eaten attack, a touch of teasing rose on the face of the lord named Morix. Such weak soldiers still want to attack my fortress. Foolish blue star people. Under Morix's arrangement, dozens of huge cannons covered in pitch black poked out from the walls. These artillery pieces were engraved with complex patterns around their circumference, and were not at all the same level of existence as the city-defending weapons seen on the market. In the next second, the cannons fired in unison, and the black cannonballs continuously exploded in the zombie army. Only the first round of firing directly killed 200 dependents. At this point, Lin Mo's troops only had 300 left, and most of them were already battered and bruised. On the other hand, on the evil godlord side, apart from being scratched by the self-destructive soldiers thrown onto the city walls, they basically suffered 0 casualties. In such a comparison, the victory or defeat was already very obvious. Morix looked at the miserable appearance of the human troops outside the city, and the corners of his fang-covered mouth hooked up into a huge arc. Chapter 22. Extreme Counterkill. Gao Gao Falls. Jejia. It must be very desperate to watch your dependents being slaughtered. Remember the one who started it all, me, the great evil Lord Morix. The next time we meet, I will tear apart all of your dependents without leaving a single one. Under the blanket of arrows and artillery fire, Rimmer's dependents were depleted to a mere 100 men left. 2 of the butchers remain, and 3 of the poison giants remain. The zombie archers and zombie warriors all perished, leaving only the higher defense soldiers like the 2-headed demons still struggling to hold on. The zombie troops were still 50 meters away from the walls. In the next second, a huge cannonball flew towards Lin Mo. Instead, he saw the goblin hero with only half of his body left straddling in front of Lin Mo. With the sound of an explosion, the goblin hero instantly blew up into a pile of rotten meat. Blackie helped Lin Mo up from the ground. The cool pupils were filled with a worried look. Her flat belly was currently being penetrated by an arrow, and she was also heavily injured from this battle. Going to lose? The number of dependents was left at less than 100, with no hope of overturning the situation. The students and principals watching this sparring match shook their heads. Opposite him was a 4th-ranked evil godlord. There was no way Lin Mo could win. Just as the crowd was secretly sighing. Instead, it was Lin Mo who slowly got up with Sylvanas, the Dark Ranger, assisting him. There was a constant green glow in his eyes. Just now, as a plague lord, he felt the change in the concentration of plague on the city walls. After this period of fermentation, the plague in the dark elf archers' bodies finally reached the lowest threshold that could be transformed. Tetanus grip. Lin Mo couldn't help but shout. In the next second, a miserable green halo spread out from around him. The dark elves on the walls had a plague inside them that quickly spread throughout their bodies. Those unobtrusive wounds were now festering madly and oozing pus and blood. At the same time, their black pupils changed to a grayish-white color. 20 dark elves turned into bloodthirsty zombies in an instant, then tore towards the other dark elves beside him. The arrows that attacked Lin Mo's troops were dumbfounded in an instant. Above the city walls, there is an outbreak of zombie infection. The dark elves reacted quickly, and several of them stepped in together to try and contain the frenzied dark elf, just as they tried to decapitate the epileptics. Flesh and blood blast. The necrotic dark elves have been blowing themselves up. 3rd-order soldiers self-detonate with a power comparable to C4. 100 dark elves suffered heavy casualties in the self-detonation, and almost all of them were affected. Immediately after that, the dark elf who had been blown up had the audacity to get back up from the ground. With his hideous face and twisted body, he had clearly been reduced to a zombie. Feeling the 30 to 40 friendly auras on the city walls, Lin Mo's spirit lifted. Immediately, he ordered the 2 abominable butchers to rush to the gates. In the next second, the butcher let out a violent explosion, directly blowing the city gates open with a huge gap. All dependents on command stormed the interior of the castle. The walls of Morix had been completely overrun by necrotic dark elves at the moment. They draw their bows and shoot arrows, constantly shooting other soldiers in the city. The 3rd-rank dark elf's attack power was already not weak, and with the Dark Ranger's buff bonus, it was even more likely to kill an enemy unit with a single arrow. The soldier who had been shot quickly rose from the ground and lunged toward a soldier on the sidelines. More and more dependents are transformed into zombies. The zombie crisis has completely erupted from within this camp. Damned human lord, what have you done to my dependents? Morix's angry voice rang out from the air, along with a dash of panic. The situation that had been a big tailwind was surprisingly reversed in an instant. It was too late to think too much, and Morix released his final bottom card. Those were 3 earthbound dragons with black flames burning all over their bodies, only to see them continuously spitting out black flames. Wherever they passed, even third-order zombies were instantly burned to flying ash. This is the 4th-ranked troop-type Black Flame Earth Dragon. Its defense is amazingly hard to break. The principals recognized this troop type and frowned. This troop type is quite a tricky existence for even the Great Wall Guards to deal with. At this moment, Lin Mo similarly realized that the Black Flame Earth Dragon was difficult to deal with. He didn't insist on launching a strong attack. Instead, the Dark Elves were allowed to maneuver the turrets on the walls and turn them back on the Black Flame Geoducks on the ground. In the next second, the black cannonballs smashed on top of the Black Flame Earth Dragon's head without any money. Morix, who saw this scene, had his nose out of joint. It's not even enough to hit yourself with your own soldiers, but to hit yourself with a turret from your own outpost. Damned human lord, wait for me. Morix let out a mournful curse. I will not let you go. I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Yet no matter how much Morix howled, Rimmer was unmoved. After using the turret to blast the Black Flame Geoduck into cinders, Lin Mo controlled the remaining zombie army to surge into the core of the outpost. At the core, a sharp-toothed humanoid creature was directing his men to move goods. Only a portal stood beside him, obviously trying to bolt. Morix bared his teeth when he saw the influx of enemies, especially after seeing Lin Mo. Damn you, Blue Star people, wait for me. I will definitely return to Eft. However, it was Xiaohei who instantly shot a wind-breaking arrow over, nailed Morix to the wall before he stepped through the portal. With Morix dead, the entire outpost was completely defenseless. And Morix's body also turned into a bit of starlight at this moment, automatically floating into Lin Mo's hands. Recorded in the starlight were the coordinates of the territory of the 4th Order Evil God Lord Morix. In the Lord's world, if you defeat a Lord incarnate, then you will be given the coordinates of that Lord's territory. If you happen to have an invasion card at this time, then you can launch an invasion of this Lord's territory and grab resources. After eliminating Morix's forces, Rimmer drove the zombie army to scour the castle for a while. Apart from searching for some material resources, there was nothing of value. On the contrary, the black cannons on the city wall were not bad, so Lin Mo dismantled them all and moved them back to the territory. Then there were also the remains of 3 disfigured Black Flame Earth Dragon corpses, as well as the crushed flesh of other third-order soldiers, which were also picked up back to the territory in one fell swoop. When this was all accomplished, the sky resounded with a serious sound that had been long overdue. Congratulations, student Lin Mo. You have exceeded your quest and can now return. Phew, is it over? Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his entire body instantly relaxing. It's a big loss, but it's a win in the end. Under a golden halo, Lin Mo's consciousness returned to reality. The door was crowded with people, the vast majority of whom were invigilators in addition to the candidates, and the principals of the high schools. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him hotly, Lin Mo scratched his head. What are you guys? But the next second, the scene resounded like a tidal wave of intense applause. Congratulations, student Lin Mo. You're this year's top student in the college entrance exams. Chapter 23, National Rankings, Lin Mo's final results. At this moment, on the large screen located outside the examination center, along with the end of Lin Mo's exam, the electronic display that hadn't moved for a long time suddenly jumped. First place, Rimmer, with a score of 750 out of 100, a territorial population of 98, and a national ranking of number 1. Ranked number 1 in the nation. Wow, the whole room was in an uproar. Both the students' parents and the teachers were all shocked. First place, first in the nation, scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Mo Bullpen, he really got the top grade. God Lin, great God Lin, so fierce. How long has it been since we've had a top scholar in the Tianhai examination area? Whose kid is this? It's so awesome. It's just glorious. Lu Hui, who had gotten the news at the same time, couldn't hold her breath at the moment. So excited that his fingers were trembling and his cheeks were flushed. Students from their own schools get first place in the country on the entrance exams. It's the first in the country, the top in the country. So honorable and beyond proud. Principal Lu, congratulations. This time your Tian High Middle School is in the limelight. Our Tian High examination area hasn't produced a top student for several years. And this time, we've directly produced a national top student. Envious. When will our school produce a demonic student like Lin Mo? Even Subo walked over to congratulate him with a stiff upper lip at this moment. Congratulations, admirable achievement. In the midst of a chorus of praises, Lu Hui was as if she was drunk, her head spinning. Outside the examination room, the beautiful reporter River's eyes were shining, and she was reporting to the camera with an excited face. Lin Mo stood out in the National College Entrance Exam with a total score of 750, or perfect score, and is the deserving national top student. It's both for the honor of his family, and likewise for the honor of our Tian High City. This year's college entrance exams are extremely difficult, and it's not easy to still come out on top under these circumstances. Look everyone, the top student of the college entrance exam is out. The moment River reporter saw Lin Mo, he transformed into a little fangirl. His eyes instantly curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and he greeted them with a face of adoration. He, little brother Lin Mo, we meet again. Congratulations on becoming the top student of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you have anything to say in front of the audience, in front of the camera? Rimmer waved his hand at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Mo. The forest of all birds, the silence of silence. River, who is the person you would most like to thank for this senior year? I want to thank myself most of all. And your loved ones. My parents have passed away, leaving me with my evil aunt and cousin. Thankful that I survived my own evil family. River felt that the day was a little chatty. So what's your secret to getting where you are? It's all about peer lining. River. 6. The report was broadcast live in real time and appeared on the television sets of the extended families in Tian High City. The overwhelming news of the college entrance exam swept through the Dragon Kingdom, while Lin Mo's name made it to the top of the hot list on every major media platform in the country. The 17th National College Entrance Examination top student is announced, and the genius Lord Lin Mo emerges out of nowhere, looking forward to his future performance. A number of prestigious universities have extended their olive branches, inviting the genius candidate Lin Mo to join the academy. Lin Mo students interview screen exposure, demeanor from the calm, by the official media as the new era of the three good young people. Shocked, a woman in Longjiang City claimed to be Lin Mo's long-lost sister-in-law, hoping to identify her with her blood. Lin Mo's name quickly spread throughout the country. No one knew what was going on for a while. Everyone knew about Lin Mo's existence, and were delighted with the story of this poor boy from Tian High City who had gone against the odds to become a national scholar. Even the alumni wall of Tian High Middle School had Lin Mo's big headshot photo hung up as fast as possible. A small line is printed at the bottom. Lin Mo, Class 17 National College Entrance Exam Top Scholar, the first national top scholar in the history of Tian High City. Inside the invigilation hall, Wei Changdong and the other invigilators watched Lin Mo's expression during the exam in detail. No expression of appreciation hangs. Not only does this son have peculiar territorial characteristics, his mental quality is also excellent, a good piece of seedling. I wonder what kind of admirable heights this little guy can grow to in a few more years. By the way, Director Wei, what do you think of this little guy? A group of invigilators looked at Wei Changdong. However, he saw a smile hanging on Wei Changdong's serious face. This son has an unlimited future. In the future, it may be able to become the backbone of our Blue Star human race's fight against powerful enemies from beyond the domain. The invigilators nodded approvingly. The future of Blue Star depends on this group of young people to guard it. Hello, Lin Mo. I'm a teacher from the Four Saints Academy. If you come to the Four Saints Academy in addition to reimbursement of your 4 years of college tuition, you'll also receive a 300,000 Blue Star dollar bursary fund as well as a variety of top-notch resources. Student Lin Mo, consider our Magic City University. Beautiful teachers teach offline, and tons of resources for you to choose from. I'm from Linchuan Lord's University. Our school is huge, so Lin Mo consider our school. Having just gotten away from the reporter Meow Meow, Lin Mo was surrounded by a group of people again. And these people are not ordinary, they are all the head of admissions of major prestigious colleges and universities. Wang Mumu, head of Evergreen University Zhang Mumu, head of Four Saints College Zhao Mumu, Mordor University. At this point, the people in charge of these prestigious universities are like vendors yelling for business in a vegetable market, competing to show off the strengths of their universities in front of Rimmer. All kinds of generous welfare resources are just as crazy as if they don't need money. The national champion can appear only one every year, and it is too important for major universities. The parents next to him were directly dumbfounded by the scene in front of them, and turned to Lin Mo with a look of envy. Is this the power of the Dragon Kingdom scholar? The usually high and mighty head of admissions at a top university was browbeating a student so much. If the other candidates saw this, they would have to be so angry that they would wail and spit out 3 liters of blood. People are more angry than people. Lin Mo had long since determined that the university he wanted to take was the Imperial Dragon Academy, so he decisively declined the solicitations of a group of enrollment leaders. In a small bit of luxury tonight, Rimmer booked a fairly decent hotel to stay in. Exhausted, Lin Mo went to bed early and spent the night without words as time came to the next day. Today is the day to return to school to enroll in colleges and universities. It's also the day to collect the high school commendation and the Jedi Wall Guardsman's reward. I wonder what kind of great rewards he'll get as a national champion? Fully dressed, Lin Mo put on his backpack and walked towards Tian High Middle School. Along the way, the sky was clear and the birds were singing. Enjoying his hard-won relaxation time, Rimmer couldn't help but hum a little tune. She's just my sister, and my sister says purple rhymes. Chapter 24 Rewards and New Challenges. As soon as he stepped through the gates of the campus, Lin Mo was greeted with attention like a star. Look, it's Lin Mo, the national top student. Wow, so handsome. Worthy of being a national scholar. Brother Lin Mo, I want to be your girlfriend. I've liked you for a long time. Biggie, remember me, don't you? You helped me pick up basketballs in the first semester of senior year. Don't forget me when you're rich. For the gestures of goodwill from the people around him, Lin Mo only felt raucous. When he was a punk, ridicule and disdain filled the air around him. Now that he's rich, ridicule and contempt turn to flattery. But there's really no fundamental difference between the two. After a long sit-down back in his original classroom, he received an invitation from the principal to come to his office. Came to the office and found that, in addition to the principal Lu Hui, there was a man with a tiger's back and a calm breath standing next to him. The man sized up Lin Mo and revealed a shallow smile. Well-mannered little guy. There must be a lot of girls chasing after him backwards when he gets to college. Rimmer scratched his head somewhat inexplicably. But it was Lu Hui who laughed. Lin Mo, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wei Qiangdong, the enrollment teacher of the Imperial Dragon Academy. Lin Mo said without being humble. Hello, Mr. Wei. I'm here for 2 purposes, besides handing out rewards to you for your college entrance exams. The other is to test your territorial characteristics. Wei Qiangdong said. Don't worry, we won't pry into your hidden secrets. We just want to know where the upper limit of your infected enemy familiars is. Lin Mo realized, infecting the enemy's army to transform it into his own dependents. Such an unbelievable ability was simply like being in a big hangover. But his ability to infect is not 100% successful. Yesterday, when he fought against the 4th-ranked troop-type Black Flame Earth Dragon, Lin Mo could clearly feel that he seemed to be having a hard time infecting it. Wei Qiangdong stretched out his palm and a golden halo appeared on his hand. Lin Mo realized, and immediately stretched his palm over, only to feel a heavenly rotation before he appeared in a vast and boundless land in the next second. As far as the eye can see, the mountains are beautiful and the birds are singing. A huge white fortress like a giant was vaguely visible in the extreme distance. Thousands of ground troops were like ants, densely and neatly arranged. This was the territory of Wei Qiangdong, the Great Lord, and compared to his territory, his own territory was like a small caramel's. At this moment, Lin Mo profoundly realized how weak he was. Come on, classmate Rimmer. I've already arranged the troop types for the test for you. Turning his head to look, he saw rows and rows of high-ranking soldiers neatly arranged. 4th Order Troop Type Flame Devil Dragon, 5th Order Troop Type Frost Troll, 6th Order Troop Type 2-Headed Chimera. At Wei Qiangdong's urging, Lin Mo summoned a 3rd Order Abominable Butcher from the territory portal. Only the Abominable Butcher walked towards the 4th-ranked demonic dragon with a 6-fold step. It took nearly half a bell of tearing before Rimmer felt the infection threshold appear. Reach out and transform it into a zombie magic dragon. Then came the 5th Order Trolls, and the Abominable Butcher continued to gnaw away, and a bell passed and 2 bells passed. The troll's body was halfway chewed up, but it still hadn't reached the infection threshold. Wei Changdong waved his hand in a cloudy manner, only to see the 5th-ranked frost troll instantly planted on the ground and lose its life. It was only then that Rimmer felt the presence of threshold infecting him as a zombie troll. However, for a 6th-order chimera, even if it had turned into a corpse, Lin Mo was unable to transform it into a zombie. So your current infection limit is a 4th-order soldier, a 5th-order soldier can infect a dead one, a 6th-order soldier will be completely uninfectable, Wei Changdong said as he cupped his chin. You're now a 2nd-order lord, which is equivalent to being able to infect across 3 levels, and any further up will be unable to be infected due to the demonic resistances being too high. Rimmer nodded thoughtfully. That's right. All right. I'm probably clear. Wei Changdong raised his palm once again, and the infected corpse instantly turned into ashes. Next, Lin Mo student, it's time to present you with your reward for this college entrance exam. Returning to reality, Wei Changdong casually waved his hand, and several light clusters appeared before his eyes. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and it was no surprise that this ball of light contained his own reward. The first reward, 1,260,000 Blue Star dollars, includes the national top provincial champion and the first-place reward of the Tianhai campus. Lin Mo's eyes lit up with a clang sound, and his 2 eyeballs turned into the shape of currency, beating madly. That's over 1,000,000 Blue Star dollars. It's so cool to just get there. 2. The young, rich, early adult, rich generation is exactly what I'm talking about. Beautifully accept the savings and gold card. Next up is the second reward. The second is a reward from the Imperial Dragon Academy. It's a C-rank skill advancement scroll, a precious scroll that can raise a C-rank lord skill by 1 level. The second one is also good, and the market price is $200,000, $300,000, just enough to level up Flesh and Blood Blast. Joyfully receiving the second reward, Wei Changdong's expression next became much more serious. The third and final reward, from the Defenders of the Great Wall of Extinction, the same reward that Mr. Chu Kangtian, the principal of the Dragon Academy, personally selected for you. Wei Changdong guided a golden ball of light in front of Lin Mo and said indifferently, 5th rank barracks, Imperial Dragon Riders, 5, 5th order barracks. Lin Mo froze, and even Lu Hui, who was on the side, revealed a stunned expression. How dare you directly reward a barracks? Such a big deal? There are only 3 ways for a lord to get soldiers. One is to take them when exploring the map, the second is to buy mercenaries, and the third and most stable is to build a barracks. Different barracks can produce different types of soldiers, which will be unconditionally loyal to the lord. But barracks aren't that easy to come by, and good ones often require delving into the dangerous belly of the Voidlands and exploring all kinds of ruins to have a chance of obtaining them. Worthy of the rewards from the Great Wall of Despair, the 5th rank barracks were basically invincible to Lin Mo at this stage. Lin Mo hemmed and hawed. Mr. Wei, next time there's a mission to pull out a sentry station, please make sure you call me. I want to get better so badly. Wei Changdong was amused by Lin Mo's appearance. Don't take it lightly. This time it was the evil god Camp's lord who was unprepared. The next attack won't be so easy. Lin Mo touched his nose in embarrassment. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. It's a request from Principal Chu's side. Wei Changdong patted his head. I'll confirm first. You're coming to our Imperial Dragon Academy to attend school, right? Rimmer nodded. What Principal Chu Prime means is that he wants you to participate in the Evil God Expulsion battle that will take place next month. The battle was originally only for sophomores to participate in, but the principal wants you to try. Chapter 25 Mutated Soldier Type, Tyrannical Dragon Rider. Evil God Expulsion Battle? It sounds dangerous. Wei Changdong nodded slightly. That's why under normal circumstances freshmen are not allowed to participate, but you're special, and there's a personal invitation from the principal. Since Wei Changdong had said so, Lin Mo naturally had no reason to refuse. Then I choose to participate. Wei Changdong warned with a serious face. Take advantage of this period of time to enhance your strength as much as possible. The evil god battlefield is full of crises and anything unexpected can happen. Lin Mo nodded. I know, Mr. Wei. After exchanging a few brief sentences, Lin Mo left the principal's office. The college entrance examination is over. The high school career draws a perfect conclusion. Next, Lin Mo will usher in a brand new life in college. Reporting to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy was 3 days later. In the next few moments, Lin Mo began to prepare his territory. The population of Lin Mo's territory at this point could be described as miserable, and the high school battle had cost him a large number of troops. The rec team didn't even give him the idea of throwing it into the graveyard to fix it. With a brainwave, Lin Mo threw all of the second-order miscellaneous soldiers into the flesh and blood cloning machine. Along with the roar of the machines, 50 new zombie soldiers covered in black armor were eventually produced. Black Armor Walker Second Order. A regular combat soldier with strong defense and magic resistance. An invincible hexagonal warrior of the same order. The third-rank soldiers were next, and just as Lin Mo was planning to fuse the Abominable Butcher and the Poison Giant together as well, his afterglow caught a glimpse of 3/4 ranked Black Flame Earth Dragon corpses on the ground. Though lower-order flesh and blood can't clone higher-order flesh and blood. So can you clone a lower level of blood with a higher level of blood? It's a waste to pick it up and put it away anyway. Lin Mo simply threw the Abominable Butcher, the Poison Giant, the Dark Elf, and the Black Flame Ground Dragon corpses into the cloning machine in one fell swoop. With a violent churning, the flesh and blood of the 4 soldiers were stirred together. This time the cloning took significantly longer than before. There was a ding sound similar to that of a microwave chicken drumstick. A 3-meter-tall black monster came out of the cloning machine. Black Inferno Titan Third Order. A powerful soldier with both long-range and melee attacks, capable of shooting explosive arrows containing the power of Black Inferno. The giant that came out of the cloning machine had a black dragon head on its belly in addition to the head around its neck. Meanwhile, on its back was a huge longbow over 2 meters long made up of blood, flesh, and bones. Black flames burned around his body and black rocks covered his entire body. After testing, Lin Mo realized that the Black Flame Titan was ridiculously strong. The first is the dragon's head on its belly, which can spit black flames like a flamethrower over a wide area, covering almost 180 degrees in front of it. Then there was the giant bow on its back, drawing its own ribcage for the bow and shooting arrows with a power comparable to that of a siege crossbow. The most awesome point is that the shot arrow will also explode, and the explosion causes black inflammation to scorch, resulting in a wide range of damage. The Black Flame Titan's melee ability wasn't weak either, and the black rocks around it gave it a strong defense. There really isn't a powerful soldier like the Black Flame Titan that has both offense and defense inside the third-order soldiers, right? A living, breathing human turret. Lin Mo licked his lips and immediately returned all the remaining third-order soldiers to the furnace to be rebuilt. 30 Black Flame Titans were eventually produced. At this point, the dependents of Lin Mo's territory have been reorganized. The current strength is 50 Black Armored Walkers and 30 Black Flame Titans. Next, Lin Mo used the upgrade scroll to upgrade the C-rank Skill Flesh and Blood Blast to B rank. The power of the familiar self-destruct is increased at the same rank. Next, it's the heaviest reward reveal stage. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together. 5th Order Barracks, Imperial Dragon Riders. The moment he slapped the barracks on the territory, detailed information about the barracks appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Imperial Dragon Riders 5th level. A unit of Earth Dragon Riders with great maneuverability. The Earth Dragons have good melee capabilities, and the Dragon Riders on their backs can also throw lances to penetrate the enemy remotely. Production rate, 5 per day. The Imperial Dragon Riders, without a doubt, were extremely powerful existences. However, just as Lin Mo was preparing to produce the first batch of Dragon Riders, the system beep sounded again. Ding! The barracks have been affected by contaminated land and the nature of the building has changed. Desecrated Barracks Imperial Dragon Riders. The spirit of the Imperial Dragon Riders is tainted with strong tyrannical tendencies, and the Imperial Dragon Riders are transformed into tyrannical Dragon Riders. Tyrannical Dragon Riders description. Their hearts are filled with the desire to kill. The more severely injured the tyrannical Dragon Riders are, the more frenzied they become in battle, and their attack power is greatly increased. Profaned again? Lin Mo sweated for a while. However, it seems that after being desecrated, the Dragon Rider's combat power became higher, and it also comes with skills similar to those of a berserker. Summon the Tyrannical Dragon Rider. What the eye saw was an earth dragon glowing with blood. The rider on the dragon's back wearing dark red armor armed to the teeth and holding a huge spear in his hand. I didn't realize it was unexpectedly a bit gangly. Lin Mo selected a Black Inferno Titan that was glowering in the corner and told it to compare itself to the Tyrannical Dragon Rider. As a result, the lance shot by the Dragon Rider stabbed the Black Flame Titan in only a split second. It was worthy of being a 5th Order soldier, and against a 3rd Order soldier it was simply a chopping block. With a 5th rank Tyrannical Dragon Rider as a base card, the security of one's territory skyrocketed. In the next few moments, Lin Mo began to continue the work of transforming and cultivating his dependents. The coordinates of that empty island that exploded from Zheng Tian's body had some mountain giants and second-rank beast soldiers inside. Lin Mo directly dispatched the tyrannical dragon riders in a gust of wind. Only when there was not a single living thing on the island did they leave. The novice continent had also been visited a few times during this period of time, but it was a pity that the novice continent had an average supply of soldiers and did not allow high-ranking soldiers like the tyrannical dragon riders to enter. So Lin Mo reverted to his old ways and once again set up an army of zombies to frantically sweep the newbie continent. Not only the First Order or Second Order soldiers, all of them became part of the zombie army. And so 3 days passed. On the eve of his upcoming trip to report to the Imperial Dragon Academy, Lin Mo looked at the novice continent, where the number of zombie armies had already reached 30,000. Stretched out. Next, the sacrifice skill was unleashed, and the army of 30,000 zombies was engulfed in white flames in no time. A series of beeps rang out from Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Sacrifice successful. Acquisition of basic building. Graveyard 4. Acquired basic building. Flesh and blood cloning machine 1. Acquired D-level lord skill growing rain. Obtained advanced blacksmith store construction drawings. After a full dozen or so dings, Lin Mo got a large number of props and drawings. Not much for his own use, and the props he couldn't use he could find a chance to sell for money. After simply packing his luggage, Lin Mo boarded the high-speed train to the imperial capital. The news of Lin Mo becoming the top student was still playing on the public television set in the promenade. Lin Mo sat in his seat, looking out of the car window glass, a feeling of disappointment suddenly welling up inside. More accurately, it would be loneliness. I've heard that the Imperial Dragon Academy is full of beautiful women, so I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 26, Let Go of the Girl. Accompanied by the sound of the high-speed train entering the station, Lin Mo, who was in the middle of a nap, leisurely turned around and woke up. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the imperial capital, had arrived. The moment he stepped out of the high-speed train station, his eyes saw buildings and traffic. A hot air of the big city came to his face. This student taking a car? I'll give you a cheaper ride if you carpool. Lin Mo, who hadn't yet realized that he already had a huge amount of money, subconsciously nodded his head. I'm going to number 888 Shallow Water Lane Road. Okay. The cab master enthusiastically sent Lin Mo to the car. Sitting in the car, Lin Mo realized that there were 2 other girls with exquisite makeup sitting in the back seat. One wore a pink JK dress and the other wore a blue JK dress. Snow-white long legs, a little eye-catching, at first glance is full of vigor female college students. At this time, the 2 women were chattering and discussing non-stop. The driver uncle also got into the car at this time and looked at Lin Mo with a curious face. Little brother, where did you say you were going? Number 888 Shallow Water Lane Road. Lin Mo repeated. The uncle wasn't too familiar with the place and pressed the cell phone next to the steering wheel. Hey Siri, navigate to number 888 Shallow Water Lane Road. A reply quickly rang out on the phone, inquiring about number 888 Shallow Water Lane Road. The destination has been confirmed to be the north gate of the Imperial Dragon Academy. Navigating for you now. Di Dulong Academy? The driver uncle instantly revealed a look of surprise. My goodness, you are a student of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy? Freshman. Just got in this year. The 2 young ladies in the back seats' mouths also turned into O shapes, with a face of disbelief. Wow, the freshman of the Dragon Academy. So it's the little brother of the school bully. Anyone who can enter God's Capital Dragon Academy is a genius. How come the more I look at you, the more familiar you look? The driver uncle frowned. The next second his eyes opened wide and said, Are you the Lin Mo from Tian High City, the national top student this year? The pink JK girl on the back seat was even more exaggerated. Not caring about maintaining a ladle-like image, she directly drilled into the front row and made a burst of observations at Lin Mo. Immediately after that, she let out a shrill pout. Whoosh, really? The National College Entrance Exam top student Lin Mo. I click, what kind of heaven-defying luck am I? Actually sitting in a cab with the top student of the college entrance exam. Back to the dormitory, I want to share it with my sisters. I'm sure I won't envy them to death. Haha. Today's luck is indeed good. The driver laughed. It's an honor to be able to pull in the top student. I'll give all of you a free ride on this trip. The eyes of the 2 young ladies in the back row had already been not working. Frantically asked Lin Mo if he was hungry or thirsty, and then all kinds of sodas and peanuts and candies were stuffed into his arms. I was afraid that he would die of thirst and starvation if he wasn't careful. It was not easy to get to the drop-off point. Politely refused the request of the ladies to add VV. Lin Mo fled like a smoke ran away. The Imperial City's ladies are too enthusiastic. They really can't stand it. The Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, with a beautiful view of the mountains and the water. Ah, here comes the wonderful college life. Lin Mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and immediately walked towards the school entrance. However, right at this moment, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a small familiar silhouette. Not far away, beside the flower bed, was standing a stunningly beautiful young girl with white cloth tied around her eyes. The absolutely dusty aura seemed as if she didn't belong to this world, and the greenish-gray dress set off her thin figure. Oluo, why is she here by herself? Where did Principal Lu Hui go? While Lin Mo was frozen in thought, another group of people approached Lu A with grave A with ring above. This beautiful young lady, what are you doing here? My humble self, Wu Daji, a talented student who will soon be attending the Imperial Dragon Academy. I wonder what you call yourself, beautiful lady? Only to see a youth with a forehead dyed with a few handfuls of yellow hair leaning over with a fake smile on his face. Beside him, followed by a few young men with frivolous faces. Luoi's face was filled with a panicked look. Beauty, I really don't mean anything else. Wu Daji's eyes recklessly scanned Luoio, especially when he found out that she couldn't see anything. He was even more horny and couldn't help but stretch out his salty pig's hand. Beauty, you haven't eaten yet, hey? I'll take you to have a good meal. Just when Wu Daji was about to touch Luoio, a palm grabbed Wu Daji's wrist. Immediately after, a huge force came from his wrist, and the pain instantly made Wu Daji's face twist. Pain! Ouch! Quickly let go of old me. Wu Daji instantly let out a pig's squeal. It drew the other students at the school entrance who couldn't help but look over. Brother Lin Mo, it's you. Strangely enough, even though Lin Mo didn't say anything, Lu Onithing instantly recognized Lin Mo. Like a scared little chick, she trotted to Lin Mo's side and grabbed his arm tightly. Although she wasn't very familiar with Luo ANF, she was after all Principal Lu Hui's niece. Being bullied, he definitely couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Mo coldly stared at Wu Daji. Molesting someone's little girl on the street. I think you're impatient with life. Wherever I want to molest when I step on the horse, it's none of your business. Wu Daji angry neck are red. And Yuanji Hua, YouTube also too much right. However, what made Wu Daji even more furious was this little beauty that he was looking at even took the initiative to hug the youth in front of him. That pathetic and delicate appearance, clearly treating Lin Mo as a great hero of the world. This scene even made Wu Daji instantly burn with rage. What the are you looking at? Get on me and this kid to death. A few punks immediately rushed over. However, he saw Lin Mo take Luo Ao in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand, he exerted a fierce force. The military physical fist he learned in his previous life was utilized to the extreme at this moment. He directly kicked Wu Daji in the ass, sending him flying out. Those few punks subconsciously want to hold Wu Daji, but the inertia of this guy is too big. He directly knocked a few punks to the ground. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward and kicked one person in the ass. The latter let out a miserable pig squeal. Wu Daji and the punks actually failed to get up from the ground for a while. At this time, Luoio was shrinking in Lin Mo's arms, her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Mo's waist. A strong male scent made her heart beat faster and her little face flushed. At the same time, she yet felt a strong sense of security. This sense of security was the first time it had appeared since she had lost her sight. Thinking like this, Luoai subconsciously tightened the arms she was hugging again. This is my little sister, you know? Lin Mo coldly looked at the few punks on the ground. If you guys dare to bully my sister again in the future, see how I'll waste you. Let's go, sister. Brother, take you to Dragon Academy. Seeing the security master walking over not far away, Lin Mo didn't want to pull any punches, so he hugged Lu Oai and walked towards the Dragon Academy. At the same time, Lu Hui arrived late with a beautiful teacher with a hot body. Chapter 27 recognized a god sister. That being said, in order to get rid of the harassment from the hooligans, Lin Mo led Lu Oao into the campus of the Imperial Dragon Academy. On the forest path of the academy, Lin Mo asked as he surveyed Lu Oai, whose small face was a little flushed. Why are you here by yourself? Didn't Principal Lu Hui come?
刘婉婉声音很小，听上去还有点软糯。我在等姑姑，还没来。
Perhaps it was because of the lack of security since childhood. Luoao didn't let go of Lin Mo's arm at the first time. Instead, it was like grasping for a lifesaver, holding on for dear life. Lin Mo realized that this little girl should be very scared at this time. If I hadn't happened to be passing by, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Oi Uri here! An exclamation of surprise rang out from the distance. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was Principal Lu Hui running over with an anxious face. At her side was an iceberg beauty. Lu Hui's eyes also flashed with a flash of surprise when she saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're here. Lin Mo touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Yeah, Principal Lu, long time no see. What are you two? Lu Hui looked at her own student and niece who were moving intimately. A touch of strangeness flashed in her eyes.
婉婉因为身体的缘故，从小到大就没跟异性有过近距离接触。
But now how? Could it be the liberating influence of the liberal atmosphere of the university? It's like this Principal Lu. Lin Mo briefly recounted what had just happened. I saw that it wasn't safe for Ms. Luoai to be there by herself, so I took her into the school first. And just then, the iceberg beauty beside Lu Hui suddenly stepped forward. Oh, long time no see. Auntie. There was more than a bit of surprise in Luoai's voice. Instantly, he jumped into the woman's arms. Lin Mo subconsciously sized up the woman, only to see that she was wearing a long, slender purple dress with a hot, bumpy figure. The most crucial thing was that her face was even slightly similar to Onithingo. It was like an enlarged version of Luoai, but her expression was just a little too cold, like a piece of iceberg that couldn't be melted for 10,000 years. Well, it's an ascetic iceberg beauty. My name is Jiang He, sister-in-law. Oh, Jiang He lovingly stroked Luo's head. Oh, but when she looked at Lin Mo, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of scrutiny. Owned also the homeroom teacher of the two of you at the Imperial Dragon Academy. Huh? Class monitor? Lin Mo was confused. The hot beauty in front of him, who looked like she was only 26 or 27 years old. Surprisingly, it's your own homeroom teacher? He envisioned his college homeroom teacher to be one of those pot-bellied Mediterranean figures. It turned out to be a beautiful woman with a great exploding body. This college life can be so great. Jiang He pursed his red lips. His voice was clear and cold. How about Linda Scholar? Are you still satisfied with me? Lin Mo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Hello, Teacher Jiang. I'm Lin Mo, a Lord practitioner with 2.5 years of practice time. Jiang He? After a brief exchange, Lin Mo knew that Jiang He was Lu Ao's sister-in-law, only 6 years older than him. After graduating from college, he became a teacher at Imperial Dragon Academy. The reason why I let Adragon Academio enroll was also because I thought it would be easier to have my sister-in-law taking care of her. Lu Hui sighed somewhat helplessly. This child has been through too much since she was a child, and now that she's awakened into an auxiliary resource type lord, there's bound to be a lot of people hitting on her. Auxiliary resource lords are similar to the alchemists on the Double Star continent, and are a fairly rare type of lord. According to the information Lin Mo had learned, the auxiliary resource lord's territory aura was more than 10 times that of an ordinary territory. For things like forging divine weapons and cultivating heavenly treasures, there was a fairly high bonus. The army stationed in them will even rise in rank with the passage of time, gaining a huge boost in strength. Certain special resource type lords could even directly condense void origin to raise the grade for other lords. Such a powerful supportive lord, yet with a fatal flaw. That is the inability to recruit soldiers of the first rank or higher as their dependents. You can leave first rank soldiers hanging to upgrade, but you can't recruit more than first rank soldiers. That's why many resource lords choose to work with other lords. Enhance the defense capability of the territory by stationing troops. However, there were also some ill-intentioned lords who would choose to forcibly occupy the territories of resource-based lords and turn them into their slaves. To be able to test for God's Julong Academy, Lu Oai's territory is bound to be an extremely rare existence. Rare and weak, they are more likely to be coveted. The atmosphere was slightly depressing, but it was Lu Hui who suddenly said, Lin Mo, you just drove the bad students away as Aberthero, right? I hope you can continue to maintain this brother-sister relationship. The bad guys who are plotting against us would certainly be quite restrained if they knew that Ashio's brother was the top student in the college entrance exams. Of course, for your help, we will also pay you handsomely. Ha! Lin Mo was confused and revealed a difficult expression. To be honest, he didn't want to get into this mess. Not that resource-assisted lords weren't appealing enough. Mainly because he himself was too weak and had little background. In case you are targeted by a major power, Lu Hui seemed to read Lin Mo's concerns and immediately said, Don't worry, Lin Mo. As long as you are a student of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy for one day, the Dragon Academy is your strongest backing, and usually most of the time one is taken care of by her sister-in-law. You're just hanging on to a name. Jiang He, who was on the side, had a cool gaze and did not make any comments.
这件事还得看婉婉同学的意思。林默指了指一言不发的刘婉婉，说起来我们也不怎么熟悉，她肯定不愿意。
Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish speaking, Lu Oai raised her head and said weakly, "I, willing." Immediately afterward, she seemed to exert all her strength and playfully shouted, "Brother, this brother," directly Lin Mo's bones called a piece of numbness. Soft voice is like a lovable kitten, instantly stirring up Lin Mo's desire for protection. It didn't seem impossible to recognize such a delicate god sister. With that, Lin Mo, who had just arrived at the Imperial Dragon Academy, unlocked the god sister achievement. Under Jiang He's leadership, Lin Mo smoothly went through the new student enrollment procedures at the registrar's office.
林默哥哥，我想逛逛学校。刘婉婉拉了拉林默的衣角，小声请求道。
After Lin Mo greeted Jiang He, the two of them began to wander around the campus, stroll around and make small talk at the same time. During the casual conversation, Lin Mo learned that although Lu Oa's eyes could not see, she herself possessed a kind of magical perception. She is able to perceive the outlines of things or pedestrian movements in a general way, so she doesn't usually fall without the use of a cane. The Imperial Dragon Academy was not as large as one would expect. After a quick stroll around, a cacophony of shouts began to ring in his ears at some point. As you look around, a marketplace packed with students comes into view. At the top of the market, there are 5 big words Dragon Yard Trading House written. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He still had a batch of materials in his hand that he hadn't finished with. He just happened to sell them for money.
于是他便拉着刘婉婉朝交易行走去。
Chapter 28 Missy arrives. Through and through. Get out of the way. Trading between students was very simple and straightforward. Just encapsulate the lord materials you want to sell on the shelf at the stall. Rented a booth for $30. Lin Mo shelved all of some of the materials he had recently acquired and marked them with a price before entering the state of an old monk in meditation. Luo Anf was sitting quietly next to her like a doll. Good brother. I'll take the high-level blacksmith store drawings. Little handsome, D-level skill growth of rain is a bit expensive. I give you my VVUC if you can give cheaper. There are private photos. Oh, dude, I don't have enough money. Can I trade you construction materials? Classmates, recently the scammer's trick has been upgraded again. Before trading, please download the Dragon Anti-Fraud app. The items Lin Mo sold were surprisingly popular. It wasn't long before it was swept away on the shelves, and Lin Mo made about $200,000 as a result. At this time, he had accumulated 1.5 million Blue Star coins in his small treasury, and was already considered a qualified rich generation. The only material that no one bought after waiting for half a day. It was the B-ranked Lord Skill Lobbyist's Whisper that had exploded from Zhang Tian's hand, a secondary skill that increased the chances of familiars being recruited. The reason why no one bought it was because Lin Mo had put the price tag at $500,000. Skills are good skills, but the price tag is too high, and you have to be a big ingrate to buy them. Just when Lin Mo thought that such an unjust seed would not appear today, a pair of straight and slender big white legs suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Look up the thighs. Red ultra-short dress, flat to the point of not having an ounce of fat in her belly, and the raging waves barely encased by the leather jacket. The delicate face was filled with a proud look. The visitor was a wild hottie, revealing the wild aura of a female leopard. The girl's appearance drew a murmur from those around her. Isn't this how you group's golden Miss Zhang Min? Why is she here shopping at the stalls too? Holy, beautiful and rich little rich girl. If you chase her down, you'll have to struggle for 30 years less. What are you poor fantasizing about? He is a 4th-ranked lord. Don't you see that you are worthy? But it was the girl who didn't care in the slightest about the gazes of the others and crouched down to lock eyes with Lin Mo. The proud career line was unobtrusively displayed in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo only felt an instant spike in blood pressure, and there was a hidden hot stream converging in his nose. This girl is so hot. I like this B-rank skill of yours. $300,000 plus these 2C rank lord skills. For sale or not? Lin Mo sized up the 2C rank skills she displayed and shook his head. They're not what I need. $500,000. No haggling or bargaining. Zhang Min frowned slightly. These 2C rank skills, they are definitely worth more than $200,000. If it wasn't because I was in a hurry, I definitely wouldn't have sold them to you. As the golden young lady of the Hoyu group, Zhang Min was never one to lack money. It's just that she didn't have that much money with her today, so that's why she chose to barter. The main reason was that the limited-time copy scroll she had paid a high price for was about to expire. She was also thinking of using the last bit of time to get more out of her copy. I happened to see that someone was selling a skill book to improve recruitment efficiency, and that's when I went out to buy it. Limited-time copy scrolls are quite valuable props with various treasures and rare familiars present in them. There's even a chance you'll run into higher quality spirits. If you don't use it up in time, the damage is pretty huge. I'd have to sell the skill books again after collecting them, it's too troublesome. Lin Mo shook his head. It's more practical to just give the money directly, seeing Zhang Min's tangled look. Rimmer added, or it's okay if you can come up with something useful to me. There are only a few things that are useful as a lord. At this moment, Zhang Min once again received the prompt that the limited-time copy scroll was about to dissipate. Silver teeth clenched. Tell you what, give me the skill book and I'll take you to brush a high-level copy. The duplicate supported 2 people entering, and bringing Limmer in was surely a way to offset the money spent on skill books. Advanced copies? Lin Mo subconsciously asked. How much does it cost against? Lin Mo's words instantly made Zhang Min Hong one, white air bubbling out of her brain. I spent 2 million blue star dollars to buy that scroll. It's good that I didn't ask you for money. $2 million worth of copy scrolls? Lin Mo instantly became interested and decisively exited the stall. Inside a vacant classroom, Lin Mo placed Lu Oao, turned his head and came to Zhang Min's side. When you enter the copy, remember to hide behind sis. Zhang Min crossed her waist and said with a condescending face, I knew you were a weakling the moment I looked at you. By the way, how many levels of lord are you? 2 orders? Haha. Sure is a little weakling. Meeting Zhang Min's contemptuous gaze, Lin Mo rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Meet up with sis as soon as you get into the copy. Familiars who hang up in a copy are literally hanging up, so it's recommended that you send familiars with high defense into it. Enter this copy mainly to recruit rare soldiers. Don't explore deeper, or sis can't protect you. Although time was limited, Zhang Min still said all the precautions. When everything was ready, Zhang Min took out a sheepskin scroll with a white glow. At her gesture, Rimmer placed his palm on the scroll. In the next second, Lin Mo's consciousness appeared in the middle of a void. Dropping. Entering copy. Earthbound Dragon's Forest. Copy introduction. 100 years ago, a fire dragon king fell in the center of the forest by the influence of the Dragon King's corpse. This forest has given rise to dozens of 3-5 rank flame dragon beasts. Please select the family member you want to send 0-5. Please select the location where the duplicate will descend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 descent sites, of which 4 and 5 are closest to each other. Zhang Min's voice rang out from the air. Little chicken, you choose 4 and I'll choose 5. I'll protect you after the rendezvous later. The monsters here are at least 3rd rank. You definitely can't deal with them. Hearing Zhang Min's words, Lin Mo silently chose advent point number 1. Then pretending to be flustered, Big sister, my hand slipped and clicked as point number 1, or you don't have to wait for me. Zhang Min had just descended into the copy, and her blood pressure spiked once again after hearing Lin Mo's words. Zhang Min was so angry that she stomped her feet. This little party vegetable is really vegetable and clumsy. That's just it. Just let him fend for himself. The big deal is that when he gets out, sis will compensate him for $500,000. Thinking like this, Zhang Min was no longer distracted. Incarnated as a 4th-ranked dragon queen, she greeted the 5 dependent draconians as they headed deeper into the forest. With the skill lobbyist's whisper, she was certain that she would be able to tame 5 4th-ranked earth dragons before the end of her copy's time. When that time came, they would be able to form a powerful dragon rider squad and increase their battle power greatly. At this time, located at Landing Site 1, dressed in blood-red armor, Rimmer was adjusting to his new incarnation, the tyrannical dragon rider. Beside him, 5 tyrannical dragon riders identical to him existed. Each tyrannical dragon rider had a light red blood aura emanating a chilling sense of oppression. Chapter 29 Dragon Queen Zhang Min. It was worth mentioning that although Lin Mo was now the incarnation of the tyrannical dragon rider, but the man in the armor still looked like a plague lord with white pupils and white hair, and he can still use the tetanus grip transformation skill. Since the wild monsters in this copy are 3rd to 5th rank, It shouldn't be too difficult for me to single-handedly brush down a 5th-rank tyrannical dragon rider. Lin Mo controlled the reins with his left hand and raised his spear with his right hand. Give the command to attack. Soon, the running crowd found the first of the unjust seeds. It was a group of 3rd-ranked flaming giant rhinoceros, numbering more than a dozen, that was leisurely grazing. Without saying a word, Lin Mo directly rushed over and killed them all in an instant. Grip of the wound-breaking wind was activated, and the fallen flame giant rhinoceros reared up from the ground. These flame gargoyles were of little value to cultivate, so Lin Mo brainlessly passed all of them back to the territory to serve as materials for cloning black flame titans. The battle continued, and soon the tyrannical dragon riders encountered another group of 3rd-order red-armored giant crocodiles. Even though these crocodiles were known for their defense, they still couldn't carry the power of a shot from the tyrannical dragon rider. Easily strangled and transformed, Lin Mo once again harvested 23rd-order clone materials. The copy time was just under half an hour's work, and Lin Mo had already obtained more than 33rd-order clone materials. That's a pretty bombastic efficiency to have in the Overlord world. At this time, Zhang Min, who was located on the other side of the map, incarnated as the Dragon Queen, she ripped apart the body of the last 4-armed flame ape, panting heavily. The half-dragon at his side was also slightly injured. This was the second wave of 3rd-order wild monsters that she and her familiars had taken out. For her, a 4th-ranked lord, a 3rd-ranked monster was actually equally valuable for recruitment. And most 4th-ranked lords, their main battle force is usually only 2nd-ranked, 3rd-ranked soldiers are the elite, and 4th-ranked upwards are the bottom. It's just that it's a limited time copy now, in order to maximize the benefits. Zhang Min could only give up the 3rd-order soldiers and fully recruit the 4th-order soldiers. Still, this little wild panther was lucky. Just as they were taking a break, 3 dragon-shaped figures walked not far away. The moment she saw them, Zhang Min jumped up in excitement. 4th-ranked demonic creature flame earth dragon. Haha, I didn't expect to run into it so soon. Zhang Min's crimson dragon tail fluttered twice in excitement. The next thing you need to do is just knock them out and recruit them, and they'll be your favorites. The line of sight returned to Rimmer's side. A total of 6 tyrannical dragon riders rampaged through the forest. The 3rd-order clone materials soon surpassed the 100 mark. This also meant that when he left this place, Lin Mo would have 100 powerful 3rd-ranked Black Flame Titans as his main fighting force. This copy has nothing else, the main one has a lot of monsters. For Rimmer, it's like exploding soldier heaven. After transforming another 50 clone materials, Lin Mo finally encountered the first batch of 4th-order demons. The 4th-ranked demonic creature, the Flame Earth Dragon, numbered 10. Lin Mo immediately greeted the tyrannical dragon riders and pounced towards this group of earth dragons. 4th-ranked demons were quite a bit slower to transform, but it was a good thing that the tyrannical dragon rider's strength suppressed it. After killing this group of geoducks completely, they were successfully transformed into necrotic geoducks. Only these 10 corrupted earth dragons were seen festering all over their bodies and their pupils were pale. The flames spewing out turned green. Beautifully, he took back the 9 necrotic geoducks into his territory. The only one left was a female geoduck that was still intact. According to what he had learned in high school, dragon magical creatures were intensely possessive of the opposite sex. When the female dragon makes a human-like pouting sound, male dragons will be driven by instinct to approach and try to communicate deeply. Lin Mo had the tyrannical dragon riders ambushed to the side, leaving only the necrotic female earth dragon at the scene, tilting its head and continuously letting out a shrill hissing sound. A few minutes later, a male flaming geoduck ran by wagging his tail. It came to the mother dragon, tail high in the air, and danced around her while flapping its wings. After making sure the she-dragon wasn't resisting, she couldn't wait to press on. Immediately after that, the male geoduck let out a sharp, strange cry, and his entire cheeks instantly twisted into a ball. That expression was akin to Su Qian suddenly being told that she was not a human being after falling in love with a certain famous mistress of the church department over a long period of time. Thoroughly skeptical of Ryusei, in the next second, a lance shot out from the shadows nearby, straight through the heart, dryly ending its tragic dragon life. Dragging the dragon's corpse away to transform it, Rimmer ordered the female dragon to continue roaring that please welcome the next victimized dragon to the stage. Although the method is a little bit not dragon way, but it is better than the result. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd earth dragons were attracted to the area, and in the effort of losing their concentration, They were killed by the tyrannical dragon riders hiding in the shadows. Only half an hour had passed in the duplicate time, and Lin Mo's transformed 4th-ranked necromorphic earth dragons had already accumulated to as many as 20. Min Zhang on the other side, after a grueling battle, and at the cost of seriously injuring 2 dragon warriors, the 3 flame earth dragons were finally subdued. She is proud of this record. Opening the communication system, he bragged to Lin Mo, "Little weakling, are you still alive? I have some good news for you, sister. I've successfully recruited 3 4th-ranked earth dragons. Haha, awesome or not?" Lin Mo glanced at the territory. The 20 necrotic earth dragons that were lying on their backs in the graveyard recovering from their injuries, as well as the more than 100 copies of 3rd-order cloning materials that were being jumped into the flesh and blood cloning machine, and nodded his head very unconvincingly. "Big sister, you're really great. I didn't expect you to be quite tenacious." Zhang Min was in a good mood. "I'll send you the coordinates. Come over and find me. I still have to recruit 2 4th-order earth dragons, and if I encounter a 3rd-order demon sister to leave you to recruit." In Zhang Min's opinion, Lin Mo, as a 2nd-ranked lord, would also have a good boost in strength if he could have a dozen 3rd-ranked soldiers. Lin Mo subconsciously touched his nose. Although this big sister always puts up a condescending front, she's actually quite nice. Then again, one is no little party girl. Just as Lin Mo was about to thank Zhang Min for her kind offer, and was ready to continue with his big plan of fairy jumping to catch the dragon, an ear-piercing dragon roar rang out from the deep mountains. Immediately after that, a beep sounded in both of their heads at the same time. Ding! The intruder's behavior has completely enraged the Earth Dragon leader, and a wave of beasts will appear in 1 minute. Zhang Min was confused, her small face white. "I was just subduing a few Earth Dragons. How did I enrage the chief? Little weakling, you didn't do anything bad. Did you? Why did you enrage the Earth Dragon leader?" Lin Mo is also confused. "I didn't do it. The most I can do is to fairy troll for a dragon. How can this be red warm?" The beep sounded again. All players participating in this copy are unable to quit until they destroy the enemy or are completely destroyed by the enemy. At this moment, located in the deepest mountains of the forest, the 5th-ranked spirit flame dragon was continuously letting out roars of fury. "Damn invaders! How dare they use such despicable means to victimize my Earth Dragon clan? All of you, go to hell!" Boom! Hundreds of 3rd-order fire Earth Dragons and 4th-order flame Earth Dragons poured out. Chapter 30. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm super strong. At this point, Lin Mo and Zhang Min's position had been locked by the Earth Dragons, with nothing to hide. Feeling the constant tremors coming from the ground, Zhang Min was dumbfounded and couldn't help her fingers from trembling violently. She now had 3 dependents left, and counting herself there were only 4 4th-ranked combatants. It was simply impossible to fight off this wave of beasts. But even so, she opened the communication channel, intending to let Rimmer run away as far as he could. But it was Lin Mo's serious voice that came out first from within the communicator, his tone full of imperturbability. "Give me the coordinates of your location." Zhang Min was slightly stunned, only feeling that little weakling's tone was suddenly serious, as if he had changed into a different person. Surprisingly, a certain sense of security rose in the bottom of her heart, and she subconsciously sent the coordinates of her location over. Though in Zhang Min's opinion, sending coordinates doesn't do much good. In the blink of an eye, the first demons uprooted mountains and rushed towards her. What one could see in their eyes were certainly 10 4th-ranked flame earth dragons. Only to see them open their huge mouthparts, they were about to tear Zhang Min into pieces in the next second. Behind the flame earth dragon, there were dozens of 3rd-ranked magical creatures. It's finished. Can't beat it at all." Zhang Min was scared out of her wits, her small face filled with a terrified look. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for the tragic end of being torn apart by the demons, several mournful dragon roars came from the jungle on the left. Zhang Min was stunned and subconsciously looked up. Only in the next second, 6 powerful scarlet-covered earth dragons rushed from the side. Like 6 parallel trains, they ruthlessly crashed into the incoming flame earth dragon. At the same time, the dragon knight on the back of the earth dragon wielded a sharp spear and viciously pierced through the heart of the flaming earth dragon. 5th-ranked troop-type emperor, Imperial Dragon Riders? Zhang Min's pupils contracted violently. No, the Imperial Dragon Riders aren't as tyrannical as they are. Well, it seems to be a mutated troop type. The one who appeared before Zhang Min's eyes was no other than Lin Mo. Under his command, the tyrannical dragon riders lined up in front of Zhang Min. beast wave after beast wave. However, they saw that the tyrannical dragon riders were not afraid in the slightest. The tyrannical earth dragons swung their sharp claws and continuously tore through the enemy, and the dragon riders on their backs continuously threw their spears. Shoot the demons one by one. In the blink of an eye, the wave of beasts was wiped out. Zhang Min, who witnessed the scene in front of her, was stunned and froze directly on the spot, only feeling that her 3 views were shattered, and her big eyes were stuffed with question marks. Whose ministry is this group of super soldiers that suddenly killed them? It's a bunch of 5th-rate soldiers. However, in the next second, the tyrannical dragon rider in the center position turned back. The helmet was removed, revealing a face with white hair and white pupils, full of demonic and seductive power. Zhang Min's mouth opened wide with a surprised expression, stretching out her fingers dolefully. Whoa, 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 you. Little weakling, how could it be you? Still think I'm a weakling, big sis? Zhang Min calmed down for a moment and turned to roll her pretty white eyes. Little weakling is sis's term of endearment for you. I didn't expect it, little weakling. You're a tiny 2nd-ranked lord who can recruit a 5th-ranked soldier. Lin Mo sized up Zhang Min, who was disguised as the Dragon Queen. Dragon horns, vertical pupils, and a dark red dragon's tail waving behind his butt. The already superb figure was even more alluring under the tight leather armor. Putting his helmet back on, Rimmer barked a serious admonition. The next wave of beasts will be here soon, so just stay behind me and don't go anywhere. Che, who needs your protection? Zhang Min said this with her mouth, but her body honestly leaned towards the center. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she rather curiously surveyed Lin Mo's back. This guy didn't look as simple as he thought he was. 103rd Order demons rushed towards Lin Mo once again. The tyrannical dragon riders lined up, turning into a meat grinder and continuously harvesting flesh and blood. The fallen demons, Lin Mo did not summon them up at the first opportunity. These guys might be useful later on. After experiencing roughly 3 waves of beasts and taking out nearly 30 flame earth dragons. Deep in the forest, a voice filled with anger came over. Damned invaders, how dare you attack the great flame dragon's territory? I'll kill you myself. The forest began to burn with fire, and in the next second, 30 flaming geodragons burrowed out of the dense forest. Behind them were even densely packed with various types of flame demons. The fire dragon in the center of the earth dragon is particularly large and still has 2 feet on the ground, with an almost human-like figure. The moment she saw this flaming dragon, Zhang Min's exclamation of surprise rang out. It's a 5th-ranked Yingling-class demonic creature flame dragon. The so-called Yingling, also known as a hero, is the presence of a general in a troop. Spirits also appear in the wild, and these are generally more difficult to deal with than soldiers of the same rank. They can also be recruited, but are much harder to recruit. Zhang Min's eyes instantly lit up into light bulbs when she saw this Yingling-class demonic creature. If he could recruit this flame dragon, it would truly be a hanging existence. But soon, she shook the impractical thought out of her head. Recruiting 5th-order spirits, don't kid yourself, you'd be lucky if you don't get the beat out of you. Even if a great lord of the 6th rank or higher wanted to recruit a 5th-rank spirit, it would cost a lot. And he himself was just a 4th-order lord. The flame dragon's own flame battle power plus buff caused the surrounding demons to become hyperactive. Accompanied by the flame dragon's command for a general attack, the demons swarmed up and launched a general attack. Come on up. Let's retreat first. Without waiting for Zhang Min to react, Lin Mo pulled her onto the dragon's back. The earth dragon traveled with violent ups and downs. In order not to be thrown off the bus, Zhang Min could only hug Lin Mo and stick close together. Despite the armor blocking him, Lin Mo could still feel the amazing elasticity coming from his back. But now was not the time to ramble on. Big sister, hold on tight. I'm going to start accelerating. Zhang Min instantly thought the wrong thing. Her face was scarlet and she couldn't help but spit lightly. As a result, in the next second, the Tyrannosaurus Rex accelerated fiercely towards the front, frightening Zhang Min with her hands and feet. Using all her strength to coil on Lin Mo, it was transformed into an octopus. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical dragon riders threw the swarm of demons away from the boss by some distance. Little weakling, going on like this isn't a solution. Zhang Min's face was filled with a worried look. If we don't eliminate them, we'll stay trapped inside the copy. Big sister, you don't have to worry. I have my own way. As Lin Mo's words fell, he fiercely pulled on the reins. The Bo Fury Evil Dylan under his butt got out of the car in an emergency and made a rather handsome tail drifting maneuver. At the same time, Lin Mo extended his palm to aim at the pile of corpses behind the flame dragon. Next, tetanus grip, only to see those corpses that were originally lying motionless on the ground. At this moment all of them seemed to have epilepsy like crazy convulsions. Both the third-ranked demonic monsters and the fourth-ranked flame geoducks quickly climbed up from the ground. The pupils of Zhang Min, who saw this scene, contracted violently. With a complicated face, he looked at Lin Mo. "Little weakling, you honestly tell sister, what exactly are you?" Chapter 31 Dragon's Treasure. A Great Harvest. Only now did Zhang Min realize that she didn't know this little weakling's real name. "My name is Lin Mo, freshman," Lin Mo said while controlling the legion of zombies to rush towards the flame dragon in a two-sided attack. Zhang Min's beautiful eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "Lin Mo, you're the national top student who awakened into a special lord. No wonder you were able to take out a fifth-rank soldier, so it's you." Seemingly feeling that her tone was a bit too strong, Zhang Min added with a haughty face. "Still, sis has the vision to bring a random little weakling to brush the copy, and all of them can be the top scholar of the college entrance exam. But in my sister's eyes, you're still that stupid and cute weakling elementary school brother." Ha ha ha. Lin Mo didn't have time to pay attention to her. At this moment, the zombie army and the tyrannical dragon riders were in a pincer movement, surrounding the flame dragon and its dependents. The flame dragon sensed that something was wrong and immediately raised its head to release the skill flame meteor. Hundreds of millstone-sized meteorites fell from the sky, smashing towards the zombie army. Lin Mo's gaze condensed and he raised his hand to release the counter skill. Bloodlust Joy. The zombie army instantly went berserk. Their speed skyrocketed by a large margin, and they actually rushed over before the meteorite fell. Instantly, they tore into the flame dragon's dependents. Lin Mo, on the other side, also ordered the tyrannical dragon riders to charge. As a powerful fifth-order mutant soldier, the tyrannical dragon riders charged into the enemy camp. It was like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, causing a bloody slaughter. The wounds that occasionally appeared on their bodies not only didn't reduce their combat power, but instead made them even more tyrannical and crazy. The hissing and roaring was deafening, and blood mixed with limbs and guts continued to splash in all directions. Zhang Min was lying on Lin Mo's back, looking at the incomparably tragic scene in front of her. Her small mouth opened into an O shape. The whole person was directly dumbfounded. The undead attribute of the zombie army coupled with the formidable combat power of the tyrannical dragon riders. This group of magical creatures controlled by a fifth-ranked Yingling was actually beaten without a fight. Was this really something that a second-rank novice lord could do? Terrifying as it was. At this moment, although Lin Mo was also fighting the demons as a tyrannical dragon rider. However, considering that he also had to protect Zhang Min, he wandered only in the periphery as much as possible. In case he was sneak attacked by the demons and made this big sister Jie fart in advance, it wouldn't be too pretty. Zhang Min obviously also noticed that Lin Mo was intentionally protecting himself. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a warmth. Don't look at this junior high school student who looked dull and dumb, but she didn't expect to be quite gentle. Unconsciously, Zhang Min's favorability towards Lin Mo rose by several percentage points. In the blink of an eye, the flame dragon's dependents were slaughtered. It was left with only itself as a bare-bones commander. And what made it feel most desperate was that its dead dependents once again rose from the ground. Then it showed its teeth at it one after another. It was obviously already in the shape of someone else's house. Damn invaders, stinky gutter. The great flame dragon will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The flame dragon showed its teeth and put on a ferocious appearance as much as possible. It was only a pity that in contrast to the surrounding necrotic earth dragons whose faces were distorted tenfold, its grimacing teeth clearly did not have a deterrent effect. A fifth-ranked demonic creature, it was a bit difficult to transform, just as Lin Mo was about to give the order to kill it. However, it was Zhang Min behind him who suddenly said, "Junior brother Lin Mo, have you heard about the dragon's treasure?" Lin Mo subconsciously replied, "Dragons possess the habit of collecting wealth. They will hide precious treasures deep in their lairs, known as the dragon's treasure." "That's right, La." Zhang Min nodded. "This flame dragon is a fifth-ranked Yingling-level demonic creature. Its IQ is not low. It definitely has the dragon's treasure, La. Why is it suddenly pinned down?" Lin Mo breathlessly stroked his forehead. "Big sister, you have something to say. Don't worry, no matter what the request is, I won't agree to it." Hearing that Lin Mo was joking, Zhang Min clenched her pink fists and hammered on his waist, recovering her normal tone. I want to recruit this Yingling dragon. How about the dragon's treasure belongs to you after successful recruitment? Of course, you can also choose to kill this trash-talking stinky dragon. You will lose the dragon's treasure and get a corrupt, stinky and dirty dragon corpse, as well as the punishment of 100 favoritism from your sister Zhang Min. You have to think about it clearly, ow. Haha. Lin Mo was amused by Zhang Min's appearance and shrugged. Then try it. Just fail to recruit and then finish it off. Zhang Min had an excited look on her face, and with small steps, she walked towards the flame dragon. However, soon the flame dragon scoffed. Filthy, weak, despicable stinking rat. What qualifications do you have to become this dragon's master? This dragon is to starve to death and be beaten to death. But it will definitely not be compromised by a rotten egg like you. Down the drain, you are a 10,000 words omitted here. Zhang Min returned to Lin Mo's side with a black face. This dragon trash talks too much. Give me the old lady to get it killed. Lin Mo was happy. Big sister, if you really want to recruit it, I do have a way. What way? Zhang Min looked depressed. Lin Mo lightly snapped his fingers, only to see the army of zombies automatically get out of the way. 5 female zombie dragons walked up and started scratching their heads around the flame dragon. The flame dragon was terrified right then and there, the entire dragon shrinking into a ball, its wings covering its eyes, and its body trembling violently, representing that it was now panicking. Huh? What is this stinky dragon afraid of? When Zhang Min realized the truth, her little face reddened and she couldn't help but spit. Well, so playful, right? Senior Lin Mo, you're so bad. In the end, under Lin Mo's lustful authority, the flame dragon completely succumbed. It was smoothly recruited by Zhang Min to become a territory ing spirit. The flame dragon could only obediently hand over the dragon's treasure. Looking at the large golden treasure chest suspended in front of him, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and immediately chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining gold 10,000. Obtained iron wall construction drawings. Obtained the magic turret construction drawings. Obtained goblin factory, mechanical repairer. Obtained C-grade skill upgrade role. Obtained C-grade skill upgrade volume 3. Obtained invasion card 1. Obtained invasion card 1. Worthy of the treasure collected by the dragons, this opening of the box gave quite a few goodies. The 10,000 gold alone was worth a lot. The iron wall and the magic turret both enhanced the defense capability of the territory. The goblin factory was also good, producing mechanical goblins that could be used for both wartime and post-war maintenance. However, what caught Lin Mo's eye was the invasion card that came out of the box. Invasion card. If you know the coordinates of another lord, you can forcefully invade that lord's territory. Having this invasion card meant that he could now invade the evil god Morix's territory at any time. However, considering that Morix was a 4th-rank evil god lord, before formally invading, Lin Mo still had to raise his strength some more before he could do so. Casually opening the lord's panel that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time, the panel was already quietly changing. Chapter 32. Damn. Being forcibly kissed by a beautiful woman. Lin Mo. Second Order Lords progress 25%. Territory area 25 square kilometers. Dependents. Second Order Black Armored Zombie 50. Third Order Black Inflamed Titan 30. Third Order Cloning Material 169. Fourth Order Necrotic Earth Dragon 50. Fifth Order Tyrannical Dragon Rider 15. Existing buildings. Flesh and Blood Clones 4. Graveyard 10. Tarnished Empire Dragoon Battalion 1. Constructible buildings new. Iron Wall. Magic Turret. Goblin Factory. Polluted land. Pollution from the evil gods doesn't seem to be able to stop you from becoming stronger. So go ahead and work towards a stronger person. Overlord skills. Blood Delight B. Flesh and Blood Blast B. Spirit. Sylvanas the Dark Ranger LV3. It's okay except for the fact that the lords are a bit low-leveled. Especially the dependents of this, not only is it of high grade, but all of them are mutated soldiers. Each troop type has a zombie attribute bonus, and the combat power is quite impressive. With such battle power, it's not much worse than a 4th-ranked lord. With the end of the copy time, Lin Mo exited the void space and returned to reality. Before the vision could be restored, however, it was a fragrant breeze that hit him. Lin Mo then saw Zhang Min's exquisite face coming towards him. Then he took a bite out of the side of his face. Reality was not like the Lord's world, and Rimmer's face instantly turned red. Nerdy elementary school kids can still be shy. As if Zhang Min had discovered a new continent, he touched Lin Mo's shoulder with a bad smile on his face. Thank you so much, junior brother, for helping me to take in a 5th-ranked dragon spirit. Zhang Min thanked rather seriously. As a lord whose training is oriented towards dragon familiars, a high-ranked Yingling with the dragon attribute was quite a huge boost for her. Strength has gone up a whole lot, so to speak. Here, this is for you, as a token of appreciation for you. Zhang Min handed over a gold card, which was clearly labeled with $1 million. You can use this gold card to spend money at any of the stores under the Hoyu group, Zhang Min explained, and it will automatically be upgraded to a permanent VIP. Seeing Lin Mo's hesitant face, Zhang Min could only force the gold card into his pocket. Take it. This is sister's love for you. Zhang Min's happy pair of big eyes smiled into a crescent moon, and the more she looked at Lin Mo, the more agreeable she became. Especially since Lin Mo himself was also good-looking and was still a freshly enrolled fledgling. This made Zhang Min love him even more. Lin Mo coughed lightly and said with a serious face, "Senior sister is polite. We are just taking what we need. Then, since the deal is over, we'll leave it at that. Farewell." With a whoosh, Lin Mo disappeared into the classroom. Only left Zhang Min stood in place with a stunned face, stomping her feet in chagrin. "No, I'm so unattractive. You should leave me a contact information, elementary school brother." Lin Mo, who left the classroom, always felt as if he had forgotten something. "But I just can't remember what I forgot." Until the homeroom teacher Jiang he called. Lin Mo slapped his head violently. "Bad?" Left Lu Oaoa in the classroom, rushed back in a hurry. Fortunately at this time Lu Oao is quietly lying on the corner of the desk, sleeping quietly like a kitten. Rubbing Lu Oa's head woke her up. "Let's go, sister A with circumflex. Brother will take you to dinner, your sister-in-law's treat." Because of her special physical characteristics, Lu Oaoa's body would usually be taken care of by Jiang He himself. After finishing the lunch, they separated from Lin Mo and returned to the dormitory building that the school had assigned to them. Lin Mo lived in room 314 of the 10th dormitory building, and the students of the Dragon Academy all had clear single rooms. After washing up, Lin Mo entered the territory to regulate his dependents. Inside the territory, the flesh and blood cloning machine was running wild. From the cauldron above, the third-order flesh and blood material was thrown in, and in no time at all, a giant black flame titan emerged from the barn door below. At this point in time, Lin Mo already had 4 flesh and blood clones, and on average, each clone cloned a black flame titan every 10 minutes. It's a little slow, if it weren't for the fact that low-level lords have a cap on building placement. Rimmer hated to put 17 or 18 units in production at the same time. With the flesh and blood cloning machine running non-stop day and night, rows and rows of black flame titans were neatly cloned. They were lined up in neat rows docked next to the flesh and blood cloning machines. In one night's work, Lin Mo had cloned 200 black flame titans. These battles can be quite a huge improvement over the highs. Early the next morning, the freshman 5 classroom is hosting the opening class meeting. A dozen students sat in the classroom chattering away. "Did you hear? The top student in this year's college entrance exam is in our class." "Humph. I'm not interested in high school seniors. I want to see beautiful women." In the middle of the discussion, it was Lin Mo who appeared at the door with Lu A with Grava with ring above in tow. The moment the duo appeared, the classroom fell into silence. Everyone's gazes were focused on the stunningly beautiful young woman beside Lin Mo. Holy, yes. What a beautiful sister. So adorable, old maiden heart. I know her name, Oliuo. I heard she's from Tianhai City. Luo's face kills, instantly causing a wolf howl in the class. All sorts of compliments abound. But it was Lu Oai who leaned towards Lin Mo's side a little shyly and tightly grasped the corner of his coat. It was only at this moment that the crowd of students noticed Lin Mo's presence. Several sounds of heartbreak rang out from the scene. "This can't be her boyfriend, can it? No, dude is the Flash? It's only the first day of school, start so fast. What a?" In the hot gazes of a crowd of students, Lin Mo pulled Lu Oao to find a window seat and sat down. Not long after, the class teacher Jiang He walked into the classroom. Only her face was meticulously serious and unusual. Comes with an icy aura of rejection. The identity of the ascetic iceberg beauty teacher, stone cold. As soon as she appeared, the room temperature dropped several degrees, and the students in the room were immediately silenced. "I'm your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years at Imperial Dragon Academy. My name is Jiang He, and this is my contact information. Mr. Rimmer, please repeat what I just said. Jiang He's cold voice suddenly sounded. What? Lin Mo was at a loss. He had just wandered off. But it was a little fat guy sitting at his front table who said with a bad smile on his face. Teacher Jiang said he's going to elect you as a class cadre. Lin Mo quickly waved his hand. No, Mr. Jiang. I can't be a class cadre. I'm not that material. The class laughed at this statement. But it was a girl who reminded in a low voice. Student Su-eru was just teasing you. We're electing class cadres, not making you a class cadre. Lin Mo was instantly embarrassed. This little fatty is bad. Su-eru, right? I'll remember you. Jiang He looked at Lin Mo expressionlessly. Student Lin Mo, since you've already stood up, then I'll assume that you're going to participate in the class president selection. Chapter 33. 1 picks 4. Class president competition. After asking the female student next to him, Lin Mo realized that there was also a competition to choose the class president. The rules are simple. 5 people station their dependents in castles in each of the 5 directions. Each man can only send 50 dependents to battle. The winner is determined by either leveling the castle or having all of your dependents destroyed. And such intra-academy competitions are usually conducted with the help of simulated sandboxes. Dependents are only digitally projected into the sparring match and do not incur substantial casualties. In other words, this simulation can't create zombie armies by way of infection? Lin Mo grinned, but it wasn't unacceptable. After all, most of the time between the students are just sparring, if every day the real sword to do, before graduating from the university soldiers will be all beaten up. Under Jiang He's arrangement, a simulated battlefield with 5 armies facing each other was placed out from the middle of the classroom. Rimmer, as well as several other candidates, sat down around the sandbox. The other students in the class turned on their viewing devices to watch the battle with interest. Su-eru sat down across from Lin Mo and gave him a kind smile. Lin Mo instantly gave him a nuclear good smile back as well, sneering in his heart. Dead fatso, watch how I'll blow up your base later. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's murderous aura, Su-eru hemmed and hawed. Great scholar Lin, you're so strong. You must be merciful later. Lin Mo knew that this kid was trying to provoke himself and ignored him, just silently waiting for the duel to begin. But it was on Lin Mo's left-hand side. A girl wearing round framed glasses held up her frames and said, Mr. Lin is the strongest of the 5 of us. I suggest that we deal with him together first. Only by defeating him can we have a chance to run for class president. On Lin Mo's right-hand side was a tall and thin man, who immediately nodded his head in agreement. I think this plan is feasible, since you, Lin Mo student, are the brother of student A. Your strength must be very impressive. That's right, if it's Lu Oniwon's brother, for to one makes perfect sense to me. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth jerked twice. These guys really do have cat cakes. Who am I inviting to hit me with one? However, seeing the dead fat man on the opposite side with a smug expression on his face, Lin Mo's fire came up. 4 against 1, right? Come on. Whoever wimped out is a grandson. The sparring match began, and the consciousnesses of the 5 people automatically entered the simulated sandbox. At the same time, the entire freshman class 5, including Jiang He, also turned on the battle-watching mode. Inside the sparring sand table, as far as the eye could see was a vast and boundless grassland. Lin Mo stood at the very top of his black castle, and when he looked out, he could see 4 castles in the distance that were just like the one at his feet. Ding! Please ask the player to choose the dependents to be placed 050. Lin Mo immediately threw the Black Flame Titan into battle. The 4th and 5th Order soldiers belonged to Lin Mo's base cards, and there was absolutely no need to send out such small fights. With just the Black Inferno Titan, it's enough. On the other hand, the dependents of the 4 students were assembled and formed a battle army of 200 in size towards Lin Mo's castle. The only girl of the 4 is named Sonko, and the familiars are a group of long-range magical forces consisting of 3rd-ranked sirens, led by a rare Injin Naga. The tall, thin man was called Sun Gaocheng, and he was leading a group of 3rd-order minotaurs. Dead Fatty Su-eru's dependents were a group of highly maneuverable 2nd-order wolf cavalry. The last boy hadn't said a few words. His name was Chen Moyu, and his familiars were a group of shadow assassins with their own stealth skills. The party assembled and swarmed towards Rimmer's castle. In the classroom, students watch the game and talk about it. 4 against 1, even if Lin Mo is the top student of the college entrance exam, he can't carry it. Definitely can't carry it, which one who can get into Dragon Academy is not a top-notch genius. For geniuses fighting one genius, Student Lin Mo is bound to lose. Jiang he didn't know when he sat next to Lu Oao. The voice was clear and cold. Or you think who will win this battle?
刘婉婉虽然看不见，但领主之战开启意识空间，并不需要借助肉眼观看。
But it was Lu Oai who whispered, Brother Lin Mo will definitely win. Seeing the confidence on Lu Oa's small face, Jiang He's cool eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. Subconsciously, he surveyed Lin Mo, who was sitting in front of the sandbox. The boy who could be trusted unconditionally by this little niece of his, Lin Mo was still the first. I don't know why this little ninny trusts him so much. Look, Sun Gao Cheng's Minotaur warriors are starting to power up. Along with the shouts of alarm, the view returned to the battlefield where the 5 armies were facing each other. Only 50 Minotaur warriors roared in anger as they charged towards Lin Mo's base. They held up huge shields over 2 meters high, and interspersed in their ranks were Sonko's ranks of sirens. I spent a lot of money to have these shields built by dwarf artisans. Even 3rd-rank arrows can't penetrate them easily. Sun Gao Chang had a smug look on his face and couldn't help but yell, Minotaur warriors charge? Step on the enemy's buildings. Ha! Old Gao. I'll support you on the flank. Su Eru laughed out loud and similarly gave the order to attack. Only to see 50 wolf cavalry rushing out from the bushes on one side, they were scattered on the flanks of the Minotaur, ready to provide support. Glasses Girl Songku excitedly held up her glasses. Don't worry guys. As long as I can send my siren troop below the castle, I will release a curse on all the enemies in the castle, greatly weakening their combat power. Hearing Songku's words, Sun Gao Chang licked his lips in excitement and immediately released the B-level Lord skill, Vine Armor Defense. Only the Minotaur's body was seen wrapping up green vine armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Defense is substantially increased. With this layer of Raten armor protecting him, Sun Gao Chang believed that even if Lin Mo had a 3rd-order archer, he would definitely not be able to pose a single threat. Whoosh! However, in the next second, a huge 2-meter-long arrow shot from above Lin Mo's castle. Immediately after, boom! An explosion suddenly exploded from the center of the Minotaur force, blasted several Minotaurs to the ground. The black flames spread rapidly in all directions, and were like maggots on the bones of the Minotaurs and sirens when they were contaminated. Burning madly. What's going on? What's happening? Sun Gao Cheng's face stiffened, and he hurriedly greeted the team to disperse. But it was Song Ku who shouted with a startled face, Look above Lin Mo's castle. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, located on the walls of Limmer Castle, 50 black flame titans had lined up at some point and stood on top of the city wall. The black flame titan possessed the huge size of a mountain giant, yet a bizarre black flame rose around it. And they even had an extremely hideous black dragon head on their abdomen. The moment they saw these mutant soldiers, a gasp erupted in the classroom. Holy, what kind of soldier is this? The book? It's not recorded in the book. Kind of like a mountain giant, but covered in black flames is so cool. Look closely at their backs. Their ing bows. These giants are archers. Long-range combat units. Chapter 34. All subdued by Lin Mo. The students looked at the black flame titans with disbelief, practically dropping their jaws at their domineering and hideous appearance. At Lin Mo's command, the black flame titan took the giant bow from his back, knocked the arrow, and drew the bow to a full circle. In the next second, 50 huge arrows shot out. After cutting a black trail in the air, it disappeared into the Minotaur troops. Immediately afterward, explosions followed one after another, and black flames spread wildly under the Minotaur's feet. Under the explosions and the scorching of the black flames, the Minotaur warriors suffered heavy losses and constantly dissipated into streams of data. No, how is this possible? Sun Gao Chang stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. How is my Minotaur warrior so brittle? Your own Minotaur has a decent defense for a 3rd-order soldier, plus customized shield and vine armor defense skills from the dwarves. Even the attack of a 4th-order soldier had the power to fight. As a result, he was now surprised to have nearly half of them taken out by Lin Mo's round of flurry fire. What the is this is Lin Mo open. But Song Ku, who was on the side, said with an ugly face, Quickly keep the troops away from those black flames. These black flames are from a 4th-ranked black flame earth dragon with a strong corrosive attribute, capable of drastically cutting down a soldier's defense ability. Lin Mo shot a glance at Song Ku with interest. This glasses girl was quite literate, and with a glance, she could tell that this was the flames of the black flame earth dragon. But just looking out doesn't help. Just as Song Ku and Sun Gaocheng were evacuating the remnants of their troops with their hands full, Lin Mo's second batch of arrows had already shot out. Accompanied by the constant sound of explosions, 50 Minotaur warriors and 50 sirens were all wiped out. Seeing that his team had been defeated so easily, Song Ku and Sun Gaocheng had a look of frustration on their faces and sat down on their chairs like deflated balloons. The scene where the Black Flame Titan instantly killed both teams was witnessed by the rest of the class throughout the same time. Unconsciously, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy! This is too fierce. Is this the strength of a third-order ING soldier? The main thing is that the Black Flame is too anticlimactic. It comes with a defense-cutting attribute who can stand up to this. Still underestimating Lin Mo's classmates. Worthy of being the top student in the college entrance exam. However, just as the students were marveling at the strength of Lin Mo's dependents.
CO er hun power UP.
Blood sacrifice technique, blood rage. Only to see the running wolf riders pulling out daggers and stabbing them towards their own chest cavities. Along with the blood gushing out, the wolf mount's size rose crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall demonic wolf, only to see these demon wolves throw off the cavalrymen on their backs and charge towards Lin Mo's fortress at a speed so fast that it was exaggerated. Su Eru hissed, "Charge the bloodthirsty wolves. Use your sharp claws to tear apart the enemies ahead." The arrows of the Black Flame Titans blasted towards the wolves. However, because they were extremely nimble and spread out, they ended up wiping out less than 20 giant wolves. The remaining 30 demon wolves came to the bottom of the castle, their sharp claws tearing through the walls and climbing quickly towards the Black Flame Giant above. At this time, the Black Flame Titan had already put away his longbow and entered close combat mode. The moment the demon wolf jumped onto the city wall, the Black Flame Titan's rock-covered arms smashed towards the demon wolf. At the same time, Su Eru couldn't help but shout, "Chen Moshue, do the damn thing." Only in the next second, a blurry silhouette appeared on the back of each demon wolf. These silhouettes leapt high into the air the moment the demon wolf and the Black Flame Titan collided together. The black dagger in his hand stabbed down hard towards the Black Flame Titan's head. "Lin Mo, you're going to lose," Su Eru screamed, revealing an agitated look. "Chen Moyu's troop type specializes in assassination. There's absolutely no way you can." However, Su Eru hadn't finished speaking, but it was the next second that the dragon head in the Black Flame Titan's abdomen violently spat out a screen full of black flames. The jet of flame wasn't far away, but the range was quite wide. In just an instant, it covered the direction where the demon wolf and shadow assassin were. The demon wolf was huge in size and was instantly scorched by the black flames that fried its fur, followed by a pair of rocky giant fists that smashed it into mush. "Withdraw." Chen Moxian spat out a word. The remaining shadow assassins immediately disappeared into the darkness, attempting to rediscover the assassination. But Lin Mo didn't give him that chance. Only 50 black inferno titans were seen in the guise of humanoid self-propelled flamethrowers, spewing black flames madly at all corners of the city walls. The flames instantly covered the entire city wall, and the shadow assassin in his sneaking state had nowhere to hide. A large area was burned out in a matter of seconds. Either he would be burned alive by the flames, or he would be smashed alive by the Black Flame Titan's fists. The scene was quite ferocious. In reality, Su Eru and Chen Moshue had pale faces as they sat paralyzed in their respective chairs. They had never dreamed that their proud dependents would be so simply annihilated by Lin Mo, and that's with 4-1. For men, failing miserably. Rimmer. Finished. Student Lin Mo, what a demon! In the hearts of the 4 defeated warriors, they unanimously lamented. Snap! After a long silence, the classroom suddenly erupted in applause. The afterthought students immediately offered their loudest applause. This was followed by a burst of cheers and the adoring gaze of the class. Bull Bacha Lin Mo, 4-1 even won the fight. That soldier of yours is a mutant familiarity, isn't it? It's just too strong. That's a 1-2-3 punch. I can't even think about that. Too handsome. Little brother Lin Mo is too handsome. Listening to the praises of the people around him, Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders and was unusually calm. On the contrary, it was Lu A with grave a with ring above in the corner whose small face was slightly red. If you took off her blindfold at this point, you could see that her eyes had smiled in the shape of a curved crescent moon. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a sweet little pear nest. I didn't expect this kid to win in a fight of 4, At this time, Jiang He, a wave also rose in his heart. Although she had read Lin Mo's enrollment file and knew that this kid was strong. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. 1 against 4 and beating the top students in the class. Not only did they defeat them under these circumstances, they didn't even lose a single soldier. Looks like I underestimated Lin Mo's classmates after all. Jiang He sank his mind and regained his serious demeanor. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Mo for the final victory. Then the position of class president will be taken by Mr. Lin Mo. Do you 4 or any of the other students have any other disagreements? The class was silent, no one objected. Su Eru sighed powerlessly. I don't have a problem with it. Student Lin Mo is indeed strong. I can't help it. With Lin Mo's strength, I'm sure I can lead our class to develop well. Song Ku held up his round framed glasses with a serious face. The squad leader Sama will rely on you to cover him from now on. Sun Gao Chung arched his hand. Money Murray. Convinced. Just like that, with the unanimous approval of the class, Lin Mo became the class president of the 5th class of freshman year. And the first thing Lin Mo did when he became the class president was to be called to the office by the beautiful and cold teacher Jiang He. Here's your reward for becoming class president of class 5. Pick one for yourself. Chapter 35. The Attractive School Exchange Shop. Jiang He handed over an electronic screen, and when Lin Mo saw the wide array of items on the screen, his eyes directly gave out. 3rd Order Mountain Giant Barracks, Rare Spirit Recruitment Scrolls, high-level magic guide buildings, and even various C-rank lord skills. Seeing Lin Mo's surprised expression, Jiang He explained. This is the public exchange store set up by the Imperial Dragon Academy. Complete the various tasks and activities set up by the school to gain credits. Then you can exchange the items you need within the public exchange store. But the exchange store you see now is still only a 1st-level store. Higher-level stores will even have S-ranked lord skills as well as 5th-ranked or higher barracks. S-rank. Lin Mo licked his dry lips. Mr. Jiang, how do I unlock a higher grade? By accumulating class tributes in various disciplines. The simple understanding is to get more credits. And if the class credits are high enough, you can get higher redemption privileges. In the Imperial Dragon Academy, credits are a very important resource. As long as you have enough credits, you are basically able to obtain any item you need in the Dragon Academy. Jiang He's legs were coiled up, gently tiptoeing on his toes. There is a reward for becoming the class president. You can now choose one item for free within the level 1 store. And if you want to get it again in the future, you can only rely on the credits to redeem it. Not realizing that there was such a perk, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and immediately began to pick through the wide array of goods. Jiang He's cool eyes were ancient, quietly waiting for Lin Mo to make his selection. In the end, he chose a grade 1 ingenious strengthening stone as his reward. Already planning to cultivate spirits? Not a bad choice. Jiang He nodded slightly. In the next few moments, Jiang He spoke briefly about class matters. There's going to be a Lord Strength test for all freshmen at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So go ahead and let them know. Lin Mo nodded and immediately left the office. During the lunch break, Rimmer used the strengthening stone on the Dark Ranger. A +1 sign then appeared behind the Yingling's information bar. With a successful reinforcement, the Dark Ranger's buff skills were enhanced, and the overall combat power of the troops was increased by a lot more.
Obik de Fulnop.
At 1:40 p.m., the entire freshman class of 5 sat on the edge of the playground. Other first graders were arriving and wandering around the playground. On a hot summer day, each person has an old popsicle in their mouth. The whole of class 5, 16 in all, 9 men and 7 women, chattered and discussed. Wow! Look at those long legs so white. This one just doesn't work out so well, the boobs are small. That one's not bad, oh cool, I like it. Su Eru and Sun Gaocheng talked about it in a high manner, while Qian Moshue on the side covered her face in shame. Listening to Su Eru's unseen discussion, Lin Mo, with a disdainful face, forcibly inserted himself into the topic and said, "Dead fatty, you are truly unseen. Those girls you mentioned are too average. The really superb one would be the one on the far right." Looking in the direction of Lin Mo's finger, the crowd really saw a girl with long, flowing hair, as immaculate as an elf. Absolute dusty temperament. Just looking at it is like bathing in a fresh breeze. Worthy of being a squad leader with venomous eyes. Sun Gao Chung immediately gave a thumbs up. Su Eru pounded his chest. "Count on you? Count on you." Song Ke had a look of contempt on her face. "Huh, class president. I didn't realize you were like this." After laughing and joking for a while, Lin Mo heatedly laughed. To say it looks good, it has to be our teacher Jiang He. This statement immediately drew the eyes of the entire 5th class. Our teacher Jiang He not only has a good figure and looks good. The key is the temperament of this piece of high-cold imperial sister model full. If this were placed in ancient times, not to mention the closed moon and shy flowers, it would also be the level of the sinking fish and falling geese. A real beauty. When Lin Mo said the first half of the paragraph, the crowd's eyes were still focused on him. But in the second half, the eyes drifted. Lin Mo didn't react for a moment, and immediately asked, "You guys are looking at me? What are you looking behind me for? You got sand in your eyes, fatso? Squeeze your eyes at me. Does Mr. Rimmer think I'm pretty?" Behind him, a voice as cold as if it came from an ice cave rang out. Lin Mo's fingers shook, and the old popsicle he had just eaten not 2 bites of fell to the ground. Turning his head to look, he saw Mr. Jiang He with a chilly face, looking at himself with a sly and inexplicable gaze. At her side, Lu Aoi covered her mouth and seemed to be stealing a smile. Mr. Jiang listened to my sophistry, no explanation. It's not what you think. However, no matter how Lin Mo explained, Jiang He just had an icy face and didn't give him any good looks at all. But actually, Lin Mo didn't have any faults with Jiang He's comments.
当江鹤和刘婉婉这一大一小2个美女出现在操场上的时候，
Almost everyone's eyes couldn't help but look over. Jiang He is cold and dignified, and carries the temperament of a royal sister. 而刘婉婉则娇弱乖巧，令人怜爱. 2 stunning beauties with completely different temperaments standing together was quite eye-catching. At this moment, located within the group of freshman class, a lewd gaze was staring greedily at Lu A with grave ring above. But soon he turned his gaze to Lin Mo on the side and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. What a narrow path for an enemy, brat! Soon, under the leadership of each classroom teacher, the freshmen stood in their respective classroom positions. There are 10 freshman classes this semester, lined up on a rubber track with a huge testing platform in front of them. Hello everyone, I'm Wei Changdong. Today we're going to conduct a strength test regarding the Lord's incarnation. Will the freshmen of all classes please come forward in order to test their Lord's incarnations? Wei Changdong, as the director of instruction of the upper division, was highly respected by the classroom teachers present. One by one, students emerged from the crowd as the test began. Su Eru from Class 5 volunteered to go to the front. His Lord incarnation was an elite wolf rider captain, and the giant wolf under his seat looked ferocious. Year 1 Class 5 Su Eru, elite wolf rider captain, specializes in running combat, can release capture nets to control enemies, overall rating 76. Year 1 Class 8 Zhao Dakai, captain of the strong strike heavy artillery, specializes in siege warfare, can remotely bombard enemy buildings, overall score of 75 points. Year 2 Class Yang Mi. An hour passed in a flash and most of the students were tested and completed the assessment. These assessments are stored as data in their student records. These data will be used as a reference when scheduling various pointing tasks at a later stage. Mr. Rimmer, step forward. Please show your Lord incarnation. At this point, most of the students had already completed the test, leaving only a few students, such as Lin Mo, who had yet to perform it. All eyes naturally focused on them. In the stands at this moment, Wei Changdong also narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo, who walked out from the class team. Chapter 36. Prioritizing the right to choose a mate. Lin Mo connected to the controller in front of him, and his consciousness was instantly transmitted to the test platform. In the next second, a huge black shadow slowly coalesced on the test platform, a hideous, evil dragon prostrate on the ground, and a knight in dark red armor seated on the dragon's back. A kind of earth dragon knight mixed with an evil aura appeared on the test platform. The moment the tyrannical dragon rider appeared, it triggered a gasp of surprise from the entire crowd. What incarnation is this? So handsome. It should be a variant of the Earth Dragon Rider, giving it a very evil feel. Anyone have an extra diaper I can borrow? I'm already scared to pee. The murmurs continued. Compared to the other freshmen, Lin Mo's incarnation was clearly too domineering. In the stands, Wei Changdong's pupils flashed with astonishment. The Imperial Dragon Rider had actually changed his face completely. This kid did have something. This student, please take off your helmet. We need to confirm your identity. The test teacher shouted towards Lin Mo. Rimmer nodded, and the moment he removed his helmet, his long silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. The white pupils flashed with a demonic gaze, combined with his already angular face. A kind of demonic beauty of a human-demon hybrid came out. The scene erupted into a chorus of girls' screams. Many of the girls' eyes instantly turned into two large love hearts that danced wildly. So cool! It's the feeling of the heart. The old lady's cement-sealed heart moving again. Does handsome guy have a girlfriend? I want to confess to you. Oni-chan. I super love you, Oni-chan. The girls cheered even more enthusiastically in the area where Class V was located. Class president is so handsome. Big handsome class president. Sisters, that's Linemo, the class president of our 5th class, hee. Su-eru and the others, on the other hand, were envious and jealous. Darn it, it's been loaded by Lin Debanshan. Sun Go-sung. Sorely lost priority in choosing a mate. Chen Moyu's eyes flickered. But Linemo is really handsome. Sun, Su? After confirming the identity of the incarnation, the next step was to assess the strength of the Lord's incarnation, only to see a 4th-ranked rock giant appear in front of the tyrannical dragon rider. At the test teacher's signal, Lin Mo rode the tyrannical earth dragon and charged towards the granite giant. Roar! In the next second, the tyrannical earth dragon's front claws slapped hard on the rock giant's chest. The razor-sharp dragon claws tore the thick rock armor to shreds almost instantly. Immediately after that, there was a storm of crazy claw strikes. The rock giant let out a roar and tried to fight back. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't give it that chance. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit off the rock giant's brain hard. A numbing creak was heard. The rock giant's head was like a peanut as it was bitten to pieces by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The shattered pieces slowly dissolved into a stream of data and disappeared into thin air. The scene was dead silent. All the students were stupefied, and their mouths were so wide open that they could practically stuff down a whole ostrich egg. The rock giant, but a 4th-ranked soldier known for its defense. It was supposed to be used as a meat shield for the freshmen to test their damage. Who would have thought that he would let Lin Mo's classmates finish him off straight away? And it's still the complete and utter abuse kind. Does this ing mean that Lin Mo's Lord Avatar has a combat power that exceeds the 4th rank? He shouldn't have a 5th-ranked soldier. Useful 5th rank strength at the freshman stage. This is invincible at the same rank. The gazes of the freshmen from all classes looking at Lin Mo were filled with envy. At this moment, Wei Qiangdong also unconsciously revealed a touch of astonishment. Ordinary Imperial Dragon Riders would never be able to easily defeat a rock giant. This mutated dragon rider obviously possessed even more powerful attack power. Student Lin Mo's territory was contaminated by the blood of the evil god and gained some sort of infectious trait, and the two together seemed to induce a directed mutation in the soldiers. If all of Lin Mo's soldiers can be mutated, when he is promoted to Great Lord, I don't know how terrifying an existence can be born. Even if Wei Qiangdong is as calm as Wei Qiangdong at this time, his heart also rises a huge wave. This little guy, Lin Mo, is truly a demon that you don't come across for 100 years. This troop type is not within the records of the Dragon Kingdom's troop type atlas, so please ask Mr. Lin Mo to name it. The voice of the testing teacher rang out. Tyrannical Dragon Rider. Class 5 freshman Lin Mo, in the guise of a tyrannical dragon rider, killed a 4th-ranked rock giant. Overall rating 100. Congratulations to you, Mr. Lin Mo, for achieving the highest rating on this test and adding 100 credits. As president of Class V, all students in Class V will receive an additional 20 credits each. The room erupted into a heated argument at this statement. Extra credit for finishing first? Now the ratio of Blue Star dollars to credits exchange is 100 to 1, which is equivalent to whoring around for $2,000. This is so cool. One person gets the high score and the whole class gets a reward. Not all students, only class presidents get high grades. The students of Class V are happy as can be at the moment. Lin Mo big class president. Ing love you. That's 20 credits for nothing? Lin Mo, you're not my class president. You're my godfather. Godfather, please accept my child's obeisance. There was a steady stream of wailing and barking from the Class 5 boys. Then look at the students in the other classes. Their eyes are red with envy and jealousy. Along with Lin Mo exiting the simulator, this test reached its end. Squad leader, let's go get together for a meal, Su-eru proposed. In the next 4 years of college, brothers and sisters take care of each other. Sun Gao Chung wrapped his arms around the shy Qian Mou. Song Ku and a few other girls also gathered around. Class president, let's have dinner together. Lin Mo nodded. Fatty, do you have a suitable place? The corner of Su Eru's mouth twitched. There's a restaurant east of the school that's pretty good. Just as the crowd was chattering and discussing enthusiastically, an arrogant and incomparable voice rang out from the side. Lin Mo, you're pretty awesome today. The entire freshman class has let you steal the limelight all by yourself. Handsome nah. Rimmer followed the voice. Instead, he saw a yellow-haired man with his pockets in his pockets come up to him, and behind him were 7 or 8 other boys. The students in class 5 tensed up instantly. These suddenly approaching students were obviously planning to come over and pick a fight. But it was Yellow Hair who continued to say unsteadily, "Don't think that just because you got a perfect score that you're that much of a bully. In front of me, Wu Daji, your so-called talents are all." The little brother beside Wu Daji hurriedly picked up, "Our Wu Xiao is the second youngest master of the Wu family in the capital. The resources that you are fighting for are worthless to our Wu Xiao. Sensible to hurry over to call the master. Wu less casually reward you 3 melon 2 dates will be enough for you to honor and wealth for a lifetime." "I'll be damned, what kind of bull is Wu Xiao?" Su Eru had a disdainful face. "Pretending to be a bully to our class 5 head? You're nothing." Sun Gao Chang had the same cold smile on his face. "Capital city Wu Xiao? Remember, I'm your father's son." Qian Moshue silently gave a middle finger. Although the class was only recently formed, Class V showed exceptional unity. The same enemy is united against the same enemy. Chapter 37. King Boar Knight. Charge. Seeing that he couldn't scare the Class 5 students, Wu Deji pointed at Lin Mo's nose and cursed. "Rubbish Lin Mo. Only dares to hide behind your class right. You damn last time you spoiled my good deed. Today I'm going to get you killed." Lin Mo was a bit speechless. "I said Yellow Hair, ah. It's a rule of law society now, you can't use knives and guns." "Say it again. My name is not Yellow Hair. And what color is your hair?" "Yellow. Isn't that yellow hair?" I'll kill you." Wu Daji charged towards Lin Mo, just as Lin Mo was about to strike to teach him a lesson. "Brothers and sisters, protect the squad leader." Su Eru yelled and took the lead in rushing towards Wu Daji. The rest of the 5th class came in with equal vigor. The boys then punch and kick hard, and the girls mentally attack with screams. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Lin Mo saw the opportunity to approach Wu Daji. Taking advantage of their defenses, a sweeping leg thrown over, only to hear click a crunch. Wu Daji's face instantly turned a pig liver color. The heartbreaking screams spread throughout the playground. Inside a teaching building located in the Dragon Academy, along with the ringing of the bell, sophomores came out of the building one after another. Zhang Min walked somewhat absent-mindedly on the road, next to her good girlfriend Zheng Xiao. In stark contrast to her name is the grandeur of the chest. "Did you hear? Freshmen got into a fight. Class 5 and Class 1. The leader seems to be called Lin Mo, or this year's top student in the college entrance exams. I heard that I was asked to duel by Director Wei, so I'll start right away." As soon as the student's words were finished, Zhang Min, who was still listless, jerked her head up, then 3 steps in front of the student. "Say again. Who was the one who led the fight?" The student who spoke was visibly flustered and stammered. "Well, it seems to be called Lin Mo. Where is he now?" "In the playground, after all. There's a duel to be had." Seeing Zhang Min's appearance, her best friend Zheng Xiao instantly narrowed her eyes. "There is a situation, oh Min. How, recognize?" Zhang Min didn't bother to explain and grabbed Zheng Xiao's arm and ran outside. Zheng Xiao protected her chest and screamed, "Auntie, slow down. Don't you know I have a big inertia?" By the time Zhang Min and Zheng Xiao arrived at the playground, there were already quite a few people standing outside the playground, mostly from all grades who had come to see what was going on. On the playground, Wei Qiangdong had a serious look on his face. "Lin Mo from Class 5 and Wu Daji from Class 1. Since you are the Lords, your conflicts should be resolved in the same way as the Lords. The Lord's world is a world of the weak and the strong. No one will care about what's right or wrong. Most people only care about the winners and losers. This is something you'll naturally understand when you're in society. So now, you can choose the duel mode, where the loser has to apologize to the winner and pay 50 credits as moral compensation. Inside the school, the main types of Lord duels are ingenuity duels, territorial battles, legion battles of different sizes, and so on. Even battles between soldiers of the same rank are possible if you are confident enough in the quality of your soldiers. I demand a 1v1 Yingling duel, Wu Daji said without hesitation, and then with a provocative face, Lin Mo, I know that your troop type is bullish. Dare you compare me to whose Yingling is stronger? Wunderkind looked confident. His spirit was an elite spirit that had been recruited at great expense, and he had wildly smashed more than a dozen strengthening stones of various grades. It is now an unrivaled presence with a +6 enhancement level. Spirit quality is divided into 4 categories: common, rare, elite, epic, and legendary. Elite, already a very good engine that newbie lords can get. It seems like you're very confident in your own spirit. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Good. Then let's have a duel between spirits. The dueling mode was determined, and in the next second, a huge dueling sandbox appeared over the playground. After entering battle mode, Wunderkind couldn't wait to summon his reinforced +6 elite spirit. Hers was an imposing figure riding a boar and clad in silver armor. It's the Boar Night King, an elite-level spirit. Exclamations of surprise instantly erupted from the crowd in the distance. There was no lack of existences with poisonous eyes among the watchers who continued to speak out. Normal boar knights don't have its size. This Night King should have been strengthened, and the strengthening level isn't low. There are 9 levels of regular spirit enhancement, and every 3 levels of enhancement will result in a huge boost, and the higher the enhancement level, the more expensive the corresponding enhancement stones are needed, and the higher the chance of failure. Zhang Xiao propped up her raging and leaned on the railing. Highly reinforced level elite in Spirita. Surely it's not easy to deal with. Min, do you think Lin Mo student can win? Zhang Min pursed her lips, then nodded firmly and said, I believe in elementary brother. He can definitely win. On the playground, hearing the crowd constantly talking about his summoned spirit, Wu Daji was a bit smug. Lin Mo, it's not too late to admit defeat. Give Grandpa me 2 kowtows and this matter will be considered over. The people in Class 5 also revealed a worried look at this moment. Elite spirits with high reinforcement levels are not that easy to deal with. Squad leader, why don't we change the dueling method? Wu Daji must have taken the money to hit the enhanced level. It's not fair to you, Sun Gao Chung said. Lin Mo's face was flat. It's impossible to admit defeat. There's no word in my dictionary for admitting defeat. The moment the words fell, Lin Mo also summoned Dark Ranger Sylvanas into the sparring sandbox. The moment Little Black appeared in front of the crowd, the scene, which was still incredibly noisy, suddenly quieted down. Even Wu Daji, who had an arrogant face, revealed a grave expression at this moment. A black cloak wrapped around a slender, dark gray body with the distinctive pointed ears of the elves. Delicate face, cold eyes, especially with a head of grayish-white hair that flowed in the wind. What kind of Yingling is this? I haven't seen it before. And it's a super rare, stunningly beautiful Diablo-style female spirit. I'm cracking up. In terms of temperament alone, it completely crushes the Boar Night King. The quality of this spirit is definitely not low. It can't be an epic-level Yingling. Lin Mo's classmate has an epic spirit? The gasps of amazement continued, but Lin Mo sat steady, directly giving an all-out attack command to Blackie. After several battles at this time, Xiao Hei's strength had already reached LV3, which is the 3rd stage level. She was seen raising her longbow and knocking several arrows on top of the bowstring. In the next second, the arrows shot out, splitting wildly in the air and eventually turning into a rain of arrows towards the Boar Night King. Boar Night King, use Sacred Boar Shield to resist, Wu Daji shouted, so loud that the entire playground could hear him. Use Boar Charge to close the distance with the enemy. The students watching the battle couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths a bit. Wasn't it embarrassing for this student to yell so much? Chapter 38, Your ass is covered in blood. At Wu Daji's command, the Boar Night King launched a charge. The small short legs with strong limbs erupted with amazing strength and slammed towards the Dark Ranger like a high-speed train. Wu Daji revealed a smug look. Strengthened +6, an elite Boar Night King who specializes in charging, not to mention 3rd-order soldiers under full-speed impact. Even a 4th-ranked soldier could take a considerable amount of damage. Lin Mo, watch how my Boar Night King smashes your summoned spirit into a pile of rotten meat. It's not too late to surrender. Just kowtow to Grandpa twice. As a result, the next second, the smile on Wu Daji's face disappeared. Only the moment the King Boar Knight was about to crash into the Dark Ranger. The Dark Ranger's slender thighs tapped the ground, deftly and elegantly dodging the attack. The strong wind blew the Dark Ranger's long gray hair, and no fluctuation of emotions could be seen in his cool eyes. Unbelieving, the king of boar riders turned his hog's head and attacked again. As it turned out, this time the Dark Ranger jumped straight up high. The moment she dodged the charge, her slender legs transformed into something like a long whip and flung out, smacked hard on the boar rider's body. Only a wailing sound similar to a pig's squeal rang out, and the boar knight was nearly jerked out. The crowd that saw this scene sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Isn't this an archer engine that can be this strong in melee? Just one kick. Almost gave the boar rider a kick. This strength is horrible as hell. Dark female elf, good-looking and high battle power. Brothers, I'm sour. Lin Mo's face was calm and unmoving. Now it was the Dark Ranger's turn to fight back. I saw Blackie take his bow and shoot an arrow, his strong fingers squeezing the end of the arrow and pulling the bowstring to a full circle. A spiral stream of air rapidly coalesced above the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow, wrapped with a huge penetrating force, shot out towards the Boar Knight King's ass. At this point, the king of boar riders was still turning the pig's head. Suddenly it felt cold behind my ass. Not waiting for it to come back to its senses, a sharp pain shot through its ass. Touching my ass, it was wet. One look at the hand. All blood. It was important to know that the Boar Knight King was wearing knight's armor, so even a second-rank dwarf musketeer would have a hard time shooting through it. Surprisingly, the arrow was now pierced by the horrible penetration as well. Wu Deji's face was a bit ugly. Not expecting Lin Mo Xingling to be so difficult to deal with. I'll give you a chance, yellow hair, Lin Mo said, imitating Wu Deji's tone. Kneel down and call your grandfather, and I'll make your loss look good. Wu Deji was so angry that he gritted his back teeth. He really couldn't accept the fact that the Boar Knight King was inferior to the Dark Ranger. Obviously his Boar Knight King was already strong, okay? Why was it still not as strong as Lin Mo? Still, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance to bounce back. Lin Mo, don't be arrogant. I still haven't used cards. With that said, Wunderkind gave new orders for the Boar Knight King. Only the boar on the Knight King's crotch began to knock on the ground continuously, accompanied by the continuation of the knocking sound. The earth within a 5-meter radius also began to shake violently. Spirit skill, earth resonance. Only to see the Boar Knight King charging once again, and this time, the ground trembled violently wherever it went. Sand and gravel flew about like a 5 or 6 magnitude earthquake. The Knight King plucked the arrow from his ass and stuck his thumb in the hole to stop the bleeding, wielding his wolfsbane with his other hand. With a wail, he charged at the Dark Ranger. Under the influence of the earth resonance, the Boar Knight King's aura was much greater, even the moment he approached the Dark Ranger. The trembling ground caused the Dark Ranger's form to sway. There's no way to aim, Wu Deji immediately clamored. How about it, Lin Mo? Surprised or not? Earth resonance is a skill you get when you break through level 3 reinforcement, specializing in dealing with agile heroes like you. Next, let's see if I don't smash your Yingling into mush. Lin Mo looked at the Dark Ranger, who kept dodging within the range of the earth resonance. And in his heart, he couldn't help but lament the effect of the Yingling reinforcement. Strengthening to a higher level to cross over into combat is possible. But as strong as the King of Boar Riders was, it was still almost as good as the Dark Ranger. Only after several dodges, the Dark Ranger quickly adapted to the earthquake frequency. The Dark Ranger was seen pulling back in a half-crouch, his arrow on the bowstring ready to unleash a second windbreaker. The Boar Knight King's legs slammed down on the boar under his seat, and he charged towards the Dark Ranger. As a result, in the next second, a circle of light appeared above the Boar Knight King's head. As if a fixation spell had been applied, it was instantly fixed in place. What's wrong with you, King Boar Knight? Don't just freeze in place, move for me. Wu Deji was so excited that he broke his voice and hadn't realized what was happening. Not only Wu Deji, the other students who were watching the duel were also confused. On the other hand, high-ranked lords like Wei Qiangdong and Zhang He revealed thoughtful expressions. It's the silence spell. Zhang Min in the distance couldn't help but scream out. Zhang Xiao violently covered her small mouth. Isn't the silence spell a spell that can only be mastered by epic-level spirits? Cultivated to an advanced stage, it can even be transformed into a domain, banning a whole area of demons on a wide scale. It's a nightmare for mage troops. Could it be that Lin Mo's spirits are epic level? At this moment, the Boar Knight King, bound by the silence spell, had already lost his skills and was frozen in place like a retard. But in the next second, Xiao He shot a wind-breaking arrow that violently penetrated the Night King's chest. One arrow didn't kill him, and he shot a second arrow without slowing down, followed by a third and a fourth. The Boar Knight King, who was originally still majestic, had just turned into a living target at this moment. The students who saw this scene were instantly messed up. This skill is too rogue, right? Controlling the enemy and then just hitting them? Come to think of it, it's the silence spell. And don't you dare believe it's not a single skill, it's a ING group skill. Silence spell? Isn't this a skill that can only be mastered by an epic spirit? Lin Mo's summoned spirit is epic? At this moment, Wu Daji, his voice was muffled as he tried to get the Boar Knight King to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, however, no matter how much he shouted, the Boar Knight King was as deaf as if he was deaf, and did not respond at all. Let the arrows keep penetrating its armor. In the blink of an eye, the Boar Knight King's chest was filled with arrows. Like a hedgehog, it looked miserable. The duration of the silence spell finally ended, and the Night King lay straight after letting out a groan of relief. Together with the boar under the seat, it instantly disappeared into a stream of data. The whole place was dead silent, and in the next second, a tidal wave of cheering boxes resounded throughout the playground. Lin Mo is a cow pen, directly controlling the opposite side to death. Class president is so hot. Class president, I love you. Mua. Damn. There are monsters in this freshman class. Epic spirits with silent skills. Can't mess with them. Chapter 39. The Big Lesson, Misty Survival. On the railing outside the playground, Zhang Min showed the same happy expression. Grabbing Zhang Xiao on the side, she ran towards the playground. Go! Go see primary brother! Zhang Xiao exclaimed. My auntie. Slow down on the stairs, okay? My center of gravity is too high. Wei Changdong came to Lin Mo. In this duel, first year class 5, Lin Mo is victorious. The losing side is Wu Daji from the first year class. Compensate 50 credits and apologize to Lin Mo immediately. Student Lin Mo, yes. I'm sorry, yes, it was my mistake. Wu Daji lowered his head with a pale face. A strong sense of frustration welled up in his heart. At this moment, his dignity has been swept away and he has become a complete clown. The sound of giggles constantly echoed around him, as if steel needles were constantly stabbing into his heart. At the same time, the students of Class 5 cheered. Squad leader is too strong. Squad leader is mighty. Squad leader is the most handsome. Silly wave a yellow hair is still arrogant. Don't rely on the family, has a few broken money, think you can just bully people. The key is still that he took the initiative to pick a fight. Haha. Kicked the iron plate, right legs for you to break. Looking at the students of the first class again, all of them were now hanging their heads and darkening their faces, especially since Director Wei had mentioned earlier that the losers were from their class. Even more so, they felt that they had lost face and were too damned ashamed. In the face of the cheers and praises from the people around him, Lin Mo acted quite calmly from the beginning to the end. After this battle, the Dark Ranger's experience bar went up by a huge amount, and he was looking at the horse rising to the 4th rank. Hello, Lin Mo. Ms. Jiang, he asked you to find her in the office. A schoolgirl suddenly trotted over and said playfully. Holy, Teacher Jiang is looking for you now. It can't be to criticize you. The 5th class students instantly discussed. Criticize what? It's obvious that class 1 found fault in the first place. It might be a commendation, or maybe there's some kind of special treatment. In response to the crowd's speculations, Lin Mo waved his hand breathlessly. Don't guess blindly. I won't know if I make a trip. That potluck thing. Send me the location. I'll get there myself later. By the time Zhang Min and Zheng Xiao ran over out of breath, Lin Mo had already left the scene. Even the people in Class 5 had disappeared. Zhang Min was so angry that she stomped her feet. It's all your fault, Tiny. Why can't you run faster? Zheng Xiao looked aggrieved. I have 2 landmines hanging on my chest. I can't get up fast. On the other hand, Lin Mo found Jiang He in his office. I thought that she would mention the matter of today's duel, but I didn't want Jiang He to directly fling over a lesson plan. Freshman practice sessions begin tomorrow. This hands-on course is required for every freshman, with extra credit awarded for high ranking. She won't be participating in this practice session. She has special study arrangements. Seeing Jiang He's hands-off look, Lin Mo grinned and helplessly took the lesson plan. It says survival in the mist in big letters. Not waiting for Lin Mo to rummage through the details, but it was Jiang He who continued. By the way, about participating in the Evil God Expulsion Battle. How are you prepared? Evil God Expulsion Battle? Lin Mo froze slightly, then remembered the agreement he had made with Wei Changdong after the college entrance exam. Subconsciously, he nodded his head and said, "What can be prepared is almost ready. So when will this eviction battle start?" "Soon, right after this practice class is over." After a pause, Jiang He continued, "Don't think you're strong now. The battlefield against the evil god is countless times more brutal than in school. The high-level lords can easily have hundreds or tens of millions of dependents. It's far beyond what the current you can fight against." Lin Mo's mind sank, immediately recalling the ant-like densely packed dependent troops he had once seen within Wei Changdong's territory. Those densely packed dependent troops could all be powerful soldiers of the 5th rank or above. Compared to Wei Changdong's territory, his own territory is not even a small pyramid. Thinking of this, Lin Mo immediately said with a serious face, "Teacher Jiang, I will take the next lessons seriously." Jiang He nodded slightly. "Strengthen yourself as much as you can in practice sessions. Remember, in the world of the lords, even a 9th-ranked great lord has enemies that cannot be defeated, and against any lords not of your camp, you must be on your toes, understand?" Looking at Jiang He's serious expression, Lin Mo nodded. "I'll remember." Leaving the office and walking to the potluck restaurant, Lin Mo's gaze once again fell on the few large words at the beginning of the lesson plan. Misty survival? Side profile. This is a world engulfed in mist, so please be careful of the monsters that suddenly pounce on you in the mist. You can choose to gather resources to strengthen your shelter, or make powerful partners to explore this unknown and mysterious world together. In the mists, dangers and opportunities coexist, and precious treasures and props are waiting for those who are destined to come. After understanding the general meaning of the course, Lin Mo nodded slightly. This class, it's quite interesting. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the place where Class 5 was gathering for dinner. The crowd was young, with little red tape, and soon hit it off. On the way to dinner, Lin Mo dumped the lesson plan to Su Eru and asked him to take pictures and send them to the class group. In the face of Su Eru's spoiled expression, the task set by Jiang He was successfully completed. Based on the analysis of the lesson plan, Misty Survival should belong to the treasure swipe category of replicas. And the copy clearly states that all students can only send second-order dependents as well as second-order lord avatars to participate in the mission. At this time, Lin Mo had just become a lord after all, and it was the time when he lacked various treasures and props. It's just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to get some more treasures. Eat, drink, and go back to your homes. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. When Lin Mo arrived at the large freshman classroom, it was already packed. The 10 freshman classes of freshmen, totaling 160 people, all sat in the classroom. "Wow, I'm so nervous. This course is called Misty Survival." "Yeah, I heard it's a treasure swipe copy. I'm gonna swipe hard for treasure." "Hee hee. You don't want to think too easy. Last year's freshman year, many seniors didn't even see the face of the treasure before they GA farted. I think it's safer for us to team up." "Who's teaming up with me? My dependents are musketeers. Long range is fine for melee combat." All sorts of chatter went on and on. Without exception, all of them centered around this replica in the discussion. Lin Mo had wanted to find a place to sit down and wait for the copy to start. As a result, in the next second, a playful figure took the initiative to come to Lin Mo's side. "Hey, Mr. Lin Mo, do you want to team up with me for a copy?" The person who came was an innocent-looking, beautiful girl with an excellent figure. "It's only the first day of class and you're being actively hit on by a girl?" Lin Mo subconsciously touched his nose. Freshman school flower Gu Qingqing actually took the initiative to hit on Lin Mo. "Brothers, I hate it. Chapter 40 Boiling Goat. Come and help me." A little fatty immediately revealed a look of remorse. "I'm so stupid, really. If I was the first to invite Lin Mo's classmates, I might be able to agree to team up with me. Now I can't believe the schoolgirl got there first. Brothers, I hate it so much. I thought it was Lin Mo you hated, but it turned out to be Gu Qingqing. Not buddy you Nantung. Where's Nantung? I'm Nantung too. Stick it to me. Get lost. Didn't you see yesterday's match? Lin Mo is so fierce. He must be a big leg. Big thick legs and schoolgirls, cutie. They all know to choose big rough legs." Rimmer surveyed the beautiful girl who had come to accost him. Tall, slender, and really good looking. Especially these legs, as thin, white, and straight as bamboo chopsticks, just like that legendary anime legs. The only downside is that the boobs aren't that big. It was also barely held in the palm of one hand. "I'm sorry, this student," Lin Mo said with a human face. "I don't intend to team up with anyone for this copy. When these words came out, Gu Qingqing instantly had a lost expression on her face. The students on the sidelines heard about it and cursed Lin Mo quite a bit. Make a staff. Gu Qingqing is the recognized school beauty of our freshman year. Lin Mo wouldn't be Nantung, would he, rejecting such a pretty girl? Brothers, pass it down. Lin Mo is Nantung. Quickly spiritually attack him. The one who screamed the most was Su Eru, and Lin Mo directly kicked him in his big ass. Caused a chuckle from those around him. Lin Mo, don't think that just because you're the top student in the college entrance exam that you can look down on the other students. Just then, an angry voice rang out from the side. Liu pointed at Lin Mo's nose and accused. Qing Qing kindly invited you to team up. Why did you reject her? Qing Qing, don't worry. I won't let you suffer. I'll teach this bastard a good lesson. Seeing the visitor, Lin Mo froze, clearly seeing the three big words boiling goat on top of the student's head. Liu, don't flatter yourself. I have nothing to do with you. Compared to the soft tone when talking to Lin Mo, when dealing with Liu, Gu Qing's tone was much colder. Seemingly afraid that Lin Mo would misunderstand, she explained, Liu and I are just students in the same class. I'm not familiar with him. Liu immediately revealed an expression of shame and indignation, and his eyes were filled with resentment when he looked at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo, you'd better pray that I don't meet you in the copy world or I'll have your ass. Lin Mo rubbed his nose, and that classic famous stunt suddenly flashed through his mind. Pleasant goat is tired. Boiling goat, you go to the back and push. Don't ever peek or I'll ignore you from now on. Don't worry, merry goat. I won't peek. Wu Daji in the corner witnessed the entire conflict. A flash of cunning flashed in his eyes, and immediately moved towards Liu. Good brother. Do you want to give Lin Mo a little lesson to taste? Liu, who was in the middle of his anger, immediately nodded. I hate him. If it wasn't for Lin Mo, there's no way Qing Qing would have talked to me like that. Then let's both team up. Wu Daji secretly handed over a prop card, a sinister smile on his face. I have a way to waste him. The moment Liu saw the prop card, his pupils shrunk violently. This is Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation card? This card is worth an old lot of money. Wu Daji looked like a diamond bachelor. My name is Wu, and I have plenty of money. As long as I can waste Lin Mo, I don't mind smashing him with money. Wait for all students to arrive in the classroom. The homeroom teachers of all 10 freshman classes stood on the podium. Jiang He was elected to explain the basic rules of this misty survival. For this course, each of you can only bring 5 dependents of the second order and below, and your ability to incarnate as a lord will also be limited to the second order. Opportunities and dangers coexist in the mists, and each of you will only have one chance to enter the world of the mists. If your lord incarnation dies in the misty world, you will automatically be dropped from this course, so you must all be careful and take what you can get. Any valid behavior you perform in this course will earn you points. The credits are also your ranking points. The top 10, top 3, and first place students in the course ranking will receive generous rewards. In the Misty World will generate some random events. Solve the events can also earn points. At the same time, in order to increase the interactivity of the assessment, the cross-region trading and auction system is opened. You can trade desired items with other students. A world full of mists, random events, various treasures and monsters. Lin Mo adjusted his breathing and waited for the copy to open. If everyone is ready, then let's begin today's lesson. It was accompanied by a golden halo that enveloped the entire classroom. In the next second, Dao system beeps rang out from the ears of the new students. Primary Resource Exploration Copy. Misty Survival, officially opened. Please choose your lord's doppelganger and the dependents you will carry. Lin Mo chose 5 black armored zombies as his fighters, while he himself transformed into a plague lord with the abilities of a black armored zombie. It was accompanied by a flash of white light from the eyes. When he came back to his senses again, himself had appeared in a dilapidated cabin. Ding! You have arrived in the Misty World. The Misty World is full of crises, and the cabin you are currently in will be the only relatively safe place in the early stages. You can choose to gather resources to strengthen the cabin, or you can choose to abandon the cabin and start exploring the mists directly. System beeps kept ringing in his head. Lin Mo pulled out his ears and gazed out the window at the dark, misty world. One appears to be in the middle of the ruins of a town. Vaguely visible outside the cabin are collapsed houses and even private cars corroded to their shells. But besides these, Lin Mo also saw some dark shadows wandering in the mist. A hoarse whisper could be heard faintly. The world is not only full of mists, the mists are full of unknown monsters. Casually opening the regional exchange channel, the channel was already in chaos at this point. I knock. This is the misty world. It feels so scary I don't dare to go out. My ING birth point is on a cliff. I almost fell when I opened the door just now. The sky is falling open. There are so many zombies around me. I just let my dependents kill one of them, and it exploded a crystal core that said it could be exchanged for 1 credit. I found a treasure chest in the bushes, and when I opened it, inside was a scroll of group recovery, gorgeous. Silently noting down the message within the chat channel, Lin Mo called up his dependents, opened the wooden house and walked out. As soon as he went out, an ear-piercing hissing sound rang out in the distance. Immediately afterward, the 3 walkers rushed towards Lin Mo. Corrupt cheeks were filled with a ferocious look. Without the need for Lin Mo to make a move, the 2 black armored zombies beside him immediately rushed up. After a bout of slamming, the 3 walkers fell straight to the ground. Chapter 41. Doing business and making a wild profit. Lin Mo tried to use the source of plague to infect the walkers and failed. However, Lin Mo found a blinking point of light on the body of one of the walkers. Bringing it over, it was a crystal the size of a fingernail. Misty crystals. Crystals produced by monsters in the mists, containing the power that makes up the mists, and can be given to the Academy for credits. This should be the crystal core that was mentioned in the chat channel. Again, this is the main way for freshmen to brush up on their credits. You, as a plague lord, have seen through the nature of the misty crystalline nucleus, so perhaps you can try to devour the nucleus. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Devouring crystal cores? Is this a special ability as a plague lord? A misty crystal core was only 1 credit, and it was clearly more cost-effective to attempt to devour it. Lin Mo immediately drove the power of the plague in the palm of his hand, devouring the power of the crystal core into his body. Ding! The misty crystal core has been devoured successfully, and you have some shallow knowledge of the misty world. The magic happens. The original visibility was only 5 meters away from the mist, but at this moment it had increased to 6 meters in Lin Mo's eyes. After devouring the misty crystal core, Lin Mo could see farther in the world of mists. This is certainly good news. Too little visibility and you'll not only miss out on a lot of treasures, but you'll also be vulnerable to monster attacks. The more visibility you have, the better it is for exploring the misty world. No, when Lin Mo looked around, he really saw a bronze treasure chest placed in the grass 6 meters away. Is the opening game a bronze treasure chest? What luck! Treasure chests in the misty world. Normal, bronze, gold, platinum, diamond. The higher the grade, the richer the reward of the treasure chest opened. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and couldn't wait to open the bronze treasure chest. Obtains Chalet Upgrade Kit 1. Acquired. Torch Making Drawings. Acquired. Grade 2 Spirit Strengthening Stone Fragment. You open the bronze chest plus 10 credits. Wooden House Enhancement Kit. You can upgrade your wooden house directly to a stone house, which gains stronger defense as well as a better living environment. Raising the wooden hut directly to the stone hut certainly saves a great deal of time in gathering building materials. Casually using up the upgrade kit, Lin Mo looked at the second item. Torch Making Drawing. A simple torch that can be made using 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of thatch, and can be placed in one spot to be used as a source of light, providing some warmth to the surrounding area. The drawing is also a pretty good thing, similar to the torches in MC. It is a must-have for wilderness exploration and digging into caves. The last item Lin Mo couldn't use for the time being, and he needed to collect all 10 fragments to obtain a complete strengthening stone. Still, Rimmer put it away beautifully and focused his eyes on the torch drawings again. Go, gather some wood and thatch. Under Lin Mo's orders, the black armored zombies quickly gathered quite a bit of wood and thatch and piled them up inside the stone house. Next, Lin Mo used the torch manufacturing drawings to create a dozen torches in one breath. Immediately after that, he put the torch on the trading platform and advertised it within the regional channel. Dark Night Cold Heart. Still struggling to feel the dark at night? Still afraid to travel far for fear you won't make it back to the cabin? Rimmer brand torches you deserve, plugged and unplugged, ready to provide you with a warm shelter. Conscientious merchants are fair and square. A torch is sold for only 1 misty crystal core. 3, 2, 1. Families, get in. After Lin Mo sent the large advertisement into the regional channel, more than 100 freshmen fell collectively silent, and then a heated discussion erupted immediately afterward. Brother Rimmer, is this torch of yours fidelity so that it can really be plugged in and pulled out? Big brother Lin Mo is bullish. He's already gotten the manufacturing drawings. It's too strong. Worthy of our great squad leader. Lord Squad Leader begs you to send us a few torches. For the request of his fellow classmates, Lin Mo directly refused. A flat rate for all, 1 misty crystal core for a torch. Being able to provide long-term illumination to an area is definitely a very useful prop in the early stages. So soon enough, alerts of orders being filled kept scrolling above the chat channel. Yangmi buys a torch 1 and pays 1 primary misty crystal core to Lin Mo. Gu Qingxing buys torches 4 and pays 4 primary misty crystals to Lin Mo. Su Eru buys torches 2 and pays 2 primary misty crystals to Lin Mo. Money Murmur buys. Soon, the 16 torches were bought and sold empty, and Lin Mo obtained 16 misty crystal cores. But Lin Mo was clear that props like torches would become less and less valuable with the passage of time, while the demand was still high. Hurry up and sell more. The black armored walker continued to gather wood and thatch without knowing fatigue. All the while, Rimmer hid in the stone house and frantically made torches. Soon, a second batch of torches totaling 30 went up on the trading platform. It was purchased within minutes. Then keep making them and keep buying them. Time quickly came to 3 hours later, and at this time, Lin Mo had already earned 100 misty crystal cores by selling torches. Piled together, they formed a small hill. Just as he was putting a new batch of torches on the shelves, it became apparent that they weren't selling. He opened the marketplace, but saw that it was 4 or 5 students who had set up torches just like him. And one student even pushed the price down to 1 misty crystal core for every 3 torches. It's obvious that the bonus period of being able to plug and unplug has passed. Lin Mo stretched his back and his gaze fell on the 100 misty crystal cores. Redeeming credits is obviously not the best option. Lin Mo opened his arms to catalyze the source of plague, only to see the crystal core rapidly disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. A beeping tone kept ringing in his ears. Devouring successful, visual range expanded. Devouring successful, visual range expanded. Devouring successfully, you deepen your understanding of the misty world. After devouring all of the misty crystal cores, Lin Mo walked out of the stone house to the outdoors. However, he saw that the original visual range of only 5 or 6 meters was rapidly expanding under Lin Mo's gaze, and eventually stopped within 100 meters. At this moment, Lin Mo's visual range skyrocketed to 100 meters. All sorts of collapsed and dilapidated ruins, chapped highways and rusted and decaying billboards are everywhere. And beyond that, the grass, the gutters, and even the interior of collapsed buildings. A dozen or so points of light were flickering, and these flickering points of light were clearly the locations of a single treasure chest. Now it's rich. Lin Mo looked at so many treasure chests exposed to view. The corners of his mouth snapped into a wicked smile like that of an urban dragon king. At this time, located outside a certain town in the misty world, Boiling Goat Liu has successfully met up with yellow hair Wu Deji. Next, as long as I find the exact location of that guy Lin Mo, I'll have the certainty that I'll be able to nullify Lin Mo with this Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation card. With a confident look on his face, Wu Deji turned and patted Liu's shoulder. Don't worry, good brother. When you waste Lin Mo, your goddess will definitely be impressed. Liu's gaze burned with a blazing fire as he nodded firmly. Chapter 42 Random Event. Armed Escort Vehicle. Open the bronze treasure chest and obtain Acceleration Scroll 1, Ground Spike Trap Manufacturing Drawing, Grade 2 Strengthening Stone Fragment 1, and credits plus 10. Open bronze treasure chest, get Fire Rain Scroll 1, Bonfire Construction Drawing, Grade 2 Enhancement Stone Fragment 1, credits plus 10. Open common treasure chest, Stone 60, Wood 60, credit plus 5. Open common treasure chest, Scrap Iron Pieces 10, Plastic 5, credits plus 5. There were a total of 18 treasure chests around the stone house, and after all of them were opened, Rimmer was given a large amount of supplies. To summarize, the first and most valuable thing is the credits. 13 ordinary treasure chests plus 5 bronze treasure chests brought Lin Mo a total of 115 credits. Looking at the rankings, at this time Lin Mo was at the top of the entire grade in the 18th position of the grade. This is closely followed by a large number of building materials that come out of the normal treasure chests, although there aren't a lot of building materials that come out of each treasure chest. But it couldn't be topped off with enough open boxes, so after finishing organizing the building materials, Lin Mo was surprised to find that he now had enough materials to upgrade his house one more time. No hesitation in choosing to upgrade. Congratulations! The stone house has been upgraded to a tin house with increased defense and comfort. The pointed stone house became a 4-sided block tin house. Level 2 enhancement stone fragments were gained quite a bit more, but not enough for synthesis. Prop scrolls also took some. In addition to the fire rain and acceleration scrolls, there is also a sheet of ice storm, Lin Mo, all put on the body in case of emergency. It's just a pity that living corpses can't be transformed, or else I could organize an army of zombies to explore the misty world. Lin Mo bitterly laughed and shook his head, casually opening the open area channel. Haha! I found the 3rd treasure chest. It's still a bronze treasure chest. Great luck! Suck on the big man upstairs and rub a wave of oomph in it. While you were looking for the treasure chest, my humble self has upgraded the cabin to a stone house. Haha, envy. I really don't know how the big guys in the top 3 of the leaderboards brush up. I've only scored over 40 points and they're already almost 200. Following this statement, Lin Mo clicked on the leaderboard. The top 3 spots on the leaderboard were 3 familiar names. First place, Qingqing Gu, Class 4, Credit, 198. Second place, Class 1, Wu Daji, Credit, 176. Third place, Class 5, Qian Mo Language, Credit, 166. 18th, Limmer, Class V, Credits, 115. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, Lin Mo pondered. There were still quite a few masters within the freshman class, so it seemed that they still had to step up their efforts. As he was thinking, an electronic beep suddenly sounded. Ding! A random event has occurred. An armed escort vehicle has appeared in the area. The escort vehicle seems to be hiding precious treasures. But please note that this escort vehicle is well armed with a high force value, so all lords should act according to their strength. Random event. The chat channel instantly exploded. The first random event in the Misty World seems to be a bit difficult by the description. Unfortunately, the escort van route is too far away from me, or I would have tried it. The escort van did pass by my house, but I'm not going to make a move, so it's better to play it safe and brush up on the walkers. Lin Mo opened the roadmap of the armed escort vehicle and froze slightly. Coincidentally, the car just happened to pass in front of my house. Thinking about the time I opened a chest and got the ground spike trap construction plans, a bold plan was generated in his mind. Since the escort truck will pass by his door, let's build a trap to shade it. Say it and do it. Lin Mo immediately had the black armored zombies split into 2 groups, with one group going to collect materials. The other group followed themselves around the highway creating traps. In order to prevent the escort vehicle from escaping, Lin Mo designed the trap as a huge U-shape that was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. After setting up the scale of the trap, the black armored zombies began to dig frantically, and all kinds of building materials were put inside in a brain. About 3 hours of copy time had passed and the trap was dug. Sharp stumps, more than a meter long, lay densely below the trap. Any prey that falls into it is guaranteed to have its heart thrust out and its mind fluttering. However, this wasn't safe. Lin Mo asked the black armored zombie to find some flammable materials within the ruins of the town to throw into the pit. And in the process, a black iron walker actually finds the abandoned gas station. Lin Mo, who got this news, hurriedly gathered the black iron walkers to feel their way over and eventually found a large barrel of gasoline inside. Pour gasoline into the trap and spread a thin layer of fallen leaves as cover. All things being equal, the next moment is to wait for the prey to come to your door. Half an hour later, the end of the highway. With a roar of an engine, a black armed escort vehicle came through the mist. The blinding headlights pierced through the mist and illuminated a large area ahead, along with Rimmer's tin house. At this moment, Lin Mo was quietly lying in front of the window, his heart as steady as water. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In the next second, a loud crash sounded. The entire escort vehicle plunged headlong into the middle of a spike trap. Because of the strong impact, the front compartment of the escort vehicle was instantly broken and deformed. Several sharp stakes were driven right into the cab, and it looked miserable. But that's not all. Only Lin Mo took out the skill scroll called Fire Rain and violently tore it in half. Red clouds quickly coalesced in the sky, and hundreds of basketball-sized meteorites, smoldering with fire, came crashing downward. The meteorites smashed frantically into the escort vehicle, triggering a dense explosion in a matter of moments. At the same time, The flames ignited combustibles and gasoline inside the trap. Soon, the entire inside of the ground spike trap was ablaze with fire. The rushing fire engulfed the entire escort vehicle, frantically scorching the escorts inside. Lin Mo looked at the blazing fire and estimated that the people in the car should have farted. As a result, in the next second, the transportation vehicle was violently kicked open, from which 5 biochemical strongmen armed with big killing weapons emerged. Doom warriors? Lin Mo couldn't help but burst out after seeing what the 5 looked like. Only 5 strong men with hideous muscles all over their bodies and distorted faces were seen, obviously no longer belonging to the human category. And the big killing weapon they were carrying in their hands was clearly a Gatling machine gun. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless dense bullets enveloped Lin Mo's tin house in an instant, sparks flew, and the ear-piercing sound was numbing to the human scalp. Luckily, he had upgraded to a ING tin house. If it was a stone house, it would never have been able to carry an attack of this intensity. But even the tin roof was beginning to shake at the moment. The 5 biochemical destruction fighters were blasting away at Lin Mo's small house like crazy, not giving him the slightest chance to fight back. This can't go on like this. Lin Mo pulled out a scroll with a snowflake on it and violently tore it in half. Only in the next second, large snowflakes began to coalesce around the 5 Doom warriors. The temperature plummeted, and the snowflakes turned into ice crystals like sharp blades that kept tearing through the Doom warriors' skin. In this super cold environment, the Doom warriors indeed all turned off their engines, and then slowly stepped out, wanting to leave this area. Black armored walkers, all of you, get out there and them up. Chapter 43 Great Harvest, Platinum Great Treasure Chest. At Lin Mo's command, 5 black armored zombies rushed out of the tin house. Immediately after that, Lin Mo put the Blood Delight buff on them, and the speed and attack power of several zombies increased drastically in a short period of time. At this moment, it was located within the range of the Ice Storm spell. The Doom warriors also saw the incoming enemies, attempting to drive the machine guns in their hands to counterattack. However, within the range of the Ice Storm, their machine guns were mute, and their movement speed and reaction power were all drastically reduced. In the blink of an eye, the black armored zombies rushed in front of the Doom warriors. The black armored zombie had sharp claws growing from both hands. Toward the body of the Doom warrior was a burst of crazy tearing. The warrior of destruction also counterattacked, but without the firepower output of the Gatling machine gun. Relying on his fists alone, he couldn't do anything to the black armored zombie. Soon, Lin Mo, who was hiding in the tin room, once again felt the familiar infection threshold. In the next second, tetanus grip activated. The 5 destruction fighters were instantly taken over by the plague and transformed into Lin Mo's dependents. Virus Destruction Warrior Second Stage. Biochemical transformers with powerful bodies that have been re-infected by the virus become even more bloodthirsty and unafraid of life and death. As the ice storm mana dissipated, the 5 destruction warriors stood woodenly in place, as if their souls had been drained. Lin Mo immediately gave the command to assemble, but he saw the destruction fighters carrying their Gatling, standing neatly in place like soldiers waiting for parade. Although the destruction fighters were second-order soldiers, the Gatling in their hands was a powerful weapon. Joyfully, he took the 5 destruction fighters under his command. Lin Mo couldn't wait to head towards the escort vehicle. At this time, the escort vehicle has been completely turned into a sea of fire and ruins. Above the ruins, there was a large golden treasure chest suspended. It was not a golden treasure chest, but a higher-level platinum treasure chest. Wealthy! Lin Mo rubbed his hands together excitedly and immediately ordered the destruction warriors to move the treasure chest down. Next was the tense and exciting opening of the chest. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a heavenly golden light rose up from the ground. At the same time, a regional announcement was issued within the regional channel. Congratulations to Lin Mo for successfully blocking the escort vehicle. Plus 100 credits. Once the notice was sent out, it immediately triggered a buzz among the students within the channel. Someone really hit the idea of the escort vehicle. Bull batch too bullish. Is Lin Mo the one from class 5? Too fierce. Just now the escort car passed by my house. I didn't even dare to look at it. But it turned out that Big Brother Lin Mo directly gave it away. I told you that Big Brother Lin Mo is a thigh. The regional channel was filled with the sounds of envious and awe-inspiring discussions. The line of sight returned to Lin Mo, who was rewarded with 100 credits after opening the platinum treasure chest. There were 5 golden balls of light suspended in front of him. Opening the first one. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a level 4 spirit strengthening stone. A level 4 strengthening stone. Lin Mo froze and then became ecstatic. A level 4 enchanting stone wasn't cheap. Less than 1,000,000 W. He had instantly earned 1,000,000 blue star coins. He happily accepted the strengthening stone and continued to open the second ball of light. Ding! Obtained a medium-sized mechanical pack beast summoning card. This camel can place a building on its back for free movement. Lin Mo summoned the mechanical camel beast and then chose to place the tin house on his back. Surprisingly, it really worked. This meant that one could hide in the safety of the tin house while searching for treasures in various parts of the Misty World. The degree of safety was greatly increased, and most importantly, the efficiency of obtaining treasure chests would also be greatly increased. Awesome! Can't wait to tap on the third orb of light. Advanced House Upgrade Component. Allows any house to be upgraded by 1 level, and part of the house's layout can be customized. Without hesitation, directly upgrade. Ding! Your house has been upgraded from a tin house to a steel house, and its defense power has increased significantly. The fourth orb of light. Intermediate Land Expansion card. A rare prop card that can expand a lord's territory by 10 kilometers. This card was for territory development. Lin Mo directly accepted it. Next was the last light orb. The moment Lin Mo tapped on the light orb, an unusual light purple halo flashed past his eyes. Immediately afterward, a light purple card hovered in front of him. Summoning card. Black Watch 5-man squad. Elite human soldiers with rich combat experience. Strong enough firepower to deal with most viral infection incidents. Surprisingly, it was a prop card for summoning the Black Watch. Lin Mo immediately chose to use the card. In the next second, 5 black soldiers carrying rocket launchers and holding assault rifles appeared in front of him. These soldiers also belonged to the second-order troop type. However, because they were long-range soldiers, their battle power was quite impressive. In that case, I'll have 10 long-range units. Lin Mo cupped his chin and looked thoughtfully at the steel room on the back of the mechanical pack beast. Lin Mo directly turned on the custom remodeling mode and built the steel room into 2 floors. The lower level was his lounge and a place to store supplies, while the upper level was transformed into a gun tower that could attack the enemy remotely with 360 degrees and no dead angle. The first floor was the supplies room and lounge, while the second floor was used by long-range soldiers to attack the surrounding enemies. Perfect. Then next, it's good to collect treasure chests elsewhere. Save the useful props and sell the resources that can't be used. Determining what to do next. Lin Mo greeted his dependents and returned to the steel room, accompanied by the sound of a mechanical bearing. The mechanical pack beasts burrowed out of the earth and carried the steel room on their backs towards the distance. Shortly after Lin Mo left, 2 doggy sneaky figures appeared beside the highway. Look, it's the wreckage of the escort vehicle. Lin Mo must be nearby, Liu shouted out excitedly. But it was the next second that startled a walker not far away. Damn it! Keep your voice down. Wu Daji was somewhat speechless and immediately tore open a stealth scroll. The duo's figures quickly hid, and the walker slowly walked away after losing its target. In order to catch up with Lin Mo, this was already the 13th stealth scroll that Wu Daji had used up. The value of a stealth scroll was $5,000, worthy of being the second youngest master of the Wu family was rich. This made Liu look envious and at the same time revealed a little bit of anticipation. After all, when he was teaming up with Wu Daji, he had promised himself. As long as he wasted Lin Mo, Wu Daji would give himself a generous reward that was not inferior to what he received from the Misty Survival Quest. In order to win back the heart of the goddess, and likewise for the high reward. Li Ning thus abandoned the wooden house and came out with Wu Daji to track down Lin Mo. Just as the duo were groping around trying to find the trail, intense gunfire came from a short distance away. The duo looked at each other and immediately chased after him in the direction where the gunshots had sounded. At this moment, Lin Mo was killing a group of 40 to 50 high-level monsters called Soul Return Corpses. And behind this group of Soul Return Corpses was a golden treasure chest that was half wrapped in dirt. Chapter 44 Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation. Mechanical pack beasts were automatically burrowed into the earth when they weren't moving. So when the returning corpses rushed in, they could only bang on the steel walls of the house. Nay, the wall was just too sturdy, and the soul returning corpse couldn't do a single bit of damage to it even after its palms were cracked. And in the turret above the steel room, the black guards made all kinds of surges and took out all of the revenant corpses without any trouble at all. During the collection of loot, the black armored walkers acted as porters to carry the golden treasure chest back inside the house. By the way, he also collected the misty crystals within the soul-returning corpses. Open the golden treasure chest for plus 30 credits. Obtain level 3 enhanced stone fragment 3. Obtain drawing of magnetic grappling hook launcher. Receive a primary land expansion card. Can expand the Lord's territory by 5 kilometers. Obtained ice and bloodstorm scroll 1. A high-level spell scroll that can unleash a wide-range ice and bloodstorm. The contents of the golden treasure chest were quite good, especially the magnetic grappling hook launcher. Magnetic grappling hook launcher, which can grab items within a range of 100 meters. This grab also applies to treasure chests. Seeing the item description, Lin Mo thought of the gold miner game he had played in his previous life. Scratching and clawing everywhere. You don't even have to leave the door now. Huge cool. Lin Mo had all the materials to make a grappling hook launcher, except for the lack of a material called precision parts. However, he didn't panic and directly shouted in the area channel. Who has precision parts for sale? 10 credits to recycle one. The regional channel instantly exploded. Wow! Big Guy Limmer is bubbling again. What does the big guy need precision parts for? Is it hard to make advanced equipment? Worthy of being the #1 man on the charts out of the gate is just magnificent. Biggie, I've got 2 precision parts. Do you want them? It wasn't until then that Lin Mo realized that he had asked for first place on the credits list. The credits accumulated to 295, 30 points more than the second place Gu Qingqing. Within the regional frequency band, all sorts of envious and jealous comments were frantically refreshed, and Lin Mo directly ignored all of them. He ended up with 4 precision parts for 40 credits. In the blink of an eye, 4 magnetic grappling hook launchers were installed. Lin Mo tried at an ordinary treasure chest 100 meters away, only to hear a whoosh sound. The grappling hook shoots out, then rebounds, and a regular treasure chest is at your feet. It's so much easier to find treasure chests this way. Lin Mo waved his hand and immediately started the mechanical pack beast towards the front. An hour later, the mechanical pack animal was still walking toward the front. All of the treasure chests found on the road were pocketed by Lin Mo in one fell swoop. All kinds of materials and props piled up into a small mountain, and it was about to be impossible to put them away. And just as Lin Mo was pondering what to do with the materials, a beep sounded once again. Ding! Random event occurs. Giant figure in the mist. Event description. The misty world senses the presence of many survivors and tries to wipe them all out. He is gathering more powerful monsters and will attack all survivors in an hour. Please all upgrade your shelters and strengthen your defenses as much as possible. Once the defense is breached by the monsters, all your gains in this world will disappear. The incident immediately sparked heated debate when it was posted. Failed items all drop? So ruthless. Help! I'm still a log cabin, just looking for the treasure chest my ass. Why do I feel that a stone house isn't safe either? It's only safe to buy 30 scrap pieces of iron heavily and upgrade it to a tin house. Which godfather sells me timber for my son? Desperately in need of timber. Just as everyone was lamenting, a message with 3 exclamation points caught everyone's eyes. You guys, look at the trade line. Someone is selling building materials in bulk. The students immediately opened the trading house, and then they were blinded by the wide array of goods. Wood, 836, 10 units credit. Stone, 761, 10 units credit. Scrap iron sheet, 216, 5 units credit. Plastic, 173, 5 units credit. Metal ingots, 60, 2 credit hour. Looking at the column of sellers again without exception, all of them wrote Lin Mo. Where did Lin Mo go to get so many materials? Big brother Lin Mo begs for a hug. I'm a cute girl and I can warm the bed. You can only buy 2 metal ingots for 1 credit. Isn't that too dark? For those who said that Lin Mo was black, he chose to ignore them all. The new event opens in less than an hour anyway. Not buying materials and waiting for monsters to dry crush their houses will get them nothing in the end. Many students understood this and purchased the materials on Lin Mo's shelves. In the process, Lin Mo's credits were also rising wildly. From 295 all the way to 395, 495, until the store was empty of materials to purchase. Lin Mo's credits had accumulated to a terrifying 650 points. It was 300 points higher than Gu Qingqing, who was in second place. At this moment, located not far from Lin Mo's location, Liu and Wu Deji followed the trail. Looking at the open treasure chest boxes on the ground connected to a long dotted line, Liu could not suppress a jealous look from welling up on his face. How the hell did this damn guy manage to find so many treasure chests? Those materials in the trading house must have been opened by this kid from the treasure chest. Seeing Lin Mo's credit ranking in first place made Liu tremble with anger. As if he had stolen his thunder, Liu turned his head to look at Wu Deji. Fellow student Wu Deji, how's your preparation going? I've already smelled the odor. He's less than 200 meters away from us. Liu's Lord Incarnation was a creature called a bloodhound, which could track its prey by scent. It was also for this reason that Wu Daji teamed up with him. There you go. All that's needed next is the Lord's blood to activate the scroll, Wunderkind said as he spread out the parchment. Drop your blood on it. There shouldn't be any side effects, right? Liu was a little worried. Don't worry, only a drop of your blood is needed, Wu Daji smiled. I will pay you handsomely after this matter is over. Liu nodded with conviction, and in the next second, he bit his finger, and blood dripped onto the scroll. At this moment, located in Liu's territory, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky above the territory. The moment the blood moon appeared, an invisible attraction hovered overhead, sucking all of Liu's dependents into the red blood moon to become sacrifices for the driving scroll. Liu, who was unaware of all this, was currently looking at the earth that was rapidly turning blood red with a look of anticipation. Above the earth, a blood-red moon was slowly rising. The power was so strong that it even dispersed a large portion of the mist. In the next second, the earth crazily shattered and crumbled under the influence of the blood moon, and countless blood-red energies enveloped the land, crazily harvesting all the living beings in it. Blood Moon Apocalypse. S-rank annihilation forbidden art. Can draw out the blood of life forms within a certain range and turn them into berserk blood corpses for an indiscriminate attack. Chapter 45. Heavy losses almost GA fart. Once the blood moon heavenly tribulation was unleashed, all the mists within a 500-meter radius disappeared. Everything within visual range was colored red by the blood moon. At this moment, Lin Mo was about to continue on his way, and immediately afterward, a danger warning rang in his head. Warning! Someone is using the S-rank forbidden technique Blood Moon Plague on you. Due to the host being a plague lord with no flowing blood in his body, he is immune to this attack. Lin Mo froze. The S-rank forbidden art Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation? There are still people in the misty world who know such awesome skills. As a result, in the next second, the entire earth shattered, and Lin Mo, along with his steel room, plummeted towards the bottom. Immediately afterward, countless blood-red monsters surged out of the blood moon, chasing after Lin Mo in the direction of his fall. Wu Deji, who saw this scene, laughed out loud. That guy Lin Mo is dead. Even if the blood moon can't kill him, the immortal blood puppets will get him. Beside Wu Deji, Liu's face was a bit pale. He clearly saw that the blood monster that had just gushed out of the blood moon was a dependent of his territory. What have you done to my territory? Liu questioned. Wu Deji was daggered, and coldly said, I'll compensate you for your losses. I'm warning you not to tell anyone about what happened today, or our Wu family won't let you go. Hearing this naked warning, Liu realized that he had been tricked and had a sad face. At the same time, behind Wu Deji and Liu, hundreds of black shadows appeared in the midst of the mist. By the time they realized it, the black shadow had already lunged towards them, and even using the stealth scroll did not help. As the duo looked on in horror, the monsters surrounded them, then tore them to pieces. Ding! Random event opened. Duration 3 hours. All survivors please hide in shelters and don't go out. Powerful monsters will continue to attack the camp for 3 hours. Use all resources possible to fortify your defenses. At this moment, Lin Mo was still continuing to fall downward due to the effects of the blood moon heavenly tribulation. Although this forbidden art mainly works on lifeforms whose bodies are filled with blood, it is still powerfully destructive to the terrain. Luckily, my house was upgraded to a steel house or it wouldn't have lasted. Ding! The durability of the steel room has dropped to 60%. Please consume materials to repair it immediately. Lin Mo knew that now was not the time to economize and immediately consumed all the materials he could. It was just barely enough to keep the durability of the steel room from dropping any further. But how much longer do you have to descend in the steel room of your own? And how does it feel as if you're entering some underground cavern with empty space around you? Just as Lin Mo was suspicious, the beep sounded again in his head. Ding! You have entered the special area of the misty world and are temporarily unable to communicate with the outside world. The leaderboards turned offline gray along with Lin Mo, who was #1 on the leaderboards. The chat channel exploded. What's going on? Why is Big Timber cool? Big brother Lin Mo can't be in some kind of danger. Haha. The top of the leaderboard is nothing more than that. This is hanging? Wu Daji exited from the copy world, at the sight of Lin Mo on the holographic projection turning gray. An unmistakable sense of smugness filled his face. This is what happens when you go against me. Rubbish Lin Mo. Let's see if you're still arrogant now. But Li Yu, who was sitting beside him, looked at the direction not far away with a suspicious face. Why hasn't Lin Mo exited the copy world yet? Didn't he already hang up? After a 10-minute fall, there was a loud bang. Rimmer's steel room finally crashed to the ground. The house durability dropped to a pathetic 10%, but at least it landed. Rimmer, who was inside the steel room, breathed a secret sigh of relief, and immediately afterward checked the damage. The dependents all suffered varying degrees of trauma, but were not seriously hurt because of their zombie attributes. One of the 4 magnetic grappling hook launchers scrapped, not a big loss. The most severely damaged would be the mechanical pack beast, with 5 of its 6 mechanical feet broken and temporarily placed on standby. To fix it, it would have to cost quite a bit of premium materials to do so. Just as Lin Mo was still counting the losses, a dense rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately after that, the blood rain merged into hundreds of blood-red monsters that lunged towards the steel room. Blood puppets. Lin Mo's scalp went numb and he immediately commanded his dependents to defend. However, these blood puppets were made up of blood, immortal, and could not be killed at all. Even if the Black Watch bombarded them with rockets, it would only shatter them and they would soon coalesce again. Under the blood puppets' attack, the durability of the steel room continued to drop and soon fell to 5% of the red line. The steel room was seen to be shaking and about to collapse. And just then, a hissing sound rang out from the darkness in the distance. Immediately after that, all sorts of monsters with mutated poisonous tumors on their corrupt bodies swarmed over. These monsters were the mist monsters that attacked towards Lin Mo after the random event started. An interesting scene occurred. The blood puppets unexpectedly gave up attacking the steel room and turned towards the misty monster. They don't think the mist monsters are coming to my rescue as help. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo hurriedly began to repair the steel room. When you run out of material, remove the metal furniture. Fireplaces, tables, chairs, and even floors were all removed by Rimmer for the restoration of the steel room. Soon, the durability of the steel room was restored from 5% to 20% and counting. Rimmer sighed in relief, his gaze once again looking out the window. The blood puppets were immortal, and no matter how many mist monsters rushed at them, they would be decimated. Monster corpses were densely piled up in the distance, and a large number of flickering points of light and balls of light could be faintly seen beneath the monster corpses. These balls of light were exactly the same as the ones used to open the treasure chest. Lin Mo instantly realized that the monsters refreshed by this random event were going to explode materials and equipment. What appears to be a defensive battle is actually a wild party for swiping treasures. Use the magnetic grappling hook and see if you can grab a few balls of light back. Lin Mo immediately gave the order. Soon, several balls of light were captured under the operation of the dependents. Get Level 2 Enhancement Fragment 1. Obtain Metal Ingot 30. Obtain Mechanical Repair Tool 1. This is too good. Lin Mo couldn't help but burst out, immediately ordering the dependents to keep ticking off the light orbs. Various materials rapidly accumulated, while Lin Mo put them all into the steel room's reply. Soon, the durability of the steel room reaches 100% again. The remaining materials Lin Mo used to repair the mechanical camel beast. At the same time, Lin Mo also obtained a large amount of other materials. Tier 2 enhancement shards have been accumulated for 67 pieces. 19 pieces of Level 3 strengthening fragments and 1 Level 4 strengthening stone. There was a large pile of various skill scrolls, including 5 high-level scrolls. There are bosses present in the monsters that appear in this random event. But unfortunately, Lin Mo was killed by the blood puppet without even seeing his face. 3 hours later, along with the end of the Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation, the blood puppets finally disappeared in place, and the mist monsters faded into the mist as the random event ended. Rimmer climbed in front of the window and looked out to see what was going on. As far as the eye could see, the ground was densely covered with a layer of flickering light spots. Each point of light represented the presence of a misty crystal core. Now that's rich. Chapter 46. Lin Mo, who was reaping the benefits of fishing. After determining that there was no danger in the surroundings, Lin Mo dispatched the black armored zombies to recover all of the surrounding misty crystal cores. No more, no less, exactly 500. 500 of them is also 500 credits, quite a good haul. But who would use a spell of the level of Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation on me? Lin Mo thought about it a little bit and quickly locked the suspect on Wu Daji, the yellow hair. After all, this level of spells was something only a rich second generation like Wu Daji could afford. Others simply can't afford to use it. Silently note the debt. Lin Mo began to perform absorption on the misty crystal core. After absorbing 100 of them, a beep sounded. Ding! Your absorption of the misty crystals has reached its upper limit, and your visibility to the mist extends to 200 meters limit. You have initially glimpsed the essence of the misty world and comprehend the A-rank Lord skill. Mist of War. Mist of War skill description. Releases a wide-range mist that reduces the visibility range and hit rate of enemy soldiers. The mist has no effect on your own and friendly units. A level overlord skills. That's okay. Lin Mo was stunned, not expecting to obtain an A-ranked Lord skill through this method. Apparently, Fog of War is a pretty powerful skill in Legion Wars. Creates a wide-range mist, and is a total nemesis to long-range troops. However, Lin Mo was only a second-ranked Lord right now, so Fog of War was still in a gray, unavailable state in his skill bar. Wait for a chance to upgrade to a third-order Lord later. The zombie army with the Fog of War is quite a powerful combination. Beautifully packing up his loot, he then remembered that he seemed to have fallen into a special area of the misty world. Climbing up to the second floor of the Iron House to observe his surroundings, Lin Mo instantly froze. The location he was currently in was a huge underground cavern. The floor of the cavern is incredibly flat, and high above it is a dome that resembles an inverted iron pot. And in the direction close to the center of the dome cave, a large number of monsters had gathered and looked as if they were protecting something. Lin Mo instantly realized that it was obvious that there were precious treasures hidden in the middle of the dome cave, which was why there were so many monsters gathering. And these monsters were no longer zombie monsters like walkers or reanimated corpses. They were more like mutated monsters formed after nuclear radiation, and each one of them was already more powerful than second order to third order. If it was any other student who came here, they could only sigh a little and then leave the place. After all, it's basically impossible to fight your way through here to get the treasure with only a second-rank soldier in hand. But Rimmer was an accident. He was seen ordering a Black Watch soldier to shoot a mutant. The mutant monsters that had taken damage immediately charged in the direction of Lin Mo. Immediately after that, 5 black armored walkers came out and began to wrestle with this mutant monster. 5-1, and with blood delight turned on, the black armored walker managed to finish off the mutant. When the mutant monster rose from the ground again, its pupils had turned grayish-white. This method worked, so Lin Mo repeated the same technique and continued to seduce the mutant monster to come. Then infect into your own units after strangling. Lin Mo was very patient, attracting just 1 or 2 monsters at a time and then slowly strangling and slowly infecting them. Time quickly came to 3 hours later. In the process, 2 more random events occurred, but both were on the surface having nothing to do with Rimmer. He just focused on infecting the mutant monster. At this point, behind the steel room, the number of infected mutant monsters had reached 100. They were invariably covered in dark green venom, and had obviously acquired infectious properties. Next, Lin Mo began to attract more mutant monsters to come. From groups of 4 or 5 to groups of a dozen. These mutant monsters had no intelligence whatsoever and were pounced upon by the zombie mutant monsters the moment they were attracted to them. Then quickly assimilate your own units. Soon, the zombie mutant monsters accumulated to 200, while on the contrary, there were only less than 100 mutant monsters left surrounding the center of the cave. Looking at the army of zombies surrounding the steel room, Lin Mo revealed a calm smile. Blood joy! Zombie army, attack! Along with Lin Mo giving the order, 200 zombie mutant monsters with a reddish glow rushed towards the core of the cave. The mutant monsters were startled and instantly tangled together. However, in terms of numbers, Lin Mo's zombie army had completely crushed the opposite side. And with the added power of Blood Delight, the zombie army's combat power was much stronger than the mutant monsters. The battle was lopsided. Soon, all the mutant monsters were decimated, just when Rimmer thought the fight was over. Yet in the next second, an angry voice rang out from the core. Who dares to invade my territory? Damn invaders! Ding! Your behavior has angered the remnants of the Mist Lord. Please prepare for battle immediately. Only in the next second, dozens of zombie mutants were swept out, and in the middle of the cave, an immense and incomparable mutant monster slowly climbed up. The mutant monster stood 5 meters tall, its massive body made up of dozens of thousands of humans. Dense human figures that were struggling constantly could be seen on all parts of the body, with dense arms that seemed like fuzz, making one's scalp numb. And in the position of the monster's head, a silhouette cloaked in a black cloak was set in it. Apparently, he was controlling this huge flesh and blood demon monster, Mist Lord's remnant soul. Once upon a time, he was a great lord who reigned supreme, and his mists had devoured countless living beings in the heavens and overthrown the territories of countless lords. Several years ago, he was decapitated by the human powerhouse Chu Kungtian and crafted into a copy of the Mist Survival. The remnants of a great lord. The monster in front of him was actually controlled by the remnants of the great lord's soul. Lord stage divided into 199 orders. The first 3 orders are known as novice lords, the middle 3 orders are known as lords, and only the last 3 orders will be known as great lords. Every great lord has millions of dependents under his command. 4th or even 5th order soldiers were nothing more than cannon fodder to them. I didn't realize that the copy used to boost the strength of the new students was a dead great lord. Lin Mo's scalp went a little numb, realizing for the first time the cruel nature of the lord's world. Just then, the flesh and blood demon monster launched its first attack on the zombie army. Only countless amounts of blood were seen spewing out from its body. In an instant, it turned into a sharp blade and strangled dozens of zombies. Lin Mo frowned slightly and immediately began to command the zombie army to launch a counterattack. At this time, located in the real world, inside the freshman classroom, 10 classroom teachers are getting into a heated discussion. What's going on in the misty world? Why has it suddenly become unstable? We can only see the values fluctuating, and it's not clear exactly what's happening. This hasn't happened in past years. What's going on this year? Chapter 47. Alarming the headmaster. Lin Mo's tawdry maneuver. Jiang He also had a frown on his face at the moment, his gaze looking over at Lin Mo, who was ranked first but whose avatar had turned gray. A flash of curiosity flickered in his cool eyes. It couldn't be this guy's doing, could it? It wasn't just the classroom teachers, along with the students who had already been eliminated, who were talking about it. I don't know what's really going on in the misty world. And just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterward, 2 serious figures stepped into the classroom. The moment he saw the visitor, the originally tumultuous classroom instantly became silent. It was clearly Principal Chu Kungtian and Director Wei Qiangdong. Principal Chu, Director Wei, you? Chu Kungtian waved his hand. I sensed that the core of the misty world had been invaded by a little guy and came over to take a look. When these words came out, the crowd immediately revealed a stunned expression. The core's been compromised? Who's so awesome that they can even hack into the core? But it was Chu Kungtian who waved his big hand, and a huge light screen unfolded on the podium. A figure with grayish-white hair appeared in the middle of the screen. When the crowd saw what the white-haired teenager looked like, they immediately revealed a stunned expression. Rimmer? I can't believe it's him. A flash of surprise flashed through Jiang He's beautiful eyes. It's really him. Wu Daji and Li Yu reacted the most violently, directly jumping 3 feet from their seats. The face was so hard it looked like he'd eaten several pounds of flies. How come Lin Mo isn't dead? It's not scientific. At this time, it was located inside the underground cave. Rimmer didn't realize he was being watched. After a few rounds of trial and error, the basic path of the flesh and blood demon puppet had already been figured out by him. In addition to being able to spit out blades of blood, transformed into swords, it is also able to whip enemies around with its huge fleshy palms. There are also blood-red humanoids that stick to the body and can detach from the flesh and blood to launch surprise attacks. And he also noticed that the humanoid figures glued to the flesh and blood demon puppet's body could be shot after being shot in the head by firearms. The path is basically mastered, and the next moment is the counterattack. Blackwatch, use the RPG to bombard the monster in the chest. Doom Warriors, focus on the lower part of the monster's chest and clear the minions from the boss. Under Lin Mo's command, the mechanical pack beasts kept roaming around the periphery of the monsters, and the machine gunners on the towers unleashed concentrated fire attacks on the monsters. However, these attacks didn't look like they caused much damage to the flesh and blood demon puppets. It's like scratching an itch. The students and teachers in the classroom were once again talking when they saw this scene. Lin Ma-san's attacks don't seem to be of much use. This monster has to be 4th rank strength to say the least. Student Lin Mo can't beat it. Done and done. Guess I'm going to GA fart here. Wu Daji didn't hide his gloating expression at all. Lin Mo is just a trashy waste of space. If he can finish off this boss, I'll just kneel down and call him daddy. Oh, so what if he's the top student in the college entrance exam? A poor boy with no money and no resources. Wu Daji's voice was not small, and many students looked over. There was even a Class 5 student who quietly picked up his cell phone and recorded the scene of Wu Daji making a flog. Cave world, after a wild blast. The small monsters on the front of the flesh and blood demon puppet were pretty much cleared. In particular, its chest position was blown out with a bloody hole of nearly 2 meters. Rimmer began the second phase of the operation. All zombie mutant monsters on command. Crawl to the boss at all costs. Find any opening to drill into, or maybe make an opening with your teeth. At this point, Lin Mo's zombie army only had less than 300 left. At his command, the zombies began to climb up the flesh and blood demon puppet's body fearlessly. This directly accelerates the death of the zombie army. Only to see the flesh and blood demon puppets sweeping the zombies off their bodies as if they were swatting ants. 300 zombies turned into less than 200, and most of the zombies were directly slapped into flesh and died. What a lousy commander! Did he sacrifice his dependents in this way to any effect? My grandma came and beat him with her foot better than he did. The classroom resounded with shouts and yells. Most of the students were speechless at Lin Mo's tawdry maneuvers. It was the first time they had seen a fight that went so far out of its way to sacrifice their favorites. The point is that there is no gain from such a sacrifice. Totally sending troops into the enemy's mouth to kill indiscriminately. The Lord's remnant soul that was manipulating the flesh and blood demon puppet at this moment seemed to think so as well, letting out a strange jia 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 sound. Foolish human lord, have you given up resisting? Watch me smash your dependents into meat cakes one by one. As he was talking, a zombie mutant monster crawled up to where the flesh and blood demon puppet's chest was. The wounds on his chest from the RPG bombardment hadn't fully healed. The mutant monster climbed right in with a tear and a bite. In the next second, Lin Mo selected this zombie mutant monster to activate Blood Blast. Boom! Only a violent explosion suddenly occurred at the chest of the flesh and blood devil puppet's huge body. Countless blood and flesh mixed with skeletons burst from its chest. A huge wound appeared on the entire chest. The flesh and blood demon puppet hissed and subconsciously tried to protect his chest. Immediately afterward, several explosions once again occurred at the location of its misshapen leg bones. These explosions are detonated by the zombie mutant monster drilling into its skin and are notoriously lethal. It blew off the right leg of the flesh and blood demon puppet in just an instant. The entire body instantly lost its balance and fell to the ground with a loud crash. While we're at it, drill into the boss's chest, only to see dozens of zombies drilling into the chest of the flesh demon puppet as if they had gone crazy, constantly tearing the flesh and blood inside. When they get deep enough, flesh and blood blast. A succession of explosions arose from within the boss, granting heavy damage for only a moment. The flesh and blood demon puppet tried to get up from the ground. But just for a moment, more walkers burrowed inside its skin. It was like maggots writhing madly, tearing towards deeper depths. Lin Mo repeated his old trick and kept casting Blood Blast. Explosion after explosion erupted from the body of the flesh demon puppet, with each explosion giving the flesh demon puppet a heavy blow. After Lin Mo sacrificed almost all the zombie mutants, the flesh and blood demon puppet was eventually blown up into a pile of rotten meat. At the head of the demon puppet, the remnant soul of that misty lord wailed with a face of unwillingness. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for you to beat me. Damn human lord. What the hell are you? Lin Mo had no intention of answering, but instead directly controlled the last zombie mutant monster and slammed it towards the remnant soul. The next second, blood and flesh blasted. The remnants of the soul rushed in with an unwilling wail, completely scattering the soul. At the same time, an incomparably bright and huge diamond treasure chest flew out from the body of the flesh and blood demon puppet. Inside the classroom, there was dead silence. Both the students and the teachers had unbelievable looks on their faces. This is a win? Lin God, I apologize. This win was too unexpected. I can only comment in 2 words. That's a bull pen. Chapter 48. End of the course. the great diamond treasure chest. The students in the classroom were already talking, shocked by Lin Mo's rough fighting style. Jiang He's beautiful eyes constantly flashed with a strange color. This battle allowed her to see Lin Mo's potential in commanding battles.
或许是该考虑让他跟婉婉建立领地连结了。
Chu Kengtian and Wei Qiangdong looked at each other. Wei Qiangdong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This kid's style of play is well suited to his territorial traits, infecting the enemies and then detonating them to continue causing a larger area to be infected. With this kind of fighting style, a lord of the same rank is a completely invincible existence, and it's not even a problem to challenge them across levels. Chu Kengtian loomed large and only slowly nodded his head. Indeed, he is a good little fellow. I'm already looking forward to how he'll perform in the evil god expulsion battle. Chu Qingtian and Wei Qiangdong came suddenly and left extremely quickly. After confirming that the misty world was still running smoothly, the duo disappeared into oblivion. Meanwhile, inside the underground cavern, Rimmer had already moved the dazzling diamond treasure chest back into the steel room. Directly open the most precious treasure chests in the misty world. Ding! Open the diamond treasure chest. Credits plus 100. Get level 4 Spirit Strengthening Stone 3. Acquisition of Rare Grade Building Goblin Institute. Obtained Barracks Reinforcement Scroll 5th Order. Obtained Barracks Duplication Scroll 5th Order and below. Acquired Void Origin LV7 Remnant. Acquisition of Sacred Relic. Aztec Head of Oblivion. True to form, the diamond chest is quite a reward. Lin Mo looked at the 6 items, each of which was a rather precious existence. There was no need to say that the Yingling Strengthening Stone was already precious, and as a result, 3 pieces were directly opened this time. Together with the ones he had gotten from the Platinum Treasure Chest earlier, Lin Mo currently had 4 level 4 Spirit Strengthening Stones. The Goblin Research Institute is not a troop building. Its function is to upgrade the armor and weapons of the territory's dependents by consuming gold and other materials, thus improving the abilities of all dependents. It is much worse than Yingling's buff aura in terms of boosting effect, but the advantage is that it boosts all dependents of the territory. And that boost will continue as long as the Institute is not destroyed. Barracks Reinforcement Scrolls and Duplicate Scrolls are, as the name suggests, for reinforcing barracks soldiers and duplicating barracks. It's all excellent stuff for Rimmer right now. Then there was the Void Origin that Lin Mo most urgently needed at the moment. As everyone knew, there was only one way for a lord to raise his lord rank, and that was to absorb the Void Origin. And the Void Origin is obtained either by destroying the territory core to get it from the dead lord's territory. Either that, or you can only buy the Void Origin produced by resource-assisted lords. This scarce resource, even if it's only a level 1 origin, is extremely expensive, without the school providing help. It's quite a difficult thing for an ordinary person to accomplish lordship promotion. I wonder if this tattered Void Origin he had obtained would allow him to advance to a 3rd order lord. Forcing down his anticipation, Lin Mo focused his gaze on the last item again. Aztec's Oblivion Head Introduction. Aztec was once a traveler who constantly traveled through the battlefields of the nations, and he possessed a magical ability to make people forget. By placing Aztec's Oblivion Head in your territory, you can release the Oblivion skill once every 24 hours in real time, erasing any traces of coordinates left behind by your conquests in the other realms. Lin Mo's pupils contracted violently. Fingers couldn't help but tremble. The function of this holy relic was surprisingly to erase the coordinate traces of the dimensional war. This meant that if Lin Mo failed when he invaded another lord's territory, it wouldn't allow the hostile lord to find the coordinates of his territory, because the Aztec Oblivion Heads were able to erase the traces of the coordinates from the invasion. Isn't this the equivalent of me knowing your house number and going to your house in the middle of the night and ringing the doorbell? But you don't know my house number. This holy relic's ability is against the odds. Lin Mo almost instantly remembered that he still had the coordinates of an evil god lord's territory in hand. With this holy relic, one might be able to fire the first shot in the invasion of the evil god lords. Beautifully, he put away all the loot and briefly cleaned up the battlefield. There were no other items other than another 200 mist cores harvested. A portal to the outside world is placed in the middle of the cavern. Returning to the ground again on the leaderboards, Lin Mo's gray avatar changed back to color, and his credits surged to 1,350. It was almost 500 points worse than Gu Qingqing, who was in 2nd place. The great god Lin Mo has returned 1,300 credits. This is a bit too heaven-defying. I heard from the sophomore senior that he's saved up until now and his credits are just shy of 1,000. Little brother Lin Mo lacks a girlfriend. He wants to stick it to you. In the classroom, the teachers of the 10 classes were also discussing. 1350 points. Last year's super genius Wu Liang hit a little over 1,000 at the end. Lin Mo's classmates are actually quite difficult. I heard that he's still an orphan, no backer or anything. It's normal for Wu Liang to have the resources of the Wu family pouring in strong. Student Lin Mo is completely on his own. The class teachers were all appreciative, and none of them were full of praise for Lin Mo's performance. At this moment, Gu Qingqing, who was in the process of cleaning up a mutant hound's nest, stopped her hands. Gazing at the leaderboards, a flash of adoration flashed through her clear, beautiful eyes. The Lin Mo student is so strong. No wonder he doesn't want to team up with me. Immediately after that, she clenched her fists to cheer herself up. But I won't admit defeat. I'm a member of the Gu family. I mustn't disgrace the Gu family. Thinking so, Gu Qingqing commanded the Dark Night Flower Demon beside her to launch a final attack towards the mutant hound. The Misty Survival replica closes after 2 hours of replica time have passed. The consciousness of all students returns to the classroom. When Lin Mo awoke from within the classroom, unsurprisingly, all eyes looked towards him. The boys were envious and jealous, while the girls looked adoring. Lin Mo's expression was bland, not the least bit overwhelmed by such a small scene. He even purposely glanced at Wu Daji, who was not far away, and realized that this guy was looking at himself with a gloomy face. Obviously, that S-rank forbidden spell card was the one he used. What an annoying guy. Lin Mo still maintained his faint smile, but a flash of ice flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wu Daji. So much so that Wu Daji, who was not far away, couldn't help but shiver. As the first-place winner of this course, Lin Mo was awarded an additional 500 credits. Adding these 500 credits, at this point Lin Mo's credits accumulated to 2,100. With the ringing of the bell, the practice class was dismissed. Lin Mo immediately returned to his dorm room and began to count the gains from this practice session. Chapter 49. Iceberg sister-in-law comes looking for a big boost. First of all, there were more than 50 skill scrolls. There were a variety of healing and releasing ranged spells. All of these scrolls could be of good use in a territorial war, so Lin Mo chose to keep them. After synthesizing all of the spirit strengthening stone pieces, Lin Mo had obtained 10 grade 2 strengthening stones, for grade 3 strengthening stones as well as 3 grade 4 strengthening stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo directly began to strengthen. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Spirit strengthening level LV2. Ding! Reinforcement failed. Spirit strengthening level LV2. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Spirit strengthening level LV3. Level 3 reinforces to level 4, which is twice as difficult. Ding! Reinforcement failed. Spirit strengthening level LV3. Ding! Reinforcement failed. Spirit strengthening level LV3. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Spirit strengthening level LV4. Dark Ranger Sylvana strengthened to LV4. Comprehending the skill Corrosive Rain of Arrows. Silent spell release range expanded. Looking at the glowing Dark Ranger in the territory, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. After strengthening +4, Blackie has increased both his own combat power and his aura buffs on long-range units. Aura buffs, in particular, directly affect the combat power of the territory's long-range units. After reinforcing Little Black, Lin Mo focused his eyes on the Tyrannical Dragon Cavalry Battalion again. After a few days of trooping, the number of Tyrannical Dragon Riders had accumulated to 30. All lined up in a neat row next to the barracks. Lin Mo used the reinforcement card directly on the barracks, only to see that in the next second, the camp was quickly renovated and recovered by an invisible force, and the whole was not only more majestic. The volume is also a lot bigger. Tyrannical Dragon Rider Camp produces powerful Tyrannical Dragon Riders, 8 units day. The reinforced barracks could produce 3 more Tyrannical Dragon Riders per day, and Lin Mo also realized that after the barracks gained reinforcement. Along with that, the Tyrannical Dragon Rider had gotten a lot stronger. The most obvious change was the thicker scale armor and stronger limbs of the Earth Dragon. Although the Tyrannical Dragon Riders were still a 5th rank troop type, their combat ability had increased quite a bit. Immediately after that, Lin Mo used the copy card to copy the Tyrannical Dragon Rider camp into 2. In that case, Lin Mo's camp would be able to produce 16 enhanced Tyrannical Dragon Riders on a regular basis every day. The cantonment is much more efficient than before. Next up is the Gnome Institute. When Rimmer slapped the Gnome Institute on the territory, a familiar beep sounded. Ding! The Goblin Institute is transformed into the Mad Goblin Institute by the effects of the contaminated land. Building description. This building eschews the study of blades and armor, as the goblins become more obsessed with the study of corpse stitching and genetically modified technology. Below the introduction are 4 tech options. Corpse suture. This tech gives a small boost to the flesh defense of familiars. Research consumption. Gold 200, wood 1000, stone 1500. Giant spinal fluid research. This tech gives a small boost to familiars' agility and reflexes. Research consumption. Gold 200, wood 1000, stone 1500. Berserk cytology. Familiars gain a small enhancement to their attack power. Mad Ghoul gene. Dependents gain the devour flesh and blood repair body trait. Strengthening the flesh was clearly more suitable for Lin Mo's dependents than strengthening the armor and weapons. And from what Lin Mo had learned, a normal Goblin Institute would usually only have 2 technologies. And Lin Mo, this Mutant Research Institute, could research 4 technologies at a time. It may not have much of an impact in the early stages, but the more advanced you get, the greater the effect of an additional research tech on the dependents. With a big wave of his hand, Lin Mo directly pulled the full research tech. He had gotten a lot of gold from the dragon's treasure he had previously acquired, enough to consume for a while. After doing so, Lin Mo took out the last piece of reward for this practice session. Void Origin LV7 Remnant. This origin should be the little bit of power left over after the Misty Lord GA fart. Lin Mo didn't ink and directly chose to absorb it, only to see the experience of the Lord stuck at the 25% level of the 2nd rank finally start to rise. 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%. In the next second, Lin Mo successfully advanced to 3rd Order Lord, only to see that above the territory, along with the promotion of the Lord's level, the original 25 kilometers of territory rapidly expanded to 50 kilometers. At the same time, a beep sounded in Lin Mo's head once again. 3 land expansion cards have been detected as unused. Are they being used? Use. Only to see Lin Mo's territory expand once again, from 50 kilometers to 70 kilometers. Looking at the territory that was nearly twice as large as before, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief in his heart. Larger land means a higher cap on building placement, as well as the ability to hoard more troops. Congratulations on your promotion to 3rd Order Lord. Unlocking new buildings. Well of Life, Wolf Cavalry Camp. Rimmer tried to build 2 buildings out. As expected, all have mutated. The Well of Life has been contaminated and turned into the Well of Plague, the water of which is extremely poisonous to most creatures, but only your dependents can quickly recover from their wounds after drinking it. Wolf Cavalry camps are infected and transformed into Plague Wolf Cavalry, which no longer use hunting nets to capture their enemies, but instead wield long knives containing corrosive poisons that infect every living being they come into contact with, and the corrosive liquid from the long knives will likewise wreak havoc on buildings. Production rate: 20 units day. Plague Wolf Riders belong to the 2nd rank troop type, with average combat power but the advantage of high mobility. Lin Mo suddenly thought of the runner tactic that was so famous in the War World Championship in his previous life. The general idea is to use high mobility units to harass the enemy's rear buildings and thus gain development time for your side. The Plague Wolf Rider is fast enough to cause considerable damage to enemy buildings, making it ideal for use as a home runner. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took a breath and built the Plague Wolf Riders army camp to the upper limit. The 10 military camps were lined up, each producing 20 Plague Wolf Riders a day, and the 10 military camps produced 200 Wolf Riders a day. This amount has been quite significant. After organizing the camp 7 by 7, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go outdoors to relax, he suddenly received a call from his homeroom teacher Jiang He. Rimmer, where are you now? I have something to tell you. Come to the office. Jiang He's voice was noticeably more serious. Lin Mo unconsciously frowned and immediately walked towards the office.
推开门，办公室里只有江鹤一人，刘婉婉意外的没有在场。
Today's Jiang He was wearing a lavender cheongsam that accentuated the perfect curves of a mature woman. A front and back figure, combined with her cool but delicate face. Even Lin Mo, who prided himself on having read countless women, looked dumbfounded at this moment. Worthy of being Lu Oa's sister-in-law, the temperament of the high and cold sister-in-law is too much for people to get on top of. Do I look good? Jiang He's cold voice interrupted Lin Mo's moment of fantasy. Lin Mo hurriedly retracted his gaze, revealing a harmless expression. What do you want from me, Mr. Jiang-hee? Jiang-hee pursed his thin lips lightly and sized up Lin Mo. He was staring at himself in a horny way when he first entered the room, and then he turned into a trippy look. What a lovable and exasperating bad boy. There's a letter from the principal's side. Jiang-hee didn't have the heart to say, 3 days later at 9 in the morning, the evil god expulsion battle will begin. Remember to attend on time. Chapter 50 Invading the Evil God Lords. 3 days later? So soon. Lin Mo froze. He thought it would be a couple more weeks before he entered the war. But he didn't realize it was 3 days later. Jiang-hee coiled his long white legs, tiptoeing one after another. If you're afraid, you can quit. I'll talk to the principal. Who says I'm afraid? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. It's not just participating with sophomores. Who's afraid? Jiang-hee's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible appreciation, but his voice remained ice-cold. But I want to remind you that every sophomore who can participate in this battle is a leading figure in the same grade, like Wu Liang, Xiao Yuqing, Zhang Min, and so on. And one of them has a grudge against you. Lin Mo's face instantly became grave. That Zhang Min woman is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. River Crane's ice cube face gave a rare twitch. I'm talking about Wu Liang, Wu Deji's own big brother. Jiang-hee was a bit speechless. But do you have a grudge against Zhang Min as well? She's the daughter of Hoyu Group. You have a beef with her. Oh, so it's the Wu family? Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. I'm innocent with Zhang Min. Don't think too much, Mr. Jiang-hee. It's not like I have anything to do with you. What's there to think about? Jiang-hee blackened his face and coldly said, the Wu family's family style of being vindictive is notorious in the imperial capital. You must have more eyes when you go to the battlefield. Lin Mo nodded his head like a chicken pecking. Don't worry. I'll be careful. I heard from Su Eru that Gu Qingqing from Class 4 has a crush on you? Jiang-hee suddenly asked. Rimmer scratched his head. I'm not quite sure. In fact, if you want to get rid of Wu Deji's entanglements, falling in love with Gu Qingqing would be a good choice, Jiang-hee said in a shocking way. Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I haven't thought about it yet. Gu Qingqing's back is the Gu family. Jiang-hee waved his hand, interrupting. The Gu family has always had fewer sons and more daughters. You can consider going to their family as a door-to-door son-in-law, and with your talent plus the Gu family's resources, soaring to greatness will be just around the corner. Of course, the Hoyu Group behind Zhang Min is not bad. But the chairman of the Hoyu Group is notoriously strict, so I don't know if you'll be able to handle it. No, aren't we talking about the evil god expulsion battle? How did we get onto the sensitive topic of a son-in-law? Lin Mo revealed a big speechless expression. Teacher Jiang, I'm still young and don't want to think about this for the time being. Jiang-hee, who knew that he had gone too far, waved his hand. I've said what I need to say, go away. Lin Mo was kicked out of the office by Jiang-hee. Walking back to his dorm room, Lin Mo recalled the content of the conversation he had just had. Whether it was the Wu family, the Gu family, or the so-called Hoyu Group, they were all untouchable behemoths to the current Lin Mo. For these behemoths, one naturally does not provoke them if one can. However, this does not mean that he will not fight back when bullied, and he can still splash blood when he is angry. Really forced Lin Mo to be anxious, not to mention Wu Deji this drop hair, even the Wu family he dared to touch. But when all is said and done, the central point is still the strength of 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 the strength. Before the evil god expulsion battle, it looks like we'll have to work a little harder. Lin Mo revealed a look of determination. It just so happens that I've obtained an invasion card before, and coupled with this holy relic, the Oblivion Head, even if I don't succeed in invading the evil godlord's territory, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, the place he was going to was not the dormitory, but the Dragon Academy's trading market. He still had a lot of level 2 and level 3 strengthening stones on him, all of which he couldn't use for the time being. He sells them all outright and then buys tons of building materials and a new batch of magic scrolls. Immediately after that, he spent half a day re-planning his territory, setting up defenses and adding manpower. It wasn't until nightfall that Rimmer made sure that everything was ready. 200 Plague Wolf Riders in full gear. Lin Mo took out the coordinates of the light point that recorded the territory of a 4th Order evil god, and vaguely remembered that this evil godlord called himself Morix. I wonder what a 4th-ranked evil godlord's territory would be like. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Mo began his first territorial invasion. At this time, it was located in the evil god world. Morix, a fourth-ranked lord, had just finished his blood pilgrimage and was riding the hell beast towards his lair. Beside him, several of his fellow officers with 4 eyes were frantically courting. Mr. Morix, as the youngest fourth-ranked lord of the evil Narenza, you were a sight to behold during the pilgrimage just now. Even the holy witch, Ms. Machima, has cast a friendly glance at you several times. No one but you could hold a garrison at the foot of the desperate wall of the Blue Star people for a week. The bragging of his peers was exceptionally flattering to Morix, who was seen lazily lying on the back of the hell beast with a condescending look on his face. The Blue Star human race has only just risen for 100 years. Don't think that by building the Great Wall of Extinction, you can stop us evil gods. Great General Salazar in the north has found a way to erode the Great Wall. It won't be long before our army will encroach on all of the human race's territory, and our great Lord Evil God will one day descend on the blue planet and slaughter all of the gods on it. Just as Morix was making a grandiose declaration, a message of the presence of a foreigner in the territory suddenly entered Morix's mind. Morix's face changed. How could my territory be invaded? Could it be that human lord from the Great Wall of Despair? But he's only a second-ranked lord. How dare he invade my territory? Not allowing Morix to think much, he immediately sank into consciousness and entered the middle of his territory. At this time, it was located on the southwestern corner of Morix's territory. A wolf cavalry drenched in green blood was continuously pouring out of the portal. Rimmer looked down from a god's point of view at the gathering of the army. Because he is an intruder this time, most of the map is black and invisible. Although there were plants and animals present in the evil god lord's territory, it was as if it had been splashed with a layer of dark red blood on the whole. The entire sky was also dim and unusually depressing. The forest trees also looked like they had undergone an aberration, twisting as if they were monsters. Next it was time to run the map, as Lin Mo maneuvered the 5 plague wolf riders to run out in 5 directions. One is to explore the road, and the other is to find the evil lord's complex. At the same time, Lin Mo also sent a team of mechanical goblins to construct buildings in place. Along with a steady incline of supplies, 2 plague wells were created. Looking at the greenish thick liquid in the well, Lin Mo directly controlled all the wolf cavalrymen, each of them filling up a water bladder to keep as a spare. For the first invasion, Rimmer didn't send his entire army over. Instead, they first let the plague wolf rider slip around and try the depths of the enemy. He would only launch a general attack if he was sure that this lord's troops could not defeat him. Just as he was thinking about it, the wolf cavalry who had gone to scout the road sent a new message. Chapter 51. Spreading the plague and looting madly, the plague wolf riders found an evil god labor force gathering minerals in the mountains not far away. Evil laborers are low-level evil soldiers responsible for mining resources, with a ring of eyes set into their heads and forearms. And on the high ground not far from them, a few first-order evil god soldiers were holding whips to constantly drive them away from mineral gathering. What they're mining seems to be evil eye crystals. Lin Mo saw the red crystals that were beating like a heart within the mining at a glance. A flash of amazement in his eyes. In the world of the lords, there are hundreds of different types of mineral deposits. Some of the deposits were used to forge various types of armor, while others were used to give weapons special properties, or even allow dependents to devour them and thus master some special powers. Each camp has a different specialty mineral deposit. Let's say the evil god camp's evil eye crystal was a rather expensive or resource, with a market value even higher than gold. Looking at the evil eye crystals that had already been collected from 3 carts, Lin Mo immediately commanded the army of plague wolf riders to surge towards this mine. It was accompanied by a gust of howling wolves. The mine was surrounded by wolf riders. At this moment, the evil god soldiers who were vigorously whipping the laborers all stopped what they were doing. With a horrified face, they looked towards the black shadows that kept rushing towards them. Subconsciously, they wanted to ring the alarm. However, without waiting to ring it, the giant wolf had already pounced on them. Tear them apart as much as they can. Not just the evil god soldiers, the laborers likewise died in large numbers under the long swords of the wolf riders. Along with the green plague spreading rapidly over each body, the dead miners and soldiers opened their eyes and twisted to rise from the ground. This wave directly infected more than 100 zombies, roared low and stayed in place. Instead, he saw one of the wolf cavalrymen come to the mine cart and open the resource teleportation channel. 3 large carts of evil eye crystals then teleported back to Lin Mo's territory. Obtained evil eye crystal 136. Beautifully juiced to collect this first bucket of gold. just as Rimmer thought about moving on to other areas. Above the sky, an angry voice rang out. How dare you, human lord, to invade my territory? Let's see if I, Morix, don't tear your favorites to shreds. The earth trembled, and thousands of black shadows were rapidly approaching on the plains not far from the mines. Lin Mo fixed his eyes on it, and it was hundreds of black flame earth dragons. The black flame earth dragon was a 4th-rank troop type, and the wolf cavalry was obviously unable to fight it head-on. Lin Mo immediately ordered the plague wolf riders to withdraw from the back of the flanks, while at the same time allowing the army of zombies that had just been transformed to surge towards the black flame earth dragon. The moment the black flame earth dragon crashed into the zombie army, it quickly slaughtered the zombies with a devastating force. With the skin burning with black flames, ordinary zombies couldn't even break through the defense. In the blink of an eye, the zombie army was slaughtered. Damned blue star human. I know your favor has infectious properties, and I've already ordered full resistance in evil god technology in order to deal with you. I'll see if you can still transform my favorites. The evil god technology Morix is talking about is similar to the Goblin Institute, supporting research in a variety of technologies. Lin Mo did not give a reply since the beginning, but withdrew faster towards the distance. However, this is after all Morix's chassis, and for Morix the territory is visible in full map. So he quickly mobilized his army to chase towards the plague wolf riders. Even used the lordship skill in the process. The black flame earth dragon's movement speed increased steeply, rapidly closing in on the plague wolf rider. Blood joy. Acceleration scrolls. Berserking scrolls. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and similarly rose to open his lordship skill. At the same time, 2 more magic scrolls that could increase movement speed were used on the wolf cavalry. It was only visible to the naked eye that the wolf rider army accelerated its speed, quickly distancing itself from the pursuers behind it. But pulling away is clearly not enough. Lin Mo, who was commanding in a top-down perspective state, immediately used the new skills he had mastered after advancing to a third-order lord. Fog of war. In the next second, countless white smoke poured out of the grassy woodland, spreading to tens of kilometers at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the brows of Morix, who was commanding from an overhead angle, instantly furrowed. The fog of war did not only interfere with the vision of his dependents, even he, the Lord, could only see the presence of a large patch of fog when he looked at the ground. The figure of the plague wolf rider actually disappeared completely in the mist. At the same time, Morix received distress signals from the dependents in other directions. Horrible plagues have broken out in several mines, logging sites, and even villages and towns along the river. Slightly infected people fell to the ground and fell unconscious with fever, while those who were heavily infected directly turned into bloodthirsty zombies, constantly slaughtering peasant miners. Under Lin Mo's arrangement, the wolf rider scouts that had dispersed in all directions were not simply scouting the evil god's territory. One of the plague wolf riders, upon discovering a village, took the water from the plague well and poured it directly into the river upstream of the village. These highly poisonous well waters are potent recovery potions for plague knights. But it is a poison that is extremely toxic to other beings. Those villagers who drank the river water or even just dabbled in it were quickly infected. A plague quickly spreads throughout the village and eventually a zombie crisis erupts. The same thing is happening with mines and logging sites. The plague knights enter these places and first charge haphazardly for a while. When they are exhausted, they simply blow themselves up, transforming more soldiers to join the ranks of the zombie army. Just for a moment Morix chased after the wolf riders. Just 4 or 5 gathering grounds have already fallen. A large number of zombies poured out of the collection field, rapidly converging in the same direction. Watching the dependents he had worked so hard to cultivate just disappear, Morix was jagged and his heart was dripping blood. Damn you, human lord, why don't you fight me head-on? You coward. All you do is hide like a rat. No matter how much Morix cursed, Lin Mo just didn't say a word. Just now, during this period of time, he had plundered a large amount of resources in other gathering grounds. A large amount of gold, timber, and stone all went into Rimmer's pocket. It just so happens that his own insane gnome institute needs a lot of resources for technological research. Looted resources just fill in the gaps. In order to be able to map out Morix's territory as much as possible, Lin Mo sent out an additional dozen or so wolf riders to scout in all directions. Half an hour later, a large number of the evil godlord's territorial buildings were mapped out by Lin Mo. There were even a few fairly prosperous towns that were marked on the map. There was bound to be a large amount of treasure hoarded within the town. so next Lin Mo planned to attack the city. However, just then, hundreds of sharp hissing sounds came from high in the sky. Immediately after that, hundreds of humanoid bats swooped down towards the wolf cavalry with their teeth and claws open. Lin Mo frowned slightly. In front of him, it was clearly a third-order flying soldier type, the Stone Ghost. Chapter 52. The tide of corpses attacks the city. But the stone ghouls in front of him were very different from what he had seen in textbooks. Not only were they bigger in size, but their eyeballs were crimson, as if they had red eyes. It's a soldier that has been strengthened by the evil eye crystal. Lin Mo instantly judged the heal of these stone ghouls. One of the effects of the evil eye crystals was to strengthen the combat power of the soldiers at the expense of their sanity. A full 100 evil eye stone ghosts lunged towards the plague wolf riders. Their sharp claws took out several wolf riders in just an instant. The plague wolf riders attempted to counterattack. However, the distance of their long swords was limited, so they were unable to make effective counterattacks against the evil eye goblins. Instead, the evil eye goblins were able to take out a dozen or so wolf riders with each dive. After a few rounds of swooping, the plague wolf riders suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the evil eye goblins did not suffer many casualties. Only in the next second, the evil eye goblins swarmed towards the nearby infected goblins and attacked them, tearing their bodies apart completely. By clearing out the infected in the group, the evil eye goblins had no risk of being transformed on a large scale. Morix's arrogant voice sounded once again. "I have long prevented you from doing this, human lord. After destroying this cavalry, I will personally travel to your territory and eliminate all the dependents in your territory one by one." At this point, Morix already felt that victory was assured, just as he was organizing the stone goblins and attempting to launch another offensive. But in the next second, a blood-red cyclone appeared around the wolf cavalry. Advanced spell scroll, Ice Bloodstorm. An immense and incomparable wall of blood-red storms violently appeared around the plague wolf cavalry. Blood-red ice crystals like blades madly tore through everything they could touch. By the time Morix realized that this was a high-level spell and tried to pull the blood-eyed gargoyles back, it was already too late, only to see the bloodstorm form a huge circular wind wall, the huge attraction constantly pulling the blood-eyed gargoyle to fall into the storm wall. Immediately after, countless blood-colored blades crazily tore through the bodies of the blood-eyed gargoyles. The gargoyles fell from the sky one after another, turning to be chopped into mush by the plague wolf riders. Except for a very few or overly heavenly forbidden spells, most of the spells released by the lords would not cause damage to their own or friendly troops. Watching the blood-eyed gargoyles that he had worked so hard to cultivate rapidly die out, Morix's face turned ugly to the extreme. He had never dreamed that a tiny second-ranked lord would use a high-ranked spell scroll. Seeing that the duration of the ice bloodstorm was about to end, Lin Mo once again unleashed the fog of war. The trail of the plague wolf riders disappeared into the mists. In the mist, Lin Mo ordered the plague wolf riders to clean up the battlefield. It was similar to what Morix had said. His dependents had indeed boosted the plague resistance. Of the 100 blood-eyed gargoyles, only 10 were successfully transformed in the end. Most of the others were killed outright in resistance. But even a mosquito is still meat. Lin Mo began to calculate how to make these 10 stone goblins work to their fullest potential. Soon, a new plan was formulated by him. Upon counting, there were currently only 130 plague wolf riders left. Lin Mo immediately divided these 130 plague wolf riders into groups of 13 and headed towards the major towns, villages, and resource points marked on the map. The 10 blood-eyed stone ghosts, on the other hand, stayed in place under the cover of the fog of war. They swallowed the plague well water, and the wounds on their bodies rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, 10 teams of plague wolf riders raided the major village buildings of Morix. While spreading the plague, they plundered and destroyed the buildings. The plague wolf riders' long knives filled with corrosive attributes had an extremely high bonus for destroying buildings. A lumberyard only needed a dozen or so swipes to destroy its support pillars and cause it to collapse. A large amount of resources were sent back to Lin Mo's territory. At the same time, every village destroyed by the plague wolf riders would transform a large number of zombies. These zombies ran wildly to converge with each other under the enchantment of Blood Delight, and soon gathered into a larger troop of zombies. During this process, it wasn't that Morix didn't resist. Rather, he mobilized hundreds of 4th-ranked Black Flame ground dragons in an attempt to clear out the infected. However, what made him feel incredibly nauseous was that whenever the Black Flame Earth dragons reached the infected towns, especially when they encountered the plague wolf riders, The magic scrolls that covered the sky were like they didn't want money to be smashed into the ranks of the black flame ground dragons. These scrolls were all low-ranked magic scrolls that couldn't do much damage. However, the disgusting part was that these scrolls all possessed different degrees of slowing down effects, like the Blizzard Scroll, the Mire Scroll, and even the Charm Scroll. As long as it was magic that could slow down the black flame ground dragon's troops, Lin Mo would just fling it around. And as if that wasn't enough, he also used the fog of war to block the route of the army. So much so that Morix had no clue as to how many villages had been destroyed and how many dependents had been turned into zombies. The marching speed of the Black Flame Earth Dragon Legion was greatly cut down, and 2 hours passed. Only 5 Wolf Rider squads were destroyed. The remaining squads, on the other hand, had burned and looted their way through various places, plundering a huge amount of supplies. Morix's territory was quite vast, which meant that the resources on his land were quite rich. A large amount of rare metal deposits and abundant forestry resources had caused him to build a large number of gathering buildings in various parts of his territory. Now, these gathering buildings had been destroyed after encountering Lin Mo's Wolf Rider squad. At the same time, the resources within the buildings were plundered. Lin Mo took the time to look at the resources he had already plundered. The evil eye crystals alone had accumulated to 500, then 40,000 units of gold, and over 100,000 of wood and iron ore. These materials were placed in separate categories in Lin Mo's territory. At a glance, there were several small piles of hills. The total value of the resources that Lin Mo had plundered so far had completely exceeded the various types of props and soldiers that he had consumed. But this was only the harvest from plundering the resource points around the territory. The truly high-value ones were in the city, especially the main city of this Fourth Order Evil God Lord. The latest news came from the front line. The zombie army hidden in the fog of war had successfully arrived at the Evil God Lord's first intermediate town. When the mists gradually dispersed, revealing the scalp-numbing number of zombies, Morix's blood pressure directly soared to 108, and his 8 eyeballs instantly filled with blood. The whole person was so angry that he was about to explode. The number of the zombie army was a whopping 60,000, and this 60,000 zombies made up of the zombie tide all originated from the gathering points and villages in various parts of the territory. They were all peasant dependents that they had worked hard to cultivate. Fourth-ranked lords had already left the realm of novice lords, and not only would the area of their territory expand to a great extent. Along with the number of dependents, there would also be an explosive growth. Even the most common Fourth Order Lord would have hundreds of thousands of non-combat units. These non-combat units are responsible for mineral collection, construction, and sowing crops to provide food support for the army. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Mo's infected 60,000 zombie army was very normal. The tide of zombies was approaching the city, and the evil god soldiers standing on the walls of the town had panicked looks on their faces. Chapter 53: The Incompetent Rage of the Evil God Lord. After a brief shock, Morix regained his senses. Immediately afterward, he sneered, "What's the use of having a large number? Do you think a group of weak infected can fight against my regular army?" This time, Lin Mo did not remain silent. Instead, he replied calmly, "I don't need to fight your regular army. I just need to capture this town and plunder the resources in it." Hee, you're still underestimating my depth as a fourth-ranked lord. Let me show you my bottom card. The moment Morix's words fell, several hissing sounds came from the sky not far away. Only 20 black dragons, almost the size of a heavy-duty pickup truck, appeared in view. The moment he saw the giant dragon, Lin Mo's face revealed a look of realization. Sure enough, this guy still has an undercurrent. 5th-ranked troop type Abyssal Demon Dragon. A powerful dragon troop type with the ability to fly. The abyssal fire spewed out is capable of turning everything it touches into ashes. 5th Order soldiers, or dragons that dominate the airspace. 25th Order Demon Dragons. Their battle power should definitely not be underestimated. When the Abyssal Demon Dragon appeared above the airspace, the evil god soldiers on the city walls let out deafening cheers. Morale was instantly high. Lin Mo didn't dare to be careless and immediately ordered the corpse tide to start attacking the city. At the same time, released the fog of war to cover the marching route of the demonic dragons. The zombie army that Lin Mo sends to attack is a medium-sized town in Morix. The 5-meter-high walls eliminated the possibility of climbing. But Lin Mo also had no intention of climbing the wall. He directly ordered the remaining Plague Wolf Riders to arrive at the city gates, frantically swinging at the gates of the city walls with corrosive-filled machetes. Under the chopping and slashing of the dozens of plague wolf riders, the city gates rapidly corroded and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The roar of a dragon sounded from above. The black dragon's breath descended from the sky, instantly turning a large number of zombies into ashes. The abyssal demon dragon has arrived on the scene. But the gates were also about to shatter. Lin Mo greeted the plague wolf riders as they evacuated the city gate location, and countless zombies went crazy and drilled into the broken hole in the city gate. Followed by flesh and blood blast. It was followed by a series of not-so-violent explosions. The gates came crashing down. Blood joy, only to see the zombie army all covered in blood red, like a tidal wave madly surging into the town. In the sky outside the town, the abyssal demon dragon was still spewing dragon flame. Yet more zombies have flooded the major streets of the town than those incinerated by the flames. The civilians in it were slaughtered in a frenzy. Morix's 4th-ranked ground dragon troops also rushed over, and after climbing up the city wall, they began to round up the zombies within the city wall. Rimmer gave the final order for all the zombies to disperse into the major areas of the town. The plague wolf riders were responsible for setting fires everywhere to create chaos. For a while, there was a huge commotion throughout the town. Morix was so pissed off that he directly transformed into a keyboard warrior and directed a greeting at Rimmer. All kinds of unpleasant words kept spewing out of his mouth. It wasn't that this human lord was so strong, it was mainly that his dependent trait was so disgusting. The soldiers aren't strong either, it's just a crazy slaughter of farmers. When you meet a regular army, you turn around and run away, and you don't fight you at all. On the contrary, Lin Mo was calm and collected at the moment. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a sly smile, located over a town further down the road. Along with the 10 evil-eyed gargoyles falling from the sky, the town also erupted into a zombie crisis in a matter of moments as well. The stone goblins kept attacking the ranks of the city defense forces with their sharp claws, but just scratching them but not tangling with them. Immediately afterward, it flew into the streets and alleys within the town, infecting everyone within the town. Soon, walkers began to appear in the streets and alleys. The city defenders attempted to contain the spread of the plague, yet one of the infected soldiers lunged violently at a fellow soldier. The zombies are spreading through this town like cancerous cells. By the time Morix comes back to his senses, the town has been overrun by walkers. Tweak the tiger to get away from the mountain. Attract his attention with the zombie army first, then go attack another town. Returning to his senses, Morix had his hands full and was about to send troops from the main city to rescue him. Yet it would be 2 hours before the fastest cavalry could reach the town. 2 hours is enough time for a group of zombies to kill all the civilians in a medium-sized town. At this moment, Morix's entire face was bloodless, and his entire body seemed to be paralyzed, and he couldn't move a muscle. Town A, which was flooded by the zombie hordes, was quickly wiped out due to the presence of the gargoyles and the black flame geoducks. Even the plague wolf riders were torn to pieces by the geoducks. However, the B town that was raided by the stone goblins completely fell into the hands of Rimmer. There were 70,000 city dwellers, all of whom were transformed into zombies by Lin Mo. The zombies flooded into homes as well as the resource warehouses in the town hall, transferring all the massive resources inside back to Lin Mo's territory. 100,000 in gold, 1,360 evil eye crystals, piles of iron ingots and timber as well as stone. 2 hours later, the entire town was raided. It has become a dead city with only zombies. It was also at this time that the first supporting armies of Morix arrived. Also arriving was the abyssal demon dragon flying in the sky, just as the dragons roared and tried to ruthlessly destroy the group of invaders. But it was Lin Mo, who was watching the battle over the town, who gently snapped his fingers. Evil god sacrifice. In the next second, the 2 towns, with an army of zombies numbering 80,000, had white flames burning on their bodies at the same time. All the zombies were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! Sacrifice successful. Obtained flesh and blood clone 2. Drawing of Deslac heavy dragon hunting crossbow. The offering was successful and the stuff was pretty good. Lin Mo's consciousness withdrew from Morix's territory. The invasion didn't hit the main city, but it was quite rewarding. At this time, located in the territory of Morix, Morix was assembling the forces of the main city with a grim look on his face. 105th Order Abyssal Demon Dragons, nearly 1,000 4th Order Black Flame Demon Dragons, and a glance at the endless 3rd Order Evil God Soldiers. including hundreds of siege machines and countless evil laborers. 2 blackened, elite-level, high-ranking spirits stood beside Morix. Damned human. Daring to invade my territory, you'll have to bear my full wrath next. According to the territory invasion rules, if you invade someone else's territory and do not blow up the enemy lord's core, then the other side will automatically get the coordinates of your territory and can attack with their troops without using any props. At that moment, Morix was in a rage, and he was going to gather his troops to crush the damn human lord. However, he waited for a long time with murderous anger, but he still did not obtain the coordinates of Lin Mo's territory. What's going on? Where are the coordinates for the human lords? Morix was confused, confusion written all over his face, until 2 hours after the agonizing wait. A sharp roar resounded from the sky above the main city. Damned human lord. No wonder you dared to invade my territory. You even have a prop that hides the lord's coordinates. Aha. Piss me off. Damn you. Chapter 54. The wool comes from the sheep. The sound of Morix's angry roar traveled to every corner of the main city. The dependents affected by the anger roared in the same way. The entire main city suddenly wailed and cried out. Lin Mo's consciousness re-descended to his territory. Look at the massive resources that are stuffed into warehouses and can only be stacked outdoors. Rimmer smacked his lips. I didn't expect that invading the territory of a high-ranked lord would be so rewarding. After the tide of corpses was sacrificed, Lin Mo obtained 2 flesh and blood cloning machines and the dragon hunting crossbow drawing. Cloning machines are, needless to say, one of the main buildings in Limmer's territory, and more is always better. The dragon hunter crossbow, on the other hand, is an offensive and defensive chariot-based siege weapon. Sort of like the elven crossbow carts, they are 4-wheel drive and can be placed on top of city walls or pushed around using humanoid soldiers. The arrows and crossbows fired were thicker than the wrist, had a long range, and penetrated extremely well. Even a tyrannical dragon rider would deal a considerable amount of damage after being hit by this arrow. Lin Mo immediately commanded the mechanical goblins to construct 100 dragon hunting crossbows to be placed on top of the city walls as defending weapons. After finishing this, Lin Mo exited the territory. It was now late at night, and the tired Lin Mo quickly fell into sleep as he lay on his bed. The night was silent, and the time came to the next morning. Today, in theory class, students of Class V gathered inside classroom 310. Lin Mo had just entered the classroom when he felt a hint of an unusual atmosphere. Did you hear about it? That wunderkind guy threatened to teach the class president a lesson. That little punk Wu Daiji is still so crazy. Didn't he get enough lessons before? Who let people have a bullpen pro brother? Have you heard of Wu Liang? Wu Liang? You're talking about the top 3 ranked genius expert of the sophomore year? He's actually Wu Daiji's older brother. After Lin Mo sat down, Su Eru and Sun Gaocheng immediately came up. Last night at the school forum, Wu Daiji made a high-profile announcement that he wanted to regard Lin Mo as his mortal enemy. Said he should wash his neck and wait or something like that. Hearing this news, Lin Mo didn't feel much. It seems like that yellow hair didn't get beaten up enough. Su Eru's face was grave. Squad leader, don't take it lightly nah. Wu Daiji's big brother, Wu Liang. That's a ruthless man. I heard that he got into a conflict with someone not long ago and directly blew up the core of their territory. Sun Gaocheng picked up. Wu Liang's reputation in the sophomore year is also not good. Usually bullying men and women is very arrogant. Recently I heard that it has just been rejected by the sophomore goddess, Sister Zhang Min, and now Wu Liang is a dynamite barrel that explodes at the slightest point. Listening to the duo's advice, Lin Mo waved his hands somewhat helplessly and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I won't be offended if people don't offend me." Lin Mo only said the first half of the sentence and left the second half unsaid. If a man offends me, I'll backhand him with a big mouth. After the theory class, Lin Mo greeted Su Eru and Sun Gaocheng and went to the cafeteria to eat. Qian Moshue stepped forward with a look of desire to speak. Lin Mo immediately grabbed Qian Moyu's shoulder. "Qian mute. Let's go. Let's go eat together. I'm not dumb. Then sing me a Tibetan plateau?" Qian Mo language. There was a bit of joking and jesting as the group headed toward the cafeteria. After the lunch break, Lin Mo received a short message sent to him by Zhang He. It said that Lin Mo's credits had broken the highest record in the history of freshmen, so he had opened up the Academy's secondary store redemption privileges to Class 5 in advance. The class group of Class 5 instantly exploded when this news came out. All sorts of voices praising Lin Mo kept coming. Lin Mo closed the class group after 2 simple scratches, and immediately afterward, he opened the Academy's secondary store. Compared to the Level 1 store, which would only sell some low-level scrolls and materials, the Level 2 store was much richer and of course more expensive. Second Order Outbuilding Imperial Heavy Armor Soldiers, 300 credits. Intermediate Spell Scroll Explosive Fire Rain, 500 credits. Elite Level Spirit Recruitment Scroll, 1,000 credits. The array of goods dazzled Lin Mo. But soon, an item with a price tag of 1,500 came into view. The spine of Ajuin. The aged dragon god Ajuin was killed by dragon slayers and his body was transformed into a mountain range of dragon skeletons. A section of his spine was found by adventurers. The spine changed hands several times over the centuries without anyone discovering its effectiveness. The spine became a work of art, and it was eventually collected by the principal of the Imperial Dragon Academy and placed in the Redemption Store. This Ajuin wouldn't be the Ajuin from Old Roll, would it? Lin Mo looked skeptical. Although he wasn't sure if it was a rename, the word Dragon God in the introduction made Lin Mo realize that this item was absolutely extraordinary. I have a flesh and blood cloning machine myself, so I wonder if I can synthesize something out of this spine. Thinking this way, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to exchange the spine of the giant dragon, Ajuin. The spine was only one section, but it was surprisingly huge, almost the size of a heavy truck. It's hard to imagine how huge dragon god Ajuin's body would be. After redeeming the spine, Lin Mo still had over 500 credits left. After rummaging through the store for a while longer, Lin Mo eventually redeemed an invasion card worth 500 credits. There were still 2 days left before the evil god expulsion battle began, and Lin Mo had to use the remaining time to become as strong as possible. So he plans to invade Morix's territory again tonight after the Aztec Oblivion Head's CD ends. Wool comes out of the sheep, so let's first gripe this 4th Order evil god lord of the bald skin before we say anything else. So the whole afternoon was spent in preparing the various matters for another invasion by Rimmer. Nightfall. At this time, it was located in the evil god world. With 6 large black eyes, Morix exited his territory extremely tired. Morix hadn't slept a wink after last night's invasion. Not only was he pissed off, but another reason was that his territory was heavily polluted. The 2 towns that suffered zombie raids not only had their people die out, but the surrounding land and rivers were all covered in a plague. These plagues, though already too weak to infect the living, can make civilians sick with fever and even bedridden. Morix had been going around all night plus an entire day cleaning up the remnants of the plague. Troops of physicians charged with dispelling the plague were running out of breath, constantly healing sick peasants. Finally, after fighting for a day and a night, the plague was completely eradicated from the territory. Morix lay on his blood-warmed bed with a weary look on his face, feeling the womb-like feeling of encasement. Morix groaned in comfort and slowly closed his eyes. The next second, the alarm sounded again in the territory. Warning! The territory is being invaded. Please go to the territory immediately to organize defense. Undead. Morix jerked up from his warm bed, his 8 eyes bloodshot. Are you done again? $%. Descending into the evil god's territory, this time Lin Mo did not use the Wolf Rider running home tactic again. After all, the last home run had destroyed the outlying villages and gathering facilities of the evil god's territory. It's unlikely that another wave of corpses will form anytime soon. The moment he landed, Lin Mo began commanding the mechanical goblins to build a steel fence. Chapter 55 Defensive Battle Requesting for Votes. After the construction of the city wall, it was immediately followed by all kinds of magic-guided cannons, crossbow turrets, and other attacking buildings. The materials used were plundered from the Morix side. Build more, and Rimmer wouldn't be heartbroken. In the blink of an eye, an outpost with considerable firepower was constructed with the territorial portal as the center of the circle. Immediately after that, 200 black flame titans walked out of the portal. Then there was the 4th Order flame ground dragon. Dozens of hissing sounds rang out in the distant air. Only 30 abyssal demon dragons were seen flying in the direction of the outpost. Under the feet of each abyssal demon dragon, it held a war demon elephant that was particularly large in size. War demon elephants, 4th-ranked siege units, their immense strength is capable of easily smashing through steel city walls, and each one is equipped with a stone-throwing device on its back, which can hurl explosive meteorites containing the power of lava. 30 war demon elephants, lined up in a state of readiness. The abyssal demon dragons in the air were also circling slowly around the position and were in no hurry to attack. It was soon accompanied by a deep black line appearing in the distant plains. Moryx's 4th-ranked Black Flame Earth Dragon and 3rd-ranked Evil God soldiers arrived at the battlefield. It was only then that the shrill hiss of Moryx sounded in the sky. "Damned human lord! How dare you dare to violate the evil god's territory again? I think you're living out of patience. Now I'm going to let you know the great evil god lord. The true strength." Moryx had transferred a large number of troops from the main city this time, numbering as many as 5,000. Just the 4th-ranked Black Flame Earth Dragon alone was nearly 500. Compared to Moryx's troops, there were only about 300 combat soldiers in Lin Mo's outpost. 5,000 against 300, and the latter seemed to have no chance of winning. But it can't be helped by the fact that Limmer has a lot of defense towers. Fuel fire turrets, magic turrets, crossbow turrets. Various powerful defense towers were built 3 times inside and 3 times outside, layer after layer. The reason why Lin Mo was so grandiose. It was because the resources used to build these defense towers were plundered from Moryx's territory not long ago. Soon, Moryx's army came charging towards the outpost. The one who was playing the lead role was clearly a 4th-ranked siege demon elephant. Only to see the demon elephant running wildly while the stone thrower behind it projected huge, exploding meteorites. Behind them followed 3rd-order evil god archers, drawing their bows and shooting arrows as they went. Only further back was the 4th-order Black Flame Earth Dragon. In the sky, the 5th-ranked abyssal demon dragon incited its huge wings and leered. The combat power of a 4th-ranked lord's troops should not be underestimated. The crossbow turret played its part in the face of dozens of meteorites falling from the sky. Hundreds of arrows were seen shooting out towards the sky, constantly shattering the falling meteorites. Crossbow turrets don't have a high hit rate, but you can't beat the number of turrets. As a result, only a few of the exploding meteorites hit the sentry towers, while the vast majority of the others were detonated directly in the air. "Great evil god above, gaze upon your most loyal followers and gratefully grant us a baptism of blood," Moryx chanted as he crushed a blood-red skill crystal. Only black smoke was seen rising madly around his troops, and his morale was steeply raised by a knot. Specialty of the evil god's camp, prayer crystal. It has a similar function to the human skill scroll. Pray to the evil god to obtain battlefield bonuses with different effects. Troops marched by the evil god's gaze rushed towards the city walls at a much faster pace. On top of the city wall, the Black Flame Titan drew his bow and shot arrows. Huge arrows burning with black flames shot out, missing Moryx's group in a series of explosions. The effect is overwhelming. Each arrow that hits a rear soldier can cause a sizable ranged kill. As a mutated dependent of a dozen 3rd-order soldiers fused together, the Black Flame Titan had extraordinary combat power among soldiers of the same rank. But Lin Mo also observed that the evil god soldiers who were wounded by the black flame arrows did not quickly transform into zombies. And covered in black smoke, the wounds quickly recovered. The prayer crystal ability used by Moryx was very much a restraint to Lin Mo's pestilence power. Even if the skin has been scratched, it cannot cause infection. Only those soldiers who were instantly killed by the arrows would turn into zombies through infection. However, as soon as these zombies stood up from the ground, they were hacked to pieces by the other evil god soldiers around them. Moryx has clearly done enough to defend himself. He suffered a lot from the plague infection. The plan to weaken the enemy's forces through widespread infection failed. But Lin Mo didn't panic. When the war demon elephant reached the attack range of the defense tower, all defense towers begin to counterattack. Only dozens of artillery turrets were seen firing fuel shells at the same time. After the shells traced a fiery red arc in the air, they fell into the middle of Moryx's troops. Explosions rose and fell as hundreds of evil god soldiers were smashed directly into flesh. At the same time, the crossbow turret was like a machine gun, constantly shooting arrows. Seeing a siege demon elephant with arrows sticking out of its brain, it collapsed to the ground with an unwilling roar, followed by the 2nd and 3rd heads. Moryx immediately commanded the abyssal demon dragon hovering in the air to swoop down. The demonic dragon kept spewing black flames towards the city's head. In the flames, a large number of arrow towers were destroyed, and dozens of black flame titans were burned to a crisp. Just as the abyssal demon dragon tried to destroy more turrets. Instead, several blue halos shot out towards them. Hers was the magic cannon coming into play. As a magic-driven, magic-guided cannon, it was extremely oppressive to the abyssal demon dragon. The abyssal demon dragon that swooped down immediately flapped its wings and flew towards high altitude, constantly dodging the attacks of the magic-guided cannons. On the other side, through the cover of the abyssal demon dragons, the 10 giant siege demon elephants had already approached the city wall. Hundreds of third-order evil god soldiers climbed onto its back and jumped onto the city walls. On top of the city wall, the black flame titan spewed out a large amount of flames, burning the soldiers who rushed onto the wall into ashes. However, there were simply too many soldiers ascending the walls, and the number of black flame titans was too small. Soon, the city walls were already filled with evil god soldiers. The black flame titans swung their arms around and kept attacking the enemies around them. However, the number of that enemy was too much, climbing on their backs like ants. Only one of them, the black flame titan, was seen, and an evil god soldier climbed up on its back. In the next second, the soldier came around and stabbed the long knife in his hand into the eye socket of the black flame titan. The black flame titan collapsed with a loud bang, followed by being overwhelmed and dismantled by more evil god soldiers. This is happening all over the walls. The black flame titans simply couldn't defeat so many enemies and fell to the ground in droves. At the same time, the siege demon elephant used its huge tusks to frantically hit the city wall. Along with the cracks spreading, only to hear a rumble, a wall collapsed. "Haha! How dare you challenge the great Morix with this amount of troops?" Morix's shrill cry rang out from above the dome. "All familiars listen to the order. Tear the enemy apart for me." Chapter 56, Pitting thousands of enemy troops. The abyssal demon dragon swooped down from the sky and stood on the city wall, continuously spitting black flames. Wherever the flames reached, the defense towers were destroyed in pieces. Fourth-ranked black flame earth dragons also surged into the outpost and battled with Lin Mo's fourth-ranked flame earth dragons. Being the same fourth-ranked dragon, it was logical that their strengths should be comparable. But the number of black flame earth dragons was 500, while Lin Mo's flame earth dragons were less than 100. With such a disparity, the black flame earth dragon began to slaughter in an almost lopsided manner. One flame earth dragon simply couldn't fight against 4 or even 5 black flame earth dragons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the flame geoducks were dead and wounded. A fourth-ranked troop should be the limit of your troop strength. Morix's smug voice rang out. "A small novice lord who dares to invade the great Morix's territory. I see you don't want to live." Just this moment of effort, the defense towers of the outpost had already been demolished. Lin Mo's troops suffered heavy losses, with less than 30% of their strength remaining. "All dependents, listen to the order to retreat from the portal immediately." Lin Mo gave the retreat order with a calm face. The remaining black flame titans and flame geoducks began to pour towards the portal. Morix immediately showed a frenzied expression when he realized this. It seemed that this human lord knew that he couldn't defeat himself, and this was to gather his troops and flee. Immediately after that, Morix revealed a look of extreme disdain. "Surely a rookie. Doesn't he know that after the portal opens, it takes at least 10 minutes for it to close? And 10 minutes is enough time for me to counterattack your territory." Morix revealed a cruel smile, followed by another command. "All dependents, cross the portal immediately. Launch a general attack on enemy territory." Above the sky, the abyssal demon dragon swooped down and rushed into the portal after tearing apart several flame geoducks. At the same time, the black flame earth dragon troops, as well as the third-ranked evil god soldiers, surged towards the teleportation portal. In Morix's conception, this human lord, despite possessing bizarre traits, was ultimately just a novice lord. One just has to be careful not to get infected by his favorites, and the rest is not enough. Sensing that the abyssal demon dragon had entered the opponent's territory, Morix immediately projected his consciousness into the middle of the opponent's territory. When I opened my eyes again, they were barren. When Morix saw where his side's dependents were located, his pupils contracted violently to the size of pinpoints. Only the location where the abyssal demon dragon had climbed out of the portal was located right in the middle of a huge circular deep pit. On the high ground around the deep pit, hundreds of dragon hunting crossbows stood ready to fire, and next to each dragon hunting crossbow carriage stood blood-red geoduck riders. In addition to the geoduck rider, he also saw a dark elf in a black cloak. It was an infernal spirit that was giving a crossbow a bonus to its attack power. Buried. Ambush. But in the next second, the dragon hunter crossbow chariot inspired arrows. The arrow containing a powerful penetrating force violently shot towards the abyssal demon dragon. The abyssal demon dragon attempted to stir its wings and fly high into the air. Nay, the ground was too low and the arrows from the dragon hunter crossbows were just too fast. The abyssal demon dragon was instantly pierced through the neck. Immediately after that, it was hit by arrows all over its chest, abdomen, and huge wings. The entire dragon was nailed dead to the ground. What a crossbow! Morix was shocked, his breath becoming disorganized. However, the portal kept flickering with light. A large number of 4th-ranked Black Flame Earth Dragons and 3rd-ranked Evil God Soldiers poured out of the portal. They were greeted by dragon-hunting arrows that shot from all directions. In less than a breath, Morix's troops were dead or wounded by the hundreds. Without exception, all of them were killed by the powerful dragon-hunting crossbow. Morix came back to his senses then. With these dragon-hunting crossbows around, his troops were bound to suffer heavy losses even if they stood their ground in this human territory. The war can't be fought this way. Retreat. Must retreat. Realizing the situation was bad, Morix rushed back to his territory and tried to give orders to the familiars who were pouring into the portal to stop their attack. However, the moment he returned to his territory, above the firmament, Lin Mo's light voice rang out. "Is my territory yours to come and go as you please? What do you mean, what are you going to do?" Without waiting for Morix to finish, it was Lin Mo who violently tore open a high-level magic scroll. In the next second, the evil god's dependents that crowded inside the outpost all seemed to have gone crazy, frantically surging into the portal. They were glowing with a pale blue light. No matter how much Morix shouted, it was as if the dependents didn't hear him, and all of them rushed towards the portal with a brain. This is a high-level taunt skill. Morix's heart was dripping blood as he recognized the skill that Lin Mo had unleashed, a group taunting skill that can cause troops to lose their minds and attack the taunted in a frenzy for a certain period of time. Such an ability would not scare Morix at all if it was placed on a frontal battlefield. However, after the enemy set a trap behind the portal, the power of this group taunt skill was no less than an S-rank forbidden spell. Only thousands of evil god soldiers, including the abyssal demon dragons, were seen pouring into the teleportation portal like crazy. Look again at the other end of the portal. The huge deep pit was now transformed into a pit of corpses. The soldiers coming out of the portal were instantly killed in seconds. The abyssal demon dragon attempted to fly into the air with the help of its powerful body. However, the next second they were penetrated through their bodies by the lances that shot from all directions. 5th-ranked tyrannical dragon riders, their combat power that wasn't vegetarian. And so the carnage continued for a full 10 minutes. It was only after 10 minutes, along with the complete closure of the portal, that this pit-killing plan was forced to come to an end. Inside the pit, the bodies of those who had been shot were piled up in half of the pit. A rough estimate was that it was at least 2,000 or more, and many of them were still 4th or even 5th-order soldiers. "So you didn't intend to fight me head-on from the start, but to lure me into your territory?" Morix spoke in a grim tone, forcing down his anger and saying coldly, "Can you tell me your name?" "Human Lord." Lin Mo smiled blandly. "I don't change my name when I walk. I don't change my name. My humble self, Wu Liang." "Fine, Wu Liang, right, you wait. I'll definitely find a chance to get back at you." Morix snorted coldly, and his consciousness completely withdrew from Lin Mo's territory. Just like the first invasion they had suffered, this time the Morix still hadn't been able to obtain the coordinates of Rimmer's territory. Looking at the original 5,000-sized force, now down to less than 3,000, Morix's heart was bleeding. The voice practically pushed out from between his teeth. "Damn, human lord, I won't let you go." A roar continued to hover over the territory. On the other side, Lin Mo looked at the thousands of corpses in the corpse pits, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Next it was trophy count time. Chapter 57 Resurrection Characteristics. This invasion battle in order to convince Morix that he had used his full strength. He sent all of his 3rd and 4th order soldiers into battle. This resulted in basically hitting all of one's 3rd and 4th order troops. The war between the lords was pretty grueling. Especially between the great lords, it is common to see dozens or millions of troops overthrown at every turn. But the sacrifices are great, and the rewards are just as great. Under Lin Mo's command, 400 plague wolf riders would bring the plague well water to the corpse pit. Immediately afterward, they dumped the plague well water from the water belt into the middle of the corpse pit. With the plague well water covers the dead bodies. Only a creepy scene appeared. The originally stationary dead body began to twitch violently, and in the next second it crawled out of the pit of corpses. Some of the torso injuries were severe and the wounds healed rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. There were even a few decapitated ones that had their heads retrieved and reinstalled on their heads. The plague well water soon filled the corpse pit with a greenish liquid. And in the midst of the liquid, a constant stream of necromorphs crawled out and made their way towards the shore. All of these necromorphs were at least third order in strength, and there were both fighters and archers. Just then, a huge body violently drilled out of the green liquid. A mournful hissing sound followed immediately. Fifth order abyssal demon dragon. Necrotic transformation successful. Transformed into a necromorphic demonic dragon. A necromorphic devil dragon drilled out of the liquid, numbering as many as 10. Then came the fourth-ranked Black Inferno Devil Dragon. Soon, the final tally of the battle's proceeds was tallied. There were 1,521 third-order evil god soldiers that were transformed. 326 fourth-order Black Flame Earth Dragons. Fifth-order Abyssal Demon Dragons. 10 of them, looking at the silent standing, densely packed zombie dependents in front of him. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. This wool gathering was very successful. Originally, there were only about 500 points of third rank or higher combat troops in his territory. Now it's jumped by almost 2,000, which is quite a boost. Moreover, his own territory had finally welcomed a second fifth-rank troop type in addition to the tyrannical dragon riders. This fifth-order troop is still a large flying unit. Looking at the abyssal demon dragon's imposing size, Lin Mo was satisfied. Turning his hand, he tossed one of them into the flesh and blood cloning machine. I wonder if the spine of the giant dragon, Ajuin, can be fused a bit with the abyssal demon dragon. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo ordered his dependents to split the next piece of Ozian's spine, about the size of a basketball, and then thrown into the flesh and blood cloning machine together. Perhaps it was because of the fact that they were fusing higher-ranked soldiers. The cloning was particularly long this time. In passing, he opened the research panel of the Mad Goblin Institute. All 4 of the previous technologies have been researched, and the overall strength of the territory has been enhanced by a small margin. New technology remains for Aberrant Deputy. Increases efficiency of troop handling and gathering. Bloodthirsty stem cells. Increase the resistance of soldiers to negative effects. Corrosive stomach. Faster digestion of flesh and blood and recovery from physical wounds. Hardened head. Enhances the defense of the lethal parts of the dependents. The second technological research is going to be a bit more expensive than the first in terms of resources to be spent. But Rimmer didn't care, and once again filled up the 4 tech points. Territory research is all fine-tuned stuff designed to improve the overall quality of the territory. This enhancement is not noticeable in the short term, but it is a huge enhancement when the timeline is extended. Ding! Cloning complete. Please ask the host to receive the new dependents. The beep brought Rimmer's vision back to the clone again. The moment the cloner was opened, a white dragon slowly climbed out of the cloner. Skeleton Dragon 5th Order. A reinforced type of soldier that inherits some of the genes of Ajuin. Skeleton dragons have lost the characteristic of spitting flames, but their physical defense has been greatly enhanced, and when the body of a skeleton dragon is shattered, it can be restructured and resurrected within a short period of time. Material fusion entry unlocked. Spine of Ajuin the Dragon. Entry features. Consuming the spine of an Alduin adds the feature of resurrection to a dependent, which cannot be duplicated and needs to be given by consuming a certain amount of spine. Resurrection. Dependents can be resurrected once after death. Reset every 24 hours real time. Cripes? Resurrection? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of excitement. Can revive dependents and takes effect every 24 hours. Worthy of being the bones of the dragon god. This characteristic was simply heaven-defying. If all of the high-ranked soldiers were to be fitted with this trait, it would be equivalent to each dependent having 2 lives. The fight was more than a little stronger. Looking at the heavy-duty truck-sized spine of the giant dragon, Lin Mo knew that the spine would last a long time. Lin Mo brainlessly threw the remaining 9 abyssal demon dragons into the cloning machine. Soon, 8 necromantic gargoyles stepped out of the cloning machine. Only one of them still working non-stop. How? Lin Mo frowned slightly and opened the clone's production log. Flesh and blood cloning failed. Current flesh and blood material cannot withstand the power of the dragon god's spinal cord. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds left until the flesh collapses. Lin Mo immediately revealed a puzzled expression. The power of spinal cord? Wasn't what he got the dragon god's spine? How did it turn into spinal cord? Without waiting for Lin Mo to react, the beep sounded. The dragon god's spinal cord contains the powerful power of a true dragon, and there is a repulsive reaction to fifth-order flesh and blood materials. Attempts can be made to use other materials to keep the cloning going, and successful cloning may result in a more powerful mutant individual. Hearing that the system even said that, Lin Mo immediately decided to take a chance. But what would be a good choice of material to support the cloner? Right, the Evil Eye Crystal. Lin Mo instantly remembered the looted Evil Eye Crystal. A total of 1,360 pieces. With these crystals, I don't know if it's enough. Lin Mo immediately fetched the Evil God crystals and poured them into the flesh and blood cloning machine with a brain. With the frantic churning of the sharp blades, the crystals were crushed and incorporated into the flesh and blood. The cloning machine is stabilizing and the cloning process is moving forward. So please continue to put more material to pour in. This is not the time to economize. Lin Mo dropped another 500 crystals into the cloning machine in one breath. Soon, the prompt sounded again, prompting Lin Mo to continue placing crystals. In the blink of an eye, all 1,360 Evil Eye crystals were consumed. Finally, the clone began to run smoothly. After 2 hours, there was a sound like the opening of a soda bottle. The cloning is over. Immediately afterward, the hatch opened and steam filled the room. A huge crimson figure slowly revealed itself. The moment it appeared, Lin Mo clearly perceived it. Whether it was the corpse skeleton giant dragon or the fourth-order zombie dragon, at this moment, they all actually subconsciously retreated towards the back. It felt as if they were in fear of this creature that had come out of the cloning machine. Chapter 58. The Gu Family's Past. The steam cleared when Rimmer saw the creature the cloning machine had created. Subconsciously hold your breath. A massive dragon body with scales and armor made of blood-red crystals. Huge red wings were gathered above his shoulders, and a ring of crystal-mounted bumps was borne on his forehead, as if it were a diamond crown. The entire dragon seemed to be made of red crystal, like a huge work of art. Compared to ordinary dragons, its body carries a kingly aura, just like the posture of a dragon king. Every move was wrapped in a great sense of oppression. Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King Peak 5th Order. Mutant. A mutant dragon race that contains the weak power of the evil god and the dragon god. And from its body it seems to be able to feel the aura of the ancient dragon Ojuan. Skills. Resurrection 6-hour CD. Crystallized Infection. Folding Beam Cannon. Mutant Talents. Dragon Rider. Anti-Magic Skin. Crystal Devouring. Lin Mo immediately checked the specific introduction of the skill. Resurrection is the same as Skeleton Gargoyles, but the respawn cooldown is only 6 hours. Crystallization Infection. Releases a wide range of crystalline spikes that grow rapidly from the body and explode violently after hitting an enemy. The crystal fragments produced by the explosion also have the effect of infecting the surrounding enemy troops. Folded Wing Beam Cannon. Gathering the energy of the Evil Eye Crystal, the wings converge and release powerful laser beams from their mouths to annihilate enemy troops. The skills of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King are so strong that it's unbelievable. All of them are ranged killing skills. Look again at the mutant talent. Dragon Rider. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King is a rideable unit, and the rider can obtain the Dragon King's shelter to gain a full attribute ability bonus. Anti-Magic Skin. Drastically cuts the damage of elemental skills to the body, with the same bonus to the rider. Crystal Devouring. You can raise your rank by devouring rare crystals. The mutant talent is also excellent. Especially the item of riding plus combat power. Isn't this a proper superb mount? And the talent to raise its grade by devouring crystals gave it a rather high potential. Only the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King walked up to Lin Mo. Bend your huge body in submission. This mutant dragon race could no longer be treated as an ordinary dependent. It's more like a baby mount that transforms into a soaring dragon rider, called in 2 tyrannical dragon riders for a brief test. The battle power of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King far exceeded that of the tyrannical dragon riders, currently becoming the strongest battle force in Lin Mo's territory. It's just a shame that such a mutant can't be replicated. Otherwise, it's really unbeatable. At this time, located in one of the long college apartment buildings, Wu Daji was crying and complaining to another youth. Brother, that's what happened. You have to avenge me. That Lin Mo brat doesn't care about our Wu family at all. You must abolish him before you do that. Standing across from Wu Daji was a youth with a feminine face. From time to time a cold glint flashed in his eyes, like a viper. The family gave you so many resources this year. And you can't even deal with a poor boy from a remote area? Wu Liang asked rhetorically. Wu Daji revealed a look of embarrassment. It was at this moment that Wu Liang's cell phone rang. Wu Liang opened his cell phone. It was the list of people who would be conducting the evil god expulsion battle tomorrow. Lin Mo's name was clearly among them. Is that Lin Mo who bullied you, a student from the 5th class of freshman year? Wu Daji nodded his head like a chicken pecking. That's the bastard. Good. Then I'll clean him up for you. A chill flashed across Wu Liang's face. Wu Daji had a surprised look on his face. Big brother. This kid's dependents are weirder than the undead lineage lords. You must not take this lightly. Wu Liang waved his hand with some impatience. I'm not a punk like you. Against a tiny novice lord? Do you think I'll lose? Wu Daji's head shook into a rattle. But big brother, how are you going to deal with him? You should have heard about the evil god expulsion battle, where the lord's avatar enters the battlefield, and when the avatar is killed, the territory coordinates are exposed in the hands of the slayer, so just look for an opportunity to take out Lin Mo, and then spend some more money to send someone to dry crush his territory crystals. Wu Daji's face was excited. Hi. Big brother, your scheme is too high. The time came to 1:30 in the afternoon. Another theory course for all new students. 10 classes of freshmen sat in the classroom. 5 minutes before class started, the classroom was buzzing with laughter. Hello, Mr. Lin Mo. Is there anyone next to you? A clear voice rang out. Lin Mo turned his head to look, but he saw the slender Gu Qingqing holding a thick pile of textbooks and staring playfully at himself. Today's Gu Qingqing was wearing a refreshing light yellow long dress. The long hair that was about to reach her waist fluttered slowly with the breeze. Gu Qingqing looked a little nervous. Her delicate little face flushed. As she spoke, many of the male students snuck a look over, their eyes filled with envy. Since it was an open class conducted in a large classroom, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't go as a seat hog. Nodding, feel free. Gu Qingqing just sat next to Lin Mo. Lin Mo classmate. Last time the Misty Survival Practice class you were so good. I didn't even catch up with you after all the effort I put in behind your butt. Gu Qingqing took second in the last practice class, but it was hundreds of points worse than Lin Mo's score. Actually, the second place is already strong, Lin Mo said with a serious face. I just got lucky. Hee hee. Traitorous luck for a great genius? Gu Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed softly. Then when will I be able to traitorous luck too? Lin Mo suddenly realized that this Gu Qingqing was quite pretty when she smiled. It's not stunning, but rather has a sweetness to it that is so comforting. So the two of them chatted for the next few moments. The topics kept coming one after the other, and soon the conversation came to the evil god expulsion battle. Student Lin Mo, do you know about this matter of sophomores entering the evil god battlefield tomorrow? I know, answered Rimmer. It's that something about banishing the evil god lords, isn't it? Gu Qingqing held her chin and said with an envious face. I heard that every student who participated in the battlefield of the evil god's battlefield was able to skyrocket in strength when they returned. I also want to participate. Such a dangerous place is not suitable for freshmen to go to, Lin Mo silently added in his mind, except for great masters like me. That's why we have to wait for the sophomore year, Gu Qingqing said with a smile. When the sophomore year, we will have the strength to participate in the battle. Saying that, Gu Qingqing even waved her little pink fist and said fiercely, when the time comes, I'll definitely kill all the evil god lords and fight for our country's glory. Lin Mo glanced at Gu Qingqing with a surprised face, not expecting the little girl to look at a single pure. Killing gas is also quite heavy. Lin Mo didn't realize that the reason why the Imperial Gu family had a scarcity of males wasn't a fertility problem. Rather, all of the male members of the Gu family had served their country, and most had died on the battlefields against extraterritorial invasions. The current Gu family was still honored by many as the war god family, even though only the women were left in the family. Chapter 59 Territorial Alliances. A new day, a new beginning. Today was the day when the sophomores of the Imperial Dragon Academy opened the evil god expulsion battle. Lin Mo, who woke up early in the morning, simply cleaned up his appearance. Then he headed to the gathering point specified for this expulsion battle. When he was almost at the place, he saw class teacher Jiang He standing at the intersection. Today's teacher Jiang He was still wearing her lavender cheongsam. Her tall figure was well built, and a strong mature woman's temperament came out. Cold ice face and let a person dare not approach. Wrapped in the indifference that rejects people outside of 1,000 miles. Proper ascetic iceberg beauty. Whoever could marry her home, TSK, would be absolutely thrilled. Seeing Lin Mo walking towards him, changes appeared in Jiang He's cool eyes for the first time. Lin Mo, you must be careful this time in the expulsion battle, you know? Although Jiang He's voice was cold, his words contained concern. If you can return successfully, I'll consider letting Oniwon stay with you. Lin Mo was instantly dumbfounded and quickly explained, I am innocent with you, and we haven't even communicated much in depth during this time. The together I'm talking about is a territorial alliance. Jiang He rolled his eyes nicely. Do you know what it means to be allied with a resource-assisting type lord? It means being able to get a substantial resource acquisition bonus from the auxiliary type lords. By stationing high-level soldiers in the auxiliary lord's territory, you can even directly increase the combat power of the soldiers. And most importantly, auxiliary type lords were the ones that would produce void origin. This was a precious necessity for raising the lord's grade. Mr. Jiang, why so suddenly? Lin Mo scratched his head. Are you that relieved of me? Jiang He's face was serious. First of all, although you're usually very out of tune and like to look at your female classmates' legs and teachers' breasts. Stop, you'd better just say but. Lin Mo was speechless. But your character is still worthy of recognition, and the people in the class have a high opinion of you. Jiang He had a serious look on his face. The main thing is that Oyu also have a good feeling about you, and I'm still more assured of being allied with you. But you still haven't said why you want to make an alliance. Lin Mo pinpointed the problem. Someone is hitting on the O Territorio. It's not someone from outside the school. It should be certain upperclassmen. Jiang He said. Once O Territorio is invaded and you can't fight against it, she'll become a slave to those bad students, and you should be aware of how important the core of the territory is to a lord. Lin Mo was silent. Bad students in the higher grades? How high, second year, third year, or even internship graduates? At the moment, I'm only a second-class lord. I can only ally with novice lords. That's why I came to find you. Seeing Lin Mo's silence, Jiang He's thin lips pursed slightly. Think about it yourself. If you feel that it's too dangerous to ally with Oliancio, I'll switch to another student to protect her. Lin Mo didn't rush to give Jiang He a reply. He was weighing the pros and cons of it. Jiang He left with his long sexy legs, while Lin Mo entered the Evil God battlefield departure site. There were a dozen or so students standing within the grounds at this time. Without exception, all of them were sophomores. The moment Lin Mo walked in, many of them began to talk. He's that Lin Mo, isn't he, the freshman who broke the rules to join the Evil God expulsion battle? What's a freshman doing here? Purely looking for death. That's right, the Evil God battlefield is no joke. If you get killed by someone from the Evil God camp, your territory will be invaded. Don't underestimate them. They might be very strong. Various murmurs kept coming from the ears, but most people looked at Lin Mo with contempt if anything. It couldn't be helped. Those who could be sent to the battlefield at the sophomore stage were all the top geniuses of the academy. All of them were proud in their bones and naturally couldn't look at a freshman like Lin Mo. Lin Mo grinned and prepared to find a small corner to wait for the battlefield to open. But at this moment, a pouting voice sounded from behind. Get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way. We're going to collide. Lin Mo wanted to turn around to see what was going on. But in the next second, two volleyball-like unidentified artifacts smashed towards his face. Lin Mo couldn't help but scream. The next second he was wrapped around his entire cheek by the volleyballs and then smashed hard on the ground. Lin Mo only felt something soft pressing down on him. The elasticity was amazing and it was still moving. This student didn't suffocate you, did he? Zhang Xiao's face was red as she climbed up from Lin Mo's body. Sorry. I was in too much of a hurry just now and didn't break. Lin Mo was stunned as he watched the volleyball blocking his vision lift upwards a little. Only then did he see that it was a petite girl who had knocked him over. The moment he saw the girl, an internet word instantly flashed through his mind. Child face giant thou. The girl in front of him had a cute baby face. But there were two big bombs hanging from her chest, and just now it was these two big bombs that smashed on his own face and almost covered him to death. Ha, Tiny, you really made me laugh. A bright laughter rang out from behind Zhang Xiao. But he saw Zhang Min, who was wearing a fiery red leather jacket, was covering her stomach and laughing. What's your hurry if you're not late? Your boobs almost became a murder weapon, haha. Hearing Zhang Min's mocking voice, Zhang Xiao's ears are red, hurriedly climbed up and pouted. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just afraid of being late. Zhang Min covered her mouth, still making pfff sounds. Don't hurry to apologize to the student. This? Ha! Zhang Min's voice came to a screeching halt, and the smile on her face instantly changed to surprise. Junior brother Lin Mo. It's you. Lin Mo touched his nose awkwardly. Long time no see, junior sister Zhang. On the side, Zhang Xiao's mouth instantly opened into an O shape, and she coaxed as if she was taking revenge. You're the junior Lin Mo that Min has been longing for? She's been talking to me about you every day. Xiao, if you say that again, believe it or not, I'll rip your big mouth off. Zhang Xiao waves violently forward. Milk fierce said, Come on. See, I do not take my big mind suffocate you. After all, it is a public occasion after a small fight. The two women quickly quieted down. Then they started sizing up Lin Mo. Worthy of being my Lin Mo junior brother, just starting freshman year to be able to participate in the evil god battlefield. Zhang Min had a proud face. This kind of thing is something I've never even heard of in previous years. On the side, Xiao was staring at Lin Mo colorfully. Not only is he strong, he's also handsome and has a good body. Hehehe. Lin Mo felt that these two women were abnormal, looking at himself like a hungry wolf. That, two school sisters, are you both here to participate in the evil god battlefield? I'm here to cheer and support. Zhang Xiao rubbed her arm around Zhang Min. I'm a territorial ally with her. I can't fight, but I can still cheer and encourage. Only then did Lin Mo realize that Zhang Xiao was a rare resource assisting type of lord just like Luo AI. Chapter 60. Lin Mo's new job, corpse collector. Lin Mo then asked something about territorial alliances. The two women didn't hide anything and told him all the relevant information. Presumably, this means that allying with an auxiliary lord will greatly improve the quality of the territory. Includes resource acquisition speed and soldier combat effectiveness. However, in exchange for this, the combat lord must station a portion of his forces in the auxiliary lord's territory to shelter auxiliary lords from the invasion of other lords. If an auxiliary lord is successfully invaded, the territorial coordinates of the battle lords allied with it are also exposed. The two amount to a symbiotic relationship, one honors the other. Just as the three were talking to each other. But he didn't know that a viper-like gaze was locked onto Lin Mo. Wu Liang stared at Lin Mo, who was talking happily with Zhang Min, with a gloomy face. The eyes were constantly flashing with murderous intent. Originally, I just wanted to teach you a simple lesson. But how dare you get your hands on the Zhang family's Missy? The woman that Laozi has his eyes on is also a poor boy like you who dares to touch her. Wu Liang's eyes were filled with sinister intent, and he had already put Lin Mo on his must-kill list. This evil god expulsion battle will leave you dead without a burial place. 10 minutes later, the lead teacher appeared on the grounds and began to explain the do's and don'ts of this evil god expulsion battle. My name is Zhao Qian, the leading teacher of this activity. The battlefield of the evil god expulsion war is located in the northern battlefield where the human race and the evil god race of the Voidland are at war. You will be part of the battlefield in the capacity of the Lord's incarnation. Please be aware that you are about to participate in not a replica or simulation match, but a real battle, everything to their own safety first. And, of course, the battlefield commander will rate your behavior, with higher ratings earning more credits. Next, I will organize the work that each person will be responsible for upon entering the battlefield according to their abilities. Wu Liang and Xiao Yuqing, your battlefield job is battlefield reconnaissance, in charge of Officer Su Zheng. Zhang Min, Wang Taicheng, Zhang Zhe, your mission is to escort the supply line and take charge of Officer Su Lili. Li Tie, Guomeng, you are. Zhao Qian kept arranging the tasks of the crowd as if he was ordering soldiers. The last one to be named was Rimmer. Lin Mo, your mission is. When he said this, Zhao Qian visibly gave a start and subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo. It was only immediately after that he continued. Your task is to go to the incinerator to carry the battlefield corpses. The person in charge, Gu Mangu. The moment the words fell, countless murmurs immediately resounded. Holy? Carrying corpses? Lin Mo was even assigned such a dead-end job. The corpses on the evil god's battlefield, that's quite a disgusting existence. I'm going to retch just hearing about it. After all, it's a freshman, weak strength can only go to be a corpse collector. In the face of the crowd's murmurings and joke-seeking gazes, Lin Mo coldly grunted and ignored it. What's wrong with the corpse collectors? On the battlefield, every responsible soldier has its own significance of existence. Even cooking in the cooking class is extremely important. Zhao Qian silently shot a glance at Lin Mo and saw that his expression hadn't changed in any way and nodded slightly. In fact, this corpse collector's job was personally arranged for Lin Mo by Principal Chu Kangtian. A corpse collector on the evil god battlefield, that was not a job that could be accomplished by an ordinary person. Even 100 times more menacing in a way than the scouting team. Next, everyone prepare to incarnate into the evil god battlefield, only to see the lead teacher wave his hand. A golden curtain of light enveloped the entire venue. The people's consciousness was also instantly transported to the land of nothingness. Ding! Please select the incarnation of the Lord you wish to become. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and immediately transformed into the evil eye crystal dragon king. However, in the next second, a blood-red crystalline armor covered Lin Mo's body surface. His demeanor has also changed dramatically from the inside out. Grayish-white hair was laced with blood, and his pupils were still the characteristic white of a plague god. The hands were a pair of sharp, dark red crystallized talons, and the feet had become sharp dragon feet. At this moment, Lin Mo was as cool as the Hades king from the Ultra Beasts, except that the base color had turned into a red crystal. Feeling the powerful energy surging within his body, Lin Mo opened his attribute panel. Rimmer, Third Order Lord. Lord Incarnation. Plague Lord, Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King can be transformed between two images. Talents: Plague, Superb Physique, Dragon's Might. Skill 1. Dragon King Transformation. Half Dragon King Transformation, transforming into the Dragon King body to gain powerful combat abilities. Skill 2. Tetanus Grip, accelerates the rate of plague infection. Skill 3. Crystallization Infection, throwing crystals to generate more crystals inside the target. Skill 4. Crystalline Beam Cannon, gathering arm crystals to release a powerful energy beam. Lordship Skills. Looking at his Lord Incarnation template, Lin Mo only felt terrifyingly strong. However, in order to keep a low profile, Lin Mo dispersed his armor to descend into the evil god battlefield as a plague lord. The rear of the northern engagement line between the evil god camp and the human camp, situated in an extremely small military camp. It was accompanied by dozens of golden halos projected down from high in the sky. The students of the Imperial Dragon Academy appeared on the evil god battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there was a barren scene between heaven and earth. Black clouds covered the sky, and from time to time, red lightning would spread out. There is a sense of oppression of black clouds pressing down on the city. In the distance, the earth was dead silent, and the skeletons of various indescribably huge creatures were everywhere. The pitted ground meant that this area had been the scene of extensive fighting just a short time before. Even as a sophomore, this is the first time I've seen this environment. Most people were shocked, their pupils seismic. Compared to the shocked crowd, Lin Mo was calm and collected, mainly because his own territorial environment was in this same hang-up. Haha, the fledglings are terrified, aren't they? A dark-skinned lean man walked out of the camp. He wore an army green uniform and had a soft smile on his face. Commander Chu is pulling the flowers of the motherland to drill again. This batch of little guys is a bit much. Chu Kangtian was not only the principal of the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy, but likewise the deputy commander-in-chief stationed at the Great Wall of Extinction. Zhao Qian, the lead teacher, revealed a helpless smile. Captain Chun, this is the list of members and assigned tasks for this time. Take a look. Captain Zhao removed the towel and wiped his hands before taking the list. All right then, let's start the arrangements. Captain Chun smiled as he swept his eyes over the tender-faced students present. Welcome to the brutal extraterrestrial battlefield. Soon, one after another, officers came out of the camp. Each officer led away 2 or 3 students, and it was Rimmer's turn. A figure wrapped in a huge cloak came to him. The visitor was not only wrapped in a huge cloak, but even wore a huge steel helmet modified from an iron barrel on his head. The whole thing looked spooky as hell. And as she appeared, a putrid odor spread. The students who hadn't gone far yet couldn't stand the smell and immediately covered their noses and walked away quickly. Chapter 61 Fourth Order Demon Gene, Great Harvest. Lin Mo also smelled the odor, but as a plague lord, what this odor made him feel was that his body was decaying and his life was withering and festering. Rimmer, right? Come with me. A low, hoarse voice, indistinguishable from a man or woman, emanated from the steel helmet. Lin Mo nodded and immediately followed Gu Mangu towards the outside of the camp. A portal to the incinerator appeared out of nowhere. In the next second, the two of them were transported to another area through a portal. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of corpses and blood. The corpses of various monsters were as dense as the dead fish on the island's coastline and could not be seen at all. All of these corpses were dependents who had died on the evil god battlefield, and they could not be seen at a glance. In order to prevent the corpses from rotting and polluting the land, the vast majority of the corpses will be thrown into the incinerator to be burned, Gumangu said as he pointed to a pile of corpses not far away that were divided by a field grid. There is a new batch of corpses of dependents of the Fourth Order and below that arrived there. There are probably around 2,000 of them, and your task today is to kill the living creatures among them. Then wait for the transportation team to carry the corpses and send them to the incinerator. Captain Gu, do these bodies just have to be incinerated? Lin Mo asked. Gumangu paused, a scrutinizing gaze projected from his steel helmet. If you want to bring back to your own territory, I certainly don't have any problem with that. Just don't bring it back again. Apparently, Gumangu understood Lin Mo's territorial characteristics. But I suggest you finish the pile of corpses I assigned first, Gumangu said meaningfully. Your current strength isn't enough to handle a higher order pile of corpses. Lin Mo was a bit lost for Gumangu's words. Is there a difficulty level for a job like disposing of a corpse? However, right at this moment, not far from a pile of corpses laced with various ranks, a 7th-ranked hell demon suddenly stood up. Although half of its body no longer existed, it still erupted with amazing power. Dozens of 5th-rank frost troll dependents were decimated by it in a bloody scene. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. This was a bit scary. The dependents of the evil godlords, most of them have extremely strong vitality. Returning to the light is a common thing, and even if the high-ranking soldiers die in battle, their bodies will also contain all kinds of cursed power, Gumangu explained. With your current strength, you can only deal with the corpses of the dependents of the 4th rank, and then upwards cannot be insurance. Lin Mo really nodded. Don't worry, Captain Gu. I definitely won't mess around. Gumangu didn't seem to like dealing with people much and nodded before leaving alone. Lin Mo, on the other hand, couldn't wait to get to the field that represented the corpse of a 4th order monster. As soon as he stepped in, a warning sounded in his ears. You have been cursed by an evil god. Please leave this place within 3 hours or your body will be eroded. No wonder I wasn't allowed to enter the area of the rank corpses. So there really is a curse? Lin Mo scratched his head, but his eyes noticed the existence of a living thing in the pile of corpses not far away. It was a 4th-ranked berserk troll that had been cut in half, only to see it gasping for air while its gaze was fixed dead center on Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo got close, it violently burrowed out of the pile of corpses and charged towards Lin Mo. At this point, the lower half of the troll's body had disappeared, and he was running on his arms. The intestines and guts were flung around wildly, and the scene was quite explosive. Stop running and send you to your death. Lin Mo raised his right hand and the crystallized dragon claw instantly covered his right arm. In the next second, a red beam of light shot out, instantly piercing through the body of the berserk troll. Approach the troll to view the message. Berserk troll 4th order. Broken. Dead. Unvanished state. Death withering. Grudge entanglement. Curse of the evil god. Source of pain. Scorch of light. Blood frenzy. There were a dozen or so negative statuses of all kinds, and it was hard to imagine what a brutal battle this berserk troll had gone through in front of him. Rimmer tries to infect this troll into a zombie, but fails. Obviously, with so many positive and negative buffs, it was basically impossible to infect them. But since it can't be infected, it's good to use it as 4th order clone fodder. So Lin Mo took it back into the middle of his territory. Continuing to feel his way through the pile of bodies, he soon came across another one. This time the corpse was dead through and through, a black flame geoduck. Once again, Rimmer took it back to his territory. After he ed with Morix last time, Lin Mo realized that the strength of a 3rd-ranked black flame titan was no longer enough. It just so happened that there were so many corpses of 4th-rank soldiers here that could be synthesized into higher-rank soldiers. Keep poking around in the pile of bodies. Instead, he saw 2 lingering 2-headed abominations running towards him. Lin Mo condensed his laser cannons with both hands and instantly killed the 2 abominations. 4th order clone fodder +2. Soon, under Lin Mo's rummaging, the living creatures hidden in the pile of corpses were taken out by him. He had also collected various types of 4th order clone material as a result. Cave blood spider corpses +3. Frozen fiend +2. Parasitic tree demon +1. Blood eye demon ape +4. Cool. Lin Mo supported his somewhat sore waist with a smooth face. After only using less than an hour, Lin Mo had already collected a total of 50 corpses of different 4th-rank demons. At this point, Lin Mo had begun to look forward to what kind of powerful existence would be born by fusing these demonic creatures together. It's just a pity that with the presence of that disgusting cursed power, I can only stay here for 3 hours, and I can only try to pick out some high-ranked magical creatures to send back to the territory. Lin Mo thought with some regret. Lin Mo had envisioned recycling the corpses of low-level monsters, throwing them into the cloning machine, and then sacrificing a wave to harvest the baby props. But the truth is that the creatures cloned within the cloning machine cannot be used for sacrifice. Only dependents infected through the zombie plague can be sacrificed. So the corpses of low-ranked demons were worth a lot less to Lin Mo than 4th-ranked demons. This was also the reason why he only collected the corpses of 4th-ranked magical creatures. In the blink of an eye, the 3-hour limit of the curse had arrived, and Lin Mo could already clearly feel the power of the curse spreading through his body. Greeting the transportation team over there to move the bodies, Rimmer exits the field grid and begins to take stock of what he has gained from today's work. Today's work had allowed him to acquire a total of 114 corpses of 4th-order demons. There are 6 types of soldiers from the evil god's camp and 3 from the other camps. In other words, today's corpse removal work had allowed Lin Mo to obtain the genes of 9 types of demons. The cloning principle of the flesh and blood cloning machine is very simple. The richer the genes, the stronger the cloned demon. Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry to carry out the cloning, but was prepared to wait until tomorrow when the curse was removed to continue acquiring more genes, thus creating an ultimately invincible and strong batch of 4th-order soldiers. At this time, the office located at the workstation of the incinerator. Gu Mangu was sitting quietly in front of the monitor observing the movements of the various parts of the incinerator. Suddenly, a feeling of pain from the deepest part of his soul swept through his body. Gu Mangu painstakingly took out an injection potion from within the drawer and tremblingly removed his own helmet. But underneath the helmet was half a stunningly beautiful female face. Chapter 62 Gu Mangu? Gu Mangu. After Gu Mangu took off his helmet, what was revealed was half a female face. The other half of the face, however, seemed to have been eroded by some kind of external force and had completely lost its human appearance. It was as ugly as a dry corpse. At this moment, the skin that belonged to the dry corpse part was eroding her intact skin at an extremely fast speed. It was like some kind of wriggling worm, looking bizarre. If there were people from the imperial capital on the scene at this moment, both men and women would definitely let out screams. This was because the woman in front of her was clearly the Gu family's eldest daughter, Gu Menghu, who had been missing for 7 years. The principal of the imperial capital's Dragon Academy called her a heavenly genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. At less than 30 years old, she had risen to the 9th rank of Great Lord. At the same time, she was also once recognized as the imperial capital's #1 beauty, a perfect woman who combined beauty and strength. Her gorgeous face was once the dream goddess of all the young men of that era. Yet it was such a peerless talent that suddenly disappeared 7 years ago, so much so that even the Gu family didn't know where she had gone. There were rumors that she had been shattered by a powerful enemy from the evil god's camp, shattering her lord's core and reducing her will to an ordinary human. However, the truth was far more serious than that. Gu Menghu's territory had been eroded by the power of the evil god. Not only did this erosion completely kill all the dependents on her territory, it even affected the lord herself through the territory. In 7 years' time, half of her body had completely necrotic, leaving the other half close to the brink of collapse. Moreover, every day she had to endure the bone-crushing pain brought about by the erosion, and only injections of sedatives could ease the torment of the disease. Instead of living like this, perhaps dying would be a kind of relief. Gu Menghu looked at the syringe in her hand in a daze, and the thought of a lighter life suddenly rose. 7 years, his body did not get any better, but weaker and weaker. The original beautiful body has become ugly and tattered. Perhaps there is really no need to continue to live, so thought, sedative unconsciously off from the handoff. Just when Gu Menghu's will to survive was getting weaker and weaker, a sudden sound of footsteps sounded outside the door. Captain Gu, I'm back. Lin Mo's excited voice rang out. The work of dealing with the dead bodies is done. Is there any other work? Captain Gu? Captain? Strange. The transportation team clearly said that Captain Gu is here. Why is there no one here? Lin Mo was puzzled. Lin Mo wanted to walk away, however, right at this moment, he vaguely heard a low roar that seemed to come from inside the door. It was like a seriously ill patient in bed hissing but not being able to make much noise. Something's wrong. Lin Mo instantly realized that the situation was not right and directly kicked the door of the room open. However, he saw that on the chair, a half-human, half-ghost woman was stretching out her hand as if she wanted to demand something. Through the helmet and costume, Lin Mo instantly recognized the woman as Captain Gu. Captain Gu was a woman, and looking at the half-human face, it was still a beautiful woman. Only the other half of the ghostly face was just a bit miserable. At this moment, Captain Gu's face was full of pain, seemingly undergoing some great torture. Lin Mo hurriedly walked forward and, "No, don't touch me. It'll get infected." Gu Menghu tried to remind Lin Mo. However, this time the pain was unprecedentedly intense. She barely even had the strength to breathe. "Captain Gu, are you all right? Are you looking for medicine?" Lin Mo said as he reached out to help Gu Menghu's body. The moment he touched Gu Menghu, a beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Evil God's power residue detected. Is it to be absorbed? If the evil God's power is not cleared in time, the life form attached to the evil God's power will be in danger of losing its life. Lin Mo froze and subconsciously chose to absorb it. In the next second, a magical scene occurred, only to see a dark red energy scurrying out of Gu Menghu's body like a small snake. Immediately afterward, it drilled into Lin Mo's body, absorbing the power of the evil god. The power of the evil god has coalesced successfully. Obtained Evil God Crystal 1. Obtaining the Evil God Crystal 1. Obtained Evil God Crystal 1. Obtained Evil God Crystal 1. Obtained Evil God Crystal 1. Evil God Crystal. Ultra-rare crystal containing the power of the evil god. Can be used for dependent cultivation or holy relic creation. Lin Mo was completely confused by this sudden message. What's going on? How could he touch Captain Gu and have all this wealth fall on his head? The Evil God Crystal was a rare crystal that even Great Lord-level powerhouses coveted. And now it's just given to him? And not just one, but one after another. "You, what have you done to me?" Right at this moment, a hoarse voice rang out from the side, only to see Gu Menghu looking at Lin Mo with a stunned expression. The pain that had penetrated deep into his bones had magically dissipated at this moment. It was 10 times better than the effect of a strong tranquilizer. Gu Menghu clearly felt the power of the evil god in his body dissipate quite a bit. "I don't know what I did." Lin Mo looked innocent and just wanted to explain further. As a result, the next second, he only felt that his head was heavy and the sky was spinning. His eyes rolled over and he fainted directly. He also just fainted in Gu Menghu's arms. At this time, Gu Menghu has recovered her ability to act because of the disappearance of pain. Not caring about the difference between men and women, she directly stripped Lin Mo of all his clothes. At this moment, Lin Mo's entire body, the dark red energy that represented the power of the evil god, was wandering around haphazardly. Immediately afterward, an unknown green energy appeared out of nowhere. Extremely domineering, it devoured the dark red energy. What are these energies? Gu Menghu looked at the green energy that was rapidly dissipating from her body surface in surprise. Her brows locked together. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled out her cell phone and called Chu Kangtian. "Master, that little kid you told me to bring. He seems to be able to absorb the power of the evil god in my body." Lin Mo vaguely heard the cue when he was unconscious. It said that the absorption of the evil god's power had reached the threshold, and the body automatically entered the protection mechanism to faint for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a stunningly beautiful woman looking at him from a position very close to him. The exquisite face was like a fairy who had descended to earth. "Is this heaven? Are you a fairy, sister?" However, when this beauty turned sideways and revealed that dark red ghostly face, Lin Mo woke up with a jolt, and his entire body instantly regained consciousness. "Gu, Captain Gu, why is it you?" Only then did Lin Mo realize that he was naked. There was no other covering on his body other than a small blue pantsuit. "Holy, how did I get stripped naked?" Lin Mo was stunned, but it was Gu Menghu who threw the clothes to Lin Mo and explained, "I was worried that you would be eroded by the power of the evil god, so I took off my clothes and checked your whole body. There are currently no signs of erosion." Lin Mo put on the clothes with confidence and couldn't help but ask, "That Captain Gu, what is the evil god's power? And why did I absorb the evil god's power after touching your body? Chapter 63 Blasphemer's Word. Gu Menghu turned sideways, hiding half of his ghostly face in the shadows as much as possible. The power of the evil god is a power mastered by the evil god camp, containing the power of a powerful curse. Any non-evil god camp lords stained with it will have a serious impact on the territory and the lords themselves. Gu Menghu's gaze revealed a touch of sadness. My original name is Gu Menghu, and Meng is the sprout of buds, and then in order to inherit my father's legacy, joined the army. Later on, in order to inherit my father's legacy, I joined the army, so everyone got used to calling me Mighty Tiger. During a battle, I was infected by the power of the evil god. My territorial dependents were all wiped out, and I myself was corrupted by the power of the evil god into my current form. When he said this, Lin Mo was able to clearly detect Gu Menghu's strong sadness. I've asked Principal Chu Kangtian about the matter of why you were able to absorb the evil god's power from me, Gu Menghu said. It should be due to your territorial characteristics, which seem to very much restrain the evil god's power. It's more accurate to say that it's a territorial trait, but I think it's more accurate to say that the power of the plague restrains the power of the evil gods. Lin Mo thought this in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. The reason why you fainted just now should be because eliminating the power of the evil god requires a great deal of physical strength. Speaking here, Gu Menghu slowly pulled out 2 cards from his pocket. I think these should cover the cost of treating me once. Lin Mo received the card and his pupils shrunk slightly. One of the 2 cards handed up by Gu Menghu was clearly a 5th order barracks duplicate card that had been used before. It is possible to duplicate 1 barracks into 2, thus greatly increasing the efficiency of troop outings. The other card is the territory expansion card. You can expand your territory by 10 kilometers. The market value of both cards is over $1 million. This Captain Gu, he's really quite generous. Are you still satisfied with the cost of this medical treatment? Gu Menghu asked. Well, it's very satisfying, Rimmer said after a pause, as an afterthought. This time? Is it hard to believe that there will be a next time? Gu Menghu opened the door and said, You are the first person who is able to dissolve the power of the evil god in my body. I would like you to be my physical therapist, and every once in a while, you will help me expel a portion of the power of the evil god, and I will use the materials and props that you need the most at this stage in exchange for it. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's skepticism, Gu Menghu continued, This matter was personally arranged by Principal Chu Kangtian. You should understand Principal Chu's character. He won't victimize you. As long as I regularly absorb the power of the evil god within you, you'll send me good things? Lin Mo confirmed. Gu Menghu nodded. Yes, even if you return to school, there's no harm. I'll be there to find you. Both absorbing the power of the evil god to condense the evil god's crystal and receiving a considerable reward. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. All right then, Captain Gu. Let's have a good cooperation. The 2 shook hands to formalize their partnership. Over the next few days, the days fell into a lull. Gu Menghu hadn't taken the initiative to look for Lin Mo again, while Lin Mo had been collecting the corpses of high-level demons in the pile of corpses. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After completing his 3rd day of work, Rimmer stretched and waved at the transportation team not far away. The transportation team soon came down with a few goblin heroes, nodding their heads at Rimmer for a while before they began to carry the corpses. Lin Mo, on the other hand, retreated to the side and found a chair to sit down before his consciousness sank into the middle of the territory. After 3 days of labor, a total of 432 4th-order demonic corpses were collected. The types of magical creatures, on the other hand, are up to 30. Next, Lin Mo was going to use these 30 devil genes to create the strongest 4th-order soldiers. However, before making it, Lin Mo specifically went to look at the dragon's nest. The dragon's nest was a site that Lin Mo had purposely built to stop the dragons. 9 skeleton dragons lay on the periphery of the dragon's nest, while inside, a dark red crystal dragon was dormant. After obtaining the evil god crystals, Lin Mo first let the evil eye crystal dragon king attempt to devour one. Nay, the energy contained in the evil god crystal was too great, and just one of them caused the crystal dragon king to fall into a deep sleep. Lin Mo, on the other hand, clearly felt that the energy within the evil eye crystal dragon was climbing up. It looked like it was about to break through the 6th rank. The thought of a 6th-order warrior immediately appearing in his territory made Lin Mo incomparably expectant. Use up the barracks duplication card and territory expansion card gifted by Gu Menghu. Lin Mo's territory had reached 80 square kilometers, and the tyrannical dragon cavalry battalion had become 3. A steady output of 24 tyrannical dragon riders per day is quite impressive. But there's other business today. Refocus your attention on the flesh and blood cloner. Lin Mo took stock of the materials he currently possessed. The spine of the ancient dragon Ojuin, the evil god's crystal, 34th order magical genes, and 432 4th order cloning materials. Next, Lin Mo was going to use these materials to synthesize the strongest soldiers. With the flesh and blood cloning machine beginning to function, Rimmer began to throw the demons into the cloning machine one by one. The huge blades at the top of the clone were spinning wildly, churning all flesh and blood into mush. When the 30 corpses were put into the cloning machine, Lin Mo put another evil god crystal inside. The spine of the ancient dragon Orjuin was too precious, and Lin Mo did not intend to let the 4th-ranked soldiers use it for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to use it later when you had a 6th or even 7th-rank soldier. The moment the evil crystal was put into the cloning machine, a blood-red halo then enveloped the entire clone. It's as if it's possessed and looks slightly creepy. 5 minutes later, there was a ding sound. The cloning machine stopped functioning. The door of the silo opened, and a humanoid creature, filled with an evil aura, slowly stepped out of the cloning machine. Peak 4th-rank clone Weeping Angels. Powerful soldiers with the ability to fly, can summon blood spears to attack the enemy remotely or land on the ground, transforming into dexterous and agile fighters, with their bodies transformed by the power of the evil god to become even more powerful. The vapors dissipated, and what appeared in front of Rimmer was a humanoid-type creature with a perfect female body. It had 2 pairs of black bat feathers spread out and was covered in blood-red veins. Most impressive was its face, which did not have the traditional 5 senses, but was instead covered and wrapped in a smooth, helmet-like exoskeleton. Troop talent: hypervelocity flight, blasphemer word given by the evil crystal. Troop skills: blood spear, scarlet claw, crystalline shield. Blasphemer talent description: they are the product of blasphemy, and will greatly cut down on the effects of the power of the curse on them, and as blasphemers, they will not be reduced in battle under the pressure of the power of the gods. The trait given to the soldier by the evil crystal is blasphemy, compared to the rejuvenating properties of the ancient dragon, Odoin's spine. The blasphemy of the evil crystal increases a soldier's resistance to negative buffs and protects against the pressure of the gods. Chapter 64: The First 6th Order Dependent. Looking at the brand new factory fresh 4th Order clone trooper in front of him, Lin Mo was in a good mood and immediately called for a tyrannical dragon rider to test its combat power. It was worthy of being a soldier of peak 4th Order strength. Possessing the ability to switch forms at will between long range and melee, the blood spear had amazing penetrating power, and the scarlet claws were surprisingly able to tear through even the armor of the tyrannical dragon rider. And when battling against a black flame earth dragon of the same rank, the Weeping Angel was surprisingly able to tear apart the black flame earth dragon with a completely crushing stance. A newly born troop type that is quite powerful. Rarest of all, it's also a soldier with both long range and flying abilities. This would be a huge advantage on the battlefield. Throw all the 4th Order corpses and black inflamed geoducts in the territory into the flesh and blood cloning machine. The new trooper Weeping Angels are officially in mass production. Estimated number of 4th Order Weeping Angels to be acquired: 700. Good things come in pairs, and right at this moment, an extremely shocking dragon roar suddenly came from the dragon's nest side. Immediately afterward, a crystal dragon with a blood-red body flew out of the dragon's nest. The immense sense of oppression caused the surrounding dragon creatures to kneel and submit in only an instant. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as the Crystal Dragon King's absorption of the evil god crystal ended. Immediately open the dependence panel. Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King 6th Order. A powerful dragon mutant, containing the bloodline of an ancient dragon and the power of an evil god in its body, with a hardened body capable of withstanding attacks that transcend its rank. Finally, the first 6th-ranked dependent in the territory was born. Lin Mo surveyed the huge-sized Crystal Dragon King in the sky, and a strong sense of pride arose. Meanwhile, as the owner of the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, Lin Mo's Lord Incarnation's strength had also increased tremendously. Successfully upgraded to a 6th Order Lord Incarnation, his strength was strengthened like never before. Just as he was joyfully feeling the changes in his body, Gu Menghu quietly walked to his side. Lin Mo, who had some sense, immediately withdrew from the territory. "It seems like you've grown a lot in strength over the past few days," Gu Menghu said as he sized up Lin Mo. "I think it's good for you to stay and work at the incinerator from now on. This place suits you well." Captain Gu, is there something you came to see me about? Lin Mo asked, scratching his head. A battle just ended on the southwest front. You're coming with me over there to recover the bodies. Are we going to collect bodies on the battlefield this time? Limmer really nodded. I'll be careful. In the blink of an eye, Gu Minghu drove a huge transportation truck. The trucks are specialized and contain spatial inscriptions that allow them to recover demonic corpses far beyond the size of the truck. Sitting on the co-pilot, Gu Minghu kicked the floorboard oil, and the truck drove forward at full speed. 2 hours later, the truck slowed to a stop in front of one of the battlegrounds on the southwestern front. Lin Mo stared blankly out the window at the densely packed corpses that couldn't be seen to the end, as well as the dependents who were carrying the corpses, and fell into silence for a while. Battles between great lords can easily involve millions of troops fighting each other. What you're seeing now are just small scenes, Gu Minghu explained simply. Lin Mo suddenly had some understanding of why sophomores were allowed to come to the real battlefield to participate in the experience. Only by learning about the tragic battles between the great lords as early as possible could a sense of crisis always exist in one's heart. This sense of crisis will always urge the novice lord to keep getting stronger. Come on. Come with me to collect the bodies. And remember not to go too far. Lin Mo began to work along with Gu Minghu. Unlike the incinerator field where it was filled with the power of the curse, the battlefield had the power of the evil godlord's curse because it was two armies fighting each other. There is also the purifying power of the human lords. The two forces cancel each other out and do not seriously affect the body collector. Gu Minghu threw Lin Mo a sublime bag and signaled him to use the space bag to retrieve the body. The secondary bag, together with the truck compartment, has its own adsorption properties. Lin Mo aimed at a pile of corpses and opened his space bag, only to see a large swath of corpses on the ground instantly disappear. So this is what the body collectors use to recycle the corpses. I'd say if we relied on manpower, we wouldn't be able to finish transporting them in a few days and nights. Next, Rimmer began his work. Occasionally, when he came across some high-level demonic corpses, he would also collect them into his territory. Gu Minghu was tacitly approving of Lin Mo's behavior. It was her job to dispose of the bodies anyway. Whether they were burned or taken back to the territory by Rimmer, it counted as a disposal. An hour later, Lin Mo had recovered 54th-order demonic corpses, as well as 3 5th-order demonic corpses. 4th-order demons can be thrown into a cloning machine to clone weeping angels. As for the 5th-ranked demonic corpses, Lin Mo would use the cloning machine to clone the tyrannical dragon riders. Lin Mo had already decided to use the 4th-rank Weeping Angels as the main battle force of the territory, while the tyrannical dragon riders would be the elite battle force. The higher the number of the two troop types, the stronger the battle power of Lin Mo's territory was represented. Lin Mo, I won't recycle these corpses, you put them away. Gu Minghu suddenly pointed to the corpse in the empty space not far away and said. Lin Mo fixed his eyes on the corpses of 10 5th-order demonic creatures. Lin Mo licked his lips excitedly. Thanks a lot, Captain Gu. Counting these 5th-rank clone materials, Lin Mo's number of tyrannical dragon riders was expected to reach 100, and it will continue to grow at a rate of 24 per day. Lin Mo couldn't help but think of Morix, who had fought with him earlier. It wouldn't be long before he had the strength to fight him head-on. Ha! If it isn't that freshman rookie, collecting corpses with great vigor, a teasing voice sounded from the side. Everyone else has come to the battlefield to train and improve their strength, and you're the one who's stupid enough to carry corpses with people. Ha! Laughing my ass off. Lin Mo looked up, only to see that it was a few sophomores with proud faces, looking at them with a cutie, like gaze at himself. Their dissatisfaction with Lin Mo came from the fact that he was clearly a freshman, but were allowed to attend their sophomore classes. It made a few of the sophomores, who prided themselves on being geniuses, feel humiliated. So it was only after seeing Lin Mo collecting corpses on the battlefield that he came over to sneer a few words. Lin Mo felt nothing for their ridicule. It just silently collected the corpse of a 6th-ranked demonic creature into the territory. Participating in the battlefield of the evil god is a rare opportunity. Lin Mo must seize the opportunity to improve himself as much as possible. Brat, we're talking to you, are you deaf? A grumpy student shouted. I think he's not just deaf, he's dumb. A powerless relation. An iron waist. The jeers grew harder. So much so that even Gu Minghu slowly raised his head. They all said that about you, and you're not angry? I don't get angry with retards. Rimmer shook his head gently. People who look down on the weak aren't much stronger. You have some meaning in what you say. Gu Menghu gave Lin Mo a slightly admiring look. It's true that the truly strong don't go about mocking the weak. It was at this moment that a mournful siren pierced the sky. At the same time, whether it was Lin Mo, Gu Menghu, or the sophomores who hadn't gone far, the same voice rang in his head. All Lord Incarnates evacuate the Southwest C-691 battle zone immediately. The evil godlords are about to launch an offensive. At the sound of this voice, the sophomores' faces instantly changed drastically. On the contrary, Lin Mo didn't panic, but looked at Gu Menghu. Chapter 65 Strong Enemy Attack. Let's go. Let's drive out of here. Gu Menghu frowned slightly and led Lin Mo towards the transportation vehicle location. However, this raid was different. Just moments before the duo was about to board the transport vehicle, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. In the next second, an immense and incomparable snake-like monster broke out of the ground. Immediately afterward, it swallowed the entire transport truck into its stomach, only to see that the one devouring the transportation vehicle was a huge blood-red earthworm. The front end of the earthworm is a huge mouthparts. The ringed, jagged mouthparts churned the transporter to smithereens almost instantly. The worms sink back into silence as quickly as they burrowed out of the ground. Immediately afterward, all sorts of high-ranked magical creatures poured out of the huge hole that had been drilled out. Countless evil god familiars poured out of the caves, and the calm earth was filled with all sorts of demonic creatures in an instant. Watch out! Gu Menghu suddenly pushed Lin Mo away. However, in the next second, a blood-red blade suddenly shot out from the group of monsters. With a pft sound, a hideous wound appeared on Gu Menghu's back. Blood spurted out. Gu Menghu's face instantly turned pale. In the distance, an odd humanoid covered in tentacles walked out. He had only one arm, and at the end of his slender arm was a long, blood-colored sword with sprouting flesh. The blade aura that had severely injured Gu Menghu just now had been emitted from this longsword. Several sophomores were also surrounded by monsters. Their faces hardened. We're surrounded. We can't let them finish us off, or our territory coordinates will be exposed. Why did so many monsters suddenly appear? Looking at the demonic creature that was flaring its teeth and claws and getting closer and closer, Lin Mo knew that he had to go all out. In the next second, the power of the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King swept through his entire body. Lin Mo's body surface was quickly covered with a layer of blood-red armor made from a combination of crystals. The armored look is quite rakish and comes with a kingly and powerful pressure. So much so that the moment the armor was finished being assembled, the surrounding demons actually stopped in their tracks with extreme caution. Lin Mo, you? The severely injured Gu Menghu looked at Lin Mo, who had completed his transformation, in shock. At this moment, Lin Mo's grayish-white hair was laced with blood, coupled with a red crystal battle armor, like a general who has been in the field for a long time. The styling alone is majestic. Gu Menghu was directly dumbfounded. Captain Gu, I'll take you out of here. Lin Mo picked up Gu Menghu. In the next second, a pair of blood-red crystal wings unfolded from his back. On the other side, the sophomores who were in the middle of a grueling battle also saw Lin Mo's transformation. There were cries of alarm. Holy! Look over there, you guys. That freshman's Lord Incarnation. One of the students exclaimed. What kind of incarnation of dependence is this? Never seen it before. What a powerful aura. It's at least a 6th order or higher dependent. So handsome. These students who had just been mocking Lin Mo all revealed shocked expressions at this moment. Lin Mo wanted to take to the sky and leave the scene with Gu Menghu. However, he hadn't taken off for long when the blood-red blade awnings struck again. The blade's awnings contained such a powerful force that Lin Mo was instantly knocked to the ground even after he tried his best to fend it off. Lin Mo, you should go. You won't be able to escape with me. Gu Menghu's face was ugly. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He just took a fighting stance after placing Gu Menghu flat on the ground. Blood joy. A red aura covered his entire body. Immediately after, berserking scrolls. Scroll of sustained recovery. Hardened skin scroll. Blood-burning scrolls. Lin Mo, like a madman, used all of the strength-enhancing scrolls he had previously accumulated on himself. His battle power also grew wildly in the process. The momentum is climbing. The enemy in front of him was so powerful that it was hard to resist. But for him to leave Gu Menghu behind and escape alone, he couldn't do it either. Don't worry, Captain Gu. Lin Mo's voice lowered. You'll be fine with me. Countless waves of high-ranked demonic creatures rushed over to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. The sharp dragon claws spread out violently. Immediately afterward, hundreds of red crystals shot out in all directions. These red crystals possessed extremely strong penetrating power, expanding and spreading rapidly like a balloon after they had disappeared into these magical objects. Fifth rank and below demons, as long as they were hit by the red crystal, they would be bursting their flesh in a matter of moments. The battle was at a fever pitch right from the start. With dozens of positive buffs stacked on top of each other, Lin Mo exploded with the most powerful force ever. The sharp crystal dragon claws continuously tore apart the bodies of the charging demonic creatures. Some of the demons even tried to bypass Lin Mo and raid Gu Menghu, who was lying on the ground. However, every time he was about to get his way, Lin Mo would swiftly kill and crush these guys' throats. At this moment, Gu Menghu, who had lost the ability to resist, looked at this teenager who was blocking his way in front of him in a daze. The back wasn't exactly tall, but it gave a sense of security. A Lord incarnation of peak 6th order strength wasn't considered powerful in her eyes. However, the fighting spirit that Lin Mo had erupted at this moment caused Gu Menghu to look sideways. She suddenly remembered her long-dead father, the former war god of the Dragon Kingdom who had fought to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Tears unconsciously wet eyes. The father's back actually gradually slowly overlap with the teenager. Gu Menghu suddenly realized that the little guy in front of him possessed a fighting conviction not inferior to his father's. Just then, a loud hissing sound rang out from behind the group of demons. Only a 7th-ranked Ice Plains Titan was seen charging towards Lin Mo. Facing this high-end combatant, Lin Mo did not intend to fight hard. Fog of war. In the next second, the thick fog quickly coalesced around Lin Mo. The Ice Plains Titan, whose vision had been obscured by the mists, had temporarily lost sight of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was charging through the mists to kill as many 6th-ranked and lower demons as he could. Blood Delight has a limited duration, and the other increased scrolls likewise have a time limit. He had to kill as many of the demons here as he could before the weakening period came. Holding this belief, Lin Mo frantically struck down every demonic creature in his path. The evil Eye Crystal Dragon King's incarnation belonged to an invincible existence of the same rank, plus the buff boost. This was what gave him the ability to resist large swathes of evil god familiars for a short period of time. Yet this intense combat lasted only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the exhausted Lin Mo could no longer maintain the fog of war. The fog is rapidly dispersing. Dozens of dead bodies were scattered on the ground. At the same time, the various positive buffs on his body quickly dissipated. The negative effects of the blood joy made him blanch. Lin Mo half-kneeled beside Gu Menghu while breathing heavily, while looking around at the evil god familiars that were constantly approaching. The demons could see that Lin Mo could no longer support himself and revealed bloodthirsty gazes. Lin Mo looked around coldly, but didn't panic, because his true bottom card is only now making its official debut. Chapter 66, the last card. Tetanus Grip. However, he saw Lin Mo slowly raise his arm, along with the green energy spreading in his hands, only to see that the dead body killed by Lin Mo actually slowly stood up from the ground. The scene in front of me stunned everyone at the scene. This included the evil godlords who were watching the battle from afar, as well as the sophomores who were lingering on. Kill the enemy and then transform them into your favorites. Such a treacherous ability stunned everyone in the audience. Even Gu Menghu, who clearly knew all of Lin Mo's information, felt incredibly shocked when he saw this ability with his own eyes. Roar! Only to see that 7th-ranked Ice Plains Titan was the first to come back to its senses, wielding its huge mallet and charging towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately commanded the zombies to engage in combat. However, facing a 7th-order demonic creature, it was obviously not wise to fight hard. Lin Mo immediately split out all of his 5th-order zombies to slow down the Ice Plains Titan's pace. The 3 6th-order zombies then launched a fierce charge towards the other demonic groups. It quickly infected a large swath of demons. Lin Mo, on the other hand, continued to use Tetanus Grip to infect more zombies and continued to stop the 7th-order Titans in their tracks. After being promoted to a 3rd-ranked lord, Lin Mo's upper limit of infectable dependence reached the 6th rank. 5th-order monsters can be infected at will, and 6th-order monsters can be infected as well if they are taken out against. Under Lin Mo's manipulation, more and more magical creatures were infected into zombies. The eye seemed to be on the verge of turning the tide of battle. However, right at this moment, the bizarre silhouette standing behind the demonic creature unexpectedly raised the longsword in its hand once again. The blood-red sword sped towards Lin Mo. In the next second, a fifth-ranked demonic wolf rushed out from the group of corpses and crashed into the sword awnings with unerring precision. The demon wolf was torn in half in an instant. Lin Mo and Gu Menghu, on the other hand, were safe and sound. "It's a pity that the internship can't send their dependents into battle," said Rimmer as he continued to fight while breathing heavily. During this time in the battle, Lin Mo noticed that the wave of evil god familiars coming towards him was not the most powerful wave. The ultimate goal of all those powerful evil god familiars was the human front further away. If you look down from a high altitude, you can clearly see it. A huge piece of the evil god's dependents spread out a large area on the earth. Only Lin Mo was in a direction that was like a mutate embedded in a river, separating the tidal wave of enemies into a group. Lin Mo's fight continued. In the evil god's camp, the strange figure realized Lin Mo's tricky situation. Immediately, he carried his long sword in the direction he was heading. Lin Mo hurriedly maneuvered the two sixth-order zombies to fend them off. However, in the next second, blood-red blade light flashed. The two zombies were decapitated in droves without even being able to resist. Killing a sixth-ranked dependent in a second with a sword, what kind of person was this guy with such a terrifying strength? Lin Mo knew that he couldn't continue to hide any more undercurrents now. If he didn't take out this weirdo, he and Gu Menghu would definitely be finished. So in the next second, Lin Mo drained the last ounce of strength from his body to cast Mist of War. The fog erupted and quickly obscured the strange man's vision. Immediately after that, the zombies in the mist began to run and coalesce frantically, brazenly launching a suicide attack on the freak. The strange man was not slow to react, and he swung his long sword the moment the first zombie surged in, not waiting for the long sword to touch the zombie's body surface. Flesh and blood blast. A huge blood-red explosion engulfed the strange man in one hole. Lin Mo couldn't see the internal situation, but still controlled the zombies to charge towards the monster. Explosions rang out one after another. Each explosion stirred up a large mist of blood. The ones that blew themselves up were all fifth-order soldiers. Each explosion is as powerful as a medium-sized C4. Yet even with such intensive explosions, Lin Mo's furrowed brows showed no signs of relaxing. He clearly knew that the strange man who could kill a sixth-order zombie with a single slash could never be easily eliminated. Sure enough, when the fog of war disappeared and vision was regained, at the center of the explosion, the strange silhouette with only one arm was still standing in place. The bloodstain that accompanied the explosion slowly dissipated. The strange man was unharmed and stared at Lin Mo with a teasing expression. "Human lord, you don't think that this level of attack can hurt me, do you? I am the greatest baron of Mobius, my force?" Lin Mo didn't listen to this evil godlord named Mobius talk more nonsense. Instead, he put his consciousness into the territory and took out a blood-red crystal from it. It was certainly an evil god crystal. The moment he saw the crystal, Mobius revealed a greedy look. "Are you trying to trade this crystal for your life? Then you're simply naive after all. Once I finish you off and get the coordinates of the territory, everything in your territory will be mine." Lin Mo didn't bother with him, but instead crushed the crystal into smithereens with a fierce push of his palm. In the next second, countless strands of tiny red energy didn't enter Lin Mo's body. The red crystal armor that had been dull and lifeless regained its light, and Rimmer himself felt like he was regaining his strength. This was already the last card Lin Mo could think of. Absorb the evil god crystal as the evil eye crystal dragon king, then unleash the strongest strike. "Damn it, what are you doing? You're wasting it, you know." Mobius revealed a look of surprise. The evil god crystal was an extremely precious existence even for him. The human in front of him was undoubtedly drinking hemlock to quench his thirst by crushing the crystal to absorb the power of the evil god. A complete waste of resources. Not waiting for Mobius to react, Lin Mo pulled out a second, third evil god crystal. Again, it was pinched and exploded to absorb the energy. Along with one crystal being consumed, Lin Mo's aura was climbing. The scarlet armor around his body was pulsing as if it possessed life. At the same time, in order to neutralize the berserk force in his body, Lin Mo's plague force was also depleting at an accelerated rate, almost reaching the edge of exhaustion. Finally, while absorbing the sixth crystal, energy reaches saturation. At the same time, an enraged Mobius swung his long sword and charged at him. He was already having trouble tolerating such wasteful behavior from Lin Mo. Facing a strong enemy, Lin Mo had no fear on his face. In the next second, his body erupted with a blinding words red light. Immediately after that, the entire body rapidly rose and morphed, and eventually transformed into a 10-meter-long crystal dragon. Scarlet pupils, hideous head, as well as the bloody crystal crown on the head that symbolizes a king. The moment the evil eye crystal dragon king appeared, a dragon pressure from the ancient times violently swept across the entire field. Even the 7th Order Ice Plains Titan couldn't help but stop in his tracks at this moment. An uneasy look flickered in his eyes. With the 6 evil god crystals, Lin Mo spread his wings. A scarlet energy quickly coalesced in his wings only. In this instant, heaven and earth changed color. A huge ball of red energy coalesced between the wings. Next, folding beam cannon. Boom! A huge pillar of energy light wrapped in terrifying energy shot out towards Mobius. Mobius instinctively tries to move to the side to avoid it. Instead, it was 2 6th Order walkers that dragged her down at the cost of being decapitated. In the next second, the beam cannon's immense energy penetrated his torso. Chapter 67 Resistance, Support and Rewards. Damn! Mobius let out a miserable scream, only to see his body rapidly dissolve under the beam energy. From the clothes on his entire body to his skin and even his muscles, all of them were quickly incinerated in the beam of light that contained super-powerful energy. Lin Mo swore that this was the strongest strike he had been able to gather so far. A kill that had been condensed by consuming a full 6 evil god crystals. It seemed to realize that his boss was experiencing pain. All of the evil god dependents within the several 7th-ranked Ice Plains Titans all rushed towards Lin Mo. Taking advantage of the fact that the time for the beam cannon hadn't ended yet, Lin Mo used the last of his strength. He swept the beam cannon in a fierce horizontal circle towards the surrounding enemies. Evil god familiars below the 7th rank were instantly swept flat on their upper bodies by the beam cannon. As for the few Ice Plains Titans, although they didn't die directly, their bodies were scorched. Blood was constantly gushing out from within the huge wounds that had been scorched by the beams of light. After doing all of this, Lin Mo completely lost all of his strength. His gargoyle form rapidly shrunk and eventually returned to his Plague Lord form. His entire body was weak and he stumbled and leaned backwards. Luckily, Gu Menghu held him up in time before he slowly fell to the ground. Lin Mo, are you alright? Gu Menghu asked with a worried face. Lin Mo took a few big breaths. Can't die. Damn human lord. In order to deal with me, you actually consumed 6 evil god crystals. Mobius' voice surprisingly sounded again. However, he saw that not far away, Mobius, whose skin had completely disappeared, slowly stood up from the ground. Immediately afterward, the skin around him grew back quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Mobius was incomparably angry. A small novice lord had actually injured him, a great lord-level powerhouse. Although the injury was only a superficial wound, it was a great shame for him. So, go to hell. The long sword in Mobius' hand erupted with black light that contained the aura of death. Just as he was about to release it, wanting to completely kill Lin Mo. In the next second, blinding beams of light suddenly erupted from above the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, a powerful army consisting of a legion of 6-winged incandescent angels fiercely attacked. One of the blazing angels, with 12 wings borne on his back, was clearly a powerful archangel. Mobius, how dare a small 7th-ranked lord act recklessly here? A thick voice came out from the mouth of this archangel. Immediately afterward, a huge white spear coalesced from his hand. The spear contained a terrifying pressure and shot out towards Mobius the moment it had reached its extreme limit. Mobius' face instantly changed drastically, and he immediately activated his secret art. The moment the spear touched him, he hung up as a puddle of blood. He had actually fled by utilizing the blood escape technique. Lin Mo's last memory stayed in the image of human dependence falling from the sky. The echoing call of Gu Menghu rang in his ears. Immediately afterward, he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying inside an army green tent. There were people standing around him, and vaguely he could still hear murmurs. Mighty Tiger, did this kid really injure a 7th-ranked lord? That 7th Order Lord Mobius isn't simple. The Lord Incarnation is said to be an 8th Order mutant demon. This kid was able to injure an 8th-rank demonic creature. But he's clearly only a 3rd-rank lord? It's incredible. Amazing little fellow. If it wasn't for him stalling the enemy, I'm afraid the southwest front would have been torn open. After making such a great feat, we have to think about how to reward this little guy. Lin Mo opened his eyes and realized that there were people standing around him. Look, this kid has woken up. TSK TSK. The young man is in good health. I woke up so quickly. Didn't the military doctor say that he's just off his feet? How it's good to be fine. Lin Mo awkwardly shrunk towards the quilt. A few middle-aged people looked at each other and left after explaining a few words to Gu Menghu on the side. Lin Mo had wanted to ask who these uncles were, but in the next second, a silhouette came in from outside the tent in a flurry of wind and fire. Then, without any further ado, he hugged Lin Mo in his arms. Lin Mo only felt that his head was wrapped by two large soft masses, and immediately afterward he smelled the faint body fragrance unique to young girls. Stinky brother, I heard that you were attacked by the evil god lords. Did you know that you scared my sister to death? Luckily you're fine. Otherwise, how can you let me live? The person who came was actually Zhang Min. Only to see that as she spoke, she started to wipe her tears, and even her voice had a sobbing tone to it. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Min to be so nervous if something happened to him. This student, please don't be so agitated. Lin Mo is still in the recuperation stage. Gu Menghu's voice rang out. However, for some reason, Gu Menghu didn't deliberately change his voice this time, using a female voice. Zhang Min huffed a few times and silently let go of Lin Mo's neck. In the next few hours, Zhang Min stayed by Lin Mo's side at all times. Only after making sure that he had recovered well did she reluctantly leave. Lin Mo, on the other hand, became alive again after resting for a few hours. Who was that little girl just now? Your girlfriend. On the way back to the incinerator, Gu Menghu suddenly asked. Lin Mo scratched his head. My schoolmate in total, I haven't known her for a few days. Not a few days to hear about your accident and you're nervous like that? Gu Menghu said with a slightly deeper meaning. It seems that Lin Mo's womanhood is very good in school. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. By the way, Captain Gu, how is your injury? It healed in a few minutes after getting rid of the cursed power at the wound, Gu Menghu said. I was cut down too much because of my strength being eroded by the power of the evil god, or else that slash wouldn't have been able to hurt me in the slightest. After getting along for a few days, Lin Mo could guess that Gu Menghu had an extraordinary life. However, he didn't ask much. This time when you go back to the incinerator, you'll honestly pick up corpses in the incinerator to develop, Gu Menghu said. Here, this is the military's reward for your performance this time, and thank you for saving me. Only then did Lin Mo realize that the people standing around in front of his hospital bed just now were all big shots in the military region. Powerful people who could make this land shake twice just by stomping their feet. Lin Mo opened his sublime pouch and froze when he pulled out the first item. A level Lord Skill Upgrade Scroll 1 can upgrade AB level Lord Skill to a level, followed by the next reward. Sacred Gemstone 10, rare gemstone containing divine power, can be used for attachment cultivation and equipment forging. Advanced Territory Expansion Card. Expands territory by 50 kilometers. Neutral Camp Voidland Coordinates. Recorded coordinates of the habitats of 4th to 5th rank beings, where you can tame 4th and 5th rank beings. Sacred Relic. God Slayer Gale's Straight Black Death Sword. As expected, the rewards from the military were properly generous. The 10 sacred gems alone were already worth a lot. There were also the Upgrade Cardland Expansion Card as well as the Voidlands Coordinates, all of which were props that Lin Mo currently needed. But the most precious of these rewards had to be the last one. Sacred Relic. God Slayer Gale's Straight Black Death Sword. Chapter 68 New Relic. Straight Death Black Sword. Lin Mo tapped on the Holy Relic's introduction. The Straight Black Death Sword of Gel the God Slayer. A holy relic treasure seized from the evil Lord Mobius. A holy sword of evil forged from living tissue. Sacred relic characteristics. When holding the Straight Black Death Sword, the living tissue will parasitize the user, thus strengthening the host's body host. The Straight Black Death Sword possesses the characteristic of absorbing the enemy's life force, and when releasing the living tissue, it can erode the living creatures within a certain range. Lin Mo held the Straight Black Death Sword in his hand. In the next second, the living tissue on the sword's blade quickly spread all over Lin Mo's body like venom. At this moment, even though Lin Mo hadn't transformed into the Crystal Dragon King state, he still felt powerful strength surging throughout his body. At the same time, he also found that he could control the living tissue on the surface of the Straight Black Death Sword at will according to his own consciousness. These living resistance tissues spread around like tentacles, each of which could be transformed into spikes to launch a powerful blow. What a nice prop! Lin Mo retrieved the straight Black Death sword with satisfaction. By now, Lin Mo had collected 2 holy relics. Lords of the World. A holy relic is a magical item that is both rare and valuable. Each holy relic will have a different magical ability. For the next few days, Lin Mo stayed within the incinerator and developed in a low key. With the addition of the straight Black Death sword, Lin Mo was no longer limited to the 4th order corpse piles, and he began to try to pick up corpses from the 5th and 6th order piles. At the end of each day's corpse pickup, Lin Mo would again take out the coordinates of the Voidlands rewarded by the military. The floating island recorded in this coordinate is filled with a large number of 4th and 5th order creatures. Lin Mo directly arranged for the Dark Ranger to be the commander, leading over 100 tyrannical dragon riders to frantically transform high-level creatures on this island. Time flew by and it was 7 days later, after Lin Mo went on a liver binge for 7 days. Inside Lin Mo's territory, there was already a skyrocketing change at this point. 4th Order Weeping Angels with a territory count of 2,300. 5th Order Tyrannical Dragon Rider, 265. 6th Order Demonic Corpses, 17 of them. The largest number was the 3rd Order Black Flame Titans, whose numbers had accumulated to 8,000. Lords of the same rank are also divided into low, medium, and high ranks. Based on the number of dependents alone, at this point, Lin Mo's explicit strength was already a 3rd Order Intermediate Lord. The rapidly increasing number of dependents didn't make Lin Mo's territory crowded. After fusing the high-level territory expansion card, Lin Mo's territory had skyrocketed to 130 kilometers. It was important to know that an ordinary 3rd Order Lord would only be around 50 kilometers at most, while Lin Mo's 130 kilometers was already quite a large scale. When a 3rd Order Lord breaks through to 4th Order, the size of the territory expands by a multiple of the territory's size. Lin Mo recalled the knowledge from the class, meaning that the larger the territory is at 3rd Order, the more it expands when it's upgraded to 4th Order, and the larger the territory, the larger the upper limit on the number of buildings that can be placed. Just like right now, I can place up to 13 flesh and blood clones and 130 defenses. 17 6th Order demonic corpses, not too many. Lin Mo calculated that it wouldn't be too late to wait for a few more days to pick up the corpses before synthesizing them. The time came to 4 p.m. time in the Void World. Finishing today's corpse pickup, Lin Mo stretched his back and prepared to go back to his place to rest. However, just then, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the incinerator. "Stinky brother, you're off duty." When he looked up, he saw Zhang Min waving towards him, for being in a state of lordly incarnation. At this moment, Zhang Min was just like a dragon queen. The hot body was wrapped in a fiery red leather armor. The chest trembled violently, perfectly interpreting the meaning of waves. The delicate face is faintly visible with light red flame patterns. There were dragon horns on his head and a fiery red dragon tail whipping around on his arse. Senior sister." Lin Mo scratched his head and walked over. Zhang Min wasn't polite either and wrapped her arms around his shoulders with a big grin. "Stinky brother, are you free tonight? Sister take you to happy." Lin Mo had begun to get used to Zhang Min's spontaneity and asked directly, "Where to?" "A bonfire organized by the military, yeah. It says it's an event that's held every year when people come to our school." Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. "But this is the front line. It's a bit inappropriate to hold a party." Zhang Min rolled her eyes. "Sergeants are also human beings. They also need to relax, okay? Many of the lords stationed on the front line can't go home for several years or even a dozen years. Even if we don't come, there will be programs held here on a regular basis." Rimmer nodded that he understood. "Then do you want to go?" Zhang Min revealed a pitiful expression. "I'm a girl paper. I don't know my way around. I'm scared just thinking about it." "Don't be like this big sister. I'll go, okay?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes. This school sister character of his was really quirky. Lin Mo went to the monitoring room to check in with Gu Menghu about the trip. As a result, when Gu Menghu heard about the event, he actually wanted to go with the duo as well. "This kind of event only comes once a year. I don't want to miss it," Gu Menghu said as he took off his helmet. What made Lin Mo a little surprised was that at this time, Gu Menghu's half-dry corpse cheeks had recovered most of the way. It was already a human face, except that it still had some dark red substance that resembled a birthmark. But it doesn't detract from the aesthetics. "Wow, this captain's sister is so pretty. No wonder my family, Lin Mo, is willing to stay here." Zhang Min purposely used an accent when saying "my family." Gu Menghu found a piece of mask and put it on. Hehe. The main reason why Lin Mo student stayed here is because he likes corpses. Especially the freshly dead kind that you can get while it's hot. Lin Mo suddenly realized that Captain Gu seemed to possess some sort of bellyaching attribute. Listening to the two women start to climb up the ladder, Lin Mo's scalp went a little numb. He regretted attending today's party. The time came to the start of the night on a flat terrain behind the battle line. Dozens of tents surrounded an open space, and inside the tents, the figures of intermediate and even high-level Lord Sergeants could be seen everywhere. Without exception, they all came here in the state of the Lord's incarnation. Various delicacies were placed around the perimeter for them to take as much as they wanted. Haha old Zhang Ah. I heard that there is a very remarkable fellow among the little ones who came this year, dragging down a 7th-ranked lord's attack with his own strength. A 7th-order lord? The student dolls nowadays are so powerful? Haha, I'll have to see it sometime. Looking forward to the lord's showdown tonight. Oh. Let's hope that little guy makes an appearance. The sound of the lord's sergeant's conversation did not avoid people at a table next to them. Wu Liang's face was grim, and the cake in his hand had been crushed without him realizing it. In the course of a few days, the entire Southwest Front was abuzz with rumors about Lin Mo's solo resistance against the evil god lord. It completely overpowered Wu Liang's popularity. What gives a freshman the right to get so much praise from so many people? At this moment, Wu Liang's eyes were already filled with a jealous look. Chapter 69. Lin Mo versus Wu Liang. Lin Mo and Zhang Min and Gu Meng who arrived at the location where the party was held. Everywhere you looked, sergeants were having a good time, and there was even karaoke singing. The scene was lively. Dang it! Dang it! It was at this moment that the sound of gongs and drums rang out, followed by Captain Chen, who had previously received the battlefield interns, walking to the center of the field with a smile on his face. Everyone continued to eat and drink. Next we have the little ones from the Imperial Dragon Academy performing their talents for us. A round of applause. A tidal wave of applause came from all directions, and at the same time, located right in the center of the venue, a huge holographic projection sandbox rose up from the ground. The so-called show of talents is not singing and dancing, but rather territorial battles in the form of a simulated sandbox. This talent show is still following the old tradition of a territorial battle by way of a ring match. So all you old combatants, it's time to loosen your belts and pull out all your big babies. Captain Chen's words caused a burst of laughter and curses to ring out around him, while at the same time, the bounty board above the ring began to constantly refresh with various prop materials. 6th Order Lord Su Lang put 3,000 gold into the winner's pool. 7th Order Lord Blue Cloud Sky put 100,000 wood into the winner's prize pool. 7th ranked Lord Zhao Zeno put a level 2 spirit strengthening stone into the winner's prize pool. 8th ranked Lord Su Kai put in the intermediate magic scroll explosive inflammatory fire rain into the winner's prize pool. This is a viewing mode of a rewarding nature. The more intense the competition, the more rewards will be awarded, and the ultimate winner will receive all the prizes in the prize pool. Can we still play like this? Looking at the increasing number of various types of materials and props in the prize pool, Lin Mo's people were numb. Actually, it's also a little bit of the veteran's intention, Gu Menghu explained, to support some of the young lords so that they can become the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Rimmer nodded silently. At Captain Chen's greeting, a sophomore walks to the ring. It was no one else but Wu Liang, who was known as the first genius of the sophomore year. The first thing I saw him do when he got on the field was to raise his hand and point at Lin Mo, who was sitting not far away, and say, Lin Mo, I heard that you resisted the attack of a 7th-ranked evil god lord on the battlefield all by yourself. I'm going to issue a challenge to you now. Do you dare to take it? This statement immediately caused a huge reaction in the neighborhood. Haha. The opening round is the top matchup? I'm already looking forward to it. Lin Mo boy, don't be a wimp. Simulated battles don't consume dependence. Go for it, Rimmer. Can't wait to see you perform. The veterans looked at Lin Mo with a scorching look on their faces, hoping that he would agree to the sparring request. Looking at Wu Liang, who was itching to eat himself, Lin Mo touched his nose somewhat breathlessly. He didn't want trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. However, he is not a person who is greedy and afraid of death. If you want to fight, I will fight. Lin Mo's face was calm as he slowly stood up from his seat. Stinky brother, you have to be careful. Wu Liang's dependents are a group of terrifying heart-devouring demons very difficult to deal with. Zhang Min revealed a worried look. He is now a 4th-rank senior lord. His strength should not be underestimated. Lin Mo patted Zhang Min's shoulder, signaling her to rest assured. He then walked towards the ring and fought against Wu Liang. With a golden halo enveloping the scene, Lin Mo and Wu Liang's consciousnesses were transported to the territory space. Captain Chen's voice came from above the firmament. The rules of the simulation are simple. You will be born on a piece of land and each have a fortress. Send your own troops to fend off or capture the opposing fortress, and the first to shatter its core is the winner. The rules synchronized to resound in the void plane. Zhang Min revealed a touch of worry. Without a limit on the number of troops that can be sent out, I'm afraid that Lin Mo would have a hard time resisting with the size of Wu Liang's dependents. Gu Minghu, who was on the side, glanced at Zhang Min and said in a flat tone, "The number of dependents is only a part of a lord's strength. A truly powerful lord will overcome a powerful enemy with an inferior force. I believe that student Lin Mo has such strength." Zhang Min pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Inside the sparring space, Wu Liang looked at Lin Mo in the void with a playful expression. "Student Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to dare to answer the battle, quite courageous." At the same time, an army of 4th-ranked heart-devouring demons that could not be seen at a glance was gathering around the castle. The Heart-Eater demon was a semi-spiritual dependent that had a strong resistance to physical damage. Moreover, they come with a disturbing aura that can affect the enemy's mind, making them an extremely difficult demonic creature to deal with. In addition to the army of 4th-order heart-devouring demons, located at the very center of the square formation, there were also a number of 5th-order bursting undead that numbered as much as 2,000. Bursting undead in the center were dozens of powerful 6th-order dependents. With such a troop formation, not to mention the 4th rank, many lords who had just been promoted to the 5th rank would not be able to reach it. Seeing that Wu Liang's army had already gathered more than 30,000 people, this was the entire force he had sent out this time. At this time, Lin Mo too was mobilizing his troops. Raising the level to strengthen the dependents, it was time to test all the efforts made before. 8,000 black flame titans attacked brazenly. Form a long line with your back to the castle. 2,300 weeping angels stood densely on top of the walls, ready to take off. 265 5th-order tyrannical dragon riders stood still to the side of the black flame titan team. Always be ready to cut into the enemy's back row and disrupt the enemy's formation. Above the sky flew 9 skeleton dragons and an evil-eyed crystal dragon king. The tiger gazed intently at the battlefield below. Among them, on the back of the evil-eyed crystal dragon king, sat an elven beauty with an icy expression but a stunningly beautiful face. Sylvanas, the Dark Ranger. Only a faint halo of light emanated from her surroundings. Strong Strike Aura and Archer's Aura were currently providing long-range attack gains to the long-range familiars below. If he looked at the number of dependents alone, Lin Mo did not have any advantage over Wu Liang. But Rimmer was confident in his favorites. This was because each of these dependents were soldiers that he had personally cultivated and cloned from various precious materials. Their combined strength would definitely not be weaker than any soldier of the same rank. Plus, these recent days Lin Mo had been sparing no materials for the research work in the Goblin Laboratory. Various body, bone, and even brain-related technological researches were strengthening and upgrading various parts of the territorial dependence. The war effort has been significantly strengthened. Accompanied by a mournful dragon roar from the evil-eyed crystal dragon king rang out from above. Lin Mo's territorial dependence erupted with a shocking battle intent at this moment. Even though there are many enemies, they remain unafraid. On the other side, Wu Liang coldly looked at the dependents controlled by Lin Mo. "It's just a pity that this is a mock battle. Otherwise, I would have killed all your dependents. Go Heart-Eater. Unleash the charge and tear down every enemy in sight." Wu Liang bellowed and immediately launched an attack command. Chapter 70. The bottom card is out. Tens of thousands of 4th-ranked heart-devouring demons surged towards Lin Mo's fortress. At the same time, Wu Liang unleashed the A-ranked Lord Skill Ghost and Shadow. Only a black ghost emerged from the top of each Soul Devourer's head. These ghosts continuously tore into the body of the Soul Eater monster, forcing it to charge even more crazily towards Lin Mo's fortress. At the same time, the 5th-ranked demonic creature Bursting Undead began to cast spells, only to see black spell formations continuously surging from the extremely high sky. Black skeletons madly gushed out from each spell formation. These skeletons let out shrill cries, and immediately afterward, they smashed towards Lin Mo, as castle like meteors. In the face of such an attack, even though Lin Mo had already told his dependents to only dodge. However, these skulls came with a tracking function, and they constantly disappeared into Lin Mo's dependents. Explosions came. The 4th ranked and above soldiers barely dodged, but the 3rd ranked Black Flame Titans suffered casualties from this wave of attacks. Lin Mo coldly looked at the charging enemy troops. The moment they entered range, he gave the command to set fire, only to see more than 7,000 Black Flame Titans pulling on their enormous bowstrings at the same time. The next second, dense black arrows like locusts fell towards Wu Liang's team. Although the Black Flame Titans were only of the 3rd rank, they still possessed a weak killing power under the various attribute additions. The moment it didn't enter the enemy army, although it couldn't kill the 4th rank soldiers instantly. However, the black flames that constantly exploded and burned rapidly weakened the heart-devouring demon army. Many dependents were seriously injured, and their marching speed was drastically reduced. At the same time, the 4th rank weeping angels that had just been cultivated also incited their wings and flew towards the air. Facing the Heart-Eater army below, they gathered their spears and threw them wildly. The spears entered the Heart-Eater army, causing a wide range of kills that far exceeded expectations. As 4th ranked soldiers, the physical defenses of the Heart-Eaters were like paperweights at the moment, and were easily pierced through by the spears. What was even more unbelievable was that the black skeletons summoned by the 5th Order Bursting Souls were unable to kill the Weeping Angels in one go. It often required more than 3 concentrated hits before a Weeping Angel would fall. But Weeping Angels were clearly only 4th Order soldiers. Why were they killing Heart-Eater demons of the same rank as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables, and were also able to withstand the attacks of a 5th rank mage unit? The Weeping Angels were actually a super soldier type with extremely high offensive and defensive capabilities. At this moment, the Lord Sergeants who were watching the battle were also dumbfounded. What is classmate Lin Mo's 4th ranked troop type? Why haven't I seen it before? It should be some sort of mutant, but this mutant's attack power is too strong, killing a same-ranked demonic creature with a single spear. If it's a high-ranked lord, this kind of battle isn't hard to explain. But Lin Mo seems to be only a 3rd ranked lord, worthy of being a little guy who can hold back a 7th rank evil god lord. This familiar's cultivation is too successful. Accompanied by the incessant cries of astonishment, the prizes in the prize pool rapidly increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. The more intense the battle, the more rewards the Lord Sergeants received. Schoolboy Lin Mo is so great. Go Schoolboy Lin Mo. Zhang Min was so excited that her little face turned red as she continuously cheered and encouraged. Gu Menghu on the side also showed an interested expression. Wu Liang saw that his heart-devouring demon army had suffered heavy losses and knew that he couldn't hide his bottom card anymore. Only in the next second, dozens of poison balls condensed from miasma flew towards the sky. It was clearly Wu Liang's 6th Order dependent poison miasma Grand Sorcerer striking. The poison balls flew towards the Weeping Angel like tracking missiles, followed by a violent explosion. Countless liquids with strong corrosive properties splattered in all directions, causing serious effects on the Weeping Angel. Borrowing the cover of the Grand Sorcerer, the Heart-Eater army quickly pressed into Lin Mo's castle territory range by virtue of their numerical advantage. Running to confront them were the Black Flame Titan troops that numbered only 6,000 left. Under Lin Mo's command, the Black Flame Titans gave up long-range kills and launched a fearless attack towards Wu Liang's army. Seeing this, Wu Liang immediately revealed a scoffing expression. 3rd rank soldiers still want to fight my 4th rank soldiers. Lin Mo, you have a bubble in your head, don't you? However, Wu Liang's smug expression hadn't had time to disappear, only to see that, in the next second, explosion after explosion rang out from the line of engagement. Although the Black Flame Titan wasn't a match for the heart-devouring demon, it was still able to inflict great damage on it with the added power of the Flesh and Blood Blast. Moreover, at this time, the Flesh Blast had already been successfully upgraded from B to a class. The blast was more powerful and had a wider range. In a series of explosions, the Heart-Eater demons suffered heavy losses. Almost every Black Flame Titan that blew itself up could injure more than 3 Heart-Eater demons. And these explosions were one after another, this one blowing up after that one. So much so that, in a short period of time, the number of the heart-devouring demon army decreased rapidly. Lin Mo, you seek death. Wu Liang's eyes instantly turned red as he once again released his lord's skill, driving the heart-devouring demon army in epilepsy to rush towards Lin Mo's fortress at full speed. The heart-devouring demon army suffered countless deaths and injuries, and their formation was completely disorganized. Lin Mo knew that the opportunity to counterattack had come. In the next second, mist of war. Above the battlefield, a huge mist swept over, and Wu Liang's army instantly lost a large portion of their vision. Even Wu Liang himself, at this moment, apart from his own dependent troops, he couldn't even see the situation in the more distant locations. In the midst of the mist, a rider on a blood-red dragon came charging in. The tyrannical dragon riders appeared on the scene, charging into the heart-devouring demon army like a sharp arrow. Wherever the cavalry went, corpses were scattered everywhere, and a large number of heart-eaters were stabbed through their chests and torn apart by the dragon riders. At the same time, 10 huge figures used the cover of the mist to cross over the heart devourers and flew towards their rear positions. The sudden entrance of the tyrannical dragon riders caused the battlefield situation to start tilting towards Lin Mo. A large number of 4th-ranked heart-devouring demons were massacred, and even a number of 5th-ranked bursting undead were heavily injured as well. Wu Liang looked at the dependents that were constantly being charged and killed in battle in the midst of the mists with a shadowy face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked towards Lin Mo. "Damned guy, I admit that you're very strong, but that doesn't mean that you'll be able to win this duel." Wu Liang raised his finger, and in the next second, a blinding golden light shot out from the tip of his finger and didn't enter the battlefield. S-rank Lord Skill. Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation. A blood-red sun appeared over the battlefield. The entire earth was shrouded in scarlet red. Immediately afterward, the dead bodies on the ground turned into blood water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a red blood puppet emerged from the blood water. Blood puppets had no sense of pain and almost ignored any physical attacks. Dozens of blood puppets pounced on a tyrannical dragon rider and tore it down to its bones in the blink of an eye. The dead heart devourers all turned into blood puppets and charged towards Lin Mo's territory. The battle situation instantly reversed, and Lin Mo's troops suffered a large number of casualties. Seeing that Wu Liang's army was already approaching the castle, they were about to launch an attack on the castle. However, Lin Mo did not panic, because his assault squad had also arrived over Wu Liang's fortress at this moment. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out from the sky above Wu Liang's castle. Immediately afterward, 9 skeleton dragons and an evil eye crystal dragon king landed inside the castle like divine soldiers descending from the sky. Chapter 71: The Ultimate Winner. The face of Wu Liang, who was still looking smug, suddenly changed drastically. When was it? Damn it! Fog of War. It was only then that Wu Liang reacted to the fog of war that Lin Mo had released just now, allowing a dragon squad to bypass his field of vision to launch a surprise attack towards his castle. Wu Liang instantly fell back and hurriedly had the defense force inside the castle launch a counterattack. However, the combat power of the 9 5th-ranked skeleton dragons was not something to be reckoned with, and with the reanimation trait, there was no way to defeat them in a short period of time. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King was a 6th-order dragon mutant, with combat power far exceeding that of soldiers of the same rank. Meanwhile, the Dark Ranger rode the Crystal Dragon King transformed into a dragon rider. At this time, she didn't use a bow and arrow, but instead held the Holy Relic Straight Black Death Sword, and with every swing, the parasitic organisms on the Straight Black Death Sword kept spreading out towards the surroundings, transforming into spikes that kept striking and killing the defending forces that were surging up. Inside Wu Liang's castle, there were 5 6th-order poisonous miasma grand sorcerers stationed. They had wanted to release the poisonous miasma to defend the castle core. In the next second, several circles of light fell from above their heads. It was the Dark Ranger who unleashed an enhanced version of the dark spell. Immediately after that, the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King burrowed into the castle's interior, his sharp claws instantly tearing apart the poisonous miasma grand sorcerer's body. Kill them in an instant. It was located in Rimmer's castle at this time. There are very few tyrannical dragon riders, weeping angels and black flame titans left. They were all concentrated by Lin Mo in the room at the core of the fortress, desperately resisting the attack of the Heart-Eater demons. At this point, located in the outside world, there was silence. The Lord's sergeants nervously watched the fierce battle on the simulated sand table. Although Lin Mo's dependents were very powerful, their number was simply too small. Wu Liang had directly spelled out most of Lin Mo's troops by exchanging wounds for wounds by the end, completely crushing Lin Mo's dependents with their numbers. However, this didn't mean that Lin Mo was weak, because he was always fighting more with less. And now, even more so, almost at the same time that Wu Liang attacked the interior of the fortress, his raid team also managed to penetrate the interior of Wu Liang's fortress. This is a beautiful use of darkness, Mr. Lin Mo. To fight a powerful enemy with a force several times less than your own. This strategy is rare and hard to come by. Not only the last dragon surprise attack, but the way the dragon cavalry entered in the middle part of the battlefield to divide the battlefield was extremely exciting. If the dragon cavalry hadn't disrupted the opponent's formation, I'm afraid we wouldn't have let the battle drag on until now. Murmurs echoed among the sergeants. The crowd looked at Lin Mo with admiration in their eyes. In front of the small table, Zhang Min's face was red with excitement. Worthy of being the boy I, Zhang Min, have my eye on. Too good. Wahahaha. Gu Minghu, who was on the side, glanced at Zhang Min and made a rare comment. Lin Mo's battlefield commanding ability is indeed good. I just wonder who will win in the final result? Inside the simulated sandbox, Wu Liang had killed his eyes by now and hissed at Lin Mo. You're a loser, Rimmer. My favorites are about to shatter the core of your castle. Ha ha ha. Lousy is a top genius. You are even qualified to mention shoes compared to me. However, without waiting for Wu Liang to finish hissing, a voice rang out from above the dome. Ding! Wu Liang's castle core has been shattered. This match is over. Congratulations to Lin Mo for winning this matchup. Boom! There was a tidal wave of cheers from the Lord Sergeants in the viewing seats. Cowardly Lin Mo. This can even be a comeback. Ha ha ha. It's a good boy. Battlefield handling is too good. I see that in the last minute. This kid put in a big move to overtake Wu Liang. A minute ago, when Lin Mo realized that the enemy had already attacked the interior of his castle, he made a split-second decision to have the 9-headed skeleton dragon crash into the core of the castle and self-detonate. Then have the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King cast a folding beam cannon that instantly vaporizes the core. Up to this point, he had narrowly won the battle. With the golden light dissipating, the consciousness of both sides of the match returned to the void. There was a snap. It was as if Wu Liang had drained his entire body of strength, and his entire body directly sat paralyzed on the ground. The words came out of his mouth. How is this possible? This is impossible. How could I lose? I'm the #1 ranked strongest sophomore. How could I lose to a freshman? At this moment, Wu Liang's gaze was dull and his mind was dealt a huge blow. However, the atmosphere was electric and no one was paying attention to him as a loser. Lin Mo is great. Lin Mo is so handsome. Zhang Min excitedly cheered loudly with her hands folded into a trumpet shape by her mouth. Worship sparkled in her big eyes. The other Lord Sergeants likewise erupted into a burst of applause. Applause? Cheers? Flowers? Adoration? Lin Mo stood in the middle of the field, calm and collected. The face was always pampered and calm. I didn't expect this kid to win. The corner of Gu Menghu's mouth hooked up slightly as he sized up Lin Mo with interest. It seems that in the near future the Dragon Kingdom is going to give birth to another war god level powerhouse. Promising little fellow. Thinking of this, Gu Menghu couldn't help but glance at Zhang Min, who was bouncing around. The Hoyu group's young miss seems to have moved on to Lin Mo as well, which isn't good news. Our Gu family has a scarcity of male children, and now that we've come across such a promising boy, it would be a beautiful thing if we could set up a match with the girls of the Gu family. At this time, Lin Mo didn't know that Gu Menghu was beating himself up. After defeating Wu Liang left the place as if he had drained his soul in ashes. However, before leaving he glanced at Lin Mo with an extremely resentful gaze. Deadly clenched fists, nails embedded in palms. Lin Mo, you wait for me. The humiliation I received today will be doubled in the coming day. We, the imperial capital Wu family, will pay back any debt and avenge any revenge. For the next ring match, Lin Mo sparred with a few other students. Without exception, all of them were defeated by Lin Mo. Not only was it because Lin Mo's dependents were incredibly powerful, but also because he possessed a talent that far surpassed his peers when it came to mobilizing troops. In the end, Lin Mo held the ring and got the top spot in this tournament. The evening ended when Rimmer saw the prize pool stuffed full of prizes. Eyes wide open. In the prize pool, there were 50,000 copies of gold alone, and the various basic materials had to be counted in tens of thousands. Then there were more than 200 middle school level skill scrolls, 80 level 1 spirit strengthening stones, 40 level 2 spirit strengthening stones. Counting the prizes in the prize pool, Lin Mo felt that he had really gotten rich this time. It was different from those children of the worldly family groups who were given massive resources at birth. Lin Mo was just a poor boy with no background and no strength, and every resource needed to be earned by him and obtained by defeating strong enemies. Haha, You did very well in this exhibition match. Student Lin Mo, Captain Chan and the lead teacher Zhao Qian walked over. Chapter 72. Gu Meng, whose original face. Zhao Qian looked at Lin Mo with an appreciative face. Your territorial dependents have become quite powerful again. It seems like you've gained a good harvest from this battlefield practice. Rimmer humbly said, It's okay. We expect to finish this internship in 10 days, so cherish the rest of your time. A brief inventory of the takeaways from the showcase. Odds and ends were predominant, and after a simple valuation it was probably worth around 20 million Blue Star dollars. Winning a fight with a prize of $20 million is nothing short of awesome. After taking out the building materials in it as well as the skill scrolls that Lin Mo could use, the rest of the materials Lin Mo reckoned on finding a chance to sell them for currency. With this experience against Wu Liang, Lin Mo realized that his familiars were not as invincible as he thought. Once you encounter an enemy that is several times or even a dozen times larger than yourself, it will still make the battle a struggle. So for these next 10 days, Lin Mo began a plan to pop and canton as many troops as possible. First and foremost, the most stable way to explode soldiers is the coordinates of the 4th and 5th order habitats of living beings. Within the coordinates at this time, Lin Mo had already constructed a colonization outpost that could steadily provide the territory with 5,100 copies of 4th to 5th order cloning materials every 24 hours past the Blue Star. Then there's his old job, picking up the bodies of high-ranking magical creatures in the morgue. This work is also capable of steadily acquiring high-level magic materials. However, since obtaining the Holy Relic Godslayer Gale's straight black death sword, Lin Mo tried to pick high-ranked demonic corpses from the pile of 5th and 6th ranked corpses. It was a little dangerous, but good and rewarding. In 10 days of work, more than 200 5th order demonic corpses had been picked up, and more than 36th order demonic corpses. Plus, Gu Menghu appeared from time to time and casually threw down a few 6th ranked demonic corpses of quite high value to him. This caused the projected number of familiars for Rimmer to continue to soar. At this time, Lin Mo had already begun to calculate the various matters of building a 6th order clone. But with the rapid rise in the power of the territory, problems ensue. Because of the limitations on the number of buildings placed, the efficiency of the 13 flesh and blood clones had clearly failed to keep up with the output. One of the most immediate problems caused by this was that cloning materials were piling up, but the number of clones produced each day was fixed. Gotta find a way to raise the building placement limit a bit, or else you still won't be able to do the short time it takes to build up your troop supply. 10 days flew by in the midst of fulfilling work. This battle against the sophomores to banish the evil gods reaches its conclusion. The day before the parting, Lin Mo once again touched Gu Meng, whose body to absorb the power of the evil god from it. At the same time as obtaining 5 evil god crystals, Gu Menghu also dumped a gold card with 5 million Blue Star coins stored on it to Lin Mo. After 2 treatments, Gu Menghu's physical condition was significantly better. At this point, she was no longer wearing a helmet, and the aura of decay and decadence no longer surrounded her. Even the half of the cheek that was originally dry was now restored to its human form. Although the obvious dark purple lines like a birthmark could still be seen, it was no longer human-like after all. Even when Lin Mo saw Gu Menghu's current appearance, he would have a feeling of being stunned. Mature and beautiful high-cold imperial sister, with Jiang he teacher than less charming more of a valiant feeling. Just like a female general. Captain Gu, I'm leaving. Lin Mo waved his hand towards Gu Menghu. Come to Dragon Academy to play with me when you have time. Gu Menghu waved his hand seemingly unconcerned. But when Lin Mo really disappeared into the courtyard, she suddenly developed a feeling of disappointment. After a month's time together, she was very impressed with this energetic and motivated young man. Maybe 7 years is too long to be alone, and it's hard to meet a little guy to talk to who's now gone. It caused a twinge of reluctance in the back of her mind, especially since this little one could also cure her hidden illness. I wonder what his impression of me is? Gu Menghu rambled. He asked me to go to Dragon Academy to play with him. Is that a polite remark? Or does he really want me to go? School interns on the assembly point. The interns are all here. The first place winner of this internship is Lin Mo of freshman class 5, rewarded with 5,000 credits. Second place sophomore class 3, Zhang Min, rewarded with 3,000 credits. Third place sophomore class 1, Wu Liang, rewarded with 1,000 credits. For students, Zhao Kaiji, Lu Minglu, Su Guang and Sun Yingying have fallen in their Lord avatars, and their territorial coordinates have been leaked, so they have now been withdrawn from school. The rankings ended and the students underneath whispered. Zhao Kaiji and the others deserved it. They didn't do a good job of keeping watch but had to go and taunt Lin Mo, and as a result, they were killed by the evil godlords, and their great future was buried like this. Then again, Lin Mo's schoolmate is quite the cowboy. The freshman was able to get first place on our sophomore team. The most powerful part is still that he can beat Wu Liang. I heard that Wu Liang has been gloomy these days, seeing everyone as if they owe him $200. It was accompanied by a burst of white light enveloping the bodies of the people. In the next second, the Lord's incarnation disappeared into thin air. Inside the Blue Star Imperial Capital Dragon Academy at the same time, the consciousness of a group of students re-entered their respective bodies. The golden light dispersed, and the group of student lords lifted their invincibility. Lin Mo returned to his senses with a sense of vicissitude as if he were in a different world. A month after entering the Void Realm, only a few days had passed in reality. These days the crowd would not feel hungry and thirsty because of the golden halo sheltering them, and their state was fixed at the second before they set off. Hua! Finally back! Zhang Min came to Lin Mo's side with a happy face, wrapped her hands around Lin Mo's arm and said, "Elementary school brother, this time you don't want to run away. Leave a contact information for me." Feeling the amazing elasticity coming from his small arm, Lin Mo coughed dryly and hurriedly exchanged contact information. "Sis is in a good mood today, so I'll take you to eat something delicious." Without waiting for Lin Mo to react, Zhang Min pulled him towards the school entrance and ran. Wu Liang looked at the duo's distant backs in a daze, a flash of resentment in his eyes. "Damn Lin Mo. Not only did he steal my honor but also my woman. Just wait. Soon you'll realize you've messed with the wrong people." On the way to dinner, Lin Mo asked Zhang Min about the method to increase the territory's building limit. "The easiest way is to expand the territory. The larger the territory, the higher the ceiling of buildings that can be placed." Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Then is there another way?" Zhang Min thought for a moment. "I remember there's a holy relic in the school store that can also increase the cap, but it just requires a bit too many credits." Lin Mo immediately took out his cell phone and opened the exchange panel of the school store, and he found the holy relic that Zhang Min was talking about on the Holy Relic exchange page. Chapter 73, Holy Relic Beep Boy. Billy Link's Beep Boy. This is a robot that Billy Link assembled from toilets and other scrapped parts when he was a child, and was his only childhood playmate. Beep Boy makes a beep 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 sound when he's angry. Sacred Relic Ability. Placing it on a territory expands the territory's building limit to twice as much. Required credits for redemption: 7,000 points. Twice as many territory buildings. Good stuff. Lin Mo was a little exuberant. This holy relic was exactly the prop he desperately needed right now. But it's just a little pricey, requiring 7,000 credits to redeem. And he only had the 5,000 credits that he had just gotten, and the ones before that were used to exchange for other props had basically been spent. Seemingly seeing Lin Mo's dilemma, Zhang Min arched Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, "Is Lin Mo's credits not enough? Do you want me to lend you some?" Lin Mo scratched his head. "What's the price? It won't be for me to give my body to him." Zhang Min rolled her eyes. "You're thinking weirdly beautiful. Of course you need to return the loan." After thinking about it, Zhang Min continued, "I'll lend you the credits, but you have to pay me back within 3 months, plus 5% interest. If you think you can borrow it, if not then forget it." Lin Mo thought about it and nodded. "Then lend me 2,000, and I'll pay you back 2,050 credits after 3 months. Zhang Min's eyes turned, and she suddenly changed her mind. "No, 5% interest is too little. You still have to gift me an additional requirement before you can do that." "Huh? What's the request?" "I haven't thought of any specific request yet, but it certainly won't be something that will make things difficult for you," Zhang Min said. "How about it, stinky brother? Do you agree?" Lin Mo nodded somewhat helplessly. "Then say yes." Hey, stinky brother is so cool." After borrowing 2,000 credits, Lin Mo successfully redeemed the holy relic Billy Link's Bleeping Boy. The moment it was placed on the territory, he received a prompt to build more buildings. So Rimmer constructed 13 flesh and blood clones again with a wave of his hand. A total of 26 flesh and blood cloning machines operated uninterruptedly, and the transformation efficiency of the clone dependence was greatly increased. At 1:30 p.m., Lin Mo was about to return to his dormitory to rest, when he received a call from Mr. Jiang He. Said freshmen are taking an extraterrestrial exploration public class. Ask him if he wants to participate. At this time, Lin Mo was in desperate need of credits, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Coming to the public classroom and sitting down, accompanied by a golden halo wrapping around his entire body, Lin Mo's consciousness was transported into this extra-dimensional realm. In the next second, he appeared in the middle of a barren wasteland world in the form of a lord's avatar. The sky was dark, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of urban wreckage and broken asphalt highways. Rusted car wrecks and morose skeletons in some kind of protective gear were everywhere in the grass. Fallout World. 250 years after the outbreak of the nuclear war, the world is devastated, full of buildings destroyed by explosions and horrific creatures mutated in the radiation. Please explore the radioactive world with care. Every puddle you cross may contain radiation, and radiant energy can make you weak, seriously ill, or even dead. Task 1. Collect glands of first-order mutant cockroaches 0-100. Quest 2. Defeat a second-order mutant lobster and seize their eyeballs 0-1. Quest 3. Explore towards the northern radiation zone, where powerful forces such as the Brotherhood of Steel and the Ghoul's Lair exist. Find and defeat them. The moment he saw the quest, Lin Mo suddenly had the illusion of a full-leveled Big Brother returning to the novice village. After spending a long time in the evil god battlefield, looking at these newbie quests again felt quite pointless. It's better to explore towards the north first. Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. The other students are probably exploring towards the north right now as well. In the next second, a pair of huge dragon wings made of red crystals unfolded from Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo pulled himself up like a missile and sped towards the north. For this extraterrestrial quest, all students were asked to carry only 9 familiars into battle. In the blink of an eye, night falls. Rivertown, a mediocre, backward village and town before the nuclear war. After the outbreak of nuclear war, but was preserved because it was far from the city. After a century of development, Rivertown has become a relatively prosperous wasteland town in this region. Several bits of mechanical rangers are dotted around the town, providing shelter for the townspeople. This relatively safe town is also home to a cluster of freshman students. It's been almost a month since they came to this world, and most of the students who still survive lead their dependents to set up camp here. Resting at night, he went outside the town during the day to fight monsters and do quests to brush up his points. Tonight, however, was anything but quiet, just as most of the students lay down on their beds and began to rest. On a distant hillside, an army encased in steel armor appeared outside the town. Invaders from the other world are stationed in this town. Brothers, take your weapons and unleash the carnage on them. Drive the damn things out of our world. Charge. The next second, the sound of continuous artillery fire rang out. The Brotherhood of Steel, thousands of steel soldiers charging towards the town. A variety of crude mortar shells landed in the town, setting off a series of explosions. The students who were in town at that moment were instantly awakened, anxious to control the familiars in preparation for the battle. Yet the shells falling from the sky exploded around them without mercy. Familiars were killed and wounded, and a dozen students who had incarnated as lords hung up in the barrage. Hardly had the shelling ended when it was followed by a torrent of steel from the Brotherhood of Steel. Countless steel soldiers snapped their machine guns and swept across all the living forces in the town. The Brotherhood of Steel's mecha soldiers' battle power was assessed at the 3rd rank, and their battle power was not to be underestimated. This wave of sudden attacks caught the students off guard, and they were unable to organize an effective defense. Defeated, the surviving students had no choice but to retreat from the town of Rivertown, fleeing from night to day. Worse things have happened. Their retreat was so disorganized that several of the students disturbed a large ghoul nest nearby. Thousands of ghouls poured out, completely blocking their front path. There are ghouls on the front road, and the back road is blocked by the Brotherhood of Steel. A group of students were precariously surrounded in a narrow canyon. The scene shifts and Rimmer is searching for supplies in an abandoned gas station off some highway. Broken tape, wrenches, car repair tools, expired drinks. These are collectively not the supplies that Rimmer needs. Suddenly, a cockroach the size of a calf lunged from the ceiling. The sharp mouthpiece was going to impale Rimmer. As a result, in the next second, Lin Mo drew out his straight black death sword and instantly stabbed it through. Kill mutant cockroach, get mutant gland 1. Lin Mo surveyed the white gland in his hand, looking a bit like a silkworm chrysalis. After a night of poking around, Lin Mo realized that this world destroyed by nuclear weapons had 2 materials that he needed. Chapter 74, Unlocking a New Trait. radiation. Separately, the mutant glands currently on hand and a material called radiant stone. Radiolarians are minerals that contain super high levels of radiation, kind of like evil eye crystals. The word radiant can be assigned to dependents or items. Radiation. This trait continuously emits an uncomfortable wave of energy into the surrounding area, slowing the movement of enemy units and disrupting their judgment. The biggest effect of the radiant word is to slow down enemies. In a battle between two armies, the faster side will always be able to control the first opportunity, and the radiant word is like granting a slowing aura to every dependent, thus weakening the enemy army's combat power. Mutant glands, on the other hand, are materials that induce random mutations in the body. This kind of on-the-fly mutation carries a high degree of randomness. It may be that the mutant grows an extra eye, a heart, or an extra arm, or a few less fingers. This mutation is useless for other lords. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed a flesh and blood clone machine, it was equivalent to a randomly reinforced raffle ticket. A body part is randomly selected for mutation, and then positive mutations that enhance combat power are synchronized into a flesh and blood cloning machine for mass cloning, thus strengthening the dependence. Let's say a human explosion makes the Tyrannosaurus Rex grow an extra heart. Then the tyrannical dragon rider will inevitably be enhanced in terms of movement speed and explosiveness. This is where the mutant glands come in. After determining the items to collect next, Lin Mo was ready to get started. Just as he was coming out of the abandoned gas station, upon them came a couple of wasteland scavengers in tattered armor. "Hey, kid, hand over anything of value you have on you," one of the scavengers said as he pointed his scrap gun at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was a bit speechless. These few combatants were at best at the first rank level. Rimmer even doubted that the scrap metal guns in their hands could shoot bullets. Just as Lin Mo was about to make a move to settle these few wasteland scavengers, a sudden roar sounded in the distance. Immediately after that, several scrap tanks as well as power-armored warriors passed by on a road not far away. It looks as if it's going to be involved in some kind of battle. Damn Brotherhood of Steel. I heard they're rounding up a bunch of otherworldly visitors in Riverfall. I don't know if it's true or not. One of the scavengers spat to the side. I hope they'll put up a fight, preferably both dead. Guys, should we take our chances later? If we can pick up a set or two of power armor, we'll be rich. Lin Mo walked up. Excuse me, you guys were talking about otherworldly visitors and River Town. Which way is River Town going? The scavengers immediately revealed a look of contempt. You still want to go to River Town? I'll get you killed now. Yet the word "you" had not been uttered by the scavenger. In the next second, a black sword intertwined with buds of flesh slashed violently towards him. There was no chance of resistance. The three scavengers had their torsos broken in an instant. Kill scavengers of the wasteland and gain mutant glands 1. Kill scavengers of the wasteland and gain mutant glands 2. Kill scavengers of the wasteland and gain mutant glands 1. So even killing humans can gain glands? Lin Mo revealed a thoughtful expression. The next second it spread its crystal wings and chased after the tank unit that had just passed by. At this moment, it was located in a valley outside of River Town. Su Eru, Sun Gaochang, and the others were commanding their dependents to struggle against the ghouls. These ghouls that acted with agility and did not fear pain had arrived at a third-order level of physical strength. What's even trickier is that some of these ghouls possess intelligence and will even use weapons to attack them. Most of the students were doing their best to fend off the ghouls at this point. On the other side of the canyon, Gu Qingqing commanded the 3 flower essence tree demons in front of her with a grave expression. The flower essence tree demon belonged to the 4th rank dependents and belonged to the leading level of dependents within the entire freshman class. But there were too many Brotherhood of Steel men pouring into the canyon, and there were scrap tanks present. Even the flower essence tree devil could only barely withstand their attack at the moment. The other students' dependents were too weak to help Gu Qingqing share the damage. At this time, the 3 flower essence tree demons were already riddled with holes in their bodies, and their torsos had already reached the point of faltering. Qingqing, this is the end of us. We can't clear the ghouls in front of us, there are so many mechs behind us. One of Gu Qingqing's female classmates revealed a look of despair. We might have to be wiped out here. Gu Qingqing didn't chime in, but clenched her teeth and continued to hold on. Her lord incarnation was a water fairy elf, and she was seen lifting her hand and waving it. Dozens of seeds landed on the ground and instantly grew into attacking vines. These vines kept attacking the steel soldiers who rushed up. In the blink of an eye, he killed several steel soldiers. Just as Gu Qingqing was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, she was about to give the flower essence tree demon a defensive command. In the next second, a huge cannonball shot out from behind the steel soldiers. The explosion rang out from a flower spirit tree demon. The huge explosion tore through a flower essence tree demon's body in a matter of moments. Don't! Gu Qingqing let out a cry of alarm. Yet close behind, more missiles came from behind the Brotherhood of Steel, blowing the other two flower essence tree devils to smithereens. The explosion was not bad, directly pushing Gu Qingqing to the ground. The steel soldiers followed close behind, looking to enter the canyon. At this moment, Gu Qingqing's small face was white, and her eyes were filled with an uneasy look. She had even subconsciously closed her eyes and waited for the enemy to crush over her body. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly came from above the sky. Immediately afterward, a blood-red dragon swooped down from the clouds and sped straight towards the valley. The steel soldiers subconsciously stopped and looked up, and the students trapped in the valley let out a gasp of surprise. What the hell was that? Okay, it seems like a giant dragon. Holy crap, it's so big. What a racy crystal dragon. I haven't seen it before. Gu Qingqing also opened her eyes, her big watery eyes filled with shock. Only in the next second, the crystal dragon landed in front of her, its hideous dragon head reaching forward. A huge dragon roar echoed continuously throughout the valley. At that moment, Gu Qingqing was less than 5 meters behind that giant dragon, staring at the blood-red crystal dragon in a daze. Strangely enough, this dragon was also carrying a long black sword that kept squirming on its back. The dragon's head slowly turned around, its blood-red vertical pupils locking eyes with Gu Qingqing. Although she didn't know what the giant dragon was trying to express, Gu Qingqing got an important message. This dragon recognizes himself. Could it be Rimmer? Student Lin Mo, it's you. Upon seeing Lin Mo nod his head, Gu Qingqing's eyes reddened and she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. It's really you, Mr. Limmer. Chapter 75 touched Gu Qingqing. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and once again tilted his head to let out a dragon roar, only to see a white portal appear next to Lin Mo's huge body. Rising and falling dragon roars resounded from within the portal. In the next second, 9 skeleton dragons drilled out of the portal, their huge bodies matched with white skeletons, transforming into the Crystal Dragon King's most loyal guards. The 10 giant dragons lined up in a row, causing the group of freshman students behind them to all reveal stupefied expressions. This is a 5th-ranked giant dragon familiars? It's so handsome. Such a strong dependence. Which students is it? It's too strong. I just heard Gu Qingqing say that it seems to be Lin Mo's. Lin Mo? Didn't he take a vacation for something? Could it be that he's back? In the midst of a crowd of shocked and admiring students, the 10 giant dragons rushed towards the soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel like meat-mounted tanks. These 3rd-rank soldiers had no power to fight back in front of the 5th-rank gargoyles. Kill Power Armored Warrior, get Radiant Stone 1. Kill Power Armored Warrior, get Radiant Stone 1. Kill Power Armored Warrior, get Radiant Stone 1. A beep sounded from Lin Mo's mind. These bulky power armors were all powered by the energy provided by the Radiant Stones. Looking around, thousands of power armor warriors that would be equivalent to thousands of Radiant Stones. At this moment, Lin Mo was dealing with the enemies in front of him as if he was mowing grass. With a flick of his tail, he was able to kill dozens of power armored warriors in seconds. The distant wasteland tanks unleashed their artillery, and then the seemingly powerful sports cars couldn't do any damage at all in front of the skeleton giant dragons. Only to see one of the skeleton gargoyles charge into the tank position, destroying most of the tanks in 3 tries. Lin Mo once again harvested a large amount of Radiant Stones. However, just swiping Radiant Stones was obviously not a means of maximizing profits. Lin Mo knew that there was still a large group of ghouls on the other side of the canyon. Ghouls already belonged to the middle to high-end battle force in the Radiant world, and their bodies were bound to contain quite a few mutant glands. So Lin Mo ordered the skeleton gargoyle to stay behind and continue cleaning up the Brotherhood of Steel's power armor. He himself, on the other hand, lifted the Dragon King transformation and transformed back into his human form. At this moment, Lin Mo was wearing a dark red crystal battle armor and carrying a black longsword that was constantly writhing with black oil. His short pale white hair fluttered in the wind, and he matched it with his delicate but not too cold face. At this moment, Lin Mo looked like a monarch born from sacrificial blood, with a majestic and incomparable pull. The students recognized Lin Mo's identity, but no one dared to approach him because of the icy coldness emanating from his body. Even the voices that spoke subconsciously lowered their voices. Student Lin Mo, thank you for saving me. It was Gu Qingqing who clenched her hands and placed her fists at her chest, staring at Lin Mo with a rather excited and even adoring gaze. Lin Mo walked over and nodded slightly. How is the situation in the canyon? How many ghouls are there? Gu Qingqing blushed slightly and subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Mo's eyes. There are 3 large ghoul nests, and the number of ghouls is probably between 800 and 1,000. Lin Mo nodded and immediately walked towards the depths of the canyon. As they passed by the students in the canyon, the crowd subconsciously made way for a passage. It was as if they were making way for a powerful monarch. Everyone didn't dare to squeak and looked at Lin Mo with a look of awe. Soon, Lin Mo came to the back of the group and saw the army of ghouls that was like a tidal wave. You're back, squad leader. Su Eru revealed an excited expression. Other than him, the spirits of the other class 5 students were lifted. Morale was surprisingly instantly boosted at this moment. The battle line that was still about to collapse quickly stabilized. Lin Mo nodded his head at Su Eru and the others, and then immediately focused his gaze on the group of ghouls. These wasteland creatures with hairless bodies and a skeleton head did not realize at this moment that a god of killing was gazing at them. In the next second, Lin Mo drew out his straight black death sword and, spreading his wings, killed amongst the ghoul army. The straight black death sword exploded with powerful killing power at this moment. Every time Lin Mo swung his sword, countless tentacles turned into black spikes and shot out towards the ghouls around him. As if it had a splash effect, it crazily killed the surrounding ghouls. The ghouls fearlessly charged towards Lin Mo. However, the sharp claws and sharp teeth that they were so proud of were all useless at the moment. They simply couldn't break through the defensive power of the crystal armor. In the next second, Lin Mo's left hand manifested a red crystal beam cannon, releasing a super high temperature beam cannon. In an instant, it vaporized a large number of ghouls in place. The straight black death sword in his right hand swung continuously, decapitating the close-in ghouls. Kill frenzied ghoul. Gain mutant gland 4. Kill intelligence ghouls to gain mutant glands 3. Kill armed ghoul. Get mutant glands 6. Along with 1 ghoul being strangled continuously, Lin Mo harvested a large number of mutant glands. At the same time, the skeleton gargoyle almost slaughtered the members of the Brotherhood of Steel, obtaining a large amount of radiant stones. Time came 2 hours later. At this time, the canyon was littered with corpses. The corpses of the Brotherhood of Steel, the ghoul camp, as well as the students and various types of dependents could be seen everywhere. It was because Lin Mo hadn't deliberately tried to protect these students. After the chaotic fight broke out, all of them had engaged in an extremely grueling battle. More than 100 students had fought until now, with only 30 or so remaining as well as less than 200 dependents. The entire battle could be said to be quite tragic. But despite this, all the students present couldn't help but look with awe at the white-haired young man in crystal armor not far away. If it wasn't for his support, it was likely that all the students present would have been wiped out. It was he who saved them. After killing all the ghouls and steel soldiers, Lin Mo found a fairly clean place to count the harvest from this battle. Among them, 786 radiant stones were harvested. Mutant glands gained 1,369. Lin Mo threw a radiation stone into the cloning machine to try and extract the characteristics. However, he received a prompt saying that the energy of 1 radiation stone wasn't enough. It wasn't until 30 radiant stones were consumed that this successfully extracted the radiant trait. The radiation properties were stored in a dark green haloed energy core, known as a radiation crystal core. It took 30 radiation stones to condense 1 radiation crystal core. At this moment, Lin Mo was equivalent to obtaining 26 radiation crystal nuclei that contained radiation characteristics. The harvest was not bad, right? At this moment, Lin Mo felt someone approaching him. When he looked up, it was Gu Qingqing, the freshman school flower. At this time, Lin Mo and Gu Qingqing were sort of familiar with each other. So he smiled and said, "What's up, Gu Big Beauty? Something wrong?" Gu Qingqing lightly bit her thin lips and whispered, "Thank you for saving me just now. I came over to help the other students ask what you plan to do with the corpses of those power-armored warriors." Chapter 76. Random Mutation, Strengthened Dependence. Lin Mo's plague wasn't able to infect ghouls or mechanical body units, so he laughed. "I don't have much use for it. Quite a few students want to recycle these mechanical armors and bring them back to the territory to forge equipment, but considering that you defeated these armored warriors, they want to ask how much they can buy them. The metal parts of third-order mechanical bodies were indeed good materials for new students. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, 100 mutant glands or 10 radiant stones for one armored body. This price Lin Mo gave wasn't too expensive. At least something like a mutant gland belonged to the category of materials that could be obtained by casually fighting small monsters. And so after selling all the armor of all the steel soldiers, Lin Mo once again obtained 6,000 mutant glands and over 300 radiation stones. Casually throwing the radiation stones into the cloning machine and refining them, Lin Mo ended up obtaining 40 radiation crystals, as well as 7,500 mutant glands. A proper bumper crop. After a night of fighting at this time, the students were all exhausted, and many of them leaned on each other to sleep wearily. Gu Qingqing also sat down to rest next to a rock not far from Lin Mo. However, this quiet atmosphere lasted for less than half an hour's time. Soon, a voice from a school teacher rang out from the minds of the crowd. The current casualty rate of this extraterrestrial exploration course has exceeded 80%, and with the exception of a handful of students, the vast majority of students did not do well. After discussion amongst the classroom teachers, we have decided to proceed with the final trial. We will place a supernuclear bomb in the center of Rivertown and set it to detonate in 4 days. At the same time, a large amount of supplies and building materials will be placed around Rivertown. You will have 24 hours to collect resources and reinforce Rivertown until the supernuclear bomb detonates a second before it will automatically detach itself from the world. Remember, 24 hours after the bomb is placed, the world will be announced the location of the supernuclear bomb. When it radiates the world, countless powerful forces will come to Rivertown to sabotage the nuclear bomb detonation plan. Your task is to stall them until the nuclear bomb is completely detonated. This trial is very difficult, and the credit rewards are equally rich. Killing a first-order enemy rewards you with 1 credit, killing a second-order enemy rewards you with 5 credits, killing a third-order enemy rewards you with 10 credits, and so on. So let's go. A beep sounded in everyone's head, awakening all the students present. Immediately afterward, there were bursts of wailing. No way! Playing so big! A super nuke? Guarding Rivertown? Against the entire power of the radiant world, can we win? We only have about 30 people and more than 100 dependents. How can we defend for 4 days with this number of soldiers? Ugh. It's too hard. This practice session is too hard too. Listening to the students' continuous lamentations, Lin Mo was emotionally stable. Defending Rivertown and detonating a supernuclear bomb sounded quite exciting. But what Lin Mo was most concerned about was the reward of credits for this trial. Getting credits for killing the enemy, this was for Lin Mo, who had 9 fifth-order skeleton dragons. It was a rare good opportunity to brush up on credits. Lin Mo got up from the ground and silently walked in the direction of Rivertown. Gu Qingqing came back to her senses and jogged to follow. The other students, seeing that someone was already heading towards Rivertown, all followed. After entering Rivertown, the situation was a bit better than expected. A student opened an airdrop supply crate and got 5 scrapyard machine gun turrets along with an advanced team replenishment card along with some of the building materials. The machine gun turrets are placed around Rivertown and are good defense weapons. The advanced team replenishment card is the ability to replenish or replace your own dependent troops, with the replenishment limit remaining at 9 slots. There are many more similar airdrop supply crates around Rivertown. Brothers, hurry up and touch the supply crates on the wasteland. Build up the walls and defenses before the monsters attack. The students immediately split into separate actions, leading their respective dependents to frantically recycle the resources on the wasteland. Lin Mo didn't go to collect the materials like the other students. Instead, he found an empty room and began to study the newly acquired mutant glands. The consciousness sank into the territory and focused on a flesh and blood cloning machine. Next to the cloning machine crouches a tyrannical dragon rider in silence. Lin Mo took out the mutant gland, only to see a ring-shaped charging circle appear in his field of vision in a very humanized manner. The words mutation score were written in the upper right corner. The number of mutant glands is labeled 7516 in the lower right corner. Further down is a button that says, Place. The interface is quite intuitive. Lin Mo continuously tapped a few times to place it, only to see the charging ring being filled by 3/5, and only after a few more taps was the charging ring filled. The place button in the lower right corner also changed to mutate. Alright, let's see what kind of monster we can create with the first mutation. Lin Mo couldn't wait to press the mutation button. The tyrannical dragon rider began to twitch wildly. But soon, the mutation technique. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation completed. Gained negative mutation. Cataract. Mutation score 6. Only the eyes of the tyrannical dragon rider in front of him turned gray, and it looked like he had completely lost his vision. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly and immediately threw the cataract tyrannical dragon rider into the flesh and blood cloning machine to be rebuilt. A second one was called in immediately afterward. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation complete. Gained positive mutation. 6th toe. Mutation score 11 points. Undaunted, Lin Mo continued to mutate. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation completed, gaining a positive mutation. Incompletely developed deformed feathers. Mutation score 21 points. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation complete, gained negative mutation. Diseased spine. Mutation score 0 points. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation complete, gained negative mutation. Deafness. Mutation score 5 points. A dozen mutations in a row. The results were not ideal, and most of the mutated tyrannical dragon riders suffered from various diseases, greatly weakening their combat power. A small number of positive mutations were also very weak, and did not serve to enhance combat power at all. At this point, the mutation glands had already consumed nearly 3,000. Lin Mo scratched his head. There were many mutant glands anyway. The more mutations there were, the higher the probability of obtaining an extreme mutation trait. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and continued the mutation experiment. After another dozen or so mutations, Lady Luck finally descended. Ding! Tyrannical dragon rider mutation completed. Gained positive mutation. Vice head. Mutation score 87 points. Only to see the mutated tyrannical earth dragon actually grow a second dragon head. Compared to the first hideous-looking earth dragon head, the second dragon head grew on the side of the neck and was extremely flexible and slender like a snake. Lin Mo immediately checked the secondary head attribute. Two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex rider vice head. Flexible neck that can focus on 360-degree movements, can spray super corrosive gastric juices in any direction, and can grow a second vice head within a short period of time after it has been severed. It's okay. The mutation material wasn't wasted. Chapter 77 Defensive Battle, Crazy Attacking Enemy. Lin Mo looked at the successfully mutated two-headed tyrannical dragon rider and nodded with satisfaction. Not only did the extra head skyrocket its combat power, but it also gained a ranged killing skill. Lin Mo immediately started cloning mutant dragon riders in bulk. In the blink of an eye, a batch of powerful two-headed tyrannical dragon riders came out of the cloning machine. Exiting the territory world, 13 hours had passed since the 24-hour novice protection period. At this time, River Town had been surrounded by a huge city wall. The entire town had undergone a radical change. The students who had lost their dependents had replenished their dependence slots. Mr. Crafty, who was patrolling, could be seen everywhere in the town. On top of the town walls, rows of machine gun turrets were covered. With the addition of these defensive facilities, the students had no small amount of confidence in the upcoming defensive battle. Lin Mo walked out of the room and ran into Gu Qingqing, who had brought her dependents with her. Student Lin Mo. Gu Qingqing ran over with a delighted face, her big watery eyes full of admiration. Previously, because he was fighting, Lin Mo hadn't looked closely, but now that he saw Gu Qingqing's appearance, he was a bit stunned. Gu Qingqing's dependents were a group of plant elf line dependents. She herself was a narcissus elf. The delicate skin was slim and well-proportioned. All parts of her body were embellished with green leaves and flowers, giving her a pleasing feeling. Overall, it looked just like a flower elf. It seemed to be sensing Lin Mo's hot gaze. Gu Qingqing somewhat squirmed and said, "Student Lin Mo, what are you going to do now?" Lin Mo scratched his head. "I'm going to stroll around River Town. The major forces of the wasteland world would be arriving soon." So Lin Mo was preparing for battle by surveying and investigating the terrain. "By the way, Gu Qingqing student, do you have any extra completion cards?" Lin Mo inquired. "Oh, yes." Gu Qingqing fumbled for a moment from her slender waist pocket before handing up 3 cards. "That's all that's left? Are you planning on replacing your dependents?" Lin Mo nodded. "I'll convert these cards to you with credits. It's considered buying." "I don't want your credits," Gu Qingqing said with a serious face. "You saved me yesterday, so take these as payment." Seeing that Lin Mo was a bit hesitant, Gu Qingqing forcefully shoved the card into Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo student, I'm fine now. Let's stroll around together. Meeting Gu Qingqing's expectant little eyes, Lin Mo really couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He could only nod his head and say, all right then. The next thing the two of them did was to start wandering blindly around Rivertown. And in the process Lin Mo received 6 more complimentary cards from other students. These cards were all disposable, could only replace the dependents once and would expire before the start of the Great War. Considering that the killing power of the skeleton dragon was lacking, Lin Mo replaced all of them with 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders. Night fell and the bright moon hung high. Along with the arrival of night, large swathes of wasteland armies emerged on the plains outside Rivertown. There were the Brotherhood of Steel who were heavily armed and drove tanks and cannons. There were armies of ghouls manipulated by intelligent ghouls. There were also atom men, super mutants, and biochemical synthesizers who worshipped the cult of the nuclear bomb. All of these forces that used to love and kill each other in the wasteland have gathered here at this moment, with the clear purpose of completely annihilating the otherworldly enemies of Rivertown. Attention all students. The inhabitants of the wasteland will launch an attack on Rivertown in 5 minutes. Please treat all students with caution. The detonation of the supernuclear bomb has failed. All students participating in this trial will have 500 credits deducted. The tutor's voice resounded in his head once again. All the students led their dependents onto the city walls, gazing at the enemy in the distance. Lin Mo also ascended the city wall, and not far from him was Gu Qingqing, who had already ordered the flower essence tree demons to root the city wall. The 9 skeleton gargoyles retracted their territory. Immediately afterward, 9 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders drilled out of the portal. An evil aura instantly spread out in all directions. The hideous appearance of the tyrannical dragon riders caused many students' faces to change slightly. In particular, the second head at the neck of the tyrannical earth dragon that was like a python made one's scalp numb just by looking at it. A 2-headed tyrannical dragon rider with a single round of combat power had definitely surpassed the skeleton dragon. Lin Mo was confident that tonight he was going to kill a lot. Along with the end of the countdown, the first group of wasteland residents killed over. It was a group of scavengers dressed in rags and holding wasteland firearms and improvised weapons. Long-range units. Launch an attack. I don't know who shouted. And in the next second, countless arrows and long-range magic flew out towards the scavengers. With the explosions and screams continuing, large swathes of scavengers were killed. When they rushed to a closer point, the machine gun batteries on the city walls also began to counterattack. The dense bullets intertwined into a network of firepower, constantly strangling the wasteland scavengers. Lin Mo stood on the city wall, continuously condensing red crystals around his body and then shooting them out like arrows. The moment the red crystals entered the scavengers' bodies, they were burst by the spreading crystals. The moment the red crystal entered the scavenger's body, it was burst by the spreading crystals, followed by the explosion of the entire body, and the red crystals continued to infect the other scavengers. Every time Lin Mo shot out a red crystal, it caused a large explosion. His credits also began to rise rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the army of scavengers rushing towards Rivertown was slaughtered. Immediately following was a more powerful enemy used to. The second wave of attackers were the atomic people who worshipped the nuclear bomb cult. The atom men had similar physical strength to the ghouls, but their bodies glowed with light. That was the result of a huge amount of nuclear radiation condensing inside their bodies. Even if these atom men were killed, they would still emit nuclear radiation around them, making them extremely difficult to deal with. When this group of atom men charged towards Rivertown, quite a few students felt discomfort arising from their bodies. Some of the physically weak archer units even directly began to vomit. What's worse was that these radiations didn't only affect the living organisms alone, those machine gun turrets placed on the city walls as well as the Mr. Crafty. The machine gun turrets and Mr. Craftsman placed on the city walls were also affected by the radiation, and all kinds of short circuits and electric sparks appeared at this moment. With regards to nuclear radiation, both Lin Mo and the 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders had quite a strong resistance. Faced with such a difficult enemy, he immediately unfolded his wings without hesitation. Tyrannical dragon riders, leap off the walls and stop the auto mists from approaching Rivertown. With a command, Lin Mo immediately drew the straight black death sword behind his back and swooped out towards the bottom of the city wall. The 2-headed tyrannical dragon rider followed closely behind. The dependents lined up to deal with the onslaught of the auto mists. Only the deputy head of the tyrannical dragon rider raised its head and sprayed corrosive acid towards the large area in front of it. The atom men who were contaminated with the acid were reduced to a puddle of blood in the blink of an eye. Kill nuke worshippers, gain radiation stone fragment 1, plus 1 credit. Kill nuke worshippers, earn radiation stone fragment 1, plus 1 credit. Kill nuke worshippers, get radiation stone fragment 1, credit plus 1. I didn't expect these automites to explode radiation stones. Lin Mo licked his lips and turned on crazy slaughter mode. Chapter 78, Building a Slaughterhouse. For a day, the scavengers, atomic people, and the ghoul army kept frantically attacking Rivertown. However, Rivertown's defenses were not for show, and the 300 or so dependents of the 30-odd students were no slouches either. Soon all these enemies were wiped out. As another night falls, the enemy stops attacking and looks to be gathering more power. After the battle ended, Lin Mo did not return to the top of the city walls. Instead, he stood under the corner of the wall and silently recovered his strength. When it was late at night, and the only sound left in the whole wilderness was the sound of the shadowy wind, Lin Mo quietly opened his lordship skill, Fog of War. A huge fog enveloped the outskirts of Rivertown. When the fog completely hid the daytime corpses, Lin Mo stood up and slowly raised his right hand. In the next second, light green shimmering light coalesced from his hand, then spread out towards the front like water ripples. A low hissing sound rang out from the mists. Immediately afterward, densely packed corpses rose from the ground. Under the shroud of mist, these corpses could only be seen as mere silhouettes. Each one was hunched and twisted, and walked with a limp. At this moment, located on top of the city wall, 30 students witnessed the dense black shadows in the mist, their scalps tingling. This Lin Mo's student's ability. This is too scary. It's like watching a ghost movie. Seeing so many corpses crawling up in the middle of the night. It's too damn creepy. Creepy my ass. These corpses are now our friendly forces. Lin Mo's infected zombie horde numbered around 800, and most of them were scavengers. Under the cover of the mists, this troop of zombies marched towards the hillside in great numbers. Under Lin Mo's command, the zombie troop was the first to arrive at the tent where the army of scavengers was stationed. The scavengers were just a motley group of troops forced together by the chiefs. These guys only reacted as an afterthought when the zombie troops overran half of their camp. However, it was too late. 2 hours later, the zombie troops occupied the scavenger camp, and the number of zombies expanded from the original 800 to 5,200. The vast, densely packed zombies had to make anyone's scalp numb when they looked at them. The fog of war continued to spread. Dressed in crystal armor, Lin Mo walked inside the scavenger camp. In the center of the camp at this moment, there were piles of material weapons. Black iron chest armor, scrapyard prosthetic limbs, iron pipe rifles, well-covered shields. Lin Mo sent them all into his territory with a wave of his hand. Although he didn't have much use for these things himself, he could sell them to other students for mutant glands or radiation stones. Both of these materials were highly consumable, and the more the better. Lin Mo's vision passed through the mist and looked toward the Brotherhood of Steel's camp stationed at the bottom of the hillside. Because it was in a time of truce, there were nothing but a few hundred steel soldiers on duty outside the camp. Most of the soldiers took off their heavy armor and went to sleep. This was a perfect opportunity for Lin Mo's zombie army to sneak up on them. The range of the fog of war soon spread over the Brotherhood of Steel's camp. The camp seemed to realize the strangeness of the fog at this point, and many of the Brotherhood of Steel were awakened and attempted to fit themselves with power armor. However, power armor takes time to put on, and Lin Mo's zombie army was already approaching quietly. In the next second, blood delight, the legions of zombies moving in the mists radiated a scarlet glow. They transformed from their original jogging to running wildly. At this time, in the vision of the steel soldiers, dense and strange figures in the mists were rushing towards them. Subconsciously, they raised their guns in an attempt to attack these silhouettes. As a result, in the next second, a huge two-headed evil dragon drilled out of the mist and bit his armor in one bite. The two-headed tyrannical dragon rider hit the head and took care of the camp guards as fast as possible. This was followed by the zombie army pouring into the interior of the Brotherhood of Steel. The bloodshed began. Without the steel armor, the soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel couldn't even fight a first-order battle. They were simply no match for the thousands of zombie hordes. An hour later, the entire camp was completely overrun, and not a single Brotherhood of Steel member survived the raid. The zombie army's numbers skyrocketed to 15,000. A large number of well-preserved power armor and scrapyard tanks lost their owners. Lin Mo was also not polite and continued to receive this large wave of loot into the Lord's space. After the 2 battles during the day and at night, Lin Mo had obtained a total of 4,300 radiant stones. 10 fragments are synthesized into 1 stone, converts to 143 radiant crystals, for a total of 183 radiant crystals he has acquired so far. The credits had accumulated to 3,200 and continued to grow. 15,000 mutant glands. Intact Brotherhood of Steel power armor 1,200 or so, as well as all kinds of wasteland wind equipment weapon materials that could not be calculated in numbers. 15,000 mutant glands wasn't really much. After all, Lin Mo had consumed 3,000 mutant glands in his first attempt at mutating dependence. If only there was some way to stabilize the acquisition of mutant glands, Lin Mo couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. After all, there didn't seem to be any world other than the Radiant world that could stably obtain this stuff. This also meant waiting to leave the Radiant world. Lin Mo would soon be unable to perform mutation enhancement on his dependents. Chagrin was chagrin, but the battle had to continue. After destroying the 2 siege forces, Lin Mo's zombie army had accumulated to 15,000 in number. It was time to challenge a stronger enemy next. Lin Mo set his sights on the synthetic human camp not far from the Brotherhood of Steel camp. A synthetic human was a type of clone born in a wasteland laboratory. They are created by wasteland scientists and have extremely high physical strength and a very short lifespan. Each synthesizer has a lifespan of only 5 years and is responsible for capturing wasteland humans and various test subjects for the wasteland labs. The battle power of the synthetics translates into 3 orders, and their number is around 3,000. Lin Mo surveyed the synthetic human camp outside the mists. The camp was lit up at this time, and it was clear that they had already realized that the Brotherhood of Steel had been overrun. However, Lin Mo did not feel tricky because of this. Instead, he directly drove the zombie army and charged towards the synthetic human territory. It was still the 2-headed tyrannical dragon rider that was leading the charge, the moment it tore through the camp's defenses. The wave of corpses that followed closely behind poured into the entire camp like a tidal wave. This time the battle was obviously much tougher than before. 3 hours later, the sky had turned slightly brighter. The synthetics camp was littered with corpses of synthetics and zombies. Lin Mo stood on the pile of corpses and wiped the blood that soaked his cheeks. Looking around, there was no longer any living thing in the entire camp. What was there was his army of zombies that only numbered 10,000 left. But at this point, the zombie army had basically been scrapped. Most of the zombies were missing arms and legs and incapacitated. There were even quite a few zombies that only had 1/2 of their body left, with their mouths opening and closing. As the mist cleared, Lin Mo saw tens of thousands of ghouls swarming on the hillside not far away. Without the shelter of the night, it was clear that continuing to fight had lost its meaning. Lin Mo gently snapped his fingers, and in the next second, white flames ignited on the tens of thousands of zombies within the camp. Lin Mo unleashed his sacrifice skill and sacrificed all the remnants. Immediately afterward, he joined the tyrannical dragon riders and returned to River Town. Ding! Successful sacrifice, obtaining the defense building drawing radiant electric circle. Chapter 79. Earn a little money while you're busy. At first, Lin Mo only thought that this was just a mediocre sheet of a building of the nature of a defense tower. When he returned to River Town, he suddenly realized the heaven-defying nature of this building. Radiation electric circle releases radiation that slows down and interferes with the enemy's mind within a certain range. This radiation induces negative mutations in the human body. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the radiant electric circle and read it 2 or 3 times before suddenly tapping his head. The consciousness sank into the middle of the territory, only to see Lin Mo find an area far away from the core of the Lord, consume materials, and establish the first radiant electricity circle on the leveled ground. The instant after the radiant electricity circle was built, a light green halo began to glow in the surrounding tens of meters. These halos are the products of the materialization of nuclear radiation. Immediately after that, he built 3 radiation circles in one breath. The green halo around them almost solidified, and from afar it looked as if there was a patch of green grass growing. Lin Mo remembered that he had acquired a refugee camp building at the very beginning of running his territory. Immediately, he moved the refugee camp to the radiation area of the radiant electric circle. The refugees were subjected to huge amounts of radiation and rapidly underwent negative mutations. Their bodies were edematous and their faces were covered with disgusting tumors and scabies. Just radiated for about an hour. Rimmer controlled the refugees to get out of the radiation range and then deconstructed them. Acquired mutant gland unformed. Can induce a very small degree of mutation in organisms, extremely low value. It really can. Lin Mo revealed a flash of excitement. The idea of inducing a mutation in an organism through a radiant electric circle was feasible. It would be similar to raising poultry in captivity, but instead of meat, mutant glands would be harvested. Once again, Lin Mo poured in a large amount of resources, building walls around the radiation coil to enclose it. Rummaging through his inventory, he found several drawings for the construction of a first-order barracks. Then, in one breath, he built 10 barracks within the nuclear radiation range. Each barracks could produce 300 first-order soldiers every 24 hours of Blue Star time. 10 barracks steadily produced 3,000 first-order soldiers per day. In order to be able to maximize the efficiency of the mutant gland collection field, Lin Mo simply built high tower-like structures like bird cages around the radiant electric circle. Each floor of the tall towers had 2 to 3 barracks. These soldiers are baptized with radiation on each level after they have been created. Mature mutants will be driven to the slaughterhouse by second-order black armored zombies. Next to the mutant gland collection site, Lin Mo planned a simple plant for slaughtering mutants. A large number of second-order black armored zombies were stationed inside the plant. These black armored zombies were like workers on an assembly line, starting to slaughter and extract mutant glands after the mutants entered the plant. With such a process, Lin Mo's territory was able to steadily produce mutant glands. Lin Mo built 3 such factories in one breath. According to the current rate of glandular mutation, a round of harvesting could be completed in 24 hours per Blue Star time. Lin Mo, on the other hand, could steadily obtain 9,000 mutant glands per day. This was already quite a sizable scale. After Lin Mo's research, he realized that dependents were not limited to one mutation. 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders could still take mutation glands for a second mutation. However, the mutation glands consumed for a second mutation were 10 times that of a primary mutation. With Lin Mo's current reserves, he couldn't afford a secondary mutation at all. Finishing up the work within the territory, Lin Mo only felt that this battle had been very rewarding. Exiting the territory space, Lin Mo observed the situation in Rivertown. Perhaps it was because he had attacked 3 wasteland camps in a row at night. Today's battle was far less intense than yesterday's, with far fewer troops attacking the camps. Lin Mo didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he had the tyrannical dragon riders rest within Rivertown to recover their strength. He himself leaned against a shady spot and slept until noon. No student dared to disturb him in the process. After all, it was clear to everyone that if Lin Mo hadn't wiped out the 3 camps last night, it would be impossible for their battle to be so easy today. It was already 2 in the afternoon when Lin Mo opened his eyes again. The afternoon battle was the same as the morning, basically nothing difficult. Lin Mo was happy to be free, so he remembered that he still had a large pile of materials that he hadn't dealt with. So he directly set up a stall in place to do business. All sorts of wasteland equipment, firearms, as well as Brotherhood of Steel armor, a brain all set out. The students quickly discovered these things, and their eyes instantly went straight. Materials that were worthless to Lin Mo were all excellent things to them, the students, especially the well-preserved power armor, which could allow a militia member to gain third-order combat power with simple training. And those that were scrapped were either smelted or dismantled and used as weapons to strengthen the territory's defenses. All are quite good choices. Soon after Lin Mo set up his stall, many students gathered around and started shopping. Lin Mo wasn't being black-hearted and directly stated that he could replace it with 3 things: mutant glands, radiant stones, or credits. One of the intact power armor, 10 credits a set. The rest of the miscellaneous materials can be exchanged for a few or a dozen mutant glands. In the blink of an eye, the materials Lin Mo had scored in the radiant world were snapped up. Especially the power armor. A few students grabbed it violently and almost got into a fight. In the end, this time, Lin Mo gained a total of 600 radiant stones from the stall, 6,000 mutant glands, as well as 1,500 credits. Counting the monsters he had fought before, Lin Mo's credits at this point had skyrocketed to 7,000. A proper bonanza. Just when Lin Mo was immersed in the joy of harvesting, someone sounded the enemy attack alarm. The sirens sounded one after the other, extremely tight and dense. This meant that a strong enemy was preparing to launch an attack on River Town. Lin Mo's gaze froze and he immediately climbed up the city wall, only to see that on a hill not far away, a rather strange legion was surging towards River Town. The reason why it was said to be weird was because the constituent members of this legion were not strictly human. Yet they have the appearance of humans. Their bodies are nearly 3 meters tall. They have no faces and their limbs are as thin and long as chopsticks. Super mutants. Mutated humans who have evolved perfectly in the wasteland, they no longer belong to the category of human beings and are a different kind of creature except for their body shape. These weird humans like bamboo worms are the powerful species of the radiant world. Super mutants. And every mutant's strength reaches the late 3rd order level. For the current freshman, it was definitely no small challenge. Cheer up, guys. Hold on to tonight. There's still one more day tomorrow for the mission to be completed. A student encouraged. Persistence is victory. Isn't it just a late 3rd order monster? My favorites are also late 3rd order. Don't be a wimp, just do it. Grit your teeth. We can definitely hold out until the end. Chapter 80 End of Trial, Nuclear Blast and Evacuation. Lin Mo looked at the super mutants that were pouring towards River Town, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Others viewed them as perhaps difficult opponents. But to Lin Mo, whose entity had been raised to the 6th rank and who had 9 mutant 5th rank dependents by his side, the enemy in front of him was completely for him to use to brush up his credits. Killing a 3rd order monster would earn you a reward of 10 credits. Looking around, the densely packed 3rd rank monsters were all credits in Lin Mo's eyes. The next battle was quite tough for the other students. But for Lin Mo, it was a complete killing moment. Incarnated as the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, Lin Mo's battle power was in full swing, like a meat grinder madly killing super mutants. The 9 two-headed tyrannical dragon riders by his side were likewise looking out of the corner of their eye, charging across the battlefield. Fallout World is an easy difficulty extraterrestrial world challenge for freshmen. The most powerful enemies cannot exceed the 3rd rank. And all of Lin Mo's soldiers existed above the 5th rank and had been mutated and strengthened. The combat power wasn't even on the same level. Thus, the tyrannical dragon rider squad led by Lin Mo frantically killed the enemy positions. Couldn't take a single bit of damage at all. The students who stood on the city walls and witnessed everything went straight to numbness. The whole time they had demented expressions. The same freshmen, why is it so hard for you to rely on the walls and turrets to fight? On the other hand, Lin Mo's classmates were like a god of killing, unstoppable. How could the gap between this lord and lord be so wide? And the most outrageous thing was that after Lin Mo finished slaughtering a bunch of enemies, those corpses that had been killed and had their bodies well preserved actually slowly rose from the ground again. Then they joined Lin Mo's group. So much so that the more they fought to the end, Lin Mo's fighting strength increased instead of decreasing. The dependents even increased the more they fought. After taking out all the super mutants, there were about 200 more zombie mutants on the scene. Zombie mutants were already considered very powerful soldiers in the Fallout world. Lin Mo looked at the enemies swarming on the distant hills and immediately ordered the zombie mutants to charge in that direction. With the added power of Blood Delight and Flesh Blast, the attacking forces suffered a heavy blow, and a large number of soldiers were killed and converted into Rimmer's dependents. The battle continued to be fought from night to morning, then from morning to afternoon. At this point, there was only an hour left before the nuclear explosion. The forces surrounding Rivertown launched their final offensive. Tens of thousands of combat units from various forces surged towards Rivertown in a frenzy. The tidal wave of enemies tried to cross the walls to stop the detonation of the nukes. However, at this point in Lin Mo's life, the zombie army had already taken shape. When he had harvested the last power camp, he maneuvered the zombie army, whose number had accumulated to 10,000, to charge back from the periphery in great numbers. A counter-siege was formed. An army of 10,000 zombies, empowered by blood joy, went crazy and started tearing madly towards the major powers of the radiant world. From the sky, it looked like a plague, rapidly assimilating all hostile forces as far as the eye could see. The time has come 5 minutes before the nuclear explosion. Under the crumbling walls of Rivertown, densely packed with all the corpses and mutilated walking corpses. On top of the city walls, the resistance of the students also reached its limit. The dependents were spelled out with very few left. The world seemed to be instantly quiet at this moment. The crowds waited in silence for the countdown to the nuclear explosion to end. Lin Mo stood on the hill outside Rivertown, looking down at the densely packed zombies below, and once again snapped his fingers. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombies turned into white powder. Lin Mo once again released the sacrifice skill. Successful sacrifice. Obtaining Advanced Magic Scroll Red Flamestorm. Obtained Advanced Magic Scroll Prayer Rain. Acquired Advanced Magic Scroll Soul Burning Fervor. A second before teleporting back to the main world, Lin Mo witnessed a huge mushroom cloud rising from the center of Rivertown. Super nuclear bombs spewed out in all directions with destructive power. Every building, plant, and creature in its path was burned to ashes. In the next second, the vision disappeared, and when Lin Mo reopened his eyes, he was already sitting back in the large classroom, with the golden halo that enveloped the crowd slowly disappearing. All of the students all exited the radiant world and their consciousness returned to their bodies. The scene immediately erupted into a heated discussion. Success! We completed the final mission. Holy! It was so hard that I hit all my favorites. Luckily, we won in the end. This extraterritorial practice session was very rewarding. It's thanks to Mr. Lin Mo that we were able to hold the fort until the end this time. If it wasn't for his army of living dead, we wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. Fellow student Lin Mo is indeed fierce. Ganbei 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 Ganbei. Little brother Lin Mo is so handsome. I want to be your girlfriend. The students' discussions unconsciously focused on Lin Mo. There were even quite a few who turned their heads to look at Lin Mo. A look of admiration and gratitude filled their eyes. Lin Mo didn't pay too much attention to the discussions within the classroom, but instead silently took stock of the gains from this course. Although he had joined this extraterrestrial practice course halfway through. However, the harvest was not a lot. First was the most important part of credits. After 3 days of fighting, Lin Mo's accumulated credits had reached a terrifying 36,000 points. One of the most important reasons for such a large number of credits was because of the infected transformation properties of the zombie army. In addition to the credits, he had also gained tens of thousands of mutant glands and thousands of radiation stones. These were all quite useful reinforcement materials for Lin Mo. It was already enough for him to splurge for a while. At this moment, inside a classroom office located at the side entrance of the large classroom, the 10 classroom teachers of the freshman year were currently revealing their entangled gazes. This practice session is what I would call the weirdest one in years, the third freshman class teacher said with a complicated expression. The second place student, Gu Qingqing, earned 4,800 credits. Yet the first place student, Lin Mo, actually earned 36,000 credits, which is a bit of an outrageous gap. The other homeroom teachers couldn't help but nod their heads. Mr. Jiang He, you've got a monster in your class. At this moment, although Jiang He's face was clear and cold, however, a flash of happiness could not help but flash through the depths of his eyes. She said modestly, fellow student Lin Mo wasn't this strong a while ago. I guess he got some benefits from the evil god expulsion battle. The class 6 teacher sighed. Speaking of which, Principal Chu really isn't afraid of anything happening to Lin Mo. An environment as dangerous as the evil god expulsion battle can cause geniuses to die prematurely if they aren't careful, especially freshmen who lack combat experience. Principal Chu really dares to take this risk. The third class teacher nodded. But now it seems that the risk was well worth it. Student Lin Mo possesses a fighting ability that far exceeds that of students in his class. Speaking of this, the other class teachers subconsciously looked at Jiang He. There was no lack of envy in their eyes. Chapter 81 Challenging Class Teacher Jiang He. Jiang He's eyes burned as he stared at Lin Mo's data report. At this point, she had completely recognized Lin Mo's strength. In her heart, she was quietly making up her mind. Perhaps it was time to talk to him about matters concerning the establishment of a territorial alliance. Completing the final trial and earning the first place score, Lin Mo received an additional reward of 5,000 credits. At this point, his credits had skyrocketed to 41,000 credits. Just as he was happily receiving his credits and preparing to leave the classroom after class, Jiang He took the initiative to find Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you come with me. I have some things I want to talk to you about. Lin Mo scratched his head and subconsciously was about to follow Jiang He towards the office. Who knew that this time Jiang He didn't take him to the office. Instead, he took him directly to the classroom apartment building. This time it's a private matter, nothing to do with studying. Jiang He explained. Let's go to my house to talk. Go to my home to talk? Personal matter? Rimmer tensed up for no reason. Before going home, Jiang He stopped by to pick up Luo Ao, who was taking a targeted mini lesson. The three of them returned home and closed the door to their room. Jiang He asked bluntly, regarding the matter of making a territorial alliance with Onithing, how have you considered it? Because Zhang Min and Zheng Xiaoxiao were also in an alliance. So Lin Mo learned a lot about territorial alliances from Zhang Min. To summarize it in one sentence, a territorial alliance would give both alliance parties huge benefits. This benefit was described by Zhang Min as double cultivation. Zhang Min could obtain various scarce resources from Zhang Zhao's territory, as well as cultivate his dependents in return. Zhang Min must station troops in Zhang Zhao's territory for a long period of time and be responsible for her safety. By entering the other side's territory in the form of an alliance, he absorbed the abundant spiritual energy within the territory, thus enhancing the strength of his dependents. At the same time, the territories of resource-supporting lords are also rich in precious materials. They are able to provide various types of resource support to the other side. In short, alliances with resource-supporting lords can be extremely beneficial. His thoughts interrupted. Lin Mo slowly nodded his head and said, I'm willing, if it's okay with me. Oh, Jiang He nodded and his gaze went back to Oniwei. What about you? Are you willing to ally with Lin Mo? Oliu Oai nodded her head. For some reason, this girl who hadn't been in contact with herself a few times seemed to have a strong sense of trust in Lin Mo. Seeing that both parties were fine with it, Jiang He's gaze was once again fixed on Lin Mo. I'm going to put you through one more test before making an alliance. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. A test? What test? I will launch an invasion of your territory. If you can carry it off, then I'll feel relieved to hand it over to you. Territory invasion? Rimmer was a bit flustered. It seemed like Teacher Jiang He was a 7th Order Great Lord, right? An invasion by a 7th Order Great Lord? Was this an intensity that he, a rookie lord, could resist? I will only send 206th rank dependents to carry out this invasion. I won't record the coordinates of your territory. As long as you can eliminate these dependents, you can make an alliance with O Alliance. Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. 206th Order dependents? His territory could only have one evil eye crystal dragon king that was 6th Order right now. The 6th Order corpses that he had collected in the evil god battlefield before were only stored as cloning materials, and they didn't constitute combat power at all. You can of course choose to give up if you find it difficult. Jiang He's voice was clear and cold. But you have to realize that many great lords don't have the chance to ally with a resource-assisted lord even if they go through all the trouble. So this is a great opportunity for you. Lin Mo understood what Jiang He meant and nodded his head. Then I can only try with all my might. Lin Mo agreed, and Jiang He didn't ink. Immediately, he began to sign the sparring contract. The contract clearly stipulated that the coordinates of both sides' territories were invisible and that they could not destroy the territory crystals. In the next second, golden light enveloped the area. Lin Mo's consciousness appeared in the middle of his territory. Immediately afterward, an intrusion alarm sounded. Only 100 human-faced, snake-tailed Medusas crawled through the portal. Alien Pupil Medusa 6th Order. A high-ranking soldier with powerful mesmerizing ability. Its flexible tail gives it strong melee combat ability. Its purple pupil can release mesmerizing spells to mesmerize the enemy, and its white pupil can release petrifying rays to petrify the enemy. 199 heteropupil Medusas swarmed into Lin Mo's territory in great numbers, and at the very back of these Medusas. At the end of these Medusas, there was a Medusa queen that was particularly huge, with a body length of more than 6 meters. From the face of this empress, it was clearly the Lord incarnation of Teacher Jiang He. On her forehead was a crown made of amethyst. Incarnated as Queen Medusa, Jiang He was aloof yet charming, possessing an aura like that of a goddess. Especially that slender snake-like waist, every twist could trigger infinite reverie. Lin Mo was slightly lost in thought, and immediately afterward, he snapped out of it. Holy! Medusa's charm is not an active skill, it's a passive skill. Almost fell into her trap. In order to fully counter the attack of the alien pupil Medusa, Lin Mo likewise opened his Lord Incarnation and stood on his steel city wall. Looking at the strong 6th-ranked enemy that was slowly walking towards his territory, Lin Mo frowned tightly, constantly mobilizing the troops in his territory. Nearly 10,000 black flame titans surged onto the city walls to set up their bows and shoot arrows. 2,500 weeping angels were poised high in the air. 300 two-headed tyrannical dragon riders are hidden within the Rocky Mountains not far from the camp. Lin Mo stood on the city wall in his red crystal battle armor, and to his left was the prostrate evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. On his right was the Dark Ranger Sylvanas. The only good news so far is that one's familiars are immune to charm interference. After all, they were all zombie units and charm did little for them. But despite this, the pressure released by the 206th Order Medusa still made Lin Mo feel an invisible pressure. Jiang He, who was disguised as the Medusa Queen, looked at Lin Mo on the city wall with interest. Not bad. Awakening from the charming pupil so quickly. Looks like you're not as horny as you thought. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. You're my mentor, Mr. Jiang He. I definitely wouldn't dare to think ill of you. Oh, is that so? Jiang He revealed a meaningful smile. What about now? Only to see Jiang He raise his white arm and cast the A-level Lord skill Wild Charm at Lin Mo. Ding! You have been affected by Wild Charm, and you feel that your reasoning has been drastically lowered by your desire. Please keep your heart intact and do not be controlled by your desire. Lin Mo only felt as if he had eaten a large can of chun shao. His mind was instantly confused, and he lost all ability to think except for that one thing. Just as he was desperately trying to control his body and resist the desires in his heart, a white circle of light appeared above his head in the next second. Dark Ranger Sylvanas used the silence spell on you. Your negative buffs have been removed. Lin Mo regained his senses, his heart palpitating. Fortunately, his troops were zombie troops. If this was a regular troop, Jiang He would have flung over a skill. His own team would be in complete disarray. His eyes looked below the city walls, but he saw that Jiang He had already led an army of altered pupil Medusa towards his own city. Chapter 82. The entire army attacks against a strong 6th Order enemy. Jiang He looked at Lin Mo, who had resumed commanding the battle on the city wall, and a flash of appreciation flashed across his eyes. Her charming technique would make it difficult for even a high-ranked lord to get out of control for a short period of time after being struck. I didn't expect this Lin Mo fellow to come back to his senses so quickly. Moreover, the power of the dependents in Lin Mo's territory was quite a bit stronger than she had expected. Tens of thousands of 3rd Order soldiers and more than 2,000 4th Order soldiers. She even noticed a special 6th-ranked dragon variant on the city walls. Moreover, all of Lin Mo's dependents seemed to be mutated soldiers, which meant that at the same rank level, Lin Mo's dependents were much more powerful than the others. Soon Jiang He focused his attention on the female elf standing beside Lin Mo again. A female elf of the darkness system. This was clearly Lin Mo's territorial Yingling. She knew that this female elf should be an epic-level spirit that continuously provided attack power bonuses to territorial dependents. The size of Lin Mo's territory was likewise part of Jiang He's shock. Not only was the territory huge, the key was the many buildings on the territory. She hadn't even seen them before. It was similar to the Elven Moon Well, but the water in the well was glowing green and bubbling. The cemetery built in rows, with familiars constantly climbing out of it and then climbing back in. There was also that huge blood-red steampunk building that looked like a giant pressure cooker. It seemed to be stirring up some kind of flesh and blood substance. Lin Mo's entire territory looked full of evil temperament. An ordinary person who saw the environment here would probably be scared to death on the spot. Is this the territory cultivated on land polluted by the blood of an evil god? Jiang He pursed his lips. It really is quite chic. Soon, Jiang He's dependents reached Lin Mo's city limits. The battle between the two parties began. One could only see a large number of black flame titans above the city walls drawing their bows and shooting arrows, along with the dragon-hunting crossbow chariot releasing a dense mass of huge arrows. Just as these arrows were halfway through their flight, grayish-white light shot out from the pupils of the alien pupil Medusa. The moment the arrows came into contact with the light, it was as if they lost all of their strength and quickly petrified and fell to the ground. A large number of arrows shot out but fell down in pieces. In the end, it didn't even cause a single bit of damage to the alien pupil Medusa. Immediately afterward, it was Medusa's turn to start counterattacking, only to see countless purple light clusters coalesce on their palms. And in the next second, the light clusters flew towards the city walls like meteors. These light masses had no entity and could not be intercepted by the arrow towers at all. So a large number of light clusters landed on top of the city wall and exploded violently. There was no killing power, but all the familiars under the light masses were inflicted with a weakness buff. Even Lin Mo felt that his body was unusually heavy at the moment. It was as if several kilograms of sandbags had fallen on his body. Lin Mo frowned and immediately commanded the Dark Ranger to use the silence spell to eliminate it. The Dark Ranger had been strengthened to the 4th level, and the silence spell had the ability to eliminate negative states. However, in the face of Medusa's uninterrupted throwing of purple balls of light, the Dark Ranger was obviously unable to clear all the negative statuses quickly. Lin Mo knew that he had to stop Medusa's cursed curse attacks. Once they got close, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately ordered the two-headed tyrannical dragon riders, hidden not far away, to launch their attack. At the same time, the weeping angels in the sky swooped down, aiming directly at the Medusa troops. As a ground cavalry unit, the two-headed tyrannical dragon cavalry played up their mobility to the extreme at this moment, only to see them run wildly, killing the Medusa army in the face in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the weeping angels shot down a rain of spears and attacked towards the Medusa Legion. The battle instantly entered into white heat. 200 altered pupil Medusa charged against Lin Mo's 3,000 dependents. Numbers didn't bring Lin Mo much of an advantage. Instead, the 200 alien pupil Medusa were terrifyingly strong. Even the two-headed tyrannical dragon riders needed 3 to 6 to hold a single altered pupil Medusa in front of them. The weeping angels even needed dozens of them to fight a Medusa in front of them. What made Lin Mo feel most difficult was that even if he controlled the tyrannical dragon riders to self-destruct, the damage to the Medusa was pitifully low. The heterodyne Medusa is also a mutated dependent, after the 7th Order Great Lord's various combat power additions. It was far from being able to withstand a small lord like Lin Mo. The situation was very unfavorable for Lin Mo, but it wasn't without a turnaround. After 10 minutes of fierce battle, Lin Mo finally felt the infection threshold from within the alien pupil Medusa. The next second, tetanus grip. Lin Mo unleashed his caretaker skill in an attempt to transform Medusa into his own dependent. However, just at the moment he released the skill, a cool voice rang out from behind the Medusa Legion. Purify Apostle. Jiang He used a high-level magic scroll. Only a transparent giant angel was seen hovering at the back of the battlefield, continuously spreading purifying energy. Under the influence of this energy, the zombie virus in Medusa's body unexpectedly faded rapidly. Jiang He's voice rang out in the next second. Lin Mo, although your ability to infect your dependents is powerful, it's not without a means of restraint. I only need to utilize a purification scroll to counteract your infection. Lin Mo frowned. The killer tactic was ineffective. So what should he use to win this battle? Seeing the tyrannical dragon riders and weeping angels suffer heavy damage, Lin Mo's scalp was numb and his brain was running fast. Just as he was incomparably entangled, Sylvanas, the Dark Ranger on the side, suddenly spoke. Lord, please let me and the dragons beside you mount the battlefield. We will fight for you until the last moment. The evil Eye Crystal Dragon King on the other side let out a high dragon roar. It was extremely exuberant about this battle. Lin Mo immediately nodded in agreement and had the remaining 9 skeleton gargoyles come out at the same time. With them joining the battle, the situation was much better. However, if one wanted to truly defeat this Medusa force, just doing this wasn't enough. Looks like it's time for some damaging moves. Lin Mo sent out the Plague Wolf Riders that had already accumulated nearly 1,000 of them as well. Second-rank soldiers at the moment could merely be used as cannon fodder. However, cannon fodder could play a key role in certain situations. Fog of War. In the next second, a large amount of fog enveloped the battlefield. Yet the Purification Apostle's ability continued. Only the perimeter of the battlefield was shrouded in mist. The area where the fierce battle was taking place still had a wide view. However, this was already enough for Lin Mo. All Plague Wolf Riders listened to the order. Attack on Empress Medusa. Nearly 1,000 Plague Wolf Riders then circled around behind the cover of the mist. They charged towards Empress Medusa. Jiang He raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw that the ones charging towards her were just some second-order familiars. Dealing with second-order soldiers was as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables for her. It simply couldn't be constructed. However, she didn't wait for Jiang He to react. But in the next second, a wolf rider that had rushed in front of her leapt high into the air, followed by a familiar silhouette that burrowed out of the giant wolf's abdomen. It was Lin Mo, who had relied on the Plague Wolf Rider to hide his form. Under Jiang He's stunned gaze, Lin Mo violently released the Dragon King transformation. In the next second, a huge crystal Dragon King appeared in front of her. The huge dragon claws violently grabbed towards her belly. Chapter 83 The Shamed Jiang He. Jiang He didn't expect Lin Mo to come out of the city to meet the enemy as a lord incarnate. However, She also reacted quickly and immediately cast a curse spell in an attempt to weaken Lin Mo's combat power. However, Lin Mo, who had transformed into the Crystal Dragon King, had prepared for this. He only saw him controlling the Plague Wolf Riders to keep charging at the gigantic Medusa Queen. In the next second, a series of self-destructs were unleashed. These self-explosions were unable to cause damage to Jiang He though. However, they greatly interfered with her vision. The blood mist filled the air, and Jiang He was unable to lock onto Lin Mo's position for a moment. At this moment, the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King that Lin Mo had transformed into had a body that was similar to the Medusa Queen. It was like a giant, only to see Lin Mo piercing through the blood mist, his sharp claws accurately grabbing both of Empress Medusa's shoulders. Immediately afterward, he unfurled his enormous feathered wings and violently incited them. It actually grabbed Queen Medusa from the ground as a whole. At this moment, if one were to look at it from a distance, it would seem as if an eagle was entangling itself with a python. Queen Medusa swung her snake tail and quickly wrapped it around the Crystal Dragon King's body. It attempted to strangle it to death by tightening its waist. At this point, Lin Mo had already felt a strong sense of suffocation. The red crystals all around him began to crumble and dense cracks appeared. But Lin Mo just clenched his teeth in death and flew towards the distance with Queen Medusa in his mouth. Lin Mo's purpose was simple: to bring Queen Medusa to the Mutant Gland Ranch. Use the excess radiation inside to finish her off. But River Crane obviously wasn't going to sit around and wait. In the next second, a tremendous amount of strength surged out from her snake's tail. Lin Mo, who was still flying steadily, suddenly felt like his entire body was going to be twisted apart. The strength of that snake's tail was so great that Lin Mo's even flight was affected. He and Jiang He crashed headlong towards the ground. Blood delight. Newborn power surged out from within Lin Mo's body. He only saw him put up his wings and quickly condensed a ball of light between his wings. The ball of light contained a huge amount of energy and was about to shoot out in the next second. However, Queen Medusa suddenly loosened her snake tail and flung it onto the ball of light like a steel whip. The two of them were instantly enveloped in a huge explosion of flames. Then they fell to the ground together. Lin Mo's Lord Avatar's wings were currently blown apart, and his body made of red crystal was covered in cracks. The Medusa Empress incarnated by Jiang He had similarly suffered considerable damage, with a section of her snake tail blown off. Several parts of the snake scales were broken. Lin Mo raised his huge dragon head and saw that Empress Medusa was still trying to use her curse skill on herself. Lin Mo instantly cast Mist of War, then charged his entire body towards him. In the next second, Lin Mo's giant dragon body was pressed dead center on Empress Medusa's body. Opening his huge dragon mouth, he made a move to tear it up. But Lin Mo wouldn't really bite at all, but instead laughed in a flirtatious tone. Hey, Mr. Jiang He, are you convinced? If you admit defeat now, I'll let you go. Originally, Jiang He was planning to end the competition, but after hearing Lin Mo's arrogant tone, the fire came up with a bang. I'm a 7th-ranked Great Lord. I can still be threatened by a little kid like you. It's not certain who will lose and who will win. Jiang He snorted coldly and instantly released the A-rank Lord skill Wild Charm. Her thought process was simple. First, she used the charm skill to disrupt Lin Mo's consciousness. After getting away, she would then release other spells to give a counterattack. However, when the charm skill was released on Lin Mo, who was in the state of Dragon King transformation, things suddenly began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. Sting, you are under the influence of Wild Charm and are losing your mind. Under the influence of Blood Delight, you have begun to desperately crave the blood of your enemies. The blood of an ancient dragon is boiling within you, and you are affected by the nature of the dragon, reducing your sanity drastically while increasing your strength attribute drastically. A series of prompts just rang out in Lin Mo's mind. It hadn't yet returned to his senses. In the next second, a great sense of primal urge surged like a flash flood. Almost in an instant, it crushed Lin Mo's sanity, leaving it wrapped in desire. At this moment, Lin Mo did not let go of his grip on Empress Medusa's hands due to the interference of Wild Charm. Instead, because of his increased strength, he pressed Queen Medusa to the ground with a deadly grip. Feeling that Lin Mo seemed to have completely lost his mind and had become immensely powerful, Jiang He panicked, flinging his snake tail and struggling frantically on the ground. Lin Mo, what are you doing? I admit defeat. Let go of me. What are you doing to me? Let go of me. However, no matter how much Jiang He shouted, Lin Mo was unresponsive. The dragon form was inherently lustful, and it was also an ancient dragon bloodline. Under the dual influence of the ancient dragon and the wild charm, Lin Mo unexpectedly began to savagely charge uncontrollably. At this moment, he was transformed into a beast dominated by desire. In his mind, he only wanted to vent his flames on the enemy in front of him. Jiang He's face was miserable, his mind was blank, and his entire body seemed to have drained of its strength. She never dreamed that she would one day be her own student. The only shred of sanity she had left made her rip open the only magic scroll that could preserve her chastity. Back in time, a white halo of light enveloped both Lin Mo and Jiang He. The two people's bodies began to contract rapidly. Lin Mo's giant dragonized body was lifted, and the crystal armor automatically lifted, revealing his original appearance. And Jiang He also shed his huge body and returned to his normal human size. However, because it was still in the state of Lord Incarnation, even if it returned to a normal human-sized Jiang He, at the moment it was also dragging a long tail. Lin Mo closed his eyes and didn't move once he transformed back into his original body, seemingly falling into a coma. "Bad boy, are you faking unconsciousness?" Jiang He pushed Lin Mo. Only after realizing that he was really in a coma did he climb up from the ground with a complicated look on his face. The fog of war was still continuing to obscure their form, and Jiang He looked at the mess all over the ground. He also looked at Lin Mo, who was bare-chested this upper body. His face was flushed with shame and indignation, hating to kill this denizen with his own hands. She had kept her body like a jade for so many years, but just now she had almost cheapened this brat. The most crucial thing was that after stopping this, a strong sense of loss actually arose within her. Even though it was only the Lord's avatar, not her main body, it was enough to make Jiang He so shy that she wanted to burrow into a crack in the stone. Jiang He understood that those things that happened just now were definitely not done on purpose by Lin Mo. Lin Mo's Lord Incarnation unexpectedly possessed the bloodline of an ancient dragon, and his own Empress Medusa similarly contained the bloodline of an ancient magical beast. Whether it was a dragon or a python, there was a part of primitive wildness in their bloodline that affected their sanity. The wild charm skill unleashed by himself had undoubtedly exacerbated this interplay between bloodlines. So much so that he was almost bullied himself. "Ing assholes, denizens, stinking rascal." Jiang He didn't realize that at this moment, she was no longer the high cool goddess she was before. Instead, she was womanly and cursed Lin Mo, continuously venting her inner turmoil and Thai emotions. Chapter 84: Jiang He's Gift. After cursing for almost 10 minutes or so, all the various negative buffs stacked on Lin Mo's body disappeared. Lin Mo awoke from his stupor, and then looked at Jiang He, who was looking at him coldly with a confused expression. About 5 seconds passed as the four eyes met. Only then did Jiang He ask, "Do you still remember what happened just now?" "Just now." Lin Mo scratched his head. "I only remember that I was cursed by you, and I can't remember the rest? What's wrong with me, Mr. Jiang He?" Jiang He was relieved on the surface, but deep inside he was a little lost. So she said in an even colder voice, "I knocked you out, you lost." "I lost." Lin Mo scratched his head. "All right then. But you passed my test as well," Jiang He said with a condescending look on his face. "I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, and then we'll talk about the matter of the alliance." Lin Mo hurriedly asked, "Those alien pupil Medusa? They're yours now," Jiang He said. "Sort of a little compensation for invading your territory, all right?" After saying that, Jiang He disappeared in place and exited Lin Mo's territory. When Jiang He left, Lin Mo, who originally still had an honest face, immediately revealed an odd expression. It was so dangerous just now, almost wiped out. Lin Mo actually remembered what happened earlier. Because he was afraid of Jiang He's embarrassment, he pretended to forget. But there was one thing about that wild charm skill that was really powerful. After it was applied to Lin Mo, he felt as if he had dried 7 or 8 bottles of Viagra in a row. It was almost as if he was possessed by the god of Viagra. Fortunately, in the end, there were no accidents that were difficult to repair, otherwise he would really not know how to face Mr. Jiang He in the future. Exit the Lord Incarnation state. Rimmer re-enters the battlefield at an overhead angle. Because of the destruction of 206th Order alien pupil Medusas, Lin Mo's territory at this time had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The dependents were close to 50% dead or wounded, and even the steel walls were half smashed. However, these losses were almost negligible compared to Jiang He's near whiteout 6th-ranked soldiers. Within the battle circle at this moment, there were 200 more 6th-order Medusa corpses. Unless there were special circumstances, lords generally could not gift their dependents to each other. If you terminate the employment of your dependents, another lord must retame and recruit them if they wish to acquire them. In general, such second-hand familiars are more difficult to recruit and have much lower training potential. Lin Mo was an exception because he could turn corpses into his dependents through infection. Turning corpses into one's dependents already belonged to another kind of creature, theoretically speaking. So there's absolutely no need to worry about a drop in potential. 200 heteropupil Medusa corpses, this was a proper fortune for the current Lin Mo. He had to know that there was only one evil Eye Crystal Dragon King in his territory that was a 6th-order dependent. His main battle strength was still concentrated in the 4th and 5th ranks. 200 heteropupil Medusa corpses were enough for him to cultivate a group of powerful 6th-order dependents. At this point, located in the outside world, in the middle of Jiang He's boudoir. After Jiang He exited the Lord's world, Lu Oai came up impatiently. "Auntie, has brother Lin Mo passed the test yet?" Jiang He nodded. "He passed. He should still be in the territory cleaning up the battlefield right now." Lu Oai reveals a happy smile, but then frowns slightly and says, "Auntie, your heart is beating so fast. Did something unpleasant happen with brother Lin Mo?" Jiang He's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but think of the incident in the territory where he had just been pressed to the ground by Lin Mo. "It's fine, it's just that the fight just now was a little on the head." A with circumflex a with grave withering above Lu reveals a look of curiosity. "I haven't seen what brother Lin Mo looks like yet. I'm looking forward to it." Even though Lu Oaa had no eyesight in reality, she was no different from other lords after entering the lord space.
江鹤看着刘婉婉兴奋的模样，忍不住问道：“婉婉，你为什么这么信任林默？”
"What do you see in this guy?" Lu Ioai's small face blushed and she whispered, "He gives me a very reliable feeling. My intuition tells me that brother Lin Mo is a good person." Jiang He touched Lu Owen's head and wanted to say something more, but the golden halo that enveloped Lin Mo had already disappeared. Lin Mo retreated from the territory. Jiang He instantly regained his high and cold imperial sister temperament and said coldly to Lin Mo, "Since you passed the test, then next sign the alliance treaty with Oliancio." Jiang He gently waved his palm and an extremely long sheepskin scroll appeared on the table. Alignment Regulation 1. Both sides of the alliance shall not destroy the other side's lord core. Violators shall be deprived of their lord status for life. Alignment Regulation 2. Both allied parties open permanent teleportation portals to each other within the main city, and may not close them at will except under special circumstances. Alignment Regulation 3. If one party's territory is invaded, the other party must go all out to rush to their aid, and if either party's Lord Crystal is destroyed, the portal will remain in place for 24 hours. As many as 1,000 agreements numbed the rimmer. But even so, Jiang He asked him to read them all and even explain them to him one by one. Only after the explanation was finished did she solemnly ask, "If you are sure that there is no problem with the agreement and are willing to be the gatekeeper, the agreement can now be signed." Lin Mo subconsciously glanced at Oliuo, but he saw that the latter was fumbling for a signature. Lin Mo then picked up the pen and signed his big name on the agreement. In the next second, the agreement transformed into golden light and plunged into the center of Lin Mo's and Lu Oai's eyebrows. The agreement had officially come into effect. And at the core of Lin Mo's and Lu Oa's respective territories, a white teleportation portal appeared out of thin air. The portal was like a standing mirror, reflecting the scenes of their respective territories. "All right, next you guys just operate yourselves and arm your territories." Jiang He went to the kitchen to cook, leaving only Lin Mo and Lu Onithingo behind. Each of them went into their own territories. Lin Mo, who was in the guise of a plague lord, surveyed the mirror-like portal in front of him. He was able to clearly see a world full of birds and flowers full of life from the portal, just as he was about to step through the portal and head to Lu Oeu's territory. However, it was the next second that a ripple spread across the surface of the mirror. Immediately afterward, a beautiful young girl in a princess dress drilled out of the mirror. Because Lin Mo was too close to the mirror, so much so that the beautiful maiden instantly collided with him. "Agu!" the beauty maiden exclaimed, and immediately afterward, she locked eyes with Lin Mo. After Lin Mo took a good look at the beauty girl's face, He recognized it as Lu Oaio. However, compared to her sickly appearance in reality, Lu A with grave a with ring above was much more lively at this time. Brother Lin Mo, is this your territory? Oliu Oai looked around curiously. It looks dead. Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. His own territory was already contaminated by the blood of the evil god, and it definitely didn't sell well.
不过，即便如此，他还是带着刘婉婉简单参观了一下自己的领地。
And naturally, Lu A with grave a with ring above invited Lin Mo to visit her territory. Chapter 85. Cultivating Sixth Order Dependence. Worthy of being a resource aid lord. Not only was Lu Oai's territory extremely large, but it was also quite abundant in resources. There were even oceans present and various biomes were quite abundant. It was completely like a small world. Brother Lin Mo, these are my meet and greet gifts for you. But it was Lu Oai who carried a sack of things from somewhere. When Lin Mo opened the sack, his entire body was completely numb. It was filled with all sorts of rare materials. Sacred crystals, fruit of the tree of wisdom, obsidian core, stone of the forge. All of these were rare materials for cultivating a territory, but now they were put in a sack by Lu Oai and given to Lin Mo. The tree of wisdom fruit was able to enhance the Yingling's spiritual power, just when Lin Mo thought that such a valuable material Lu Oai had and only had one. Instead, Lu A with grave a with ring above took him directly to the fruit of wisdom tree farm. Not only is there a wisdom fruit tree farm, but there is also a sacred crystals mining center, obsidian mines. Seeing so many resource-grabbing facilities, Lin Mo's entire body was completely numb. If Lin Mo's territory was compared to a warrior charging forward, then Lu Oos territory is a super late-stage safeguard soldier, producing all kinds of resources to ensure that the frontline battles go smoothly. There are many benefits to allying with a resource-supporting lord, but it is also your duty to take care of the security of the other lord's territory. Therefore, Lin Mo directly deployed 102-headed tyrannical dragon riders and 300 weeping angels as garrison troops. When these troops were placed within the freshmen, they were definitely an unrivaled existence in the same class. Even some fourth-ranked lords cultivated by non-family clans didn't necessarily have the strongest soldier combat power as Lin Mo's garrison. After arranging the garrison matters, Lin Mo had planned to exit the lord space. However, just at that moment, it was Lu Oai who approached him again. Brother Lin Mo, I forgot to give this to you just now. She only saw Lu Oai handing a white crystal to Lin Mo as if she was offering it as a treasure. A white building was vaguely visible in the crystal. Well of spiritual energy. Exclusive building for third-order resource-assisted lords can be placed in other lords' territories to supply them with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, also known as aura or the power of nature, is an energy that fills the air in the lord's world. The higher the spiritual energy content of a territory, the stronger the dependence combat power. After seeing the introduction of the well of spiritual energy, Lin Mo subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. However, with an incredulous face, he looked at Lu Onf. Onf, you're going to let me build the well of spiritual energy to suck the spiritual energy from your territory? Lu Oaoaa nodded seriously. Anyway, you'll be responsible for protecting me from now on. I'm very generous with my bodyguards. Looking at Lu Oakar's cute appearance, Lin Mo couldn't hold back and rubbed her head hard. Sister Lu, from today onwards your territory will be covered by your big brother Lin Mo. Olia's head covered. You will ally with others in the future. I just hope you remember that the first person you allied with was me. Also, powerful soldiers are more often put in my territory. I definitely won't treat them poorly. Don't worry. A brother will definitely treat you well in the future. Placing the well of spiritual energy next to the Lord's core. In the next second, majestic spiritual energy poured into Lin Mo's territory like a runaway wild horse. Lin Mo's dependents let out exuberant howls as they felt the power surging through heaven and earth. Ding! The well of spiritual energy released majestic spiritual energy power, and the various attribute values of the territorial dependents slowly increased. The influence of the well of spiritual energy on the territory was silent. It was equivalent to putting a slow strengthening buff on the entire territory. Although the strengthening effect was not obvious, if the timeline was stretched out long enough, it was still an important way to pull the strength of the territory apart. Exit the territory world with Lu Oai. Only at this time did Lin Mo really see Lu A with grave a with ring above as his sister. And the more he looks at this sister, the more he likes her from the bottom of his heart. He Jiang He personally cooked today and prepared a table full of meals. Lin Mo wasn't polite and chatted while eating. Before they realized it, the relationship between the three of them had gotten a lot closer. After eating almost 10 o'clock, Lin Mo was ready to go back to his dormitory. Walking to the door, but Jiang He suddenly chased out. Today's test. Jiang He hesitated and continued to ask, "Do you really not remember what happened?" Lin Mo scratched his head. "Teacher Jiang He, I really can't remember a thing." "Oh." Jiang He's voice became high and cold once again. "You go." With that, he closed the door with a bang. "This is really inexplicable," he secretly spat out, and Lin Mo left the classroom apartment complex. 10 minutes on foot, Lin Mo returned to his residence. After washing his face and refreshing himself, Lin Mo summarized what he had gained during this period of time. Returning from the evil god battlefield, Lin Mo had collected a total of 26th order demon corpses. There were 3 types of demons and all of them were dependents of the evil god camp. The remaining 5 and 4 corpses had been transformed by Lin Mo into angels and dragon riders. After the evil god battlefield ended, Lin Mo had gotten 300 radiant crystals and over 10,000 mutant glands in the radiant world. Both of these things were extremely good and would be used soon. I fought with Jiang He tonight and obtained 206th order alien pupil Medusa's corpses that were kindly sponsored by Mr. Jiang He. The alien pupil Medusa belongs to the mutant soldier type and has a very high value within the same rank. The last but not least is the biggest gain, establishing a territorial alliance with the A with circumflex A with grave A with ring above sister, obtaining its gift of sacks of precious materials and wells of spiritual energy. These aforementioned were Lin Mo's main gains during this recent period of time. And now, he was going to transform these gains into part of his strength. That sparring session with Wu Liang, although Lin Mo won, made Lin Mo realize that he wasn't invincible. Invisibly, it also gave him a lot of pressure. All of this pressure had become Lin Mo's motivation to urge himself to keep getting stronger at this moment. So next, it was time for the cultivation of the 6th order dependence. The real Lin Mo was covered by a golden halo. His consciousness also sank into the territory world at this moment. After selecting a flesh and blood clone as a cultivation vessel, Lin Mo began to select and place the material for this cultivation. In addition to the alien pupil Medusa, Lin Mo also possessed the corpses of 3 other 6th order dependents. They were the bloodthirsty banshee, the frost demon ape, and the corrupted tree spirit. All 4 materials were put into the blood and flesh cloning machine. Along with the churning of the machine, the blood and flesh of the 4 6th order magical creatures were crushed and kneaded together. Next was the time to put in the materials. According to Lin Mo's previous cloning experience, the degree of cherishing of the input materials was able to directly affect the quality of the dependence. Not only that, but the material had to be the best to match the attributes of the clone. Let's say if Lin Mo were to invest in sacred gems right now, there would be a high probability of blowing up the furnace unless the number of gems was huge. Lin Mo thought about it and first put a radiant crystal into the cloning machine. Ding! Flesh and blood materials are repelling with the radiation crystal. Please choose to continue putting in the crystal or give up on this cloning. Chapter 86 Zhang Min's request for help. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo began to dump the radiation crystals, only to see those radiation crystals react violently like peanuts poured into hot oil. It wasn't until 200 radiation crystals were consumed that the violent reaction leveled off. Next, obsidian cores, wisdom tree fruits, and other rare materials were put in. Accompanied by the constant stirring of the flesh and blood within the meat grinder, the various types of energy contained therein began to continuously merge and transform. Lin Mo used almost all of the materials he had recently collected on the cloning. There were a lot of materials, and soon the cloning machine began to become unstable, like boiling water that was madly bubbling hot air out. In order to avoid blowing up the furnace, Lin Mo used up 2 evil god crystals in a fleshly manner. When the energy from the evil god crystals was poured into the cloning machine, the boiling machine stabilized. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed and the cloning machine stopped running. A huge weird creature slowly crawled out from within the cloning machine. Black armor shield guards 6th order. A strong shield warrior with unparalleled defense and destructive power. Its shield will provide you with the most reliable shelter. The black armor shield guard size was like a dwarf enlarged to 3 meters tall, with a huge bone shield growing from its left hand. On his right hand, he clutched a meteor hammer. Obviously, the dependents cloned this time belonged to the melee defense department dependents, which mainly focused on defense. Tap on the Black Armored Shield Guard's profile. Black Armored Shield Guard, 6th Order Ground Unit. Talents: Obsidian Skin, Psychic Deafness, Blasphemer, Radiation Infestation. Skills: Battle Cry, Shield Guard, Soul Chain. Soul Chain skill description: by turning on Soul Chain, all Black Armor Shield Guards will level up the damage they receive, not affecting other Black Armor Shield Guards recovering from their wounds when damage hits a single unit. Obviously, the 6th Order soldiers cloned this time were ground warriors specializing in defense. Currently, Lin Mo already had 5th Order Cavalry, 4th Order Airborne Long-Range Units, and 6th Order Black Armored Shield Guards that greatly improved the territory's defensive capabilities. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Lin Mo next began to mutate and strengthen the Black Armor Shield Guard. Compared to the 5th Order Tyrannical Dragon Rider, mutating the Black Armor Shield Guard consumed several times more mutant glands. With Lin Mo's current gland reserves, he only ended up mutating 7 times. Only one of those mutations was able to be used, and that was to make the Black Armored Shield Guard's shield grow sharp bone spikes. The rating wasn't high at only 69 points, but it was able to increase the Black Armor Shield Guard's ability to counter damage by a small margin. It was also considered a good mutation. After the Black Armor Shield Guard was cultivated, the 26 blood and flesh cloning machines began to work overtime to clone it. By the time it was 8 o'clock in the morning on Blue Star time, Lin Mo's territory already had 213 more powerful 6th Order dependents. The territory's battle power had gained a huge boost. The next morning, there was an early morning class. Lin Mo walked into the classroom with the bright sunlight to attend the morning class. It was a theory class taught by an old lord. The lesson was slightly boring, and half of them slept through the lesson. Finally waiting for the end of the course, the 5th class students were ready to go to the cafeteria to eat. As a result, in the next second, a sexy and beautiful figure blocked in front of Lin Mo. "Junior brother, you're finally out of class." Zhang Min stopped in front of Lin Mo. When the students of Class 5 saw that the sophomore senior sister actually took the initiative to find Lin Mo, they immediately revealed a look of envy and jealousy. In college, a senior sister taking the initiative to come looking for, this was something that was enough to make the freshmen conjure up 40 episodes of a large-scale campus bubble drama. Especially Su Eru and the others, who madly gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Worthy of being Lin de class president. This was only a few days into the school year, and he had hooked up with a school sister. Today's Zhang Min was no longer the same as before with her big grin, and there was actually a bit of sadness hanging between her eyebrows. Lin Mo immediately realized that something was going on and immediately asked, "What's wrong, senior sister? Is something wrong?" Lin Mo noticed that the corners of Zhang Min's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. It was obvious that she had encountered something very difficult. Zhang Min wanted to say something and took the initiative to pull up Lin Mo's palm to a garden in front of the teaching building. "Lin Mo, I have to attend a dinner tonight. My father will introduce me to a boy I don't like at the dinner. A family marriage?" Zhang Min nodded. "You know that boy? It's Wu Liang. My family's Haoyu group is going to start a cooperation with their Wu family, and the Wu family wants me to marry Wu Liang." Lin Mo frowned slightly. "Wu Liang is not a good person. I could feel it when I was cutting earlier." Zhang Min nodded. "I also hate him very much, but my dad is an old-fashioned man who never says one thing and makes decisions that no one can change. But I really, really hate Wu Liang. You want me to attend the banquet with you and then help you get rid of Wu Liang?" Zhang Min gently nodded her head. "Don't worry, Lin Mo. I won't treat you poorly after it's done. Just, even if..." Zhang Min's face blushed. "Even if you let me be your girlfriend, I will still promise you. As long as you can help me get rid of Wu Liang." Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. "That's not necessary. Don't worry, big sister. I will definitely help you with this favor. Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you for lending me credits before. This time it's even a thank you." Zhang Min nodded slightly, then turned a little lost and said, "Just to thank me?" The voice was small and Lin Mo didn't hear it clearly. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Zhang Min accompanied Lin Mo to choose an evening gown. The so-called people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, after Zhang Min's careful primping. The handsome and spirited young man Lin Mo shone. With the company of the handsome Lin Mo, Zhang Min, who was still a bit sullen, was in a better mood. She even secretly took a picture of Lin Mo's side face and quietly changed it into her cell phone screen saver. In the blink of an eye, as night fell, Zhang Min brought Lin Mo to the Tenglong mansion belonging to Hoyu Group. The so-called public house could also be seen as an extremely luxurious manor. The manor was brightly lit, with a swimming pool, gymnasium, and even a golf course. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered in the manor. When they saw Zhang Min appear at the entrance, quite a few of them looked over. "Zhang Min, you're here." Wu Liang walked over excitedly, but froze in place halfway. Then his face quickly grimaced. "Lin Mo? Why are you kid here too?" Zhang Min blocked in front of Lin Mo and looked at Wu Liang and then at the others at the banquet. Loudly, she announced, "Lin Mo is my friend. I asked him to accompany me to the banquet." However, the moment Zhang Min finished speaking, an extremely shrill voice rang out from the crowd. "Director Zhang, doesn't your daughter know that the banquet is being held today to set her up with Wu Liang? Why did you bring a guy back?" A lot of Wu's family members had come to today's banquet, while the Haoyu group side had accompanied a few senior leaders. "That's right, our Wu family is a famous family in the imperial capital. Do you Haoyu group think we're easy to bully? Zhang Min, it's your good fortune to be our Wu family's daughter-in-law. You still dare to womanize outside." Hearing the mean words of the Wu family, Zhang Min was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Immediately, she retorted, "Even if I die, there's no way I'll have anything to do with your Wu family. There is absolutely no way I will be with Wu Liang. He's just an asshole that makes me sick." Wu Liang's face was turning green with anger when he heard Zhang Min talking about him like that. But he couldn't be bothered to take it out on Zhang Min, so he coldly looked at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, does your brat only know how to hide behind women? You?" Wu Liang wanted to continue to make provocative remarks. However, just then a low voice rang out. "What's going on with Min Air?" Chapter 87, The Aggressive Wu Family. This thick voice was extremely intimidating. So much so that the moment the voice appeared, the scene immediately quieted down. Immediately afterward, the crowd gave way to a passage. A middle-aged man with a cold and stern face walked over. Zhang Tianyu, the chairman of the Hoyu Group, single-handedly established the Hoyu Group, one of the largest business empires in the Dragon Kingdom. A business giant who has created a business myth in the Dragon Kingdom. A superpower that even the famous families with long-lasting legacies had to make a pull. Zhang Tianyu did not have a family of his own, and had only one daughter, Zhang Min, at his knee. The moment Zhang Tianyu appeared on the scene, the originally aggressive Zhang Min instantly turned off the fire. Tears even began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Lin Mo saw this change in his eyes and subconsciously pulled her towards his back. Obviously, Zhang Min was quite afraid of her as the chairman's father. Zhang Tianyu frowned slightly as he watched his daughter hide behind an unfamiliar boy. "Minner, if you feel that Wu Liang is not suitable for you, you can tell me. There's no need to bring a random boy to the banquet. Wu family members are our guests now. It's very rude of you." "Lin Mo is my friend, not just any boy," Zhang Min said. "And I'll take whoever I want home. I'm not a tool you use to fulfill your business means. I have the freedom to choose who I like." Saying this, Zhang Min unexpectedly cried out directly, even though she was honored as the Hoyu Group's golden young lady. But there is a big gap between Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Min, the father and daughter. Zhang Min's mother died a long time ago, and Zhang Tianyu has been busy with business some years ago, and his relationship with him as a daughter is very shallow. This was coupled with the unquestionable aura that Zhang Tianyu had developed when he was in business. This makes the conflict between father and daughter more and more intense. This banquet, moreover, became the trigger for the conflict to erupt. Seeing that Zhang Min's emotions had begun to get out of control, Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang, however, suddenly walked over to Zhang Tianyu's side. Pointing at Lin Mo's nose, he cursed, "Where did the wild boy come from? Such a formal occasion is also something you can come to. Security guards, why don't you kick him out?" The security guard subconsciously was about to step forward. But Zhang Min tightly held Lin Mo's arm and loudly scolded, "Lin Mo is my friend. I'll see which one of you dares." Wu Haiyang glanced at Zhang Tianyu and revealed a cold smile. "It seems that Ms. Zhang Min has brought her little boyfriend to the party. I was originally thinking of setting up Xiao Liang and Miss Zhang Min to make a marriage, but it looks like I was overthinking it. Since that's the case, then our Wu family won't stay long." With that, Wu Ocean greeted the Wu family members and prepared to leave the courtyard. "By the way, Director Zhang, our cooperation also ends here. Since we can't become in-laws, I think it's time to stop supplying the medicines I've been providing you with before. After all, that medicine is very expensive, and there are quite a few big powers that have their eyes on it." The moment these words came out, Apart from Zhang Tianyu's expressionless face, the faces of his subordinates suddenly changed. The old butler who had followed Zhang Tianyu for many years even ran to Zhang Min in a hurry. "Miss is not the time to be capricious. You hurry over and apologize to the Wu family. The old illness of the old master cannot be delayed. All these years are relying on medication to maintain only." The old butler lowered his voice and briefly explained Zhang Tianyu's physical condition. It turned out that in his youth, Zhang Tianyu had joined the army and had been a lord sergeant. Later on, he was injured in a battle by a mechanical clan lord from outside the domain and injured the core of his territory, so he could only be discharged from the army and go into business. As he grew older, Zhang Tianyu's territory began to erode and act on his being. This erosion was quite painful and unchecked. Only tranquilizers can barely counteract the physical pain. The illness lasted for several years and has worsened suddenly in the recent past. If it wasn't for the new strong sedative provided by the Wu family, Zhang Tianyu was afraid that he would already be in a bedridden state at this point. Upon hearing the old butler say this, Zhang Min's eyes flashed with a look of panic. She never knew that her father even suffered from such a hidden disease, nor had she ever heard of it from anyone. "Alas, master strictly forbade us to tell you about this matter for fear that you would worry," the old butler sighed. "But master's current health condition is already very bad, and once the Wu family stops the supply of medicines, master he—" Lin Mo listened to the old butler's narration and revealed a thoughtful look. When the Blue Star human lords conquered the world of 10,000 races, the first thing they explored was the Land of Void. The main enemies of the Voidlands were the evil god lords, and the Great Wall of Extinction was an important line of defense built on the Voidlands. The more expansive world above the Void is called the extraterrestrial world. In the extraterrestrial world, there are 10,000 races. The lords of each tribe are constantly expanding outward to devour or enslave other tribes. Among the 10,000 races of the extraterrestrial world, the current major hostile forces are the mechanical lords under the god of machinery, the undead lords under the god of death, and the mist lords under the god of loss. The abilities of the lords of each power were very different, but they all had the same goal, which was to eliminate and annex the territories and resources of other races. When a lord is defeated, he either dies outright in battle. Either their territories were scrapped like Zhang Tianyu and Gu Menghu's, and they were eroded by the power of the gods from different camps, which meant that Zhang Tianyu's foci were most likely the same as Gu Menghu's. Both were the result of the erosion of the power of the gods. Then was there a possibility that Lin Mo could treat Zhang Tianyu's illness like he had treated Gu Menghu? Suck out the power of the gods that was eroding him? Lin Mo had once sucked out the evil god's power from Gu Menghu's body and turned it into an evil god's crystal. He had also absorbed the power of the mist inside a misty survival copy and gained the skill Mist of War. Analyzing it like this, perhaps the mechanical power inside Zhang Tianyu's body could be absorbed by him. As he was pondering, a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd not far away, only to see that Zhang Tianyu, who was originally still full of vigor, unexpectedly fell to his knees on the ground with a face of pain at this moment. And at his neck, tiny streaks like fiber optic cables and wires were visible to the naked eye covering the body surface. "Wu Haiyang, quickly inject the chairman with a sedative." One of Zhang Tianyu's men shouted. Zhang Dong's potion has run out. However, he saw Wu Haiyang unhurriedly pull out an injection, but did not rush to hand it to Zhang Tianyu's henchman. Instead, he said with a cold smile on his face, "I'm not going to talk too much nonsense with you guys. As long as you, how you group, are willing to be in laws with our Wu family, there will be an unlimited supply of the strong sedative." Saying that, a smirk of triumph flashed in Wu Ocean's eyes. "Miss Zhang Min, how about I save your father as long as you marry Wu Liang? Do you promise?" Wu Liang looked at Zhang Min, unable to suppress the lustful gaze in his eyes. "Zhang Min, marry me. I will be responsible for you." At this moment, Zhang Min had already come to Zhang Tianyu's side, feeling her father's body that was trembling violently due to the pain. Zhang Min's face was ashen. In the end, she nodded her head as if she was resigned to her fate. "I will." However, the word will had not yet been uttered. Lin Mo's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her. "Wait. I might have a way to treat Mr. Zhang's injuries." Chapter 88 Treasure Mechanical Core. These words immediately triggered a wave of jeers from the Wu family. "Not too young to have a big mouth. Do you know what territorial erosion is? There is no cure for this disease. Do you understand that, brat?" Ms. Zhang Min's vision is also too poor to look at such a boy. Wu Liang quickly whispered in his old man Wu Haiyang's ear for a while. Wu Haiyang looked at Lin Mo with an unkind gaze. Lin Mo, right? I heard that you're from Tianhai City? A poor kid with no background is worthy of clamoring here? Hearing Wu Haiyan say that Lin Mo had no background. It wasn't just the Wu family, along with the leaders of the Haoyu group, all revealed a look of disappointment. One would have thought that the boy that Miss Zhang Min brought home would have some kind of powerful background. But it turns out he's just a silly boy from the poor countryside? Lin Mo's gaze was calm. Not having a background doesn't necessarily mean you don't have the strength. Besides, I just want to check on Mr. Zhang's condition. Is this considered shouting? Lin Mo's rhetorical tone wasn't strong, but it was extremely harsh in the ears of the Wu family. A poor boy dared to speak to their Wu family members in such a tone. This brat is living out of his mind. Wu Haiyang's gaze gradually became a bit cold, just as he was about to continue saying something. However, it was Lin Mo who ignored the Wu family members and took large steps towards Zhang Tianyu's front. Lin Mo, do you really have a way to save my father? Zhang Min's tears were welling up in her eyes, a worried look written all over her small face. Lin Mo gave her a reassuring expression before saying to Zhang Tianyu, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Lin Mo. Can I take a look at your injuries?" At this time, Zhang Tianyu was already too sick to speak. He lifted his head with difficulty, but he looked at Zhang Min. Zhang Min hurriedly said, "Lin Mo is very strong. Let him try." Although the potion provided by the Wu family could alleviate the sickness, after all, it was only a calming effect, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Zhang Min chose to believe Lin Mo. Zhang Tianyu nodded and said in a low voice, "Butler, help me to my seat." Under the assistance of the crowd, Zhang Tianyu was helped to a seat on the side. The Wu family didn't leave, but stood coldly watching from a short distance away. Wu Liang asked towards Wu Haiyang, "Father, that Lin Mo won't really be able to cure Director Zhang, right?" Wu Ocean sneered, "Impossible. Currently, there are very few methods that can counteract territorial erosion, and each of them is an unattainable existence. You think that a foolish boy from a poor countryside can have a method?" Wu Haiyang's words calmed Wu Ling's mind. The gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with disdain. Let's see how this guy ends up later. The Wu family members had expressions of watching the fun, waiting to see the jokes of this youngster who didn't know the heights of heaven. With Zhang Tianyu's acquiescence, Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves, only to see that on Zhang Tianyu's wrist, a string of silver-colored metal squares was currently being inlaid. The metal square seemed to be alive, constantly delivering light to the blue glowing line. This metal cube was like a cancerous pustule, constantly consuming Zhang Tianyu's life force. After observing for a while, Lin Mo realized that the erosion of mechanical divine power appeared to be similar to the evil god erosion. This meant that he could also absorb mechanical divine power. "Lin Mo, is my father's illness tricky?" Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, Zhang Min asked with a nervous expression. "I'm not sure. Just try it and you'll know," said Lin Mo, directly placing his palm on Chu Qingtian's most eroded elbow area. However, when he made this move, the scene burst into a chorus of murmurs. "This kid is crazy. He doesn't even understand the most basic common sense." Directly touching the power of erosion, one's territory will also be affected. Severe cases will even cause massive deaths of dependents. The Wu family members not far away let out all sorts of shrill jeers. "What a stupid fellow. Not being able to touch the power of erosion with your bare hands. That's common sense that you learned in the 3rd grade. Thought it was so powerful, but it turns out to be a brain-dead rash. Hee. He doesn't really think he can save Zhang Tianyu." The mocking sounds continued. The father and son pair, Wu Haiyan and Wu Liang, also revealed similar sneering expressions. The gazes that looked at Lin Mo were filled with ridicule. However, in the next second, a sight that made everyone freeze in their tracks appeared. After Lin Mo touched Zhang Tianyu's wrist, those blue cables of light quickly retracted from Zhang Tianyu's body. At the same time, the lines began to spread crazily onto Lin Mo's arm. At this moment, Lin Mo's body was surrounded by a light green halo. Under the protection of the power of the plague, the blue fiber optic cable did not cause damage to his body. Instead, it dissipated and melted into Lin Mo's body extremely quickly. Ding! Absorption of mechanical divine power is complete. Divine power coalesced. Material obtained. Mechanical core. Mechanical core material description. The inner core used by the god of mechanics to create all things, can be fused into research-type buildings to enhance research quality. At this moment, there was a dead silence within the banquet site. All the guests stared blankly at the direction Lin Mo was in. Even the acerbic Wu family members were staring wide-eyed at this moment. Eyes filled with incredulity. Damn it! What did I just see? The power of erosion fading, disappearing? This little guy seems to have absorbed the erosion power of the god of machinery. How is this possible? I must be dreaming. Wu Haiyan and Wu Liang opened their mouths wide with an ugly expression like they had eaten a fly. Wu Liang subconsciously asked, "Father, didn't you say?" "Shut up." Wu Haiyang's face was ugly as he narrowed his eyes at Lin Mo, looking away. This kid isn't simple. Zhang Tianyu felt his body suddenly become extremely relaxed. The unbearable feeling of pain also rapidly subsided at this moment. Feeling astonished, he also took a serious look at Lin Mo for the first time. This teenager who had been brought home by his own daughter was not simple at all. "Master, you're fine." The butler excitedly went forward to inquire. Zhang Tianyu faintly felt himself before nodding. The erosion force has indeed disappeared. This is incredible. Zhang Tianyu's reply caused a group of subordinates to become excited. The eyes that looked at Lin Mo changed from their original contempt to friendliness and gratitude. Zhang Tianyu was the top pillar of the Haoyu group. Curing Zhang Tianyu's disease was equivalent to saving the entire Hoyu group. "This little brother thanks you too much. Thank you for curing the chairman's illness. It was us who had no eyes just now. I apologize to you. Worthy of being Ms. Zhang Min's boyfriend, how awesome." Zhang Min's eyes were moist, and her gaze toward Lin Mo was mixed with a little adoration in addition to gratitude. If Lin Mo hadn't stepped in, not only would her father continue to be tormented by his illness, he himself would have been forced to be betrothed to that bastard Wu Liang. It was hard to imagine how bleak life would be in the future. But now, because of Lin Mo's help, everything was moving in a good direction. After removing the eroding power from Zhang Tianyu's body, Lin Mo felt his head sink a little and stumbled, almost falling over. With a heartbroken expression, Zhang Min helped Lin Mo walk to a chair position to the side and sit down. Chapter 89 Flesh and Blood Technology Research and Development Center. During the time he spent recovering his strength, Lin Mo closed his eyes and rested his mind while dividing a portion of his consciousness into the territory. The mechanical core's shape was somewhat like an octahedral dice, but its circumference was filled with technological patterns. This was the first material he had obtained from a mechanical territory. Without any hesitation, he directly aimed the mechanical core at the Goblin Institute to fuse it. Ding! Fusion successful. The Mad Goblin Institute is upgraded to the Flesh and Blood Technology RD Center. Flesh and Blood Technology RD Center? Good lord, the name is quite lofty. Casually opening the building introduction. Flesh and Blood Technology RD Center. The research facilities of the Mad Goblins have been upgraded so that they can start researching more complex flesh and blood technologies, and sincerely thank Lord for taking care of them. Below the introduction are the 4 newest scientific research options. Infinite cell proliferation. This technology can increase the flesh defense of dependence by a medium margin. Research consumption. Gold 20,000. Wood 100,000. Stone 150,000. Powerful adrenaline. This technology can increase the agility and reaction of your family members. Research consumption. Gold 20,000. Wood 100,000. Stone 150,000. Yang-style electroshock therapy. Stimulates nerve synapses, which moderately strengthens the sensory ability of family members. Cold-blooded killer gene. Strengthens the night vision ability of dependents. The new research options increased the effect of the dependence increase by quite a bit, but the basic resources to be spent also became more expensive. Fortunately, the current Lin Mo was quite wealthy. With a wave of his hand, he directly chose to research all of them. After this round of research, Lin Mo's territorial dependence strength would definitely be strengthened once again. He even began to look forward to the day when the dependents he trained would be able to kill their enemies by crossing the ranks. Just as Lin Mo was about to exit the Lord space, he suddenly noticed the entrance to the Research and Development Center. Several blood-red goblin researchers were flailing about, seemingly with something to say. Lin Mo immediately pulled down his perspective and asked the goblin researchers what they wanted. Chief Researcher, Goblin Rhinecross Cage has sent you a request, inquiring if you can place the spine of the ancient dragon Ajuin in its hands for study, and promises that the mystery of biological resurrection may be solved in the near future. Although this ancient dragon spine is valuable, it's not really that helpful to me at the moment, mused Lin Mo. Then it would be better to throw it to the goblin researchers and see what they can drum up. Thinking this way, Lin Mo sent the ancient dragon spine to the Research and Development Center with a wave of his hand. The goblin scientists happily danced in place. These goblin scientists looked cool like short-legged little lupins. Walking towards the two sides of the swaying, the appearance is a little funny. Looking at the way the goblins cheered, Lin Mo hooked up a smile. These little guys had added a bit of a lively atmosphere to his dead territory. At this moment, located above the banquet. After Lin Mo's treatment, Zhang Tianyu had regained his usual majesty. He surveyed Lin Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed on the side, and a touch of scrutiny flashed through his cold eyes. "Master, I just learned something from the young lady," the old butler whispered. "This little guy is called Lin Mo, from Tianhai City, is an orphan with little background. But he is this year's National College Entrance Examination top student, and his performance in school is also very good." Listening to the tone of the young lady seems to be quite attached to this little guy. The relationship should not be simple. Zhang Tianyu silently listened to the old butler's retelling and nodded slightly. However, right at this moment it was the Wu family's side that started to act up again. Only to see Wu Liang finding a large bouquet of roses from somewhere and sending it to Zhang Min with an attentive face. Min, I truly like you, just marry me." Zhang Min's voice was cold and stern. "My father's condition has just stabilized. Do you think this occasion is appropriate now?" Wu Liang said indifferently, "Don't worry, as long as you marry me, our Wu family will definitely save your father. Your dad can't die." "Wu Liang, you?" Zhang Min was furious and couldn't help but growl. "I can't be with you even if I die. Just die. The Wu family is only coveting the resources of the Haoyu group by allowing you to marry me. You guys make me feel sick." The moment these words came out, the faces of the Wu family members sank. To denigrate the Wu family in public, even if what was said was the truth, was an absolutely unforgivable existence. Especially Wu Haiyan, who directly walked to Zhang Min with a black face. Just when the crowd thought that he was going to utter a rebuke to Zhang Min. Instead, the words turned around, and Wu Haiyang aimed his spear at Lin Mo. "Your name is Lin Mo, right? A good banquet, but you stirred it up into this situation now. Do you know what will happen if you mess with our Wu family?" Lin Mo calmly got up. "I just came with my friend to her house to play, then stopped by to check on her father's injury. There's no need to be so aggressive." Wu Liang immediately chided. "If you hadn't come to stir things up, I would have definitely been able to get engaged to Zhang Min at today's banquet. If you're sensible, get out now. Our Wu family is not something a penniless country boy like you can mess with." Lin Mo sneered. "What? Because your family name is Wu you can bully others and look down on them? Because I'm powerless, you guys dare to bully me with impunity?" Lin Mo's gaze gradually became icy cold. Every time the Wu family spoke, they put on a condescending stance, which made Lin Mo a little nauseous. Although the Wu family was strong, Lin Mo didn't want to be a wimp. There was no such word as bowing down and admitting mistakes in his dictionary. Wu Ocean's face was grim. "I heard Wu Liang say that you won him once on the evil god battlefield. Our Wu family won't make things more difficult for you. How about you fight against Wu Liang once more? And if you win, our Wu family will let you go." When these words came out, the scene was silent. Zhang Min immediately spoke out and chided. "This is still called not making things difficult? Wu Liang is a 4th-ranked lord and Lin Mo is still just a novice lord. This duel is not fair at all." Zhang Tianyu also had a slight frown on his face at this moment, and said in a deep voice, "Wu Ocean, you dare to make a move against a junior here?" Wu Ocean laughed. "How could I possibly go and bully a novice lord?" The words changed, only to see Wu Ocean suddenly said in a deep voice, "Wu Liang, what are you waiting for? Don't make a move yet." Only to see Wu Liang sneer and take out a scroll and tear it violently. In the next second, golden light covered both Wu Liang and Lin Mo. A beep sounded in Lin Mo's ears. "Warning! Someone has launched a territorial challenge to you. Will you meet it? This challenge is a defensive battle. An invasion is initiated by the challenger, and your side needs to hold their position for 1 hour in order to win." Wu Liang used a territory challenge scroll on Lin Mo. Wu Liang said with an arrogant face, "Lin Mo, do you dare to accept my challenge? If you don't dare to take it, kneel down and call out to your father. Then get out of my pants and I might let you go." Zhang Min's anxious voice rang out. "Lin Mo, you mustn't be impulsive. Wu Liang is definitely prepared this time. Looking across at the smug Wu Liang, Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Eventually, he slowly said, "I accept the challenge." Chapter 90 Territory Defense Battle. As soon as these words came out, Wu Haiyan and Wu Liang immediately revealed a treacherous look. On the contrary, those on Zhang Tianyu's side lamented. After all, he's still young and can't afford to be a little aggravated. Lin Mo is only a freshman, right? How can he fight sophomore Wu Liang? Too impulsive, this little guy. Zhang Min's family's manor was equipped with a projection observation system for real-time battles. The moment the duo entered the territory to duke it out, a holographic projection appeared right above them. Wu Liang initiated an invasion duel. Lin Mo was in charge of defense and Wu Liang led the attack. Wu Liang wins if Lin Mo's territory is captured within 1 hour, and vice versa. Except for the hard and fast rule that the invading side may not destroy the defending side's Lord Core. All other attacks are allowed. Lin Mo, who had entered the territory, began to gather the territory's troops at the first opportunity. At the same time, the edge of Lin Mo's territory was accompanied by the opening of a huge teleportation portal. Like a tidal wave of heart-devouring demons walked out of the portal. These dependents Lin Mo had come into contact with them once on the evil god battlefield. 4th-rank demons, proficient in spells and possessing a not-so-weak melee combat ability, they were quite difficult demons to deal with. Lin Mo held his breath and prepared to face the battle. After this period of development, Lin Mo's territorial strength had increased quite a bit compared to before. This time, the battle against Wu Liang was the time to test his strength. An army of 30,000 4th-ranked heart-devouring demons assembled at the edge of Lin Mo's territory. Following closely behind were 5,000 5th-rank explosive undead and 106th-rank poisonous miasma grand sorcerers. Wu Liang switched to the Lord's perspective and looked down at Lin Mo's territory. Although a large area was obscured by the mists, he couldn't see the specifics. However, his eyes were filled with contempt. Compared to Lin Mo, a novice who had only become a lord for a few months. He was the one who had been running his territory for over a year. Coupled with the pouring of resources from the Wu family, Wu Liang had always felt terrifyingly strong. "You kid doesn't know the heights of heaven to actually dare to take my challenge," Wu Liang said with a condescending face. "Is it because you think that you have the confidence to be able to defeat me because you won that sparring match at the evil god battlefield? Hee hee. I can only say that you are too naive. You underestimated the Wu family's cultivation of me." Lin Mo grinned. Getting stronger through family resources, was that anything to brag about? It was only goods like Wu Liang who would bring this kind of thing out to show off. After a night plus a full day of cloning, Lin Mo's cloning materials had all been transformed into actual soldiers. Nowadays, his own self had a strong bottom line against Wu Liang. Heart-devouring demon army. Charge into the local territories with all your might and destroy any enemies and buildings you see. As Wu Liang gave the order, he applied his Lord skill for all of his dependents. Een Soul End Shadow. Stimulated by the Een Soul End Shadow, the heart-devouring demon was like a shot of adrenaline. While howling, they surged towards the center of the territory. Lin Mo didn't choose passive defense. Instead, he gathered 3,000 weeping angels and flew in the direction of the heart-devouring demon army. The military had previously rewarded Lin Mo with a Void Realm coordinate. The floating island recorded in the coordinates was filled with a large number of 4th and 5th order wild magical creatures. After this period of plundering and infection, his legions of weeping angels had already accumulated to a sizable size. 3,000 weeping angels spread their wings and flew out from within the castle, densely packed like locusts. Soon they approached the heart-devouring demon army. Facing this army that outnumbered them 10 to 1, the Weeping Angel Legion did not have any fear at all. The angels condensed blood-colored spears one after another and hurled them violently downwards. The sky was like a sudden rain of blood. The sharp, blood-red spears pierced through the bodies of thousands of heart-devouring demons in a matter of moments. Wu Liang's face was grim as he immediately gave a counterattack command, only to see countless purple and black skeletons flying out from the heart-devouring demon army. Like tracking missiles, they flew towards the weeping angels in the sky. The moment it hit the angel, it sent out a series of dense black and purple explosions. Immediately after that, Wu Liang's 6th Order Dependent Pestilence Grand Sorcerer began to power up, and all kinds of ranged curses kept being thrown into the air. The weeping angels that were affected by the curses had their battle power reduced. On the contrary, the heart-devouring demon army's morale was soaring at this moment. Lin Mo was not willing to show weakness and immediately deployed the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. The Dark Ranger rode on the Crystal Dragon King and appeared in the center of the Weeping Angels. With the Dark Ranger's aura bonus, the Weeping Angels' battle power was strengthened, and the Crystal Dragon King kept projecting explosive crystals downwards, giving the Heart Eater army considerable damage. Wu Liang frowned slightly. Compared to before, he clearly felt that Lin Mo was much stronger. It seemed like he hadn't put in a lot of effort during this period of time. However, these were nothing more than carvings for Wu Liang. He only saw him gently pointing at the center of the heart-devouring demon army. In the next second, clumps of black gas gushed out madly from the center position like a fountain. Macroscopically, the black gas quickly spread to the entire range of the Legion, completely covering the Legion in black smoke. The smoke was like a semicircular black pot that was fastened to the earth. The Weeping Angels tried to throw their spears, but the spears reacted violently the moment they came into contact with the black smoke. The spear was corroded in an instant. This skill used by Wu Liang was like putting a turtle shell on his Legion. The Weeping Angels' attack lost its effect. Soon, under the protection of the turtle shell, Wu Liang's army was at the city. Wu Liang said disdainfully, "I'll give you one more chance, Lin Mo. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times and I'll let you go. Otherwise, when my heart-devouring demon army overruns your castle, I will step on all your buildings, kill all of your dependents." Wu Liang's arrogant words caused Lin Mo to frown. Who gave this guy the confidence to be certain that he couldn't beat him? His side hasn't even started yet. Okay? Since you're so eager to find death, I'll make it happen for you. Lin Mo's gaze was icy cold. Black armored shield guards, out. In the next second, 200 giant shield warriors covered in black appeared on top of the city wall. They leapt down from the top of the city wall, and immediately afterward, they took up a defensive stance. In a flash, the soul chain skill was activated. On their bodies, life chains invisible to the naked eye began to link up. These chains linked the 206th ranked black armored shield guards together, sharing their life force. Defense surged to unimaginable strength. Wu Liang's face changed slightly as he watched so many 6th rank soldiers suddenly appear in Lin Mo's territory. However, he still ordered the heart-devouring demon army to launch a general attack. Under the cover of tens of thousands of heart-devouring demons, bursting undead summoned thousands of black skeletons to fly towards the black armored shield guard. At the same time, the understanding plague grand sorcerer kept releasing sorceries that weakened the enemy's defense and strengthened our defense. Although the explosive undead were 5th rank soldiers, they had been carefully cultivated by Wu Liang as well as their numerical superiority. He was certain that after a series of explosions, the black armored shield guard would be damaged. However, when the smoke dissipated, the black armored shield guard holding the huge shield was unharmed. What the hell? How come it's so hard? Chapter 91, 30,000 Dependents. I smile. Wu Liang frowned and immediately stopped holding back. He directly let the heart-devouring demon army charge towards Lin Mo's castle. 30,000 heart-devouring demons. Wu Liang didn't believe that he couldn't break through the defense of 200 black armored shield guards. However, Lin Mo's defense force was more than just the black armor shield guards. Only on top of the city wall, thousands of black armored zombies pushed their dragon-hunting crossbows to ascend the city wall. Thousands of dragon-hunting crossbows inspired densely packed huge arrows. Wherever they passed, the heart-eater demons fell in pieces. Looking down from an overhead angle, it was as if they were harvesting leeks, and a single round of firing could harvest a large swath of heart-devouring demons. Rushing in front of the black armored shield guards, the shield guards swung their meteor hammers with one hand and waved their bone shields covered with sharp barbs with the other hand. The two-pronged attack continuously smashed the heart-devouring demon into mush. At the same time, nuclear radiation was emanating around these black armored shield guards all the time. So much so that the approaching heart-eater demons were slowing down their actions and reactions with the naked eye. The ones that were especially close to the black armored shield guards were directly as if they were dumbfounded, frozen as they watched the shield guards smash them into meat cakes. The black flame titans were the most numerous, densely relying on the city's head to draw their bows and shoot arrows, though their attack power was a bit stretched when facing high-ranked familiars. However, they couldn't carry a large enough number, and the black flames exploded and continuously inflicted scorching damage on the enemy. A rain of arrows poured down from the air and landed right in the middle of the heart-eater demon army. A large number of bursting undead souls hung up. When they looked up, they saw the Dark Ranger riding the evil Eye Dragon King, unleashing his skills. Wu Liang coldly looked at the city that could not be attacked for a long time, realizing that continuing the fierce battle would result in huge losses. At that moment, he didn't hide, and directly aimed to release his strongest killer skills below. S-rank Lord skill. Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation. Lin Mo had seen Wu Liang use Blood Moon Heavenly Tribulation once, so he had purposely investigated this skill. The mechanism for using this skill was to extract the blood of both the enemy and us, and then turn it into a blood puppet immune to physical damage for a short period of high-intensity combat. But although the skill was powerful, Lin Mo had no fear. This was because his territory trait skykicked this skill. Wu Liang selected 5,000 heart-devouring demons and threw them into the middle of the blood moon, and a large amount of blood fused and splattered. And a single blood-red monster with only a vague humanoid shape was formed on the surface of the ground. On the contrary, Lin Mo's dependents were not affected by a single bit of the blood moon. They were still alive and well, resisting the invasion of the heart-devouring demon. Only half an hour remained until the end of the duel. Knowing the strangeness of Lin Mo's territory, Wu Liang could only urge the army of blood puppets to quickly climb towards Lin Mo's lordly city wall, as long as he could open the gap and allow the heart-devouring demon army to enter the castle. Wu Liang was confident that he could destroy all the buildings inside the castle before the duel ended. Soon after, the happy news came. The blood puppets managed to ascend to the top of the city by virtue of their immunity to physical attacks. While creating chaos, they attacked towards the entrance and were about to break through the city gate. Wu Liang hurriedly asked the 6th Order Plague Archmage to launch a general attack. 6th Order Plague Archmage versus 6th Order Black Armored Shield Guard. 100 Plague Arch-Sorcerers unleashed various sorceries to bombard the 2 Black Armored Shield Guards at the city gates. With such an intensive attack, Wu Liang was certain that the Black Armored Shield Guards would never be able to resist even if they were strong. However, what made Wu Liang incredulous was that, under the bombardment of hundreds of 6th Order Grand Sorcerers, the Black Armored Shield Guards didn't die and actually carried the attack. How is this possible? Wu Liang's face was unbelievable. He didn't know that the Black Armored Shield Guard possessed a skill like Soul Chain. Whether it was focusing on one Black Armored Shield Guard or spreading out to attack 100 of them, the damage taken was all evenly distributed. It was proven that even if the blood puppets captured the city gates, the heart-devouring demon army was also unable to flood into the city, especially after Lin Mo specifically deployed 2 Black Armored Shield Guards to defend the city gates. It was even more impossible to accomplish. The Black Armored Shield Guards stood outside the city walls like huge mountains at the moment. It didn't give Wu Liang a chance to fight his way inside the city at all. The 30,000 heart-devouring demon army had already consumed 10,000 at this moment. And yet, they couldn't pose the slightest threat to Lin Mo's castle. Instead, the more they fought, the more depleted Wu Liang's troops became. Now, Wu Liang could no longer remain calm. He didn't expect that it had only been so long that Lin Mo had cultivated a team of 6th Order defensive dependents. The key was that the defense of this dependence was so perverted that a great sorcerer of the same rank couldn't even cause damage to them. Even if they caused some damage, these Black Armored Shield Guards would take the initiative to remove the water pouch on their waist and pour it on their wounds. The greenish liquid would also quickly repair their wounds. How could this battle be fought when they couldn't even break the defense? Only 20 minutes remain until the end of the invasion. Wu Liang knew that there was no point in holding on hard. He immediately commanded the remaining legions and attempted to evacuate Lin Mo's territory. But at that moment, Lin Mo's icy voice came from above the firmament. "Is my territory for you to come and go as you please?" Wu Liang's 30,000 heart-devouring demon army was quite a generous gift for Lin Mo's territory. The moment Lin Mo's words fell, a light green ripple that was difficult to observe with the naked eye spread out from the core of Lin Mo's territory. Soon, the heart-devouring demons that had been finished off and had their bodies well preserved. Suddenly, their eyes opened wide. The white pupils could not see any breath of life. Slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, the heart-eater demons who had been scratched by the arrows were eroded by the power of the plague. The zombie virus crazily replicated and multiplied within them. By the time Wu Liang came back to his senses, the 20,000 heart-devouring demon army that he was still able to maneuver was unexpectedly missing as much as 5,000 out of nowhere at this moment. These 5,000 troops that were lost had already completed their conversion and turned into zombie units that Lin Mo could control. Seeing so many enemies standing up on the ground at once, Wu Liang was completely flustered. Desperately, he gave the order to retreat. However, it was too late. The heart eaters that turned into zombies began to open their bloody mouths towards the surrounding heart eaters. The heart-devouring demons in the rear wanted to withdraw, but at that moment, they realized with horror. A cavalry team of 500 in size was standing still on top of the mountain at some point. In the next second, the two-headed tyrannical dragon cavalry rushed towards the heart-devouring demon army at an extremely fast speed. As a cavalry unit, the tyrannical dragon riders were able to strangle a large swath of heart-eater demons in a single charge. They did not tangle with the high-ranking units in the heart-eater army. When the charge ended, they ran off into the distance, gathering a wave and launching another charge. Each charge was able to strangle hundreds of heart-devouring demons. At this moment, the tyrannical dragon cavalry army was just like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Time and time again, they were strangling the heart-devouring demons' troops. Wu Liang wanted the Sixth Order Plague Grand Sorcerer to release the spell that suppressed the tyrannical dragon riders. As a result, in the next second, a white halo of light sprinkled from the sky. The Dark Ranger riding the Crystal Dragon King released the ranged skill silence spell. A large number of plague archwizards were hard-charged and were unable to effectively counter the tyrannical dragon riders. Skeletal dragons descended from the sky, sealing off the enemy's retreat like a wall. More and more heart-eaters transformed into zombies. The interior of the heart-devouring demon army was in chaos, and from time to time, a few zombies would carry out collective self-explosions, blasting the higher-ranked demons to the point where they lost the ability to fight back. Watching his troops unable to move as if they were deep in the mud, the whole person directly froze in place. This was more than 30,000 dependents, and they were buried just like that. Wu Liang's entire heart felt like it had been gouged out viciously with a knife, bleeding madly. Chapter 92: The Might of the Dragon Rider Legion. Surrounded by tyrannical dragon riders and skeleton gargoyles, the heart-devouring demon army was simply unable to withdraw quickly, and the number of heart-eater demons that had turned into zombies was increasing, like cancer cells madly spreading through the heart-eater demon army. Even a high-level soldier like the Plague Grand Sorcerer would not be killed for the time being though. But it was also unable to leave in the direction of the portal. As the time for the duel drew to a close, what awaited them was the forcible severing of the familial connection with Wu Liang, being killed and then becoming one of the cloning materials for Lin Mo's camp. At this time, the manor's located in the outside world. There are a lot of guests, but at this time it is in the middle of a weird silent atmosphere. Just now, they had witnessed the entire battle between Wu Liang and Lin Mo. Lin Mo's cultivated dependents were actually able to fight Wu Liang's army of heart-devouring demons, although Lin Mo had the advantage of the terrain on the defending side. However, Wu Liang had dispatched an army of more than 30,000 dependents of the 4th rank or higher, such a scale not to mention the unusual 4th rank lords. Even those scattered 5th rank lords were quite tricky to deal with. I didn't expect Lin Mo, a tiny 3rd ranked lord, to defeat Wu Liang, especially seeing the Dragon Rider army rampaging through Wu Liang's legions. Each charge was like a razor, harvesting a large swath of soldiers. More than that, it made them seriously suspicious. This Lin Mo, was he really a novice lord? How come his fighting strength is even fiercer than a 4th ranked lord? The general faces of the Wu family members at this time were not good. Especially Wu Haiyang, his face was even more blue and vicious. The moment Lin Mo and Wu Liang exited the lord space, Wu Haiyang said angrily, "Lin Mo, you're so ruthless at such a young age that you pitted all of my son's dependents on your territory. Don't you know the truth of leaving a thread of truth in your life?" Wu Haiyan was a 7th Order Great Lord. The moment the hissing sound rang out, an invisible pressure from a Great Lord spread out in all directions. The faces of the crowd instantly changed drastically. Angering a Great Lord was no laughing matter. However, Lin Mo was not affected by the pressure at all, and looked at Wu Haiyan with a calm face. Wu Liang didn't have any intention of staying back when he attacked my territory. Did he? Lin Mo asked rhetorically. I just fended off his invasion and then killed all of his dependents in passing. May I ask where I did wrong? Wu Haiyan was so angry that his face turned green. Secretly cursing, how could his proud son not even be able to beat a freshman? The Wu family poured so many resources into him every year. It's all poured into the dog. Wu Haiyang's face was hard to see. Winning or losing a match between juniors was actually a very normal thing. But the problem was that the Wu family's most talented Wu Liang had actually lost to a brat with no background. If this matter was known by the family elders, I'm afraid that they would question Wu Liang's qualifications and in serious cases, they would even reduce the resources to train him. This was definitely a huge loss that was hard to predict for a great family lord. Thinking of this, Wu Haiyan's gaze toward Lin Mo grew colder and colder. It seems like you're determined to go against our Wu family. In that case, don't blame me for not being able to. Just as Wu Haiyan was about to make a move against Lin Mo. However, it was Zhang Tianyu's voice that did not contain a trace of emotion that rang out. Mr. Wu, are you going to make a move against a newbie lord in my manor? Now that my condition is under control, I think it's time to reconsider how you group's intention to cooperate with the Wu family. The moment the voice rang out, the air seemed to drop a few degrees. The face of Wu Haiyan, who originally still had a sinister look on his face, changed again and again. Although their Wu family did not fear the Hoyu group, but having an additional enemy out of thin air was always detrimental to the family's development. Wu Haiyang forced down the anger in his heart and almost squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Today's matter will end here for now, let's go. Wu Liang was unwilling. Father, won't you punish Lin Mo? He defied the majesty of our Wu family. You shut up. Wu Haiyang lowly laughed. You piece of trash who can't even beat a novice lord. The family has trained you for nothing all these years. Wu Liang didn't dare to disobey Wu Ocean's decision. He could only glare at Lin Mo on the side and threatened. You kid, wait for me. See who dares to protect you after you leave this manor. Sooner or later I will personally crush your territorial core one day and turn you into a waste. Well, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Mo nodded calmly. Waiting for you to send me a few tens of thousands more high-level soldiers. Seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, Wu Liang was so angry that his body was trembling. The thought of his more than 30,000 dependents all losing their lives in Lin Mo's territory. He couldn't wait to gnash his teeth. These 30,000 dependents were the size he had cultivated for half a semester to reach. In the twinkling of an eye they were all buried. At this moment, Wu Liang's heart was dripping blood. Soon, Wu Haiyan left the manor with his Wu family. The faces of the Wu family members did not have the arrogance they used to have. Instead, they walked fast. Today, their Wu family had lost a lot of face. With the Wu family gone, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly warmed up. The leadership of the Haoyu group immediately surrounded Lin Mo. There were those who praised Lin Mo for being powerful and those who thanked Lin Mo for saving their chairman. Zhang Tianyu dispersed the crowd and walked over to Lin Mo. He sized up this young man who wasn't very old but didn't show the slightest bit of timidity in front of Wu Haiyan. A flash of approval flashed in his eyes. As a token of appreciation for helping him cure his persistent disease, Zhang Tianyu was not at all ambiguous. He directly gave Lin Mo a big gift. A scroll that recorded the coordinates of nothingness. The floating island that the void coordinates were positioned on was filled with a large number of demonic creatures. Third and fourth order creatures could be seen everywhere, and even fifth order creatures could be seen. This scroll would be worth at least 8 million blue star coins if it was put on the market. Now it had been given directly to Lin Mo as a token of appreciation. Lin Mo unabashedly said thank you before pocketing the scroll. After obtaining this void coordinate, Lin Mo had one more way to obtain favorites from the void. The speed at which the territory's dependents were accumulated was raised by another notch. Coupled with the nearly 30,000 sets of high-grade cloning materials seized from dry-humping Wu Liang, Lin Mo's number of dependents would explode in a short period of time. In the following time, Lin Mo had a rather luxurious dinner at Zhang Tianyu's invitation. Worthy of being the big boss of the Haoyu group, he had directly invited specialists to cook on site. The hairy crabs and lobsters were bigger than Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo wasn't polite either, and chatted with Zhang Tianyu and a few other people in charge in a breezy manner while feasting on them. The lobster and abalone were eaten with great pleasure, and his stomach was full. Although he was eating with a big boss like Zhang Tianyu, Lin Mo had no stage fright. On the contrary, Zhang Min, who was sitting next to Lin Mo, acted very formal. With such a contrast, those who didn't know thought that Lin Mo was a son and Zhang Min was a guest. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Mo got up and excused himself and left the manor. Zhang Min thought that Zhang Tianyu would ask about Lin Mo. Instead, he heard Zhang Tianyu gently say, "This little guy is quite good. Have him come to our home more often when you have time." Chapter 93 New Technology, Full Resurrection Armor. Returning to school, Lin Mo entered the territory space at the first opportunity. The reason he was able to defeat Wu Liang this time was still because he had the home field advantage. If it was Lin Mo attacking Wu Liang's territory instead, it would be hard to take advantage. Lin Mo realized that he still wasn't strong enough. Especially the scale of dependence, which was more than 10 times less compared to Fourth Order lords. The current Lin Mo had completely bonded with Wu Liang. The sense of crisis urged him that he had to raise the strength of his territory more rapidly. After thinking for a long time, Lin Mo decided to carry out an invasion. The target of the invasion was no one else. It was none other than the Fourth Order evil god Lord Morix. After setting his target for the next few days, Lin Mo turned on the crazy trooping mode. Lin Mo set up outposts at the two Voidlands coordinates. The Dark Ranger and the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King were dispatched to sweep the floating islands where the coordinates were located. As long as they are of the Third Order or above, all wild magical creatures are classified as targets for transformation. Then there were the 30,000 corpses of high-ranking soldiers that Wu Liang had kindly sponsored. After removing the battle-damaged soldiers, the 25,000 corpses of the fourth-ranked soldiers were all transformed into weeping angels. 1,000 Fifth Order explosive undead corpses were transformed into tyrannical dragon riders. The corpses of the 6th-ranked Plague Grand Sorcerer were eventually recovered to only 50, making the battle damage ratio a bit grueling. But something was better than nothing. Time turned to 5 days later. After hoarding day and night for the past few days, at this time, Lin Mo's territory had already undergone a sea change. The explosive growth in the size of the dependents had to make Lin Mo replan the castle territory. An even bigger and grander lord's castle was built. The tall and heavy steel walls were nearly 30 meters high. There was a dragon hunter crossbow and several defense towers placed every few meters. 5 days of liver binging had consumed almost all the resource materials. The number of Fourth Order Weeping Angels reached 28,000. The number of Fifth Order Two-Headed Tyrannical Dragon Riders reached 8,000. The number of Sixth Order Black Armored Shield Guards was 250. The number of dependents below the Fourth Order is countless, and most of them have changed to logistical soldiers. Just as Lin Mo was rejoicing in the fact that the territory's combat power was getting stronger, another piece of good news came. The Flesh and Blood Institute has seen a technological breakthrough, as the Mad Goblin scientists have managed to crack the resurrection code contained within the ancient dragon spine. Thus, a fifth option was added to the Institute's researchable items. Resurrection Armor. After researching this item, it can give your dependents a resurrection feature. When your dependents are attacked by a fatal attack, there is a 10% probability of triggering the resurrection feature, and the dependents that trigger this feature will be resurrected with full blood and will continue to be involved in the battle. Materials required for research: 20W gold, 100W wood, 100W stone, 8 sacred gems. Resurrection armor. Lin Mo was dumbfounded, and his entire body became hyperactive. A 10% chance to bring the dependents back to life with full blood. This was a rather heaven-defying research. If Lin Mo had 1,000,000 dependents sacrificed, a 10% chance of resurrection was equivalent to having an extra 100,000 dependents out of thin air. This helped immensely in the late stages of a lord battle. It's even possible to turn the tide of battle because of this trait. Lin Mo licked his lips and immediately clicked the research button. Drops. Insufficient materials. Please research after replenishing the materials. Lin Mo froze for a moment before he realized that he had run out of building materials. He could only run to the trading market overnight and buy millions of building materials in one go. Only then was he barely able to support the research of the resurrection armor. A few hours later, the resurrection armor research was successful. A white mark similar to a dragon head appeared at the forehead position of all the dependents. Even when Lin Mo incarnated as a plague lord, this same mark appeared on his forehead. Looking at the territory of the soldiers and horses, with a wave of his hand, Lin Mo mobilized a large number of troops to gather at the edge of the territory. Immediately afterward, he took out the scroll with the coordinates of Morix's territory. The invasion operation began. Evil God Plane, Evil Spirit Narenza Continent Domain. Lord Morix's residence. Morix hadn't gone to the Evil God blood sacrifice event for a few days in a row. Ever since the invasion of his territory, he had become distracted by the daily worship. He even declined an offer of payment from the holy witch, Ms. Machima. Ms. Machima is the most beautiful woman in the evil spirit of Narenza. Countless young lords to compete for the head of the blood also want to pay the existence of the flesh. But he refused the request of Ms. Machima, simply because the coordinates of his territory were obtained by that damn human, and also plundered their own territory inhumanely. Damn human lord. One day I'll get the coordinates of your territory and crush your lord's core to pieces. Morix slammed his fist on the table. The table, which was made of intertwined blood and flesh, was instantly smashed out of a large hole. But immediately afterward, the blood and flesh quickly covered and repaired the hole again. But at that moment, a woozy sound came from outside the door. "Please, is Mr. Morix, descendant of the dominion of old the Honorable Morix, at home?" Morix flinched slightly and instantly became agitated. Because this voice he couldn't be more familiar with, it was clearly the sacred demoness, Ms. Machima. "I didn't realize that Miss Machima's love for me was so profound." Morix teared up. "She even came to my house to look for me." Morix straightened his tuxedo and opened the door with a rather formal gentlemanly stride. A figure was stationed just outside the door. Morix bowed to the visitor in an extremely gentlemanly manner. "Greetings, sacred which most noble Lady Machima. It has been a long time." Standing outside the door was clearly Miss Machima, who was known as the most beautiful woman of the evil Naranza. Just below her neck, she was quite hot and enchanting, like an international model with a perfect body proportion. But if the line of sight moved up and focused on her face, the less courageous ones might just faint from fear. It was a face with all 5 features upside down, as if someone had rotated her head 180 degrees raw. The most crucial point, right above her brain, was a huge abyssal mouth like a cannibal flower. Anyone who looked at it would have to draw in a sharp breath of cold air. "Descendant of the dominion of old honored Mr. Morix, I've admired you for a long time. May I come in and have a seat?" "Of course." Morix made an extremely gentlemanly gesture of inviting him in. Sitting down at the table, the two of them talked to each other. After a few cups of blood wine were consumed, they even liked each other the more they looked at each other, and an ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the room. At this time, Mizima put forward the meat payoff request. Morix agrees immediately and is eager to perform the ritual. However, at that moment, the alarm from the territory suddenly rang in his head. "The territory has been invaded. Please return to the territory immediately for defense." Morix shuddered and stopped with his pants halfway down. A whole face twisted together. "Damn it! Why did it have to be this time? Damn human lord! I'll kill you!" The edge of Morix's territory. Along with the unfolding of the portal, tens of thousands of Lin Mo's dependent troops came out of the portal in great numbers. In addition to those walking on the ground, there were also those flying in the sky. Like the transit of locusts, the sound was horrifying. Chapter 94: Strong Attack on a Military Town. The moment they entered the evil god's territory, Lin Mo dispatched all of his plague wolf riders to rapidly explore outwards in a radial pattern. The speed of the wolf riders was extremely fast, and they explored a large area in only 10 minutes. Everywhere they went, the plague was rampant, and the infected low-ranked workers were either sick and unconscious or directly changed into zombies. In the blink of an eye, the plague and zombies were rampant in Morix's territory. At the same time, as the plague wolf riders continued to run the map, the terrain of the regions was insight by Lin Mo. He directly released the fog of war and approached towards the evil godlord's main city in a vast manner after hiding his main force. "Damn human lord! What are you doing in my territory again?" Morix hissed from the heavens above. Lin Mo had no intention of communicating with him and commanded the army of dependents to move towards the main city. When Morix saw this, he knew that the invaders were coming from a bad place. Immediately, he sent a large number of Black Flame Earth Dragons out to stop them. The 4th Order Black Flame Earth Dragons, 50,000 of them, were dispatched in one breath, vastly pouring out from the major military towns as well as within the bunkers, gathered into a huge scale of Black Inflammation Ground Dragon Army. At the same time, a huge flying formation consisting of 10,000 Abyssal Demon Dragons also took off in great numbers from within the main city. 5th-ranked Abyssal Demon Dragons, not only were they strong in melee combat, they could also spit out extremely lethal black flames. It was quite a powerful 5th Order soldier. The Plague Wolf Riders that were scattered and roaming around were the first to feed back the enemy's troop type and size to Lin Mo. Facing the first wave of Morix's counterattack offensive, Lin Mo did not dare to be careless at all. He ordered the Black Armored Shield Guards to charge forward, and the Tyrannical Dragon Riders to spread out on the flanks, focusing on protecting the supply wagon supply troops at the rear of the Legion. The army of Weeping Angels in the sky had already coalesced their blood-colored spears. At any time, they would launch a fierce attack on the enemy. Soon, the legions of Black Flame Earth Dragons appeared on the horizon. At a scale of 50,000, They were so black and pressurized that from afar it looked like a black liquid that was surging to make one's scalp numb. A fourth-ranked black flame earth dragon was once a demonic creature that Lin Mo could barely kill with all his might. But now, slaughtering them was like butchering pigs and dogs. The army of earth dragons surged in, charging into the mists without fear. In the next second, a hissing roar came from the mists. The power of radiation spread, causing the approaching black flame earth dragon to become sluggish. Immediately after that, countless huge bodies began to frantically strangle the black flame earth dragons that rushed into the mists. The weeping angels in the sky also threw out densely packed spears, continuously strangling the black flame earth dragon. Morix could see the enemy in the mist, and it was actually a group of 5th and even 6th ranked high-level soldiers. How on earth did this damn human lord do it? Morix's face was grave. How long has passed? But he has cultivated so many high-ranked soldier types. Without any hesitation, Morix cast his Lord Skill Corrosive Acid Rain. Within the area covered by the fog of war, a large amount of dark green dark clouds quickly coalesced in the sky. Immediately afterward, a large amount of acid rain fell from the sky. Wherever it passed, the trees and rocks all began to corrode. Lin Mo's troops were similarly affected by the acid rain, but he was prepared. Only Lin Mo took out a high-level spell scroll and violently tore it open. In the next second, a huge white barrier enveloped the sky above the troops. The corrosive acid rain fell on the barrier and was purified into ordinary rain in the blink of an eye. Morix saw that Lin Mo had specifically defended himself against this, and knew that there was no gain in a fierce battle. He gave the order to retreat without hesitation. After a battle, Lin Mo's troops had almost no losses. Instead, tens of thousands of Morix's black flame ground dragons died. But for this evil Naranza's youngest talented lord, these losses were just a hair's breadth. Besides, he had already used prayer crystals on his dependents before the war started. Even if the black flame ground dragon was killed, it could not be infected with the plague to turn into a zombie. Lin Mo had anticipated this situation, but he still had the supply troops collect the tens of thousands of black flame ground dragon corpses. Completely overrunning a lord's territory wasn't an easy task. Lin Mo changed his strategy and stopped continuing to approach the main city. Instead, he marched towards a satellite city not far from the main city. It was a military town, wrapped in tall walls that housed a large number of defensive turrets. Lin Mo had forcibly captured this city at the cost of 10,000 weeping angels and 3,000 tyrannical dragon riders. The supply troops quickly repaired the city walls and built hundreds of dragon crossbows to strengthen the city's defense. For this invasion, Lin Mo carried a large amount of construction materials. He started in place and utilized the large amount of building materials hoarded in the satellite city to construct 20 flesh and blood clones in one go. The corpses of those black flame earth dragons that could not be infected were all put into the cloning machines to produce weeping angels. During this process, Morix frequently sent abyssal demon dragons to harass them. However, under the dual defense of the dragon-hunting crossbow and the evil eye crystal dragon king, most of the harassment didn't have much effect, and even occasionally a few abyssal demon dragons would come and go. Then Morix started unleashing his corrosive acid rain again. For the corrosive acid rain, Lin Mo didn't really have any effective ways to restrain it. The precious defense scrolls he still had to stay on the front battlefield to use. It was good that this military town was resistant enough. Whenever acid rain strikes, as long as you hide inside the town in time, you won't be harmed much. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in the Lord's world. The corpses of the previously captured Earth Dragon Black Flame Earth Dragon had all been cloned into Weeping Angels. The total strength of Lin Mo's Weeping Angels had increased to 30,000. During these 3 days, Lin Mo's dependents weren't just cowering in the satellite city. Lin Mo completely utilized the mobility of the tyrannical dragon riders and turned them into a whole, dispersing into the surrounding area to constantly destroy and plunder the resource points of small and large towns. In addition to obtaining a large number of building materials and precious resources, the corpses of high-ranking soldiers were constantly being transported to the satellite city. Combatable soldiers are then cloned by flesh and blood cloning machines. At this point, if there was no fog of war obscuring the view from high above the satellite city, one would be able to see a map full of shooting tyrannical dragon riders like ants pouring out and returning from their nests, going out to forage for food, and then returning to the nest carrying large and small corpses of different magical creatures. During the 3 days, Morix had also organized a large-scale attack. but he had done nothing but leave behind a few hundred abyssal demon dragons and a few thousand black flame earth dragon corpses. There was no other substantial progress. Under the protection of the black armored shield guards, Morix couldn't do anything at all about Satellite City. At this moment, Satellite City was like a cancerous tumor. Keeps multiplying and growing, and you can't eradicate it. The point is that there is no way for Morix's main city to hold the entire population of the territory. Plenty of gathering grounds and village towns exist in the wild. All of these became nutrients for Rimmer to grow himself. Crazy plundering, constantly bringing the corpses back to Satellite City for transformation. Morix soon realized that this human lord wanted to fight a long battle with himself. He couldn't continue to sit around and wait for his turn. If Lin Mo wasn't expelled as soon as possible, when his strength grew to its limit, he was bound to launch a fatal strike against his own main city. By that time, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Morix finally made up his mind. He would seek off-site assistance. Chapter 95, The Secret Path and the Secret Position. Returning to reality, only 10 minutes had passed since Morix had entered the Lord's world. Morix pulled on Ms. Michima's hand with an eager face. "Miss Michima, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. My love for you is like a long river of blood gushing. Omit 1,000 words here. My territory is being invaded. Can you send your dependents to help me defeat the strong enemy?" Michima was moved by Morix's words of love and nodded her head vigorously. "Dear Mr. Morix, I am willing. It would be my honor to help you." Soon, a territory portal appeared next to Morix's main city. Immediately afterward, a troop of high-level familiars numbering as much as 30,000 came out in great numbers. The 30,000 fifth-ranked Carrion Eater Flower Banshees were all at Morix's disposal at the moment. Looking at such a large number of high-ranked soldiers, Morix's confidence increased greatly. Since that damned human lord didn't take the initiative to attack his main city, it was up to himself to step on that damned guy. 30,000 scavenging flower banshees, plus the 20,000 abyssal demon dragon dependents he had. Morix was convinced that 50,000 fifth-ranked dependents were strong enough to crush Lin Mo's army. Morix brought along his entire force and marched towards Satellite City with great vigor. Lin Mo soon received news that Morix was leading a large army towards Satellite City, taking stock of the troops he had accumulated so far. 4th Order Weeping Angels, 32,000 of them. 5th Order Tyrannical Dragon Riders, 7,000. 6th Order Black Armored Shield Guard, 250 pieces. 3rd Order Black Inferno Titan, 20,000 pieces. An army of zombies made up of a motley crew, 12W. These were all the troops that Lin Mo was currently hoarding. According to the information sent back by the Plague Wolf Riders, Morix has not only gathered 50,000 5th Order soldiers, there were also nearly 50,000 other troop types below the 5th rank. A total army of 10W soldiers. At this point, Morix could be considered confident. Even if it was a siege, he was confident that he could crush Lin Mo's troops into smithereens. 100,000 troops were at the city. Morix, who was looking down at the corner, had a smug look on his face. "Human Lord, I recognize that you are strong, but it's a pity that you're no match for the great Morix. I will completely crush all of your dependents." Lin Mo calmed himself and said in a rather breezy voice, "Fine, I'll wait for your attack." Morix snorted coldly and immediately ordered an attack. Only thousands of war demon elephants were seen slowly walking towards the city. At the same time, 30,000 scavenging flower banshees took root in place, spewing out explosive spores in the direction of Satellite City like mortar batteries. 5th-ranked Carrion Eater Flower Banshees were already powerful dependents, plus the huge scale of 30,000. The exploding spores that covered the sky were like area artillery that dealt a covering blow to the buildings within the city walls. Accompanied by the sound of secret explosions, the buildings within the city walls quickly collapsed into ruins. The defending crossbows, arrow towers, and even flesh and blood cloning machines. All of them collapsed under the coverage of the artillery at this moment. The scavenging flower banshee's defense was not high, but it was strong in its ability to cover strikes. The destructive ability for positional cities was quite powerful. Looking at the satellite city that had fallen into ruins, Lin Mo immediately issued an order to attack, only to see countless zombies crawling out of the muddy soil in a patch of sand on the flanks of the battlefield. The wave of corpses made up of 12W zombies was so dense that it was numbing. It was like maggots crowding together. Blood joy! Lin Mo released the skill, and in the next second the zombies were like chicken blood, charging towards Morix's legions. The zombies took on the form of strange walking species, twisting and turning as they ran frantically across the land. Morix didn't take the tide of corpses in his stride. Although the number of zombies was more than 100,000, it was simply not enough for the abyssal demon dragon. Only to see 20,000 abyssal demon dragons rise up in the air and fly over in the direction of the tide of corpses. The abyssal demon dragons swooped down and opened their bloody mouths. The black flames traced a long black line on the earth. The zombies on the line were scorched into charcoal almost instantly. After a few rounds, the tide of zombies was quickly wiped out. Morix laughed triumphantly. These infected are all low-ranked slaves whose combat power is already pitifully low. Even if the number accumulates to 100,000, it's still nothing more than cannon fodder. My abyssal demon dragon army is invincible, human lord. Where are your flying birdmen? Why don't you see them participating in the battle? Lin Mo didn't pay any attention. Once again, he gave the order to attack, only to see a hillside in the other direction. A 7,000-sized army of tyrannical dragon riders had already assembled. In the next second, the Dragon Cavalry Legion attacked, charging towards Morix's legion at an extremely fast speed. Most of the abyssal demon dragons were still in the direction of the corpse tide, and were too late to return in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 two-headed tyrannical dragon riders killed the legion's position. Mutated from imperial dragon riders to tyrannical dragon riders, strengthened and mutated, eventually transformed into the current two-headed tyrannical dragon rider. Under Lin Mo's cultivation, this 5th-rank dragon rider unit was already far too powerful compared to soldiers of the same rank. The moment they entered the enemy's camp, they were like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables as they crazily harvested the enemy's lives. Even the scavenger flower banshee of the same rank couldn't bear the trampling and biting of the dragon riders. In one round of charge, the tyrannical dragon riders killed and wounded nearly 10,000 enemy troops. The abyssal demon dragon arrived late and spat black flames at the tyrannical dragon riders. Morix looked at the battle below, his brows unconsciously furrowed. The abyssal demon dragons quickly suppressed the dragon cavalry with the advantage of the air. But it was obvious that that human lord also had an air combat regiment, so why was he slow to send it into battle? Morix's confusion came from the fog of war obscuring his vision. He couldn't see clearly inside the satellite city at all. Just as he was puzzled, the enemy cavalry unit seemed to have received some kind of message. The entire force retreated towards Satellite City. 7,000 iron horsemen enter the city. On top of the city walls, the 2nd and 3rd rank familiars manipulated the crossbows to continuously attack the siege demon elephants. However, the defensibility of the siege demon elephants was too high, and most of the crossbows were unable to cause any damage to them at all. Things went smoothly to the point of being somewhat unexpected. The attacking magic elephants crashed through the walls and entered the city with little loss of life. At the same time, the abyssal demon dragon also landed on top of the city wall and continuously spewed black flames at the city's interior. By the time most of the dependents entered the satellite city, Morix finally got a good look at the situation inside the satellite city. Aside from the 3rd and 2nd rank soldiers and broken buildings that littered the ground, surprisingly, there was not a single shadow of the enemy's high-ranked soldiers to be seen. What's going on? Did the enemy vaporize? As a result, the next second, the ground suddenly sunk downwards, and a huge pit the size of a soccer field was exposed to Morix's field of vision. The pit was not only huge, but also incredibly deep. Follow the direction of the pit's extension towards the distance. It was clearly the direction of his main city. Morix instantly changed his face. Damn it! It's a trap! Chapter 96 Great Harvest. At the same time, a certain piece of flat land outside Morix's main city. A group of low-ranked blood slaves were planting crops. As a result, in the next second, the ground sunk downward and shattered without warning. Accompanied by the crazy descent of the soil, a huge hole appeared on the land. Within the dark cave, 30,000 weeping angels were like highly poisonous wasps pouring out of the nest, constantly flying out from within the cave. In an instant, they covered the sky and the sound was extremely horrifying. At the same time, the black armored shield guards and other soldiers were like a tidal wave pouring out from within the cave. The distance to Morix's main city was less than 500 meters. This underground tunnel, as early as the early days of occupying the satellite city, Lin Mo had started silently having people dig it. The purpose was to strike east and west, catching Morix off guard. Knowing that he had been caught in a trap, Morix had already begun to pull back his troops. But even the fastest abyssal demon dragon, it would take at least an hour for them to return to the main city. 1 hour was enough to seal the victory. All dependents, listen to the order. Attack with all your might. The moment Lin Mo gave the order, tens of thousands of dependents rushed towards Morix's main city like mad. The 6th-ranked dependents of the Black Armored Shield Guard opened their soul chains and rushed at the front. Large swaths of arrows shot towards them, but they couldn't harm a single bit. In the sky, the 9-headed skeleton dragon smashed on top of the city wall like a cannonball. Their huge size swept across a large number of defense towers in an instant. The defense artillery bombarded them, blasting them into pieces in an instant. However, the fragments reassembled in the next second and fought for a few more minutes before completely turning into a puddle of white bones. The sacrifice of the skeleton dragons bought Lin Mo's side a few minutes of open space. The weeping angels swooped down and projected tens of thousands of blood-colored spears. The spears were like blood-colored raindrops that enveloped a large area on the city walls. Morix's dependents were instantly penetrated, killing and wounding large swathes of them. A dragon roar came from the sky, and the Dark Ranger appeared on top of the battlefield, riding the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, only to see the Crystal Dragon King condense a huge ball of blood-red light between its wings. In the next second, the ball of light shot out. The huge pillar of light swept violently against the buildings on the city walls. Explosions rang out one after another, and the buildings collapsed. At the same time, the Black Armored Shield Guards also rushed in front of the city wall. The Plague Wolf Riders flattened the city wall, continuously lowering the defense of the wall under the effect of the corrosive blades. The Black Armored Shield Guards, on the other hand, used their huge shields to furiously smash the city wall. 10 minutes later, the city wall collapsed. The scene inside the main city was exposed to Lin Mo's vision for the first time. The Plague Wolf Riders surged into the interior of the main city like a tidal wave. They didn't participate in the frontal battlefield, but used their mobility to constantly destroy the buildings within the main city, slaughtering low-ranked blood slaves. The tyrannical dragon riders also arrived at the battlefield at this moment. After entering the main city, they began to wreak havoc on the defense facilities and important buildings within the main city. An hour later, Morix's magic dragon army arrived late. The abyssal demon dragons surged towards the main city as if they had gone crazy. With a fighting style that completely disregarded life and death, they tried to kill the invaders within the main city. On the backs of 2 of the dragons was an evil god camp spirit. All sorts of spell skills were splashed downwards as if they didn't need any money. However, everything was too late. The Black Armored Shield Guards, together with the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, broke through the layers of guards and arrived at the core of the main city. Corpses covered every corner of the hall, and blood flowed into a river. The location of the Lord Crystal. Looking at the huge blood-red crystal stone in front of him, Lin Mo gave the order to attack. No, don't. Above the firmament, the heartbreaking roar of Morix resounded. However, it was too late. In a crisp sound of breaking glass, the Lord Crystal collapsed with a loud bang. The moment it collapsed, the entire territory seemed to be rippled by an invisible force. The abyssal demon dragons that were still frantically counterattacking fell from the sky one after another. The connection between them and the lords was severed, and they all entered a state of chaos. Seeing this, the weeping angels and tyrannical dragon riders did not hesitate to kill all of these abyssal demon dragons. In the evil god plane, Morix exited the Lord's world with a face of fear. His face was ugly to the extreme, and his entire body was in a daze as if he had lost his soul. But this wasn't the most terrifying. Only in the next second, an erosive force spread out from his body. A green halo spread across his body surface like the roots of a tree. Morix's entire body seemed as if it was about to crack. His body was covered in green cracks. A similar situation to Gu Menghu and Zhang Tianyu appeared. Morix fell heavily to the ground unconscious under the erosion of the power of the plague. In the War of the 10,000 Clans, this is what happens when a lord loses a battle. Morix's territory. Lin Mo obtained the light ball that flew out from the broken crystallization. The moment he touched the light mass, the map was fully opened and the entire territory was visible. At this moment, Lin Mo had already grasped full control of this evil god's territory. All the resources in the territory also belonged to him. Next was time to count the loot. Lin Mo found the evil godlord's storage warehouse. When he opened it, he was instantly stunned by a mountain of resources inside. Tens of millions of building materials, millions of gold metal ingots and other rare materials. There were even tens of thousands of evil eye crystals. Then there were all sorts of high-level equipment, defense tower drawings, rare crystals. Taking a brief inventory, the value of these materials was a small target to say the least. This territorial invasion was already earning a fortune. Immediately after, Lin Mo took out the light point that flew out from the Lord's core. The moment he opened the point of light, a beep sounded from Lin Mo's mind. Acquired Void Origin Level 4. Extra obtains a Class Lord skill. Corrosive Acid Rain. Additional items obtained. Dragon Nest Construction Drawing. Skill Fusion Scroll. Advanced Territory Expansion Stone 3. Finish off a 4th ranked Lord and obtain a 4th ranked Void Origin. Lin Mo casually absorbed the Void Origin. The advancement experience bar went up by a large chunk, and at this point, he was just a few steps away from advancing to a 4th ranked Lord. Only 5% of his experience value was missing. Corrosive Acid Rain was a very powerful Lord skill, but at the moment Lin Mo couldn't use it, so he looked towards the other rewards. Dragon's Nest produces powerful flying unit dragons that can change their attributes by inlaying crystals with different attributes. Production rate 5 day. Example: inlaying sacred gemstones produces bright gargoyles. Inlaying evil god crystals produces abyssal demon dragons. Inlaying mechanical cores produces mechanical Tyrannosaurus rexes. What Lin Mo obtained was not a finished dragon nest building, but a drawing. This meant that he could build a maximum of 26 dragon nests on his territory 130 territory area plus Holy Relic Bleeping Boy bonus. But this wasn't the limit. Lin Mo took out 3 territory expansion stones and chose to use them all. Each expansion stone provided 50 kilometers of land for the territory. So Lin Mo's territory area skyrocketed by 150 kilometers. At this point, his territory area changed to 280 kilometers. This meant that the maximum number of buildings in the Dragon Nest had changed to 56. 280 territory area plus Bleeping Boy double bonus. Similarly, the maximum number of other buildings in the territory increased dramatically. Flesh and blood clones can likewise be built, 56 of them. With 56 dragon nests, each dragon nest steadily produced 5 dragons per day. That meant Lin Mo's territory could steadily gain 280 giant dragons per day. In one semester, he could steadily harvest 30,000 5th-ranked giant dragons. This efficiency, even when placed in the territory of a 5th-ranked lord, that was quite an explosive existence. Silently putting away the dragon nest drawings, Lin Mo focused his gaze on the last item. Skill Fusion Scroll. Chapter 97 New Skill Plague Mist. Skill Fusion Scroll. Confuse same ranked lord skills to generate a more powerful skill. Attention! This fusion technique has a probability of failure, and the fusion probability can be increased by consuming rare crystals. Lin Mo was slightly stunned and pondered for a moment, trying to put together a rank Fog of War and a rank Corrosive Acid Rain. Only a circular synthesized disc appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Above the synthesizing disc was Fog of War plus Corrosive Acid Rain. Below that is an alcove for rare crystals. The probability of success is written next to the alcove. The current success rate is 1%. Lin Mo bristled. This interface always looked like he was playing a page game. Try putting an evil eye crystal into the groove, only to see the success rate on the right-hand side increase from 1% to 2%. Lin Mo directly invested 100 evil eye crystals into the synthesis disc with a wave of his hand. As a result, the success rate only increased to 10%. The cost of synthesizing 2A ranked skills was not normally large. But a large cost means that the synthesized effect is good. So Lin Mo rummaged around the warehouse for a while. 2 evil god crystals. Success rate increased by 40%. 2 sacred gems. Another 30% increase in success rate. A miscellaneous burst of various crystals were dropped, eventually stacking the success rate to 99%. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo pressed the synthesize button. After a flash of golden light, a crisp beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring the A+ Lord skill. Plague Mist. Pestilence Mist skill description. This is a mist containing poisonous gases. Enemy units exposed to this mist will continue to be infected by the plague, and will have their armor and defense lowered and their movement speed slowed. Just looking at the introduction does not intuitively see the power of the plague mist. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo covered the mist within the area where the carrion-eating flower banshee was located. In the next second, The banshee's entire body glowed green and let out a miserable howl. Being in the middle of the mist, the banshee not only lost her vision, but her movement speed was also drastically reduced. Soon, Lin Mo sensed the infection threshold in the scavenging flower banshee's body. Tetanus grip. The 30,000 scavenging flower banshees had their full attributes drastically weakened due to the loss of the Lord's shelter. Within minutes, all of them were infected into zombie units. That's a bit of a good skill. Lin Mo looked at the densely packed 5th-rank zombies on the ground with an excited expression. This skill is much faster than going bite by bite to infect. For the next few moments, Lin Mo set up outposts within this masterless territory, dispatching low-cost soldiers to move resources within the territory, and he himself returned to his own territory. In this great battle, the losses were not small, but the gains were enormous. Nearly 50,000 fifth-order clone materials, only a few days of waiting. They could be transformed into powerful clone dependents. This conquest had gained a lot of benefits, and it would take Lin Mo a while to be able to digest them all. After tidying up his dependents, Lin Mo took out the dragon's nest drawing and clicked on Learn. Ding! You have learned the construction method of the 5th-order barracks dragon nest. Please build it at a suitable location. Please use your discretion to nest the appropriate crystals before construction. The crystals will not be able to be changed after they are embedded in the dragon's nest. The type of crystal will change the attributes of the hatched dragon. Lin Mo had wanted to use evil god crystals for nesting, but considering the scarcity of evil god crystals could not be embedded in large quantities within the dragon nest. So Lin Mo retreated and chose the evil eye crystal. Ding! The evil eye crystal is set successfully. Does it start hatching the dragon? Yes. Inside the dragon nest that was the size of 2 basketball courts, blood-red aura was continuously condensing. However, right at this moment, the evil eye crystal dragon king that was resting not far away suddenly opened its eyes, only to see it stirring its wings and hovering above the dragon's nest. The next second it let out a deafening hiss. The moment the sound rang out, the young dragons that were hatching inside the dragon nest followed suit with hissing sounds. Ding! The dragon nest triggered the phenomenon of returning to its ancestor under the influence of the ancestral dragon Orjuin's breath. The dragon's nest is renamed the Ancient Dragon's Nest, and the dragons produced will contain a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline. Holy, it can still be like this? Lin Mo was a bit excited and quietly waited for the first giant dragon to be born. A few hours later, a hissing sound accompanied it from within the dragon's nest. A crimson dragon of incomparable size climbed out from within the nest. This red giant dragon was a circle larger than an abyssal demon dragon and was covered in thick crystal scales. The thick body alone was as big as a basketball court. Ancestral crystal dragon mutant. A mutant dragon race that contains the bloodline of an ancestral dragon, a powerful aerial overlord, spewing out blood that can be transformed into sharp blades to tear through the flesh and blood of a wide range of enemies. The crystal dragon's appearance is similar to that of the evil eye crystal dragon king, except that it is missing a crown made of crystal on its head. Looking at the domineering and incomparable initiate crystal dragon, Lin Mo nodded his head in satisfaction. With the influence of the crystal dragon king, all the dragon nests had mutated into ancient dragon nests. The fighting strength of the dragons produced in the ancient dragon lair was far stronger than that of ordinary dragons. Lin Mo selected a huge canyon and built the dragon nest on the steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon, and named it Giant Dragon Valley. In the time to come, the Valley of the Gargoyles will far and away continue to produce ancestor crystal dragons. It became another of Lin Mo's main battle dependents after the tyrannical dragon rider. For the next few days, Lin Mo spent a slightly relaxing time in college. In class, he just bragged and farted with his classmates, occasionally flirting with Gu Qingqing.
没事的话，就去教师公寓，找江鹤和婉婉妹妹增进感情。
The small life is quite comfortable, but in the world of the lords, leisurely college days are always short-lived. A large-scale extracurricular practical course on Lord promotion is in full swing. This practical course is extremely important. Not only freshmen, but also sophomores will be attending together. The content of the course was not only related to the Void Realm, but also to the promotion of the Lord rank. As everyone knew, Lord promotion needed to be carried out by absorbing the Void origin. And conventionally one would want to obtain a Void origin. Either you kill a Lord to destroy the core of the territory, or you get it through a resource-assisted Lord. It was an extremely difficult thing for ordinary students to accomplish Lord promotion. This large-scale extracurricular practical class is an opportunity for ordinary students to be promoted. Because the location of the practical class belongs to a low-latitude realm, there are many low-ranking Lord lifeforms that have not yet been formed. These worlds were generally at the stage of figuring out the lordly worlds. Most of the lifeforms do not have a high grade of lordship. Kill these lifeforms to obtain the void origin, thus completing the grade advancement. Lin Mo was also quite looking forward to this practical class after learning that he would be able to obtain a void origin. He was only one step away from advancing to a 4th-ranked lord. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to complete his promotion in one fell swoop. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the day to attend the practical course. Inside the practical course through the transmission site, the freshman and sophomore students sat in their respective positions with serious expressions. Along with this, a golden light tilted down. All the students of the 2 levels were transported to the realm where the practice class was located. Chapter 98. The Great Lesson. Song of Ice and Fire. When Lin Mo opened his eyes, he realized that he was in the middle of a snowstorm. At the same time, some information about this practice course rang in his head. The Westeros continent, situated at the westernmost tip of the known world, the long and narrow Westeros continent stretches from the polar ice cap in the north to the south for about 3,000 miles. The Great Wall is a towering, impenetrable structure that spans 300 miles, separating the northernmost region of the Westerosi from the 7 kingdoms. This is a medieval world intertwined with magic and racial fighting. Several years ago, the power of psychic energy broke out in this world. The city-state rulers absorbed the psychic energy to promote the Lord. Some of the human race awakened a variety of magical abilities. You can choose to join the Lord to assist him in conquest of the city and the territory, or you can gather your dependents to overthrow the rule of the Lord and seize the source of the void. This world currently has 3 boss-level forces. The Night King 7th level, the leader of the Northern Ghosts in the Great Wall of the North, the Tyrant Queen 4th level in King's Landing, and Daenerys Targaryen 7th level, the Queen of Dragons, who is moving in the west coast of Ursus. Please examine your own strength level to challenge strong enemies. The following is a note. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Power trip? I didn't expect that this practice course was entering the world of Game of Thrones. However, compared to the original, the world of Game of Thrones at this time had changed drastically. Spiritual energy had erupted, awakening the people of this world to supernatural powers. The level of danger was far higher than the original. Opened the attribute panel. It prompted that his current incarnation was a 2nd-order Plague Lord. Only by summoning a higher-ranked Lord would he be able to regain the power of the corresponding rank. Lin Mo also noticed that the only current Lord skills that could be used were Flesh and Blood Blast and Blood Delight. The Plague Mist skill was currently in an unavailable state. Through the notes, Lin Mo realized that students who descended into this world could summon their dependents. However, gathering dependents required the consumption of invasion points. The so-called invasion points needed to be obtained by hunting the natives of this world. Simply put, the more you kill, the more dependents you can summon. At this moment, Lin Mo's basic invasion points were only 50 points. Summoning a 5th-order soldier required 10,000 invasion points. A 4th-order soldier required 1,000 invasion points. A 3rd-order soldier was 100, a 2nd-order soldier was 10, and a 1st-order soldier was 1 point. With the pitifully small number of invasion points Lin Mo currently had in hand, he could at most summon 5 Plague Wolf Riders. The first order of business was to first figure out where he was now, then hoard more invasion points to develop his forces. Looking at the snowy sky, Lin Mo estimated that his birth point should be in the ice field area north of the Great Wall. This was the underbelly of the Fey Ghosts, and the Night King wasn't a good guy to deal with. Thinking about this, Lin Mo consumed all of his invasion points to summon 5 Plague Wolf Riders. He had them run in different directions in a scattershot pattern. It wasn't until the Wolf Riders in one direction sent a message that they had seen a huge glacier wall. Only then did Lin Mo roughly determine the direction. Controlling the Plague Wolf Riders, he continued to run the map. About 3 hours later, one of the Wolf Riders found a camp of the First People. There were about 30 of them. Lin Mo immediately gathered all the Wolf Riders and headed towards the First People's camp. The First People were also known as Savages, and were the natives of the north of the Northern Realm. They were quite primitive tribesmen. After Lin Mo quietly approached this ancestral people territory, he silently observed it for some time. These ancestors were quite a bit stronger than in the original. It was obvious that the spiritual energy outburst had strengthened their bodies. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and immediately had the Plague Wolf Riders launch a surprise attack. Although the Plague Wolf Riders were second-order soldiers, their battle power wasn't low with the series of additions from the territory. After killing the innocents, it only took a few moments to slaughter all of them. The 31st Folk provided Lin Mo with 35 invasion points. Lin Mo grinned and could only say that it was better than nothing. Under the influence of the power of the plague, the 31st Folk quickly rose from the ground again. It turned into Lin Mo's first unit of zombies. Lin Mo briefly searched the camp, except for a few pieces of dragon crystals that had been sharpened into a blade shape. There wasn't much good stuff. These dragon crystals were actually ordinary obsidian, and their main function was to restrain the army of foreign ghosts. Looking at the zombie dependents standing quietly in the territory, Lin Mo was curious whether his plague power was stronger or the Night King's dark spells were stronger. The Night King's means belonged to magic, while his own plague power relied on viral transmission. It wasn't really easy to compare who was stronger and who was weaker. The sky was getting dark and the snowstorm showed no signs of stopping. Lin Mo then planned to set up camp and wait for the blizzard to end before taking action. The night was silent, and the time came to the next day. Lin Mo crawled out from under the heavy snow and looked around. The flat earth was white with snow. Vaguely visible to the south was a huge city wall that spanned the land in an east-west direction. There was the Great Wall of the North, which had been guarded by the Night's Watch for generations. After clearing out a clearing, raising a bonfire, and melting the zombie dependents that had frozen into ice sculptures, Lin Mo led them towards the deeper area north of the Great Wall. At this time, the number of Plague Wolf Riders had reached 8. Relying on their mobility, they continuously explored the vast area around them. Soon, another First Nations garrison was discovered, and Lin Mo maneuvered his zombie dependents into a fierce battle with the First Nations. He quickly finished off the ancestors. Lin Mo once again harvested 30 invasion points and 30 zombie dependents. This continued for nearly a day. The number of dependents made up of the ancestors had accumulated to 100. After the Plague Wolf Riders reached 10, Lin Mo stopped summoning them. Instead, he saved up invasion points in preparation for summoning stronger dependents. With 100 zombie familiars, the number was actually almost enough if they were manipulated well. The ancestors were too weak to deal with these zombies. The zombie troop would only increase in number. Soon, the Wolf Rider scouts found a large camp. This camp was obviously a place where the ancestors used to live for a long time. It had a population of 300, and there was even a fence installed outside the tents. Lin Mo hid his troops behind a hillside and climbed up alone to observe the situation below. With a population of 300, he was sure to get hurt in a hard fight. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo decided to play a bit of a dirty trick. He recruited a Plague Wolf Rider and slashed the Wolf Rider's wrist. Blood and water glowing green gushed out from the wound. Lin Mo put this blood and water in a leather water pouch, then wiped the outside of the pouch clean with snow. "You, come here." Lin Mo beckoned a zombie dependent with a fairly human-like figure. Then he controlled him towards the Forerunner camp. Although he fell halfway and caused a group of forefolk to gather around, it was good that the rest of the process went smoothly. The plague blood was poured into the forefathers' drinking water. Soon, Lin Mo sensed that there were quite a few innocents who had a plague brewing in their bodies. The severe ones had even started to become bedridden with high fevers. The plague was about to break out. Chapter 99: The Plague Ravaged Tough Tons. At this time, located in all corners of the Westeros continent, the students were all busy establishing their own forces or defecting to a certain side. The lucky ones have become staff members of one of the lords, or summoned their dependents to slaughter around and accumulate invasion points. The west coast of the Westeros continent, on the Iron Islands, Wu Liang disguised his heart-eater ghost henchmen as humans and defected to the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands. The Iron Folk were a group of Viking-like sea robbers who made their living by plundering and killing. Wu Liang, who defected to the Greyjoy family, bloodied several villages on the west coast in a row. This not only allowed his dependents to skyrocket in a short period of time, but also gained the pull of the ambitious Yolan Greyjoy. Taking this opportunity, Wu Liang assembled a massive fleet of sea plunderers. It took only a few days of effort to collect a large number of invasion points. He then began to gather all sorts of intelligence on the continent of Westeros and tried to find traces of Lin Mo. That failure at the Hoyu group dinner had nailed him to the family's pillar of shame. Not only was he ridiculed by the rest of the family's peers, even some of the elders questioned his strength. This time, Wu Liang came prepared for the practice class. He was determined to get back all the humiliation he had suffered before. The bad news was that after a few days of searching, Wu Liang did not find any trace of Lin Mo. But the good news was that in the process of gathering information, he had captured a red-robed priestess who claimed to believe in the god of light. Through the soul-searching technique attached to the heart-devouring ghost, he knew that the red-robed priestess possessed the powerful cursing mana of sacrificing life and blood to her enemies. So he specifically found 1,000 civilians to offer to the red-robed priestess for blood sacrifice. And the person he wanted to assassinate was clearly Lin Mo. 1,000 civilians, converted into invasion points enough to exchange for a fourth-order soldier. The power of blood sacrifice in this world is strong. I don't believe I can't dry you out. Wu Liang snorted coldly and instantly cut his palm to drip his blood into the spell formation at his feet, only to see the blood in the spell formation flow towards the center as if it had come to life. A monster made of thick, dark red blood stood up from the blood water. Without waiting to see what it looked like, the blood shadow instantly disappeared into the darkness and shot off in the direction of the North Realm. Wu Liang, who had done all this, revealed a look of anticipation. At this moment, located north of the Great Wall in the Northern Realm. After a few days of development, Lin Mo's invasion points had accumulated to 700. There were still 10 Plague Wolf Riders unchanged as well as 500 zombie dependents. The vast area north of the North Realm was resource-poor and sparsely populated. This made Lin Mo's troop build-up very slow. But Lin Mo didn't leave the area because of this. Because he knew that in this seemingly barren world of ice and snow, there were some mysterious and powerful beings hidden. These beings were the top combatants on the Westeros continent. One of them was even a prophet-like figure who peered into the past and present. Lin Mo intended to transform them and take them to conquer the 7 kingdoms on the Westeros continent. Tuff Tun, built on a peninsula north of the Great Wall and east of the ghostly Shadow Forest. It was a major gathering place for the first men, hoarding tens of thousands of wildlings. It was second only to Castle in importance as a gathering place. Not far from the hilltop of Tuff Tun, Lin Mo lay on his back in the snow and silently watched the situation below. Taking down Tuff Tun was Lin Mo's next goal. However, he only had 500 zombie dependents now, so a frontal strong attack was definitely unrealistic. Moreover, this place is heavily guarded, so it is also unrealistic to rely on the zombies to mix in and poison the area. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo decided to recover some strength first. Consuming 100 invasion points summoned a Black Flame Titan. The Black Flame Titan wasn't important. What was important was that Lin Mo's Lord Incarnation strength was restored to the 3rd rank level. The Plague Mist skill was changed back to a releasable state. Waiting for night to fall, Lin Mo used the Plague Mist skill on Tuff Tun. A thin, light green mist slowly lingered on the Tuff Tun grounds. With the cover of darkness, this layer of fog did not attract the attention of the pioneers. By the time the next morning rolled around, many of the pioneers were experiencing vomiting and dizziness. Some were even bedridden with high fever. The healers in the camp tried to save the patients, however it was of little use. Even as the morning passed, more patients were bedridden. The worst ones had even fallen into a heavy coma. The savages of Hardhome Tun realize that a plague has broken out in their camp. Immediately afterward, a riot begins, and several tribal leaders discuss the need to leave this place of trouble at the earliest opportunity. The time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting dark. Pale green mists reappeared inside the camp. The savages who inhaled the mist began to cough and their bodies showed various symptoms of illness. At this point, close to a third of the savages had already developed a strong sense of discomfort in their bodies. It was late at night, and the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo stood on the hillside, gazing at the scattered fires below. At this point in the camp, most of the savages had already fallen asleep. The whole camp was very silent. Lin Mo closed his eyes and felt the densely packed green points of light down the hillside. Each point of light represented a life form that had reached the threshold of infection. When the number of light dots reached 5,000, Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. Raising his palms, a ball of light green energy quickly condensed from his hands. Immediately afterward, it spread out towards the camp below. In the next second, the eyes of those wild people deep in unconsciousness within the camp snapped open. The grayish-white pupils were lifeless. The hideous face looked terrifying against the campfire. Immediately afterward, the necrotic savages pounced on their companions to the side. The zombie crisis broke out, and the zombies slaughtered the entire camp in just a few minutes of work. 10,000 invasion points came easily. Not only that, he had an extra 10,000 zombie legions. Lin Mo entered Tough Ton, and there were no longer any living people in the entire camp. Next, he began to scavenge the supplies of Hardship Ton. A large amount of dragon crystals were rummaged through and found. A rough estimate could be in the thousands. But besides the dragon crystals, Lin Mo also found some other interesting things. Those were 3 gems of different shapes and colors. The moment Lin Mo touched the gems, information about the gems appeared in his mind. Corrosion low grade. Attachment of corrosive attribute to attachment attack after setting. Fire resistance low rank. Inlaid to enhance the flame resistance of a family member. Sharp claws low rank. Increases the sharpness of a dependent's knuckles after inlaying. Introduction of inlay holes. Lords in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire can enhance the combat power of their dependents through inlay holes. Different gemstone matching can give birth to different characteristics of the effect, and 3 gems of the same rank can be synthesized into higher rank gems. For example, embedding Wineblade plus Flame Core plus Chop into a longsword weapon will create a more powerful Raging Chop. Lin Mo read it. Like the gem he got now, Corrosion plus Sharp Claws. Stacking the inlays would allow the zombie troopers to have sharp bone claws with the Corrosion attribute. Chapter 100. Meeting an old friend in Castle. Note that this ability only applies to this dimension's dependents and weaponry, and can be used to increase the number of inlay holes using a drill. An inlay hole panel popped up in front of his eyes. The panel shows that he currently has a zombie formation. The formation has 3 inlay holes. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and immediately inlaid the gems he had just obtained. Along with the gemstone's effectiveness, the zombie army skin began to secrete some sort of green slime. Sharp claws covered in corrosive liquid sprouted from their hands. Compared to the pure premonster tension infected zombies from before, the zombie army at this time was much stronger in combat. Looking at the zombie army that numbered in the tens of thousands within the Tough Ton, Lin Mo nodded slightly. These zombies were the first squad of his campaign for the Westeros continent. Considering that he was currently too weak, Lin Mo did not hesitate. He directly spent 10,000 invasion points to summon an ancient crystal dragon. And Lin Mo himself was strengthened and his strength was raised to the 5th rank. In the next period of time, Lin Mo controlled his zombie army to sweep through all the savages within the range of the Ghost Shadow Forest. Large and small camps, without exception, were all turned into part of the zombie tide. Those wildlings who survived the wave made their way to Castle Castor, their last refuge. Castle is a castle, but it's really just a gathering place for the wildlings that's a bit larger than Hardhome. The walls are made up of huge logs, and the crude and primitive defending instruments don't provide much defense for the castle. On this day, the sky was clear. Lin Mo led his zombie army to appear near Castle. Castle was currently gathering over 50,000 wildlings. Lin Mo's plan was to annex these savages and earn invasion points while expanding the scale of the corpse tide. The most dangerous enemy in the north of the north wasn't the wildlings. Rather, it's the Fey ghosts with icy blue bodies. Only by hoarding enough troops could he have the strength to fight the army of foreign ghosts. Thinking of this, Lin Mo jumped onto the back of the ancient crystal dragon. A heart-rending dragon roar rang out. The zombie army surged towards Castle in great numbers. At this time, on the walls of Castle, the wild people who were already incredibly fearful of the zombie hordes. At the sight of the blood-colored dragon that took off behind the hillside, they immediately fell into panic. Oh my god! The opposite side is there's actually a giant dragon. Didn't the giant dragon go extinct? Why has it appeared again? Forest god above. What kind of monsters are we fighting? Just as everyone was panicking, a white halo enveloped the savages in the next second. The savages instantly quieted down. It was the herald of the shifters of Castle Castor who cast a prayer of courage. The original ability of the xenomorphs was simply to attach their consciousness to animals. But since the outbreak of psychic energy, their abilities have been enhanced as well, becoming like sorcerers. Under the influence of the prayer of courage, the wildlings no longer fear threats. Instead, they erupt with a high level of wariness and can't wait to tear apart the bodies of their enemies. At this time, located inside the savage camp, several dissonant figures flashed by. The one attacking the camp seems to be Lin Mo. Holy, how did we run into this guy? Everyone try their best to resist. It's better if we can repel this pervert. If we can't, we can only blame it on our bad luck. Rimmer was unaware that there were freshman students attending practice sessions inside Castle. After he adjusted his formation, he issued the command for the entire army to attack. The 10,000 zombie army was covered in a blood-red halo. Like a shot of adrenaline, they playfully rushed towards Castle. Lin Mo sat on the back of the crystal dragon, always observing the situation below. A sparse burst of arrows flew from the direction of the fortress, but basically did little damage to the zombie army. The zombie army crashed into the log walls. Sharp bone claws dipped in corrosive venom, each claw strike severely damaging the wooden structure. Seeing this, the wildlings on the walls immediately intended to use fuel oil to cauterize the enemies below. As a result, in the next second, a hissing sound rang out from the sky. The crystal dragon swooped down. It spewed huge amounts of blood against the city walls. What appeared to be blood water actually contained incomparably sharp blood blades. Wherever the blood water passed, the bodies of the savages were instantly pierced through. The worst ones were even missing their internal organs, and all that could be seen in their chest cavities were white bones. The crystal dragon completely dismantled the savages' defense after a few consecutive sprays. The log walls collapsed. The zombies poured into the position, frantically slaughtering the savages in the camp. Seeing that the battle was settled, Lin Mo controlled the giant dragon to land on top of the city wall. However, at that moment, several silhouettes suddenly rushed out from the nooks and crannies. They shot towards Lin Mo. Some of these people were wrapped in a golden halo, some had wolf heads and claws, and there was even someone holding a silver-white sledgehammer in both hands. From the way they attacked, it was clear that they did not belong to the Westeros continent. Lin Mo did not make a move, and the crystal dragon swung its tail, then swept across at the incoming silhouette. Several people attempted to block, but without exception, they were all jerked a dozen meters away. They smashed to the ground like dog. The plague wolf riders immediately moved out and brought them under control. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and came to the side of a few people. Before he could make a sound, it was one of them who said, "Count on you, Lin Mo. Kill or die as you please. Descending to this bird's nest is not developing at all. Get me killed, brother is tired." Several people are freshmen. Often meet in the big class is considered some familiar faces. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "Is your place of descent also the north of the north?" "Ugh. Yeah," one of them said glumly. "This Thai place has so few resources, it's practically a hell of an opening. I heard that there's still that what's hero existence further north. How can I develop this? I can't develop at all. And the savages here don't anji bathe. They stink everywhere." Listening to a few students who were like whiny women complaining non-stop, Lin Mo's forehead burst into black lines. "Stop, stop, 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 stop. Since you think there are few resources here, why don't you go to the south of the Great Wall to develop? Big brother, it's not that we don't want to go. It's that the broken Great Wall can't be crossed at all. It's so high and so long, and none of our low-rank dependents have the ability to fly." Listening to a few people's complaints, Lin Mo was somewhat in tears. He waved his hand for the plague wolf riders to retreat. "For the sake of your father-son relationship with me, I will spare your lives." A few people's eyes lit up. "You're going to let us go? Righteous father. Lord righteous father. Good buddy. I'll buy you dinner when the big lesson is over." A few people first giggled for a while. Then they burst into tears. "What's the use of releasing us? We can't climb the Great Wall of Extinction. We can't even get out of here. Big brother Lin Mo, why don't you take us in? We'll follow you." Lin Mo wouldn't put a few competitors around, even if they were weaklings. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "You guys head south from here, arrive at the foot of the Great Wall of Extinction, and then head east for about half a day's journey. There is a passageway there that is blocked by an iron gate. You will stand by the passage, and if you see any soldiers in black furs appear, do so." Lin Mo made a neck-wiping motion. Muddling through the water, "You don't need me to teach you." Chapter 101. Sudden Assassination. Under Lin Mo's guidance, the few freshman students thanked him before walking towards the Great Wall of Extinction. Witnessing the few people disappearing from view, Lin Mo retracted his gaze and began to count the harvest from taking down Fort Karst. The biggest harvest was naturally the wildlings. Counting the ones consumed after the engagement, Lin Mo's zombie army exceeded 50,000 in number. But besides the regular zombie soldiers, Lin Mo also found a dozen special existences. For example, the precursor giants and snowfield mammoths, as well as the xenomorphs that controlled supernatural powers. However, the transformed alienist lost the ability to give group bonuses to their teammates. Currently, they only retained the Eagle Vision ability, which was the ability to look down on the Earth using Falcon Vision. For Lin Mo, this was a rather good scouting skill. Immediately, the shifters were organized into Scouting Team 2. As for the mammoths and giants, because their numbers were too sparse to become large, Lin Mo placed them on the 3rd Logistics Team. They were mainly responsible for carrying materials such as dragon crystal metal armor for Lin Mo. Each formation had 3 basic inlay holes. After scavenging around Castle, he found thousands more pieces of dragon crystals. As a powerful weapon against the foreign spirits, Lin Mo collected as many of them as possible. Various gems with different attributes were collected, totaling 18 pieces. After synthesizing the duplicate gems, Lin Mo obtained 4 intermediate gems with stronger properties. Ice resistance intermediate, medium range increase in resistance to low temperatures and freezing, slightly increasing flesh defense. Strong intermediate, medium range increase in the strength of the flesh of dependence, slightly speeds up wound recovery. Sharp claws intermediate, uses the limbs of the familiars to grow sharp claws, with armor-breaking properties. Energy intermediate, increases the energy limit of a dependent, slightly increases the energy recovery speed of a dependent. The remaining primary gems are mostly gems that add strength or endurance. Somewhat useful, but the boost was limited. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo set Ice Resistance Stronghold and Sharp Claws into the nested holes of the first formation. The moment the gems took effect, only the 50,000 zombies inside the castle let out a collective hiss. The zombies' desiccated muscles rapidly expanded. One by one, they turned into muscle-bound men. Then it was the sharp bone claws that grew out of their hands and feet. The ice resistance gem allowed these zombies to grow thick hair on their body surface, providing a certain amount of defense and cold temperature resistance. Looking around, the entire zombie army looked like a group of orcs. Watching the zombie army's strength rise to another level, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. The energy gemstone was set in the second formation to enhance the endurance of the alien's Eagle Vision skill. At the same time, an endurance gem and a primary ice resistance gem were set. For the mammoths and giants in the third formation, 1 strength, stamina, and weight gem was set in each. After doing all this, Lin Mo's attachment strength had increased quite considerably. The sun was about to set, so Lin Mo planned to rest for a night inside the fortress before setting off. Under the influence of the Night King, the climate in the northern part of the Northern Realm was unpredictable and extremely harsh. The second mega blizzard appeared after the sun set. Lin Mo hid in the wooden house and looked at the goose feather snow outside the window for a while without feeling sleepy, thinking that he would rest early tonight and wait for tomorrow morning to set off in search of the 3-eyed ravens hiding in the bitter cold. But tonight, doomed to be unsettled, the time came to 2 in the morning. On the snow-covered snowfield, a blood-colored shadow came towards Castle Fortress as fast as lightning. The bloody shadow was quite strange, leaving no traces on the snow wherever it passed. It was as if it was just the reflection of something invisible on the snow. The sleeping giant wolf violently opened its eyes and was about to make a sound. But in the next second, the blood shadow transformed into a sharp blade and sliced off the giant wolf's head. The other giant wolves sensed the danger and also opened their eyes. However, the blood shadow was extremely fast. The plague giant wolf was instantly decapitated without being able to react. Along with them were the plague cavalry. In the wooden house where Lin Mo was, the sleeping Lin Mo opened his eyes violently. Just now, he had lost control of 10 plague wolf riders. This meant that someone had killed them. Realizing that the situation was not good, Lin Mo instantly got up from his bed. As a result, in the next second, a blood-colored blade filled with a murderous aura flew in from outside the window. The target was pointed straight at Lin Mo's chest. In the nick of time, a set of dark red armor covered his entire body. It was able to resist the assassination of the blade. Immediately afterward, blood shadows drilled through the cracks in the doorframe, coalescing into a humanoid shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment he saw the humanoid, Lin Mo's brows tightened, only to see the humanoid emit a piercing jejia sound. Your kid's reaction is quite fast. Surprisingly, you have defended yourself against my sure fire strike. The humanoid in front of him, which was made up of blood, was actually wearing a face of Wu Liang. Lin Mo thought for a moment and immediately understood that Wu Liang should have received help from the Red Robe Witch. On the continent of Westeros, Only the red-robed which was able to create such a secretive assassination method. If I were you, I would target my assassination on a certain lord. Lin Mo's face was calm. Is it worth it to waste a chance to obtain the void origin just to kill me? Wu Liang laughed coldly once again. You think I lack this void origin? I'm here to get you killed this time. The moment the words fell, only Wu Liang waved his arms. Countless blood turned into blades and flew towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't have the intention to fight hard. Instead, he kept on snake skinning his way to dodge the blades as much as he could. In the next second, a huge dragon roar came from outside the wooden house. The crystal dragon lifted off the roof of the room and bit at Wu Liang. As a fifth-order mutant soldier, the combat power of the crystal giant dragon should not be underestimated. Wu Liang dodged to avoid the tearing bite of the dragon's head and tried to chase after it in Lin Mo's direction. Seeing this, the crystal giant dragon immediately stretched out its forelimbs in a burst of flapping. Wu Liang couldn't dodge in time and was immediately slapped into a puddle of blood. However, in the next second, the blood coalesced once again and regrouped into a humanoid form. Defeated, Wu Liang once again targeted Lin Mo. Only seeing him snort coldly, he instantly turned into a mass of blood-colored torrent and rushed towards Lin Mo. The crystal dragon reached out to stop him. However, the torrent was made up of liquid and went straight through the dragon's claws. The instant the blood-colored torrent approached Lin Mo, it transformed into countless sharp blades. The blades were also interspersed with Wu Liang's face that had been twisted to the extreme. Damn you, Lin Mo! You go to hell! Wu Liang screamed and charged towards Lin Mo. However, he saw Lin Mo lightly say, "Plague mist." In the next second, a light green mist enveloped the entire wooden house. Lin Mo's figure quickly hid within it. Wu Liang's all-out strike came up empty, and he looked around but was unable to find Lin Mo's traces at all. Cunning fellow, if you have the guts to come out, Wu Liang cursed. What responded to the curse was the blood-red dragon head poking out from the mist. Chapter 102. Searching for the prophet Three-Eyed Raven. The crystal dragon opened its bloody mouth and instantly swallowed Wu Liang whole. The blood was like an explosion of hair frantically running around in the crystal dragon's mouth. The appearance was similar to a desert camel eating a zapped cactus. Damn it, Lin Mo, I won't let you go. Wu Liang hissed intermittently. When I gather my dependents to regain my strength, I will definitely wipe out all your dependents along with you. Completely. After waiting for a not too long period of time, Wu Liang completely lost his voice. The crystal giant dragon tilted its head and made a very humanized swallowing motion. That large mass of blood was then all swallowed by the crystal giant dragon. Just when Lin Mo thought that this was the end. Who knew that the crystal dragon's throat knots shrugged and suddenly vomited again. Despite its best efforts to cover its mouth, it didn't want what it had eaten into its stomach to come out again. But an egg-sized blood-red gemstone still passed through the gap in the dragon's claws and rolled down to the ground. Ah, this! Lin Mo was confused and subconsciously picked up the gem. Blood Demon advanced. A rare weapon inlay gemstone that can be set on the surface of a famous sword, granting the user the ability to transform into a blood demon. I didn't realize there were surprises. Lin Mo put the blood demon gem away, calculating that perhaps he should find a famous sword to try out the power of this gem. The so-called famous sword was a famous sword. Such swords are not uncommon in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, such as Arya's Stitching Needle, Brienne's Oathkeeper's Sword, Joffrey's Widow's Howl, Snow's Longclaw, and so on. Lin Mo was in the northern lands, and the only one he could have a chance to get right now was Snow's Longclaw. Maybe I can make a trip to Castle Black and get the Longclaw back, Lin Mo silently calculated. Longclaw was made of Valyrian steel, and it was even more restraining to Fae than dragonglass. It would indeed be an excellent thing to get such a weapon in the early stages. Doing what he wanted to do, Lin Mo was a man of action. He immediately transformed into his crystal dragon form, and a pair of crystal wings grew out from his back. Stirring his wings, he flew in the direction of Castle Black. In the medieval setting of the Song of Ice and Fire world, the only thing that could fly in the sky besides birds was a dragon. Hidden in the clouds, Lin Mo easily crossed the Great Wall of the North and arrived at the foot of the Great Wall where Castle Black was located. As night fell, Lin Mo quietly sneaked into Castle Black, taking the long claws from the side of Snow, the son of the dimension. The psychic outburst seems to have had a great effect on the bastard. As he approached, Snow Rimmer could clearly feel that his strength was already at the 3rd rank near the 4th rank. And he had been successfully promoted to a lord. Lin Mo didn't want to cause any trouble, so he took the long claw and left quietly. At dawn, Lin Mo arrived at Castle. As the exclusive saber of the Son of the Dimension, there were 4 inlay holes in the long claw, and 2 of them already had gems, sharpness and toughness respectively. When Lin Mo embedded the Blood Demon gemstone into the 3rd setting hole, the entire sword seemed to be soaked in blood, emitting a light red shimmering light all over. The body of the sword became longer and looked murderous. Feeling the strong power surging from the blade, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. With a weapon in hand, it was time to think about finding the 3-eyed raven next. Under Lin Mo's command, an army of 50,000 zombies swarmed out of Castle. Heading further north, with the help of the shifters, the wildling camps hidden throughout the snowy plains were easy to find. These small forces of savages were all transformed by the zombie army and became part of the corpse tide. The number of invasion points slowly rose in the process, slowly approaching the 100,000 mark. Soon, the news about a powerful legion appearing on the ice plains reached the Fey Ghost camp. An extremely ancient-looking Fey Ghost general, awakening the army of foreign ghosts sleeping under the ice and snow. He was seen riding a skeletal warhorse and holding a long-handled chopper. With its entire force, it traveled through the middle of the blizzard. The other side, Lin Mo only knew that the 3-eyed raven was hiding under an old tree in a certain mountain range. Any more specific locations were unclear, so he could only spread some of the walkers out and look for them slowly. The xenomorphs provided Lin Mo with a large field of vision, which made the search progress a lot faster. Soon, however, a new problem arose. The xenomorphs reported that 10 kilometers away from them, a massive army of xenomorphs was approaching. Looking at their unavoidable marching route, it was clear that they were running towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was psychologically prepared for this situation. He immediately deployed his dependence to a short slope that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Along with the snowflakes gradually began to drift across the land. In the distance, a black pressurized army of foreign ghosts appeared on the horizon. There's nothing to say about the Fey ghosts versus the zombies. It's just an endless frenzy of killing. When the army of foreign ghosts discovered Lin Mo's troops, they were like hungry wolves encountering living prey. It rushed over in great numbers. This army of foreign ghosts probably numbered around 30,000. The moment it rushed in, it fought chaotically with Lin Mo's zombie dependence. The Fey ghosts couldn't be infected because they were already dead corpses. However, you can still gain invasion points after smashing them. The fight went on for almost 3 hours. After 3 hours, the army of foreign ghosts all turned into corpses and spread over the entire battlefield. And Lin Mo's zombie army had lost 10,000 units. The ancient infernal ghost general, who realized that he had become a bare-bones commander, tried to retreat. However, he was stopped by the ancient crystal dragon that fell from the sky. General Xenaghost possessed 5th-order battle power, just equal to the ancient crystal dragon. Just as General Xenaghost drew his chopper and prepared to fight the ancient crystal dragon to the death, Lin Mo, who had transformed into a blood demon, descended from the sky and attacked the foreign ghost general in a frenzy. The ancient crystal dragon joined the battle at the same time. Under the combined attack of the two, the Fey demon general was only able to support himself for a few rounds before he was slashed in the neck by Lin Mo's sword. The entire person instantly turned into an ice slag, picking up the gems that had fallen from within the carcass of the Xenaghost general. Frozen Core advanced. Attacks unleash a piercing cold that erodes and slows enemy units, providing restorable ice armor around the familiars. This frozen core is of little use against Fey. However, it is of great use against enemies other than foreign ghosts. Put the frozen core away. Lin Mo brought his dependence and began to accelerate in search of the 3-eyed raven. Taking out the Fey general was no small matter. The Night King's side was bound to already know about Lin Mo's existence. It wouldn't be long before more foreign ghosts made a comeback. So Lin Mo had to speed up his pace and rush to find the 3-eyed crow before the Night King could counterattack. Control the power of the 3-eyed raven, both against the Night King, or taking over the 7 kingdoms, or even against the Dragon Queen. Lin Mo would gain a huge advantage. In order to reach their goal early, the zombie army was like crazy under Lin Mo's control, searching around the clock to find it. Chapter 103: The Foreign Ghost General Attacks. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, located in a certain hidden mountain range in the northern part of the Forefather's Fist, the aliens discovered the existence of the Great Banyan Tree. It was a giant tree trunk growing in the permafrost, connected to the rocky underbelly. The intricate root-like structure inside the tree hole was faintly visible. Leading his own army of zombies, he was soon staged in the snowy hills not far from the big banyan tree. A group of fey ghosts hidden beneath a glacier attacked the party. The number was small, only a few hundred. These foreign ghosts were the Night King's eyes to monitor the movements of the three-eyed crows. When Lin Mo appeared here, the Night King naturally got the news first. Several legions of foreign ghosts converged and formed an even larger legion, surging towards the great banyan tree in great numbers. Lin Mo knew that there wasn't much time left for him. At that moment, he didn't hesitate anymore and directly attacked the big banyan tree. However, under the big banyan tree, hundreds of sons of the forest were already ready to meet the battle. The sons of the forest were one of the few creatures in the Song of Ice and Fire that could directly use magical abilities. He has a green vision that is more powerful than that of the shifters. They can transform into beasts for battle and can also throw extremely powerful fireballs. The sons of the forest arching under the great banyan tree all possessed the strength of third-rank soldiers. However, although they were strong, their numbers were extremely scarce. Lin Mo did not hesitate to give the order to attack, only to see an army of 50,000 zombies killing towards the big banyan tree with great vigor. Intense explosions rang out from the zombie army. However, they saw the sons of the forest standing high above them, continuously throwing explosive fireballs over. Each explosion could kill dozens of zombies. It looked like the damage was extremely high, but in front of the huge base of the zombie army, it was simply not enough. In the blink of an eye, the zombie army rushed in front of the children of the forest. These organisms that were shaped like dwarves and looked like elves saw the situation. They have transformed into various beasts: bears, tigers, ice wolves, fighting the zombie hordes in a fierce battle. Just then, Lin Mo descended from the sky on his crystal dragon. The crystal dragon spat a mouthful of blood directly at the children of the forest on the ground. In an instant, a dozen or so sons of the forest were poked through by the blood blade and nailed to the ground. Lin Mo descended from the sky, the blood-red long sword in his hand gushing out countless amounts of blood to wrap him up. The blood demon form opened, and the blood covered Lin Mo's body to form a blood-red liquid armor around him. He could only see him constantly waving his long sword, and the sons of the forest wherever he passed were simply unable to resist his attacks. 300 sons of the forest. It quickly fell apart under the infestation of Lin Mo's zombie army. At the cost of losing 10,000 zombies, Lin Mo completely decimated 300 sons of the forest. A green halo burst out from around him. In the next second, 213 sons of the forest transformed into zombies and slowly stood up from the ground. Up to this point, Lin Mo had an additional magic unit in his army. Not only was it able to provide him with powerful magical attacks, but it also provided a greater field of vision, ensuring that the Legion can travel to any area without any obstacles. As Rimmer approached the great banyan tree, the zombie army and the transformed sons of the forest made way. Lin Mo put his blood-colored longsword behind his back and stepped inside the big banyan tree alone, only to see an old man sitting in the center of the tree with its coiled roots. At this moment, the old man's pupils were still in a gray state. This was him using his green vision for some sort of snooping. After waiting for a while, the old man's pupils recovered at the first sight of Lin Mo and said, "The Night King's advance guard is less than 30 miles from here. 100,000 ghouls? Can you withstand them?" At this point, Lin Mo's troops only had 40,000 left. But he wasn't the least bit panicked. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "Did your green prophet ability tell you your end? To be killed by me or to surrender to me?" The three-eyed raven replied in a moment of silence, "I cannot be in the company of the dead. Even if the dead have nothing to do with the Fae, then there's nothing to talk about." Lin Mo took down his longsword and decisively sent the three-eyed raven back to the west. The three-eyed crow possessed fourth-order abilities, but his abilities were mainly supportive and basically had little attack power. Finish off the three-eyed raven and turn it into your own familiars. Lin Mo briefly checked his abilities. Green vision. Peering into the earth from a god's perspective, no wind or grass can escape the green prophet's eyes. Lords can view any corner of the world of the Song of Ice and Fire through this skill. Forest blessing. Use the power of nature to restore and repair your own unit's injuries. Nature's aura. Your troops are affected by the power of nature, increasing the speed of recovery from injuries by a small margin. The three-eyed raven's abilities were great, all of which he was currently able to use himself. Casually, the three-eyed raven is organized into Recon Team 2. Next, Lin Mo dispatched his dependents to meticulously scour the interior of the Great Banyan Tree. In addition to gathering out thousands more dragon crystals, primary inlay gems gained 30. Intermediate gemstones 6 pieces. 1 high-grade gemstone. In addition to that, a punching device treasure was obtained. Hole punch. When used, it can increase the inlay holes of items or formation dependence. Thorns advanced. Adds anti-damage attributes to familiars and creates thorn armor, greatly increasing defensive capabilities. Lin Mo immediately used up his hole punch and punched the 4th inlay hole for the first formation. The moment the thorn gemstone was embedded in the inlay hole, only Lin Mo's zombie army was covered with a layer of dark green vine armor around its body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rattan armor covered from the toes to the brain, with dense spikes growing in every place. Replacing the standardized rattan armor, the comprehensive strength of the zombie army rose to another level. Lin Mo found a long knife and slashed twice at the rattan armor. One slash surprisingly didn't cut through the rattan armor, but instead, his own palm was wounded by the spikes. With the protection of this rattan armor, the threat factor of the alien ghost army was greatly reduced. Synthesized the 30 newly acquired low-grade gems. At this point, the number of remaining mid-grade gems in Lin Mo's hand reached 13. There were 4 inlay holes on the long claw of the famous sword, and Lin Mo had replaced all of them except for the Blood Demon gem. The current inlay hole pairings were Blood Magic Advanced plus Sharpness Intermediate plus Stronghold Intermediate plus Strength Intermediate. After the 4 gems were set, the long claw just transformed into a large sword close to 2 meters long. The sharp blade and smooth surface of the sword could be determined to be a superb sword at a single glance. Scouting Team 2 and Logistics Team 3, Lin Mo also replaced the inlaid primary gems with suitable intermediate gems. The overall strength was strengthened. When that was done, Recon 2 sent word of the enemy's imminent arrival. An army of 100,000 ghouls had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Leading the troops were 5 Xenaghost generals riding skeletal horses. The ensuing battle will be especially fierce. Chapter 104 Daenerys, Queen of Dragons. At this time, on the continent of Ursus, which was located to the east of the continent of Westeros, a powerful army consisting of unsullied, Dothraki cavalry, and 3 dragons was rushing to the slave city Meereen. At the front of the group, Daenerys Targaryen, Queen of Dragons, had a serious face. Her brows were filled with a kingly demeanor, and by her side, there followed a female general whose temperament and beauty was not inferior to the Queen of Dragons. This female general had only defected to Daenerys not long ago. I don't know if it's because she's a woman and has a powerful clan. Daenerys thought highly of her, and soon promoted her to be her second in command. Ms. Hermione, do you have any thoughts on attacking Meereen next? The Mother of Dragons looked to her deputy at the side. If Lin Mo was present at this moment, he would be surprised. The so-called Ms. Hermione was clearly his sophomore schoolmate, Zhang Min. Only to see Helmin, also known as Zhang Min's small face was unusually serious. I can lead an advance team to sneak into Mei Lin and take out all the guards at the city gates. And then greet your arrival, Dragon Queen. Daenerys nodded in satisfaction. Then do so, Hermione. Looking forward to your performance. Legion stationing phase. Zhang Min, who had returned to his tent, closed the tent door behind him. In the next second, she laid down on the bed without any regard for her status as a lady, and made a big sign. I'm so tired. If I had known that marching and fighting would be so tiring, I might as well just go to the Westeros continent to develop. Zhang Min tilted her head, revealing her white neck, a look of lifelessness, but soon her thoughts shifted elsewhere. I wonder how Rimmer is developing? With his ability, it's estimated that he can already summon a 4th-order dependent. Zhang Min recalled in her mind what she had experienced with Lin Mo before. Her small face slightly reddened and she subconsciously hugged the pillow next to her. I've also inquired about a lot of news in Westeros these days, and so many students have already made a name for themselves. The only one I haven't heard of is Lin Mo. I've heard that Wu Liang has now taken over the Iron Islands. His sea fleet is invincible, and there are headaches within the 7 kingdoms. I don't know in which nook or cranny the great god Lin Mo is developing. There's no news until now. Thinking about it, Zhang Min's upper eyelids fought with her lower eyelids. She soon fell asleep, exhausted from marching for days and nights on end. At this time, located in the north of the Northern Realm, the land of eternal winter. An army of 100,000 ghouls surrounded the great banyan tree in great numbers. Under the big banyan tree was Lin Mo's zombie army. Lin Mo stood at the highest point of the big banyan tree, surveying the army of ghouls not far away. Most of the ghouls were made up of skeletons, and many of them were even missing arms and legs. Hideous faces aside, the ghouls actually looked rather fragile. The kind of existence that could shatter into a pile of white bones with a single hammer blow. On the contrary, Lin Mo's zombie army, after being strengthened by gems, every zombie looked quite strong. Especially with the standard rattan armor, it made them look like a regular army. 100,000 ghouls, a huge number. But Lin Mo didn't think that his 40,000 zombie army would lose to them, along with the foreign ghost generals drawing their respective weapons. It was as if the ghouls received the order at the same time. Frantically, they surged towards the big banyan tree. Hundreds of explosive fireballs flew out and landed in the ranks of the ghoul army. It blew up thousands of ghouls in just an instant. Immediately afterward, the ghouls collided with Lin Mo's zombie army like a tidal wave. Both sides were units of the living dead, and there was basically no such thing as morale. The collision instantly started the most primitive and violent killing. The legions of zombies wielded their sharp claws and continuously tore apart the ghouls that came pouring in. On the contrary, the ghouls tried to tear into the zombies' vine armor. But the tough rattan armor wasn't something that could be bitten so easily. Besides, the rattan armor was full of spikes. Quite a few ghouls bit and bit, directly smashing their own jaws. The number of ghouls didn't seem to be suppressing the zombies in front of them. Instead, it was showing signs of going into mass. The Fey Ghost generals who saw this scene were sullen. A total of 5 fiendish ghost generals were deployed in this regimental battle. As 5th Order generals, their strength should not be underestimated. Only to see one of the Fey demon generals raise his palm and quickly condense a cold ice spear in his hand. In the next second, he threw the spear at the zombie army. The moment the spear landed, it easily pierced through the chest cavity of a zombie. Immediately afterward, the magical power contained in the ice spear erupted violently. Countless ice crystals splashed out like bullets towards the surroundings, penetrating through layers of zombie bodies. The zombies that were hit by the ice crystals froze in place the next second. The power of just one spear caused Lin Mo to lose nearly 100 dependents. Seeing that the effect was good, the foreign ghost general began to throw ice spears continuously. The ice spears continuously exploded in the zombie group, causing great kills. Lin Mo's legion's battle damage began to increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Mo, who realized the severity of the problem, immediately changed his combat approach. The explosive fireballs of the children of the forest began to focus their bombardment on a single route. Soon a channel was blown open. Under Lin Mo's control, the zombies surged into the passageway to split the ghoul army into 2 pieces. Lin Mo sent out 10,000 zombie troops in one breath, charging down the passageway towards the foreign ghost generals. Blood rejoice! In the next second, the entire zombie army was labeled red, and their combat power and movement speed increased dramatically. The zombies that fell into a state of madness rushed towards General Xenaghost. The Xenaghost generals didn't dodge and fought with the zombie troops with various weapons in their hands. These foreign ghost generals contained extremely powerful foreign ghost power within their bodies. Every time their weapons hit a zombie, they could instantly freeze it. Even if they were protected by rattan armor, it would not help. Just as these foreign ghost generals were killing with vigor, a hissing sound rang out in the air. Immediately afterward, blood gushed out from the crystal dragon's mouth. It turned into a blood-colored sharp blade and splashed madly towards the Fey demon general below. The foreign ghost generals waved their weapons and continuously resisted the blood-red blades. One of the Xenaghost generals reacted quickly and immediately condensed an ice spear and threw it towards the crystal dragon. Lin Mo only had to control the crystal dragon to pull up in height to avoid this attack. The 5 5th-ranked alien ghost generals weren't easy to deal with. However, Lin Mo had his own battle thoughts. Only in the next second, a light green mist began to fill around the Fey demon general. Only a few breaths of time had passed, and the visibility of the mist was only visible for 2 or 3 meters. Several black shadows in the mist ran wildly, pouncing towards General Fey Ghost, only to see one of the Xenaghost generals raise his long sword about to cut the charging zombie off at the waist. However, the moment the blade touched its body, a violent explosion erupted from within this zombie. The sudden explosion caused General Xenaghost's body to shake violently. Without waiting for it to gain its footing, Another zombie had already rushed in. However, this zombie did not blow itself up, but instead held two short black knives. The moment General Zenighost saw the short knives, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was clearly the dragon crystal dagger of the Tian Ku Fei ghost. He was able to fend off and kill this zombie, and without waiting for General Zenighost to catch his breath, another zombie holding the dragon crystal dagger rushed up. This was followed by dozens or hundreds of zombies. In their hands, all of them without exception clutched various weapons made from dragon glass. Chapter 105 7 Countries in Turmoil. There was the cover of the mists, plus hundreds of zombies as well as the dragon crystal that restrained the Fey ghosts. The 5 Fey ghost generals were instantly killed off by 3. The remaining 2 saw the situation and wanted to escape. However, Lin Mo and the crystal dragon killed them. After a few rounds of fighting, the 2 were killed. At this point, all 5 of the Fey generals were dead. The army of ghouls that were controlled by the foreign ghost generals also fell to the ground in an instant and completely turned into a pile of corpses. Half an hour later, under the big banyan tree, the corpses were densely packed on the ground. Lin Mo's zombie army lost about 10,000 people in this battle. The current number of zombie legions was only 30,000 left. The battle was fierce and the harvest was quite large. In one battle, more than 100,000 invasion points were gained alone. Together with what Lin Mo had gotten earlier, the current invasion points had accumulated to 170,000. This amount was already quite huge, taking out 5 foreign ghost generals. Each general burst out a high-grade inlay gem. Hurricane Advanced. When embedded in a weapon, it releases a hurricane slash, killing enemy units at a range. Ice Rock Advanced. Inlaid in the defense can generate ice armor to greatly enhance the defense. Ice armor broken instantly on the surrounding enemies caused by ice shock. Strengthening Advanced. Increase the physical quality of your familiars and increase their recovery ability to a medium extent. The remaining 2 gems were the same as the one dropped by the old Zenighost general from before. Both were frozen cores. Holding the 3 frozen cores in his hands, Lin Mo directly chose to synthesize them. Only in the next second, a blue gem with a golden glow appeared in his hand. After the advanced gem was synthesized, even the name changed along with it. Eternal Winter Premium. Enables dependents to gain the power to change the climate. Wherever it passes through, it is bitterly cold, and corpses do not decay and dead souls do not dissipate. Seeing the gem introduction, Lin Mo froze. Wasn't this Eternal Winter Gemstone the Fey Ghost's specialty? Wherever it passed through, summer turned into winter. The earth was covered in snow and wind, and plants and animals died out. At this time, Lin Mo's first formation's inlay gems were Thorns Advanced plus Sharp Claws Intermediate plus Stronghold Intermediate plus Ice Resistance Intermediate. Intermediate Stronghold and Ice Resistance were replaced. The zombie formation's inlay gems are changed to Thorns Advanced plus Sharp Claws Intermediate plus Stronghold Advanced plus Eternal Winter Extra. The new sequence of gems was replaced. Lin Mo's zombie army evolved once again. Advanced Stronghold made their bodies stronger, each one pulling up to 2 meters, and their strength and speed were drastically increased. And the power of Eternal Winter changed their appearance. Surrounded by light blue ice crystals, the temperature of the air around them became lower, and snowflake-like flakes could be seen arising from around the corpses at any time. At this moment, the corpses were wrapped in a thin layer of mist. From afar, it looked like an evil spirit hidden in the mist. It was wrapped in a chilling aura of terror. In the next period of time, Lin Mo began to annex the wandering tribes of savages around the ancestral Fist Peak. There was the assistance of the 3-eyed crows and other xenomorphs. The annexation was extremely efficient. There were basically no wildlings that could escape the hunt wherever they passed. Because of this, many wildlings began to gather at the northern Great Wall in order to survive. Those who were not afraid of death even started to climb the Great Wall, in order to avoid the pursuit of the zombie army. More and more wildlings climbed over the Great Wall to escape, which naturally attracted the attention of the Night's Watch. At this time, Snow, who is already the 998th Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch, was listening to the report of the Night's Watchmen with a grave face. Outside the Great Wall, a powerful force has appeared that hunts wildlings everywhere. And this force is not a foreign spirit, but has the power to revive the dead just like a foreign spirit. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Snow immediately summoned Aemon Targaryen and asked him to immediately conduct a pigeon transmission to deliver the news to the 7 countries. A few days later, the major cities of the 7 kingdoms, large and small lords all received the news from the Night's Watch. A force that was expanding rapidly had appeared in the land of eternal winter. Its level of danger is comparable to that of the Fey ghosts, and if it is not curbed as soon as possible, it may become a scourge. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms attached great importance to this matter, and one after another, they sent troops to the north. They used Winterfell as a rallying point and staged their troops there. When the troops are gathered to be strong enough, then they would completely eradicate this emerging force. At this time, most of the students from Dragon Academy had already infiltrated the major forces. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms suddenly deployed their troops to the north, which naturally caught their attention as well. They then quickly realized that the forces that appeared beyond the Great Wall of the Northern Realm were most likely students of a certain class. But according to the intelligence, the area north of the Northern Realm was a rather barren existence. And there was also the presence of such a powerful enemy as the Fey Ghosts. How did this student develop a force in such a place? At this time, it was located within a mercenary camp in Dornish Halberd City. Gu Qingqing alias Troy was listening to the news peddler's report with a serious face. "Miss Troy, this is all the news we got. Now we need you to pay us some reward." Gu Qingqing waved her hand for her men to hand over the currency, but she herself rested her chin thoughtfully. Has Lin Mo-san finally started to make an impact? It's already become an existence that makes even the Seven Kingdoms fearful. Looking at the mercenary corps he had formed, he clenched his fists and cheered himself up. I have to work hard too. I can't lose to Mr. Lin Mo. Across the strait, the Dragon Legion had successfully occupied Meereen. Inside the battle conference room on the highest tower of Meereen, Dragon Queen Daenerys was staring at the map of the Westeros continent with a frown on her face. Our next goal is to cross the narrow sea and head to King's Landing to reclaim the Iron Throne. Just then, the octopus spider, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, there is bad news coming from the Northern Realm. A dark force has appeared north of the Great Wall, and I'm afraid that it will become an equally difficult existence as the foreign ghosts." Daenerys frowned slightly. "The northern border is blocked by the Great Wall. We will not consider these enemies hidden in the darkness for now. By the way, Hermione, do you have any thoughts on crossing the narrow sea?" "Hermione!" Daenerys called out again, and only then did Zhang Min return to his senses. A complicated look instantly appeared on her face. That guy Lin Mo had finally appeared and had startled the Seven Kingdoms the moment he appeared. I wonder what this guy will do behind him. In the Iron Islands, Wu Liang similarly received news from the Northern Realm. A shade flickered in his eyes. Then he sneered. The Seven Kingdoms have all sent troops to the Northern Realm. It seems like I have to give a big gift to Mr. Lin Mo as well. North of the Northern Realm, near the Fist Peak of the First People. After a few days of development, the number of Lin Mo's dependents' troops had barely reached 40,000. At the same time, on the vast plains north of Fist Peak, a huge black dark cloud was slowly approaching. Underneath the dark cloud was a violent blizzard, and it was vaguely visible that the blizzard was laced with densely packed black shadows. A blizzard of this scale meant that an extremely powerful alien ghost army was approaching. And the one controlling this army of foreign ghosts was not someone else. It was the Night King, the supreme leader of the foreign ghosts. Chapter 106 Duel of the Night King. Through the Three-Eyed Crow's green vision skill, Lin Mo easily knew the number of ghoul legions under the cover of the blizzard. 300,000 ghouls plus 25th ranked Xenaghost generals and 7th ranked Lord Night King. On Lin Mo's side, after a few days of development, the number of the zombie army had accumulated to 60,000. At the same time, his invasion points had also accumulated to 160,000. The duel with the Night King was crucial. If you lose, all your efforts before returning home will be in vain. If he won, the entire land of eternal winter would become Lin Mo's territory. Afterwards, he would travel south to meet the Seven Kingdoms. During this process, Lin Mo would harvest a large amount of resources as well as the particularly precious Void Origin. Acquiring the Void Origin was an important step in his progression from Novice Lord to Full Lord. With his thoughts collected, Lin Mo's gaze once again focused on the Night King's Legion at the foot of the mountain. Without much hesitation, he directly consumed 100,000 invasion points. In the next second, a portal unfolded from behind Lin Mo. Immediately afterward, a blood-red crystal dragon slowly climbed out of the portal. It was clearly the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King that was already close to the peak strength of the 6th rank. The moment the Crystal Dragon King appeared, Lin Mo's strength was also soaring rapidly, directly growing from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Red Crystal Armor, Dragon King transformation. These skills. Lin Mo could use them again. He didn't save the remaining 60,000 invasion points. Once again, he summoned 6 ancient crystal dragons. At this point, Lin Mo's troop strength was a 6th Order Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, 7 5th Order Ancient Crystal Dragons, 60,000 Zombie Core with strengths between 2nd and 3rd Order. Sitting on the back of the one-eyed Crystal Dragon King, Lin Mo waved his longsword and gave the order to retreat into the interior of the canyon. The so-called canyon was an easily defensible defense point that Lin Mo had long been optimistic about. The peaks of the mountains on both sides towered over it, with only a pocket-shaped opening. Such terrain was extremely suitable for a protracted battle. Under Lin Mo's orders, the 60,000 zombie army quickly withdrew to the interior of the canyon. The zombies were in the front with the shifter sons of the Moroi spirit and the others in the back. The crystal dragons, on the other hand, crept on either side of the cliff. At any time, it was at Lin Mo's beck and call to unleash a swift blow. Everything was ready, and all that was left to do was to wait for the alien ghosts to arrive. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned dark and goose feather snow fell from the sky. Outside the valley, a blizzard began to blow, and people were silhouetted in the blizzard. When Lin Mo got a clear look at the ghouls' faces, he immediately revealed a grave expression. Compared to the previous skinny and bony ghouls that crumbled at the slightest touch, this ghoul in front of him had changed greatly in appearance. The intact skin was translucent with a greenish-blue color, and each ghoul looked lean and sturdy. The body wore black body armor woven from some sort of vines. These ghouls were 1,000 times different from the stragglers from before, both in terms of combat power and defense. Looking at the army of ghouls, there was still some time before they arrived at the scene. Lin Mo gave the order for the crystal dragons to keep spewing blood at the pockets of the canyon. A sharp, blood-colored crystal grew the instant the blood water hit the ground. These crystals aligned themselves to the outside and soon formed a wall cast in blood spears. Like a rejecting horse, it arched over the mouth of the pocket. An hour later, the army of foreign spirits arrived on the scene. The ghouls made way. A ghoul with an ice crown on his head slowly stepped out from the ghouls. He was seen to possess a pair of sky-blue pupils, and his icy gaze seemed to be freezing everything. It was clearly the Night King, the leader of all the foreign ghosts. Lin Mo stood tall and locked eyes with the Night King, not wanting to give way. There was basically nothing necessary for the two hostile forces to communicate, and the Night King gently raised his hand. The army of ghouls then charged towards the zombie army in the canyon. And Lin Mo's zombie army also showed their teeth and made a ready attack posture. In less than a breath, the two legions collided together. A blood and flesh fight began. Under the Night King's command, several Fey demon generals condensed ice crystals, preparing to project a rather lethal ice spear. Lin Mo had prepared for this move. At the same time the ice spear flew, the crystal dragon lying on the cliff spewed blood. In an instant, the power of the ice spear was reduced to its lowest point. With the crystal dragon's protection, the ice spear lost its effect. The Night King frowned slightly and immediately sent 4 Fey Ghost Generals to charge towards the front line. The Fey Ghost Generals of 5th rank strength tore an opening in Lin Mo's defense line the instant they joined the battle. A large number of zombies were killed by the Fey Ghost General, and the battle line began to fall back towards the canyon at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The space in the canyon was narrow, so Lin Mo didn't send the crystal dragon out. Instead, he drew out his blood demon greatsword and slashed at the fiendish ghost general on the front line. At this time, Lin Mo's strength had already reached the peak of the 6th rank. It wouldn't be difficult to fight against a 5th-ranked alien ghost general. Only the moment he joined the battlefield, he violently swung the long sword in his hand. A streak of blood-red sword chi splashed out from the blade, instantly decapitating a large swath of ghouls. The Fey Ghost General wanted to step forward to stop it, but the harsh sword blade and the immense force on the blade was simply not something they could resist. After several engagements, no advantage was taken, not to mention. Instead, he was constantly repelled by the great sword wielded by Lin Mo. There were even a few times when he was dangerously close to almost getting his body slashed by the Valyrian steel sword. The Night King realized how difficult the enemy was, and immediately stopped holding back. Only to see him raise his long sword high, the remaining Fey demon generals all surged towards the battlefield. At the same time, Lin Mo also gave the order for all the crystal dragons to attack. Led by the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, the crystal dragons hovered high in the sky, madly spewing blood and water downwards. The ghouls, wherever the blood water passed, were all pierced through their bodies by blood-colored spikes. The Fey Ghost General condensed ice spears in an attempt to shoot the crystal dragon. However, it was only after throwing it a dozen times in a row that it finally hit a crystal dragon. The crystal dragon hissed and slammed in the direction of General Iciger. Flesh and blood blast. The falling crystal dragon's body swelled violently, followed by a huge explosion. The power of the explosion was so great that it killed 4 Fey generals and crippled 2 in just an instant, sacrificing a 5th-ranked crystal dragon to kill 4 fiendish generals. This was a rather cost-effective deal for Lin Mo. Seeing that the crystal dragons could still blow themselves up, the foreign ghost generals immediately didn't dare to use their ice lances any more easily. They began to approach towards the front line, trying to use their 5th-order combat power on the zombie army. But just as they were in the middle of their kill, a troop of zombies numbering in the tens of thousands, each equipped with a dragon crystal weapon, surged over. Tens of thousands of zombies, after a round of charging, died and were heavily wounded. Nearly half of them were instantly killed by General Fey Ghost. However, many ants bite the elephant. Even though at this moment, General Fey Ghost slaughtered the zombies as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. However, the number of zombies was too great. No matter how fast they hacked and slashed, in the end, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. So in a certain charge 10 minutes later, a zombie with a dragonglass dagger rushed behind the Fey general. The dragonglass dagger stabbed into its back before he could swing the blade at himself. In the next second, this Fey demon general let out a mournful scream. Immediately after, the entire person turned into ice crystals and shattered into pieces. The death of the first foreign ghost general was as if it had triggered a domino effect. The second and third foreign ghost generals died one after another. Chapter 107: The Strength of a 7th-Order Night King. Although the Fey demon general had 5th-rank strength, he was completely defenseless against the dragon crystal. As long as he was stabbed, it would be a death sentence. It was because of this that Lin Mo chose to go hard against the alien ghost army. In the blink of an eye, the Xenaghost generals were killed to the point where there were only 6 of them left. The 300,000 ghouls had also shrunk severely under the constant spewing of the crystal dragon, with less than 100,000 remaining. Looking at the fact that he still had more than 30,000 dependents, while the opposite side of the ghoul army could already see the end, Lin Mo immediately gave the order to counterattack. The crystal dragons in the sky spewed out red blood, slaughtering the ghouls at the canyon pocket. The legions of zombies instantly surged out, continuously tearing apart the formation of the ghoul army like a sharp arrow. The battle situation had come to the most critical moment. Lin Mo also no longer had any reservations, constantly casting blood blast on the zombies that rushed at the front. In a series of explosions, the ghouls were blown apart before they could even react. Utilizing this brutal method of fighting, the ghoul army was split down the middle. It was completely split into 2 halves. With the help of this divided passage, more zombies poured into the rear of the enemy army. Toward the remaining Fey general and Night King, they rushed forward. At the same time, the crystal dragons in the sky also flew together to the back of the foreign ghosts, under the joint siege of the black pressurized zombies as well as the crystal dragons. The Xenaghost generals were instantly submerged in the tide of corpses, and they all turned into ice crystals and dissipated into this world. Snowflakes like ice crystals suddenly began to fall in the sky. The earth cooled down rapidly, and the natural energy in the entire heaven and earth surged and rotated like crazy. Lin Mo was riding on the back of the one-eyed crystal dragon king. Looking at the rapidly changing battlefield, his face couldn't help but change slightly. The Night King stuck his long sword into the ground, his entire body covered in countless frosts. Immediately afterward, threads of light blue energy drifted out from the remains of those Xenaghost corpses that had been killed by the zombie army. The energy frantically converged into the Night King's body. In the next second, the Night King's body began to expand extremely fast, and the entire person transformed into a frost giant with a huge figure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only to see it grip in the air, a large rod made of ice appeared in its hand. Immediately after that, it swung the great rod and smashed it fiercely on the battlefield. In an instant, the ground shook. The field where the zombies and ghouls were mingling was smashed out into a deep gully. The gully was covered with the broken flesh of zombies and ghouls. With this heavy blow alone, Lin Mo lost nearly 10,000 zombie dependents. Is this the strength of a 7th Order Lord, terrifying as it is? Seeing the frost giant raise its big stick once again, Lin Mo immediately jumped off the Crystal Dragon King's back. In the next second, his body rapidly expanded. It transformed into a 6th-rank dragon that was almost identical to the Crystal Dragon King. The frost giant suddenly reached out its palm to grab a crystal dragon. In the next second, the crystal dragon was thrown into its mouth and chewed to pieces like a snack. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's brows tightly furrowed together. Worthy of being one of the 3 major bosses in the Song of Ice and Fire world, the Night King in his frost giant form has quite a terrifying power. Its destructive power was feared to be infinitely close to the peak of the 7th rank. While thinking about this, another crystal dragon was grabbed by the frost giant. Once again, it was thrown into its mouth and chewed. Even if Lin Mo used the Flesh Blast skill, he couldn't do a single bit of damage to the frost giant's mouth. It had a high attack power and high defense, and its size was still so huge. How should such an enemy be dealt with? Just as Lin Mo was thinking hard, he saw the Crystal Dragon King not far away firing a super high temperature beam at the Night King's chest. The beam cannon managed to cauterize a deep wound in the Night King's chest. But that wound didn't seem to be able to effectively damage it. Considering the immense and incomparable size of the Night King, a new plan was born in Lin Mo's mind. He began by controlling all of the zombie units as well as the remaining crystal dragons. Let them constantly harass the Night King. Immediately afterward, fly with the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King to the heel of the Night King. At this moment, the Night King was trampling the zombies on the ground like little ants. However, in the next second, 2 high-temperature beams were shot at its ankles. Like a laser cutter cutting its ankle in half at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Night King's enormous size instantly lost its balance. A hole smashed down on the ground. Here's your chance. Lin Mo raised his spirits and greeted the Crystal Dragon King as they flew together towards the Night King's wrist. The Night King had wanted to use his hands to support his huge body. However, in the next second, his right wrist was hit by a laser. Like a laser scalpel cutting off large swaths of tissue. The Night King fell to the ground once more. It was followed by its left hand as well as its other ankle, all of which were cut by the super high-temperature beam released by the folding beam cannon. At this moment, the Night King was like an invalid who had its hamstring and leg tendons picked out, completely unable to stand upright. In addition, his body size was too large, and when he fell, he was embedded in the rock layer. Now it was even more unable to move at all. The giant dragonized Lin Mo and the Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King were all transformed into laser scalpels at the moment. Aiming at the back of the Night King's neck was a cut. Took a full 3 hours. The head that was covered in icy blue lines was finally cut off by them. The instant it was cut down, the mist that enveloped the surrounding area dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, all of the students located on the continent of Westeros. A beep sounded in their heads at the same time. The Northern Fae Ghost Leader Night King 7th Order has been killed. The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder when it reached the ears of all the students. Many were directly stunned in place. A 7th-ranked Night King? Killed. Who's so awesome that they can even take out a Night King? I've only just summoned a 4th-ranked soldier. Damn it, and someone actually killed the 7th-ranked Night King. People are more angry than people. Who the hell did this? Various regions of the Westeros continent. The students marveled in awe. There was wild speculation as to who actually killed the Night King. At this moment, Lin Mo, the originator of killing the Night King, was cleaning up the battlefield. Along with the death of the Night King, the ghouls had all fallen to the ground and turned into real corpses. This great battle was undoubtedly quite tragic. At this point in time, Lin Mo had retained all but the 2nd Reconnaissance Team and the 3rd Logistics Team. The 1st team's zombie army was completely wiped out. But the sacrifices were great, and the rewards were quite rich. First was the most important invasion points. At this point Lin Mo had already accumulated to an exaggerated 300,000 points. Then there were the 20 Fae generals that had provided him with 20 high-level inlay gems. Of course, the main event was still the Night King. From the Night King's corpse, Lin Mo touched out a total of 3 treasures. They were an extraordinary gemstone, a holy relic, and the Lord's Core that stored the Void Origin. Corpse Transformation Extra Grade. Set on a weapon, consumes energy to transform corpses within a certain range into ghouls indiscriminately. There is no upper limit to the number of transformations, but the strength of the ghouls depends on the average combat strength of the ghoul group. Chapter 108 Enemy of the 7 Kingdoms, Wu Liang's conspiracy. Sacred Relic Night King's frozen crown. Burying this sacred relic underneath the territory will change the land into an impenetrable layer of permafrost. Lord's Core Night King's 7th Order. A Lord's Core that has not fully matured, containing a fragmented void origin. 3 items, all of which existed quite well. Lin Mo directly set the Corpse Change gem on the long claw. The gem set on it now changed to Corpse Change Extra plus Hurricane Advanced plus Blood Demon Advanced plus Stronghold Advanced. After replacing the gems, the long claw's appearance changed drastically from before. At the moment, it looked gloomy and rather evil in a frostbite sort of way. The frozen crown obtained from killing the Night King was also a good holy relic. Enhances the sturdiness of the territory's soil, preventing people from digging up the land and stealing homes. The Fey ghosts in the northern part of the Northern Realm had all been exterminated, and the wild people were almost exterminated by Lin Mo's killings. There were no longer the resources he needed here. Next, Lin Mo planned to cross the Northern Great Wall to travel within the Seven Kingdoms territory to redevelop his dependence. Gathering up the loot, Lin Mo looked towards the evil eye Crystal Dragon King that was prostrate in the snow in the valley, revealing a look of helplessness. In the battle with the Night King, the evil eye Crystal Dragon King had fired lasers dozens of times alone. His body was almost drained, and he was currently so weak that it was hard to even stand up. So Lin Mo let it rest where it was, and then rejoin himself after it regained its strength. When Lin Mo brought his remaining dependents to walk down the Xianmin Fist Peak, a black line suddenly appeared on the snowy horizon. Not waiting for Lin Mo to look back, various types of soldiers carrying the flags of various clans poured out of the jungle in all directions. The soldiers gripped their weapons and looked at themselves with unfriendly faces. The soldiers that surrounded themselves added up to as many as 30,000. Just as Lin Mo was pondering where these people had appeared from, a rather familiar arrogant voice rang out from behind the group. Ha ha ha! Lin Mo, do you like this big gift I gave you? The crowd moved aside, but Wu Liang, who was wearing the badge of the Iron Islands family, walked out with a smug expression. Your soldiers have all been beaten up by the Fae, haven't they? I am now here on behalf of the Seven Kingdoms to round up you, the remnants of the Fae. Lin Mo, do you have anything else to say? Lin Mo looked at the soldiers who kept coming towards him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wu Liang. This Wu Liang was like a mad dog. Once he was on him, how could he shake it off? Really damned. The soldiers were getting closer and closer, just as Lin Mo was planning to make his move. But it was the next second that a sudden change occurred, only to see that the soldiers surrounding Lin Mo began to emit black gas around their bodies. Immediately afterward, all of them collapsed on the ground as if they were poisoned and kept convulsing. The soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, Lin Mo, do you think I'm stupid? Don't I know that you can transform them into your dependents? Wu Liang had a smug look on his face. White whoring my way to 30,000 invasion points, I can finally summon 6th rank soldiers. Lin Mo heard and understood. Wu Liang didn't know what method he used to burn this group of Seven Kingdoms soldiers, in order to gain a large number of invasion points. Then dump the pot of killing the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms on your own head. This Wu Liang is really calculating. Lin Mo revealed a cold smile. A 6th order soldier? I'll see if you have the life to summon them. After saying this, Lin Mo intended to finish off Wu Liang. However, Wu Liang revealed a cunning smile. His entire body slowly turned transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could I possibly use my main body to come here? I'm not a cutie. Wu Liang first smiled, then revealed a touch of grimness and said, Lin Mo, when we meet next time you're dead, I'll let you know the consequences of pissing me off. Just a reminder, this is an alien world, and many of the rules set down by Blue Star are useless here. Just wash your neck and wait for me to come and kill you. As Wu Liang's words fell, his entire body disappeared into thin air. Lin Mo recalled Wu Liang's words and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Did the other world not need to abide by the rules on the blue planet? If that was the case, he would have to be doubly careful, never letting Wu Liang find an opportunity to count on him. The first order of business was to find a densely populated area. Develop your zombie army as soon as possible. After determining the next goal, Lin Mo brought his dependents towards the Northern Great Wall. Redeveloping his dependents was not a difficult task for Lin Mo. With the help of the god's perspective provided by the three-eyed raven, Lin Mo easily localized the location of Castle Black. Castle Black was the base camp of the Night's Watch. 3,000 men are stationed inside, with a passageway connecting the wall to the outside and the inside. 3 hours later, Lin Mo arrived at the entrance to the passageway outside the Great Wall. Waiting for nightfall, Lin Mo unfolded his crystal wings to go over the Great Wall. Immediately afterward, he unleashed the plague mist on Castle Black. The time came to the latter part of the night. Lin Mo, who was in the middle of closing his eyes, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment within Castle Black, he had already sensed that 2/3 of the people had an infection threshold within their bodies. After waiting for a while longer, he waited until the number of infected people reached 3/4. Lin Mo quietly unleashed Tetanus Grip. Inside Castle Black, the dozens of Night's Watchmen lying side by side opened their eyes violently. No life could be seen in the grayish-white pupils. Soon a commotion and howling erupted inside Castle Black. But that howl only lasted for 10 seconds or so before it completely disappeared. The entire Castle Black once again fell into silence. A few zombie henchmen opened the gate for Lin Mo. Lin Mo walked inside Castle Black, just as he was about to open the gate to let his dependents in. In the next second, a black shadow rushed out from the commander-in-chief's office. He was holding a sword and rushed towards Lin Mo with a death-defying look. Turned out to be Snow, the son of the realm. Lin Mo waved his hand, and a few vigilante walkers lunged towards him. After a moment of frantic tearing, Snow turned into a corpse. Lin Mo, on the other hand, touched a high-level power gem as well as an immature Lord Core from beside his corpse. Lin Mo didn't intend to promote a 4th-ranked lord in this other world, so he put these lords away and waited for the end of the course before finding a chance to use them. After all of Castle Black's Night Watchmen were converted, Lin Mo's zombie army increased in number to 3,000. But this was still far from enough. According to the information provided by the Three-Eyed Raven, at this point in time, the 7 Kingdoms had already listed Lin Mo as one of the most dangerous forces. Being an enemy of the 7 Kingdoms was already an irrevocable certainty. So the first order of business is to redevelop the Corpse Tide as much as possible. Then use the gems he had gotten along the way to strengthen the Corpse Tide and develop it into a powerful force that the 7 Kingdoms could not resist. After Castle Black was captured, Lin Mo attacked several other Night's Watch garrisons in the night. At dawn, the number of Lin Mo's zombie troops returned to 5,000. So next, it was time to shake people in Winterfell as well as the territory of the Flayed clan. Chapter 109: The Zombie Crisis Infects the North. Winterfell was the main city of the Stark family in the north. It was claimed to have the strongest walls in the north. Before attacking this castle, Lin Mo re-matched the nested gems of the Dependence Formation. The nesting gem for a team of zombie legions changed to Eternal Winter Premium plus Thorns Premium plus Stronghold Premium plus Sharp Claws Premium. After finishing off the 20 Infernal Ghost Generals, several high-grade Stronghold gems popped out. Lin Mo directly synthesized the highest-grade Stronghold. The zombie army gained reinforcement. The bodies of all the soldiers were strengthened several times, and each of them turned into 2-meter-tall strong men. Coupled with the sharp claws that grew out of their hands, it was as if they were an army of orcs if they didn't look closely. The special grade Eternal Winter Jewel was also in effect at the moment. Wherever the zombie army passed, the temperature dropped significantly. Even some animals were affected by the cold breath when they were near them. The speed decays drastically. The effect of the Gem of Perpetual Winter is enhanced as the size of the legion grows. The greater the number of troops, the greater the effect on the surroundings. At dawn, Lin Mo led his new zombie corps to appear outside Winterfell. On the walls of Winterfell, countless archers were mounting their bows and shooting arrows, waiting for the enemy with solemn expressions. The Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, held a heavy sword and was clad in thick leather armor, coldly looking at the approaching zombie army. From the vision of the Three-Eyed Raven, Lin Mo knew that Winterfell's current garrison was 5,000 people, and the lords of other territories were on their way to send troops. Without much hesitation, Lin Mo walked alone to the front of the formation and slowly raised his hands. In the next second, countless light green mists spread out from around him. It quickly enveloped the entire sky over Winterfell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after that, the hissing sounds of countless zombies resounded from the mist. The guards on Winterfell only had time to light their torches. Instead, the next second, an army of zombies raced through the mist. Ed Stark instantly orders his men to light rockets to counterattack. However, just then, The sound of a dragon roar rang out from high in the sky. In the midst of the mists, a large-sized dragon descended on the city walls. Countless blood-red crystals shot out from under its wings. In an instant, it killed a large swath of soldiers on the city wall. The moment the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King showed its true form, it dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the pro-guard soldiers. This was coupled with the terrifying zombies that kept climbing up from under the city walls. Winterfell's defenses were breached in a matter of moments. The zombie army possessed the city and crazily slaughtered the soldiers and civilians in the city. The zombie virus madly infected everything in the city. In the evening, Lin Mo stood at the highest point of Winterfell. Like a king who was at the top of the world, he faintly scanned below. The number of zombie dependents increased to 13,000, and there was not a single living thing in Winterfell at this moment. It was completely reduced to a dead city. Lin Mo opened his hand and counted the gains he had gotten from this siege. In addition to a few intermediate gems, he also obtained 2 puncher props as well as Ed Stark's 4th-ranked Lord Core. The 2 perforators Lin Mo intended to use on his own zombie army. However, after punching the 5th hole, continuing to punch was prompted with an insufficient number of punches. Whether it's weaponry or dependence, the first 5 gem-setting holes only need to consume 1 hole puncher at a time to open 1 hole. However, when it comes to the 5th-10th holes, you need to consume 3 punches each time you open a hole. After reaching 10 inlay holes, each opening of an inlay hole will cost 6 hole punchers. Lin Mo gladly accepted such a setting. After all, it was possible to drastically increase or even change the attachment attributes by just setting gems. This simple and crude way of cultivating dependence is bound to have limitations. Otherwise, it would be a bit too heaven-defying. After integrating the dependence of Winterfell into their units, a warning of an enemy encounter came from Scouting Unit 2. The armies of the Boltons and Karstarks appeared 20 miles from Winterfell. The number is around 8,000. For this force, Lin Mo didn't put it on his mind, rather used them as a troop supply bonanza. When the armies of the 2 families were less than 5 miles from Winterfell, Lin Mo's zombie army poured out. Like a tidal wave, it devoured them instantly. Lin Mo's troops also surged to 20,000 in the process. At the same time, his invasion points increased to 370,000. 370,000 invasion points were equivalent to 37 5th-rank crystal dragons, or 3 6th-order black armored shield guards and 7 crystal gargoyles. These were the reserves that Lin Mo had accumulated so far. After resolving Bolton and Karstark, the zombie army continued to roam within the northern direction. Next to be captured is Fort Terror. After capturing Fort Terror, they marched east to capture Widow's Lookout. This was followed by a move south to capture White Harbor, the largest port in the north. The battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights. When Lin Mo slaughtered all the merchants in White Harbor and turned them into his own, the number of his zombie army had reached a terrifying 100,000 people. The invasion point accumulated 500,000. The total number of Lord's Cores of all ranks is 6. Looking at the dense troop of zombies crowding the interior of the White Harbor, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. After the battle with the Night King, Lin Mo's dependence scale broke through the strongest moment of his peak period. At this time, faint snowflakes began to float above White Harbor. The temperature around them dropped to the extreme, and even the sea surface had hidden ice appearing. Lin Mo's dependence had begun to affect the surrounding climate, just like the Night King once did. At this time, it is located in the territory of the 7 powers. The major lords had begun to panic. They had heard about what was happening in the north. An army of darkness comparable to that of a Fey ghost was madly slaughtering every living thing on the northern realm. And along with the continuation of the slaughter, the scale of this dark army is still growing rapidly. It was feared that when this legion had amassed enough power, it would launch a general attack on the 7 countries. At that time, even King's Landing would find it difficult to fight against it. In order to avoid this situation, King's Landing issued an order to form a crusading army within the 7 kingdoms, and staged the Twin River City to stop the Dark Core from penetrating deeper into the 7 kingdoms. However, by the time the crusading army launched an attack on White Harbor, it was found that the Dark Legion had lost track of them, as if they had evaporated. 3 days ago, after Lin Mo captured White Harbor and repaired here for the night, he had wanted to go directly south to attack Twin River City in the Riverlands. But just then, a sophomore senior came to his door. The sophomore senior's name was Wang Kuei, and he had met him once before on the Evil God battlefield. He came to Lin Mo to make a deal. According to his description, There existed a single world secret realm called Blood Dragon Wild Dance inside a certain island in the southeastern waters of White Harbor. Wang Kuei didn't have enough troops and wasn't confident in beating the copy, so he wanted to use the secret world as a bargaining chip to exchange Lord Crystals with Lin Mo. Lin Mo had heard of Blood Dragon Dance, something that happened in the last era of Game of Thrones. The Dragon Civil War, the big iconic event that brought the Targaryen dynasty to its knees. Dragon riders from all Targaryen factions fought each other. Countless powerful dragons fell in that battle and disappeared in the long river of history. Chapter 110 Blood Dragon Wild Dance Secret Realm Challenge. With regards to Wang Kuei's request for an exchange, Lin Mo did not directly agree. Instead, he had the three-eyed crow open his heavenly eyes to check out the island that Wang Kuei was talking about. After confirming that a teleportation spell formation existed there, Lin Mo handed Wang Kuei 2 third-order Lord Crystals. Wang Kuei, on the other hand, handed Lin Mo the token to open the secret realm. The plan to advance into the Seven Kingdoms was put on hold. Lin Mo hid the zombie army in a certain hidden jungle in the northern border. He spread his crystal wings and traveled alone to the island where the Blood Dragon Dance secret realm was located. It was said to be an island, but in fact it was just a bunch of shoals made up of reefs. Lin Mo burrowed inside a certain cave, in which he found the secret realm spell formation. Otherworldly world secret realms were extremely rare existences, and there was no lack of unique prop rewards in them. Whether it was holy relics or materials, they were all very precious existences. Lin Mo took out the gemstone gifted by Wang Kuei and placed it in the center of the spell formation. Along with the operation of the formation, Lin Mo was transported to the Blood Dragon Dance secret realm. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lin Mo felt that the power in his body was gushing out without his control. The body actually directly executed the Dragon King transformation. In the next second, Lin Mo appeared as the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. When he regained his vision, he was deeply shocked by the sight before him. At this moment, Lin Mo was within a dragon's nest that was unimaginably huge. Flying dragons of all shapes and sizes were soaring in the dragon nest, densely packed like birds of prey. The sky above the nest and the surrounding rock walls were also densely crawling with giant dragons. There were all sorts of colors, even two-headed dragons, frost dragons. Inside this dragon lair, the number of dragons exceeded millions. At the same time, Lin Mo also realized that the earth beneath his feet was undulating regularly. Looking towards the edge of the dragon's nest, the curling pattern of the dragon's dorsal fin is faintly visible. He realized that beneath his feet, beneath this immense dragon's nest, a mysterious ancient dragon with a volume at least the size of a magical city was perched here, providing a landing spot for millions of dragons. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo was teleported to the exact center of the mysterious ancient dragon's backup. And directly opposite him was a giant dragon that was about the same size as him, but with a snake-headed head. The copy rules rang in his head. The rules were simple, it was a fight. There will be a steady stream of dragons coming up to challenge over the next while. Kill the dragon or be killed by the dragon. For each enemy defeated, Rimmer accumulates a reward until the challenge is over to get all the rewards. Looking at the serpent-headed dragon that lunged towards him without hesitation, Lin Mo raised both of his claws and charged towards it without hesitation. The two giant dragons clashed together with a loud sound. The surrounding giants' dragons watched the duel and raised their voices to the sky, letting out scalp-numbing hissing sounds. For the next period of time, Lin Mo began his career of killing in the ring, crazily battling with giant dragons from all eras. These recent times were not peaceful on the continent of Westeros. Apart from the Dark Legion that killed its way through the north, on the southeastern coast, another massive legion had also entered the continent of Westeros. They called themselves the Legion of Dragons and took orders from the Dragon Queen Daenerys. Not only do they have powerful soldiers under their command, but there are even 3 giant dragons present. In addition to Daenerys, within the 7 great powers, there were also frequent instances of a city being attacked and its lord being killed. These killers all have one thing in common. They always carry some unseen henchmen when they appear. Some are covered in flowers, while others are more ferocious than ice wolves in their human body and wolf head. And among these bizarre and inexplicable killers, the one that caused the most headaches for the 7 countries was a pirate fleet. Not only is it powerful in battle, but it's also quite ferocious. Every time they disembarked, there was no grass left where they passed. According to the information received from the coastal lords, The civilians slaughtered by this group of pirates so far include soldiers. There are already as many as 1 million. Several large harbor cities were even directly killed into dead cities by it. All the corpses were burned and turned into black ashes. At this time, the Dragonstone Island located in the northern part of the Westeros continent. Wu Liang was counting the harvest from the capture of Dragonstone Island. And not far from him, there were 3 sophomores standing, 2 men and 1 woman. When Wu Liang took out the 3 lords' cores, the 3 students immediately revealed a look of longing. One of the female students said, "Wu Liang, we have already forced Zhang Min to go to Aran Valley as you wanted. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Give us the Lord's core." Another one of the students also voiced out, "Zhang Min is now wanted by the Knights of Aran Valley. Don't you just want to go and heroically rescue her? Give us the Lord Crystal and we promise to rot the secret in our stomachs." Wu Liang coldly grunted before flinging the crystal over. "A few broken crystals. You guys are holding them like babies, useless trash." Waving his hand, he drove a few students away. Wu Liang couldn't wait to board the ship and march towards Aran Valley. By now, he still wanted to fight for a relationship with Zhang Min. Of course, if Zhang Min was still as cold to him as before, he still had other ways to keep Zhang Min under control. The scene shifted to inside the Aran Valley. At this moment, Zhang Min was hiding from the Valley Knights with a tired face. Originally, he was doing a good job from under Daenerys, but ever since she brought her Dragonman familiars into the open for use, Daenerys' attitude towards her has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Add to that the fact that legends were circulating all over the continent of Westeros that otherworldly men with bizarre henchmen were infringing on the world. Daenerys directly kicked Zhang Min out of the team. Unable to do anything about it, Zhang Min brought his dependents to the continent of Westeros. She had wanted to go north to find Lin Mo and ask him if he could take her in. As a result, she was backstabbed when she arrived at the Aran Valley. The dependents were beaten to a standstill, and now they were being chased by the Valley Cavalry. The current situation was as bad as it could get for Zhang Min. Just then, a Valley Cavalry discovered Zhang Min's presence. Just as Zhang Min was preparing to respond to the battle with all his might, an army of heart-devouring ghosts came pouring in from all parts of the forest. In the blink of an eye, they slaughtered the Valley Cavalry. Wu Liang walked out from the depths of the jungle with a caring look on his face. "Are you all right, fellow student Zhang Min? Those Valley Cavalry didn't hurt you." Wu Liang's sudden appearance was a bit too deliberate. Zhang Min subconsciously frowned. "Wu Liang, why are you here? I happened to come to Aran Valley to challenge the lords here, and then I saw you being chased by the Valley Cavalry. Luckily I stepped in just in time. It's great that you're okay. Seeing you surrounded just now, I was really dying of heartache." Wu Liang thought he was sincere in his feelings, but he didn't know that his tone was full of artifice. Zhang Min frowned. "Thank you for saving me. Since you're going to attack the lords of Ailing Valley, I'll leave you alone. Bye." With that, Zhang Min was ready to walk towards the distance. Wu Liang suddenly reached out and stopped Zhang Min. "Student Zhang Min, how about you come with me to attack Aran Valley? And how about all the invasion points are yours?" "Sorry, I'm not interested," Zhang Min said without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Min so disrespectful, Wu Liang's face darkened and his voice had changed in accent when he spoke again. "I kindly saved your life and this is your attitude? Zhang Min, you'd better not give your face away. You'll surely regret it if you annoy me." Wu Liang gave a wink to the heart-devouring ghosts under his hand, and the heart-devouring ghosts immediately surrounded Zhang Min and her dependents. Zhang Min's face changed slightly, and she immediately took up a fighting stance. He himself was definitely not at the mercy of Wu Liang even if he died. Chapter 111. Dragon God Crystal. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Blood Dragon Dance, Lin Mo had already gone through dozens of battles. Lin Mo, who had already gone through dozens of battles, only felt that his mental and physical strength had reached its limit. The red crystals covering his body were scattered all over the place. Blood was dripping down from his wounds, and all around Lin Mo were the corpses of the giant dragons that he had torn apart and killed. It was a pity that the dragons here couldn't be infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise, so many corpses would be enough for him to create a zombie dragon army. After an exceptionally long wait, the next dragon slowly walked onto the ring. However, this time, the dragon that came to the ring was exceptionally old. Its thick body was even covered with various mushrooms and flowers. Just as Lin Mo took his stance, he was ready to fight this old dragon to the death. But it was this old dragon that hissed slightly, sending out a friendly message. Immediately afterward, it stretched out its dry claws and a purple ball of light flew in front of Lin Mo. There were also 2 golden balls of light mixed within these purple balls of light. Lin Mo was first stunned, and then realized that the challenge was over. Suspended in front of him was the reward for this challenge. There were a total of 6 balls of light, for purple and 2 gold. Lin Mo prioritized the 4 purple orbs. Ancient Dragon's Tooth. The sharpest tooth of an ancient dragon after its death. One of the rare territory cultivation materials. Dragon's Blood Essence. A precious potion containing the power of the dragon. The Lord Incarnation can permanently increase its full attribute bonus by 3% after drinking it. Dragon Scale Armor. Powerful armor with 7 inlay holes that can automatically change shape depending on the host's form. Architectural Drawing Dragon Totem. Enables dragon nests within a certain range to increase dragon hatching speed by 1%. Totem effect can be stacked. Usage limit? 100. These 4 rewards alone were already quite rich. Especially the dragon totem that could speed up the output of giant dragons. It was quite a useful building for Lin Mo. But the rewards could be more than that. There were still 2 golden orbs of light that hadn't been opened. Lin Mo immediately touched his finger to the first golden ball of light. Along with a halo of light that wasn't too blinding flashed before his eyes. The item in the ball of light appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Dragon God Crystals Unique. Crystals condensed after the death of the dragon god. Dragon creatures can gain a huge increase in strength after devouring them, and dragon creatures with a higher potential value will have the opportunity to awaken the power of the dragon god and gain great benefits. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the item in the ball of light and did not hide the joy on his face. This was a powerful item that was able to directly increase the battle power of dragon familiars. Just by looking at the introduction alone, this crystal undoubtedly contained powerful dragon energy. Lin Mo was thinking about how much his strength would increase if the Crystal Dragon King devoured this crystal. He said that he could not directly raise his strength to the 7th level. The crystal was beautifully put away. Lin Mo tapped on the second golden ball of light. Building only Dragon's Feast Xiang Church. Offer sacrifices to pray to the dragon god. You can obtain the ability to bless the dragon family members. Note: the function of this building is similar to that of the Goblin Research Institute. It is an exclusive ability-enhancing building for the dragon race, and can be stacked with the Research Institute's technological effectiveness. The Church of the Dragon's Favor? It sounds like a bullshit existence. Lin Mo licked his mouth. He only waited to study this building after the practical lessons were over. Along with Lin Mo taking all of the light orbs into his hands, the secret world came to an end. A golden halo enveloped his body. By the time he regained his vision again, he had already returned to the Reef Island. Lin Mo took out the dragon's blood essence in passing and took it, accompanied by a wave of warmth surging through his limbs and bones. Lin Mo's injuries had already recovered to the 7th degree. At this moment, he only felt that his body was in a very good state and his body was full of energy. Just as Lin Mo was planning to leave at this point to return to the Northern Realm, a bat-winged silhouette with bat wings on its back appeared in front of Lin Mo. Congratulations, Lin Mo student. I didn't expect you to really pass the secret realm. The silhouette was clearly the sophomore Wang Kuei that he had traded with earlier. Lin Mo frowned slightly and couldn't help but be on guard. Senior Wang Kuei, you came here too? Wang Kuei waved his hand with a bitter smile. Don't misunderstand us, student Lin Mo. I've gotten what I need. I came here to tell you that Zhang Min is in a difficult situation and needs your help. Wang Kuei was in the same class as Zhang Min. After parting ways at White Harbor, Wang Kuei had traveled to the Aileen Valley, which was on the border with the Northern Realm, intending to upgrade and cultivate the cultivated familiars in the Aileen Valley. However, a day ago, he accidentally ran into the scene where Zhang Min was besieged by Wu Liang. There were so many of Wu Liang's dependents that Wang Kuei knew that he was no match for them. After thinking about it, he came to Lin Mo to ask for help. Our sophomore year is now rumored to be saying that you and Sister Min are having some kind of underground romance. Wang Kuei smiled bitterly. I don't know if it's true or not, but I can only come over here to try my luck. Where is Zhang Min now? Can you take me to her? Lin Mo frowned slightly. I only know that she's trapped inside a cave. These are the coordinates of the cave. Wang Kuei said as he handed over a parchment scroll. I'm just a civilian player. I don't want to mess with that crazy dog Wu Liang. So, good luck. After thanking Wang Kuei, Lin Mo opened his crystal wings and flew off in the direction of Aran Valley. Wang Kuei looked at Lin Mo, who had disappeared into the sky, and a rather helpless look of melancholy appeared on his face. It seems like the rumors are true. Goddess Zhang Min is really dating this freshman student. It's really cheap for this Lin Mo kid. The crystal wings in full flight state exploded with terrifying speed. Lin Mo kept weaving in and out of the clouds and finally arrived over the coordinate point 3 hours later. He looked downwards, but saw black silhouettes constantly flashing through the dense forest. It was clearly Wu Liang's second-ranked, dependent heart-devouring demons. At the same time, there were heart-devouring demons constantly surging towards the rocky cracks in the depths of the dense forest. Battles were breaking out in the cracks. At the edges of the cracks, there were Dragon Man dependents that had been dismembered and split into pieces everywhere. Lin Mo no longer hesitated, twitched the long sword behind his back, and flew in towards the crack. Casually killing a few heart-devouring ghosts that blocked his way, he drilled into the rift, and the space under the rift was extraordinarily spacious. Lin Mo found Zhang Min, who was covered in wounds, in the corner. Zhang Min's entire body was enveloped in a golden halo, and she was clearly already in a territorial dual state. And not far from her, there was Wu Liang sitting on a plate with a springy face. Zhang Min and Wu Liang were in a territorial duel. At this moment, within Zhang Min's territory, Zhang Min's face was pale as she watched Wu Liang's army massacre her dependents. The city walls were destroyed and his dependents were killed. The heart-devouring demon army was like a tidal wave pouring into his castle. The enemy was about to attack the location of the Lord Crystal. Zhang Min bit his lips in death, trying as much as possible to maintain his last dignity before defeat. A familiar voice suddenly rang from her ears. "Senior sister, I've come to help you." After hearing that it was Lin Mo's voice, Zhang Min's delicate body trembled violently. Her eyes swished red. Chapter 112 Lin Mo's True Strength. "Open territorial authority on me," Lin Mo said in a serious tone. "I'll help you defeat Wu Liang." The golden halo covered Lin Mo's body in the next second. At this moment, it was located in Zhang Min's territory. Wu Liang watched with a smug expression as his heart-devouring demon army madly slaughtered Zhang Min's dependents. As long as he hit Zhang Min's Lord Core and controlled it, Zhang Min would become a little sheep to be slaughtered by himself. In order to not let his territory be scrapped, she would definitely marry him obediently. At that time, he would be the emperor's son-in-law of the Hoyu group. Thinking of this, the smugness on Wu Liang's face grew even more. He urged his dependents to speed up their attack. At the same time, located at Zhang Min's Lord Core, a huge portal unfolded from the open area. Countless powerful dependents quickly poured out of the portal. At the head of the attack were the 5th-ranked mutant dependents, the 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders. After this period of development, the number of 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders had surged to 60,000 people. Immediately afterward, a hissing roar came from inside the portal. 10,000 5th-ranked ancient crystal dragons flew out of the portal. Their huge bodies seemed like a heavy bomber. Next were the 4th-order weeping angels that flew around like locusts, currently numbering 100,000. The last to come out was Lin Mo's watchword, 206th Order Black Armored Shield Guards. A total of 170,000 dependents. This was Lin Mo's current peak battle power. Zhang Min looked at the black pressurized mass that came out of the portal. Her small mouth opened into an O shape with a shocked expression. Lin Mo, these are all your dependents? My goodness, this is too strong." Lin Mo didn't answer Zhang Min's doubts. Instead, he ordered all his dependents to launch a counterattack with a wave of his hand. On the ground, the tyrannical dragon riders ran forward like mad. In the sky, the ancient crystal dragons and weeping angels joined together to form a black, pressurized mass. There was a great sense of oppression, like a city being destroyed by black clouds. When Wu Liang realized that Zhang Min's castle was once again swarming with a large army, his entire face turned green. After fighting until now, he had less than 50,000 dependents left. Facing this huge combat army of 160,000 dependents, there was simply no way to fight back. Moreover, these legions looked very familiar. Weren't they Lin Mo's dependents? Why did Lin Mo suddenly appear here? Above the firmament, Wu Liang's voice was cold and stern. "Lin Mo, you withdraw your troops right now and I'll wipe out any grudges with you. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Lin Mo shot back with a cold smile. "It seems like you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. Do you think I only sent out my troops this time just to repel you? Looking for trouble from me 3 times. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" As soon as these words came out, Wu Liang's face suddenly changed. In the next second, Lin Mo released the Lord skill, Blood Delight. The Legion's speed and attack power were all greatly increased, and they pounced towards Wu Liang's dependents. The battle was instantly lopsided. Wu Liang's 50,000 dependents were powerless against Lin Mo's plague army of 160,000 dependents. What made Wu Liang even more desperate was that his own 50,000 dependents had died. Most of them had turned necrotic due to infection with the zombie virus. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had an extra zombie army of nearly 50,000. But this was far from over, only to see the epic spirit Dark Ranger who had already broken through to the 5th rank. At this moment, she was holding the long claws that Lin Mo had given her, standing at the very center of the battlefield. In the next second, the extraordinary corpse change gem ability was triggered. Those corpses that were originally lying on the ground opened their eyes and transformed into ghouls of 3rd order strength. The ghouls were not strong, but they were sufficiently large in number. Both Wu Liang and Zhang Min's dependents were all transformed. The number of ghouls reached 300,000. Looking at the vast army of ghouls like a black tide, Wu Liang only felt his scalp go numb. A giddy feeling came to his mind. With so many ghouls, even if all of them were of the 3rd rank, their combat power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were still 160,000 of Lin Mo's core dependents. All the combat units together had a force size of over 500,000. However, after Wu Liang's dependents were all eaten up and annihilated, Lin Mo's plague army didn't stop. Instead, it surged towards the portal leading to Wu Liang's territory. Along with the tyrannical dragon riders, they were the first to enter the teleportation portal. Lin Mo and Zhang Min's vision also shifted to the middle of Wu Liang's territory. Lin Mo, you dare to attack my territory? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Wu family? Damn it, Lin Mo. I'll admit defeat, all right. Quickly withdraw your damn dependents back. Lin Mo, you, ICN. Lin Mo and Zhang Min very tacitly shielded Wu Liang's voice. The 500,000 plague army surged into Wu Liang's territory with great vigor. Under Lin Mo's control, it advanced towards the core of the territory. During this process, troops constantly appeared and attempted to block them. However, in the face of the huge plague army, all obstruction was useless. Those dependents that were killed would also transform into zombies and become part of the plague army. Wu Liang continuously released the Blood Moon Plague in the process to try and stop Lin Mo's army. However, in the face of absolute troop strength, even thousands of blood puppets that killed those immune to physical damage could hardly affect the direction of the battle. The walls of Wu Liang's main city collapsed 3 hours after the soldiers came down. All the buildings in the city were trampled and destroyed by the tyrannical dragon riders. Fighting and killing along the way, blood and limbs spread all over the ground of the entire main city. After another 2 hours, the inner city walls were destroyed. Several tyrannical dragon riders crashed through the last gate. Inside the hall, a huge white crystal was hovering at the center of the territory. This crystal was Wu Liang's fundamental, the 4th-ranked Lord Core. Lin Mo, are you really going to break the Lord Core? Zhang Min asked with some concern. If the Wu family knows about this, you'll get into big trouble. I'm not afraid. But it was Lin Mo who said lightly, as long as I'm a student of the Imperial Dragon Academy for a day, the Wu family won't dare to make a move against me in the open. Besides, if Wu Liang isn't removed, he'll always be a scourge, so I'm kind of doing the right thing for heaven. The moment the words fell, Lin Mo launched the command to attack. It wasn't hard to imagine that at this point, Wu Liang should already be hissing and cursing at the top of his voice. However, Lin Mo had already shielded him and his ears were clear. Along with the Lord's core being smashed, a point of light also rose from the core and fell into Lin Mo's hands. As of this moment, Wu Liang completely lost his lordship and was reduced to an invalid. And his territory also became the 2nd territory to be blown up by Lin Mo after the evil god Lord Morix. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Mo and Zhang Min met up and exited the territory, re-entering the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. Wu Liang, losing his lordship, had automatically been teleported away from this world. The surrounding heart-eater ghosts, on the other hand, had started to go crazy and insane because they had lost their lord. Taking a glance at Zhang Min, who was full of fatigue and bruises, without stopping too much, Lin Mo directly transformed into the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King. Carrying Zhang Min, he flew towards the Northern Realm. Chapter 113, The Public Enemy of the 7 Kingdoms. A few hours later, in the middle of a dense forest in the Northern Realm, Lin Mo managed to join up with his dependent troops. Zhang Min jumped down from the dragon's back and gave Lin Mo a big hug the moment he transformed back into his original body. Fragrance hit him, and amazing elasticity came from the two masses at his head. Lin Mo rather awkwardly dryly coughed twice. I really thank you so much this time, Lin Mo. Zhang Min wiped her tears and broke into a smile. Don't worry. With me here, the Wu family won't dare to touch you. No matter how powerful the Wu family is, they definitely wouldn't dare to get tough with our Haoyu group. Lin Mo did not take Zhang Min's words seriously. He didn't expect Haoyu group to help him in any way. After all, the person at the helm of the group was Zhang Min's dad and not Zhang Min himself. In front of absolute interests, Lin Mo was nothing more than a small person who could be sacrificed at any time. It seemed to have sensed Lin Mo's disinterest. Zhang Min pouted her lips but didn't say anything more. According to her dad's nature, if it was just an ordinary friend, definitely wouldn't let him make the decision to fight against the Wu family. But what if Lin Mo is not an ordinary friend? What if he's the emperor's son-in-law of the Haoyu group? Thinking of this, Zhang Min let out a light hum for no reason. Stinky brother. This time, you can take advantage of it. Because it's still in the middle of the Song of Ice and Fire practice session. Lin Mo didn't rush to count the harvest he got from Wu Liang's territory. He planned to finish the course first. From Zhang Min, Lin Mo learned quite a lot about the Dragon Queen Daenerys. The Dragon Legion had been affected by the outbreak of spiritual energy, and the lowest-ranked soldiers had all reached the 3rd rank. And one of the Dragon Queen's 3 dragons even possessed 7th order strength. Lin Mo immediately realized that his zombie army wasn't strong enough. In the next period of time, Lin Mo began to take Zhang Min around to attack the remaining castles in the north. Whether it was a large castle or a small one, or even certain stagecoaches or mercenary camps, all of them were targeted. While attacking these places, Lin Mo intentionally gave up heads to Zhang Min to accumulate invasion points. Instead, he himself used Longclaw's necromancy ability to revive corpses. With the help of the Three-Eyed Raven and other scouting units, all of the population resources in every corner of the Northern Realm were found by Lin Mo. In turn, they were converted into troops. Zhang Min was quite a sellout in the process, killed quite a few soldiers and gained a lot of invasion points. Her legions of Draconians also began to reorganize. What was puzzling, however, was that during the conquest Zhang Min occasionally committed an upside down. It wasn't the big night that dragged him out to see the snow, or suddenly balling up a snowball and slamming it on his head. And then she says with an innocent face that she didn't do it. For such illogical and unjustified behavior, Lin Mo defines it as brain dead. 10 days later, after 10 days of development, both Lin Mo and Zhang Min's strength had greatly improved. Zhang Min had summoned a 5th order Berserker Dragoon, and his own strength had increased to 5th order. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had harvested a large amount of low-grade gems and zombie dependents. The perforators accumulated to 12. The resources of the Northern Realm had been completely drained by Lin Mo. Lin Mo was prepared to march into the 7 Kingdoms territories further south after a final wave of raising the strength of his dependents. Currently, Lin Mo's zombie army formation was set with 5 gems. The next 1 inlay hole can only be made by consuming every 3 hole punchers. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly consumed all 12 hole punchers. The number of inlay holes for the Zombie Legion formation changed from the original 5 inlay holes to 9. The gems set in the previous inlay holes are Eternal Winter Premium plus Thorn Premium plus Stronghold Premium plus Sharp Claws Premium plus Endurance Premium. Lin Mo first poured all the gems on the ground. First, he synthesized the intermediate gems with the primary gems. Then synthesized advanced with intermediate gems, and advanced to continue synthesizing extra. In the end, Lin Mo had 7 more extra grade gems in his hand. Monstrous Strength Extraordinary, Steel Armor Extraordinary, Split Claw Extraordinary, Scarlet Rot Extraordinary, Boiling Blood Extraordinary, Snake Eyes Extraordinary, and Dissolving Blood Extraordinary. All 7 extraordinary gemstones can significantly increase the strength of the familiars. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to replace all the rest of the inlay holes with the 7 newly synthesized ones, except for keeping Eternal Winter Extra Grade and Stronghold Extra Grade. 9 inlay holes, all of which were inlaid with extra grade gems. The moment all the gems were all set, Lin Mo's zombie army received a loud evolution. One could only see the stature of all the zombies skyrocket to 3 meters. The muscles were hideous like a biochemical hulk. Long, dark gray bone claws sprouted from the backs of both hands, which emitted scarlet-red corrosive gas. Their pupils changed into python-like vertical pupils, and with every breath, blood vessels emitting a bizarre red light could be seen under their skin. In addition to the change in size, their entire body was also covered with a layer of heavy steel armor. The armor could almost be said to be armed to the teeth, giving them 360 degrees of deathless protection. At this time, the zombie army not only had a huge change in appearance, but even had a few more abilities. Boiling blood. The heavier the injuries, the greater the increase in battle power, the stronger the fighting force. Dissolving blood. The ability to recover from injuries is greatly increased. Scarlet corrosion. An advanced version of the power of corrosion that not only corrupts flesh but also causes powerful interference with the will of the organism. Serpent's eye. Thermal imaging like that of a serpent enhances the ability of family members to foresee danger. The gemstones were inlaid, and at this point, Lin Mo's zombie army's combat power had already broken through the Third Order to reach the peak of the Third Order. With this kind of strength, he could basically walk sideways in the 7 countries. Even against the Dragon Queen's Unsullied Legion, they were completely unafraid. Next, Lin Mo led Zhang Min to launch a general attack on the 7 kingdoms. Much like expected, the zombie army was invincible wherever they passed. No city lord was able to defend against the zombie army. Every time they passed by a castle, the zombie hordes would blood-wash the lives inside the castle and then convert them into their own units. With each battle, the number of Lin Mo's dependents increased instead of decreasing. As one city kept sweeping past, Lin Mo's zombie army soon grew to 100,000 people. Then it grew from 100,000 to 200,000 again. The zombie army with peak strength of the Third Order, the number of zombies skyrocketed to 200,000 while the impact on the surrounding environment also grew. So much so that when the zombie army reached a new town, the town will be snowed in within minutes and frozen by hypothermia within hours. At this moment, Lin Mo had just become the second Night King. There was even a time when he was attacked by a little girl from the Stark family when he captured the castle. It was a pity that the little girl's strength was only of the 5th rank and the Valyrian steel dagger could not deal a fatal blow to him. Lin Mo killed the little girl without a doubt. Then he continued his campaign to conquer the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 114: The Final Battle and the Return. When Lin Mo and Zhang Min's joint army arrived in Aran Valley, the combined forces of the 7 countries attempted to make a last stand. However, in front of Lin Mo's zombie army that was like a tidal wave, any resistance was futile. The combined forces of the 7 countries faced off against Lin Mo's plague army. They only lasted less than half a day before completely collapsing. The slain allied soldiers mutated and joined Lin Mo's camp. However, they continued to advance and continue to fight. Like a snowball, the number of legions quickly increased to 1 million. 1 million zombies, and all of them are of the 3rd rank. With such a powerful force, the Westeros continent was simply unable to resist. Many students saw that Lin Mo had developed to such a heaven-defying level. They directly withdrew from this practice session. There was no way around it. The resources of the entire continent were almost all going to be eaten up by Lin Mo. No one felt able to fight against it, and Zhang Min, who was following Lin Mo, had also gained great benefits. At this moment, she had successfully summoned a 6th Order dependent. While her strength had increased to the 6th rank, she had gained a high-level quality nested sequence on each of her weapons and defenses. Although it wasn't as good as Lin Mo's whole body increase in special grade gemstone creation. However, it was definitely considered the top of the line amongst all the students participating in the practice class. After defeating the allied forces of the 7 kingdoms, the Plague Legion traveled directly to King's Landing City. Even though the Queen of King's Landing City kept sending him messages of peace, Lin Mo was unmoved. 5 days later, the army was at the city. The capital of the 7 kings, King's Landing, was close at hand. In order to defend against Lin Mo's attack, the Queen of King's Landing made all the people into biochemical soldiers, led by the biochemical demon mountain to try and win this victory. But unfortunately, the battle power of the biochemical soldiers only reached the peak of the 2nd rank. And the number was only around 300,000 people. Against Lin Mo's million zombie army, they were simply defenseless. Immediately afterward, Queen Serre, the Queen of King's Landing, activated her final killer weapon. She ignited the wildfires outside of King's Landing. These green wildfires, comparable to the power of Dragon's Breath, spread across the entire battlefield in a few breaths of time. They burned nearly 200,000 zombie troops of Lin Mo alive. However, this loss was not worth mentioning to Lin Mo right now. When the wildfire was extinguished, the Plague Legion attacked again. This time, King's Landing City was no longer able to withstand the attack. The city gates shattered and the zombie army poured into all corners of King's Landing. The Cathedral of Baylor, Flea Bottom, the Red Keep, and other buildings are razed to the ground by the zombie army. The Queen's body was found in the ruins of the Red Keep, and she committed suicide after the gates were breached. Along with the fall of the 7 king cities, the collective 7 kingdoms regime led by King's Landing was officially dissolved. Lin Mo, on the other hand, obtained the right to use the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne is likewise a holy relic. The Iron Throne, the only holy relic, made from tens of thousands of iron swords and dragon flames. It is the symbol of the highest imperial power in Westeros. Do not attempt to sit on it unless necessary, as the sharp spikes on the Iron Throne are likely to infect you with tetanus. Relic characteristics. When placed in the territory, it can make the Lord gain the Emperor's aura, and the dependents will gain higher morale and battle spirit under the influence of the Emperor's aura. And the Emperor's aura will attract the attention of certain powerful beings. Without a doubt, the Iron Throne was another rather good holy relic. Beautifully, he pocketed it. Harvesting the Iron Throne, Lin Mo naturally became the rebel king of the 7 kingdoms. He soon received news that a powerful legion was approaching King's Landing. According to the 3-eyed raven's description, 3 giant dragons soared directly above this legion. It was clearly the forces of Daenerys, the Queen of Dragons. 3 days later, on the outskirts of King's Landing, Daenerys stood at the very front of the legion with a cold and stern face and called for battle. I am House Targaryen Stormborn Daenerys, the unburnable One Queen Meereen, rightful successor to the Iron Throne, the Unduls Khaleesi of the Dothraki steppe, the one who breaks the shackles, the mother of dragons. Men of darkness of the otherworld, leave our world at once or I will scorch every darkness with the dragon's flames, tear apart every minion of the Dark Legion with sharp claws. On the walls of King's Landing City, Lin Mo and Zhang Min stood on the city wall, silently looking down at the unsullied legion below that was like tofu blocks. I can help you hold back the 2 6th-ranked dragons, Zhang Min said as she surveyed the legion of dragons. But you'll have to give me the gems that popped out. Lin Mo nodded. Very reasonable. None of Lin Mo's 6th-rank soldiers could fly except for the Crystal Dragon King. With Zhang Min's help, Lin Mo only needed to specialize in dealing with Drogon, the 7th-rank dragon known as the Black Death. The current high-end combatants, Lin Mo and the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, dealt with the Black Death. The 2 giant dragons, Weselian and Regal, were given to Zhang Min to deal with. As for the ground troops, a chaotic battle would suffice. Lin Mo didn't believe that his 1 million-plus zombie army could be killed by several 100,000 unsullied. Along with Daenerys mounting the Black Death god Drogon, the largest and most grueling battle in the history of the Westeros continent began. Drogon, the Black Death god, displayed a powerful fighting ability as Daenerys rode him. Even with the combined efforts of Lin Mo and the evil Eye Crystal Dragon King, the engagement was quite difficult. On the other side, Zhang Min spread her dragon wings and cooperated with her Dragonman army to hold back the 2 6th-ranked dragons. On the ground, the Unsullied Legion and Dothraki cavalry launched an offensive against the zombie legions in King's Landing. The moment the 2 armies fought together, the hissing sound of blood and flesh flying across the sky resounded. Countless zombies were decapitated and fell to the ground, and likewise countless Unsullied were dismembered by the zombies. Bitten alive, the commander of the Unsullied Legion, Grey Worm, rushed at the front and eventually ran out of energy after killing dozens of zombies. He eventually drowned in the tidal wave of zombies. The battle lasted from morning to night, and again from night to dawn. Blood was spread all over the earth, and there were broken pieces of armor as well as limbs and broken arms everywhere, accompanied by an extremely miserable hissing sound coming from the air. The Black Death god Drogon fell down from the clouds like a kite with broken strings. Its body was covered with all sorts of wounds, and half of its face was torn to shreds. At the same time that Drogon fell, Lin Mo and the Crystal Dragon King, who were covered in wounds, sped down from high altitude. Gathering the last of their energy, they shot out energy beams. Immediately afterward, a huge crashing sound came from the earth. The moment the crashing sound ended, the world fell completely silent. Finally, the Mother of Dragons fell, and Drogon died. The last great battle of the Song of Ice and Fire was declared over. The lords were killed in battle, and the lords' dependents completely lost the courage to continue fighting. The Mother of Dragons' men were quickly swallowed up. Lin Mo's dependents reached a staggering 1.5 million. On the other side, Zhang Min was in a bit of a mess, but he also managed to kill 2 6th-ranked dragons. Along with the Song of Ice and Fire World's 3 major bosses all falling, this practice session reached its end. This practical lesson will end in 6 hours, and each student will receive permission to open the territory portal once. Students can transfer the resources gained from the practical lesson to their own territories. The function of handing in invasion points has been activated. For every 100 invasion points you hand in, you will receive 1 credit point. Chapter 115 Harvest and Punishment. Listening to the beeps ringing in his head, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked into a smile. The practical class was finally coming to an end, and he himself had an epic harvest. This time around, Lin Mo didn't choose to sacrifice these zombies away. Instead, he opened a portal to teleport them into the middle of his territory. When they entered the territory, the dependents completely belonged to Lin Mo, and their battle strength was fixed, officially becoming third-order zombie dependents in Lin Mo's territory. Along with them were the corpses of the 3 dragons. Various equipment materials obtained during the conquest. The 7th-order Lord Core of the Mother of Dragons was also taken into his territory. At the same time, he once again obtained a special grade gem and a rather rare piece of equipment. Gem of the Unburnable 1 Extraordinary Grade. Embedding this gem can drastically increase the flame resistance of dependents, and obtaining a lava skin drastically improves their defense. Power Tour Wrist Guard Left Hand. Exclusive to Lords. When wearing this wrist guard, Lords can obtain a squadron of familiars carrying the embedded system, and familiars in this squadron will receive a bonus to the gem's ability. However, please note that the dependents in this formation will only receive the gem ability bonus if they are below 5th level, but not if they are 5th level or higher, currently 515 holes. The equipment in the Lord's world is roughly divided into the following categories: Sacred Relic Equipment, Lord Equipment, and Dependent Equipment. Sacred Relic Equipment is generally equipment with special abilities, such as the straight Black Death Sword. The dragon scale armor that he had previously obtained belonged to the favored equipment, and Lin Mo could wear it as well, but most of the lords preferred to wear the armor on their favored spirits, improving the survival ability of the spirits. Lord equipment belonged to a very special type of equipment. This kind of equipment could only be worn by the lord himself, and would generally have lord-level utility. For example, after Lin Mo wore the Power Tour wrist guard, he could allow the dependents within a formation to enjoy the various bonuses brought about by the gems. For a lord like Lin Mo, who relied on infections to obtain his basic dependence, this Power Tour wrist guard was undoubtedly a divine artifact. There was still half an hour left before the end of the practice session. Lin Mo took out all the perforators he had collected. Then he used a few more high-grade gems to replace all the perforators in Zhang Min's hand. In the end, Lin Mo opened all the inlay holes on the Power Trip wrist guard. 15 inlay holes, properly matched with gems, would be enough to skyrocket the reinforcement of his zombie army in the future. The mountain of primary gems was also rapidly depleting as Lin Mo continued to synthesize them. In the end, there were a dozen more extra-grade gems in his hand. The countdown to the end of the practice session rang in his head. Lin Mo closed the territory portal and quietly waited for the end of the reading. Soon, the teleportation opened. Consciousness returned to the blue star. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, in front of him was the familiar classroom of the Imperial Dragon Academy. Lin Mo, who opened his eyes, quickly realized that the atmosphere was not right. All of the returning students were currently looking at Lin Mo with a rather awe-inspiring and complicated expression. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, everyone had witnessed Lin Mo's rise from the Northern Realm. Then, step by step, he had taken down King's Landing and eventually fought the Queen of Dragons. This was simply a mythical battle for them. Student Lin Mo, why did you shatter Wu Liang's territorial core in the practice class? But at this moment, Jiang He walked over with a few teachers as well as Wei Changdong, the freshman director of instruction. A few people's faces couldn't be said to be grave or not. But shattering a lord's core was not a small matter. Besides, Lin Mo had shattered the territorial core of Wu Liang, the genius of the Wu clan. Before Lin Mo could open his mouth, Zhang Min grabbed the opportunity to tell what had happened. Wu Liang used an extremely rare forced invasion scroll on me, trying to take over my territory. If it wasn't for senior brother Lin Mo helping me repel him, I'm afraid that the one who was shattered from the Lord's core would have been me. One of the short-haired female teachers frowned into her eyebrows at Lin Mo. Since you had already repelled Wu Liang at that time, Why did you turn around and invade his territory? And even broke Wu Liang's territory stone? Lin Mo revealed an innocent expression. The fight went to my head. I couldn't possibly watch my friend being bullied without helping her. The short-haired female teacher frowned even tighter. Hit on the head? Do you know what kind of person Wu Liang is? Do you know how much trouble you'll get into after shattering his lord core? Wu Liang was a member of the Wu family, which was a large family in the imperial capital. Lin Mo naturally knew all about this. However, he thought that he hadn't done anything wrong in the matter of helping Zhang Min, so his expression was quite bland. One person does what one person does. If I did wrong in this matter, I am willing to be punished. Hearing these words, Zhang Min's eyes instantly turned red. Lin Mo isn't to blame for this matter. He fought with Wu Liang in order to protect me, although the hospital heard Zhang Min's testimony. But after all, shattering a lord's core between fellow clansmen was a rather serious matter. The matter of Lin Mo being punished was inevitable. Following Wei Changdong, he went to the office of the head of the grade department. Lin Mo sat alone in the waiting area waiting for the final ruling on his punishment. He hadn't waited for the ruling, but he had first waited for Wu's family to ask about his punishment. Instead, they saw Wu Haiyang rushing into the office with an angry face. What's going on, Director Wei? Why was my son's lord core shattered by someone? He's already an invalid now. In addition to Wu Haiyang, his wife Lu Huiwan was also in tears. Denouncing Lin Mo's evil behavior, she demanded that the academy must expel such dregs of society. Wu Liang's character, Wei Changdong, knew it well. He just replied lightly, asking Wu Haiyan and the others to go home and wait for news. As for what the final punishment for Lin Mo would be, he would have to wait for the principal, Chu Qingtian, to personally decide. After driving away Wu Liang's parents, Wei Changdong came to the waiting area. With a cup of tea in his hand, he placed it in front of Lin Mo. Thank you, Director Wei. Looking at Lin Mo, who was savoring the tea like a small adult, Wei Changdong revealed a rather curious look. Your kid hasn't seen you for a few days, and you dare to go hard against a fourth-order lord. I know about Wu Liang's fourth-ranked territories. The battle power isn't something that ordinary fourth-ranked lords can compare to. Lin Mo humbly smiled. A fluke. Just a lucky win. A fluke? There's no such thing as a fluke in a territory duel. Wei Changdong shook his head. Don't be complacent. Don't be complacent. Let's wait for Principal Chu to come and see how he punishes you. The punishment was quickly handed down. Although Lin Mo's shattering of Wu Liang's territory core was caused by a reason, it still belongs to the category of negligence that causes a person's territory core to shatter. Therefore, Lin Mo is sentenced to 1 demerit and 1 month's exile in the extraterrestrial desert, in the hope that during the period of exile, the student will learn from his mistakes, repent for the mistakes he made due to his impulsiveness at the time, and not commit them again in the future. At the same time, Jiang He, the teacher of freshman class 5, has failed to do a good job of building up Lin Mo's thoughts due to negligence in supervision. Punish him and Lin Mo to be jointly exiled to the extraterrestrial desert. Chapter 116: The Human Lighthouse and the Extraterrestrial Desert. The extraterrestrial desert was a barbaric and barren land in the extraterrestrial world. The environment was harsh and the forces were chaotic. It was said that the Blue Star people had explored this area 30 years ago. However, after 30 years of exploration, not even 1% of the desert area had been explored. It is said that this desert was once the territory of a powerful civilization in ancient times. Later, the civilization was annihilated, and all kinds of miracles were covered up in the yellow sand. Many people were attracted by the miracles to dig for treasures, and some died in the desert, while others obtained divine weapons and became powerful. Although the desert was barren, there was still a continuous stream of forces from all races going to explore. As a result, countless complex forces and strife had emerged in the extraterrestrial desert. Rimmer had no objections to the school's punishment. As long as he wasn't expelled, everything was fine. Being exiled to the extraterritorial desert was bitter, but Lin Mo could accept it. It's just that he's a bit sorry for Mr. Jiang He. Inexplicably, he got himself involved. At this time, located in the principal's office, Jiang He stood in front of Chu Kangtian with a clear and cold face. Headmaster, do you want me to protect Lin Mo to avoid accidents during his exile? Chu Kangtian nodded his head, and then took out a sheepskin map. This is a map that I got when I was young and adventuring in the Great Desert. On it, there are a lot of records about the important coordinate locations of the Great Desert. You can refer to this map for your adventure when you enter the desert. Jiang He frowned slightly. There are currently no human lighthouses constructed on the extraterritorial desert. I'm worried that the Wu family will have some plans. Lighthouses are the blessing buildings provided by the gods of all races for their own camps. Lords within the range of their lighthouse can project their avatars directly into the area. Where no lighthouse has been built, the Lord can only enter the area with his own body, inheriting the ability of his avatar. So where there is no human lighthouse, a lord who dies is really dead. That is why the punishment of Rimmer was called exile. I'll call the Wu family's elders later on to knock them out. Chu Qingtian revealed a playful smile. But a verbal warning won't do much for some juniors. Lin Mo still risks being retaliated against by some of the Wu family's juniors. So teacher Jiang He, you have to make Lin Mo realize this, and raise his strength as much as possible before he's exiled to the extraterrestrial desert. Jiang He nodded. I understand, Principal Chu. Jiang He came out of the principal's office and sought out Lin Mo at the first opportunity. Then he spoke about the dangers of the extraterrestrial desert and the possible retaliation of the Wu family. The extraterrestrial desert wants me to go there personally. Lin Mo just realized this matter. Immediately, he was shocked. Then this exile is quite a dangerous thing. Jiang He rolled his eyes. Isn't your current Lord Incarnation's strength already at the 6th rank, so you're considered a small expert? And I will go with you, what are you afraid of? Lin Mo silently gulped. The strength of a 6th order Lord Incarnate didn't seem to be ensured. It's said to be an exile, but it's actually the principal's extra care for you. Jiang He took out a map scroll and put it in front of Lin Mo. This map is what the principal asked me to pass on to you, and it records many treasure spots and ruins. Before the exile begins, improve yourself as much as possible. The desert expedition was set for 5 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days later. Time was precious, so Lin Mo hurriedly prepared his harvest to improve his strength. The most important item was to feed the evil eye crystal dragon king the dragon god crystals. As Lin Mo expected, after absorbing the dragon god crystals, the evil eye dragon king lay down on its back inside the dragon's den and fell into a deep sleep. After this practice session, the number of invasion points Lin Mo had accumulated in his hands reached a staggering 1.5 million. After converting all of them into credits, he got 15,000 credits. Together with what he had accumulated before, Lin Mo's credits had broken through to 50,000 at this point. 50,000 credits was just the requirement to open the Academy's 3rd-level exchange store. Lin Mo immediately clicked on the 3rd-level store to check it out, and the wide array of precious props and buildings directly blinded him. However, considering his upcoming desert journey, he decided to exchange something he could use first. Phoenix Blood Essence. Lords take it to increase their full attributes by 3%, 6,000 credits to redeem. Beast King Essence. Strengthens neurons to increase reaction speed by 1% when taken by the Lord, 3,000 credits redemption. Essence of Sacred Deer. Lord can enhance energy attribute by 3% after taking it, 5,000 credits for redemption. Similar materials that can directly enhance the attributes of a lord. Lin Mo exchanged all of them in his head and then drank them frantically. The credits quickly shrunk to 10,000 credits. And Lin Mo only felt terrifyingly strong after eating numerous great supplements. On average, the full attributes had risen by almost 10%. This was already a considerable increase for a lord. After getting high, Lin Mo immediately took out a light point. The point of light was burst out from dry crushing the core of the Wu Liang Lord, and contained the entire void origin of a 4th-ranked lord inside. It was worth mentioning that although Wu Liang's lord core was dry crushed, but his territory would still exist for a while. At this moment, Lin Mo's dependents were constantly carrying various materials from his territory. As expected of a genius that the Wu family had devoted their efforts to cultivating, there were indeed quite a few good things in Wu Liang's territory. So much so that Lin Mo had constructed 100 warehouses in his territory in one go. It was only barely enough to hold Wu Liang's assets. Back to business. Rimmer taps on the light point. Acquisition of Void Origin Level 4. Additional A-level Lord Skill. Shadow of the Shadow. Additional items gained. Construction drawings for the Great Wall of Steel. Coordinates for the habitat of the 6th Order spawn. Baldur's Restrictor Holy Relic. Surprisingly, he didn't explode the S-ranked Blood Moon Heavenly Plague. Lin Mo had a feeling that he was wrong about a billion things. However, his attention was quickly drawn back to the extra items. A Baldy limiter? Which Baldy? Could it be that man? Lin Mo hurriedly clicked on the introduction to check. Baldy limiter Holy Relic. He said that becoming bald also makes you stronger. He said that you can become as strong as him with 100 push-ups a day. He said that don't be late for the supermarket sale tomorrow. Lin Mo couldn't control the corner of his mouth from twitching. Is it really this guy? Sacred Relic ability. Automatically enters limiter mode when the Lord breaks through the rank. The Lord's core in this mode can absorb the power of the void origin that far exceeds the upper limit of the rank, thus allowing the territory to gain a greater degree of enhancement. Lin Mo read the introduction of this holy relic several times in succession. Subconsciously, he sucked in a breath of cool air. Without a doubt, this holy relic was the most powerful holy relic he had gotten so far. Because just like the name of this item, it's a powerful artifact that drastically enhances the potential of the territory by compressing the grade. Chapter 117, Promoting to a 4th Ranked Lord. Lin Mo took out all the Lord crystals he had obtained so far, counting Wu Liang and the Lord crystals he had gotten from the Power Trip world. The current total number of crystals was 18. Among them, Wu Liang's Lord crystals contained the most void origin, followed by the Night Kings and the Mother of Dragons. Then came Queen Ser and the other Westeros continent lords. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo instantly began the promotion of his lord rank. Along with absorbing the void origin into his body, the experience value of a 3rd ranked lord quickly reached 100%. At the same time, a restrictor breakthrough creation popped up in front of him. The window was simple, with a small blue figure doing push-ups in the center. In the lower right corner was a button that read, "Continue to fill in void origin." After clicking the button, a copy of the void origin was integrated into the system. The blue villain began to do push-ups even faster, and his blue body rapidly changed to yellow. He continued to click the button. The villain's movements were even faster, and his body turned from yellow to red as flames rose from his body. Along with the continuous clicking of the button, a large amount of void origin was incorporated into Lin Mo's body. Eventually, after filling almost all of the void origin, the little man in the middle of the window turned into a blinding golden color, doing push-ups as fast as he could. Only a trail of residual shadows could be seen. At this time, the button in the lower right corner also changed to "Arrived at the limit of void origin filling. Is it a breakthrough in grade?" Lin Mo immediately clicked yes. In the next second, the window disappeared and the breakthrough began. At this moment, Lin Mo only felt that his entire body was wrapped in an unimaginably huge amount of energy. A powerful force that he had never experienced before surged through his body. At the same time, his territory was undergoing tremendous changes. The edges of the territory were breathing in and out as if they were alive, and in the process the territory continued to expand rapidly in all directions. The promotion of a 3rd ranked lord to 4th ranked was a watershed. Not only does it signify that the lord has officially jumped from a novice level to a full-fledged lord, the size of their territory will also multiply. Lin Mo's current territory was 280 kilometers, and according to the regular breakthrough formula, he should be able to expand tenfold. That is, he would be able to reach a land area of 2,800 kilometers. However, under the increase of the Balrog limiter, Lin Mo's territory directly expanded 20 times. The territory area reached a staggering 5,600 kilometers. Correspondingly, the maximum number of buildings that could be constructed within the territory was also expanded by 20 times. The maximum number of flesh cloning machines had been raised from 56 to 1,120. The maximum number of dragon nests was also raised from 56 to 1,120. The same was true for other territorial buildings. At this point, Lin Mo's territory was no longer as crowded as before. He already had the ability to build towns at all levels and even satellite cities. The Lord skill unlocked new columns, while obtaining new qualifications for spirit recruitment. Congratulations on your promotion to 4th rank Lord. Under the influence of the Holy Relic, the Baldur's Restrictor, your territory has been rewarded with even more generous promotion bonuses. Reward 1. All barracks in your territory will have their reinforcement level permanently increased by +1, covering all barracks, and all subsequent barracks will also enjoy this bonus. Reward 2. All buildings in the territory will permanently increase their production and development output by 50%. Cover all. Subsequent buildings will also enjoy this bonus. Reward 3. Unlocking the construction drawings for the 6th rank barracks, Black Armor Shield Guard, and unlocking the special building, the Imperial Fortress. Lin Mo clicked on the building description of the Imperial Fortress. Imperial Bastion, territory unique building, can upgrade the main city to an Imperial Bastion. This bastion has the most reasonable architectural planning and powerful defense capabilities. I remember that Imperial Bastion is a city that can only be constructed at the Great Lord stage, right? Lin Mo had an odd expression on his face. Just because of the existence of the restrictor, it somehow unlocked a high-level building? In addition to the Imperial Bastion, the drawings of the 6th Order Black Armor Shield Guard Barracks were also one of the most important gains. A 6th Order barracks could be built every 100 kilometers of territory. With a land area of 5,600 kilometers, Lin Mo could currently build 112 of them. Holy Relic Bleeping Boy Double Building Bonus. The output of a 6th rank barracks is 5 day for Blue Star time. Counting the bonus just gained, the current output is 7.5 day. With 112 6th Order barracks, the number of 6th Order soldiers produced per day has stabilized at 840. It was important to realize that Lin Mo currently possessed just over 300 rank 6 soldiers. After being promoted to a 4th ranked lord, he was producing 840 per day. This was enough to show that when a 3rd ranked lord was promoted to 4th rank, the increase in territory was quite huge. At the end of the promotion, the strength of the territory was raised to a higher level, consuming most of the materials that had been accumulated during this time. The Imperial Fortress was vastly built with the core of the territory as its center. After waiting for a period of time, the enormous Imperial Fortress that was like a steel giant was constructed. After a brief visit, Lin Mo had only one adjective for the fortress: old cowhide. Various buildings were placed in various locations of the Imperial Fortress in a well-organized manner according to their functions. The warehouse was incomparably huge and had a vertical hive structure. Lin Mo no longer had to worry about having so many materials that he had nowhere to put them. There was even a room specialized in displaying holy relics at the core of the fortress. Lin Mo walked in and took a look, only to see all sorts of holy relics projected in glass display cases, emitting different colors of light. The holy relics that Lin Mo currently possessed were the following: Aztec's Oblivion Head, Billy Link's Beeping Boy, God Slayer Gale's Straight Black Death Sword, Night King's Frozen Crown, Iron Throne, Baldur's Restrictor. Looking at the holy relics in the display case that were like works of art, Lin Mo nodded with considerable satisfaction. There was another thing that was quite important in advancing to a 4th ranked lord. That was to recruit his 2nd Yingling. The existence of Ing spirits in the Lord's world was very special. If you killed a Lord's Ing spirit afterward, his body will disappear in place and his soul will return to the Hall of Spirits. The Lord only needs to pray in the graveyard to summon the spirit again. When the core of a Lord's territory is shattered, the spirit's soul will return to the Spirit Temple, waiting to be recruited by other lords. Considering the fact that your territory is a polluted land and has the added benefit of the Iron Throne's imperial aura, I wonder what kind of spirits you'll be able to recruit this time around. I don't know what kind of spirits I'll be able to recruit this time. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo clicked on the long and used spirit altar. At this moment, more than a dozen spirits who wanted to join Lin Mo's territory appeared in the altar. Without exception, all of them were powerful spirits of epic level or above. Death Knight Rachel Epic, Dread Demon Lord Dilu Epic, Crypt Lord Boone Epic, Witch King Alsace Legendary. When Lin Mo saw the last spirit with a golden glow around him, his eyelids fluttered violently. Legendary spirit. Surprisingly, it was a legendary spirit. I didn't expect to see a legendary level spirit in my 2nd hero recruitment. Chapter 118. Legendary Spirit Witch Demon King. Lin Mo immediately clicked on the character introduction. Alsace, the 2nd Witch Demon King in the history of Warcraft, he was the supreme commander of the Natural Disaster Legion, and had led the Natural Disaster Legion to invade the Azeroth continent. Ability description: Alsatian is a powerful undead hero who charges forward with great valor and command on the battlefield. Main skills: Group Death Entangle, Group Frost Armor, Group Valor Charge, Death Pact. Aura abilities: Evil Aura, Necrotic Enhancement, Blood-Sucking Aura, Steadfast Shield Aura. There is no doubt that the Witch King is a powerful front-row hero. It is a charging presence in the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo summoned the Witch Demon King Alsace. A pillar of golden light that rose up to the sky accompanied it as it rose up from the summoning altar. A pale silhouette riding a skeletal warhorse slowly walked out of the altar. Only his dry skin and pale hair were visible, and his entire face revealed a strong emotion of sadness. Witch Demon King Alsace, the saddest anti-hero character in Warcraft history. Currently, Alsace's class is only level 1, and he is not equipped with such artifacts as the Frost Sorrow or the Helm of Unity. Lin Mo directly gave him the long claws that he had gotten in the power trip to use. The long claw already possessed the power of a divine artifact after being inlaid with 6 special grade gems. Combined with the ability to turn the surrounding dead bodies into zombie lifeforms, it was perfect for Alsos to use. Lin Mo suddenly rang up the fact that he had also obtained a 6th order lifeform coordinate scroll after blowing up Wu Liang's territory crystal. He then had the intention of having the Witch Demon King and Dark Ranger go over to fight monsters and upgrade, calling 206th ranked black armored shield guards as fighters. Coordinate scrolls open, after helping them build an outpost with decent defenses. For the next while, the Witch King and the Dark Ranger stayed on this floating island filled with 6th order lifeforms. They began to fight monsters and upgrade. This was followed by building all the buildings that needed to be built and planning the sites that needed to be planned. The time came 2 days later. There was only 1 day left before being exiled from the academy. During this period of time, Zhang Min had come to find himself a few times, asking him if there was anything he could do to help. Lin Mo waved his hand for her not to worry. After having a simple dinner with Zhang Min, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory, and just after stepping into the dormitory door, he felt a strange movement in his territory. The moment his consciousness entered the territory, the prompt sounded in his own ears. Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King's advancement was successful. Current rank is 7th. The Evil Eye Crystal Dragon King's attributes have changed under the influence of the Dragon God's power. The power of the Dragon God strengthens the characteristics of the ancient Dragon Ojuan, and the power of resurrection has been enhanced. A series of messages rang in one's ears, but Lin Mo didn't have time to check it out. His eyes were focused on the not-too-distant Dragon Canyon. At this moment, the Gargoyle Canyon had expanded to cover an area of 50 kilometers. The 2 sides of the huge canyon were filled with dragon nests that had been placed, and beside the dragon nests were inserted with dragon totems that boosted hatching efficiency. And in the center of the canyon was placed the Church of Dragon Entertainment Xiong. Inside the church are rituals related to the strengthening of dragons. But that's not the point. The point was inside a large dragon's nest next to the Church of the Dragon's Sacrifice. A huge blood-red body was currently emitting a shockingly powerful aura. It seemed to have sensed Lin Mo's approach. The huge body slowly stepped out of the dragon's nest. Spreading its blood-red wings that almost spanned the entire canyon, it flew towards the air. The Crystal Dragon King, whose strength had been upgraded to the 7th rank. The body underwent a heavenly change. Thicker and heavier crystal skin. The torso once again grew by a circle, and the area after spreading its wings was comparable to half a soccer field. The crystal crown on top of its head was even more obvious. The entire body was like a giant steam engine, constantly emitting blood-red steam. At this moment, the Crystal Dragon King had not acquired any new skills though. However, all of the existing skills had been strengthened. And what made Lin Mo feel most anticlimactic was that the ancient dragon Orjuan's resurrection trait had also been strengthened. The previous attribute was a small probability of coming back from the dead. And after being strengthened by the power of the dragon god, the resurrection characteristic is strengthened from the original small probability of resurrection to the blue star time to obtain a resurrection opportunity every 7 days. That is to say, if the Crystal Dragon King dies in battle, it will surely come back to life once. And the cooldown CD of this skill is only 7 days in blue star time. A more crucial point is that after Lin Mo, if he chooses the Crystal Dragon King as the Lord's avatar, he would also be able to resurrect once every 7 days. This was no longer a situation that could be described as heaven-defying, it was simply heaven-hanging. Without a doubt, after having this skill, Lin Mo was equivalent to having one more powerful life-preserving card. Even if he was about to be exiled to the Great Desert, his ability to survive was greatly improved. Moreover, at this time, the strength of his Lord Incarnation had already reached the 7th rank. 7th rank, it was already considered a minor expert. For the rest of the day, Lin Mo took a good rest. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. In front of the Imperial Capital Extraterrestrial Teleportation Channel, Lin Mo and Jiang He brought their equipment and prepared to enter the teleportation channel. In a position not far from them, Wei Changdong was meticulously holding his cell phone, taking pictures of the two from various angles. These photos are for forensic purposes, to prove that you and I were exiled. Jiang He looked at Lin Mo giggling happily on the side and immediately warned, "Don't giggle at the camera. You need to show the remorse and uncertainty you felt when you were exiled." Otherwise, you won't be able to scare the students of Dragon Academy. Huh? I won't have to inform the whole school about my exile, grinned Lin Mo. Naturally, it's going to be notified. Jiang He's voice was clear and cold. Not only will it be notified, but the picture of you being exiled will also be shown on the school's big screen on a rotating axis. It will last about a week. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face darkened. Wasn't this a bit too damn humiliating? Does it count as a public execution? After taking pictures and taking evidence, Wei Changdong went up and patted Lin Mo's shoulder to signal. Let's set off, you two. The extraterrestrial world is full of crises. You two be careful. A white halo of light enveloped Lin Mo and Jiang He's bodies. Soon the duo disappeared into thin air. Extraterrestrial world, inside a small gathering place in the southern part of the Great Desert. Lin Mo and Jiang He walked out of the light pillar and appeared in the Great Desert. As far as the eye could see, yellow sand was rampant. The camp was full of crumbling and dilapidated tents. Phew, is this the beginning of the exile career already? Mr. Jiang He, I'm so excited. Jiang He silently wrapped the sand-proof scarf around his cheeks and said in a dull voice, "Don't get excited. Bitter days are still ahead." Seeing Jiang He's light-hearted appearance, Lin Mo was puzzled. "Teacher Jiang, you've been exiled before? You look familiar with this place." Jiang He explained, "Coming to the extraterrestrial desert for survival experience is one of the mandatory courses for junior students, and getting you here this time is considered to be taking this course in advance." Lin Mo's eyebrows jumped slightly. Only a freshman taking a junior year class, was this considered jumping 2 levels in a row? Chapter 119 Desert Development. Seeing that the sky is getting late and the temperature is plummeting, Jiang He rented a shabby tent as a camp for tonight's rest. The Blue Star human race was not the only one present in the camp. Various races of all shapes and sizes were stationed here. So the duo will alternate rests, always making sure one is awake and on watch. When it was Lin Mo's turn to keep watch, he flipped through the desert survival guide that Jiang He had given him. The guidebook contained detailed information about this desert and the rules of the various gods that existed in the desert. The first point is that it is possible to summon familiars in the Great Desert, but summoning familiars requires the consumption of a substance called the Desert Star Core. However, summoning a dependent requires the consumption of a substance called a Desert Star Core, which will continue to be consumed after the summoned object appears in the Great Desert, and if the Star Core is not replenished, the dependent will be forcibly returned to the Lord's world. The way to get the Desert Core is simple: either kill the various monsters that exist in the desert, such as death worms, oasis crocodiles, and so on. All of them coalesce different amounts of Desert Star Cores in their bodies. Alternatively, you can explore the desert ruins and exchange them for Star Cores from the Star Core vendors through the high-value items obtained from the ruins. Desert Star Cores are both the energy substance needed to summon familiars and the only currency that can circulate in the Great Desert. Then there are the major monsters in the Great Desert as categorized by the survival guide. The monsters are divided into 2 main categories, one being mechanical organisms left behind in the Great Desert by ancient civilizations. This organism tends to sleep in the yellow sand and will quickly activate and attack an enemy once they approach. There is also a monster that is a mutant of a creature that survives in the desert. Various scorpions, desert snakes, lizards, and so on. And the closer you get to the ruins and oasis, the more powerful monsters will exist. After reading the survival manual, Lin Mo took out the desert map gifted by Principal Chu. This map had been updated by Principal Chu with large and small power camps, as well as places where ruins had been discovered and suspected to exist. They were all clearly labeled. Silently memorizing the marked points on the map, he calculated that he could go to these marked points to look for them next. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. Lin Mo, who had finished his preparations, then set off with Jiang He on his journey to wander the desert. However, not long after walking out, they encountered their first desert monster. It was a mound of demonic monsters that were munching on the travelers' corpses, with a lion's head in a mask. It was over 2 meters tall and looked rather badass. Large mound demon monster, 5th order strength. Lin Mo recalled the introduction of this monster that he had seen from the illustrated book. "Teacher Jiang He, are you going to go or should I?" Jiang He's tone was cool. "You want me to go on?" Lin Mo let out an awkward laugh and immediately charged towards the great mound demon monster with his straight black death sword. The church demon monster seemed to be in a good mood and was humming a song. Lin Mo didn't care about that and raised his hand and slashed towards the great mound demon monster. However, he saw that the Great Cho demon monster reacted extremely quickly. Immediately, He raised his hands and made a motion of catching a white blade with his empty hands. However, it underestimated Lin Mo's strength. The straight black death sword easily passed through its hand. It hit the mask on its brow immediately afterward. In the next second, the mask ruptured, revealing an extremely ugly face. The great mound demon monster covered its injured head and let out a miserable hissing sound. Immediately afterward, it charged towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately dodged sideways towards one side, then backhanded a sword to slash the chest of the great mound demon monster. The dark tentacles on the straight black death sword erupted violently, madly surging into the wound of the mound demon monster. In the blink of an eye, the black tentacles churned up the large mound demon monster's internal organs. The mound demon monster fell to its knees and lost its life in the blink of an eye. In the next second, countless tiny points of light flew into Lin Mo's hands in an extremely agile manner. Acquired Desert Star Core 100. Obtained mask fragment of mound demon monster material. Slaying demons in the Great Desert does drop materials, and these same materials can be exchanged for Desert Star Cores from Star Core vendors. Lin Mo came to the corpse of the great mound demon monster. In front of him, the body of the Deku demon monster rapidly weathered and eventually turned into a pile of yellow sand. "You can't transform the demons here," Jiang He said as he came to Lin Mo at an unknown time. "They are bound by the rules of the Great Desert, constantly reborn in the middle of this desert, and then constantly killed by those who came after them week after week." Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Is there some deep meaning to this? It should be that the civilizations that once existed in the Great Desert tried to fend off the invaders, Jiang He explained. Every once in a while a portion of the Desert Star Cores would gush out from under the yellow sands. These star cores would automatically absorb some of the sand and demonic corpses to transform into new demonic monsters. The Great Desert Civilization wants to use this to stop outsiders from prying into their civilization. Lin Mo nodded in understanding and pulled out the map to look at it. "Let's go, Mr. Jiang He. There's an oasis to the east of us. Go over and take a look." After saying that, the two of them continued forward. However, when they were almost at the oasis, another group of monsters appeared in view. It was a pack of desert-bearded wolves, numbering more than 20. This pack of He-wolves is a third-order demonic creature. Lin Mo counted. "Teacher Jiang He, do you want to try your hand?" Jiang He tightened the sand-proof scarf covering his face. "No, you settle it all. I believe that Lin Mo's classmates will protect me." Lin Mo grinned and immediately charged towards the Hu wolves. There was the ranged splash damage provided by the straight black death sword. The group of bearded wolves were quickly killed off for the most part. Gained Desert Star Core 20. Acquired Desert Star Core 20. Acquired Desert Star Core 20. Obtained He-wolf's teeth material. Obtaining a wolf's tooth material. After a period of decimation, Hu wolf was completely finished off by Lin Mo. But while finishing them off, a sweat broke out on Lin Mo's body. It was as if the entire person had been thrown into an oven, so hot that he was practically fainting. Feeling the abnormally high temperature within his body, Lin Mo hurriedly inquired to Jiang He. "Teacher Jiang, am I suffering from heat stroke?" Jiang He nodded. "Fighting in the Great Desert for too long will produce an overheating reaction. So if it's not too powerful an enemy, it's best to use familiars for fighting in the Great Desert." At this moment, Lin Mo only felt like he was being thrown into the sun and baked. The entire person had the feeling that they were going to be roasted dry. He hurriedly found out the dragon scale armor from within his territory, and with a brainwave, he set all the gems related to increasing flame resistance and cooling and freezing on the armor. The moment he put on the armor, Lin Mo felt that his entire body was much cooler. The previous feeling of being on the verge of dying from the heat quickly faded. Jiang He revealed a look of approval. Quick reaction. Wearing cooling equipment can indeed counteract the overheating reaction. However, this will only allow you to become more durable in battle, but it still treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. That's why you still have to summon your dependents for battle. Chapter 120 First Encounter with Desert Robbers. As they approached the oasis, they encountered several more waves of monsters one after another. But this time, Lin Mo no longer did it himself, but instead sent out 4th-rank weeping angels to strangle them. Each of the 4th-rank soldiers consumed 10 points of Desert Star Core per minute. However, he saw that the oasis was constantly used to various monsters. There were 3-meter-long crocodiles that ran fast, and there were giant polypod insectoids with hard bodies. There were probably more than 50 such monsters in the entire oasis. Only to see the 10 weeping angels sent out by Lin Mo fly into the air. Aiming at the monsters below was a burst of indiscriminate attacks. Scarlet-colored spears were frantically hurled downwards as if they didn't need any money. Each spear was able to heavily damage or even kill the monsters below. Acquired Desert Star Core 50. Gained Desert Star Core 50. Gained Desert Star Core 50. Obtained Crocodile Skin Material. Obtain Insect Horns Material. Jiang He observed the weeping angels who were fighting and revealed a thoughtful look. You've cultivated these dependents quite well, Jiang He praised. 4th rank dependents. Their attack power is almost on par with 5th rank. This kind of situation would normally only appear in the dependents of high-ranked lords. Lin Mo was also quite satisfied as he looked at the weeping angels that he had massacred. Lin Mo's dependents that had been promoted to 4th-ranked lords were strengthened, coupled with the Institute's uninterrupted scientific and technological research as well as other additions. The overall battle power of the territorial dependents had reached an extremely considerable point. It's said that certain top great lords can fight a giant dragon with even a first-order kobold in their territory. I don't know if that's true or not, Lin Mo asked with a smile. Jiang He, however, nodded his head with a serious face. It's true. Even if you are promoted to a great lord, the strength of your territory is vastly different. Powerful lords are able to cultivate dependents that fight at super rank. A first-rank dependent fighting against a giant dragon sounds heavenly, but in the circle of great lords or even strong people from great lords upwards, it's not a difficult thing to do. Great lords upwards? Lin Mo was slightly stunned and was just about to ask what a great lord upwards was. As a result, in the next second, a mournful hissing sound interrupted him, only to see a huge, centipede-like monster drilling out of the sand next to the oasis. With a chrysanthemum mouth, the side of its mouth was covered with densely packed tentacles and teeth. It was clearly a 6th-order deathworm. Be careful, Jiang He warned. It's about to hit the boss. Lin Mo immediately commanded the weeping angels to pull up and attack the deathworm high in the air. Scarlet spears poured down, but they could only isolate small wounds on the deathworm's skin. Only to see the deathworm let out an ear-piercing howl, its mouth continuously spewing out green acid. These acids were so powerful that when they landed on the coconut tree on the side, the coconut tree completely melted in a few seconds. Lin Mo was afraid that the oasis would be completely destroyed if it went on like this. So he directly summoned a 6th-order Black Armored Shield Guard. The Black Armored Shield Guard appeared and consumed 100 Desert Star Cores per minute. Although it was a bit painful, now was not the time to save. One could only see the Black Armored Shield Guard with a huge body rushing in front of the deathworm. The acid spewed out was all resisted by the Black Armored Shield Guard's spiked shield. In the next second, the meteor hammer ruthlessly smashed into the deathworm's mouthpiece, only to see the Black Armored Shield Guard bully his way forward, smashing his shield hard into the deathworm's torso. In the blink of an eye, the torso shattered, and all sorts of disgusting internal organs flowed all over the place. Ding! Killed the deathworm. Obtained Desert Star Core 3000. Gained Worm Whiskers Rare Material. Obtained Equipment. Nerf War Boots Blue Product. A great harvest. Lin Mo looked at the harvest from finishing off the deathworms with an excited face. Together with these 3,000 Desert Star Cores, Lin Mo's Star Core count had currently accumulated to 5,002. The materials that popped out from fighting monsters could also be resold for a good price later on. Then there were the new equipment that popped out. Lin Mo's ship's nano-cooling battle boots. The soles of his feet that were originally like a burning fire were now like soaking in mountain spring water. It was so comfortable. He could clearly feel that his heat resistance had increased quite a bit more. If he could hit a set of equipment from the nano-cooling series, he probably wouldn't have to worry about overheating anymore. Teacher Jiang, these shoes are nice. Do you want to wear them? Lin Mo asked as he pointed at his feet. But Jiang He shook his head indifferently. You hit the equipment and use it yourself? Don't worry about me. Lin Mo grinned and casually took his dependents back into the territory. Coming to the interior of the oasis, the cool environment dispersed the scorching heat around them in just an instant. Lin Mo even saw coconuts hanging from some coconut trees, so he got down 2 of them and used the straight black death sword to pry 2 small eyes on them. One of them was handed to Jiang He and the other was held by himself. Then he drank it up with tons and tons and tons. Not to mention, the coconut in the desert, coconut juice sweet and thirst-quenching and delicious. On the other hand, Jiang He did not know where to find a straw. inserted into the coconut shell, elegantly drinking coconut milk. While the two of them were resting for a few moments, they were not far away, and a team was also coming towards the oasis. When this team appeared in the middle of Lin Mo and Jiang He's vision, Jiang He reminded, "The extraterrestrial desert is a place without any moral constraints. Don't let your guard down against anyone, even the blue star human race." Lin Mo nodded silently as he surveyed the approaching group. This was a standard 6-member expeditionary squad. There were both blue star people and other races present among them. "Are you two done resting? Get the hell out of here if you're done resting." However, a fierce-looking scarred face came forward, revealing a look of impatience. "We, the poisonous wolf gang, don't want flies around us when we work." Lin Mo frowned slightly. Who was this Yakuza calling a fly? The oasis was clearly them coming over first. Just when Lin Mo wanted to go up and theorize about it, he was stopped by Jiang He. "There's no need to cause trouble." Jiang He's voice was clear and cold. "Let's go." This place wasn't too far from the gathering camp, and once a fight broke out it would easily attract more marauders. The extraterrestrial desert was filled with black eat black existences. Lin Mo listened to Jiang He's words and immediately wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a shrill voice suddenly sounded not far away. "Huh? Where did the death worms go? Marred. Someone got the jump on us." Lin Mo only felt dense footsteps coming from behind him. When he turned back, he was already surrounded by people from the poisonous wolf gang. However, he saw a few people with unfavorable faces, and their gazes towards the two of them were filled with greed. Only to see one of them, a tall and skinny man, questioned, "The deathworm boss that our poisonous wolf gang had their eyes on was killed by you guys?" Seeing that the duo didn't speak, the tall, thin man snorted coldly. "Give us the equipment and materials that exploded from the deathworm, or I'll make sure you don't walk out of this oasis alive." Chapter 121. Mr. Jiang has a cold. This adventuring group had already had the intention of getting the duo killed by virtue of their large number of people. In the extraterrestrial desert, such a thing could almost be said to be a common occurrence. It happens almost every day. Lin Mo was not polite, and immediately took the straight black death sword from his back and held it in his hand. On the other side, Jiang He stood calmly, with no intention of striking. Seeing that the two had already entered into a battle, the tall, thin man sneered and immediately raised his hand, opening a portal at his side. 6 extraterrestrial lords, opening 6 teleportation portals. In the next second, a vast number of dependents walked out from within the domains. 3rd rank Hellhound, 3rd rank Berserker, 4th rank Centaur Archer. The tall and thin man with the strongest strength summoned 10 5th order silver armored beasts. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dependents surrounded both Lin Mo and Jiang He. "I advise you to obediently hand over everything of value on your bodies." The tall thin man sneered. "If you make me happy, I can still leave you guys alive." "Boss, that's a girl back there." Scarface revealed a lecherous look. "Can you stay for a while later, so that the brothers can finish getting high before killing?" The tall and thin man nodded. "Old rules? I'll cool it first, I'll cool it after I'm done, and then you guys can cool it." The scene immediately erupted into even more evil, lewd laughter. Lin Mo was expressionless and casually waved his hand. A huge portal unfolded behind him in the next second. 10 murderous tyrannical dragon riders slowly walked out of the portal. The moment they appeared, an evil aura instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The smiles on the faces of the people of the poisonous wolf gang, who were still playfully smiling, instantly disappeared. The dependents in front of them looked rather bizarre and intimidating. However, judging by their breath, these dependents clearly only had 5th order strength. Why did it make their backs feel a gust of coldness? The tall and thin man saw his men's morale rapidly falling, and immediately coldly grunted. "His 10 5th rank soldiers will be clamped down by my silver armored beasts, and you guys will be responsible for taking out the lords who summoned them. Attack!" As the tall, thin man gave the command, his silver armored beast took the lead and charged towards the tyrannical dragon riders. 5th rank versus 5th rank, even if there was a difference in strength, it was only logical that there would be a fierce battle process. However, the moment the silver armored beast rushed in front of the tyrannical dragon rider, a scene that made the tall thin man's eyes explode occurred, only to see that the earth dragon with 2 heads actually slapped the silver armored beast to the ground. The sharp claws tore a long wound in the silver armored beast's epidermis. Immediately afterward, a stream of thick sulfuric acid gushed out from the snake-like head. The moment it covered the silver-armored beast, it corroded a huge wound in its metallic epidermis. The other dragon head tore madly at the wound, and a few bites caused the silver-armored beast to lose its life. This happened to several silver-armored beasts in a matter of seconds. When the tall and thin man saw this scene, his jaw directly dropped in shock. Not only him, the other members of the poisonous wolf gang also looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. They instantly realized that the two people in front of them were not soft targets at all. Rather, they were iron plates, bonkers hard iron plates. But it was too late for regrets. Only to see that after the tyrannical dragon rider killed the silver-armored beast, it was a frantic output to the other familiars around it. The familiars below the 5th rank were simply defenseless in front of the tyrannical dragon rider. They were killed cleanly in minutes. Some of them even tried to sneak up on Lin Mo and Jiang He. However, they were casually killed by Lin Mo. The poisonous wolf gang knew that they had messed with a powerful person, and immediately they no longer hesitated to summon their mounts to evacuate into the distance. But how could Lin Mo let them leave so easily? Tyrannical dragon riders. Kill them all. At Lin Mo's command, the tyrannical dragon riders sped out, catching up with several people in the blink of an eye. The terrified members of the poison wolf gang attempted to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Lin Mo beheaded them all without mercy. Since the extraterrestrial desert was a world of weak meat and strong man-eaters, he, Lin Mo, didn't mind being the man-eater. Whoever dares to mess with him, he will play with whoever. After spending some time, the members of the poisonous wolf gang were all wiped out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, began to count the harvest from this battle. 6 people, 5 third-order lords and 1 fourth-order lord. Lin Mo had gotten their lord cores as well as a dozen or so desert demon materials. The desert star cores gained a total of 8,000 points, which was considered the biggest gain of the battle. Casually opening the tall thin man's lord core. Get a C-rank lord skill and some low-grade building drawings. These could only be put back into the warehouse for Lin Mo to sell later. The void origin of a 4th-order lord is good, after fusing it into his lord's core. The experience bar, however, only rose by a pitiful 1%. Under the influence of the baleful limiter, each of Lin Mo's lord promotions was much more difficult than the average lord. However, the benefit was that the benefits and territorial increases that could be obtained upon promotion were more than those of an average lord. Absorbing the void origin from the 6 lord's cores, the lord's experience bar barely grew to 2%. That didn't seem too bad in the long run. For the rest of the day, Lin Mo and Jiang He continued to travel through the desert. This time, the place they were traveling to was the ruins of a deserted rocky ancient city. The ruins were filled with a large number of monsters, along with a number of mid to high-end combatants like the Great Mound Demon Monster. After arriving at the ruins of the ancient city, Lin Mo directly summoned dozens of ancient crystal dragons and swept across a large area. A large amount of magical materials were collected. The number of desert star cores quickly grew to 20,000 points. Seeing that the sky was dark, night was about to fall. Jiang He reminded Lin Mo that it was time to find a nearby camp to rest and recuperate. The temperature at night is diametrically opposed to the daytime, Jiang He said. If you don't have the equipment to increase your temperature, you won't survive long in the wilderness at night. Hearing Jiang He say that, Lin Mo hurriedly snapped off the ice gem on his dragon scale armor and replaced it with a fire gem. Immediately afterward, the two of them hoofed it to the nearest garrison camp. After paying a sum of desert star cores, the duo rented tents, still resting with one person guarding one half of the night. However, I don't know if it was because of the plummeting temperature in the latter half of the night. Jiang He, who had gotten up to keep watch, sneezed several times in a row. At this moment, inside a large teleportation camp located in the north of the Great Desert. It was accompanied by a pillar of light rising from within the teleportation gate. 2 silhouettes slowly walked out from the pillar of light. Just after exiting the light pillar, Wu Ocean respectfully said towards the man at the side, "Mr. Sun, we have arrived at the extraterrestrial desert. Next we can search for Lin Mo and avenge my son's death." Mr. Sun, whose full name was Sun Hongfei, was a powerful 8th-order Great Lord. Seeing Wu Haiyan's impatient appearance, he frowned slightly and said, "Don't you know the rules on the extraterrestrial desert as a 6th-order Lord? The priority right now is to obtain the Desert Star Core to summon the dependents. The hot weather of the desert simply can't allow the main body to participate in battle for a long time." Wu Haiyang smiled awkwardly and immediately nodded his head. "I've brought quite a few treasures over from the Wu family, so I should be able to exchange them for quite a few desert star cores here. Mr. Sun, you must avenge my son's death. Sun Hongfei nodded. Don't worry. The female teacher following Lin Mo, I have already weakened part of her strength with a secret technique. When the time comes, I'll hold her back and you'll be the one to personally avenge your son's death. After hearing this, Wu Haiyang nodded his head excitedly. After this is accomplished, the reward will definitely not be short of yours, Mr. Sunday. Chapter 122 Skill Fusion Fragment. Lin Mo awoke from the tent to find Jiang. He holding a roll of paper towels holding a thermos cup. His nose was red as if he hadn't woken up. Teacher Jiang, what are you? Catching a cold? Lin Mo was a bit confused when he saw Jiang He's appearance. Jiang He sniffled and said in a rather thick nasal voice. It was too cold last night, maybe I caught a cold. But it doesn't bother me, it doesn't really affect my strength. Lin Mo grinned. It was the first time he had seen a lord suffering from a bad cold. What a rarity. Before he left, Lin Mo sold a large amount of materials at a few star core merchants in the camp. 20,000 desert star cores skyrocketed to 40,000. Especially the tentacles that fell from fighting death were sold for 5,000 desert star cores. This little brother, can you see if you need to buy something else? One of the star core merchants said with a flattering face. Our Desert Chamber of Commerce is the largest material trading guild in the entire extraterrestrial desert, and the prices of props are open and transparent to all. Lin Mo gestured for him to open the store. Inside the store, there were quite a few things in abundance. There were everything from the smallest anti-heatstroke oral liquid to the largest excavation machines. However, like some valuable items, the merchant would just display them with a price tag, and one would have to go to a designated large camp to purchase them. Lin Mo looked at the items in the Star Core Merchant store. He soon found an item of interest. Strength crystals. Small increase in the Lord's strength-related attributes. 2,000 star cores for redemption. Agility crystals. Small increase in the Lord's agility-related attributes. 2,000 star cores exchanged. Intelligence crystals. Improve your Lord's wisdom-related attributes by a small amount. 2,000 star cores for redemption. Note 1. Attribute crystals are a special product of the extraterrestrial desert and are produced by the desert ruins, and cannot be taken out of the desert, so please use them within the desert. Note 2. Attribute crystals can only be absorbed by 4/6th order lords. The lower the order of the lord, the more obvious the absorption will improve the attributes. These attribute crystals are good stuff. Surprisingly, they can directly enhance the various values of the lords themselves. Ever since he came to the extraterrestrial desert, Lin Mo always felt that his surroundings were full of crises. He had descended into the desert with his own body, and the slightest mishap could kill him. Now that he had seen an item that could directly enhance the strength of his body, he was naturally very concerned. After all, the domain can not only require dependents to be strong, the Lord must also be strong enough to do. Otherwise, if you are attacked, the number of dependents will be useless. Thinking about this, Lin Mo immediately spent 20,000 desert star cores to buy all the attribute crystals. 5 strength crystals, 3 agility crystals, and 2 intelligence crystals. Each crystal was roughly the size of a fingernail cap. Red represented strength, green represented agility, and blue represented intelligence. After exchanging the crystals, Lin Mo immediately chose to absorb them. In the next second, the crystals turned into powder in his hands, and a tiny stream of energy drilled into his body. At this moment, Lin Mo only felt a stream of heat welling up inside his body. The muscles in his entire body became more solid and powerful, and his body floated lightly. When he looked at the surrounding scenery again, it only felt like the passers-by were moving half a beat slower. This was an illusion created by the increase in nerve reaction speed. The strengthening effect of the attribute crystals on the body was really good. Lin Mo moved his body and only felt that his physical state was exceptionally good. In addition to attribute crystals, the extraterrestrial desert also produced a special material called fusion skill fragments. This material was also rather interesting. 3D rank fragments could be fused into a C rank fragment, and 3 C rank fragments could be B rank fragments. And so on. As long as you fused enough fragments, you could even fuse a powerful S rank lord skill. At this time, Lin Mo had just been promoted to a 4th ranked lord, and was in need of a powerful 4th ranked lord skill. So for the next desert adventure, Lin Mo only had 2 goals. One was to get attribute crystals to strengthen himself. The other was to collect fusion skill fragments to create an exclusive lord skill that surpassed a rank. Lin Mo told Jiang He about the plan. He received praise from the latter. Not bad. You've realized the two most valuable materials in the extraterrestrial desert. Then let's follow your plan, Chewie. Jiang He didn't control himself and sneezed to the side. Ugh. A few years of not traveling. And when I do, I catch a cold. What bad luck. Lin Mo let out a bitter laugh and didn't answer. In order to speed up traveling, Lin Mo bought a medium-sized desert riding beast as a substitute. Said riding beast was actually a camel that was 2 or 3 times bigger. Lin Mo followed the guidance of the sheepskin map and soon arrived at a new brush point. This was a rather cool canyon oasis, and the canyon was filled with all sorts of magical creatures. 5 crystal gargoyles were summoned. Next, the crystal gargoyles were like meat grinders constantly killing the demons within the canyon. 5th-ranked crystal dragons plus all sorts of cultivation and strengthening. Its combat power was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-ranked demonic creature. Few 5th-order demons were able to sustain more than 3 rounds under the crystal dragon's bite. The entire Grand Canyon was about 10 kilometers long. It used to be a beautiful habitat with clear oasis water, surrounded by grass and also coconut trees. 2 hours later, the entire area was destroyed beyond recognition. Coconut trees were on fire, and many of their trunks were broken, forming various straight triangles with the ground. There were potholes and demonic corpses everywhere. The corpses of the demons were turned into sand and dust in the blink of an eye. The sand and dust covered the oasis, turning the clear water of the lake into a swampy sludge. There was no need to worry about the oasis disappearing after it was destroyed. The great extraterrestrial desert was constantly influenced by the technology of the underground ancient civilization. Not only would the demons soon spawn again, but the oasis that was destroyed here would also be renewed in a few days. Finishing off the demonic creatures in the canyon, this allowed Lin Mo to obtain nearly 30,000 desert crystal cores. At this point, the crystal cores in his hand had accumulated to 50,000. At the same time, it was because this was a high resource area with a higher difficulty level. After Lin Mo finished off a 6th-order scavenging giant crocodile boss, a power crystal and C-rank skill fragment exploded from its body. Casually absorbing the power crystal, his strength increased a little more. After killing through an entire Grand Canyon to get these 2 items, Lin Mo grinned and thought that the explosion rate was low enough to make him gouge his feet. But Jiang He suddenly spoke out. The surface of the Great Desert isn't prone to bursting materials in the first place. You can try exploring the underground ruins. Among the relics, even some ordinary monsters have a small probability of popping out these materials. I see. Lin Mo revealed a look of understanding. Now that he had 50,000 desert crystal cores in his hand, even summoning a 6th or even 7th order dependent would last him a long time. So Lin Mo immediately locked onto a large underground relic and headed towards the direction of the relic. 3 hours later, Lin Mo and Jiang He appeared inside the entrance of the ruins. The entrance was a huge beast mouth carved out of boulders. Summoning 3 tyrannical dragon riders to lead the way, Lin Mo entered the middle of the ruins. Chapter 123's Class Lord Skillstone. The interior of the relic was quite spacious, and likewise hibernated many monsters. The lowest level of these monsters were all 4th-ranked, 5th-ranked were everywhere, and there were quite a few 6th-ranked ones as well. In order to empty the relics as efficiently as possible, Lin Mo summoned 100 crystal gargoyles and 26th-order black armored shield guards in one breath. Under the shield guards' powerful offensive and defensive bodies, even 6th-rank monsters couldn't carry much of their huge shields filled with spikes. In the blink of an eye, the monsters in the Hall of the Relics were all cleared out. Lin Mo looked at his Desert Star core balance. Good lord, not only did it not drop, but it even went up by 3,000 points. Jiang He was right, the explosive rate in the ruins was a lot higher than outside. Just by clearing a relic hall, he had obtained 3 agility crystals and 2 D-ranked skill fragments. Casually absorbing the agility crystals, Lin Mo looked at Jiang He beside him with some complacency. Teacher Jiang He, my monster clearing speed isn't too slow, right? Jiang He pursed his lips and said in a hoarse, icy tone, average. My advice is to still practice. Average? Still need to practice? I'm obviously very strong. Okay. Lin Mo grinned, and immediately drove his dependents towards the deeper relics. Jiang He walked behind Lin Mo, silently sizing up this young man. The reason she said this was just that she didn't want Lin Mo to be complacent. In reality, the strength that Lin Mo had shown at this moment had completely exceeded her expectations. Could even be described as demonic. Lin Mo didn't realize that the relic he was currently pushing across had to have more than a dozen people teamed up before even a junior college student would dare to enter. Just clearing the monsters in the hall of the relic would take half a day. Among the junior college students, there were quite a number of students who possessed 5th order or even 6th order dependents. However, their dependents could at most only go 50-50 with monsters of the same rank within the ruins. Those who wanted to completely crush them like Lin Mo did existed like a phoenix feather. It seemed that he hadn't made a mistake in letting Oliancio and Lin Mo form an alliance. This guy's future was unlimited. Lin Mo didn't realize how high he was rated in Jiang He's mind. At this moment, he was still humming and puffing as he pushed through the map. After pushing across a few more side halls, Lin Mo clearly felt that the strength of the monsters here was starting to increase. Although the grade hadn't changed, the strength of the monsters was increasing. The good news was that the burst rate was also starting to increase. During the time he spent attacking the side halls, Lin Mo once again harvested 3 power crystals as well as 4 D-rank skill fragments. While absorbing the power crystals, Lin Mo realized that the D-rank skill fragments had been harvested to 6. Immediately, he began to fuse them. Soon, the 6 D-rank fragments fused into 2 C-rank fragments. At this point, Lin Mo already had 3 C-rank fragments in his hand and synthesized them in passing. Soon, a skill stone with a blue halo appeared in his hand. To B-level Lord Skill Stone Extraterrestrial Desert Fusion version can be directly absorbed to obtain a B-level Lord skill adapted to the current Lord, or you can choose to continue fusing it into a higher quality skill stone. The synthesis efficiency of skill fragments is very high. Lin Mo smiled as he played with the skill stone. It only took less than a day to fuse a B-rank skill stone. So in a few more days we might be able to fuse an A-rank or even S-rank Lord skill. S-ranked Lord skills, that was quite a powerful existence. If his 4th-ranked Lord skill reached S-rank, it would definitely become one of his bottom cards. Thinking like this, Lin Mo only felt energized. In the next few days, Lin Mo traveled amongst the major underground ruins. While harvesting attribute crystals to enhance his body's strength, he collected skill fragments. In a state of high efficiency or even a brainless horizontal push, Lin Mo consecutively raided several underground ruins in one breath. A massive amount of desert crystals were accumulated in the process. Every time he reached a campsite, Lin Mo would buy the attribute crystals sold by merchants to strengthen his body. It went on like this for 5 days. One evening 5 days later, located inside a rather dilapidated desert ruin, a 6th-ranked desert centipede king burrowed out of the sand. However, without waiting for it to make a hissing sound, a large black sword sped down from above its head. Immediately afterward, a silhouette with white hair and white pupils stood rather dashingly above the centipede king's head. In the next second, the black sword pierced into the head of the desert centipede king with a thump. Lin Mo held the black death sword in his hand and violently plunged it downwards. The black tentacles on the straight black death sword were like the roots of a tree, spreading rapidly in the body of the centipede king. In a shrill wailing sound, black blood continuously flowed out from around the huge centipede king. Immediately afterward, it fell to the ground dead with a loud bang. At this moment, Jiang He was watching the battle from the sidelines, a flash of delight flashing through his cool eyes. Very good, killing a 6th-rank incarnate level boss with the strength of a 6th-rank incarnate. The attribute crystals during this period of time weren't absorbed in vain. Lin Mo fumbled for 3 treasures from the sand, his face overflowing with excitement. Teacher Jiang He, I feel terrifyingly strong now. This feeling of my strength increasing little by little is fantastic. Jiang He nodded. The attribute crystals of the extraterrestrial desert are indeed good things. It's just a pity that this kind of crystal is only effective for lords between the 4th and 6th rank, and the 4th rank has the best effect. The effect of the 6th rank has almost been minimal. Principal Chu said that he exiled you to suffer in the extraterrestrial desert, but in reality, he wanted to train and cultivate you again. Lin Mo nodded. Principal Chu Prime did help himself a lot. A total of 3 items exploded from killing the Centipede King. Centipede King fitted soft armor. When worn, it increases the wearer's defense and drastically increases extreme cold and high temperature resistance. King's Centipede Beard. An extremely rare monster material with an extremely high value. Grade A Fusion Skill Stone. Can be absorbed to obtain a suitable Grade A skill, or fused at the same rank to become a higher level skill stone. A great outburst of good fortune. Unexpectedly exploding and a rank skill stone. Lin Mo only felt his bladder tighten and an excitement quickly surged through his heart. The reason he felt excited was because before this, he had already synthesized 2A-ranked fusion skill stones. Together with this third one, he could fuse S-rank Lord skills. Walking out of the relics, Lin Mo and Jiang, he headed to a desert town not far away to rest and recuperate. Compared to the campsite they had stayed in before, the town was quite a bit better both in terms of size and facilities. There were even inns to stay at. They opened 2 rooms, one for Lin Mo and one for Jiang He. Lin Mo locked the door to his room and began to fuse the S-rank skill stones. First, he held 3 A-rank skill stones with a purple halo in his hands. The moment they were placed together, the 3 skill stones fused together as if they were liquids pulling on each other. When the liquid re-solidified into a solid, the purple halo of the skill stones changed to a golden halo. S-rank skill stone, done. Chapter 124. New skill, Dark Lord. Lord skill stone S-rank, produced by extraterrestrial desert, has been upgraded to top level. Can be directly absorbed to obtain S-ranked Lord skills adapted to the current Lord. After using it, different adapted skill options can be generated, and the host can choose one of them to obtain a powerful Lord skill. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, and immediately pointed it at himself and chose to use the skill stone. However, he saw the skill stone turn into powder, followed by golden energy surging into his body. Along with the golden light wrapping around Lin Mo's entire body, a prompt sounded in his head. The Lord skill stone S has been used. There are currently 3 S-ranked skills for Lords to choose from. Please make a reasonable selection based on your actual situation. Immediately following were 3 skill selection boxes. Skill 1. Hell Parasite Puppet. Designate an enemy unit to harbor a powerful puppet within it, which absorbs all of the enemy's life force and reveals its true form, possessing extremely powerful combat abilities. Skill 2. Wind, Thunder, and Earth-Splitting Technique. The Lord can perform this technique when he is incarnated, and after releasing it, he can split into up to 3 Wind, Thunder, and Earth-Split attributes, and each of them possesses all of the Lord's memories and thoughts, and as long as one of them survives when he is hit hard, the Lord will be resurrected. Skill 3. Night Monarch. In the Dark Monarch state, the Lord and his dependents have the ability to transform into swarming bloodthirsty bats, which will suck the blood of enemies to supply themselves and are immune to most of the attacks, and the Lord or his dependents in the bloodbat state will gain the ability to move quickly for a short period of time. The selection box not only contains skill descriptions, but even a very user-friendly demo video. The Hell Parasite Puppet is to select an enemy unit and torture it, and when the unit dies, a 5-meter-tall giant hell creature emerges from its body. The second skill is to turn into 3 small doppelgangers with their own elemental attributes, and the 3 doppelgangers have wind-blowing and lightning chain fighting power that is also very impressive. As for the third skill, Dark Knight Monarch, it's a bit like Dracula's skill in the Omni movie. Incarnation of the Dark Lord will themselves or a certain range of dependents will be transformed into endless blood-sucking bats. Not only is it immune to most attacks, but it can also draw blood to return blood to its own units. Lin Mo looked at the 3 skills and fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, the 3S rank skills were all quite powerful existences. The first skill favored frontal battlefield combat, and the second skill highlighted strengthening the Lord itself. The third skill could be used in a frontal battlefield as well as being considered a rather good life preservation skill. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and finally chose the third S rank skill, Dark Knight Monarch. The skill name being handsome was one thing, the key was that this skill had a lot of room for maneuvering. Let's say that in a Legion battle, one had a long-range artillery unit that was about to be charged by the opposite side's cavalry. Directly transform these long-range troops into bloodthirsty bats to flee the scene and reorganize artillery fire in another location. Or, conversely, have your own cavalry unit transform into a swarm of bats to suddenly appear in your opponent's rear. This highly maneuverable skill often has the ability to reverse the situation on the battlefield. Do you choose skill 3, S rank Lord skill Darkness Monarch? Yes. Along with Lin Mo finalizing the skill options, he had finally obtained his 4th Lord skill. At the same time, this was also the first S-ranked Lord skill he had gotten. After selecting it, Lin Mo couldn't wait to actualize his newly acquired skill. However, the next second, Lin Mo's body was enveloped in black smoke. Immediately afterward, countless vampire bats crashed through the windows like black smoke and flew into the air. At this moment, Lin Mo's consciousness seemed to be in the third perspective, easily controlling thousands of bats to fly in any direction. When he was almost familiar with this skill, the bats returned to the room and condensed black smoke. Lin Mo's main body slowly walked out from the black smoke. Not bad. Not bad, very good skill. Lin Mo licked his lips. He also discovered that the current Darkness Monarch bloodbatting wasn't the strongest form. The number of bloodbats increased according to the host's increased spiritual power. Right now, it was tens of thousands of bats, and after Lin Mo's spiritual power became stronger, the bats he could visualize would be counted in the millions. At that time, Lin Mo would only need to stand alone in front of an extraterrestrial city. The bats he manifested would be enough to bite the entire population of the city. Getting an S-rank Lord skill made Lin Mo's mood very good. However, on the other side, Jiang He's cold seemed to have worsened. Not only did her voice completely change its accent, even the hot water in her thermos cup was replaced with wolfberry tea. Lin Mo asked her if she wanted to find a doctor to take a look, but she refused and said that what she was suffering from was a small cold that didn't bother her. Since Ms. Jiang had said so, Lin Mo also stopped paying attention to this matter. He continued to wander through the major ruins of the Great Desert. He continued to harvest a large number of desert star cores, attribute crystals, and other items. Half of his exile career had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Mo treasured the second half of his precious time even more. He crazily seized all kinds of resources in the Great Desert. On the other hand, after many turns and investigations, Wu Ocean and Sun Hongfei finally tracked down Lin Mo and Jiang He's location. When he thought of the humiliation and hatred of his son being invalidated, Wu Haiyang had a shadowy face. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Mo with his own hands. He looked to the side and said to Sun Hongfei, "Mr. Sun, when do we make our move? Don't worry, as long as I can avenge my son's death, I will double your payment." Sun Hongfei nodded slightly. "There's no hurry now. The camp is crowded with people casting their fists. Let's wait until they are far away from the camp before we make our move. But are you ready to deal with Lin Mo? When it comes to moving, my main target is that female teacher." Wu Ocean had a confident look on his face. "I'm a hallowed 6th-ranked lord. I can't deal with a junior." "But..." Wu Ocean hesitated slightly. "That female teacher is from the Imperial Dragon Academy. If you make a move against her, Mr. Sun, aren't you afraid of drawing fire?" Sun Hongfei revealed a touch of viciousness. "It's because she's a teacher from the Imperial Dragon Academy that I'm going to make a move against her. Besides, I have already secretly cast a blood sacrifice curse on her. The most powerful thing about that curse is that it's not easy to detect, and when I fight her, that's my surefire winning card." Wu Ocean immediately gave a thumbs up. "High. Worthy of being Mr. Sun. Really high." Sun Hongfei laughed coldly. "That female teacher is also an 8th Order Great Lord though. But I have the certainty to finish her off, and when the time comes, you'll avenge your revenge, while I'll get the void origin of an 8th Order Lord. This is a win-win situation for you and me." At this time, Lin Mo didn't realize that he was being watched. Another night passed. Waking up early in the morning, Lin Mo called Jiang He to explore the ruins as usual. Chapter 125. Continuing to develop and gaining another new skill. The next location that Lin Mo was going to set off to was of a deep unexplored relic. The coordinates for the ruins were purchased from the Desert Chamber of Commerce. It was said that many powerful demons existed inside, so much so that several advanced teams went down there with no return. Lin Mo intended to challenge this difficult copy, although he had already combined an S-ranked Lord skill. But Lin Mo didn't mind getting a second or even a third. 6 hours of desert beast riding. The two arrived at the site of the ruins. It was different than other ruins around which there would be a garrison camp. The perimeter of this relic was only filled with humanoid skeletons. As Lin Mo approached the entrance of the relic, 3 death worms burrowed out of the ground. Good lord, death worms guarding the door. That's enough to show that the relics are quite difficult. However, at this time, Lin Mo was not what he used to be. He didn't even summon his dependents and carried the straight black death sword before killing. It only took 3 minutes for Lin Mo to kill all 3 death worms. After half a month of continuous conquest in the Great Desert, he had already cobbled together a temperature resistance set for himself. Nowadays, as long as Lin Mo didn't battle for days and nights, he usually wouldn't have an overheating reaction anymore. Casually summoned 2 tyrannical dragon riders to fight. Lin Mo led Jiang He into the interior of the ruins. It was expected that a vicious battle would ensue. Instead, Lin Mo realized that although the strength of the monsters in this relic was high, most of them were falling monsters. Just 1 or 2 in each area, even if a lot of areas still had high-level monsters of the 7th rank. Under the black armored shield guard's powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, they would only resist for a mere 10 minutes before falling. Pushing all the way across, a large number of high-level monsters were decimated. The desert star cores accumulated to 100,000. C rank and even B rank skill fragments, on average, dropped 1 for every 3 monsters taken down. While most monsters dropped attribute crystals when they were taken out, Lin Mo's familiars were pushing ahead. Lin Mo was right behind harvesting the loot, the devouring crystals. Keep pushing the map and keep absorbing. Simply awesome. Lin Mo's personal combat power slowly increased in the process. However, as the attribute crystals were absorbed in large quantities, Lin Mo also realized that the attribute crystal's enhancement of himself was getting weaker and weaker. In the past, absorbing 1 or 2 pieces felt more like a warm current surging through his body. And now, even if he absorbed 10 crystals in one breath, he could only feel a trace of energy traveling through his body. Jiang He explained this was because his absorption of the attribute crystals was about to reach saturation. Attribute crystals, a material that could directly enhance a lord's physical quality. It was naturally impossible for it to be absorbed without an upper limit. Otherwise, those great lords would have long ago divided up the extraterrestrial desert. Where else could it be the turn of the lesser lords? At this moment, Lin Mo felt that he was about to reach saturation state by absorbing the attribute crystals. Boom! Just then, there was a sudden collapse of the tunnel ahead. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow crawled out from the collapse. 7th rank heroic demon lava troll. It was only seen as it frantically waved its sizzling arm, instantly jerking the 2 black armored shield guards out of the way. A large chunk of the black armored shield guards' shields were dented, and dense cracks appeared everywhere on their black bone armor. The lava troll in front of him was an extremely difficult 7th rank boss. Lin Mo's face stared, and he immediately summoned more black armored shield guards to help in the battle. 50 black armored shield guards opened their soul chains the moment they stepped out of the portal. The damage done by each of the lava troll's attacks was instantly spread evenly to each of the black armored shield guards. The heavy blows kept coming, but it was no longer able to whip any of the black armored shield guards away. In the blink of an eye, the black armored shield guards surrounded the lava troll right in the middle. The trolls kept attacking the surrounding black armored shield guards, but were completely unable to break through their defenses. Roars of fury continuously echoed inside the ruins. However, in the next second, a swarm of blood bats stained with black aura surged from the air. Immediately afterward, the blood bats coalesced into a cloud of black smoke from above. Lin Mo leapt down from the black smoke, holding the straight black death sword, and stabbed down hard towards the lava troll's head. The lava troll instantly let out a heart-rending roar. It stretched out its huge arm, wanting to crush Lin Mo. However, just as the palm was about to touch Lin Mo's body, Lin Mo once again transformed into a blood-colored bat and flew through the gap in the lava troll's palm. Turning to its back, he aimed a vicious slash at the back. The skill, S-rank Dark Monarch, allowed Lin Mo to constantly transform into a swarm of bloodbats while in the Dark Monarch state. Whether it was used to escape or sneak attack, it was a skill that was thought to be good to use. The lava troll went berserk, frantically waving its hands in an attempt to drive Lin Mo away. However, with every attack, Lin Mo was able to dodge by batting away. After coalescing his body in other positions, he gave another attack. Just like that, under Lin Mo's constant displacement and counterattacks, the lava troll's life force was quickly depleted. Half an hour later, accompanied by a hissing sound, the lava troll completely collapsed to the ground. It turned into a pile of delicate yellow sand. 7th rank heroic demonic creature, the things that were popped out must be very good. Lin Mo couldn't wait to feel around in the yellow sand for a while. Finally, 4 items were felt out from it. Lava core high-ranked rare material. The core of a lava troll, a high-level material for fire attribute-dependent cultivation. Flame horns high-ranked rare material. A pair of horns that burn forever, a high-level material required for the cultivation of fire attribute familiars. Lava spine high-grade rare material. A spine that burns with flames. Even the deepest ocean cannot extinguish its flames. A rank fusion skill stone. You can obtain an A-rank lord skill or 3 fused into a higher level skill stone. The first 3 items are high-level materials for territory cultivation. They are worth a lot of money, and it was the last item that was the highlight of the haul. Getting this grade A fusion skill stone, and counting the skill fragments he got earlier. After fusing them with each other, Lin Mo once again fused an S-rank lord skill stone. This trip to the desert, the harvest is simply too great. Greeting Jiang He, Lin Mo found a safe place and started preparing to obtain a new S-rank Lord skill. But before that, he had to give up one more Lord skill. Flesh and Blood Blast was still a relatively powerful anti-killing skill that Lin Mo did not intend to discard. Plague Mist also played a key role in every battle, and Lin Mo didn't plan on dropping it either. Thinking about it, there was only one more Blood Delight that could be swapped out. Take a potion of Oblivion and forget the Blood Joy. Lin Mo used an S-rank skill stone on himself. However, he saw the skill stone turn into powder, followed by golden energy pouring into his body. Along with the golden light wrapping around Lin Mo's entire body, a prompt sounded in his head. Lord Skill Stone S has been used. There are currently 3 S-ranked skills for the Lords to choose from. Please make a reasonable selection according to your actual situation. Lin Mo immediately checked the new skill options. Chapter 126. Strong Enemy Attack. Skill 1. Divine Creation Great Pacification Technique. This technique allows for group domestication and recruitment of a wide range of wild monsters, and restores vitality when applied to one's own dependents. Skill 2. Divine Art of Resurrection of Dead Souls. This spell can reanimate a wide range of dead soldiers and greatly increase their combat power and life recovery speed in a short period of time. Skill 3. Madness Offering. Gain powerful combat strength at the cost of burning your life. Accumulate madness value when killing enemies to gain stronger combat strength and extend the duration of Madness Offering. 3 more powerful S-rank Lord skills. However, although the first 2 skills were powerful, they were not to Lin Mo's taste. Instead, it was the 3rd S-rank attachment increase skill that caught Lin Mo's eye. Burning life wasn't something that had much of a side effect for Lin Mo's dependents. After all, most of his dependents were zombified units. There was no such thing as dying from burning life. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Mo chose S-rank Mad Devil Offering as his 2nd-rank Lord skill. Thus, Lin Mo's 4 Lord skills changed to Flesh and Blood Blast, Madness Offering, Plague Mist, and Dark Monarch. 2 S-ranked Lord skills even when placed in the circle of 5th and 6th-ranked Lords. It was all quite an explosive existence. In the blink of an eye, the ruins were cleared out. Lin Mo obtained a massive amount of star cores and various precious materials. It's getting late, Mr. Jiang He. Lin Mo walked over to Jiang He. Let's go back to the camp and rest. Jiang He nodded. The 2 of them came out of the relics, and after boarding the desert riding beasts, they were going to head towards the camp. However, at that moment, the sky began to cloud over at some point. Immediately afterward, the wind picked up. The gusts of wind racked the yellow sand, which rushed and rolled on the distant horizon. Sandstorm? Seeing the sudden change in the sky, Lin Mo frowned, realizing that something was about to happen. In the more than half a month since he had arrived at the extraterrestrial desert, Lin Mo had encountered the phenomenon of sandstorms a few times. But compared to those, the sandstorm in front of him was much more powerful in terms of both scale and momentum. Let's get out of here, Jiang He urged as he felt the distinctive aura around him. Something doesn't seem right. This sandstorm doesn't look like a natural disaster. It's kind of man-made. Lin Mo nodded and immediately ordered the riding beasts to speed up their pace. However, even though the riding beasts were extremely fast, they couldn't be faster than the speeding sand and wind. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm table swept across the entire land. It enveloped Lin Mo and Jiang He in it. Visibility rapidly decreased, and the yellow sand in the sky covered the sky. The sky seemed to darken all of a sudden. Just as the 2 men were struggling to make their way toward the camp, 2 silhouettes suddenly stepped out from the roiling yellow sand, and immediately afterward, they blocked the path that Lin Mo and Jiang He must take. Lin Mo looked at the silhouettes that had suddenly appeared and his gaze snapped. One of the people who came, he recognized. It was clearly Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang. As for the other one beside him, the aura of a great lord was emanating around him. Mr. Wu Ocean is so coincidental to meet in the Great Desert. Lin Mo stared at Wu Ocean with an icy tone. Something about the possibility of the Wu family coming to the Great Desert to seek revenge on Lin Mo. He had long been mentally prepared. Although there was Principal Chu Kangtian who secretly warned the Wu family, as Wu Liang's own father. Even if he was warned, he wouldn't let Lin Mo off the hook. Thinking about this, Wu Haiyang's gaze grew colder and colder. Lin Mo, you destroyed my son's territorial core and ruined his life. I've come this time to kill you for revenge. Immediately, Wu Haiyan revealed a smug look. Hee. Don't think that you'll be safe and sound just because you have an 8th-ranked lord protecting you. The Mr. Sun beside me is likewise an 8th-ranked lord, Lin Mo, today you will surely die. The moment the words fell, he saw Sun Hongfei tear open an ancient scroll. Then he pointed at Jiang He in the void. In the next second, the two of them were simultaneously covered in golden light, forcing them to enter the Lord versus Lord battle. Outside, Wu Haiyan sneered as he summoned his territory, only to see a vast number of territorial dependents walk out of the portal. Wu Haiyan had already crossed into the 6th-ranked lord for many years, and his soldiers and horses were very strong and powerful. 10,000 6th-order demonic werewolves surrounded Lin Mo. 5,000 6th-ranked demonic wolf ritualists kept applying berserking spells on the demonic werewolves. If he hadn't been limited by the Desert Star Core, there would only be more that he could summon. In addition to the 6th-order demonic werewolves, there were also 10 7th-order frenzied wolf kings as well as a 7th-order werewolf race ingenious spirit. Wu Haiyan himself also rapidly expanded to grow sharp teeth and claws. He had changed into a 7th-order demon wolf emperor. Lin Mo looked at his opponent who had already summoned his dependents, so he raised his palm to summon his own dependents. 1,000 6th-ranked black armored shield guards. 30,000 5th-order tyrannical dragon riders, accompanied by a mournful dragon roar, came out from the portal. In the next second, an oppressive body slowly stepped out of the portal. The highest battle force of Lin Mo's territory, the 7th-ranked Crystal Dragon King, made his appearance. However, he saw the Crystal Dragon King walk up to Lin Mo and slowly lower that noble head. Lin Mo immediately jumped onto its dorsal fin. A light red halo enveloped Lin Mo's entire body, and at this moment his aura rose to an unrivaled new height. Summoning a 7th-order dependent required the consumption of 3,000 Desert Star Cores per minute, which could be said to be quite expensive. This was also the reason why Lin Mo hadn't summoned a 7th-order dependent for so long in the Great Desert. It was too costly. However, the enemy in front of him didn't allow him to hesitate much. If he wanted to live, he had to go all out. At this moment, Wu Ocean also saw the scene where Lin Mo sat on the Crystal Dragon King. A look of caution flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid's strength to progress so rapidly. Not only had he already broken through to become a 4th-order lord, surprisingly, he was also able to cross 2 levels to cultivate a 7th-order dependent. Such a heavenly genius killed his own son and made enemies of the Wu family. This son must not be kept. Thinking of this, Wu Haiyang's face showed vigilance as he tore open the high-level dispersal scroll that he had prepared long ago. Under the scroll's support, Wu Haiyang's dependents would not be transformed into zombies by Lin Mo even if they died in battle. This undoubtedly eliminated the possibility of Lin Mo's Jedi counterattack. Preparing everything, Wu Haiyan waved his palm. Behind them, the 6th-ranked demon werewolves swarmed towards Lin Mo in great numbers. They let out deafening hisses as their battle prowess skyrocketed under the enchantment of various divine arts. With only 1,000 of his own 6th-ranked dependents, it was clearly not a wise choice to confront 10,000 demonic werewolves head-on. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a flash of darkness. In the next second, the S-rank Lord Skill Darkness Monarch activated, only to see Lin Mo along with all of his dependents instantly turn into a cloud of black smoke. In the next second, billions of blood-sucking bats surged out of the smoke. These bats crossed over the demonic wolfman troops like a black tide, then quickly condensed their forms around the demonic wolf priest. 1,000 black armored shield guards let out a dull roar. The heavy shields swung, smashing a demon wolf sacrifice into mush. The tyrannical dragon riders roamed around, similarly tearing apart the bodies of the demonic wolf sacrifices. Chapter 127, Wu Ocean's Killing Heart. By the time Wu Haiyan controlled the demonic wolfman troops to rush back for support, the demonic wolf sacrifices had almost been completely wiped out. Wu Haiyang looked at his troops who had suffered a large number of casualties, and he was horrified. Immediately, he cast the A-level Lord Skill Blood Attack Berserk. 10,000 demonic wolves rushed into Lin Mo's dependents' ranks as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Lin Mo then turned on his S-rank skill, Mad Demon Offering. The combat power of the familiars under the Mad Devil's gift went up a level. Fierce fights erupted in no time. The black armored shield guards had the help of the soul chain and were able to fight back and forth against the demonic wolves. On the other hand, the tyrannical dragon riders had a tough time resisting. On average, it took 2 tyrannical dragon riders to hold back a 6th-ranked demon wolfman. However, the number of demonic werewolves was too high, so this kind of control soon became a one-sided slaughter. Seeing that the casualties of the tyrannical dragon riders were increasing, Lin Mo immediately activated Flesh Blast. Those tyrannical dragon riders that were about to be killed detonated themselves, dealing heavy damage to the demonic wolves. Under this kind of life-for-life fighting style, the situation on the battlefield began to stabilize again. The battlefield situation began to stabilize again. As long as they could steadily consume all of Wu Hai's troops, there would be hope of winning this battle. However, Wu Haiyang clearly did not intend to wear out his troops like this. He led a group of 7th-ranked Demon Wolf King dependents to charge towards the battle group. 7th-ranked dependents already had the ability to threaten the Black Armor Shield Guards. Once the Black Armor Shield Guards suffered mass casualties, Lin Mo would definitely lose this battle. Considering this, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and transformed into a swarm of blood bats along with the Crystal Dragon King underneath him. The swarm of blood bats flew towards Wu Haiyan, blocking the path he had to take. It was necessary to buy time for the battle of the large force. Lin Mo's body was quickly covered in red crystal armor, and the straight black death sword was taken out from his back. With one hand, he grabbed the reins that controlled the Crystal Dragon King, and with the other hand, he held the straight black death sword. Coldly, he looked towards the 7th-rank troops that were charging towards him. Same rank versus same rank, 12-1. It seemed like a huge difference in strength, but Lin Mo didn't have any intention of retreating. When it came down to it, the narrow path would be won by the brave. It was time to verify the results of all the previous efforts and enhancements. The 10 demonic wolf kings instantly crashed into the Crystal Dragon King's body. The sharp claws continuously swung at the Crystal Dragon King's body. However, the Crystal Dragon King did not budge, and its tail was like a steel whip as it was violently flung towards the surroundings. Several demon wolf kings were whipped out. The front claws and bloody mouths were also continuously tearing into the enemies that rushed over. However, these demon wolf kings were not only powerful in battle, their bodies were also incredibly flexible. They didn't fight the Crystal Dragon King head-on at all. They wandered around the Crystal Dragon King, constantly launching harassing sneak attacks. Each time, they were able to leave a wound on its body. Going on like this wasn't a solution. Lin Mo found the right moment to pounce on a demon wolf king. The straight black death sword in his hand viciously stabbed at its chest. The sharp blade of the sword didn't penetrate the body of the demon wolf king, and only left a not too deep wound on its chest. Seeing this scene, Wu Haiyan immediately laughed out loud. My demon wolf king is a powerful dependent that I have cultivated for more than 10 years. You think that with the strength of your trash dependents that you raised in just a few months, it can be compared to me? Wu Haiyan's words didn't affect Lin Mo. He only saw that his face was calm and his eyes were determined. In the next second, Mad Demon Offering, Lin Mo used his new S-ranked Lord skill on himself. A kind of berserk energy surged into his body. At this moment, Lin Mo only felt as if he had been injected with a dozen shots of adrenaline. A terrifying power like a nuclear explosion surged within his body. Next, he once again raised the straight black death sword. With an even more terrifying force, he stabbed at the demon wolf king beneath him. Only a pft sound was heard. The demon wolf king was instantly pierced through his body. The straight black death sword's ability was activated, and the black tentacles spread across the demon wolf king's body, crazily destroying its internal structure. At the same time, Lin Mo felt that the berserk ability in his body was also replenished. The berserk power that could only last for a few dozen seconds originally grew in maintenance time. How is this possible? How could you kill my dependents in seconds? Wu Ocean's shocked voice rang out. He was only seen staring at Lin Mo with a face of disbelief. At this moment, the demonic wolf king dependent under Lin Mo had completely lost its life. In a battle of the same rank, even as a Lord Avatar, it was difficult to kill a dependent of the same rank in seconds. This Lin Mo, just how did he do it? Realizing the power of Lin Mo's strength, Wu Haiyang didn't dare to be careless anymore. However, he saw that under his command, the 7th-ranked demonic wolf hero beside him rushed towards Lin Mo. This demonic wolf hero held a huge sword blade and crashed into Lin Mo like a tank. Just at the moment he was about to hit Lin Mo, Lin Mo turned into a ball of black gas and transformed into a sky-covering bat that passed through the demon wolf race hero. Seeing that he had pounced, the demonic wolf race hero let out a roar, his voice forming a substantial sound wave. It enveloped a large area of blood bats. Affected, Lin Mo revealed his true form and turned back to slash at the demon wolf race hero's shoulders. The demon wolf race was wearing extremely high-quality armor, and Wu Haiyang had thought that this slash was no threat at all. However, in the next second, the demon wolf race hero let out a heartbreaking howl. only to see that on its shoulder, the blood soared wildly, and an entire section was cut in half. Not only that, the strange black long sword in Lin Mo's hand was surrounded by leech-like tentacles. Following the demonic wolf race hero's flesh and blood, it kept spreading into his body. This can't be. How can this damn guy be so strong? In Wu Haiyang's perception, even if Lin Mo had coincidentally acquired a 7th order attachment. But just acquiring it was obviously not enough. This was because lords needed to cultivate their dependents. Through cultivation, little by little, the dependents' combat power would continue to increase, and not only would they be able to defeat soldiers of the same rank, they can even be cultivated to the point where they can fight at a later stage. Lin Mo didn't know where he got a 7th rank dragon, so it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any resources to cultivate it. But now it seemed that whether it was a giant dragon or a lord avatar, the combat power that Lin Mo had shown was frighteningly strong. How the hell did this damned guy do it? Wu Haiyang was anxious. No matter what methods were used, Lin Mo had to be killed today. Otherwise, when he grew up, the consequences would be endless. Just as Wu Ocean mobilized the remaining demon wolf kings and prepared to set fire on Lin Mo, the besieged Crystal Dragon King suddenly let out an oppressive, mournful cry. The Crystal Dragon King's battle power soared under the influence of the Mad Demon offering. It was already bruised and battered, and it once again exerted its strength. Its bloody mouth directly bit a demon wolf king into two. Swinging its sharp dragon claws, it slapped 2 demon wolf kings into serious injuries. Seeing this, the other demon wolf kings rushed forward to surround him in an attempt to restrict his movements. However, he saw the Crystal Dragon King's body quickly covered in black aura around him, and in the next second, he disappeared in the form of Batman. At the same time, Lin Mo, who was battling the Demon Wolf Clan heroes, also transformed into a bat swarm. The 2 bat swarms converged together with great vigor. Like a black snake that rose up to the sky, it charged fiercely towards Wu Haiyan. Wu Haiyan's face changed slightly as he tried to summon his dependents back to help. However, in the next second, light green smoke suddenly surged from all directions. In just a few seconds, a thick fog with a visibility of less than 2 meters was formed in the surroundings. In the thick fog, Lin Mo and the Crystal Dragon King who had changed back into their forms. With the strongest attack, they killed Wu Haiyan. Chapter 128 Victory and Defeat have been decided by the severely injured Jiang He. Lin Mo leapt high into the air and the straight black death sword slashed down viciously towards the bottom. At the same time, the Crystal Dragon King shot out sharp red crystals, controlling Wu Haiyan in place. This was Lin Mo's sure fire strike, condensing all of his strength. However, the Wu Ocean below could not see the surrounding situation. However, the eerie murderous aura that went straight to the sky made him realize that danger was close at hand. Damn guy, having to use this move than me. Wu Haiyan was also fuming, his face grim. He only saw that he took out a purple-black crystal ball, then slapped it down fiercely towards his chest. In the next second, countless purple-black gases surged into his chest. Evil god sacrifice, blood abyss giant mouth, powerful evil power stirred out from his body. However, he saw Wu Haiyan's figure rapidly wither covered in cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mo frowned slightly when he saw the cracks around Wu Haiyan's body. These cracks were almost identical to the ones on Gu Menghu's body, a sign of being eroded by the power of the evil god. This Wu Ocean was using a prop that contained the power of the evil god. At this moment, located within Wu Ocean's territory, along with the use of the evil god's crystal ball, large swathes of dependents were eroded into coke by the evil god's power. Wu Haiyang used 1/3 of the dependents in his territory as sacrifices, and a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from his body. He didn't wait for Lin Mo to withdraw. A purple-black energy erupted from within Wu Haiyan's body. It formed a huge, ever-expanding semicircular energy light shield. Wherever it passed, all the dependents, including the demonic Wolf King, were eroded into pieces of charcoal by this energy. Lin Mo and the Crystal Dragon King, who were closest to the explosion, were undoubtedly also affected by this attack. The Crystal Dragon King let out a wail as its entire crystal body shattered crazily, turning its entire gigantic body into grayish-white coke. Immediately afterward, the coke crumbled and turned into flying ash. On the other side, Lin Mo's body was also eroded by the energy. The powerful destructive force was like a terrifying nuclear explosion, which was impossible to resist. His body also carbonized, shattered and turned into ashes. As the mist cleared, the ground was scorched black. Wu Haiyan, whose entire body was cracked, revealed a hideous and crazy smile. Ha 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 ha. A small fourth-ranked lord still dares to fight against me. This is what happens when you anger my Wu family. Son, my father has avenged you. Speaking here, Wu Ocean violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the cost is a bit big, but with our Wu families means merely only a few years will be needed for me to completely recover. Compared to the loss, it's all worth it to take out this genius who is an enemy of the Wu family, just as Wu Haiyan was rejoicing in finishing off Lin Mo. However, it was an incomparably familiar voice that rang out from behind him. Don't worry, I won't spare any of you or the Wu family. The icy voice seemed to come from hell, filled with coldness and killing intent in its blandness. Wu Haiyang froze slightly and stiffly turned his head. However, he saw Lin Mo standing behind him intact. Not only was Lin Mo, behind Lin Mo stood a huge crystal dragon king. Between its bloody mouth opening and closing, it was spewing out creepy blood-red vapor. Wu Haiyang's pupils trembled violently. Why aren't you dead? This is impossible. Why aren't you dead? Wu Haiyang's hoarse roar did not receive a reply. What greeted him was the sharp blade of the straight black death sword ripping through his neck. Instant decapitation. The Crystal Dragon King couldn't wait to open his bloody mouth and completely swallowed Wu Haiyang's corpse into his stomach. At this point, this sixth-order lord, who had chased after him for thousands of miles, was completely dead. At the moment of death, Lin Mo obtained the sixth-ranked lord's territorial core. However, he didn't show an expression of joy because of this, but was somewhat stunned. If he hadn't had the resurrection skill, Wu Haiyan's counterattack would have been an extinction. Recalling the terrifying energy that enveloped him just now, Lin Mo's heart stared at the extreme. His own strength was still not strong enough. This was still only against a sixth-ranked lord. Great lords of the seventh rank and above, I wonder how terrifying their strength would be. This time, when I return to the Imperial Dragon Academy, I must raise my strength faster, Lin Mo muttered. I'm alone without a backer, and if I want to survive the Lord's strife, I must become stronger. At this moment, under the pressure of death, Lin Mo erupted with an unprecedented conviction to survive. And this belief would be in the future, always supporting him to keep moving forward and getting stronger. On the other side of the dependent battlefield, along with the death of Wu Haiyan, his dependents were also completely disorganized, becoming masterless beasts. Lin Mo immediately ordered his dependents to attack, and it only took less than 10 minutes to kill them all. And Lin Mo's side lost more than 50%. Especially the black armored shield guards, the number of casualties reached 800. Even for those who weren't killed in action, most of them were seriously injured. Lin Mo ordered his dependents to transport the corpses of his companions as well as the enemies back to the territory. There were 10,000 sixth-order demon werewolves, and there were still 7,000 to 8,000 of them to pick and choose from. These were all quite important high-grade cloning materials for the current Lin Mo. In addition to the main battlefield, Lin Mo also tried to recycle the corpses of the 7th-rank demon wolf kings. However, these corpses were badly cauterized during the big explosion. 10 corpses, all collected, barely yielded 3 cloning masses of 7th-order cloning material. Lin Mo, who had cleaned up the battlefield, turned his gaze to Jiang He and Sun Hongfei, who were immersed in the territorial sparring match. The flow of time within the territory was much faster than outside the domain. During the time that Lin Mo and Wu Haiyan were battling, the game between the two great lords within the territory lasted for at least 3 hours or more. However, just as Lin Mo was pondering what to do next, the golden halos around Sun Hongfei and Jiang He quickly dissipated. The territorial battle had ended. Lin Mo immediately tensed his entire body in alertness. He didn't know who would win this duel. If Jiang He lost, Sun Hongfei, a great lord, would definitely not let himself go. Teacher Jiang He, are you all right? Lin Mo came to Jiang He's side. However, in the next second, Jiang He violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Mo stepped forward to assist him, but his heart sank to the bottom. It looked like Jiang He had suffered some serious injuries. Had she lost? As a result, the next thing that Lin Mo did not expect happened. Not far away, although Sun Hongfei did not vomit blood. However, his face was pale and he staggered backward several steps towards the back. Immediately afterward, Sun Hongfei fell straight to the ground as if he had drained all of his soul. His mouth continuously chanted, "It's over. It's all over. My territory. The dependence I worked so hard to cultivate. Lin Mo was confused. How did Sun Hongfei become like this? Could it be that... Jiang He's weak voice rang from Lin Mo's ears. I broke through the core of his territory. He's already an invalid. I've actually been clear about him putting a curse on me for a long time, and my heavy cold before was influenced by him. However... Jiang He coughed, his eyes filled with coldness. He's playing with the idea of my Lord Core. Why would I not want to complete my promotion through his Lord Core? That little trick of catching a cold. I've already been prepared for it. Chapter 129 The Wu Family's Anger. Lin Mo came to a sudden realization. Worthy of being teacher Jiang He, it turned out that there was this level of calculation. After Sun Hongfei was ed into oblivion, Jiang He did not behead him. Instead, he imprisoned him into his own territory. Here, I can't use these anymore. They're for you. Jiang He was in a good mood and casually handed Lin Mo a bag of things. It was a territorial storage bag, usually for territorial building materials. Lin Mo took a look at the territory belt and his eyes instantly lit up. It was only because there were densely packed corpses of all kinds of demons placed inside the territory belt. Among them, there were 600,000 fifth-order corpses. Sixth-order corpses are 100,000, as well as all sorts of cherished materials that Lin Mo had never even seen before, and a variety of extremely valuable prop spindles. Looking at so many high-grade materials, Lin Mo's eyes went straight. Was this the strength of a great lord battle? Fifth order as many as dogs and sixth order all over the place. These are the materials that weren't affected by the lord's power, Jiang He explained. A larger portion of the dependents' corpses were either burned to ashes. Either that, or they contain all sorts of dispersal powers within their bodies that you can't use. Especially the corpses of higher ranks, the residual lord energy in them is too strong, and hastily recovering them with your current strength will cause damage to your territory. Lin Mo understood that a battle between truly great lords. At every turn, millions of troops fought each other in fierce battles. It was far from being comparable to a fourth-ranked lord like Lin Mo. Just the edges of the battlefield were a huge wave of wealth to him. Saying thank you to Jiang He, Lin Mo beautifully accepted this wave of heavenly riches. You killed Wu Ocean. Have you figured out how to deal with the Wu family? Jiang He's face was a little pale as he leaned against the desert-riding beast and asked. Lin Mo thought about it and said with a serious face, I'm a student of the Imperial Dragon Academy. To live is a person of the Dragon Academy. To die is a ghost of the Dragon Academy. Jiang He rolled his good-looking eyes. Dragon Academy's protection is limited, although I can be your witness, but Ocean Wu was killed. Wu's family will definitely not rest in peace. You have to be prepared to be blamed by the Wu family. Okay? Lin Mo pursed her lips, then nodded seriously. I know I will. The next time, because Jiang He had suffered a considerable injury, the two of them didn't continue to explore in the desert. Time turned to a month later, accompanied by a white light rising from the Imperial Capital Extraterritorial Teleportation Formation. The dusty Lin Mo and Jiang He once again returned to this metropolis of the human race. Meanwhile, located in the Imperial capital, the Wu family. The top management of the Wu family learned of Wu Haiyang's death, and the family was enraged. Although Wu Haiyang did not have much talent in lordship, he had run the Wu family assets in a well-organized manner. He was considered to be a general figure of the family's management third in command. Now that he had suddenly died in the extraterrestrial desert, it was really an unimaginable thing. Moreover, every member of the Wu family would wear a family badge. When Wu Haiyan died, the family badge shattered and the scene before his death would be transmitted back to the middle of the family territory. Therefore, the Wu family was 100% sure that the one who killed Wu Haiyang was Lin Mo, a freshman in the 5th class of the Imperial Dragon Academy. Wu family, inside the elders' courtyard. Several highly respected Wu family elders immediately issued a blocking order to Lin Mo. Wu Ocean's elder brother, Wu Yu, was furious when he heard that his younger brother had died in a foreign land. Immediately, he took a dozen or so Great Lord-level experts from all over the Wu family to the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. When the dozen or so Great Lords appeared aggressively at the entrance of the school, not to mention the security guards at the school entrance, even the students in the school were startled, especially since these lords didn't hide their pressure as Great Lords in the slightest. Many of the lower-grade students were directly scared to the point where they didn't dare to move. Wei Changdong sensed that a strong person had descended and immediately appeared at the entrance of the school. Appearing at the same time as him were several level directors and teachers of various subjects, including sophomores and juniors. Without exception, all of them were of great lord strength. Amway Changdong, director of the Grand Tier 1 department, you guys are the Wu family, right? What is the reason for coming here with a large number of people? Wu Yu's gaze was ice cold. What is the matter? My younger brother, Wu Haiyang, was killed by Lin Mo from your school. So ruthless at such a young age. Now, hand over Lin Mo immediately. Wu Yang's words made Wei Changdong somewhat unresponsive for a moment. Isn't Wu Ocean a 6th-ranked lord? How can Lin Mo be his opponent when he's only 4th rank? Are you sure that Wu Ocean's death is related to Lin Mo? Wu Yu's forehead veins rippled. We have near-death images as evidence. Saying that, Wu Yong took out a projection apparatus and played it out in front of everyone. The image was presented from the first viewpoint of Wu Haiyan 3 seconds before his death. Only Lin Mo, who was wearing crystal armor, was seen holding a strange black longsword. Like a god of killing possessed, he slashed towards Wu Haiyan. The icy cold eyes were so sharp that they pierced people's eyes. In the next second, the blade of the sword cut through Wu Haiyan's neck. The field of vision began to spin and lift wildly, eventually landing on the ground, with only Lin Mo's stern figure remaining in the field of vision. Immediately afterward, the screen turned black. The moment you see this image, the entire room was plunged into a deathly silence. This was the entrance to the campus, and many students had witnessed this image. They were immediately stunned. Jaws were about to hit the floor. This is that freshman Lin Mo? Wasn't he banished to the extraterrestrial desert? His eyes are so scary. It feels like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Am I the only one who thinks it's cool? Killing God possessed that kind of feeling. Although a bit ferocious, the serious man is really handsome, the students murmured. At the same time, the teachers around Wei Changdong also revealed puzzled looks. Did student Lin Mo really kill Wu Haiyan? Lin Mo seems to have only been promoted to a 4th-ranked lord for a short while. It wasn't even the dependents who killed them, it was Lin Mo himself. Wu Haiyan is a 6th-ranked lord. Unbelievable. Wei Changdong had also just finished digesting this news. With a serious voice, he said to the Wu family, regarding this matter we, the Imperial Dragon Academy, will look into the matter. Until then, please do not disrupt the teaching order of our Dragon Academy. Please leave the campus boundaries immediately. Wu Yu was in a rage and immediately sneered. If you don't hand Lin Mo over today, our Wu family will turn this Dragon Academy upside down. Harboring a student to kill indiscriminately. Is this what your Dragon Academy is going to do? Harboring? The chain of evidence is incomplete, so how can we talk about harboring? Wei Changdong's eyes are getting colder and colder. Just as he was about to use force and forcibly remove the Wu family. Yet in the next second, a student shouted, "Look guys, student Lin Mo is back." The moment the words fell was when everyone's gazes swept towards the school entrance. A cab stopped at the entrance, and immediately afterward, Lin Mo and Jiang He, who were wearing desert suits, were seen. The dusty ones appeared at the entrance of the school. Chapter 130 Public Duel. Damn Lin Mo, I'm going to avenge Wu Haiyang. Wu Yui let out a stern cry and was about to make a move right away. Wu Yu was an 8th-order Great Lord with strong strength. Fortunately, Jiang He beside Lin Mo was quick on his feet and instantly stopped Wu Yu's attack. The other Wu family members also wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Wei Changdong and other teachers who arrived later. Lin Mo was guarded by them. Good Wei Changdong. It seems like you guys are determined to keep this student, right? Wu Yu pointed at Wei Changdong with a scowl on his face. Is this how you teach people at the Imperial Dragon Academy? A student kills a fellow clan member outside the domain. And not only do you not make a punishment, you even protect him? Hee hee. For a teacher, what a teacher. Wu Yu's voice was rather harsh. But it was Jiang He's voice that was ice cold as he said, Wu Haiyang's death was deserved. He traveled all the way to the outer domain to try to kill fellow student Lin Mo. It's just that the skill is not as good as it should be and Lin Mo killed him back. Wu Yu's grim gaze instantly focused on Jiang He. What proof do you have when you say that? Jiang He's gaze was bland, and with a wave of his raised hand he threw a fallen silhouette out of the territory. Huh? You're the 8th-ranked Lord Sun Hongfei. Someone recognized Sun Hongfei's identity, but then quickly realized that this guy's territorial core had been blown up after Sun Hongfei was thrown out. Jiang He coldly said, Tell everyone, What is your plan? The current Sun Hongfei no longer had a hint of a big brother's appearance. With a disheveled face, he retold the matter as it was. The general idea was that Wu Haiyan had asked Sun Hongfei to come along to finish off Lin Mo. He was responsible for dealing with Zhang He while Wu Haiyang dealt with Lin Mo. As a result, the gutter flipped and both of them failed to get the job done. Enough, no need to say any more. Wu Yu interrupted Sun Hongfei with an ugly face. This matter is a death in our Wu family no matter what. I must bring Lin Mo back to the Wu family today. If he is truly innocent, our Wu family will naturally not wrongly accuse a good person. At the same time Wu Yu's words fell, the other Wu family members were ready to make their move. The number of their great lords was far greater than the Imperial Dragon Academy. Even a hard force could snatch Lin Mo away. The Wu family was now determined to get Lin Mo killed. It was already at the point of no return. Wei Changdong and the other teachers went into battle. Once the Wu family made a move, they would immediately give a counterattack. It was at this close call, a moment of saber rattling. A voice suddenly rang out from above. Although our Imperial Dragon Academy is a small temple, it's not something that anyone can come and offend. Wu family, you guys are so powerful. Immediately afterward, an old man with an aura like a mountain appeared in front of the crowd. When Wei Changdong and the others saw it, they immediately revealed a look of respect. Principal Chu Kangtian, you're here? The person who came was clearly the principal of the Imperial Dragon Academy, Chu Kangtian. However, the moment he appeared on the other side, a figure not weaker than Chu Kangtian's aura also appeared beside the Wu family. Hee, long time no see Principal Chu. When will you come to our Wu family? I'll treat you to tea. The Wu family's old ancestor, Wu Qifeng, suddenly appeared. He went toe-to-toe with Chu Kangtian, not budging in his aura. Seeing that his own ancestor had stepped forward, Wu Yu also hardened his temper a lot. Immediately, he pointed at Lin Mo's nose and questioned, "You kid obediently go back with me to be investigated. If Wu Haiyan wasn't killed by you, I won't do anything to you. But if you..." Facing Wu Yu's accusation, Lin Mo suddenly spoke, "Aren't things already clear? I abolished Wu Ocean's son's territory, and he found someone to try to silence me. As luck would have it, I killed him back." Hearing Lin Mo speak so lightly, Wu Yu could not wait to tear him apart. Even Wu Qifeng, the Wu clan's oldest ancestor, frowned slightly at the moment. It was true that Wu Haiyan was not good in the Wu clan, but this was relative. As a member of the Wu family who had already advanced to the 6th rank of Lord, Wu Haiyang's strength was definitely at the upper middle level in the outside world. As a result, he was killed by a tiny freshman. Wu Qifeng's gaze was deep, trying to see through Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo's face was extremely calm as he realized that Wu Qifeng was looking at his soldier. It was not at all like the candor that a low-ranked lord could achieve. This son's mind is quite deep with great potential. Wu Qifeng frowned as he silently made a judgment. Hee, murderers talk, but that's really an understatement. Wu Yuyun sneered. Principal Chu, are you going to harbor this guy as well? Gambling your school's reputation for an executioner? The Wu family would definitely not let go of this matter today. Without a reasonable solution, it was impossible for them to just leave. Chu Kangtian's face was calm, and he pondered for a moment before saying, "Student Lin Mo, is there anything else you wish to say? You killed someone from the Wu family. No matter if it's right or wrong, the Wu family will always not forgive you easily." Lin Mo naturally understood this, but he was now fearless. So he took a step and stared straight at Wu Qifeng, the old ancestor of the Wu clan, and said, "Wu Liang suppressed me several times at school and even tried to destroy my friend's territorial core. So I in turn destroyed it. Wu Liang's father, Wu Haiyang, brought an 8th Order Great Lord to the extraterrestrial desert to assassinate me, and I was also nearly killed. It took almost all of my means to kill him. For these two, I have a clear conscience." Speaking here, Lin Mo's voice was powerful and decisive. Even if he was surrounded by a group of great lords, he had no fear. "But I, Lin Mo, am a one-man operation. If your Wu family feels that I'm wrong, you can have an open duel. There's no need to pressure the Imperial Dragon Academy. I won't go back with you unless you can defeat me." Lin Mo, who was a 4th-ranked lord, at this moment erupted with an aura comparable to that of a great lord. Whether it was the surrounding students, teachers, or even the Wu family, they were all impressed with the young man in front of them. Jiang He's cool face was slightly moved, and he couldn't help but side-eye this teenager. The corners of Chu Kangtian's mouth hooked up slightly, although he couldn't see a smile. However, one could feel his appreciation for Lin Mo. A long time after the words fell, the Wu family was silent. However, it was a sinister flash in Wu Yong's eyes. Good. Since you want a duel, then I will fulfill you. Wu Yong's voice was cold and stern. Do you dare to have a territorial duel with me? When these words came out, the students in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the teachers who were defending Lin Mo couldn't help but frown into their brows. Wu Yu was an 8th Order Great Lord, an 8th Order Great Lord fighting Lin Mo, a 4th Order Lord? It's just like abusing a chicken. You have to know that a Lord who has been promoted to a Great Lord has millions of high-ranking dependents at every turn. The soldiers in Lin Mo's territory didn't even amount to a fraction of that. Chapter 131. 3 days later, a challenge from the Wu family. Zhang He frowned. You're an 8th Order Great Lord. You have the nerve to duel with a freshman? Is this how your Wu family bullies people? 8th rank versus 4th rank, this was not a duel. It was one-sided abuse. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, Wu Wu snorted coldly. I will suppress my strength to the same level as the 4th rank. In that case, the duel will be fair, right? What Wu Yu said was like farting. The strength of an 8th ranked lord, even if he suppressed the product rank, was not something that a 4th ranked lord could contend with. One must know that within a great lord territory, even a 1st rank kobold would most likely have the strength to slay a dragon. If Wu used to suppress his rank again, the strength of his dependents should definitely not be underestimated. This was a completely unfair duel. However, the Wu family was now asking for punishment, and it was clear that this matter was not going to end well. If they didn't agree to a duel, they were afraid that a bigger conflict would occur. Just as the teachers at the scene were pondering how to break the predicament in front of them. But it was Lin Mo's calm voice that rang out. I agree to duel with you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, please ask your Wu family not to look for trouble from the Imperial Dragon Academy again. The moment these words came out, both the teachers and students at the scene all revealed stunned expressions. Lin Mo was crazy. Wasn't this looking for death? A 4th-ranked lord challenging an 8th-ranked great lord. Even if the other party suppressed their strength, they were definitely an unbeatable existence. Student Lin Mo, you? The teachers revealed complicated looks. Even Wei Changdong and Zhang He frowned slightly. On the contrary, it was Chu Qingtian. In his calm pupils, a flash of admiration passed by. Ha ha ha. Good Lin Mo. I didn't expect you to really dare to agree to this. Wu Yui laughed openly. Then let's agree on a time to have a duel. If you can survive my hands, all grudges will be cancelled. Wu Qifeng, the Wu clan's oldest ancestor, nodded in approval as well, his gaze looking towards Chu Kangtian. Principal Chu, what do you think of this proposal? Chu Kangtian looked indifferent. Since student Lin Mo agreed, I naturally have nothing to say. But the words changed. I want to make 3 demands on this duel. Seeing that Wu Qifeng did not speak, Chu Qingtian continued. First, this open duel will be decided at 2 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days from now, at the Imperial Capital Dragon Academy. Secondly, Wu Yong, your troop types can only be dispatched up to the 5th rank, and you can use up to 4 of your lord skills. Third, for this duel, Wu Liang launches a territory invasion against Lin Mo. If Lin Mo can hold out until the invasion time is over, he counts him as the winner. Wu Yu thought about it and nodded. These are all fine. Lin Mo wasted our Wu family's genius and killed our Wu family's steward. I don't think there's a problem if we have a public duel to put this matter to rest. Wu Qifeng nodded his head and immediately revealed a kind smile to Chu Kangtian. Then Principal Chu, I'll see you in 3 days. I hope that this student called Lin Mo can cherish these 3 days of precious time. The Wu family left, leaving only teachers and murmuring students at the scene. Whether it was the teachers or the students, they all revealed worried looks at this moment. It was really because this duel, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. How could Lin Mo win? How could he resist the invasion of an 8th Order Great Lord? After the Wu family left, Lin Mo had thought that Chu Qingtian would call himself over alone. It turned out to be that he told Lin Mo to go back first, leaving only Zhang He to inquire about the situation. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Mo's brows were locked. The strength of an 8th Order Great Lord could not be underestimated. Even if he suppressed some of his power, it wasn't something Lin Mo could easily fight against. So in these 3 days, he had to frantically raise his strength. It was imperative to survive this duel. Shortly after Lin Mo left, the News about his duel with the Wu family spread throughout the school. On the playground. Have you heard? Freshman Lin Mo is going to publicly duel with the Wu family. With who? The Wu family? Lin Mo is crazy. How dare he? The most outrageous thing is that the person Lin Mo is going to duel with is an 8th Order Great Lord. TSK. Really strange things happen every year, and this year is particularly outrageous. Indeed, it's outrageous enough. A freshman dares to duel with a Great Lord. This dude is absolutely crazy. In the library, a few girls got together and whispered, "There's a godly man in our school who wants to challenge the Wu family. It's just 3 days from now." Wu family? The imperial capital Wu family? Is he going to challenge sophomore Wu Liang? Didn't Wu Liang get wasted a long time ago? The person who scrapped him is called, yes, Lin Mo. The one who's going to challenge the Wu family now is also Lin Mo. I heard that when he was exiled to the outer desert, he killed Wu Liang's father. Today, the Wu family has a whole bunch of great lords here to ask for punishment. This Lin Mo is too fierce. He even dares to mess with the Wu family. In a corner of the library, Gu Qingqing, who was quietly reading a book, raised her head violently. Then, disregarding the image of a lady, she ran to the side of a few girls. Her voice was trembling a little. What did you guys say? Lin Mo is going to challenge the Wu family? A few girls saw Gu Qingqing's nervous appearance and realized that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. One of the girls hurriedly told Gu Qingqing what she knew. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale and she stomped her feet anxiously. Why is this guy Lin Mo so impulsive? How could he possibly be a match for an 8th-rank Great Lord? Thinking back on the past moments with Lin Mo, although nothing ambiguous or exciting had happened, but every simple and casual exchange could make Gu Qingqing feel comfortable and happy in her heart. It added a lot more color and anticipation to her bland campus life. In Gu Qingqing's mind, Lin Mo was a reliable, excellent, and a little bad boy. Originally, she had wanted to continue contact, and when the time was ripe one day their relationship might be able to go further. But now, no way. In this duel, student Lin Mo will definitely lose. Gu Qingqing bit her lip, her eyes flickering continuously. Perhaps, I can ask my family for help. Lin Mo is my friend. I have to help him. Inside the office of the chairman of the Hoyu group, Zhang Tianyu, the chairman of the group names are conflicting. Change the name here. Sorry. Suddenly received a message from his secretary. It said that his daughter, Zhang Min, was rushing towards the office. It looked as if something big had happened. Ever since the last banquet, when she brought that little boyfriend of hers home, the relationship between father and daughter has become delicate. Previously, although they referred to each other as father and daughter, their relationship was quite cold. It was basically equivalent to meeting and saying hello, without any extra communication beyond that. But since the banquet, the way this daughter of his own looked at him clearly had more emotions in her eyes. Shyness, averted eyes, nervousness, and even a hint of anticipation. Chapter 132 6th Order Yingling. Zhang Tianyu naturally understood that this change in his daughter had nothing to do with that little guy called Lin Mo. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with Lin Mo's performance at that banquet. In the face of a behemoth like the imperial capital's Wu family, Lin Mo was able to be calm and unassuming. This heart alone surpassed the vast majority of his peers. Besides, he had investigated Lin Mo's performance in school. Deservedly, he was the top freshman, even better than some of the family descendants. Such a young man was indeed good. The door was pushed open at that moment. However, Zhang Min's eyes were slightly red, and she had an anxious look on her face. Zhang Tianyu immediately felt a pang of heartache when he saw his daughter with such an expression. At that moment, he couldn't care less about maintaining his business giant's aura and softly asked, "Xiao Min, what happened?" "Yes, it's the Wu family." Zhang Min's tone was a little choked. The Wu family wants to have an open duel with Lin Mo, and the time is set for 3 days from now. An open duel? Zhang Tianyu's brows furrowed slightly, hurriedly taking a chair to let this precious daughter of his sit down. "Xiao Min, don't be anxious first. Speak slowly." Zhang Min immediately told Zhang Tianyu what he had heard. When Zhang Tianyu learned that Lin Mo was going to challenge Wu Yu, the steward of the Wu family, a flash of gravity flashed across his eyes. Wu Yu is an 8th Order Great Lord. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to defeat him. Zhang Min nodded and clenched her fists somewhat angrily. That guy Lin Mo likes to show off. He agrees to a duel after others provoke him a bit. How can he be a match for an 8th-ranked lord? I just called him several times and didn't get through. Though 4th Order versus 8th Order, that does sound like a pipe dream. However, Zhang Tianyu prided himself on having read countless people, and having witnessed Lin Mo's performance at the dinner party before, he knew that he shouldn't be a reckless person. Since he had agreed to a duel, it meant that he must have some certainty. At least have the power to fight. Lin Mo killed Wu Haiyang. This matter will definitely not end well for the Wu family. I see that the reason why student Lin Mo agreed to a duel. I'm afraid that he wants to end his grudge with the Wu family as early as possible. Zhang Min looked worried. But can Lin Mo really defeat him? In case he loses and the Wu family destroys the Lord's core. Zhang Tianyu comforted. Don't worry, Xiao Min. Lin Mo is not an impulsive person. I think he'll be able to give us a big surprise when the time comes. Looking at Zhang Tianyu's confident look, Zhang Min nodded slightly. I hope it's possible. Lin Mo, who returned to his dorm room, directly set his cell phone to silent mode. Then he entered the territory to prepare for the battle. 3 days was not a long time, and he had to seize the time to improve himself as much as possible. In the guise of a plague lord avatar, Lin Mo stood on the land of the lords. After advancing to the 4th rank, the area of the territory had been increased tremendously, and now Lin Mo's territory was basically in a state where he couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. After briefly taking stock of his current troop size, since bringing out 1.5 million 3rd Order zombie soldiers in the Game of Thrones world, Lin Mo's logistics and the maintenance and operation of all types of buildings were left to these 3rd Order soldiers. The mechanical goblins and black armored zombies used previously were all eliminated. On Lin Mo's territory, apart from the barracks of the Plague Wolf Riders that were still producing troops in formation, the rest of the low-ranking barracks were all divided by him to go to the mutant gland plantation. They became fertilizer for harvesting mutant glands. Currently, these 3rd Order zombies constitute the main laborers in the logistics and construction of Lin Mo's territory. 4th Order lords use 3rd Order dependents as logistics and construction workers. Production and transportation efficiency gains are huge. Then there is the 4th Order Air Unit Weeping Angels, whose cumulative number has now reached 200,000. When all of them flew into the air, the blackness was extremely oppressive. Lin Mo currently had 2 types of 5th Order soldiers. They were the 2-headed tyrannical dragon rider and the crystal gargoyle. After this period of development and production, the number of 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders had accumulated to 80,000 heads. Lin Mo had specifically set up a tyrannical dragon rider cantonment camp in the satellite city next to the main city. Rows and rows of tyrannical dragon riders that couldn't be seen beyond the edge lay slumbering within the dark tents, just waiting for an order to transform into a torrent of cavalry and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. After checking out the tyrannical dragon riders, Lin Mo flapped his wings and flew over the Dragon Canyon again. When Lin Mo saw the dense, bat-like swarms of giant dragons spread out in and around the canyon, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In a month's time, the number of dragons in the Dragon Canyon had accumulated to an extremely large number. 400,000. A whole 400,000 5th Order crystal dragons. I'm afraid that such a terrifying number would be difficult for even a 5th Order lord to possess. The reason why the number of crystal gargoyles could be so high. One of the most important reasons was that Lin Mo had built 1,120 5th Order dragon nests in the Dragon Canyon. The productivity of these dragon nests had increased drastically after they had been boosted by various territorial buildings. On the contrary, the 2-headed tyrannical dragon riders can only rely on flesh and blood cloning machines for their current output. That was why there was such a huge difference in scale. Surveying his army of crystal dragons, Lin Mo had a hint of confidence in his heart. From now on, 5th-rank dragons would be his main battle dependence. And the Dragon Canyon would have to continue to expand, or else there wouldn't be enough to stop the dragons at all. The 6th Order dependent Black Armor Shield Guard also produced quite a lot this month. Counting some of the casualties, the current number of Black Armored Shield Guards was around 25,000. Such a scale of dependence would definitely be a rather terrifying existence if it was placed a month ago. However, the current Lin Mo knew deep down that his strength had to continue to rise. Right? I wonder how Little Black and Dead Rider's upgrades are going. Little Black was Sylvanas, the Dark Ranger, and Dead Rider was short for Alsos, the Witch Demon King. During the time that Lin Mo went to explore the extraterrestrial desert, the 2 spirits were arranged by him to go to the 6th Order demonic plane to fight monsters and upgrade. His mind turned, and in the next second, a portal appeared in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately stepped through the portal. After a burst of eye-catching light shone through, Lin Mo arrived at the floating island filled with 6th-ranked magical creatures. There were wooden walls built around the portal, and below the walls were hundreds of black armored shield guards in charge of defense and vigilance. Thousands of weeping angels, on the other hand, stood on top of the walls. This was an outpost that Lin Mo had built to supply and protect the heroes as they practiced. There was also a graveyard and a plague well built within the outpost. Both are used to recover from injuries. Through his senses, Lin Mo knew that at this moment, Xiao He and the Death Rider were fighting within a valley not far away. He immediately opened his crystal feather wings and flew towards the valley. Before he even reached the closer point, he could already hear dense hissing sounds resounding from within the canyon. Chapter 133 Strengthening Ing Spirits to Enhance Strength. As they drew closer, they saw Xiao He and Dead Rider leading a team to fight a group of 6th-ranked flame demon bears. The battle had basically reached its end, and the scene was littered with the corpses of the flame demon bears. Lin Mo watched the battle from high in the air and casually clicked on the attribute panels of Little Black and Dead Rider. The grades of the two heroes had all risen to the 6th rank. While their own abilities had been strengthened, their aura effects had also been enhanced quite a bit. Xiao He was the main long-range, adding attack power and range to long-range units. The Dead Rider was a warrior who charged forward, adding movement speed and defense to melee units. When the flame demon bear was almost packed, Lin Mo then returned to his territory with the two heroes. The next battle was mainly focused on defending against the invasion. The two heroes would play a very important role in this battle. Therefore, Lin Mo intended to prioritize raising the two's reinforcement levels. At the Lord stage, the highest reinforcement level was 9. Among them, level 4 and level 7 were the two reinforcement thresholds. Reinforcing from level 3 to level 4 and from level 6 to level 7 both had a high probability of failure. Therefore, one would need to prepare some more strengthening stones when reinforcing this level. Lin Mo intended to stack the two heroes' reinforcement levels to level 7. In order to accomplish this, he took out his entire family fortune. Piles of various materials and rare mineral building materials. These things were all hoarded by Lin Mo since the beginning of the school year. Most of these resources came from Morik's and Wu Liang's territories. Wu Liang, in particular, had a fat territory. All sorts of rare resources and equipment were shipped to Lin Mo's territory by the tons and tons. In order to store these things, Lin Mo even built extra storage areas outside the main city. It could be seen how terrifying the amount of resources a lord that a large family had devoted their efforts to cultivating was. It was a pity that all these resources now belonged to Lin Mo, selling resources to buy strengthening stones. Just as Lin Mo was contemplating whether or not to make a trip to the lord's market, Lu Oai, who hadn't seen him for a long time, suddenly came to Lin Mo's territory through the teleportation portal. Lin Mo's mind moved and he immediately flew over. "Brother Lin Mo, are you all right? Auntie said that your cell phone couldn't get through and asked me to see if you were inside the territory." Lu Oi's crisp voice was full of playfulness. "Aha, I was just busy building the territory." Lin Mo let out a bitter laugh. "I'll give Mr. Jiang He a call." Oliu nodded her head vigorously. "By the way, Brother Lin Mo, I heard that you're going to duel with that whoever. Make sure you cheer." Or raised his fists to give Lin Mo a pep talk. "Tell me if you lack any materials. My territory is rich." Lin Mo couldn't help but rub Lu Oi's head, causing the latter to pout. Exiting the territory, Lin Mo opened his cell phone address book, realizing that not only Jiang He had contacted him. Zhang Min, Gu Qingqing, and a few buddies in his class who were on good terms had all called him. Lin Mo smiled bitterly and sent them a "I'm fine" message before dialing Jiang He's phone. It wasn't a big deal, it was just for him to build up his psyche. Principal Chu meant that no matter if he could win this duel or not, he could guarantee that the core of Lin Mo's territory would not be destroyed by the Wu family. As for whether the territory would end up in ruins or win with difficulty, it was up to Lin Mo to play it out on his own. "Right, Mr. Jiang. I have a batch of materials in my hand that I need to get out. Do you have any good sales channels on your side?" Lin Mo suddenly inquired. "You can sell the materials you don't use in your hands to the school," Jiang He said. "But this permission is usually only given to students or teachers above the 3rd year of college. But considering your own special characteristics, there's no harm in opening it up early." The Academy store of the Imperial Dragon Academy not only allowed one to purchase things with credits. It was likewise possible to take valuable items to the store and sell them. The materials sold to the school were then exchanged to lower-grade students via the store, thus forming a virtuous trading cycle. After Jiang He opened this permission to Lin Mo, Lin Mo spent a whole day exchanging all the materials he couldn't use into credits. He then used these credits to buy enough materials for the two spirits to break through the 7th level of reinforcement. When everything was ready, the time came to night. Lin Mo entered the middle of the territory. The higher the grade, the higher the price of reinforcement stones, and after breaking through the 7th level, the price soared all the way to the sky. After spending most of his family's money, Lin Mo was able to gather enough number of dual reinforcement stones for the 7th level of reinforcement. Next, gambling time. Calling the dead rider to his side, Lin Mo was prepared to first strengthen him to the same rank as Little Black. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly invested in strengthening stones. Ding! Strengthening successful. Spirit strengthening level LV1. Ding! Strengthened successfully. Spirit enhancement level LV2. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Spirit enhancement level LV3. All 3 enhancements were successful, saving Lin Mo a lot of money. Next, break through the 4th level of reinforcement. Ding! Reinforcement failed. Spirit reinforcement level LV3. Ding! Reinforcement failed. Spirit enhancement level LV3. Ding! Enhancement failed. Spirit enhancement level LV3. Ding! Enhancement failed. Spirit reinforcement level LV3. With 4 reinforcement failures in a row, Lin Mo's face instantly darkened, immediately followed by a burst of liver pain. The sound of glass breaking resounded in his ears with each failure. Each sound meant that Lin Mo had lost a lot of money. However, it was good that the 5th reinforcement sound changed. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Spirit strengthening level LV4. Witch King also strengthened to LV4. Gained new skill Plague Strain. Pestilence Strain skill description. Alsace's army will have the ability to release disease-causing spores, which will parasitize enemy troops and continuously absorb their life energy. And the strains grown from the spores belong to the Lord's dependents, and can be manipulated by the Lord. After strengthening +4, Alsace's overall image is much more handsome. He had just like restored the aura of the fallen prince back then. What made Lin Mo most concerned was this new skill he had gotten. Plague Strain? It can generate a pathogenic strain on the enemy's body after infection, and this strain was able to be controlled by himself. Lin Mo immediately got a few low-rank zombies from the mutant gland farm to test it out. Accompanied by a burst of green powdery substance, a few low-rank zombies soon grew a tumor-like plant around their bodies. Soon, Lin Mo instantly felt that these strains were under his control, and they could choose between 2 forms, hidden and erupting. To hide was to continue to enter dormancy in the enemy's body, while to erupt was to speed up the absorption of the enemy unit's life force. Lin Mo chose to explode and waited for the strains to grow to the size of a fist. He activated Flesh Blast. With a poof sound, the strain on the zombie's shoulder exploded. The power was similar to that of a double kick. This skill could only play a supporting role on the battlefield, so it was a moderate skill. Next, the 2 heroes continued to be strengthened. Chapter 134. The Eve of the Showdown. After a rather thrilling period of strengthening, Lin Mo had consumed most of his family's reserves and finally managed to raise Blackie and Death Rider to reinforcement +7. The moment they broke through the 7th level of reinforcement, the duo underwent a huge change in both their image and their aura. Reinforcement +7 did not allow the duo to gain new skills. Rather, they gained a substantial enhancement on top of their original skills. Xiao Hei's silent spell advanced to a ranged magic banning spell. It could take enemy mage units within a certain range and make them unable to use any skills. And in addition to the various auras being strengthened, the newly obtained Plague Strain skill was also enhanced. The infectious properties and power of the deadly strain had been strengthened substantially. This means of infectious nature was quite powerful, and would become an extremely effective means of opposing the enemy in large-scale group battles. As the enhancement ended, Lin Mo silently breathed a sigh of relief. There were still 2 days left before the public duel with the Wu family. Next, Lin Mo used all the ways that could potentially enhance the quality of his dependents to enhance his own abilities. Building forts and strengthening positions. Constructing all of the defense buildings. Lin Mo even deduced all sorts of battle formations and battle techniques, just to be able to defeat the enemy in the upcoming duel. Lin Mo was clear that he had no power or influence right now. Whether it was now or in the future, he could only rely on himself. Because of this, he also had to put in more effort than others and constantly challenge more powerful enemies. Time flickered to the eve of the duel. After 3 days of fermentation. At this time, the news about the freshmen challenging the Wu clan's 8th-rank Great Lord had already spread throughout the campus. Quite a few students heard about this and didn't even cultivate their dependence. They vacated their time and wanted to witness the battle. So after the location of the duel was set in the center of the playground, the perimeter of the playground, countless students and even teachers as well as some people outside the school. All of them were sitting on the bleachers with expectant faces waiting. There were so many people at the scene that those who didn't know thought that a field day was being held. Look, the great lord of the Wu family is here. Accompanied by the sound of an alarming cry, everyone's gazes looked to the side of the playground. Only a dozen great lords appeared in the audience's field of vision with serious expressions. The leader of the group was clearly Wu Yu, one of the Wu family's spokespersons. A serious 8th-rank great lord. At this moment, on the podium, Chu Kangtian and a bunch of other senior school leaders were also present. There were even some honorary tutors in Great Wall Guard uniforms among them. Their faces couldn't help but become serious when they saw the Wu family's gesture of such a great mobilization. Chu Kangtian even had a solid gaze and said in a flat voice, "The Wu family's cards are really big. Why do they need to raise such a large crowd to bully a junior?" There were also quite a few people in the audience discussing the Wu family. At this moment, inside the temporary rest tent located on the side of the playground, Lin Mo looked at the arrival of the Wu family and couldn't help but reveal a touch of caution. A dozen or so great lords of the Wu family had appeared in a row, which had clearly indicated the nature of this duel. That is, it would not end in death. It would never stop until Lin Mo was wasted. The invisible pressure caused Lin Mo to frown with some displeasure. But then his frown loosened up again. "What are you afraid of? The narrow road is a brave one." At this moment, the only thing to do is to concentrate and go all out. Thinking about something else is useless. Our Wu family has already arrived at the venue. Why haven't we seen student Lin Mo? Wu Yu stood in the center of the field. Having a rather contemptuous tone, he said, "Could it be that he's too scared to go on the field?" Hearing this, Lin Mo prepared to walk out from within the tent. However, right at this moment, at the gate of the playground on the same side as Lin Mo, a group of bodyguards in black suits were flanking 2 silhouettes as they walked into the playground. "Isn't that Zhang Min?" Someone among the students recognized the visitors. But another person let out an even sharper shout and said, "Zhang Min is surrounded by the chairman of the Hoyu group. Zhang Min's father, Zhang Tianyu, a business giant, the supreme head of the Haoyu group? Why is someone from the Haoyu group here?" Amidst the crowd's astonished and shocked gazes, Zhang Tianyu came to the center of the venue with a powerful stride. Without waiting for Chu Qingtian to make an inquiry, Zhang Tianyu's voice was icy cold as he said, "I heard that the Wu family is going to duel with a freshman, so I came over to take a look. Moreover, this student is very close to my daughter. I don't want him to have an unforeseen situation." When these words came out, the crowd at the scene instantly exploded. The chairman of the Haoyu group's big brother came to see the duel? A friend of the big brother's daughter. Zhang Min has an unusual relationship with Lin Mo. Zhang Min is calling her old man to come and stand up. A wave of heated discussions started on the playground. Wu Yu looked at the unmoving Zhang Tianyu, and the viciousness in his eyes flickered. "What do you mean by this, Director Zhang? Standing up for Lin Mo? Have you forgotten that we are partners?" Zhang Tianyu snorted coldly. "Partnership? More accurately speaking, it should be lying on our Haoyu group and sucking blood. If I hadn't been sick and in dire need of sedative drugs before, do you think I would have cooperated with you?" The 2 sentences caused Wu Yu to dislike his face with a green and purple color. Zhang Tianyu was right. Their Wu family had indeed pitted Haoyu group of quite a lot of money over the past few years. Now that they had torn their faces apart, Zhang Tianyu naturally had no intention of continuing to hold back. "Don't forget, Mr. Wu Yu," Zhang Tianyu reminded, "your Wu family's several extraterrestrial mining machines were all provided by our Haoyu group. It might not be certain when we suddenly withdraw." Wu Yu forced down his anger, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Mo walked out of the tent and appeared in the public's view. He had heard all of Zhang Tianyu's words just now, and at this moment, he walked rather helplessly to Zhang Tianyu. Without being humble, he performed a junior salute. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for coming over specifically to watch this duel." Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly. I'm optimistic about you, Lin Mo. Just give it your all. With me here, I think the Wu family shouldn't do anything too outrageous. Beside Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Min also winked towards Lin Mo. Her pink fists were clenched in a cheering gesture. Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. Don't worry, I'll definitely go all out in this duel. At this moment, Wu Yu was extremely depressed. He could only urge, the duel, hurry up and start. Don't waste everyone's time. However, what made everyone not expect was, at this moment, outside the playground, another group of people unexpectedly came. The moment they entered the playground, not only did the audience at the scene murmur, even Chu Kongtian and the others sitting on the podium subconsciously revealed gazes of respect. The people who came all consisted of female family members. It was clearly the imperial capital Gu family, which was known as the War God family. And walking at the forefront of the Gu family's female family members was their current family head, Gu Anlin. It was also Gu Qingqing's mother. Chapter 135. The son-in-law the Gu family has their eyes on. The reason why the imperial capital Gu family was known as the god of war was because all of the males in their family had joined the military and fought at the front lines of the most dangerous extraterritorial lands. On that brutal battlefield where the sacrifice rate was frighteningly high, almost all of the Gu family's males had sacrificed themselves in the long years of fighting. This had led to the fact that although the Gu family was a prestigious family in the imperial capital, there were almost no men present in the family. However, even though the Gu family was full of women, it was still respected by other families and forces in the imperial capital. They called it the War God family. The Gu family came towards the center of the duel. In addition to the leader being Gu Anlin, the head of the Gu family, there were also two people following her. On the left hand was the dignified and generous Gu Qingqing, who had changed into a lime green robe at the moment and had ascended to the scene as a member of the Gu family. The person on the other side was a bit strange. She wasn't wearing the Gu family robes. Instead, her body was tightly wrapped in a linen trench coat. Even her cheeks were covered. From the looks of it, it was a woman, but an incomparably mysterious aura radiated around her. Why are the Gu family members here as well? Wu Yu looked at the Gu family that was walking towards the center of the field, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. The Wu family doesn't have much to do with the Gu family. What's the meaning of their sudden appearance here? At this moment, Wu Yu's heart immediately had a not-so-good feeling. Could it be that the Gu family was also here for Lin Mo? But how could that be possible? No matter how outstanding Lin Mo was, he couldn't possibly make a famous family raise an army. But considering the recently arrived Hao Yu group, on the podium, Chu Qingtian took the initiative to greet Gu Anlin and said, "Long time no see, Gu family master." The Gu family didn't have much wealth or business, but in the imperial capital, the Gu family's status was extremely high. This status was earned back little by little by the Gu family's men and women who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood. Even Chu Qingtian, from the bottom of his heart, had great respect for the Gu family. "How are you, Principal Chu?" Gu Anlin's voice was gentle, rather like that of a dominant mother. Chu Kongtian was the deputy commander-in-chief of the Great Wall of Extinction, and having come from a military background, he had always been on good terms with the Gu family. "I came over this time because I heard from Qing that there is an interesting dueling competition today. I heard that it's a freshman having a match with the Wu family's 8th Order Great Lord. Hehe. The Wu family is really shameless. So many people bullying a junior." Being said so in public by Gu Anlin, Wu Yu's face darkened. But considering the Gu family's status, he didn't dare to say anything more for a while. He could only force his anger down in his heart. Hearing Gu Anlin say this, Chu Qingtian was probably clear. The Gu family's sudden arrival was not for the Wu family, but for Lin Mo. I didn't expect Lin Mo, this kid, to have such a wide range of connections, the Gu family and the Hao Yu group. The two major powers had actually stood up for him at the same time. Even if Chu Qingtian's chi-nourishing kung fu was excellent, a flash of astonishment flashed through his eyes at this moment. "Student Lin Mo, cheer up for the match later." Gu Qingqing blushed a little, but still spoke out to encourage. Lin Mo nodded somewhat awkwardly. The Gu family had also come over to support him, which made Lin Mo a bit flattered. He sat down at the viewing seat arranged by Chu Qingtian. Gu Anlin asked with interest towards Qing, who was at the side. "Is he the little guy you've fallen for? It does look like a talented person." Gu Qingqing instantly blushed and emphasized, I'm just an ordinary friend with Lin Mo's classmate. The 8 characters haven't even started yet." An ordinary friend can go to great lengths to beg me to come and stand up for him? Gu Anlin compassionately touched Gu Qingqing's head. Originally, I didn't want to come. It's not nonsense for a large family to come and support a junior. Immediately, Gu Anlin revealed a look of helplessness. Who let your sister-in-law come back in time? Meng Hu, are you sure this Lin Mo student is worth going to such an extent? The mysterious person wearing a mask sitting next to Gu Anlin was clearly Gu Menghu, who had just retired from the evil god battlefield. She had suddenly returned home 3 days ago and had chosen to support Gu Qingqing's offer to help Lin Mo. Gu Menghu nodded slightly. Lin Mo is indeed a fellow worth drawing in. Our Gu family is thin on men and is in dire need of replenishing outstanding males. Lin Mo is a very suitable candidate. And I can see that Qingqing has a good feeling for him as well. Tying the knot is also a smooth thing to do. Gu Qingqing blushed, shyly somewhat afraid to see others. But Gu Anlin pursed her lips slightly and laughed softly. It's still hard to say whether he can become our Gu family's son-in-law or not. At least we have to see how this little guy performs in a duel. Gu Menghu shrugged. Then we'll see. With Wei Qiangdong announcing the dueling parties in place. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Mo and Wu Yu were wrapped in a golden halo. Immediately above their heads, a huge holographic projection platform appeared. This platform would broadcast what was happening in the territory to the outside world in real time. At the same time, Lin Mo and Wu Yu's consciousnesses were dragged into the Lord space. Lin Mo descended into his territory in the image of his Lord Avatar. In the next second, a prompt sounded from his ears. Lord Wu Yui will invade this world in 20 minutes. Please prepare yourself, Lord. This invasion is a one-sided challenge. The challenge time is 6 hours for the territory world. The Lord needs to defend for 6 hours as much as possible to minimize the destruction of buildings in the territory. The ultimate goal is to keep the Lord's crystal intact. Lin Mo concentrated and immediately began deploying the dependents. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes passed, only to see that, at the edge of Lin Mo's territory, a huge portal slowly opened. The instant the portal opened, countless armies of 5th-rank locust men walked out. 100,000, 300,000, 600,000. Eventually, an army of 5th-rank locust men numbering 1 million appeared in Lin Mo's territory. There was only one troop type, and all over the mountains as well as in the sky, there were densely packed 5th-rank locust people everywhere. These locust men wore standard elite armor and held spears. Their eyes were glowing with a blood-red light. They didn't look like they could be messed with at all. Lin Mo's face was serious, and he immediately began to deploy his troops in a targeted manner. 1 million 5th-order enemy soldiers. This was the biggest challenge he had faced since becoming a lord. Soon, the assembled locust men marched towards Lin Mo's main city in great numbers. Wu Yu's consciousness hung high in the air, looking at his locust people army with considerable satisfaction. He had cultivated these locusts for many years. Don't look at them as only 5th-rank soldiers, but in a single combat situation, they were even able to defeat the 6th-rank demons in the wild. The potential of the race had already been tapped to the limit by him. Soon, Wu Yu's locust man army arrived at Lin Mo's first fortress. The fortress was made of huge rocks and looked quite sturdy. Wu Yui didn't bother to put up a formation and directly commanded the locust men to launch a charge towards the fortress. Chapter 136. Locust Man Army. The locust men came in like a tidal wave. After half an hour had passed, the entire fortress was completely flooded. The dependents in the fort were soon slaughtered. The swarm of locusts had reached a very terrifying level in terms of both defense and attack power. Even the dragon hunter crossbows could only inflict a tiny bit of superficial wounds on them. Lin Mo's gaze was serious as he sent out 100,000 weeping angels in one breath. An overwhelming number of weeping angels surged towards the locust people. When the army of weeping angels was about to arrive in the middle of the vision of the locust people's legions, Lin Mo's plague mist spread out. Humph, a little sculpted skill. Wu Yu snorted coldly, similarly casting his lordship skill, only to see the locust man's weapon burst into flames. Not only was this blazing fire extremely hot, but it also had a strong dispersal effect. It deadened the plague mist to dozens of meters away. The weeping angels rushed out of the mist and killed towards the locust men. As a result, in the next second, countless lances with flames burning at their tips flew away from the locust men troops. Each lance was as strong as a crossbow bow. The instant it struck the weeping angel, it produced a series of explosions. In less than a few seconds, the sky was covered in red flames. The weeping angels died and were heavily injured under the burning flames. They fell from the middle of the sky in droves. The students shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. So many dependents died in just the first encounter. Can student Lin Mo resist the Wu family's attack? I think it's up in the air. That's 1,000,000 5th-rank locust people that the Wu family sent out. How can we fight this? It's impossible to fight at all. I'm afraid it won't take long for Lin Mo's territory to be crushed into ruins. It wasn't just the students. Zhang Min of the Haoyu group as well as Gu Qingqing of the Gu family were all clenching their fists nervously at this moment as well. Their little faces were taut, with a tense look on their faces. At the same time, located in a corner at the very back of the playground. I'm sure brother Lin Mo will win, Sick Beauty Lu Oai said with a confident look on her face. Jiang He, who was on the side, was a little curious. Anyway, how can you be sure Lin Mo can win? His opponent is an 8th-rank Great Lord. Because I believe in brother Lin Mo. Lu Oniweo laughed. He's sure to win this victory. I believe in him. Jiang He mercifully touched Lu Oa's head.
既然婉婉相信，那我也相信。
This Lin Mo kid will always do some unexpected feat. This time it might be possible as well. The territorial war is getting worse. After Lin Mo had spelled out all of the 4th-rank Weeping Angels, only stopping the Locust Man army for half an hour. This territorial invasion is 6 hours long. It wasn't easy to stall for those 6 hours. Just as Lin Mo was pondering, it was Wu Yu who made a new move. Only to see him give the order again, the Locust people who were originally walking on the ground unfolded the feathers behind their backs. It was actually transformed from a land combat unit to an air unit. Immediately afterward, they were like real locusts, accelerating towards Lin Mo's main city. Seeing Wu Yu launching a general attack, Lin Mo also knew that it was time to get real. He immediately sent out a command to Dragon Canyon to meet the battle. Along with a hissing sound, the first to take off from the Dragon Canyon was the Crystal Dragon King. At this moment, sitting on top of it was clearly the Witch Demon King Alsos. Alsos's body was a Death Knight, which was originally a cavalry unit. Abandoning the skeleton horse and switching to riding the Crystal Dragon didn't make any difference to him. After the Crystal Dragon King's roar ended, a densely packed army of huge dragons flew out of the Dragon Valley. 400,000 crystal dragons covered the sky, covering the entire Dragon Canyon into darkness. At the same time, Alsos, who was riding the Crystal Dragon King, raised his long sword. Evil Aura, Blood-Sucking Aura, and Steadfast Shield Aura took effect. The 3 auras cover the entire Dragon Legion. Their movement speed, combat power, and defense are greatly enhanced. At the same time, Alsos chanted a spell. It was accompanied by a trail of ice crystals appearing from around the Crystal Dragon. The bodies of all the gargoyles were wrapped in blue shields. Group Frost Armor forms a shield of ice around your familiars within range, reducing damage and slowing enemy melee units when attacked. The Dragon Legion is assembled. On the other side, the Locust Man army also approached Lin Mo's main city. When the Locust Men dispersed all the fog of war within their vision. For the first time, everyone, including Wu Yu, got a good look at Lin Mo's main city. Instantly, they were shocked by the huge footprint of the main city. This is an imperial fortress. Isn't Lin Mo a 4th-ranked lord? Where did he go to get an imperial fortress? My goodness! Look at the densely packed defense towers in the main city. Is this really the size of a territory that a 4th-ranked lord can build? Alas, it's a pity that his opponent is an 8th-order Great Lord. If it was a 5th-order or even 6th-order lord, there might be a chance of a comeback. Wave after wave of discussion came from the audience. However, while everyone was discussing the magnificent imperial fortress, a dark and oppressive black cloud flew over from the east of the Locust Man Legion. When they arrived within visual range of the spectators, they once again shocked the students on the audience stage to their core. Because that large, black, dark cloud was nothing else. It was a group of huge dragons in huge numbers. Moreover, the grades of these giant dragons were all of the 5th rank. This is the number of dependents a freshman can cultivate? A junior student couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 5th-ranked giant dragons. The number is at least 300,000 or more. Even a 5th-ranked lord wouldn't be able to cultivate dependents of this scale. Look closely at the appearance of these gargoyles. They're mostly bigger than normal 5th-ranked gargoyles. I swear these gargoyles are definitely mutants. You mean to say that not only does classmate Lin Mo have hundreds of thousands of 5th-ranked giant dragon dependents, But these giant dragons are also ING mutant units? Mutants can be more powerful in combat than regular dependents. The students were abuzz with heated discussions roaring like a tsunami. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, it was mainly because Lin Mo was a freshman. The cultivation of his dependence was simply too heaven-defying. It was the equivalent of an elementary school student skipping several grades in a row and going straight to the college entrance exam. How can this not be shocking? Naturally, those who were equally shocked also included Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked at Lin Mo's murderous dragon army. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No wonder he was able to kill Wu Haiyan back. It turns out that this kid still has such amazing strength. However, there was no comparison between the 500,000 giant dragon army and his 1 million locust man army. This was because each of his locust men was an existence that could easily single-handedly take on 4 or 5 5th-ranked wild gargoyles. Wu Yu's heart was in awe. Regardless of the number of dependents or the quality of dependents, the advantage is mine. Chapter 137. Lin Mo's undercard. The whole place boiled over. At the time when the Gargoyle Legion was about to approach the Locust Man forces, Wu Yu released his Lord Skill Poisonous Thorn Vine Armor, only to see 1 million Locust Men rapidly growing vine armor covered in green barbs around their bodies. Immediately afterward, they spread their wings, and the vast legions of giant dragons killed them. The moment the two sides came into contact, Lin Mo's gaze condensed, and he instantly released the Darkness Monarch skill, only to see hundreds of thousands of dragon legions transform into blood-sucking bats. They violently penetrated into the middle of the Locust people's camp. Those spears that were thrown fell short. The overwhelming bats swept through the Locust men, reforming back into their gargoyle form within their formation. Many Locust men were unable to dodge in time, and were instantly bitten by the crystal gargoyle's head. Sharp claws tore through the bodies of the Locust men, and black blood slanted wildly like rain. However, Wu Yu's Locust men were not simple, and after surviving the initial chaos, a crystal gargoyle had its wings torn off by the Locust men. Then there were several Locust men lying on top of the giant dragon, cutting huge airspace over it. Blood spurted out of the crystal dragon's mouth. In an instant, it condensed into countless sharp blades and shot towards the Locust man. The Locust man, on the other hand, kept releasing poisonous spikes to counterattack the crystal giant dragon. The moment these two legions fought together, the war had already entered a white-hot stage. The middle of the sky was covered by dragons and locust people. All over the battlefield, corpses of locusts and dragons were constantly falling from the sky. Wu Yu looked at the battlefield situation and frowned slightly. The situation in front of him was very different from what he had expected. It was reasonable to say that he was an 8th-ranked lord against a 4th-ranked lord. Even if it was a dependent of the same rank, he would be able to beat 10 of the opposite side alone. However, this was not the case now. These crystal dragons of Lin Mo's were actually able to fight the Locust Man army in a 50-50 situation. Even relying on the advantage of their huge size, many of the battles vaguely showed signs of suppressing the Locust men. This was not good news. It was just as well that Lin Mo had a large number of dependents. Why could the intensity be so high? Surprisingly, it was comparable to the dependence of an 8th-order Great Lord like himself. Wu Yu's brows furrowed, and he soon realized the reason why Lin Mo's dependents were so powerful. Only the upper mouth opening in the battle area was visible. A giant dragon race of even larger size was overlooking the battlefield. The huge size and the rather ancient crystal armor. With just one glance, Wu Yu knew that this gargoyle was of an extremely high grade. I didn't realize that Lin Mo already possessed a 7th-ranked familiars. I underestimated him after all, Wu Yun said as he sized up this 7th-ranked familiars. At the same time, he discovered that there was also a Yingling sitting on the dorsal fin of this pale dragon. Only to see that, under the command of this Yingling, the Crystal Dragon King swooped down like a bomber. Sharp crystal spikes were constantly shooting out from its mouth. The spikes passed through the bodies of hundreds of locust men, instantly killing them in seconds. The huge sharp claws easily tore through the bodies of dozens of locust men. At the same time, the Death Riders riding on the Crystal Dragon King's back held up their greatswords and continuously applied various buff skills to the entire dragon army. 7th-ranked dragon familiars? It's not just 7th-order dependents. You guys look at the Yingling sitting on the dragon's back. It looks like it's a legend-ranked spirit by the look of the aura. Legendary, legendary. So awesome. The playground audience. As Death Rider swooped down on the Crystal Dragon King, a tidal wave of gasps erupted from the students. especially the junior students. Their pupils contracted violently and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Seventh-order dragon family dependents were already a very rare existence. Most third-year students couldn't even put together a whole formation of sixth-order familiars. Not only did Lin Mo have seventh-order dependents, but by the looks of it, he was also incredibly powerful. And Lin Mo actually had a legendary level Yingling. This even made them grow their mouths so big that they could put down an ostrich egg. When a Yingling reached the epic level, it belonged to a unique existence. They possessed a powerful ability to lead troops and commanded combat completely independent of the Lord. According to the statistics of the Dragon Kingdom, among the great lords of the Dragon Kingdom, roughly 1 in every 100 recruited an epic spirit. And there was only 1 in every 10,000 people who were able to recruit a legendary level great lord. Normally, epic and legendary level spirits would not bother to sub it to a lesser lord. However, what appeared in Lin Mo's territory at this moment was actually a legendary spirit that could only be successfully recruited by 1 in 10,000 great lords. How could such a heaven-defying situation not cause the crowd to marvel? On the individual audience seats, Zhang Haoyu of the Haoyu group as well as Gu Anlin, the head of the Gu family, also had a touch of amazement in their gazes at this time. As the general heads of the two major powers, they naturally knew just how rare it was to recruit a legendary Yingling. Moreover, the one who had recruited a legendary spirit was still a tiny fourth-ranked lord. This son's potential was horrifyingly so. No wonder this little guy's dependence can go 50-50 with Wu Yu's Locust Man. So it's because he's aided by such a powerful Ying spirit. Zhang Tianyu's serious face showed a rare flash of scorching heat. This son's means, it's not simple. Zhang Min heard his father make such a high evaluation of Lin Mo. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and a smug look filled his eyes. As if saying, this lady has a good eye, right? On the other side, located in the viewing seat where the Gu family had landed, Gu Anlin's brows were furrowed as he looked toward Gu Menghu at the side. Menghu, this kid has a legendary ranked Ying spirit? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Menghu shook his head with a bitter smile. When I worked with this guy, he was only a third-ranked lord. This Yingling should have been recruited by him recently. Gu Qingqing picked up. I only know that Lin Mo's classmate has an epic Yingling. Epic Yingling? Gu Anlin instantly fell silent. That meant that Lin Mo's 2 current spirits were 1 epic and 1 legendary. And he also has a powerful 7th-order dragon dependent as well as 500,000 5th-order dragon dependents. But this little guy is only a 4th-order intermediate lord. Most of the Gu family members who accompanied Gu Anlin were female family members of Gu Qingqing's aunt and sister generations. At the moment, they were all discussing Lin Mo intensely. This little handsome guy called Lin Mo is very powerful. No wonder Qingqing let us come and join in the fun. She's looking at someone else. Qingqing, your aunts and uncles agreed to this marriage. When the duel is over, let your mom go to the door to propose. Are we going to have a dragon son-in-law in the Gu family? The elders discussed unabashedly. Gu Qingqing's small face was red, and she forced herself to hold back her shyness. I'm just an ordinary friend with student Lin Mo. You guys don't think too much. Ordinary friends sublimated a bit not to become boyfriend and girlfriend. Qingqing, Auntie told you that a good man you have to take the initiative to do so, or else it's easy to be snatched away by other girls. Chapter 138 Strategies for Welcoming the Enemy. Go brother Lin Mo. At the very back of the audience, Luoai shouted excitedly, while tightly grasping Jiang He's hand. Although she couldn't see the duel in progress, she knew what was going on through the comments of the audience under the stage and Jiang He's explanation. Auntie, look at brother Lin Mo. Is he strong? He's really strong, right? He. I told you that it's right to be in an alliance with him. He will definitely win. Jiang He glanced at his unusually excited niece. A touch of helplessness flashed through his cool eyes. Rubbing his niece's small head. The Wu family's bottom card hasn't been used yet. Even though Lin Mo has shown a powerful strength, it's still unknown if he can win against the Wu family. But brother Lin Mo has fought so far and is already very powerful. And I'm sure he'll win, Luoai said with a confident face. The line of sight returned to the Lord's world. After several rounds of charging and killing, Wu Yu's locust people had nearly 100,000 dead and wounded. And the giant dragons on Lin Mo's side had also consumed about 100,000 or so. Judging from the current situation, it was no longer very clear who was winning and who was losing. Wu Yu must admit that he had underestimated Lin Mo's strength. But that didn't mean that Lin Mo could win against him as a great lord. Because at this moment, Wu Yu had already figured out the weak points of Lin Mo's dependence. As long as the weak points were crushed, the balance of victory would still be tilted in his favor. Thinking like this, Wu Liang released his second lord skill. S-rank lord skill. Jiang Tian Demon Puppets. In the middle of the high sky, 10 streaks of blood-red light poured down, instantly enveloping the 10 locust men at the very back of the legion. Although these 10 locust men were 5th-rank soldiers, their size rose more than 10 times larger than normal locust men. It was as if they were fat people who had crazily gained weight. Soon, the stomachs of these 10 locust man soldiers rapidly expanded, and their faces were covered with pupillized looks. After less than 5 seconds, the stomachs of the 10 locust soldiers were like ripe watermelons. All of them exploded. Immediately afterward, the red devil puppets with bat wings rapidly expanded and grew. Each one of them grew into a huge 8-meter-tall devil puppet. The devil puppets were gushing with blood-red steam, their strength climbing upwards, quickly rising to the 7th rank level. The moment they saw these 10 7th-ranked devil puppets appear, the audience at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The S-rank lord skill was as terrifying as it was. In the blink of an eye, they had spawned 10 powerful 7th-order devil puppets. On Lin Mo's side, there was only a 7th-rank dragon. This difference in strength was just too great. Without stopping, Wu Yong immediately divided 5 7th-rank demon puppets to attack the Crystal Dragon King. The other 5 devil puppets joined the main battlefield. Like a storm sweeping away leaves, they madly slaughtered Lin Mo's dragon army. Although the Crystal Dragon was an ancient bloodline, its strength was only 5th rank. Facing the attacks of the 7th-ranked demonic puppets, it was simply powerless. Lin Mo even specialized in manipulating 10 giant dragon death squads to charge towards one of the demon puppets. Flesh and blood blasts were inspired in the next second. 10 explosions passed. The 7th-ranked demon puppet surprisingly only suffered a slight superficial wound. The addition of the devil puppets was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Lin Mo's troops. Countless gargoyles had been killed by the demon puppets. Even if they blew themselves up, they couldn't do much damage to them. The Crystal Dragon King, who was trapped by the other 5 demon puppets, was also in crisis at the moment. The demon puppets, under Wu Yong's deliberate control, did not fight the Crystal Dragon King head-on. Instead, they kept attacking the Witch Demon King Alsos on its back. At this moment, the Witch Demon King's rank was only level 6, so he was no match for the demon puppet. Whether it was the frontal battlefield or the battle in the high air, the situation on Lin Mo's side was not optimistic. All troops retreat. Without hesitation, Lin Mo gave the order to retreat. Continuing with the attrition, his own gargoyle army would soon be exhausted. It was better to stop the losses in time and retreat to the second front. Dark Lord, Blood Bat Transformation. Lin Mo cast his Lord skill, and the gargoyle legions on the front battlefield instantly transformed into overwhelming, uncountable blood bats. The blood bats bypassed the attack of the locust men and demon puppets and accelerated towards the direction of the main city. After breaking away from the scorching battlefield, Lin Mo immediately counted the battle damage. There were only 200,000 left of the 500,000 giant dragon army at this moment. On the other hand, Wu Yu's locust man army still had a terrifying number of 800,000. But this was not the most problematic. The toughest problem was the 10 7th-ranked demon puppets. These devil puppets not only had high defense, but were also very mobile with their wings open. It wasn't an easy thing to deal with them. Currently, the only one who was able to resist their attack head-on was the Crystal Dragon King. Whether it was the number or quality of dependence, Lin Mo had a huge gap compared to Wu Liang. Faced with such a predicament, what should be done next? Lin Mo's brows were tightly locked and his brain was racing. At the same time, the students and teachers who were watching from the outside. At this moment, they were also all leaking out unimpressed expressions. Student Lin Mo is very strong, but compared to an 8th-order Great Lord, he's still a bit weaker. It's a pity. If student Lin Mo could develop for a while longer, he might really succeed. Alas, just those 10 7th-rank demonic puppets alone are not something he can deal with, right? Lin Mo this time, I'm afraid he's bound to lose. Lin Mo didn't know about the discussions in the outside world. At this moment, he was thinking about his imperial countermeasures. The 4th-rank Weeping Angels had all died in battle. There were only 200,000 5th-rank Crystal Dragons left. 80,000 tyrannical dragon riders were currently in a state of readiness, but the enemy familiars were all air units. The tyrannical dragon riders didn't seem to be able to play any critical role. The number of rank 6 black armored shield guards was around 25,000. The black armor shield guard was Lin Mo's last defense force. The biggest problem at the moment was that the black armor shield guards and tyrannical dragon riders were weak against the air. It was impossible to engage in a head-on duel with the Locust people. So a way had to be thought of to make the Locust men lose their advantage in air combat. Lin Mo instantly thought of his Plague Mist skill. Plague Mist's current grade was A+. At full strength, it could cover half of the territory with the mist. So what if the mist covering half of the territory was compressed to the size of the main city? It could be expected that the plague content in the mist would condense to a terrifying level. But the plague mists alone were obviously not enough. Lin Mo thought again of the Eternal Winter Gem he had previously obtained in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The Eternal Winter Gem possessed a part of the Night King's power. It could lower the temperature of the environment according to the scale of the dependence. What Lin Mo wanted to do now was to fill the Imperial Fortress with those 1.5 million zombies. Create a super low temperature environment filled with mist over the Imperial Fortress, thus maximizing the ability of the Locust Man army to fly, allowing them to only fight on the ground or near the ground. Thinking of a good method, Lin Mo immediately began to mobilize his troops. The next battle would be the climactic part of the entire duel. Chapter 139 Battle with the Water at Your Back. Soon, under Lin Mo's multiple maneuvers, a thick layer of light green dark clouds coalesced above the Imperial Fortress. The cloud was extremely low and the internal temperature was extremely low. From a distance, it looked like a supergiant mountain range suspended in the sky, which was quite spectacular. Gathering such an extreme climate was not easy for Lin Mo. Its appearance could only make Wu Yu give up the possibility of attacking the Imperial Fortress from high in the air. But if Lin Mo wanted to surround the Imperial Fortress with this extreme climate, his own dependence would likewise be affected by the low temperatures, which was not a cost-effective thing to do. It was also for this reason that Lin Mo let the extreme climate created just cover the sky. The ground up to a height of 10 meters was not affected by the extreme weather. Soon, Wu Yu's Locust Man army appeared in the wasteland 10 kilometers away from the Imperial Fortress. At this moment, there was a layer of milky white light covering the circumference of the Locust Man army. These rays of light were the purification divine art that Wu Yu had just cast, which was specifically used to restrain Lin Mo's zombie infection ability. Although Lin Mo was unable to transform the Locust Man army into his dependence through infection. However, he noticed that a portion of the Locust Men still had residual infections from Lin Mo's camp in their bodies. It was the plague strain ability of the dead riders. Infected a portion of the Locusts during the earlier engagement. However, all of these strains are currently dormant and cover no more than 10% of the Locust Man Legion's infection rate. The infection would have to continue to expand even further. Detonate when coverage reaches 80% or more and simultaneous outbreaks occur. It's sure to deliver a fatal blow to the Locust Man army. Lin Mo subconsciously glanced at the time. Only half the time had passed since the invasion began. The next 3 hours would be what would be the worst war that had ever broken out in his own territory. Wu Yu was seeing the thick clouds piling up above Lin Mo's main city. Immediately, he sent a 1,000-man number of Locust men into the clouds to check out the situation. The result was that this unit of Locust men not only quickly lost their way, but also had all their attributes greatly weakened. Entering this dark cloud was clearly not a wise choice. Wu Yu immediately ordered that the air battle be turned into a ground battle. At this time, the number of his Locust Man Legion was still as large as 800,000. And there were also using 10 powerful 7th-ranked demonic puppets. With such battle power, Wu Yu thought to himself that it was absolutely impossible to fail. So he immediately gave the order for the Locust men to attack. The overwhelming Locust men were like black water, surging towards Lin Mo's main city. On top of the city wall, Dark Ranger Sylvanas raised the longbow in her hand. Under the effect of the strong strike aura, the long-range units on Lin Mo's side had their shooting distance and power massively strengthened. In the next second, countless stone throwers and turrets spewed out boulders holding fire. The boulders drew black parabolas in the air, and the moment they landed in the Locust army, they triggered dense explosions. This was immediately followed by various archery towers firing out giant arrows. These giant arrows were like a rain curtain that poured down, falling crazily into the midst of the Locust Man army. Even though the attacks were so intense, the Locust Man army was still defiant. They climbed towards Lin Mo's city walls. Many locust people even suddenly opened their wings and shot at the guards on the city wall like arrows. On the city wall, the black armored shield guards and the tyrannical dragon riders fought side by side, continuously repelling the locust men that rushed up. The Dark Ranger and the Death Knight similarly wielded their respective weapons and continuously killed the locust men that rushed up. The war entered a white-hot stage in this instant. But Wu's killer app suddenly made an appearance. Only 3 demon puppets were seen hiding in the cracks of the locust men, slowly approaching Alsos. The moment Alsos decimated the 2 locust men, they launched a sudden attack on him. Alsos was worthy of being a fallen human prince and reacted extremely quickly. Immediately, he placed his great sword across his chest. In the next second, the attacks of the 3 demon puppets blasted onto the blade of the sword, and the tremendous impact instantly vibrated him out. But after only flying backwards in the air for 2 seconds, Alsos stabilized his body. A fierce thrust into the ground stopped his backwards body hard. The 3 devil puppets still wanted to continue their attack. Instead, 3 white halos appeared above their heads. Immediately afterward, a burst of dense arrows came from not far away. Only Sylvanus, who was standing at the highest point of the city wall, cast both the silence spell and rain of arrows skills. However, the dense arrows didn't do much damage to them. Instead, the other 3 demon puppets killed the Dark Ranger, attempting to kill him in an instant. It was good that Lin Mo, who was watching the battle, realized this, moving all of his men in the perimeter to block the Dark Ranger. Only then was he barely able to resist the attack of the demon puppet. With the sound of a loud dragon roar, the Crystal Dragon King burrowed out of the graveyard. Healed from its wounds, it immediately joined the fray, launching an attack on the demon puppet. The remaining 4 demon puppets were currently frantically slaughtering the tyrannical dragon riders on the city walls. The 5th-rank tyrannical dragon riders were simply no match for the 7th-rank demon puppets. In a few breaths of effort, hundreds of tyrannical dragon riders had already died. Lacking the tyrannical dragon riders to stop them, more locust men rushed onto the city walls. Under the frantic attacks of these locust men, even the black armored shield guards began to suffer casualties. There were still many more locust men below the city walls. If they fought like this, they would surely lose. At this time, the corners of Wu Yong's mouth could no longer help but reveal a touch of smugness. Under the dual crushing of the quality and quantity of the race, it was simply impossible for Lin Mo's territory to carry this attack. This kid, he's bound to lose. Lin Mo looked at the battle line that was rapidly collapsing, his eyes calm and terrifying. He saw that, because of the collapsing battle line, the locust people under the city walls were no longer keeping formation. They were crowded together like real seawater. Can't wait to mount the walls and tear down all enemies. In such a situation, Lin Mo saw the light of a counterattack. The narrow road is won by the brave. Until the last second, it's not certain who will lose or win. At this moment, Lin Mo was completely and madly overdrawing his lord's power, only to see that all the rooms and windows in all parts of the imperial fortress were suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, blood-sucking bats like black smoke madly poured out from all parts of the fortress. The black bats that covered the sky almost completely enveloped the entire light of the sky. The imperial fortress below was suddenly pitch black. Scarlet-colored bats that numbered at the level of megabillions madly poured into the outdoors. Then they surged towards the huddled legions of locust men directly above the city walls. Seeing this scene, both Wu Yu and the spectators on the playground were all confused. What the hell? What is Lin Mo doing? Mr. Lin Mo is overdrawing his lord's power. Is he going to continue resisting the dueling ground in the main center of the playground? Because of the overdraft of the lord's power, at this moment, a large amount of blood was dripping from Lin Mo's nose. But he didn't care. For his next killing move, he was going to heavily damage Wu Yu's Locust Man army. Chapter 140. Overdrafting the Lord's Power. At the cost of overdrafting the Lord's power, Lin Mo turned 1.5 million third-order zombies into swarms of bloodbats and flew them into the skies above the Locust Man Legion. In the next second, the bloodbats continued to coalesce as a third-order zombie fell from the sky. The Locust Man immediately let out a piercing scream when he saw that only third-order familiars were falling from the air. They waved their sharp forelimbs and waited for the dependents to tear them to pieces the moment they landed on the ground. But the moment these third-order zombies fell, their whole body rose up violently, and then explode themselves. A series of explosions continued to occur in the dense legions of locust men. The swarm of bats in the sky continued to coalesce. Like dumplings, they fell densely packed with third-order zombie dependents. These dependents' single-self explosions would not cause much damage to the locust people. However, 1.5 million zombies uninterruptedly triggered explosions. This power is not simple. One could only see countless locust men being blown to the ground. Some of them even had their skins split open and were covered in blood. Looking miserable. Lin Mo, you're crazy. Wu Yu looked at the battlefield that kept triggering explosions and couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect Lin Mo to be so crazy that he would use his 1.5 million dependents to die with the enemy. Not only was Wu Yuyun shocked, but even the students who were watching this duel, as well as the two major powers and mentors. They were also stunned by this crazy behavior of Lin Mo. There had never been a lord that would do something so heaven-defying. To use his own dependents as bombers. But sacrificing 1.5 million third-order zombie dependents played out. After 10 minutes of land washing, the whole land was wrapped in blood mist. Within the blood mist, Wu Yu's Locust Man army was sharply reduced to 500,000. And most of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. However, these wounds were not fatal to the Locust Men. 500,000 Locust Men still possessed the terrifying power to destroy everything. Is this your bottom card now? Lin Mo? Wu Yu's voice was a bit maniacal. You think that consuming these 1 million or so dependents will be able to defeat me? Lin Mo didn't speak, but shifted his vision to the inside of the Imperial Fortress. After the melee just now, both the Dark Ranger and the Death Knight had suffered varying degrees of damage at this moment. However, it was fortunate that Lin Mo had promptly transferred a unit of black armored shield guards as support. Only then did he barely manage to fend off the attack of the 7th-ranked demonic puppets. Which Demon King Alsos, it's time to watch your performance next. Lin Mo descended the command, but he saw Alsos, who was recovering from his injuries, get up from the ground and run towards a house in the side hall. Crossing the back garden, Alsos saw a crystal dragon land in front of him. Immediately afterward, Alsos rode the dragon and sped out in the direction of the front battlefield. The moment he ascended into the air, there were hundreds of crystal dragons around him to escort him. Wu Yu noticed the swarm of flying gargoyles and immediately commanded the Locust Men to block them. At the cost of sacrificing hundreds of crystal gargoyles, Alsatia eventually stopped right above the Locust Man army, only to see him slowly raise the great sword in his hand, a strange power bursting out within his body. This power was like nuclear radiation, invisible and shadowless, but it affected all the Locust Men on the front battlefield. More accurately, it affected the plague strains parasitized on the body surface of the Locust Men. In the next second, the plague strain erupted. Only countless tiny gray-white shoots were seen growing crazily on the surface of the Locust Man's body. The shoots drilled into the Locust Men's bodies along with their wounds. Borrowing from the blood and flesh to feed them, countless huge colonies grew on the surface of their bodies in a matter of seconds. From afar, this group of locust people looked like they were moldy. The breath quickly shriveled. Wu Yu noticed the anomaly unfolding before he could react. But it was the next second that Lin Mo activated the flesh and blood blast. Only those strains that were deeply rooted in the Locust Man's body were seen to explode to varying degrees. The explosions were so small that they sounded like paddle cannons thrown into the water. However, because it was self-exploding inside the Locust Men, the damage to the Locust Men was fatal, especially since some strains parasitized the Locust Men's hearts and other vital organs. The explosion instantly caused massive damage to these organs. This self-explosion alone caused the death of a large number of Locust Men. Wu Yu's Locust Man army had lost half of them in an instant. The current number of dependents was just less than 200,000 left. As for Lin Mo's current dependents that could fight, there were also around 200,000 of them. The size of the legions in this great battle had leveled out for the first time. Wu Yu, who was still full of confidence, finally panicked at this moment. He couldn't figure out why Lin Mo would frequently use unpredictable means. First, it was a low-ranked soldier blowing himself up at any cost, followed by that legendary Yingling casting out a bizarre ability. Just as he froze, his 7th-ranked demonic puppets also suffered a violent counterattack. The Dark Ranger cast a silent spell and hard-controlled 7th-ranked demon puppets. Immediately after that, hundreds of black armored shield guards surrounded them, and their huge meteor hammers crazily pounded the motionless demon puppets. In the blink of an eye, these two demon puppets were smashed into mush. On the other side, the Crystal Dragon King was fighting bitterly with the remaining 7th-ranked demon puppets. At this time, the Crystal Dragon King had already used resurrection once, with one of its wings torn apart, and was covered in wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bones. Just as it was about to lose its support, thousands of black armored shield guards came from all directions. In addition to the black armored shield guards, there were also tyrannical dragon riders and crystal gargoyles. All the familiars swarmed up and drowned the 7th-ranked demon puppets in the army of familiars. The time came an hour before the end of the invasion. Inside the imperial fortress, blood flowed. The corpses under the walls were piled 4 or 5 meters high. The most intense killing scene had ended. The fighting in all parts of the fortress was almost at an end. Wu Yu looked at his Locust Man army, which once numbered in the millions, was almost depleted at the moment. The entire person was dumbfounded. The battle, he actually lost, defeated to a tiny 4th-ranked lord. With the last bit of time consumed, the territorial showdown was over. Lin Ma successfully defends against a solid takedown attempt from Wu. At this moment, Wu Yu's heart was like ashes, and his entire being seemed to have drawn out his soul. How could he fail? It was almost like a dream. At this point in the playground, a pin dropped and there was dead silence. Whether it was the students and teachers or those from the big families and forces, they all subconsciously opened their mouths wide. A look of shock and incredulity filled their eyes. Lin Mo had actually defended the Great Lord's attack. This is simply incredible. It's a miracle. A super miracle that could be recorded in the school history of Imperial Dragon Academy. Lin Mo Bull Pen. In the audience, I don't know who suddenly shouted this. Immediately afterward, cheers came from all sides like mountains and seas. Chapter 141. The Academy boiled over. Lin Shun is too strong, too fierce. Surprisingly, he carried it off. Holy, this is too strong. Among the students, both men and women were letting out intense screams and shouts at the moment. Applause, flowers, cheers and adoration, accompanied by the disappearance of the golden halo covering the body. Lin Mo and Wu Yu returned to reality. However, they saw that Wu Yu's face was so hard to see that his feet softened and even paralyzed on the ground. On the contrary, Lin Mo, although his face was pale, however, he stood steadily in place, though he wasn't in great shape either. But he didn't want to lose face with so many people watching. Oye! I knew brother Lin Mo would win. Luoyi's little face was scarlet with excitement. The big watery eyes flashed with a look of adoration. Brother Lin Mo is so powerful. Beside Luoyao, Jiang, he was no longer as icy as he was earlier. A flash of appreciation flashed through his cool, beautiful eyes. The corner of his mouth also slightly hooked up without being noticed. This Lin Mo brat was always capable of making some unexpected surprises.
将婉婉托付给他，确实是个正确的选择。
The Gu family viewing gallery. Gu Qingqing couldn't hide the excitement on her face, although she had been taught since she was a child to maintain a ladylike image in public. But now this exciting situation. Ladylike image doesn't matter anymore. I love you, Mr. Lin Mo. Gu Qingqing transformed into a little fangirl and kept shouting loudly. Beside Gu Qingqing, Gu Anlin first looked at his daughter somewhat helplessly. Then he looked at Gu Menghu on the other side. This little guy's strength is really amazing, Gu Anlin said without hiding the admiration in his tone. To be able to cause trouble to an 8th Order Great Lord at the 4th Order. How terrifying would his strength be if he were to advance to Great Lord? Gu Menghu nodded. This kid is indeed very good. By the way, Menghu, you're still on good terms with Lin Mo? Gu Anlin asked. Gu Menghu was slightly stunned, and pondered over it rather seriously. It seemed like she hadn't known Lin Mo for a few days. At most he had interned under her for a while. And then he also gave himself a cure for his stubborn disease. I know you, but I don't know you very well. It's not enough for Qingqing to know him. I'm not familiar with him, Gu Menghu said. The viewing gallery where the forces of the Hoyu group were located. Zhang Tianyu similarly sized up Lin Mo with a rather admiring gaze. It had to be said that his own daughter's vision was still very good. This little guy called Lin Mo was able to withstand the pressure and defeat a strong enemy. It was indeed not simple. The duel came to an end amidst a chorus of shouts from the audience. At this time, Wu Yu had already recovered from the shadow of defeat. However, he didn't say anything more, but after glaring viciously at Lin Mo, he left the scene with his family's people. The two major forces of the Gu family and the Haoyu group, plus the principal Chu Kangtian personally sitting in on the scene. The Wu family didn't dare to act rashly, so they could only hold back their anger and leave the scene. And the moment they disappeared from view, Lin Mo, who was still straight, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This great battle had damaged him greatly. Not only did his dependents die in large numbers, but he also suffered considerable damage to himself due to overdrawing his lord's power. Gusts of dizziness continued to rise in his brain, and his consciousness rapidly lapsed. However, the next second, Chu Kungtian's pale figure appeared behind him, holding Lin Mo up gently. Immediately afterward, an unruffled voice spread out towards the surroundings. This duel ends here. All unrelated people disperse. I don't know how much time passed. When Lin Mo reopened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on the couch in the principal's office. Chu Qingtian was the only one in the office. Seeing Lin Mo awaken, Chu Qingtian nodded slightly. Not bad. Overdrawing the Lord's power and still being able to awaken in such a short time. You run a solid territory. Every Lord's physical condition was tied to the territory. In other words, the territory is part of the Lord's body. Lin Mo revealed a look of gratitude. Principal Chu, thank you for taking care of me. From the time he gifted the Dragon Cavalry Battalion from the college entrance exam to now, Chu Qingtian had actually funded Lin Mo many times in secret. It was also because of these financial supports that supported getting Lin Mo to this point. Chu Qingtian waved his hand. You handled the conflict with the Wu family well this time. Your potential is greater than I thought. Even more than a certain student I was once proud of. When he said this, Chu Kungtian visibly paused. Then he helplessly shook his head and said, without mentioning these, how does your body feel now? Lin Mo briefly checked. The body is still a bit frail, but recuperating for a while will soon be fine. Chu Qingtian nodded, then handed over a sheepskin scroll and a wooden square box. Inside this scroll are the teleportation coordinates of a high-level fallen civilization. There is no lack of 6th or even 7th order creatures among them. You can use this coordinate point to plunder the resources and dependence in them and restore your strength. The teleportation coordinates of a high-level fallen civilization. I didn't expect the principal to be so generous. Lin Mo got up and earnestly said thank you. The other box is an expedition I have assigned to you. You can open it now and see. The decision to go through with this is up to you. Lin Mo took the box and opened it, only to see a delicate card inside. In the center of the card was written, M76 Nebula Alpha Centauri Galaxy Expedition Mission. Lin Mo reversed the card to the back, on which the contents of the expedition were written in detail. Energy escape from unknown civilization detected in the Alpha Centauri system. Rimmer's mission is to make an incursion into this unknown civilization and probe the civilization for as much information as possible. It was equivalent to Lin Mo being the advance team. After the initial reconnaissance, the civilization will be further explored by an expeditionary force. Lin Mo asked with some curiosity, Principal Chu, you're asking me to be a scout, but I'm only a 4th order lord. The lower the lord rank, the lower the probability of being discovered by the civilizations will, Chu Jingtian explained. Even if you send someone else, that person's lord rank won't be too high. So that's how it is. Lin Mo nodded. Then do you want to go? Chu Qingtian asked. Or stay in school and continue to finish your studies? Along the way, Principal Chu had provided a lot of help to himself. Lin Mo immediately realized that this inspection mission was also a form of cultivation that Chu Jingtian had given himself. He immediately nodded without hesitation. I'll go. I will definitely complete this mission. Chu Kungtian revealed a flash of appreciation, then turned a serious face and said, invading an interstellar civilization is a rather treacherous matter. This time, you don't have Zhang He by your side to protect you. So make sure you're prepared before you leave. Okay? Lin Mo nodded. I understand. I will definitely take this matter seriously. Chapter 142 Plague Civilization. Leaving from the principal's office, he headed towards his dormitory. While walking, Lin Mo separated part of his consciousness into the territory space. Although he had won the duel with Wu Yu, his own territory had been severely damaged. The production buildings were still in good shape, and most of them were well preserved. The main problem is that there are too many dead and wounded dependents. Of the original population of nearly 3 million, only a pitiful 50,000 or less remained at this time. The combat units were even less than 10,000. We have to recover our strength as soon as possible, Lin Mo sighed. The size of the territorial dependence was something that would affect the Lord's own physical condition. At this moment, Lin Mo clearly felt that his body was very weak. It was just like being anemic. It's a good thing that Wu used to leave 1,000,000 quality cloning materials in his territory after his failure. These materials were able to help him recover as quickly as possible. As he was thinking, a tall silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't react and directly ran headlong into it. He only felt two huge masses of softness hit his face with a lot of elasticity. Sorry? Rimmer rubbed his somewhat confused head and subconsciously looked up, but he saw that it was a person wearing a linen trench coat with a strange mask on his face blocking his way. Immediately after, a small head poked out from behind the burlap trench coat. Lin Mo student, are you all right? How's the body? Gu Qingqing somewhat nervously surveyed Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately relaxed when he saw that it was Gu Qingqing who had arrived. It's still a bit weak. Lin Mo laughed bitterly. It's like staying up for a few days and nights. Gu Qingqing heard this and revealed a flash of worry. This is a case of him consuming too much of his territorial dependence in a short period of time and overdrawing his lord's power, the hemp-clad figure said in a smooth voice. He needs sufficient rest as well as nutritional intake. Huh? You're... Lin Mo revealed a flash of delight. Captain Gu? You're back. The one beside Gu Qingqing was clearly Captain Gu Menghu Gu. Gu Menghu surveyed the surprised Lin Mo and just nodded his head flatly. Well, back. By the way, Gu Menghu changed the topic. Qingqing was worried about your health, but was too embarrassed to come over by herself. So only I can accompany her. Auntie, it's not like that. Gu Qingqing blushed. Student Lin Mo, I came to congratulate you on winning the duel. Gu Qingqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito. You're great. Now you're famous in the whole school. We would like to invite you for a meal. Okay. Lin Mo scratched his head and didn't refuse. After all, the Gu family had come over to support him in the previous battle. Although it was unclear why the Gu family would be so vocal. But the necessary return gift still had to be a little more thorough. Thank you Qingqing and Captain Gu. If it wasn't for you Gu family coming over, I'm afraid that the Wu family's side wouldn't have let up. Gu Menghu nodded. Yes, thanks to my family Qingqing, having the Gu family head personally present. You have to thank her properly for that. While the three of them were discussing where to eat, two more silhouettes walked over not far away. Lin Mo fixed his eyes and saw that it was the chairman of Huoyu Group, Zhang Tianyu, and his daughter, Miss Zhang Min Zhang. Zhang Min had wanted to go forward and give Lin Mo a big hug, but when she saw Gu Qingqing and another woman present, her brows tightened and she revealed a rather wary look. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two sides, they met to go out for a casual dinner together. The entire meal was naturally quite awkward, especially with the presence of Zhang Tianyu, the chairman of the large group. There was no way this meal could be eaten properly. After almost an hour of torture, the meal was over. Lin Mo bid farewell to the crowd and returned to his dormitory. Collapsing into sleep, when he opened his eyes again, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. First, he glanced at his cell phone group message. Most of the people congratulated themselves on their victory, but nothing else. In the next few days, Lin Mo's main task was to restore the size of the territory's dependence. Flesh and blood cloning machines cloned around the clock without limitations. Then assign Blackie and Death Rider to go to the Void Hollow to kill demons to convert familiars. As for Lin Mo himself, he personally led a team to the high-order fallen civilization world. Along with the teleportation portal connecting the territory and the high-order fallen civilization world, a plundering legion of 10,000 people marched into this world. Lin Mo rode on the back of the Crystal Dragon King. The moment he entered this world, he began ordering his dependents to build outposts. He surveyed the crimson sky and earth around him. Vaguely visible were countless city wrecks looming on the horizon. A huge broken planet was suspended in the sky. The entire ground was as hot as if it had been scorched by charcoal. This is a destroyed alien planet civilization. Meanwhile, when Lin Mo's otherworldly army entered this world, the monsters in the various regions had sensed something and were surging towards the outpost like a tidal wave. Lin Mo sent a few weeping angels to fly into the air to observe. Instead, they saw a tidal wave of monsters, which were clearly some sort of 2-meter-tall humanoid cockroaches. These cockroaches had dull expressions, but their bodies were unusually strong, each one like Mr. Bodybuilder. Martian cockroaches. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he ordered his dependents to prepare for battle. Soon, the cockroach people rushed to within range of the outpost. Most of these cockroach people were of 5th order strength, with some 6th order mutated cockroach people mixed in. For these demonic creatures that hadn't gone through territorial reinforcement, Lin Mo's familiars almost managed to cut down the melon and cut up the vegetables without any pressure. They killed as many as they could. The corpses of the killed cockroach men were then transported back to the territory by the logistics troops to be used as cloning material. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. After Lin Mo exploded his liver for several all-nighters, the size of his dependence was successfully restored to its peak. It was even a little more powerful than its peak. After absorbing 1 million of Wu Yu's 5th order locust men, the scale of his 5th order dependence managed to break through 1 million. If at this time he were to start another duel with Wu with a duel like the one he had a week ago, Lin Mo was sure that it was impossible for Wu Yu to break through his main city again. While his strength was restored, Lin Mo also received a notification from Headmaster Chu Kangtian. Lin Mo's mind moved, knowing that the expedition mission was about to begin. The M76 Nebula Alpha Centauri galaxy was not part of the Voidlands or the extraterritorial. Rather, it is a huge Earth-like planet located in the same universe as the Blue Star. According to the mission description, the level of civilization Lin Mo was going to examine on this trip was similar to that of the ancient Roman feudal era. The humans of this era mastered magic and superior punk mechanical processing technology. Decades ago, a bubonic plague swept through this civilization. Crazed rat men burrowed out of sewers and burrows, wreaking havoc and slaughtering human towns. To fend off the plague, the Empire sent heroes to fight it in a grueling battle that lasted for years. Chapter 143: A World Nibbled by Rats. Through the teleportation portal, Lin Mo descended alone into a Blue Star human space station closest to the plague planet. After going through a series of vetting processes, Lin Mo was placed inside a space capsule and was shot like a missile towards this huge yellow-brown planet. Feeling the great tremors coming from all around him, as well as the firelight projected into the cabin by the heat, Lin Mo's heart was both nervous and excited. Because of his experience of exploring the extraterrestrial desert, Lin Mo knew that the pioneers of the Blue Star human race didn't have that much protection when exploring the 10,000 races plane. Before the human lighthouse was established, the human lords were unable to descend into the region in the form of an avatar. Usually, they explored in their original body. This meant that once they died, they were truly dead, with absolutely no possibility of resurrection. This was the case with the expedition Lin Mo was carrying out at this moment. The closer he got to the surface of the planet, the more Lin Mo could feel that his own power was being suppressed by the laws of this civilization. This was a normal phenomenon, similar to a civilization's rookie protection period, avoiding other civilizations' powerhouses from wiping them out. Soon, Lin Mo's strength was suppressed back to the 1st rank, and he was unable to open the territory portal. But the good news was that the 4 Lord skills could still be used, and his current identity was still a Plague Lord with the infectious trait. Feeling the suppression of his own strength, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh at how difficult it was for pioneers. Even for a great lord to come here for pioneering, it was quite a treacherous thing. Luckily, Lin Mo's physique had been strengthened by no small amount after being refined by the extraterrestrial desert. The Plague Lord trait plus the number of resurrections once a week. This already possessed more advantages than the average person. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The spacecraft successfully landed within this world filled with the atmosphere of dusk. The moment the hatch opened, the power of the laws of this world also covered Lin Mo's body. Ding! Plague World panel activated. The host can obtain the power of this world through in-depth exploration of the Plague World. Please be careful when hunting rats. Any breeze may trigger a wave of plague. At this time, Lin Mo's strength was only at the 1st rank. Facing this unknown world, he naturally had to be more cautious. Walking out of the capsule, what he saw was an extremely dilapidated village. The corpses of farmers could be seen everywhere on the granaries, farmhouses, and water storage towers. These corpses were covered with numerous bite marks, and their internal organs had been completely gutted. At the moment, they were scattered all over the farmhouses like air-dried bacon. Lin Mo walked over to a corpse that had only the upper half of its body chewed on. He held an iron sword in the corpse's hand. The surrounding area was unusually quiet, and the air was filled with the smell of corruption. Lin Mo was ready to enter the farmhouse to see if he could scavenge anything useful. But he had just taken a step when he saw a pack horse with only half of its body left not far away suddenly straighten its head. Immediately afterward, It let out a shriek. The sound traveled far out in the open earth. Lin Mo's heart was flabbergasted, and he immediately ran over to pierce the pack horse's neck. However, it was too late. He only saw the crop fields and stone fences not far away. There were constantly black shadows coming towards here. Lin Mo fixed his eyes on them, and they were a group of rat people. These rat people looked a bit like kobolds, holding all kinds of iron weapons in their hands. They numbered around 20. Lin Mo instantly took up a defensive stance. The moment the rats rushed over, he swiftly swung out the long knife in his hand. A second later, several rat heads flew off into the distance. The few rat men that approached Lin Mo were instantly beheaded by Lin Mo. However, this didn't make the rat people wince. The remaining rat people rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo threw away the long knife that was broken in two, then picked up the other one and rushed towards the rats. In less than 3 minutes, the rat people on the scene were decimated by Lin Mo. At the same time, a beep rose in his head. Ding! Influenced by the power of this world's laws, you have absorbed some of this world's energy. Intelligence collection successful, similarity architecture matching underway. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the tailor-made skill tree system. The host can use the skill tree system to strengthen themselves by killing enemies in this world to gain experience value. Current level 1. Current level 1. Available skill points. 1. One of the advantages between a high-level Lord civilization and a low-level civilization lies in the ability to data matrix redundant information. The energy composition of the world after datatization was simply and brutally reduced to experience value. This made exploration much simpler. Lin Mo opened his complex skill tree, which was like the human body's nerves. At the beginning of the skill tree, a red symbol was lit up. Initial body strengthening. Upgrade to receive a +1 boost to all attributes. Lin Mo immediately added skill points to this skill. Only in the next second, a warm current surged into Lin Mo's limbs and bones. His torso strengthened by 1 point. At the same time, 5 skill tree branches appeared underneath this skill being lit. They were Magic Mastery, Gun Mastery, Melee Mastery, Archery Mastery, and Shield Mastery. Seeing this, Lin Mo understood. Didn't these 5 branches correspond to 5 professions? If it was an average player, he would definitely choose one direction to add points, eventually becoming a top expert in a certain profession. Lin Mo figured out the general idea of using the skill tree. Immediately afterward, he looked at the corpse of the rat on the ground. At this moment, Lin Mo had already felt the infection threshold in the rat's body. In the next second, tetanus grip activated. The rats that had been killed trembled as they climbed up from the ground. Unfortunately, these rat people also seemed to have some kind of virus in their bodies. It was so repulsive to Lin Mo's plague power that the transformed ratmen were very weak. They couldn't even walk. On this alien expedition, Lin Mo was unable to bring his equipment with him, so there was no way to strengthen these rat people. Looking at the rat men, who were like elderly people in their windy years, Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. He activated Flesh Blast and tried to drain the last bit of value from the zombie rats. The result was that these zombie rats blew themselves up with a power so small that it was similar to a firecracker. Hearing it from a distance, one would have thought that someone had farted. Just when Lin Mo thought that his plague power had no use. But it was the beep that sounded in his ears once again. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level 2. Available skill points. 1. Plague Civilization Exploration Log. You have discovered that not only can killing rats absorb experience value, but destroying their corpses can as well. Thank you for your exploration. This information will be of great help to the exploration teams that will follow. Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. I hadn't realized that my plague power could be used in such a way. Although the idea of cultivating an army of zombies wouldn't work anymore. But it seemed to have unlocked the use of double experience. In that case, wouldn't the efficiency of his monster hunting and upgrading be increased by 100%? Beautiful. Chapter 144 Dice of Destiny. Allocating the second skill point to Melee Mastery. Lin Mo immediately felt that his proficiency with the weapon in his hand had increased quite a bit. Melee Mastery, once again, several branches appeared downwards. Cat's Pace, Valiant Charge, Prayer Shackles. The counterparts should be warrior progression professions, such as Assassin, Front Row Warrior, and Supporting Nurse. Lin Mo, who had figured all this out, immediately realized that in this plague world, if he wanted to improve his combat power, he would have to keep upgrading. The more points in the tech tree, the more the corresponding battle power could be raised. His current rank was suppressed at the first rank, wanting to survive in this plague world. One could only keep upgrading. Thinking about this, Lin Mo headed towards the direction of the farmhouse. After a brief search, there were no valuable clues other than scavenging a few pieces of cheese and black bread. Just as he was about to leave the place, a few crows suddenly flew out from the farmland not far away. Immediately afterward, a patrol of ratmen numbering over 100 surged over from the farmland. These ratmen had smelled the blood of their own companions, which was why they came over to check the situation. For this experience value that was delivered to the door, Lin Mo wasn't polite either, and immediately waved his ragged longsword towards the ratman patrol to kill them. During this time, he changed 4 or 5 worn-out wood knives, taking half a clock. Only then did they finish off all the rat patrols. Leveling up 1 level again, Lin Mo transformed the rat people, then blew himself up. More experience value poured into his body. At this point, Lin Mo had risen to level 4 and gained 2 attribute points. Cat's Pace, Valiant Charge each add 1 attribute point. Lin Mo felt his body lighten up quite a bit and formed some sort of energy coating around his body. His attack speed and defense had increased to varying degrees, just as he was feeling the changes in his body's power. An incredibly lean and special ratman wearing some kind of punk mechanic silently climbed down from the water tower. Immediately afterward, it leapt up and pounced towards Lin Mo. A pair of steel claws drenched in a thick green liquid attempted to tear through his chest. Just in the nick of time, black smoke quickly rose around Lin Mo. Immediately after his figure disappeared, the bats rushed up into the sky. If we were to use the terminology of the game, this ratman who had sneaked up on Lin Mo would have to be called a special sense. That is, a special infected. This special infected, however, could not threaten Lin Mo's life. In the next second, the bat recoalesced. Lin Mo descended from the sky, and the firewood knife in his hand viciously stabbed through Special Sense's brain. Accompanied by a wailing sound, the special infected only struggled for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground motionless. Ding! Kill the Sharp Claw Assassin, gain Destiny Dice 1. Dice of Destiny? Rimmer picked up the drop to check it out. Fate Dice. After using it, you can obtain various types of equipment not higher than your own level. The higher the level of the equipment you open. The Dice of Destiny is the equivalent of a monster treasure chest in this world. The current Lin Mo was in desperate need of a weapon that was in his hands, so he directly chose to use the Destiny Dice, with the Destiny Dice rolling continuously on the plane. In the next second, a white-grade weapon appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Elven Long Blade, a sharp blade with the power of swiftness, providing the user with a 5% bonus attack speed. Lin Mo played with his newly acquired weapon. Although it was only a whiteboard weapon, it was much better than the wood knives he had broken. In the next few hours, Lin Mo began to hunt a large number of ratmen around the village house. Faced with a troop of ratmen that came towards him like a tidal wave, Lin Mo was undaunted. The elven long blade in his hand was danced into a propeller, frantically harvesting the lives of the ratmen. During this process, Lin Mo's experience bar was also rising rapidly. Towards evening, Lin Mo had risen to level 10. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any other special senses in the process, so he didn't explode any equipment. With the 6 newly acquired attribute points, Lin Mo didn't just add them to the skill tree of the warrior growth path, although the skill tree delineated a clear career growth path. However, the reality is that each growth path is capable of improving its own attributes. Let's say Shield Mastery, which would increase more physical defenses and resistances. Bow Mastery increases more dexterity and reaction attributes. So Lin Mo simply took the simplest and crudest route of a pentagonal warrior. As much as possible, he built himself up to have no shortcomings. As night fell, Lin Mo hid inside a water tower to rest. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. Lin Mo simply ate some food before preparing for today's monster hunting and upgrading plan. However, he had just climbed out of the water tower when he saw a field path not far away. A troop of ratmen was slowly passing by. This ratman troop numbered around 50. However, they were not low-level ratmen, they were stronger and wore standard armor. And in the wagon they were escorting were dozens of dirty human villagers. I didn't expect to have come to deliver experience just after waking up. Lin Mo wasn't polite and immediately touched over with his sword. The moment he touched the position of the head of the platoon of this ratman unit, he suddenly stormed up and chopped off the head of the ratman commander. The originally quiet and unusual Ratman unit immediately experienced a huge commotion. Immediately afterward, the remaining Ratmen rushed towards Lin Mo. At this time, although Lin Mo only had first-rank strength with the Plague skill tree's boost, his battle power was not something that a few Ratman soldiers could withstand. Plus, there were still Lord skills at hand. Lin Mo only used less than 10 minutes to kill all of these Ratman soldiers. Leveled up to 11. With the skill points gained, Lin Mo added them to the energy boost option in the Magic Mastery branch. He felt his brain clearing up. Benefactor, please accept our obeisance. The villagers who had escaped from the carriage in the chaos knelt down in front of Lin Mo. With excited faces, they were grateful to Lin Mo. They were originally refugees who had been transported as human food for rats. I thought they were dead, but I didn't expect to be saved. It's a miracle. Lin Mo didn't feel much for the gratitude of the crowd. He walked up to one of the oldest villagers and asked him some questions about the surrounding area. Back in the human space station, Lin Mo had already acquired the language of this world in advance. According to the old man's narration, at this time he was located at the eastern border of the Sigma Empire. 3 days ago this place was invaded by an army of ratmen, massacring all the inhabitants here. 200 miles to the west exists an Imperial Jullun fortress, manned by the most elite order of Sigmar and the Silver Hand. It is the only safe place within this area. The old man intends to lead the villagers to the fortress of Jullun to seek refuge. Apart from that, Lin Mo also asked for information about the composition of the forces in this world. Chapter 145 Mercenaries of the Sigma Empire. The Sigma Empire was a huge empire similar to Middle-earth. There was no lack of dwarves and elves as well as strange races like goblins. There are even magicians who manipulate flames, demon hunters who specialize in the use of cannons, and so on. Decades ago, the end times crisis descended upon the entire Sigma Empire. A kind of mutant ratman emerged from the ground and swept through the entire Sigma Empire in the blink of an eye. Large swaths of the country fell, farmland was destroyed, and cities were overrun by ratmen. The entire world went on a bubonic plague rampage week after week. The empire is on the verge of collapse. The Empire's military forces have lost heavily in one fight against the plague frenzy. For this reason, they have begun to abandon their lands and civilians in large numbers, gathering their living forces in one giant fortress. At the same time, they issued high bounties to the civilian population, to clear the area of rats or to help with various combat missions. The advent of the bounty policy spawned the birth of the largest mercenary society in the plague world. Countless folk experts joined the association and began the endless activity of hunting ratmen or being killed by ratmen. This kind of mercenary relationship had existed in the Sigma Empire for decades and had developed into quite a mature one by now. Plague World Exploration Log Update. Labeled Sigmar Empire. Labeled Mercenary Guild. Map drawing in progress. Wherever the host passes through will be automatically drawn into a map to provide help for the subsequent pioneering teams. My lord, did you come here alone to explore? The old man asked with a respectful face. This area has been ruled by the brutal rat people. It is too dangerous if you are only one person. Lin Mo sized up the old man and asked, Then do you have any good suggestions? A small mercenary camp exists in a dense forest to the west from here. If we're lucky, it shouldn't have been discovered by the rat people yet. You may be able to find some reliable companions there. Mercenaries in this world? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Mercenaries obviously had more information than villagers. Bidding farewell to the group of villagers, Lin Mo advanced alone in the direction of the dense forest. Feeling that walking wasn't very fast, Lin Mo simply turned into a swarm of bats and rushed up into the sky. 20 minutes later, the swarm of bats crowded into the dense forest. They coalesced into human form on a tree trunk somewhere high in the dense forest. Rimmer gazed down at the pile of bonfires below, as well as a few mercenaries dressed in armor and carrying various weapons beside the bonfires. At this moment, Lin Mo did not take the initiative to show up and accost them. Civilization Invasion Code Number 1. You are an invader, and to the invaded you are an eternal mortal enemy. Civilization Invasion Code Number 2. Do not show affection to any non-civilization life form, including affection, friendship, and love, or you will end up miserable. To the people of the plague world, Lin Mo was a big villain. There was no doubt about that. So Lin Mo chose to silently observe the team below. Soon, a small team of 4 set off. However, they set off in a special way, not out of the forest. Instead, they were teleported through a semicircular blue teleportation spell formation. Lin Mo, disguised as a bat, quietly followed. He disappeared into the spell formation the moment it went out and teleported out together, accompanied by a burst of white light passing in front of his eyes. When Lin Mo regained his consciousness, he found himself inside a certain huge mine. A circular rocky corridor led straight down to the ground, and in the center was a huge crucible filled with metallic liquid. Huge chains the thickness of shipping containers were attached to the crucible, and steam engines were constantly spewing water vapor. Ratmen of all sizes had come in from all directions. The 4-member squad wielded their respective weapons in a killing frenzy. They didn't notice the bats that had teleported along with them. Lin Mo hid in the shadows, secretly observing the combat squad. An armored warrior holding a shield and wielding a greatsword. An elfin girl with a hot body. A weird wizard with a flaming staff, as well as a strong dwarven man with 2 huge hammers. They were like meat grinders, crazily slaughtering the rat people rushing towards them, killing all the way down the huge iron crucible all the way down. There was no doubt that this mercenary team was very strong. In the blink of an eye, it killed at the very bottom of the crucible. Soon, however, after a force of rat soldiers came pouring from within the pit, the battle began to change. The battle of the 4-man squad began to become strenuous. But a greater crisis crept in. Only a sharp-clawed assassin was seen quietly crawling out of the hole above. Then it lunged at the armored warrior. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the armored warrior's chest armor had already been instantly torn apart. Blood and flesh mixed with internal organs madly gushed outward. The pyromancer immediately swung his staff, burning the sharp-clawed assassin to a crisp. The armored warrior on the ground had already lost his breath and could not survive. Just when Lin Mo thought they were going to be reduced in number, he saw the fire mage go out and pour a bottle of green potion into the mouth of the armored warrior. The armored warrior's wounds unexpectedly recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire person even rose from the ground very quickly. It became alive again. Plague World Questlog Update. Life Restoration Potion can restore more than 80% of blood after use. The potion has no obvious side effects. It seems that this world's potion alchemy technology is well developed. Recovery potions even have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. After clearing the Ratman soldiers, the 4-man squad continued to explore towards the deeper rat holes. Lin Mo followed closely behind, watching while various log update alerts rang in his head. Potion of Strength. Taking it will increase your strength significantly in a short period of time. Fire-breathing rat. A powerful ratman wielding a fire breather that can spit super hot green flames. Poison gas rat. A special rat that throws poison gas grenades. The gas is highly corrosive. All sorts of strange and weird rat soldiers appeared from the depths of the cave. The 4 mercenaries kept on making kills and were unstoppable along the way, just when they thought they would be able to successfully complete their mission. But it was the next second that a mournful howl rang out from the top of the rock formation. Immediately after, the rock layer collapsed and a huge 3-meter-tall mutant ratman landed in the middle of the mercenary squad. Rat Troll, a recognized monster among the Skaven ratmen, its great strength and physical defense make it a nightmare for mercenaries. The moment the Rat Troll appeared, a pair of huge arms slammed viciously towards the dwarf. The dwarf subconsciously raised his twin hammers in defense. As a result, in the next second, the twin hammers were directly embedded into the dwarf's chest cavity under the addition of powerful strength. The dwarf's entire body was like a mudman that had been smashed. His body instantly twisted and became unrecognizable. The partners frantically attacked the rat troll's body. However, the rat troll was undaunted and grabbed the severely injured dwarf and sent him into his mouth, accompanied by a burst of ear-piercing chewing sounds. The dwarf was directly torn into 2 halves, with one half of it entering the stomach of the rat troll. Chapter 146, Pioneering Path Dog's Head. The battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Missing the output of the hammer dwarves, the entire squad was simply unable to contend with the rat trolls. The remaining human warriors, fire mages and female elves couldn't carry the attack of the rat trolls. The rat troll threw out its tail in a sweeping motion. The 3 were then viciously thrown against the wall. The tremendous force caused the 3 to spit out blood. Seeing that the rat trolls were going to rush over, they were going to die here. However, he saw the human warrior suddenly reach out and push the female elf and the fire mage towards the rat troll. He himself quickly fled towards the back. The pyromancer is caught in the hands of the rat troll. Knowing that he would surely die, he decisively chose to blow himself up. The huge explosion blew up one of the rat troll's palms. However, it felt nothing and raised its other palm, about to slap the female elf. The elven girl had a look of despair on her face, and the longbow in her hand fell to the ground. Is it going to die? However, in the next second, a silhouette suddenly appeared above the rat troll, only to see him violently fling out a sharp blade. That sharp blade turned into streams of light in an instant, piercing deeply into the rat troll's head. The rat troll let out a hoarse hiss as a result. Lin Mo stepped in at this moment, spinning on one foot and landing lightly on top of the rat troll's head. However, holding the elven longsword that was stuck in the rat troll's head, he violently stirred it like the spinning blades of a meat grinder. The huge-sized rat troll screamed miserably. Immediately afterward, it fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ding! Kill the rat troll. Gain Destiny Dice 1. Level up to 13, can assign skill points to. Lin Mo immediately allocated 2 skill points to the perception reinforcement and concentration skills on the archer growth path. The brain cleared up quite a bit. Lin Mo gained the ability to react faster. Then there was the destiny dice that popped out from killing the rat troll. Click the draw button as you go. Lin Mo obtained a pendant that boosted the ratman's restraining damage by 5%. It's not bad, better than nothing. The female elf thought she was dead. Her eyes filled with tears of fear. However, when she opened her eyes, she realized that the rat troll had fallen to the ground. A stranger in a black cloak was stepping on the troll's corpse. The female elf's legs went weak and she just sat down on the ground. Took a long time to get up from the ground. Rimmer's attention wasn't on the female elf. He looked further away, to the fleeing human warrior. The guy had been sneak attacked by a rat man with a lasso during his escape. The lasso pole strangled his neck and dragged him into the rat pile. Only ear-piercing wails continued to ring out as the human warrior was split up by the rat men. The original squad of 4 was left with only one person in an instant. At this moment, the female elf's face was filled with grief. However, she still forced herself to hold back her sadness to come before Lin Mo and slowly bowed. "Thank you, my lord, for coming to the rescue." Only then did Rimmer hit his eyes on the female elf. This was an elfin girl with a rather hot body. Unlike the elves Lin Mo had contacted before, this elf was full of wild temperament. His delicate face was full of toughness. The most unique thing was that her pupils were blood red. "What's your name?" Lin Mo asked. "My name is Catherine Blue Odette, my lord." Catherine tried to continue with something else. The next second, the group of rat men who had finished gnawing on the human warriors rushed towards here. The number was at least 100. Catherine's face instantly changed. "My lord, let us get out of here first. It's impossible to rely on us alone." However, Catherine was just halfway through her sentence. Lin Mo had already drawn his longsword and killed towards the rat man. Lin Mo waved his sword blade, and wherever he passed, the brains of the rat men kept flying out. There were a lot of rat men, but none of them managed to get in. Lin Mo's face was expressionless as he slashed after slash, just like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, killing all of the group of rat people. Catherine, who saw this scene, had her small mouth open into an O shape. The entire person was in a state of shock. This adult in front of him was able to kill the rat troll in a single second with a single sword, so by all rights, he should be an assassin who took the assassination route. But why was the assassin able to take on so many rat trolls head-on? Now he looks more like a warrior. In between Catherine's surprise, Lin Mo had already decimated all the rat people. Lin Mo looked at the long sword in his hand, and it had already cut and rolled its edge. He then threw down the elven longsword and walked towards the dead human warrior. Eventually, he found a green-grade decapitating greatsword on his corpse. Beheading greatsword green. Armor break increased by 10%. Block increased by 15%. After data mining, it was more intuitive to view this world's weaponry. Lin Mo put his greatsword behind his back and felt around a few corpses for a while. He touched 3 green pendants and 2 green rings. Lin Mo picked the trinkets that boosted his movement speed and attack power and equipped them. At this moment, Catherine was beside him in a daze. Several times she wanted to speak, but then she wanted to stop. Finally, she couldn't help but say to Lin Mo, "My lord, can you take me out of here? I will dedicate all my earnings to you as payment." Lin Mo thought about it and nodded. "Yes, but you have to tell me how to get out." Catherine instantly began to tell something about the adventure. The portal from before was called the Bridge of Shadows in their world. The Bridge of Shadows was originally a teleportation device set up by the high priests of humanity in various towns and important facilities. Later, when the Ratmen took over these towns, the Bridge of Shadows became a means of teleportation for mercenaries on missions. Won't the rat people destroy these shadow bridges? Lin Mo asked. Catherine carefully replied, these shadow bridges are blessed by the god of Supreme Will Sigma. Not only can they not be destroyed, but they are also forbidden to cause killing around the portal. Otherwise, the Supreme will send down divine punishment and kill all the living beings in this area. Lin Mo nodded, signaling Catherine to continue. Our squad's mission is to deplete the Ratman forces of Giant's Hearth, the name of this mine. Based on Catherine's description, Lin Mo gathered more information about this world. At this time in the Sigma Empire, the war between the rats and humans was at a stalemate. The Ratmen were unable to breach the Empire's fortresses, but the Empire was also unable to recover the areas occupied by the Ratmen. Beyond the Ratmen, there exists a special enemy called Chaos, which is similar to human form. But the combat power is more than 10 times that of the Ratmen. Under Catherine's description, Lin Mo unlocked more intelligence information about this world. This information would not only provide help for the arrival of the human pioneers afterward. It is likewise an accumulation of rewards. As a pioneer, Lin Mo would be rewarded handsomely according to the level of detail of the information at the end of the pioneering. The break over, Rimmer took Catherine and began clearing out the Ratmen in the Giant's Hearth. After Lin Mo learned that activating the Bridge of Shadows teleportation required a special seal from the Mercenary Association, he decided to bring Catherine with him for the time being. After all, he, an alien, didn't have any seals. Chapter 147, The Drunkard's Provocation. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was getting late. After a whole day of killing, the Ratmen in Giant's Hearth were basically slaughtered. Lin Mo's level also soared all the way up, rising to level 25 in the blink of an eye. Allocating skill points to the 5 major branches of the skill tree, Lin Mo's strength was once again enhanced. While chatting with Catherine, he knew that the mercenaries of the rat world also possessed skill trees. However, their level cap was only 35 and 35 skill points for 35 levels. After the skill points were added, they could not be leveled up. It was because of this that there were all sorts of professions that appeared instead of pentagonal warriors like Lin Mo. Perhaps it was because Lin Mo came from a higher level civilization. He could clearly feel that his upgrades were not restricted. It could be upgraded indefinitely, which meant that he could constantly gain skill points, thus strengthening himself. After clearing the Ratmen, they saw another shadow bridge portal at the bottom of the mine. My lord, should we return to camp or head straight to town? Back to the city, answered Rimmer. Catherine nodded and instantly opened the portal. A blue ball of light enveloped it. In the next second, the duo appeared within a city with a huge high-walled fortress. Stop! Please show your mercenary ID cards. 2 armored soldiers stopped Lin Mo and Catherine. Catherine immediately handed out her own identity card. The soldier checked it for accuracy and directed his gaze at Lin Mo. Where's your identity card? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Where would an alien like him get an identity card? Just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming gloomy, it was Catherine who suddenly took Lin Mo's arm, and the 2 soft masses pressed tightly against his arm. My 2 lords, this is Perudo, whom I found in the land where the rats are rampant. Please be accommodating. Saying that, Catherine handed over a bag of gold coins. The 2 soldiers instantly revealed kind expressions. So it's Perudo, all right. Hurry up and get him an ID. Otherwise it'll be troublesome to leave the city in the future. In the plague world, Perudo means lover, slave, and low-fun friend. The soldiers were used to this and immediately chose to let them go. Walking out a long way, Catherine, who was hugging Lin Mo, hurriedly let go of her hands. With a face of awe, she said, My lord, in that situation just now, they will only release you if they refer to you as my Perudo. You don't mind. Lin Mo shook his head. Help me register an identity with the mercenary union. Then, like you said, pay me my remuneration. Catherine carefully nodded her head. Yes, my lord, I'll take you there now. The mercenary union's mercenary identity cards were graded. From low to high, there are 4 grades: ordinary, elite, silver, and legendary. Higher ranks can take on lower-ranked quests, but lower-ranked mercenaries cannot take on higher-ranked quests. Just as Lin Mo was going through the step-by-step process of registering his identity proof, a voice filled with the scent of alcohol rang out from behind. Yo, if it isn't Miss Catherine, the first beauty of Elbasrec. Can you have a drink with me? I've just been promoted to become a silver mercenary and my partners are celebrating for me. Saying that, the drunkard pointed to the silver medallion on his chest in a rather showy manner. The drunkard's voice was so loud that the entire mercenary hall could hear him clearly. Immediately, their eyes focused on Catherine. It really is Miss Catherine. God. I can't believe I've met the beautiful Miss Catherine. She's even more beautiful in person than the bard described. Worthy of the noble elven race. Damn. Who's that little white guy standing next to her? Could it be her Paluto? Humph. It looks like Miss Catherine isn't as guarded as rumored. She's a 2. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Catherine's brows furrowed slightly. She looked at the drunken man and said, I'm sorry. I have something very important to do right now. Please don't disrupt the place. Upon hearing Catherine's words, the drunk's friends immediately burst into laughter and curses. The drunken man was a bit unable to let go of his face and immediately walked forward, trying to forcefully pull Catherine. Catherine subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo. However, she saw that Lin Mo was tilting his head, checking the task bar on the mercenary counter with a serious expression. It didn't seem to have heard what was happening. Catherine panicked a little. She was only an elite mercenary. There was no way she could escape from a silver mercenary. And this adult who had saved her life clearly didn't want to get involved in this matter. What to do? Seeing the drunken man grabbing at himself with a lustful face, Catherine's mind turned, and she immediately gritted her teeth and said, My lord, if you can protect me, I'll give you the 3 high-level destiny dice I have in my collection as payment. Brush. Next second, the drunkard's outstretched salty hand was grabbed by another large hand. Rimmer blitzed in front of Catherine. Catherine's eyes reddened and she only felt a sense of security. You little white boy still dare to block me? The drunken man had a scowl on his face. You're looking for… Ah! Before the word die could be uttered, his wrist was already twisted off by Lin Mo. The crowd of mercenaries who saw this scene immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to pinch off the wrist of a silver-ranked mercenary with his bare hands, what kind of person was this guy? Seeing that something was wrong, the drunkard's friends hurriedly grabbed their weapons and surrounded him. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just now, when reading the mercenary code Lin Mo learned, there were 2 promotion conditions for mercenaries. Either you have to accumulate a certain number of missions for advancement, or you have to take a strength test. And the method of the strength test was also very simple and rough. It is to fight. Beat the elites and you're an elite. Beat the silver mercenaries and you're a silver mercenary. Right now Lin Mo's identity card was only an ordinary mercenary. High-value quests couldn't be done. And this silver mercenary in front of him just became his way to advance. Thinking of this, Lin Mo hooked his hand towards the group of mercenaries and, Get together. I'm in a hurry. What an arrogant brat. Cut him into pieces for me. The drunkard sobered up and hissed as he poured recovery potion into his mouth. Several mercenaries with various weapons hacked towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't even bother to use his weapon, flying and kicking one of the mercenaries in the face. The tremendous strength directly deformed his entire jaw with the kick. The entire person flew out backwards, smashing several tables. Another person tried to sneak attack Lin Mo from behind. However, Lin Mo dodged deftly as if he had eyes behind his back. Immediately after that, a downward hook smashed into his abdomen, and bile was spat out all over the place. The scene was a mess, but Lin Mo kept moving through the crowd like a swimming dragon. Each attack was bound to knock a mercenary to the ground. Damn you guys, go to hell! The drunken man raised 2 huge plate axes and slashed at Lin Mo. As a result, in the next second, Lin Mo drew his huge sword and steadily resisted the heavy blows of the plate axes. The drunkard was directly stunned. The human in front of him was clearly very skinny looking, so how was he able to harden his full force strike? Chapter 148 Voluntarily Becoming a Maid. Not waiting for the drunkard to react, Lin Mo violently swung his huge sword to throw the huge axe away. Then he turned back with a powerful whip kick, smashing the drunkard onto the ground. The drunkard was directly knocked out by this smash, foaming at the mouth unconscious. Half an hour later, Lin Mo had put down half of the mercenary union's mercenaries. He had successfully gotten his silver mercenary promotion certificate. It was only 1 step away from the so-called legendary mercenary. The eyes of the mercenaries looking at Lin Mo were already filled with fear. Even when Lin Mo passed by them, these mercenaries would subconsciously move backwards. It was as if they were avoiding a killing god. Now, no one was saying that he was a white boy anymore, but a truly strong man. On the other hand, Caitlin on the side had an admiring look on her face. She was too curious about this mysterious lord. Powerful and mysterious, and looking at his appearance, he was also young and handsome. Come on, make the deal. Lin Mo waved his hand towards Caitlin. Your assets, and the advanced destiny dice you mentioned. Caitlin pursed her lips and hurriedly led Lin Mo to the Sigma Bank next door to withdraw something. In the end, Catherine handed Lin Mo 1,000 gold coins, as well as 3 destiny dice that emitted a blue halo. Is this all? Lin Mo weighed the money bag in his hand and frowned slightly. Caitlin hurriedly nodded and said, This is all I have, Lord. Ben, originally I wanted to buy a small house. But the prices of the Julun fortress have risen too quickly. And it's not like I want to compromise with any male. Saying this, Catherine suddenly revealed an aggrieved expression. If you think this is not enough, big deal. I'll be your waiter, as long as you reward me with a mouthful of food. Lin Mo didn't need a waiter, but he had scavenged quite a few weapons and equipment during the fight just now. Handing these weaponry over to Catherine. Help me sell these, you should be able to do it. Catherine carefully nodded. No problem, my lord. It's on me. With that, Catherine took the scavenged weapons and equipment and went to sell them for money. Lin Mo, on the other hand, focused his gaze on the 3 high-level destiny dice. Destiny dice were randomized lottery items dropped from elite monsters. The higher the elite level, the better the quality of the fate dice that dropped out. Without hesitation, he directly started shaking the destiny dice. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Crescent Moon Pendant Blue item. Movement speed increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 10%, and resistance increased by 5%. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Gnome Fusilier Blue item. A single-barrel flintlock rifle that can be automatically reloaded and shoots projectiles that have excellent armor-piercing ability against armor. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Knight's Holy Sword Blue item. A holy sword forged by the Empire's elite blacksmiths. It was once blessed by the Empire's Queen's daughter. Armor breaking is increased by 5%, and resistance is increased by 10%. 3 advanced dice opened 3 pieces of blue equipment. Not bad. Lin Mo changed the new equipment on, and his strength increased by another part. On the other side, Catherine also completed her quest and brought a large bag of gold coins to Lin Mo. All the armor and weapons were sold for a total of 1,136 gold coins, plus the 1,000 from before. The current Lin Mo had 2,136 gold coins. These gold coins were enough to support him in his next adventure. You can go, Catherine, Lin Mo said. Your mission is complete. But, my lord, Catherine became a little agitated. Please, can I continue to stay by your side? Saying that, Catherine half-kneeled in front of Lin Mo. You are a powerful warrior, and I am willing to become your servant. Catherine's gaze flickered, and her pupils were mixed with other, more complicated feelings besides admiration. To have the first beauty of Elbazrek as one's servant? This sounded troublesome, and Lin Mo grinned as he prepared to refuse. But it was Catherine who continued. You are now planning to carry out a plague eradication mission, right? The Mercenary Association stipulates that if you wish to travel through the Bridge of Shadows to fight the plague, you must gather a team. Although I am not strong in combat, I can help you out in life, even. Catherine revealed a touch of shyness. Even, I can be your Perudo. In the world of the plague, the strong are honored. Whoever possessed great power would be embraced. At this moment, Catherine's gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with adoration and anticipation. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and finally nodded. All right then, you follow me for the time being. Catherine instantly had a feeling of relief and her eyes instantly reddened. But in the end, whether or not I want to keep you, it still depends on your performance, Lin Mo added. My lord, don't worry, I won't let you down, Catherine assured. In the end, Lin Mo reluctantly accepted Catherine as his attendant. After all, he was just a passerby to this world, and he needed someone to help with many of the finer details. And Catherine was clearly such a candidate. That night, Catherine raised the idea of serving in bed, and repeatedly emphasized that she had never acted in this way with another man. Admittedly, Catherine possessed an exquisite elfin appearance, as well as a devilishly hot body, especially those blood-red pupils full of charm. It was even more attractive with an exotic flavor. But considering that he was, after all, a blue star human race, it was 2 worlds away from the plague civilization. So Lin Mo decisively refused Catherine's request. For this approach of Lin Mo's, not only was Catherine not unhappy, but her heart was filled with gratitude. Her favorability towards Lin Mo rubbed up. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Lin Mo and Catherine traveled to an abandoned castle called Azeroth's Castle of Order. The castle had been captured by the Ratman army a year ago, and had now become one of the key entrenchments of the Ratman army. Lin Mo and Catherine teleported to the Castle of Order and had just stepped out of the Shadow Bridge coverage area. A large group of Ratmen rushed towards the duo. Perhaps it was to prove their worth. Catherine immediately raised the longbow in her hand. The arrow flashed with a flash of blue light. Immediately afterward, the arrows that Catherine shot out were like snookers constantly bouncing off the Ratmen. In the blink of an eye, she shot down dozens of Ratmen. Lin Mo drew out the holy sword on his shoulder and swung it at the rushing Ratmen. Heads and limbs continuously flew out from the rats. In less than a breath, the rat people were all decapitated by Lin Mo. Catherine's arrows were not bad in killing power, matching Lin Mo's great sword. One near and one far, they killed all the rat people along the way. The experience value grew steadily and rapidly in the process. Time came to noon, and at this time, the rats in the upper levels of Azeroth's Fortress of Order had basically been cleared out. The large amount of experience accumulated caused Lin Mo's level to skyrocket to 35 like a rocket. Chapter 149 Tool Villains. 35 levels was the level cap for mercenaries in this world. However, it wasn't Lin Mo's level cap. When he activated Flesh and Blood Blast and gained a large amount of experience value from those infected Ratman corpses again, the 35 level experience bar continued to rise. For every breakthrough, Lin Mo would gain a skill point. However, the level still showed 35. This meant that Lin Mo just had to keep on killing and light up all the skills on the skill tree. By then, he would be a true pentagonal warrior. Casually lighting up a few skills on the skill tree, Lin Mo felt his battle power increase by another point. Just then, hissing sounds came from the lower levels. A well-equipped Ratman patrol with a strong body of more than 2 meters tall appeared in the field of vision. Lord Rimmer, this is a Ratman patrol. Tough guys to deal with. Catherine hurriedly picked up her bow and arrow with a wary face. And Rimmer similarly drew his weapon. Taking the lead, he charged towards the rat patrol before they launched their charge. Aiming his left-hand cannon gun at the foremost Ratmen, he pulled the trigger. The projectile instantly penetrated the bodies of several Ratmen. Immediately after that, Lin Mo swung his long sword and killed the Ratman patrol like an autumn wind rolling down leaves, killing from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor and then to the 1st floor. During this period of time, there were even a variety of special sense elite monsters, including rat trolls, sharp-clawed assassins, and chaos devils. But in front of Lin Mo's powerful strength, there was no way to fight back. All of these elite monsters were killed by Lin Mo. He had also obtained 6 normal fate dice and 3 advanced fate dice as a result. With Lin Mo's escalation substitute, Catherine's leveled up quickly. At this time, she had already reached level 30. The duo teleported away on the Shadow Bridge, and the next second they appeared on a temporary teleportation point in the wilderness. This teleportation point was a small camp. On the bulletin board inside the camp were all kinds of quests, large and small, either going to a distant village to find some precious artifact or to rescue someone or kill a rat swarm in some location. The quests are a hodgepodge of tasks, but the best part is that there is an endless supply of rats to kill. So Lin Mo took on these quests in a brainstorm and leveled up a few more before the sun set. However, just as he had cleared a certain village of rat infestation and was about to head to the next quest location, a squad of 4 mercenaries with unfriendly faces blocked their way. It was a mercenary squad consisting of armored warriors, pyromancers, demon hunters, and thieves. Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, one of the demon hunters stepped forward and said in an undeniable tone, "Kid, hand over everything of value you have on you. Then let that chick behind you accompany this lords to sleep. Otherwise, I'll chop off your limbs and throw you into the gutter to feed the rats." The demon hunter snapped, and the other mercenaries revealed evil gazes. It was as if the duo in front of them were 2 incredibly fat lambs to be slaughtered. "Lord Lin Mo, there are only 2 of us. They must be thinking that we have suffered a heavy blow and lost 2 companions," Catherine whispered. "You can show the silver identity card, and they won't dare to be so reckless." Lin Mo did not do what Catherine said, but asked with interest, "You guys just finished your mission and are preparing to rob individuals to earn extra money?" The pyromancer's voice hissed as he coalesced a hot fireball in his hand. Cut the ing crap and hand over what you're worth immediately. Then get the hell out of here. Or I'll let you taste what it's like to be burned alive by flames. Lin Mo slung the holy sword in his hand over his shoulder and walked towards the four rather casually. Seeing this, the armored warrior immediately revealed a mocking expression. What's the matter? You still want to fight us? With this little body of yours, I can chop you into a pile of rotten meat in minutes. With that, the armored warrior took a step forward. Towards the approaching Lin Mo, he made a gesture of preparing to swing his sword. Behind him, the fire mage and the others revealed rather disgusted gazes. The pyromancer said in a casual tone, Peter Pan, this time, please don't splatter the broken meat everywhere. This is a new robe I just bought. I'll never forgive you if you get a little blood on it. The armored warrior called Peter Pan completely ignored the approaching Lin Mo and instead turned his head and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I'll cut accurately this time. The two chatted with a casual tone. It was as if Lin Mo was a lamb casually slaughtered on a slab. It simply couldn't give them the slightest sense of crisis. When Lin Mo was only 2 meters away from himself, Peter Pan struck. He wielded his heavy sword, and his entire aura was like that of a fierce tiger. The heavy sword smashed out fiercely from top to bottom, completely leaving no trace of strength behind. Just when the robbery squad thought that Lin Mo would be hacked to death alive by Peter Pan. In the next second, Lin Mo moved. He was only seen dodging Peter Pan's heavy sword with a speed that was too fast to imagine. Brush! A backhanded slash as fast as lightning. Unmistakably precise, it chopped at Peter Pan's neck. In the next second, a helmeted head shot up into the sky, flying to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Immediately afterward, blood gushed out from Peter Pan's neck like a fountain. The blood changed from a fountain to a waterfall, and the blood dyed Peter Pan's entire body red. Peter Pan, who was missing his head, slowly fell to the ground. The fingers were still twitching twice from time to time. Regarding this sudden turn of events, the other 3 people in the robbery squad looked directly dumbfounded. With their mouths wide open, their eyes almost bulged out of their sockets and fell to the ground. How was it that this scrawny-looking human in front of him was able to kill Peter Pan in seconds? Peter Pan was a mercenary with peak elite strength, an existence that was 1 foot short of being promoted to a silver mercenary. Surprisingly, he was killed in seconds just like that. This is simply outrageous. Mud. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and counterattack. The demon hunters reacted the fastest and immediately raised the cannon guns in their hands to aim at Lin Mo. The pyromancer chanted an incantation at the same time, condensing a great move. Projectiles and explosive fireballs containing high temperatures shot towards Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo was expressionless. In the next second, his body was wrapped in black gas. The entire person instantly disappeared, transforming into a spread of blood-sucking bats. The projectiles and fireballs fell short. Immediately afterward, the vampire bats came at the trio with their teeth and claws open. The bats' sharp teeth and claws kept tearing their skin. Just when the 3 were confused by the overwhelming number of blood bats, black chi coalesced and Lin Mo's body stepped out of it. Swinging his sword blade, he instantly chopped off the heads of the demon hunter and the pyromancer. Behind them, the thief who had entered a state of stealth attempted to launch a sneak attack. However, Lin Mo dodged in advance as if he had eyes behind his back. Then he kicked him out. The tremendous strength directly caused the thief to collapse a stone wall. In the ruins, the thief's mouth continued to gush out chunks of blood. He was just about to drink a recovery potion when he saw Lin Mo walking towards him with an expressionless face. The thief was directly scared less, crying out and begging for mercy. "Hero, spare your life. It's me who has no eyes. It's me who deserves to die. Please let me go. I have a wife and child at home to..." Without waiting for the thief to finish speaking, Lin Mo directly stabbed his sword through his chest cavity and sent him to meet the Sigmar god. Chapter 150: The Hunt from the Sigma Clergy. Scavenging the corpses of this looting squad, Lin Mo rummaged through a white crystal from the demon hunter's body. "What is this?" Lin Mo asked towards Catherine.